I reincarnated as a young Arctic wolf and activated a devouring evolution system. By consuming flesh and blood, I can grow infinitely and become the wolf king at the top of the entire Arctic food chain. However, for now, I am still a weak cub, surviving under the protection of my wolf parents. Mother wolf is a level 4 female Arctic wolf, and father wolf is a level 6 male Arctic wolf. With their exceptional attributes, father wolf is the leader of the pack. Just as I was about to climb outside the cave to take a look, Mother wolf pulled me back into her arms. It was then that I noticed there was a little female Arctic wolf in her embrace, probably my wolf sister. She was happily suckling on the teat in front of her, and I moved closer to join in, eating just like my wolf sister. Suddenly, a voice from the system sounded in my ears, drinking Arctic wolf mother's milk. Evolution points plus 0.1. This made me even more excited. I drank the milk while drifting off to sleep to the sound of the system's prompts. A month passed like this, and now I was several times larger than the wolf pups. My growth rate amazed the wolf pack. By the 3rd day of my rebirth, I could already run and jump on my own. By the 10th day, I had been weaned and started eating prey caught by the wolf pack. By the 20th day, my size had surpassed that of the wolf pups, even exceeding my cousin who was 6 months older. By the 30th day, my size was almost comparable to that of a 1-year-old male Arctic wolf. Now I have evolved to level 3, with a total of 300 health points, and my endurance, strength, defense, and speed are all at 30. In addition, for every level up, the system provides 10 attribute points, all of which I have added to speed, directly increasing it to 60. Now my speed far exceeds others at the same level. Even the she-wolf cannot compare to me. Speed is king above and below. With speed, even if I can't win, I can escape. Just then, a male Arctic wolf's howl interrupted my thoughts. Looking up, I saw the alpha wolf signaling to the pack members to get ready for the hunt. I hear this kind of howl almost every day because the alpha male and female wolves go hunting daily. However, due to the harsh environment and the scarcity of species in the Arctic, their hunts often yield little. As for common large animals like polar bears and grizzly bears, the wolf pack dares not hunt them. Due to the increasing difficulty of hunting, this time even the she-wolf who used to stay in the cave stood up. As she left, the she-wolf nuzzled me affectionately with her head, instructing me to take care of her daughter before turning away. The he-wolf also left some instructions for the cousin who stayed behind before finally leading the wolf pack away. In the cave, all 8 adult Arctic wolves were mobilized this time, leaving only 5 cubs, including me. Among them, the most conspicuous one was a little lone wolf who always liked to be alone. It was found by wolf parents while they were out hunting, and later they took in this little lone wolf. At just 3 months old, it was almost the same size as its 6-month-old cousin, growing at a decent pace. After the wolf pack left, I pondered for a moment and felt it was time for me to go out hunting alone. My appetite had been increasing, even more than that of a full-grown Arctic wolf. Seeing how thin my wolf dad and wolf mom had become from the exhausting hunting trips, especially these days when they seemed to be saving all the food for me and my wolf sister, I felt it was time to share some of the responsibility. Coupled with the existence of the devouring evolution system, it was destined for me to go out and experience battles and struggles. At the slightest mention, I briefly explained to my cousin through howls, ignoring her attempts to stop me with a couple of howls, and walked out of the cave. The Arctic is a region of endless ice and long winters, where temperatures easily drop to -40 or 50 degrees. Despite being reborn as an Arctic wolf, I could still feel the intense cold of the Arctic winter as I emerged. At this moment, a cold system prompt sounded in my ear. Severe cold weather causes harm, reducing vitality by 1 point. Severe cold weather doubles the host's physical consumption. Please conserve energy. This voice made me realize that I couldn't stay outside for too long. Taking a sharp breath, I slowly moved away from the cave step by step. I had planned to keep up with the wolf dad's hunting pace, but on the way, I found several nests of Arctic hares, nibbling on the moss and the snowy ground. With a sudden thought, the attributes of a few Arctic hares nearby appeared before my eyes. The tallest one reached level 3, with a terrifying speed value of 53. This was also why the wolf dad and wolf mom turned a blind eye to them. Catching them would be too exhausting. But for me, it was no big deal. I held my breath, slowly moving forward on the ground. At a distance of 10 meters, the Arctic hare spotted me and started to flee in panic. I leaped forward, revealing sharp wolf claws in the air, then pounced on the ground. The heavy wolf claws struck the male Arctic hare's neck, causing the leader to immediately collapse on the snowy ground, convulsing with blood flowing from its mouth and nose. I quickly turned to chase the remaining prey, successfully leaving behind a few young ones. Half an hour later, 6 scattered Arctic hares lay on the snow, and I had already expended most of my energy, voraciously tearing into the Arctic hare carcass. Host gains 1 evolution point by consuming Arctic hare. The system voice beside my ear sounded, prompting me to devour eagerly. Consuming any type of food would grant evolution points. but the most points were obtained at the beginning. After consuming the male Arctic hare and a young one, my evolution points had already decreased to 0.1. He didn't continue to eat, and after sweeping around, he lowered his head and bit up the carcass of the Arctic rabbit on the ground and started walking towards the cave. What Su Lin didn't know, however, was that everything that had just happened was being watched by an explorer in a distant SUV. At this time, sitting in the SUV, drinking a mouthful of black tea, female explorer Tiffany, looking at the binoculars in the snow-white Arctic wolf, praised, "Tisk, TSK, body Snow White, a good-looking Arctic wolf, and a lone wolf can hunt and kill so many Arctic rabbits. Extraordinary hands, not allowed to be in the future, it will become a real Arctic wolf king." Of course, Tiffany was just making a casual jab. She didn't know which of the smaller packs the Arctic wolf was in. Nor did he realize that the Arctic wolf in front of him was only a pup that was only a month old. What's more, he didn't know that this snow-white, handsome and extraordinary Arctic wolf would grow into a world-shocking invincible wolf king in the future. Due to various problems, the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 4, Wolves Surprised. Su Lin ran around twice before bringing all 4 remaining Arctic rabbits back to the cave. When he stilled these 4 Arctic rabbits in front of his cave cousins and wolf sisters, he clearly noticed the surprise in the eyes of these cubs, as well as the wailing howls of adoration. Arctic wolves, being wolves, are also categorized as mammals, and although they have a certain level of intelligence, there is no way to compare them to humans. Therefore it was already quite surprising to Su Lin that the wolf sister and cousin could express surprise and admiration in a limited way. As for that incredulity, shock and all that, I'm afraid that's an emotion that only humans have at this stage. Ow. With a low growl, Su Lin took the corpse of an Arctic rabbit pup and threw it in front of them. After all, this was his own captured food, and if he didn't say anything, I'm afraid that the wolf sisters would not dare to take a bite. Now, with permission, a few coyotes spread out and ate. Especially the little lone wolf among them ate the most. He even tried to grab the meat from his weaker cousin's side, which made Su Lin, who was resting on the side to recover his stamina, see it. Rising straight up, he slapped the little lone wolf 3 or 4 meters away with a single claw. "Against you," Surin howled with some anger. This voice of shock and fury, as well as the heavy force brought about by the slap just now, caused the little lone wolf who had climbed up to hastily admit his mistake and panic and howl low. Ow, ow, ow. The weak and the strong were also well represented once again. Only after the little lone wolf had howled low for half a day, and it watched as Su Lin seemed to have lost his temper and slumped back into the den, did it carefully come to the Arctic rabbit's corpse once again. But this time it didn't dare to have the slightest intention of grabbing food, and just slightly nibbled on a few mouthfuls of fresh meat before tiptoeing back. It was obvious that the little lone wolf, who used to be a bully among the wolf pups, had learned a lesson this time. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in the penetrating eyes. It was a bit puzzled as to why the little dot that couldn't even stand up before could now defeat it so easily. And quite a bit bigger than myself. Little eyes, quite a lot of doubt, but no one explains to it. Su Lin even less so. He looked at the little lone wolf that retreated back before he said in his mind, "Humph, still knows the score." What he had just picked out was an adult female Arctic rabbit carcass, which was 20 to 30 pounds, more than enough for the appetite of his cousin and the wolf sisters. So 1 Arctic rabbit went down, and the 4 coyote pups also ate with their bellies rolled up. The remaining 2 Arctic rabbit pups, Su Lin also kept them for the wolf mom. The time passed into the evening. The nights at the North Pole are colder than the days, with chilling winds. Wolf mom and dad and their line of wolves also dragged their tired bodies back from the outside step by step. At this point, the wolf mom was upset. Today was another day of minimal harvest. Not a single live prey was hunted, and only half a seal that was beginning to rot was snagged. Because the carcass was starting to rot and had a lot of germs, the wolf mom didn't bring the pups back, but the wolves shared them. The pack currently has 8 adult Arctic wolves, 3 males and 5 females. Half a seal, far from filling their stomachs, wouldn't even necessarily make up for the day's physical exertion. His own cubs will even have to go hungry today. Ow! The wolf mom hissed in some annoyance at the thought. I'm afraid the wolves won't be able to hold out much longer if this really keeps up. It would have been much better if it had been relocated some distance to the south. After all, there are still plenty of large herbivores like Arctic caribou over there. But, migrating with cubs is too risky. Plus there are more grizzly bears and polar bears over there, relatively speaking. With the current strength of the wolves, it would be fine to deal with 1 bear, but 2 would be a stretch. So Wolfmother has been on the fence. Suddenly, Wolfmother's nose twitched as she caught a strong whiff of blood. The smell of blood was coming from the very cave, and there were only a few cubs from the wolf pack in the cave. Ow! Ow! 2 sharp wolf howls from the wolf mom made the entire pack shake, immediately followed by the entire pack reacting. The wolf mom and dad, as well as a few pups in the cave of the Arctic wolves, all rushed towards the cave like crazy. Ow! As the head wolf, Papa Wolf's roar carried a hint of heavy killing intent. Hiding in the cave, the several little wolf cubs that had eaten and drunk their fill, hearing this familiar roar, they all couldn't help but sit up with a jolt. Surin is no exception. Could it be that Wolfie and Wolfie have met some kind of enemy? He quickly scrambled to his feet and sprinted toward the entrance of the cave. Ow! With a strength and speed of up to 60, Papa Wolf leapt straight through the hole, his white paws slapping the ground and striking and splattering a few chunks of broken stone. Su Lin froze in place for a moment as he looked at his wolf father who was in a rage and had no enemies. What's the situation? He was dumbfounded, and behind him, his wolf sister and cousin were shivering a bit. Within seconds afterward, the wolf mom and a few of the remaining wolves rushed in. They scanned the cave, their exploding fur slowly calming down after realizing that several of the cubs were safe and sound. Ow! The wolf mom let out a low growl and stuck out her tongue and kept licking Su Lin. It's good that the cubs are okay. But where did the strong smell of blood in the cave come from? Ow! Su Lin roughly guessed the reason why Wolf Mom and Dad had just become furious, so he let out a small, low growl and proceeded to bring out the remaining 2 Arctic rabbits from the cave. The Wolf Mom came to sniff at the Arctic rabbit. Aha! Fresh? That's where the smell of blood came from? But where does this food come from? Is the Arctic hare that hard to catch? Is it possible that the cubs caught them? The Wolf Mom twisted her head with a puzzled expression and looked at Su Lin, who was on the side. Ow! Solian returned the cry. At this time, Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad were not in a hurry to eat the 2 Arctic rabbit pup carcasses. On the one hand, the 2 Arctic rabbit pups were fine for the Wolf Mom alone to eat, but if they were shared together, it wouldn't even be enough for a few of their wolves to stuff their teeth. On the other hand, a pair of wolf eyes were looking curiously at Su Lin. It's only a month-old wolf cub, and you can already hunt Arctic rabbits on your own? Isn't the growth rate a little too fast? Wouldn't this have passed them quickly if it had been a while longer? Obviously. The eyes of the few wolves in the pack that looked at Su Lin changed. Ow! Wolf Mother let out a low growl and was the first to withdraw her eyes. After all, this was her own child that she had personally given birth to, and was just surprised at how fast Su Lin had grown. Other than that, not much thought. She took the 2 Arctic rabbit pups on the ground and took one for herself. She had just given birth not long ago and her body really needed to be replenished. Next, one of the remaining Arctic rabbit cubs was thrown to the remaining female wolves by the wolf father only after Su Lin, the wolf sister, the cousin, and a few other cubs had indicated that they were full. As for their several male wolves, they all silently returned to their original positions in the cave and slept on their backs. After all, sleep is what saves energy. Due to various problems, the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 5. Arctic Caribou. The wolf mom ate a small half of an Arctic hare. Even the Arctic hare pups had a weight of 4 or 5 pounds. This allowed the stomach, which had not been replenished with nutrients for a few days, to finally slow down a bit. The wolf mom restrained herself, though she was tempted to eat the remaining half of the Arctic hare as well. In a corner where no other wolf could see her, she secretly put it up for Solian and Wolf Girl. Ow! The wolf mom let out a low howl and quietly informed the wolf girl and Solian. We're really full. Surin, who had been beside him, looked at the half of Arctic rabbit that Wolf Mom had saved, and he couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. I didn't realize that Wolf Mother still hadn't finished it. I also didn't realize that the motherly affection in animals is just as heart-touching. In my last life, I was well-fed and clothed, but I really didn't feel much affection. After all, my parents had been so busy with the company that they rarely cared about themselves. In this life, despite being reborn as an Arctic wolf, but after spending this month with the wolves in the pack, he was truly feeling the care that his wolf parents had for him. In particular, just now, Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad's appearance as if they had gone crazy after they thought something had happened to the cubs in the cave gave Su Lin a not-so-small touch. Hey! Thinking about this, Solian sighed as he looked up again at his wolf mom who was stubbornly leaving what little food she had for herself. But in the back of my mind, I also know that I have to work on my evolution. The first thing is to make sure that you can live in peace and that the wolf mom and dad are no longer exhausted for a little food. He wants to become the true king of the entire Arctic, the Arctic Wolf King at the top of the entire Arctic food chain. In the midst of harboring a bright vision of the future, Su Lin also plopped down next to the wolf mom, ready to sleep to recover his strength so that he could go out hunting again tomorrow. Day 2. Su Lin, who had just woken up from his sleep and opened his eyes, realized that the wolf mother and father were no longer in the cave, and the remaining few adult Arctic wolves in the pack were also gone. Lookout must have been out early again looking for food. With a stretch, he climbed up, still somewhat sleepy. When he got up, he saw that wolf sister, cousin, and little lone wolf were all still snoozing away. Mammal pups are notorious for being sleepy. Su Lin walked out of the cave and looked out at the snow-covered Arctic. It was now estimated to be about 10 in the morning, but the sky of the Arctic continent was only vaguely bright. The winters and dark nights are longer here than anywhere else, and there are even times when the polar night occurs. Ow! Su Lin gave a long howl into the empty, boundless Arctic. He knew that he was going to have to survive in this place for a long time to come. After the long howl, Su Lin felt his stomach get a little hungry again. He was now fully acclimated to being an Arctic wolf, and to the life of Rui. And perhaps the taste buds on an Arctic wolf's tongue were different from a human's. He ate the raw meat and it still felt quite tasty. Want to go hunt some more Arctic hares? But the evolutionary value gained from eating Arctic rabbit is already minimal. There's not much motivation left. After thinking for a while, Su Lin decided to go out for a spin first. If there's nothing else to hunt, it's time to hunt a few more Arctic rabbits. In the Arctic snow, he took one step at a time. Wolves have a keen sense of smell. Soon, without going far, Su Lin smelled a scent of blood from the air. Something's up. He was instantly at full attention. He plopped down on the snow and walked a little bit in the direction where the smell of blood was coming from. Not fast, but cautious. After all, he was still weak. Right now, you can never be too careful, and it's always good to be cautious. After about 10 minutes of slow movement, he finally came to the direction from which the smell of blood was coming. The smell of this blood is very strong. It looks like a tussle that just happened a little while ago. If it had been long, such a strong odor of blood would have attracted a number of carnivores. Su Lin stopped, hid behind a lush thicket of grass, and looked up into the distance. Soon, the source of the bloody odor was visible. It was the carcass of an Arctic caribou. Species, Arctic caribou. Grade, 7. Air blood, 1050. Endurance, 75. Strength, 53. Defense, 39. Speed, 47. This Arctic caribou is level 7, which is higher than even Papa Wolf. This would have been a target that the wolves would have had to be out in full force to hunt if it were usual. But now such a male Arctic reindeer with a rank as high as level 7 was killed outright just like that. There wasn't even much of a bite mark on the Arctic caribou carcass. There was only bright red blood flowing from the neck and limbs. The blood hadn't completely coagulated, and it looked like it had just died a few minutes ago. What kind of animal could take out a male Arctic caribou like that so easily? Could it be a polar bear? Su Lin, who was hiding behind the irrigation grass, guessed in his heart. Anyone who can take out an Arctic caribou in the Arctic that easily, it's just as well that the polar bear, the well-deserved overlord, is the only one. But what was puzzling was that Su Lin realized that there were no traces of bears coming here either. Besides, if a polar bear killed it, it wouldn't have left the body here. Su Lin was a little puzzled. After double-checking that his surroundings were perfectly safe, he took a cautious step towards the body of the Arctic caribou. The carcass of this Arctic caribou was large, weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Even if the whole wolf pack ate it, they wouldn't finish it in one meal. On closer inspection, it soon became apparent that there was something strange about the caribou carcass. The antlers and whip disappeared, as if they had been cut right off with a knife. The wounds were very neat and could never have been torn out by an animal. Could it have been a human hunt? Su Lin was shocked in his heart. When antlers are not fully ossified, they are called antlers. Deer antlers are not only found in mergansers and horse deer, but also in Arctic reindeer. This is a very valuable herb and many people will pay a lot of money for it. As for the deer whip, it's also good for making wine. Another look at the fatal wound in the caribou's neck revealed what was indeed a deep, bloody hole. From his human perspective, such a wound was definitely caused by a firearm type. This reindeer was killed by a human, so only the most valuable antlers and deer whips are missing. Hiss! Seeing this, Su Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. It seems that the North Pole is not as safe as one might think. Not only is there a constant risk of food shortages, but also these poachers. Crisis, in an instant, rose to the forefront of his mind. He's going to have to pick up the pace of his evolution. Ow! A low howl. Solian then lowered his head and began to feed on the carcass of the Arctic caribou. The reindeer had just died a short time ago, and the carcass was not yet completely stiff. He tore off a piece of meat from the less fatty, meaty chest. Ding! Host gains 3 points of evolutionary value from eating an Arctic reindeer. After one bite, Su Lin's eyes lit up. 3 evolution points. Not bad for Arctic reindeer meat. Due to various problems the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 6 The First Tussle. Su Lin continued to swallow. Ding! The host has gained 8 points of evolutionary value from eating the Arctic reindeer. Ding! The host has gained 6 points of evolutionary value from feeding on the Arctic reindeer. Ding! The host has gained 4 points of evolutionary value from feeding on the Arctic reindeer. https:// The corpse of the Arctic reindeer provided quite a bit of evolution value to Su Lin. After devouring about 5 or 6 pounds of Arctic caribou meat, Su Lin already felt 7 or 8 points full. He did not continue to swallow. After all, this was the frozen wilderness, and there was no telling what dangers might be encountered. You can't eat too much. It tends to affect your movement. Right now, Su Lin already had more than 60 points of evolutionary value, and was only a dozen points short of evolutionary value before he could evolve again. He dragged the carcass of the Arctic caribou, laboriously, in the direction of the cave. This was an Arctic reindeer with 200 pounds, and with Su Lin's current small body, it was still very difficult to drag it. But soon human ingenuity was utilized to find 2 bushes. The smooth appearance of the shrub placed under the caribou carcasses reduces friction well. If only we didn't have human eyes and intelligence. It was hard to think that even if Papa Wolf had come, not to mention him, he would have been able to carry the caribou carcass back to the cave on his own. After all, that's a lot of traveling. Surin got everything right and slowly advanced towards the cave. And just at that moment, a feline with gray and white spots all over its body smelled the blood emanating from the caribou carcass. It followed the scent of blood and traced it here, and was creeping through the scrub grass to watch Su Lin. The feline, after ascertaining that Su Lin was just a lone wolf out to hunt for food, then he opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. It's a lynx. The lynx is a member of the cat family, and at equal size, felines are almost invincible kings. The present-day lynx was a lynx that was comparable in size to Su Lin's, with light gray fur densely covered all over its body, and several unevenly distributed dark gray spots. The lynx looks like a cat, a very large-shaped cat. Those ears were pointed and looked a bit like the ears of an elf in some comics. This thing, it's a natural hunter. Long and robust limbs, long climbing and swimming, strong hunger tolerance, can lie in one place for a few days, do not fear the cold. Like an ancient assassin who didn't move, but when he did, he killed with a single blow. And the lynx was now creeping silently at the scrub grass, biding its time. It had been starving for 2 days and was ravenous, but even though the faint smell of blood was extremely tantalizing, and even though the bountiful food was right in front of it, this lynx still managed to suppress the agitation in his mind. Just as Su Lin was struggling to drag the carcass of the Arctic caribou, suddenly, one slip, too much force, and the wolf's body lost its balance and fell to the ground. It's that time. The lynx, which had been creeping, began to accelerate violently, leaping up from the scrub grass. The mouth revealed sharp fangs that glinted with coldness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lynx. Solian also saw the guy who lunged. A panel of the lynx's values also appeared before his eyes at once. Species, lynx. Grade, 4. Air blood, 398. Endurance, 28. Strength, 49. Defense, 19. Speed, 53. This lynx is level 4. It was 1 level higher than Su Lin. Generally speaking, lynx do not actively provoke wolves. After all, the wolf's size was a bit bigger than the lynx's, and the wolf's endurance and defense were both stronger. If the lynx couldn't hunt for another short period of time, it would definitely fall into the wind. They are natural hunters, not head-to-head tusslers. But Solian was just a young wolf, and the speed of this lynx, even more so, reached a staggering 53 points. Not much worse than even Su Lin, who had taken a potential potion. The lynx came in a swift leap, the fierce look due to a hunter shining in its eyes. This was an attempt to kill Su Lin with a single blow. Ow! With a long howl, Su Lin jerked up from the ground. But ultimately the movement was a little slow. The wolf's torso was touched by one of the lynx's front paws, and the sharp front claws instantly broke through the fur. Solian took the pain, but also pulled away. He knew that this would be the first life-and-death fight he had faced since being reborn as a wolf. In the white, vast expanse of the Arctic continent, there is no humane and moral justice, no public morality and propriety. There is only the weak and the strong. Su Lin had understood this most plain and simple truth ever since he had hunted the Arctic rabbit. The only way to survive is to be more ruthless and stronger. Therefore, even though Su Lin was still a young wolf now, and even though this lynx was a level higher than him, the only way to survive was to fight for his life. It was a good thing that Su Lin was about the same size as a lynx and was a bit faster than a lynx. It's not like he has the slightest chance of winning. Mindful of this, Solian also bared his fangs at this lynx. Ow! Roar! The lynx's feline eyes were also dripping with ferocity. Once again, he lunged toward Su Lin. Boo! The lynx's front paw and Su Lin's wolf paw lunged together. However, the lynx's power was clearly much stronger than the current Su Lin. Surin took the pain and had to howl and back away. He's going to use his speed to tug of war with the lynx. Su Lin added all of his extra attribute points to speed. He was, therefore, faster than the lynx, which was known for its speed. 160, 153. The two of them were moving at a rapid pace, and the brief contact they made while moving was a ferocious tearing and pouncing. Rip! The lynx finally found another opportunity, and its blade-like front paws once again slashed a gash through Surin's wolf body. Blood flowed out of Su Lin's wolf body. Su Lin was also red-eyed from the tussle. He opened his mouth and bit towards the lynx's neck, which the lynx dodged, but was still bitten on the side by Su Lin. Luckily, it only tore off a layer of skin and flesh, and although it was painful, it didn't affect the battle, and the pain made the ferocious color in the lynx's eyes even more frantic. However, Su Lin, who had swallowed this layer of skin and flesh of the lynx, had a glint in his eye. Ding! Host feeds on lynx, gaining 5 evolution points. That's okay? Su Lin's expression was joyful. Now that he's on the verge of advancing to level 4, he's still 5 points short of his evolutionary value. In other words, if he tore down 2 or 3 more bites of this lynx's skin and flesh, he would be able to break through to level 4. Once he broke through to level 4, this lynx would not be his match at all. Thus he, who had been playing tug-of-war and war of attrition with the lynx, opened his mouth and bared his fangs as he took one step towards the lynx. A pair of light blue eyes showed a decisive and ruthless color. Ow! Long howl. Since you want to fight, then let's have a good fight. The lynx was also completely enraged by Su Lin's provocation. It also howled angrily, its fur exploding all over its body, its athletic limbs leaping up, its sharp front paws flashing with cold radiance as it lunged toward Su Lin. Due to various problems, the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 7: Acquiring the Gift. Now Surin no longer dodges. He and this lynx pounced hard on each other. This time both pounced and tore with great ferocity. It stands to reason that the lynx, being a solitary animal, would not be this playful, but the pain of Su Lin just tearing down its flesh, as well as the naked provocation, made it completely explode. Blood flew across the room. At this time, Su Lin hardened his shoulders and took 2 strikes from the lynx's front paw, and also bit off a mouthful of the lynx's flesh once again. Even if the meat still has skin on it, he didn't care and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Ding! Host feeds on lynx, gaining 4 evolution points. Devouring the flesh of a carnivore brings a much smaller cut in evolutionary value. With just 2 more bites, Salam would be able to complete his advancement. So he and the lynx fought even more viciously. As long as the lynx's sharp claws and teeth didn't greet the vitals, Su Lin turned a blind eye. He and the lynx fought close and viciously, looking only for the right opportunity to take a bite. Boo! The lynx's front paw, once again, struck hard on Su Lin's back, cutting out a wound. But Su Lin's eyes also lit up as he bit off another layer of flesh from the muscles of the lynx's front paw. Ding! Host feeds on lynx, gaining 3 evolution points. With his front paws injured, the lynx's obvious battle prowess was also affected. A hint of retreat finally rose in its fierce feline eyes. Intuition was telling it that if the battle continued, it was afraid that even if it won, it would be seriously injured, and as a solitary animal, serious injury equals death. Roar! The lynx roared and tried to break away from the fight. But Su Lin didn't give it that chance at all, relying on a speed even faster than the lynx's, and deadlocked it. He pounced on the lynx's back and once again bit down hard on a piece of bloody flesh, swallowing it into his stomach. Ding! Host feeds on lynx, gaining 2 evolution points. After swallowing this mouthful of flesh and blood, Su Lin's strength rose extremely rapidly again. The power of evolution, swimming through every part of the body. Every cell in the wolf's body was greedily absorbing the power of evolution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 4. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Grade, 4. Air Blood, 400. Endurance, 40. Strength, 40. Defense, 40. Speed, 70. Evolution value, 2. Additional attribute value, 10. Su Lin allocated the extra attribute value to the speed column again. The speed attribute instantly became 80. Now Su Lin couldn't help but let out a long howl as he felt the power surging in his wolf body. And the lynx underneath him also rolled over and threw Su Lin off, started darting away quickly, but otherwise the lynx was quite athletic and fast. This moment became slower in Su Lin's eyes. His blue wolf eyes looked at the running lynx, bringing out a cold killing intent. Since this lynx had come to grab food, he had to be prepared to die here. Su Lin's current speed was very fast, darting like a white shadow. It took only a very short time to catch up with the lynx. The pounce that comes with 80 speed paired with 40 strength is definitely very strong. The lynx looked back, and for the first time, fear showed in his eyes as he thought about dodging, but it simply didn't come in time. The strong force directly shattered the lynx's spine with a claw. The lynx was immediately hit and rolled several meters. Blood also flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot from the shock. It looks like it's not going to survive. Without torturing it, Su Lin went forward and slapped another hard claw on the lynx's head, completely shattering its last consciousness. The first life and death fight finally came to a successful conclusion. The wounds that Su Lin originally had on his body had been completely healed during the evolution just now. And after the lynx completely gagged, several light gray message prompts suddenly popped up in front of Su Lin's eyes. Take the weak with the strong. Pro-chain breakthroughs. Bloodbath. Final victory. Target dead. Combat rating, S. Rating for this fight, S. Gain the hunting talent. Note, messages will not be alerted if the combat rating is less than S. This is? Su Lin was first stunned when he saw the message prompt floating up in front of him. I didn't realize that there would be rewards for killing and fighting, but it doesn't look too difficult to harvest. Combat rating S. It looks like the only way to do it is to kill each other in such a grueling way. He shook his head, not thinking much about it. Instead, check out the so-called talent. Hunt, D rank, active talent. When turned on, it increases one's movement speed by 50%, increases one's attack power by 50%, and increases the breath concealment factor. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooling time, 24 hours. Seeing this talent, Su Lin's eyes lit up. The hunting and killing talent was considered a great enhancement to his strength. The growth in strength, in the icy Arctic continent, brings not only the bottom line, but also access to food. However, Su Lin didn't waste too much time, just checking it out before closing the attribute page. After all, there was an Arctic caribou carcass and a lynx carcass that he needed to drag back to the cave. Otherwise, if you delay too long, you may not be able to attract the rest of the hunters. Su Lin placed the lynx corpse first, in the hidden scrub grass. Instead, the Arctic caribou carcass was first dragged back to the cave. Next, before coming out of the cave again to take the lynx carcass back, when two corpses, thrown in front of a couple of little ones, their blue wolf eyes looked at Su Lin as if they were looking at their wolf father. No, even more awe and adoration than when looking at Papa Wolf. The corpse of the lynx, Su Lin put aside and didn't let them group of wolf cubs feed. After all, the lynx's meat could still provide Su Lin with quite a bit of evolutionary value. As for the Arctic caribou, they pushed with their paws, signaling their wolf sisters and cousins to let go of their food. The wolves are layered. Su Lin signaled his wolf sister and cousin to eat first, also to set a rule among these 4 cubs. Saves you from grabbing food like little lone wolves who aren't big enough to eat. Of the 4 pups, cousin and little lone wolf were currently the strongest. Cousin and little lone wolf are both currently level 2 properties. Other than that, it was the child of another wolf couple in the pack, with a rather mixed coat of gray and white. This coyote was also 3 months old, and its attributes had reached level 1. The weakest is, of course, the closest wolf sister, pathetic level 0, but the wolf girl had just been born just over a month ago, so this attribute was normal. After all, not any wolf could grow as fast as Su Lin. Wolfie's little wolf teeth haven't grown in yet, and she tends to not be able to bite or eat anything too hard. So Surin, who was resting on a rock, saw this scene and it also went over to the Arctic caribou's abdomen and tore a few pieces of more easily digestible blood and flesh and threw them in front of the wolf girl's heel. Ow! The wolf sister's tender wolf owl was expressing the love and dependence in her heart to Su Lin. Due to various problems, the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 8, The Wind and Snow Come On. Next, after wolf sister and cousin had their fill, Su Lin let little lone wolf and the other coyote go to eat. The little lone wolf had been hungry for a long time, and when he reached the caribou carcass he began to gnaw on it. It was obviously still a young wolf as well, but the speed of feeding was not slow. Surin didn't care. He found his way behind the rock where he used to be and lay down to sleep. There was now an abundance of food in the cave, so even if the wolf parents came back, they would still be able to have a nice full meal. After the desperate fight with the lynx, Su Lin was also a bit tired today, and the wolf girl returned to Su Lin after she'd had her fill. The little body arched to stay close to him and began to sleep. In the Arctic, days are short. It was nighttime in a flash. After waking up from his sleep, Su Lin stretched and realized that the wolf parents hadn't even returned yet. As for the caribou carcasses, after the little lone wolf and the others had finished eating them, they had consciously moved to the depths of the cave, to prevent any other hunters, smelling the blood, from finding the cave. Seeing that the little lone wolf, who would normally only recklessly ask for food and drink, was able to do this, Su Lin silently gave it a good rating in his heart. He got up and headed for the entrance to the cave. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he felt a cold wind on his face. To be able to make Su Lin, who had transformed into a wolf and was clad in thick fur, still feel the cold, it showed how low the temperature of the Arctic continent was. At this point he looked out into the distance. It was found that the cold wind had a tendency to grow bigger and bigger, even rolling up the ice and snow on the ground that never melted for years. Is it hard to believe that a blizzard is coming? Su Lin's heart sank. The fact that they didn't come back from Wolfie and Wolfie probably had something to do with it. After all, the pack had a total of 8 adult Arctic wolves in their nest. In the Arctic continent, as long as you don't actively provoke the polar bears, grizzly bears and other dominant bears, then there are almost no hunters that can pose a threat to them. Like the lynx that fought miserably with itself, when it met a real pack of Arctic wolves, it didn't even dare to provoke them, not to mention making a move. You can only run away with your tail between your legs. I guess the wolf daddies have found out about the blizzard and are probably hiding somewhere. Surin didn't think of the bad side. Wolf parents, they are experienced hunters and won't do anything too dangerous. At this time, Su Lin looked at the trend of the wind and snow outside getting stronger, but did not worry much, because it's not a bad day for harvesting. The carcass of this Arctic caribou has a weight of nearly 200 pounds, enough to eat for days. In the vicinity of the cave, Surin made the rounds of the. Having ascertained that there was no danger, he did not linger too long, and soon returned. It's bitterly cold outside and the physical exertion is too fast. Upon returning, he found the wolf girl in the cave still sleeping. The little lone wolf and the gray-furred coyote, also in a corner, were snoozing away. The young lone wolf rested his head on the gray and white-furred coyote's body, making himself comfortable to sleep. It's quite enjoyable. Seeing this scene, Su Lin couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Only the cousin was currently awake, acting as a guard for the cave. It was obvious that cousin turned out to have put in quite a bit of hard work as the big sister of several cubs. Surin let out a low howl, signaling him to come on guard. Ow. Cousin also communicated briefly with Solian through howl, informing Solian of some cautionary matters before going back to sleep. The current cousin no longer treated Su Lin as the little wolf brother she used to be. Instead, he began to look at Surin as a head wolf of the wolf daddy variety. After all, Su Lin had already started hunting to feed a few of them. The laws in nature were many times plain and simple. Since he went out to hunt and bring back food for them, then Su Lin was their boss. In her cousin's mind, the wolf race had always been about the strongest. Nowadays, Su Lin had become the well-deserved boss among the several wolf pups. There was no talk all night. Since I already slept yesterday afternoon, Su Lin didn't feel sleepy this night. While on guard, it was noticed that the wind and snow were getting worse outside the cave. Many of the animals that survive in the Arctic have begun to find shelter from this sudden blizzard. An Arctic tern, not knowing if it was too windy or too snowy, or if it had gotten lost, flew to the entrance of the wolves' cave, even tried to fly into a cave to escape the wind and snow. Surin, who was on guard, directly raised his spirit up and, then with a superfast speed, he leapt up and cut a graceful white line in the air. A claw slapped the Arctic tern down. Arctic terns are very pretty, with black heads and white backs and red tasseled beaks. Arctic terns, it is rumored, once set a world record. It is the only animal in the world that migrates the longest distance. This bird travels about 40,000 kilometers a year, flying from the Arctic all the way to the Antarctic. Even the Arctic tern is listed as the oldest extant bird in the world. If in the past, when he was still a human, if Su Lin had encountered this kind of bird, then he would definitely have to study it. After all, as a student of archaeology, it is natural to be very interested in this oldest surviving bird. But now, after Surin had slapped this Arctic tern with one claw, he didn't look at it much at all. Straight away, he simply plucked the hairs from the tern's body and ate them into his stomach. Nowadays it's the head wolf. He can't be much of a sentimentalist. Carrying on the spirit of bird protection. Ding! Host feeds on an Arctic tern, gaining 5 points of evolution value. Ding! Host feeds on an Arctic tern, gaining 3 points of evolution value. A weak Arctic tern provided Su Lin with less than 3 points of evolution value. It's kind of a surprise for the vigil. After Su Lin yawned, the sky also dawned. Cousin, wolf sister, little lone wolf, and gray and white coyote all woke up as well. Start getting bored and playing around. Of course, after Su Lin taught him a lesson, the current little lone wolf no longer dared to bully the wolf sister. All it could do was wrestle with the gray and white coyote. Poor gray and white coyote, being a wolf pillow for the little lone wolf at night and having to be a wolf-shaped sandbag during the day. And Wolfie followed her cousin, playing. From time to time, he would still come to Su Lin's side and play around for a while with this wolf brother whose size had clearly surpassed his own by too much. But Su Lin just lazily lay down on the stone, his eyelids not even moving. He was almost oblivious to this playfulness of the wolf girl. After all, as a human, one really couldn't raise an eyebrow at such childish to the point of amusement playfulness between wolf cubs. Before long, Su Lin became a bit hungry, started to greet a few of the wolf pups for dinner. He still hasn't eaten the carcass of an Arctic caribou, although the meat of an Arctic caribou tastes a little better. However, feeding on the lynx still provided him with a lot of evolutionary value. Ding! Host feeds on lynx, gaining 2 evolution points. Ding! Host feeds on lynx, Gaining 1. 8 evolution points. Ding. Host feeds on links. Gaining 1. 6 evolution points. Due to various problems the address has changed to a new address, please avoid getting lost. Chapter 9, The Return of the Wolves. The lynx was over 50 pounds. Su Lin simply couldn't finish one meal, and after eating about 7 or 8 pounds, he couldn't eat anymore. Devouring these lynx meats provided him with nearly 20 points of evolutionary value. Another small step away from the next upgrade and evolution. And the meat of the Arctic caribou, left overnight, becomes very stiff. The wolf girl couldn't bite at all. After laboriously gnawing on an Arctic caribou carcass for half a day, I couldn't get a bit of meat off. Couldn't help but howl a few wolfish howls of aggravation. Seeing this scene, Su Lin had no choice but to helplessly get up and, tearing off a few chunks of the Arctic caribou's meat, and biting it into small bite-sized chunks before tossing it to the wolf girl. After all, nowadays, the wolf sister is considered to be her own blood relatives, and she can't just stand by and watch it go hungry. And the wolf girl cheered and ate the meat that Su Lin threw at her. This made the little lone wolf, who was watching and drooling on the side, very envious. As for the gray and white coyote, it was very sensible to lie down on the ground and not move a muscle. At this moment, after Su Lin tore off enough meat for the wolf sister to eat, he went to make his rounds outside the cave. The blizzard outside was slightly smaller, but it was still freezing cold. Climatic cold brings damage. Blood value -5. The harsh climate has doubled the host's stamina consumption. Please pay attention to conserving your stamina. The beeping in his ears also caused Su Lin to hurry back into the cave after making his rounds. Upon his return, the energetic little lone wolf also bounced to the entrance of the cave. But soon, a gust of wind blew in, and it sent its still young wolf body tumbling back into the cave. Ow! Undaunted, the little lone wolf began to fight the cold wind at the mouth of the cave over and over again. Surin looked at it and didn't say anything. After all, a wolf pup's exuberant energy has to find a place to vent. Next, after seeing his cousin begin to act as a guard, he, too, found a rock to sleep on with the wind at his back. Reborn wolves, no human life colorful. Every day is this boring. But the good thing is that there is no pressure from life. Study, work, family chores and so on. So it is quite comfortable. 7 days passed in a flash. The blizzard was intermittent over the course of 7 days and did not completely stop until today. Now, Su Lin in the cave had finished eating the lynx. A lynx that had provided him with another 20 or so points of evolution value in the past few days. Obviously, carnivores bring much less cuts in evolutionary value than herbivores. Even at the end of the meal, the lynx's meat still provided 0.2 evolution value to Su Lin. Also, the Arctic reindeer meat is pretty much gone. The little lone wolf, in particular, had let go of his food these days, and a lot of what he ate into his mouth was worth the meal size of an adult Arctic wolf. But it had to be said that the little lone wolf was also growing extremely fast. Currently the size is already bigger than even the size of her cousin. In addition to that, he didn't know if it was due to the food being enough, but Su Lin realized that the little lone wolf had some other changes in his body these days. The gray fur on the wolf's torso turned a little darker in color. Those limbs, which had been thin and weak, had become thicker and, wolf claws, in particular, can be hidden in thick fur like a feline, but they can be retracted. On top of that, the little lone wolf's resistance to blows, stamina, physical strength, and attack power were also much higher than wolves of the same size. The current cousin had long since been no match for the little lone wolf. Su Lin looked at the little lone wolf. The little lone wolf's numerical attributes then surfaced in front of his eyes once again. Species, Arctic wolf. Grade, 2. Air and blood, 265. Endurance, 27. Strength, 28. Defense, 25. Speed, 23. The little lone wolf's attributes have enhanced quite a bit in just a few days. And behind the species, there is an additional note. Fei? Su Lin stared at the little lone wolf, his blue wolf eyes flashing with curiosity. Previously, he had also checked little lone wolf's attributes. Pretty sure there is absolutely no such word as Fei. It should be enough food to eat these days to develop its own potential. It was estimated that this was also the reason for the changes in the little lone wolf. These days, at this moment, the little lone wolf looked at Su Lin walking towards it and hurriedly howled in a well-behaved and lowly manner. Su Lin is now the boss in the cave. Even if Papa Wolf and the others came back, in the little lone wolf's mind Su Lin was still the boss, because when Su Lin looks at it badly, he is really going to teach it a direct lesson. https:// and with one claw, even if it didn't put much force into it, it would be knocked off its feet. In the worldview of the wolf clan, the strong are honored. Su Lin was so strong that even if he often taught it a lesson, it still recognized Su Lin as its boss. Of course, the most important reason was that only by following Su Lin in these days did it really fill its stomach. In the old days, when Papa Wolf and his mom went out hunting, there was no consistency in food acquisition. It's not unusual to be hungry for 3 days. Ow! The little lone wolf howled lowly and gave Su Lin a lick of the fur on his leg. Seeing that Su Lin was still staring at it all the time, it hurriedly rolled up its belly to show the utmost intimacy and curiosity. The wolves rolled up their bellies, and that pretty much equaled absolute trust and absolute intimacy, because the belly is the softest and most vulnerable part of a wolf. Thus, seeing this pleasing behavior of the little lone wolf, Su Lin just let out a low howl and stretched out his paw to pat its head again. Although the young lone wolf developed its potential and evolved into a fae, but the character hasn't changed much, and the little lone wolf of fae strength couldn't help but do something for him later on as well. So it was decided to take little lone wolf as a junior for good. Ow! At Surin's low howl, the little lone wolf rolled up, the wolf's torso curled up, tail tucked between the sides of his crotch, and he whined and howled low in submission. The little lone wolf, who was obedient to the extreme, made Su Lin very satisfied. Also, he had recodenamed Little Lone Wolf in passing, because the little lone wolf was already an Arctic wolf with gray fur, and now his fur was even darker gray all over. It was then given the codename Ash. Of course, this codename was known only to Su Lin. With what little wolf intelligence was left in the little lone wolf's brain, he still couldn't comprehend the existence of names and codenames. Now, after taking in little lone wolf as a little brother, Su Lin then walked out of the cave and leapt to the top of a mountain rock at the entrance of the cave. He was covered in white wolf fur, which glistened under the sunlight that had been shining on the Arctic continent for this long time. Nowadays, Su Lin's body type was already the size of an average adult Arctic wolf, and in terms of strength, it was far beyond the ordinary Arctic wolves. He climbed high and scanned the Arctic continent, serene and peaceful after the storm. In the back of my mind, I also felt that the storm had stopped for good. I think they'll be back soon, too, Papa Wolf. Just as Surin's thoughts were racing, the view from the heights also showed a group of wolves in full formation, carrying a lot of food, walking slowly from the white-covered distance. Ow! Looking at the group of figures, Su Lin couldn't help but let out a long howl. Immediately afterward, a succession of answering wolf howls rang out in the distance as well. Ow! Ow! Due to various problems, the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 10 Moose. The safe return of their wolf parents made Su Lin also feel some joy in his heart. All 8 adult Arctic wolves, 1 and no less, have returned. All were unharmed and were dragging an adult moose and 3 moose fawns in their mouths. It was obvious that the wolves had a good hunt this time. It's the blizzard that's blocking the return. Now the wind and snow have just stopped for a short while, so he rushed back in a hurry, especially the wolf mom, who wanted to see her child sooner, even though she was running wildly with her physical strength. Affection, among mammals, has always been great. Ow! Solian greeted Wolf Mother early. The wolf mom licked Solian very affectionately, and seeing that Su Lin had grown another size, his heart was also very happy. The next thing he did was to throw the recently born moose calf that he was carrying in his mouth to Su Lin. With a low howl, Su Lin signaled that such easily digestible cubs should be left to the wolf sisters. Such understanding made the wolf mom stick her tongue out and lick him again, although Su Lin's heart was a little resistant to this kind of intimate action. But fortunately, as a wolf, his body didn't react much. Soon, after Su Lin brought Wolf Mom back to the cave, Cousin, Wolf Sister, and the gray and white coyote all rose with a cheer and gathered around Wolf Mother. Only little Ash, farting around, followed behind Su Lin. After tearing and gutting the moose cubs, the Wolf Mom threw them to a couple of coyotes to eat. The gray and white coyote, who had wanted to lay down his mouth to eat, suddenly thought of something. Then he looked up at Su Lin, and only began to eat after Su Lin gave him permission. Wolf Mother noted this, but didn't voice any objections. After all, the strongest was the most respected, and it was normal for a group of wolf cubs to listen to Su Lin. Looking at Su Lin's size, which was already no less than his, the Wolf Mother felt that he had grown simply too fast. Next, Papa Wolf and the others returned to the cave as well, having been delayed by the blizzard for several days before returning. It was heartily worried that something had happened to the cubs. It was only now that he looked at a bunch of coyote pups that were safe and sound that he let his heart drop completely. The wolves aren't very intelligent. Papa Wolf, they come back. After comforting the cubs, food was thrown to them. There were no inquiries as to how the cubs had spent the last few days. The otherwise empty cave also came alive again after the return of the wolf parents. https:// There are those who take care of the cubs and those who act as guards. As for the cousin's mother, she also began to take the cousin and teach it some hunting and predatory skills. And as the head wolf, Papa Wolf, stepped out of the cave and began to patrol the perimeter, also recent marking the area around the cave. The wolf mom, on the other hand, signaled Solian to come and eat. Su Lin let out a low howl, then led Little Gray towards the moose corpse. Species, moose. Grade, 8. Air blood, 1265. Endurance, 85. Strength, 65. Defense, 53. Speed, 35. The moose reveals very high attribute values, higher than the Arctic caribou. At the same time, this is the largest deer family in the world. Its tall body resembles that of a camel, and its shoulders are particularly high, like the hump on a camel's back, which is why it is called a moose. This moose, even if it was a female moose, was very large, and it took the entire wolf pack a lot of effort to drag it back. With this one moose carcass, the wolves can also have a good meal for a few meals. At this moment, Su Lin wasn't polite and went up to tear off a piece of bloody flesh from his neck. Ding! Host eats moose and gains 5 evolution points. This bite was 5 points of evolution value, which instantly made Su Lin's eyes light up. Without a doubt, this was the first time that Su Lin had obtained this much evolutionary value. Even the first bite of the Arctic reindeer only gave him 3 evolution points. Therefore, Su Lin also began to wolf down his food. The light gray message alerts for gaining evolutionary value were also ringing out during the feeding. Ding! Host eats moose and gains 7 evolution points. Ding! Host eats moose and gains 4 evolution points. Ding! Host eats moose and gains 1 evolution points. Herbivores receive a large cut in evolutionary value, though the meat is very tasty. As Su Lin ate into his mouth, he only felt the moose's meat was smooth and flavorful. This meat is so much better than the dry, crunchy meat of the lynx. He swallowed heavily. At the wolf's den, Su Lin didn't worry about eating too much to affect his movements, so stop only when your belly is rolling from eating. Su Lin had a good appetite and ate a dozen pounds of meat in one breath. That's a meal far beyond the average adult Arctic wolf, enough to rival a wolf dad. The meat of these moose, meanwhile, provided Su Lin with more than 50 points of evolutionary value. A thought. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic wolf. Grade, 4. Air blood, 400. Endurance, 40. Strength, 40. Defense, 40. Speed, 80. Evolution value, 125. In just a few days, the evolution value had another 100 points, 35 points short of another upgrade. This made Su Lin all energized again. Evolution. Only by evolving can he become stronger, hunt more food, and lead the wolves to survive peacefully in the Arctic continent. At this time, only after Su Lin finished eating did Little Ash start eating. Time passed like a white horse, and a few days went by in the blink of an eye. The wolves have been leaning on the moose carcasses for the past few days. A short break of sorts to adjust. An adult moose and 3 fawn moose that ate until just today. Papa Wolf and the others had planned to go out hunting today, but the weather was decidedly bad, so they abandoned that plan, continuing to recuperate in the cave. And after Su Lin followed up by devouring quite a bit more moose meat, he also gained 30 points of evolution value. He was only a few points short of evolutionary value before he could upgrade again. This made Su Lin somewhat unable to hold down the in his heart that wanted to go out and hunt. But every time he made the slightest move, he was driven back by 2 low howls from his wolf father. Although Papa Wolf's gesture was also caring, it made Solian stifle a sigh. Due to various problems, the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 11. A chance encounter with a grizzly bear. Su Lin had also been in the wolf pack for 2 months. A general idea of the composition of the wolf pack. As the alpha wolf, Papa Wolf has unique authority in the pack, and no one can defy his orders. The only way for Surin to resist was to challenge the wolf father and defeat him. With his current strength, Su Lin did have a decent chance of defeating Papa Wolf, but he didn't, because Daddy Wolf, as the alpha wolf, needs majesty if he wants to lead the pack. Once he was defeated by himself, it was likely that his majesty would be destroyed and he would not be able to control the rest of the wolf clan. Now the wolves, with the exception of Papa Wolf and Mama Wolf, and cousins Mom, the rest of the Arctic wolves had all just recently joined and didn't have a strong sense of belonging. This made Solian plan to go back out in the afternoon when the wolf daddies were sleeping. He plopped back down on the rock and began to close his eyes. Little Ash, on the other hand, flopped down beside him and also followed Su Lin's example and slept. Nowadays, Little Gray had become Su Lin's hardcore little brother. Wolf's sister, who was used to sleeping with Solian, was also lying soundly asleep in Wolf Mom's arms. It still seemed more comfortable in the arms of the Wolf Mom. Next, the time passed into the afternoon. Papa Wolf and the rest of them also slept on their backs to save energy. Su Lin quietly got up and walked out of the cave. Nowadays, he had gradually adapted to the icy sky and snow of the Arctic continent. He was planning to come out on his own, but looking back, Ash followed. Ash's attributes, too, have refined over the past few days, almost at level 3 properties. Therefore, Su Lin didn't force it to go back. Ow! With a low howl, the 2 wolves set off. It was a gray day with not much visibility. That's why Papa Wolf gave up going out hunting. However, Su Lin had no intention of stopping halfway. He was still 5 points short of the evolution value he needed to upgrade. This temptation spurred on, and he began a quick search for nearby prey that he could hunt. Soon, a litter of Arctic rabbits was seen. Arctic rabbits are still relatively common on the Arctic continent, feeding on moss, plants, and roots for survival. Right now, with Su Lin's speed, hunting Arctic rabbits was a breeze, but he didn't move. The Arctic rabbit was currently giving him a minuscule amount of evolutionary value he could offer. Unless one is really hungry, one is too lazy to go out and hunt them. Instead, it was the little gray behind him that lowly howled and asked to please Su Lin. Su Lin agreed, allowing it to hunt freely. Ash was instantly happy and ran wildly toward the Arctic hare ahead of him. There was no wolf clan to teach it hunting skills, plus there was no intelligence like Su Lin's either, causing little gray to just run amok. Arctic rabbits are supposed to be fast. Hearing is also sharp. A litter of Arctic rabbits sensed the little gray before he could run up to them. They soon fled in all directions. It made Ash pounce. Ow! This made it unable to resist where it was, howling furiously in anger. Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head as he slowly walked over. Snap! Gave Ash a slap that made his little head bob left and right. Penalty for failure to hunt. Next, Su Lin took it and taught it what it meant to creep forward and what it meant to conceal its form. Ash was learning very carefully and began practicing over and over again on the irrigation grass from. While Su Lin was carrying it, he was also searching for prey. But just as he had searched no small area again, without finding any valuable prey, suddenly, a sixth sense from the animal made his wolf hair explode straight away. Then one wolf paw ruthlessly pressed little gray into the scrub grass, so that it would no longer move an inch. He himself also hid his wolf body well in the scrub grass. His pale blue wolf eyes looked to a short distance away. Sure enough, it didn't take more than a few seconds. A grizzly bear with a full 2 meters and a bulky body shape shambled out from the bushes on the side. It was obvious that the grizzly bear was probably over here too, just looking for food. The grizzly raked some of the small grains of fruit off the shrub and shoved them into his mouth. Grizzly bear recipes are a mixed bag. Plant roots, fruits, grasses, grains, as well as animals, insects, fish and even carrion can be its food. And the Arctic wolves, naturally, can be its food. Now that the Arctic continent is poor in food, this grizzly bear will do anything for food. Species, grizzly bear. Level, 11. Prana, 1859. Endurance, 125. Strength, 113. Defense, 119. Speed, 43. The grizzly bear's attribute values appeared in front of Su Lin's eyes. That's a scary attribute. The current Su Lin, running was definitely possible, but Ash wouldn't be able to run away. Even if the grizzly is lumbering and slow, it was still easy to catch up with a cub like Ash, who was less than 6 months old. Therefore, he directly pressed the little gray to death, and could not let this grizzly bear find out. Otherwise, with this grizzly, it's a triple-digit panel at every turn. There was nothing Su Lin could do if he wanted to save Ash at that time. Luckily, the grizzly bear didn't even notice the 2 wolves not far away. It has been busy eating the fruit and young leaves from the shrubs. After eating a couple of nearby shrubs, it slowly wandered away. Only after looking at the grizzly bear that had left did Su Lin let go of the little gray with a sigh of relief. The little gray was lying on his back in the scrub grass, and was also very good-natured and did not howl. After being released, it even licked Su Lin's paw gratefully. Snap! Su Lin slapped a paw on little gray's head again. He doesn't like being licked around by wolves. https:// But today's chance encounter with this grizzly bear also made the idea of upgrading and evolving in Su Lin's heart even stronger. One day in the future, he would eventually become the strongest hunter in this Arctic continent. Bar none. Even large bullies like grizzly bears and polar bears will be on his menu. Ow! Su Lin let out a low howl and continued searching for prey with little gray. The white Arctic continent is a place where food is scarce, but there is still a lot to be found when you search with your heart. Along the way, we came across herds of moose, big and strong. There were also 2 male moose with sharp antlers and high attributes, 2 levels higher than the female moose they had eaten. So Su Lin just looked at them and ignored them. He ran into a few Arctic silver foxes, but the Arctic silver foxes were very careful and prudent, and never let Su Lin have the chance to get his hands on them. In the end, the Emperor's God is not a man of the world. Under the unremitting efforts of Su Lin and Little Gray in their search, a single female muskox appeared in front of their eyes. This female muskox should be not yet mature. Body type is relatively small, only with 1.5 meters in length. Long brown fur draped over his body, and the horns on his head were grown on separate sides. The pupils in the bull's eyes are a violet blue color and look very nice. Species, muskox. Grade, 6. Air blood, 1058. Endurance, 78. Strength, 53. Defense, 51. Speed, 39. Looking at the numerical attributes of the muskox in front of him, Class 6 muskox. Fight! Su Lin let out a long breath, slowly revealing his sharp wolf teeth, and his eyes flashed with the ferocity unique to hunters. Due to various problems, the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 12, Hunting Muskoxen. Su Lin signaled Little Ash, lying down in the scrub grass and not moving. After all, hunting big game like muskoxen was not something that Little Gray could help with at all, only on his own. This muskox, even if it is not yet fully grown, can be more than a meter in length, weighing up to 400 or 500 pounds. That's several times the weight of the current Surin. Therefore, it would definitely not be a good idea to get hit by a bull's horn. But he didn't back down. A bloodthirsty ferocity came out of a pair of light blue wolf eyes. Wrestle with it. Put. Su Lin kept slowly creeping forward in the snow. 4 wolf paws, in the thick ice and snow, made a slight sound. The slight sound, however, did not disturb at all the muskoxen that were nibbling the grass that was filling the ground. This muskox broke away from the herd. It looked down and nibbled on the irrigation grass, but also looked around, its violet blue cow eyes showing a hint of anxiety. It tried to find the herd, but its sense of smell wasn't sharp enough to pick up the scent trail left by the herd. This left in it as a headless fly in its anxious search. Ended up wasting a lot of energy before having to nibble on some scrub grass here for energy. His mother taught him how to find food, how to run, how to defend himself, but not how to find the big army. Now alone, it is very insecure in this pale Arctic continent, and the anxious muskox was unaware of the danger that was creeping in. But the scene at that moment was right in the eyes of Tiffany the explorer in a gray and white SUV not far away. Tiffany is from the Russian city of Norilsk. She is not only an explorer but also a wildlife researcher. This year's academic paper is on the strange creatures of the Arctic ice sheet. Tiffany is 23 years old and very beautiful. Her lips were red, her beautiful long blonde hair fell loose over her shoulders, and her golden eyes sparkled with surprise. These days, in order to get a true record of the trajectory of various Arctic creatures after the storm, she's been filming here in the frozen Arctic. These days to get rid of boredom, she was also opening up her Facebook livestream, as boring as the shoot was, but with the same wildlife-loving netizens on the air. It's not a bad time. And now, as she looked at the Arctic wolf not far away, preparing to hunt the fallen muskox, she felt vaguely as if it were the one she had seen some time ago. A flawless white coat is very impressive, but the lone wolf that was still hunting Arctic hares now has the guts to hunt muskoxen alone? Oh my god, this is crazy. Tiffany, with her small white hands, couldn't help but cover her mouth with a look of surprise. At this time, the live broadcast in the cell phone, the comments were also more and more. Facebook regulars, Scotty, is this Arctic wolf hunting muskoxen alone? Holy cow, no way, it's not scientific. Facebook wildlife enthusiast SASF, in terms of survival, nothing is impossible. Wolves are capable of anything in a situation of extreme hunger? And of course, ditto for humans. Facebook regular member Odile, what are you babbling about? This Arctic wolf is shiny-furred and athletic. Where is there a hint of hunger? This is clearly an unsuspecting provocation. Facebook general member Anishan, I can't say that. Please let's be quiet and watch the size and weight disparity hunt. This muskox is smaller and the Arctic wolves still have hope if they have enough hunting experience and stamina. Facebook biologist Venloff, wolves are natural hunters, cunning, ferocious, and will never engage in frivolous provocations. And the toughest wolves according to real records are the ones that can hunt big game alone, especially lone wolves, which are even more ferocious and bloodthirsty than packs of wolves. After a rapid increase in live comments, the live stream heated up. Some Facebook users from various countries, too, clicked in. Tiffany, on the other hand, was looking nervously at the Arctic wolf, which was already less than 5 or 6 meters away from the muskox not far away. At the bottom of his heart, he was a little worried for this Arctic wolf. If one was not careful and was slightly hit by the bull's horns, it was likely to be a serious injury. In nature, a serious injury to a hunter is tantamount to death. At this point, just as Tiffany tensed, the Arctic wolf hidden in the scrub grass moved like thunder. The speed was so fast that one could only see a white wolf shadow accompanied by splashing snowflakes, darting towards the musk ox that was nibbling on the irrigation grass at an extremely fast speed. The musk ox had just lifted his head before this white wolf shadow had then arrived in front of him. Boo! The extremely lethal claw slapped hard on the musk ox's pair of purple-blue eyes. Moo! The musk ox took the pain and began to roar wildly as well, seeing that this Arctic wolf really made a move, and that the first strike was to attack the musk ox's vital eye. This led to even more comments from the many netizens in the livestream. Tiffany, on the other hand, hadn't even bothered to look at the live feeds, and was following the nature-hunting wrestle with a single, unmoving eye. Ow! At this moment, all that flashed in Su Lin's eyes was a ferocious light. He had come out to hunt alone and had long prepared his heart for a grueling fight. This muskox is level 6 with thick blood and high defense, but with his own speed, Su Lin had the capital to fight. That vicious claw just now had made the muskox completely mad. Cattle like muskoxen are supposed to have a very courageous character, even if this was a female muskox. In the midst of the pain, it screamed twice furiously, and its hooves stepped on the snow and ran wildly toward Su Lin. Moo! The muskox carries an unrelenting, ferocious flame. To hunt it, you have to meet its wildest and fiercest counterattacks. The muskox breathed heavily through his nose, and one eye left a sore tear. The eye that had been struck had even a faint flow of blood coming out of it. The muskox is running wildly faster and faster in pain. The ice and snow of the Arctic scattered in all directions as it trampled on that bull's horn. A sharp, cold light flashed. In an unrelenting aura, it directly charged at Su Lin's wolf head and ruthlessly slammed into it. Although it is said that the skull of the wolf is very hard, known as copper head, iron bone and tofu waste, but if you take such a hard hit from a muskox, even if you don't die, your brain will be wasted. Therefore, Su Lin relied on his speed that far exceeded the muskox's, and nimbly leapt sideways, dodging the muskox's attack in anger. Moo! The muskox roared in anger after hitting the air, turning around, its hooves stepping on the snow in place and adjusting its direction again. There is no such thing as fear or flight in the perception of a muskox. They are the bravest warriors. Ice and snow were trampled and splashed around under the bull's hooves, and a hint of ferocity flashed in Su Lin's wolf eyes as he locked eyes with this muskox in the white Arctic continent. Due to various problems, the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 13, Muskoxen Gone Mad. The injury on the muskox's eye was interfering with its vision. Heavy shadows began to appear in its eyes, and even its stricken eye was a bloody haze, so it couldn't see clearly at all. Moo! The pain and vision interference made it unable to resist roaring again. It was this asshole who injured himself. The muskox once again ran wildly toward Su Lin and crashed. The impact of 400 or 500 pounds, combined with the speed of a mad dash, is unparalleled. Ow! A loud and long wolf howl rang out. Su Lin stared at the muskox that was crashing into him. On the verge of approaching him, he sidled his wolf body slightly and, like a valiant Spanish matador, he dodged the savage charge of the muskox. As he crossed paths with the muskox, he reached out with his wolf claws and came down hard on the muskox's neck again. The sharp wolf's claws, which were like blades, scratched out several deep blood marks at the muskox's neck. Moo! Moo! The muskox that had been attacked again had gone completely berserk. Sharp brakes swung back, and once again the charge was savage. But this time, when it rushed to Su Lin's side, it slowed down and waited for Su Lin to redodge his position. Getting smart, Su Lin didn't expect the muskox, which only had genetic instincts, to change its mind. Still, he didn't hesitate and quickly dodged, and the muskox adjusted its direction slightly and came crashing down hard on him. Ow! Su Lin didn't dodge anymore. He let out a long howl, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his wolf eyes, leaping to the back of the muskox. Rip off a piece of flesh and blood viciously. But soon, it was thrown off by the frantic swaying of the muskox. Just as he landed, the muskox's wide hooves stepped hard. Asterisk. Su Lin couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. Or had he ever thought that this muskox would be so crazy that he would even move his head between life and death? Spell took a trampling kick before rolling to avoid it. Luckily, though, Trample's attacks are still within tolerance. Su Lin shrugged the bones in his back to ease the pain of being trampled. Then he swallowed the meat he had just torn off. Ding! The host eats a muskox and gains 5 points of evolutionary value. After swallowing this piece of meat, Su Lin's evolution value finally reached 160 points, just 5 points short of evolutionary value. The goal of this hunting outing was achieved. The joy of upgrading and evolving overshadowed the pain in my back. Ow! He gave a long howl. The evolutionary power that makes the cells of the whole body cheer for it has once again descended. This power was quenching Su Lin's bones, skin, internal organs, and even blood, among other things. It made his endurance, offense, and resistance to blows increase on all fronts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 5. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Level, 5. Breath and Blood, 500. Endurance, 50. Strength, 50. Defense, 50. Speed, 90. Evolution value, 0. Additional attribute value, 10. The extra attributes were still assigned to the speed column. In heaven and on earth, speed was king. Now after the distribution, Surin's speed reached 100. That speed is scary. He has yet to see an animal with more than 100 speeds in the entire Arctic continent. Having a speed of 100 meant that Su Lin could almost come and go as he pleased in the entire North Pole. Even if there were large carnivores that could not be defeated, at least escape was not a problem. And now this muskox. The time has come to settle it once and for all. 2. The ferocious color once again surfaced in Su Lin's pale blue eyes, and the muskox on the opposite side also perceived the change in Su Lin's aura, getting stronger. But the musk oxen still did not retreat. Moo! With a final low roar, he was once again charging towards Su Lin. It was to die, and it wanted to die on the charge. Su Lin also bared his sharp fangs and also ran wildly towards the muskox. His current speed was fast, reaching speeds of 20 or even 30 meters per second. An adult male Arctic wolf can only run at full speed for a dozen meters per second. His speed now surpassed double that of an ordinary Arctic wolf. Such speed caused the muskox, whose eyes had been injured long ago, to completely lose sight of Su Lin's wolf shadow. All it felt was a white shadow wrapping around it on the way to the charge. Immediately after that, sharp fangs viciously stabbed into its throat. Pain. Severe pain. Along with the pain was the rapid flow of blood. The muskox tried to roar again, but he could no longer make a full sound. Its throat was pierced by fangs. The muskox began to wiggle wildly, trying to shake this white shadow off his body, but it failed. This mass of shadows, like an octopus in the deep sea, was wrapped around its body in a deadly manner. It could feel the razor-sharp claws, hooked dead center into the flesh, slashing bloody gash after bloody gash across its belly and neck. These wounds are emptying it of its blood and its life force. But the muskox is still struggling frantically. It still has gas and can still fight back. The muskox, whose chi blood was up to thousands of points, even after bleeding so much, still not dead, still making his last dying breath. And not far away at that moment, Tiffany in the SUV almost looked stunned. She covered her rosy lips, her eyes full of shock. Just now she was worried about this Arctic wolf hunting alone and whether he would be trampled by a muskox. But in the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. After a real fight for their lives, muskoxen with only a pair of horns and wide hooves are no match for the ferocious hunters. Sharp fangs and wolf claws were ravaging the muskox's life force. And Tiffany also had the feeling that the Arctic wolf appeared to be a whole lot bigger than it had been to begin with when it really started fighting for its life. More than that, though, she thought it was her own hallucination. After all, specializing in wildlife, she naturally wouldn't believe in such things that defied science. It was only at this time that she also finally looked down at the Facebook live feed on her phone. The number of people in the live broadcast room now had unexpectedly soared to over 3,000. Live streaming wildlife, which has always been a cold category. I didn't expect this time to attract so many people to watch. In the past, her live room has only scattered 20 or 30 people. The live feed was now swiping one pop-up after another as well. Facebook biologist, Venloff, beautiful, wonderful wildlife. Facebook general member Anishan, I have to say, this hunt is really a feast for the eyes. The hunting intelligence and dodging skills of this white wolf are also breathtaking. Facebook regular member Odalu, sorry, I apologize for my previous comment. Prey without flexible enough weaponry really can't escape being hunted. No, it's not that, it's just that this white wolf is just too strong. Whether it's a human or an animal, the ones that can survive alone in this world are all deservedly strong. There's a saying in old China that it's the bulls and sheep that flock together, and the beasts of prey only travel alone. And this white wolf is the beast. It was a perfect hunt, a duel of size and weight that ended up exceeding everyone's expectations. Beautiful. Bloggers need to live stream this white wolf more often in the future. I'm already following you. Due to various problems the address has changed to a new address, please avoid getting lost. Chapter 14 Obtaining Potions. Most of the pop-ups in the livestream were also very much in awe. There is also a good portion of the internet following Tiffany. Watching these pop-ups, Tiffany also smiled in a friendly way and generalized back. Thank you all for your likes. I'm a Karkin Academy, a research scholar for wildlife. I'll be live streaming from the Arctic Circle all the time these days, and I'll be focusing on this white wolf as well. Oh, after Tiffany replied with a smile, the live feed pop-ups were also filled with more messages asking her to follow and photograph the white wolf or get up close and personal. In response to these messages, she had to show her hands to show that she was helpless and couldn't do it. After all, the most important thing to do when shooting in the icy Arctic is to keep yourself safe. It's hard for her to do a follow-up shot when she's alone and doesn't have a team to back her up. As for close-up shots, I'd like to try that sometime. She was also very fond of this handsome and extraordinary and ferocious white wolf. If I could get some close-up shots, I would naturally be happy to do so. Even she could sense that the intelligence of this white wolf was much stronger than its kind. As a wildlife researcher, Tiffany dreams of finding a wide variety of animals full of intelligence. She was going to study primate apes, but after seeing this white wolf, she gave up on that. https:// because the intelligence of this white wolf made her feel amazed. It was also gratifying to have something to work on for the next academic paper. Ow! At this moment, with a loud and clear wolf howl, it once again resounded over the vast and boundless Arctic continent. This hunt on the Arctic continent has also finally come to an end. The dying musk ox. A pair of violet-blue cow eyes began to gradually lose their vigor in the eyes. The musk ox, not yet fully grown, finally collapsed after a spirited confrontation with the hunters. Weighing in at 400 or 500 pounds, it fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up quite a bit of ice and snow. Its blood, strewn across the white snow and ice, was blinding. Huffing and puffing. At this time, Su Lin, looking at the musk ox that had finally stopped moving, also gasped and loosened his mouth. After releasing his mouth, a few light gray message alerts popped up in front of Su Lin. Take the weak with the strong. Pro-chain breakthroughs. Precision dodge. Final victory. Target dead. Combat rating, S. Rating for this battle, S. Receive 10 potency potions and 3 evolution potions. Ha! I can't believe there's an S rating this time too? Surin was a bit out of his element, but it also brought a hint of surprise to his eyes. I had thought that I would have to at least bloodbath with the lynx like last time and kill until both sides were bloodstained in order to get an S rating. But now it seems that if there are enough highlights in the middle of a fight, you can get a good rating. This time around, there is less bloodbath and more of a precision dodge in the combat rating. Also, the S-score rating gives a lot of incentives. Ow! This made Surin a little excited, but after the excitement, it was shaking the blood from his fur. In order to quickly resolve the fight, Surin tore into the muskox's throat. As the muskox struggled, a large amount of blood splattered and got all over his body. It made the somewhat cleaner man bare his teeth. Following that, viciously, he tore off a piece of flesh from the muskox's neck. Ding! The host eats the muskox and gains 7 points of evolution value. The blood and flesh of the muskox was eaten into the stomach and turned into rolling energy that was converted into evolution value. This hunt, Su Lin had harvested quite a lot. Promoted to level 5. His strength soared once again. Other than that, the hunting talent was unused as a base card. Just by relying on his own strength, he killed this muskox. This meant that he already possessed the strength to hunt large prey alone. Now, Su Lin felt that if he turned on his hunting talent, even a real adult muskox, he could wrestle with. While thinking like this, Su Lin wasn't idle. Began to tear and swallow the flesh and blood of the muskox. The meat of muskox is very tender and strong with elasticity, which is smooth and delicious to eat. Even in tearing down the flesh of a muskox, you can see the meat still quivering. This means that the nerve endings of the flesh and blood are not dead and will react when stimulated. You can also feel a jump in your mouth when you eat it. Fresh. Absolutely fresh. Even in his previous life, when his family was well off, he had definitely never eaten such fresh wild beef. Of course, at that time, he wouldn't have eaten such fresh meat. Ding! Host feeds on a musk ox and gains 4 points of evolution value. Ding! Host feeds on a musk ox and gains 1 points of evolution value. Ding! Host feeds on a musk ox and gains 8 points of evolution value. During the feeding process, the evolution value was also growing rapidly. After eating about 7 or 8 pounds of blood and meat, and having 6 or 7 points of satiety, Su Lin stopped eating. 7 or 8 pounds of muskox blood and flesh provided him with more than 40 evolutionary values. However, level 5 to level 6 required 320 evolution points, and this amount of evolution value was still a long way off. Future. The road to hunting in evolution is a long one. It would have been afternoon when Solom came out. It gets dark fast in the Arctic. By the time he had finished eating, it was completely dark, and those pale blue eyes turned into a pair of flashing green eyes at night. The wolf's eyes are exquisitely constructed. The special crystals at the bottom of the eyes collect the weakly scattered light around them at night, and reflect it back centrally when it is aggregated into a beam. Therefore, even though the sky had completely darkened, Su Lin could still see clearly in the darkness. It was just those eyes that flashed with green light that made the unusual people couldn't help but feel a kind of soul-crushing fear. And not far away in the SUV, Tiffany. At night as the Arctic continent gets colder and colder, even though the car has a parking heater, you can still feel the slightest bit of coolness seeping in from outside. On top of that, the phone's camera can no longer hold up at night, so she quietly hit the car, ready to leave. Netizens from various countries on the livestream were also tripping over themselves to tell Tiffany to be careful on the road. It's a late night on the Arctic continent, and in the past Tiffany's hasn't filmed this late. So looking at the darkness of the night, there was a hint of fear in his heart. Luckily having the 3 pop-ups on the air made her feel a little safer again. Humans are also pack animals, and there are times when the mere words of a kindred spirit can quickly quiet the heart. But as a result, Tiffany also thought to herself, How strong and brave this Arctic wolf who dares to come out to hunt alone in the vast Arctic continent should be inside. Dear White Wolf, I'll see you some other time. With that in mind, she gave a lingering look at the Arctic wolves in the distance and drove off. Due to various problems, the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 15, Papa Wolf Rage. Night on the Arctic continent. Chuckle, chuckle. The sound of vehicles traveling on the ice and snow in the distance caused Su Lin to look over with a pair of eyes that emitted an eerie green light. The SUV, which was about 100 meters away from him. He didn't make much of a move, just quietly watching the buggy go by. Although the Arctic continent is icy and snowy, there is no shortage of explorers or researchers, and for the most part, humans and animals today live in harmony. Many nature reserves have even been planned to provide protection for the animals' habitat. So, as long as it's not some vicious poacher, it's not a big deal. Su Lin had been a human being in his previous life, and still retained a point of goodwill in his heart towards humans. Ow! After watching the SUV leave, Su Lin lowly howled to signal Little Gray, who had been hiding in the scrub grass without showing his head, to come and eat. Ash, who had been lying on his back in the snow for 2 or 3 hours, was a little numb from the cold. It was only after hearing Su Lin's call that he moved his wolf's body, then bumbled over to the muskox carcass and began to eat it. Instead, Surin found 2 rounded bushes from the surrounding area and prepared to bring the hunted muskox back to the cave by relying on the same method he had used during the last consignment of Arctic caribou. 1 muskox is enough to feed an entire pack of wolves for days. Granted, it's not a big deal for the wolves to go 10 days and a half months without food, but to have enough food, or to think about having enough to eat every day. Wolfie, in particular, is still in a period of rapid growth. Now that Surin has been promoted to level 5, the power is also much greater than before. The speed reached almost 30 meters per second, and the slapping force of the wolf's claws, the biting force of the wolf's teeth, as well as the run-assisted pouncing force had all increased extremely significantly. The wolf's torso also reached 1 meter 6, and counting the wolf's tail, its body length exceeded 2 meters. With a body like that, it's not even close to a wolf daddy. After he had made the rounds and seen that there was no danger, he intended to leave with the muskox he had hunted, and Ash was still wolfing it down, his belly visibly rising from the food. In the icy wilderness, it is enough to eat a 6 or 7 minute meal, otherwise you will slow down your own movements. Thus this made Su Lin go over and just claw and slap it on the head. The slap made it tumble twice before it crawled up in aggravation and wailed lowly. Su Lin didn't give it an explanation, because it was too complicated for Little Gray's simple intelligence to understand. It can only be brought to mind through bloody reality and force. Ow! With a low howl of impatience, Surin signaled Ash to come and drag his prey. Ash, though aggrieved, ran diligently. After all, in its mindset, the boss does everything right and has unquestionable authority. Ash was on the verge of breaking through to level 3, and as a Fae, he wasn't small in strength. With it helping to drag and pull, Solian didn't have to exert much effort. On the way back, they also encountered the rest of the hunters who had come smelling blood. This is an Arctic wolf pack with 1 male and 2 females. In the Arctic continent, like the wolf pack led by Wolf Dad, with 8 adult Arctic wolves, the strength was already considered very strong. Most of the wolves, on the other hand, were scattered in groups of 3 or 4. The strongest male Arctic wolf in the pack that was blocking the road right now was only a level 5 attribute. The remaining 2 females are even a level 4 and a level 3. Such strength was not in Su Lin's eyes. As long as they dared to strike, Su Lin didn't mind giving this wolf pack a painful lesson. However, it was obvious that the male Arctic wolf in the lead also sensed that Su Lin was not to be messed with. 2 low howls, and after some confrontation, he retreated in good humor. Next, Su Lin and Little Gray dragged the muskox carcass back to the cave. When he had just arrived near the cave, he saw the Wolf Dad who was making his rounds. As the head wolf, Wolf Dad was very responsible and would often patrol the territory. At this time, Su Lin let go of his prey, and the wolf body leapt to a boulder with a long howl, signaling that his wolf father had returned. The patrolling wolf daddy heard the howl and looked over instantly with a pair of green eyes. The pups are back? The heart it had been hanging on to finally slowly dropped. After waking up and realizing that there were no more Su Lin and Little Gray in the cave, he had been a little worried. After all, in today's Arctic continent, food is scarce and many hunters eat almost anything. It was worried about the well-being of the cubs. Of course, beyond that, Papa Wolf as the alpha wolf who, in the pack, says it all. In his heart, he was also annoyed at Su Lin and Little Ash for leaving without permission. The 2 little cubs in the area were starting to disobey him, so how could he control the entire wolf pack in the future? Father Wolf has a pent-up anger in his heart. Now that it saw the cub returning, it was ready to teach the cub a hard lesson. But soon, Papa Wolf's keen sense of smell picked up the strong odor of blood. In the dead of night, the wolf's eyes reflected an eerie green light, letting it vaguely see that there were large swaths of blood on the otherwise flawless white fur of its own cub. This made the wolf father unable to resist showing his fangs. Is the little brat hurt? Ow! It howled angrily and flew over furiously. As for Su Lin, he naturally saw the wolf father who came flying. Ow! He let out a long howl at his wolf father. After darting over, the wolf father came directly to Su Lin, sticking out his tongue and licking Su Lin's fur everywhere. Although it didn't look as good as the wolf mom was to Su Lin, in its heart it didn't care about its own cubs in the slightest. Seeing Su Lin covered in blood, its green wolf eyes all became filled with ferocity and a murderous aura. That blood doesn't smell right? It's not from the pups. Papa Wolf's sense of smell was keen, and he quickly distinguished the scent of blood. Su Lin also howled lowly at this time, signaling his wolf father to look behind him. Papa Wolf whipped his head around and soon saw Ash, who was still holding his prey. Ash was still struggling to drag the musk ox. Unfortunately, without the help of Surin, even with the shrubs to reduce friction, it could only drag it a short way, before it tiredly stuck its tongue out in place and huffed and puffed. A naive-looking Ash that the wolf father just looked at and skimmed over. The sight finally rested on the dragged muskox carcass. Ow! Papa Wolf let out a low howl and walked over and sniffed with his nose. Some can't believe it's a whole muskox. The last time the cub hunted a few Arctic rabbits, he was barely able to take it in. After all, Arctic rabbits aren't aggressive, and aside from higher hearing and speed, there aren't many points to look out for at all. All can be hunted with enough experience and patience. But this is a muskox in front of us. A muskox of this size, even it wouldn't dare to mess with it. One accidental tip of the bull's horn and it's considered ruined. Therefore, the wolf daddy, who had been thinking of teaching the cubs a hard lesson, upon seeing this muskox carcass, there was silence. Another twist of the head followed, only to realize that the cub had grown another size, and was already vaguely comparable in size to him. Strength, size, hunting, food. The scene in front of him seemed to be silently saying that this little cub appeared to have surpassed it. Due to various problems, the address was changed to a new address to avoid getting lost. Chapter 16, Planning for Self-Reliance. Papa Wolf helped drag the musk ox carcass back to the cave. There was silence throughout the process, and the sense of smell of the wolves has always been very keen. After smelling the strong smell of blood, the wolves sleeping in the cave woke up. Ow! Ow! In the cave, the low howls of the wolves rang out one after the other. Obviously, they look at the carcass of the musk ox and are also a little stunned. What's going on here? Could it be that the head wolf is out hunting alone? There was some bewilderment in their wolf eyes. Papa Wolf didn't say anything, but he didn't let them start eating either. In a wolf pack, the head wolf doesn't eat the prey first, and the other wolves don't dare to take a bite. Eventually, after a low howl from the wolf father, he looked toward the cub, Solian. It was only then that the wolves realized that this musk ox was actually hunted by Su Lin. Solian was the one they watched grow up. This growth from a little wolf cub that couldn't even stand up to the present level was a little too fast. This also caused the many wolf clans to begin to stop looking at Su Lin as a cub and treat him as an adult Arctic wolf, or even a tough adult Arctic wolf. The wolves looked at Su Lin with more or less awe. Many female wolves, too, were howling low and, coming to Su Lin's side, he helped him lick his blood-stained fur. There was even a slight wagging of the tail. This was a hidden expression of love to Su Lin. Woohoo! Only after the wolf mom bared her teeth in anger did the group of female wolves leave with their tails tucked between their legs, resentful. In the wolf pack, the wolf mom and dad still have a high status, and it's a good thing wolf mother came to his rescue, too. Otherwise, Su Lin was still really a bit confused. Although he had completely accepted the fact that he had been reborn as a wolf, he still couldn't accept having to cling to a pack of female wolves. The thought of that scene gave him a bit of a nasty chill inside. Ow! Ow! The wolf mom came over and howled low in succession. Wolf Mother meant to be proud of herself. Ow! Solian responded in kind, greeting Wolf Mom and Wolf Girl to come and eat the prey. Wolfie is still young and doesn't understand anything. Seeing that Wolf had brought back food, she mindlessly made her way over to the muskox carcass and ate it. Wolfie is now 2 or so months old. The coyote's teeth gradually grew and were able to nibble some of the soft parts from the muskox carcass on their own. Still fell a few feet during the nibbling process, but quickly got up and kept eating. Cousin, also still in her formative years, came over and ate it too, after howling low and talking to her own mom. As for the rest of the wolves, without the orders of Papa Wolf, the alpha wolf, who just watched and didn't move, the rigid hierarchy among the wolves was on display for a moment. The wolves have a limited IQ, mostly equivalent to that of a human 2 or 3-year-old child. Even for a head wolf like Papa Wolf, who commanded the pack and had more experience, his IQ was only slightly higher. With their intelligence, they can still only obey orders and rules, and it's hard to think of breaking them. At most, if you want to fight back, you'll have to challenge the wolf father. But the strength and pugnacity of Papa Wolf was also well known in the pack. The rest of the wolf clans, all of them did not dare to have a challenging mind. Finally, after waiting a long time for the wolf daddy to hear the order to eat, the remaining members of the pack could only swallow before resuming their positions and closing their eyes. And Mama Wolf came to Daddy Wolf's side, licking his fur in silent comfort. Ow! Sulin let out a low howl and took the initiative to beckon his wolf father to feed. Papa Wolf was silent as well and went to sleep without saying anything. This caused Sulin, who had been kind enough to bring the food back for everyone to share, to hold back a bit of a sigh. A lot of ideas are still too ingrained amongst the wolves. The strongest are honored. Among the wolves, his own current strength had threatened the position of the wolf father. That's what kept Papa Wolf silent after he saw the muskox carcass. Even if it's one of Papa Wolf's own children. Many times, after growing up, gotta get out there and start a wolf pack of my own, too. Ow! Sulin gave a low howl to Ash, who had already eaten his belly round, and was preparing to go to sleep again on a pillow of wolf meat at the gray and white coyote's place. After hearing his own boss summon, he hurriedly ran his ass back to Sulin's side again. Now the sulking of the wolf father has made Solian decide to go out and start his own business, and Ash, being the hardcore little brother, was definitely the one to take with him. As for the rest of the wolves, if the wolf father allowed it, Sulin would take all the pups in the cave with him. After all, these pups were a burden to the current wolf pack. As the extent of the polar night, in the Arctic Circle, continues to expand, food will become more and more scarce. When that happens, the wolf's survival environment will become harsher day by day. Being a pup in a wolf pack was more than necessary. Next, time passed, and another half a month passed. During this half month, the Arctic continent has seen fewer and fewer hours of daylight. In the area where Sulin lives, the sun only shines for 4 or 5 hours a day, and the rest of the time it's dark and cloudy. To the north, a little closer to the Arctic Pole, it's all enveloped in polar night, extreme day. This is a natural sight unique to the Arctic and Antarctic. And with the wolves this time of year, Papa and Mama went out hunting 4 or 5 times, but each time they got less than what they expected. The only better haul was a hunt for a juvenile sea lion resting on the shore ice, but a juvenile sea lion of less than 100 pounds couldn't fill the stomachs of 8 adult Arctic wolves. So in the end it was a cheeky way to share the musk ox that the cubs had hunted back with a group of cubs. This musk ox weighs 400 or 500 pounds. It's hard to eat a bunch of cubs alone, and Sulin didn't immediately go out to the wolves these days. Just go out with Ash and look for a cave with a high margin of safety first. Also during this time, about another 50 or 60 pounds of musk ox meat was consumed. Although the musk ox meat was delicious, but the cut in evolutionary value was huge, and after 50 or 60 pounds had gone down, the evolutionary value gained had dropped to 0. 1. It didn't make him much interested in eating. As for Ash, he eats more. In order to let little Ash grow a bit faster, Sulin hadn't bothered with the amount of meals little Ash had. Every day it went on a wolfing binge and ate with its belly rolled up, and Ash managed to break through to level 3. Level 3 Ash, in terms of size, was already 2 or 3 times bigger than his cousin, and comparable to the wolf mom. The strength is even stronger than a normal level 4 Arctic wolf. It was already able to help Solian in some small way. During this time, Sulin also looked at the system reward potions. Potency potions need no introduction to develop physical potential. These days Sulin had taken 5 more potency potions. The fur on his wolf carcass was smoother, and the bones in his body were thicker. The internal organs also have a warm feeling, greater lung capacity, long breaths, and the heart's blood supply also becomes stronger and more durable in combat and during exercise. Now that Sulin maintained a full sprint of 30 meters per second, he could hold out for a full 10 minutes. However, as more potential was used, the effect became smaller and smaller, and after 5 potential potions were used, there was almost no more potential to develop. Therefore, Sulin planned to give these remaining potential potions to Little Grey, Wolf's sister, and cousin for them to use. Due to various problems the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 17, The Little Grey Hunt. There are still 5 potential potions left. Sulin planned to give the remaining potential potions to Little Grey, Wolf's sister, and cousin and them. Now in the cave. https:// The wolf parents were sound asleep, recovering their strength, and the musk ox carcass, which originally had 400 or 500 pounds, had very little left after these days of devouring. Sulin got up, and he went to Little Grey, who was also sleeping soundly. Ash was now sleeping soundly with the gray and white coyote on his pillow, and the gray and white coyote's mother didn't bother with Ash. She just fell asleep in the same way. With a thought from Sulin's mind, A potency potion appeared in front of him with a shimmering grayish light. The potency potion could only be seen by him, and the rest of the wolves could not perceive it at all. Su Lin injected this potential potion into Little Gray. Little Gray, who had been sleeping so sweetly that he was drooling, seemed to have sensed something as well, for little wolf paws were also clawing at the air in a haze of whimpering mouths. Snap! This caused Su Lin to extend his wolf paw and slap Ash across the face. Ow! Ash was instantly awakened. It opened its hazel sleepy eyes and saw that standing in front of it was its own boss. It didn't know what it had done wrong again, so it wailed in aggravation. But Surin said nothing before walking towards the wolf girl again. In the same way, a potion of potential was injected into the wolf girl. But Wolfie was obviously still sleeping sweetly in Wolfie's mom's arms, not sensing anything at all. In his sleep, he also stretched his little wolf mouth into his wolf mom's arms, as if he was dreaming of being breastfed as a newborn. Next up is the cousin. Cousin was likewise not the slightest bit aware of it, but just peacefully fell asleep on her back in the cave. From this, it could be seen that Ash, as a fae, still had a very keen sense of perception. Ow! Su Lin let out a low howl at little Ash, signaling it to stop screaming. Ash had to keep his mouth shut in aggravation. Although he doesn't understand the boss's behavior a lot of the time, he still listens. It was going to stay down and sleep, but then he looked at the gray and white coyote next to him sleeping soundly while he was woken up by another paw from the boss. The heart is furious. You sleep so sweetly on a little pillow? Ash slapped a paw on the gray and white coyote's head as well. Ash was now level 3, and was about the size of a normal level 4 Arctic wolf. This claw went down, hitting the gray and white coyote, which was only level 1. Dizzily, couldn't even howl. Looking at the gray and white coyote that was woken up by its own paw and slowed down for half a day before regaining some consciousness, its tiny heart was only somewhat balanced, continuing to sleep with the gray and white coyote on his pillow. The gray and white coyote, on the other hand, was confused and didn't know what was happening. The next day, Ash, Cousin, and Wolfie were obviously sleeping soundly for longer periods of time. When they woke up, they all went and wolfed down the only remaining musk beef. Ash's body fur became a bit brighter, and his limbs, which were already as thick as a feline's, became even thicker. The changes in Wolf's sister and cousin, on the other hand, were not as noticeable. They just ate a lot more. Ow! Surin let out a low howl. Ash then immediately followed with his ass. He took Ash out of the cave and went out hunting. Typically, potential potions last for 3 days. Ash is a fae with high physical potential, and the change came on the first day. Wolf's sister and cousin estimated that it would be 3 days before the energized potential would manifest itself. During this time, exercising and eating more helps to develop more of your potential. Therefore, during this hunt, Su Lin didn't put in much effort. It has always been for Ash to take the lead. Ash's strength as a fae had gradually unfolded since he had been promoted to level 3. It's a little bit better than a normal Arctic wolf. In terms of endurance, speed, strength and resistance to blows, even the learning ability and intelligence were much stronger. Little Gray had followed Su Lin out a few times, and had already mastered some hunting skills through fumbling and learning. The two wolves were out searching for food fast. Soon, a nest of lemmings was searched for in an icy field not far from the cave. The lemming is, on the Arctic continent, an extremely common animal. The body is oval, with short limbs, about the size of an ordinary mouse. The largest of the lemmings in this nest was only 17 or 18 centimeters. The tail is stubby, the ears are small, and both eyes sparkle with the spirit of A. Each one doesn't provide much meat, but now that the polar night is approaching, food is scarce. Seeing a litter of dozens of lemmings, hunting them would be a good portion of rations. After Ash received affirmation from Solian, he approached the nest of lemmings, concealing his size in the scrub grass. Su Lin also lightly glanced at the lemmings' value. Species, lemmings. Grade, 1. Prana, 125. Stamina, 12. Strength, 11. Defense, 9. Speed, 16. This is the strongest of the lemmings in the litter, but it's only 1 level. Many lemmings, on the other hand, are only level 0. Animals like lemmings are also mammals, except that they reproduce superbly. So when food is scarce, many hunters also put lemmings in their recipes. Even polar bears, which are the strongest dominant force on the Arctic continent, hunt lemmings. Lemmings are weak. The average hunter is bound to hunt a few of them once he finds them. Now that Ash is close to them, a bloody massacre begins. Ash's current speed is close to 40, well ahead of the lemmings. It quickly darted over. The forelimbs also revealed sharp wolf claws in their flying lunge. It took the lead on the largest of the lemmings and went straight over to it with a claw. Next, the wolf's claws were like a death scythe for harvesting lemmings, at a very fast pace, swatting and pouncing, 7 or 8 lemmings died at the hands of Ash in just half a minute. There were also 2 that were eaten by Ash in his stomach. The rest of the remaining 40 to 50 lemmings that were left began to flee in all directions. Animals like lemmings, which are extremely numerous, are the ones that perpetuate the survival of the race by sheer numbers. Ash began to rely on his own speed, chasing down the lemmings as they scattered. There was a fierce chase for 10 minutes. The furthest Ash had chased him was 3 kilometers away. At last Ash returned with blood at the corners of his mouth, carrying 2 or 3 lemmings in his mouth. Ow! Ash howled excitedly at Su Lin. This was the first time it had ever hunted for food. Even if it's just lemmings, it's fun. While howling, he also asked his boss to come and feed. In Ash's eyes, whether the food was hunted by the boss or not, the boss possessed the right to enjoy it first. Of course, the lemmings it ate in the hunt don't count. Su Lin walked over and looked at the dozen or so lemming corpses on the messy ice and snow, and also took his paw and patted Ash's head. Not hard this time, sort of stroking. Ash's intelligence, which far exceeded that of ordinary wolves, also made him feel more joyful about his boss's touch. Ow! Howling with excitement, Su Lin devoured a few lemmings and harvested some evolutionary values. Ding! Host feeds on lemmings, gaining 2 evolution points. Ding! Host feeds on lemmings, gaining 1 point of evolution value. Ding! Host feeds on lemmings, gaining 8 points of evolution value. A few lemmings went down, and the evolution value was quickly cut to 1. Due to various problems the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 18 A New Cave. Ow! Surin let out a low howl, signaled Ash to eat the rest of the lemmings. The texture of lemming meat is okay, but it doesn't compare to the tender, smooth meat of large herbivores. Without the evolutionary value to obtain, Su Lin was too lazy to eat it. Ash instantly wailed and ate the remaining lemmings, several more as well. The rest took to their mouths behind a rock, threw a small pit in the snow and ice with their paws, and buried themselves. Ow! Ash howled low in succession. It is now barely able to express some complex communication. With a low howl, Su Lin also understood what Little Gray meant. It was preparing to keep a few of them to bring back to the wolf sisters, cousins, and gray and white coyotes who stayed behind in the cave. Ow! Su Lin affirmed. This idea of Ash thinking about the other members, having received the affirmation from his own boss, little Ash was again bouncing with excitement, shaking his head in a silly manner. Next, Su Lin continued to search for food with Little Gray. Currently they are in an area where the daylight hours are getting shorter and shorter. It hadn't been out long before it got dark. In the meantime, Su Lin and Little Gray were searching for another Arctic reindeer that was eating moss alone. The Arctic caribou herd is only 6 or 7 kilometers away and is about to migrate. The fact that this Arctic caribou dares to come out alone to forage for food is a sign of its powerful confidence. This is an adult Arctic caribou. The strength is very good and the running speed is very fast. Even if the Arctic wolves wanted to hunt such adult Arctic caribou, they would have to work as a team and block the front and back. And Ash's not quite 40 speeds were not even looked at by the adult male Arctic caribou. So after Ash went up to hunt, the Arctic caribou ran for a while, then continued eating moss in the same spot, waiting for Ash to come after them. The scene seemed to be teasing Ash. The Arctic caribou even kicked the Little Gray so hard after he went after them again that he bared his teeth in pain. Seeing this scene, Su Lin finally moved. He bared a pair of fangs and, those wolf eyes reflecting an eerie green light resembled the god of death summoning the dead souls in the darkness of the night. Ow! A loud and long wolf howl resounded and echoed over the Arctic continent. The wolf's howl pierced the air, the cold and the darkness. This made the Arctic reindeer, who didn't take Ash seriously at all, instantly alert. It lifted its head and looked around in panic. The eyes of the Arctic caribou are just as capable of seeing through the darkness as those of the wolves. Therefore it quickly noticed, not far away, Su Lin. It was a very large adult Arctic wolf standing proudly on a snowy slope. Solian didn't even hide his body type this time. He just stood directly on the snowy slope, his green wolf eyes watching the Arctic caribou. A morose chill emanated from his eyes. The body's fur that had gradually faded away from the blood restored its original white and flawless color. With a thought, the numerical attributes of this Arctic reindeer appeared before his eyes. Species, Arctic caribou. Grade, 7. Air blood, 1060. Endurance, 76. Strength, 55. Defense, 43. Speed, 61. This Arctic reindeer had a high value, higher than the value of the reindeer carcass that he had eaten some time ago. But with such strength, it wasn't much of a problem in Su Lin's eyes nowadays, though they also have a sharp antler. Arctic caribou are different from musk oxen. Other than higher blood and stamina, it's mediocre. Nor were the musk oxen so brave as to dare to fight the hunters to the death. Musk oxen are much harder to hunt than Arctic caribou in the same class, because even a herbivore that dares to put up a fight will put off many hunters. At this moment, The Arctic caribou stared at itself after seeing the white wolf that stood proudly. The animal's innate sixth sense signals danger. The Arctic caribou didn't hesitate and began to run toward the herd that wasn't far away. As long as he ran into the deer herd, no matter how strong this white wolf was, he would return without any success. Unless it has the unrivaled strength to challenge. Alone, an entire herd of Arctic reindeer. The Arctic caribou ran fast and furious. It glanced back at the white wolf on the snowy slope, realizing that the white wolf was also running wildly towards him. Moreover, the white wolf's speed was even faster. So fast that it was like a white lightning bolt. The Arctic reindeer just felt as if death was chasing them. It was certain that in all its time in the Arctic it had simply never encountered a wolf clan with such speed. With that kind of speed, is it still the wolves? It's a snow leopard, right? The Arctic reindeer ran frantically, but it still heard the harsh whistling from the air friction behind it. Close. It's close. The Arctic caribou could even hear it. The sound of the wolves stampeding through the snow. Yo! The reindeer picked up speed again but within seconds he still felt a white shadow come to his side. And then the wolf's paw slapped hard at his neck. The Arctic caribou tried desperately to dodge, but couldn't dodge at all. And the force of the lunge brought about by the white shadow with the help of its extreme speed was not something it could withstand. A heavy force struck it in the neck, and the body was momentarily unbalanced in its rapid running. It rolled over a dozen meters in succession before coming to a stop. Arctic caribou's body. The bones aren't that flexible. Rolling over several times in quick succession had left it with multiple injuries to its internal organs and bones. It crawled hard on the ground, struggling, but it couldn't get up at all. And the Arctic caribou herd is not far away, yet it knows it can never go back. Yo! Sad deer calls ring out in the darkness of the night. And Su Lin slowly walked towards this Arctic reindeer that still had a great deal of confidence to begin with. And without wasting any time, he directly gave it a hard time. Sharp fangs pierced into the throat of the Arctic caribou, sucking the precious deer blood from its body. The Arctic caribou bites right through its throat just as it is about to struggle. It didn't take long for the Arctic caribou's eyes to go dead gray. Ash came running with a gasp. It had long been surprised by the boss's divine power. The prey that he couldn't deal with even with his own efforts was a lamb to be slaughtered in the boss's place. Ow! With a low howl, Surin signaled Ash to go find the shrubs and drag the Arctic caribou back. At once Ash obeyed and went around in search of shrubs. Arctic caribou weigh a lot less than musk oxen, and this one was only about 200 pounds. So after finding the bush, Ash was self-conscious and dragged the Arctic caribou carcass up alone. This time, instead of letting the Arctic caribou be dragged back to the cave where the wolf's parents were, Solian was going to bring it back to his newly found cave. This is to prevent the wolf father from getting irritated again. Now Papa Wolf's Majesty as the alpha wolf was weak in front of himself. It can't be stimulated anymore. Due to various problems the address has changed to a new address. Please avoid getting lost. Chapter 19, Fresh Deer Blood. The newly found cave was on top of a high mountain. The path to the cave was a bit steep, making it difficult for the average hunter to climb up. Ash seems to be having a bit of a hard time climbing up there on his own, let alone dragging an Arctic caribou with him. Therefore, in the end, it was only after Su Lin had exerted a lot of effort that he was able to drag up the carcass of the Arctic reindeer. Now that the Arctic cold season and polar night are upon us, many animals have migrated away. The prey became progressively scarcer and it was still necessary to stock down some food in the cave in advance. The temperature at the North Pole is below -10 degrees Celsius all year round. As we enter the cold season, the temperatures can drop even further into the -20s and -30s. Such a temperature is equivalent to a natural freezer and the food will not spoil due to the time it is stored. Entering the new cave, Su Lin first continued to suck several large mouthfuls of deer blood from the carcass of the Arctic caribou. Deer blood is a very valuable herb. It has a number of healing properties. And Su Lin, who was a wolf, felt that the deer's blood was sweet and tasty, with a lingering aftertaste. It's so much better than many of the big-name drinks from previous generations. Of course, it also has to do with the different taste buds of the wolves. He hadn't hunted fresh caribou before, so this was his first time drinking deer blood, enough to drink the whole thing. Only then, with a low howl, did he signal Ash to come and feed. Little Gray, who was looking out at the cave entrance, ran over excitedly. It tore into the flesh and blood of the Arctic caribou in one big gulp. Su Lin, on the other hand, came to the mouth of the cave and looked down at this pale night color of the Arctic continent. This cave is in a great location. Being high up, you can look out over a long distance, and the path that gets you to the cave is somewhat steep and safe. The cave is also very spacious and several times larger than the cave where they were. Wolfie and Mama Wolfie, even with dozens of wolves living together, it was more than enough. So, Su Lin then planned that this would be the cave where he would live in the future. Went out and made the rounds around the cave. After finding nothing special, It came back. By this time, Ash was also full, but this time it apparently only ate 3 or 4 pounds of venison, about an 80% full, and stopped eating. Ow! Ash howled lowly twice, still thinking about the few baby lemmings he'd buried, intending to bring them back to the wolf sisters for them to try. Ow! After Su Lin responded, he brought little Ash down the mountain, toward the original cave. Su Lin and Little Gray went back very quickly. On the way, naturally, he dug up a few lemmings that Ash had buried. There were about 7 or 8 of them. Little Gray took 4 or 5 in his own mouth, and the rest Su Lin brought back to the cave. Just as they returned to the cave, they realized that the wolf parents who had been out hunting had also returned. But in the caves, morale was flat. It was obvious that there were definitely results from this hunting outing, except that it shouldn't have been anything major. And after Surin returned, the wolf dad, who was the head wolf, was visibly nervous. A pair of wolf eyes looked toward Su Lin and Little Gray. Luckily, this time the 2 pups just came back with a couple lemmings in their mouths. This allowed Papa Wolf's dignity as the alpha wolf to finally be preserved. Otherwise, he'd be out hunting with a pack of wolves every day. The final harvest is not as good as the 2 young pups who watched them grow up. This makes it really unacceptable, and it would also be a huge blow to its prestige among the wolves. Ow! At this time, seeing that Su Lin and Little Gray didn't have much to gain, the wolf father bragged about an adult Arctic rabbit carcass, picked it up and threw it in front of them. It was specially saved for the 2 of them by Papa Wolf. Only this Arctic rabbit carcass was only about 10 pounds, and with his usual appetite, Ash ate it all by himself. And let's not even talk about Surin, who has an even bigger appetite. So Ash's wolf head shook slightly, looking down on the corpse of this one Arctic rabbit. But what was left of Papa Wolf's prestige was still sufficient, and Ash didn't express any displeasure, just stood beside his own boss and didn't make a sound. Ow! For his part, Solian gave a low howl to his wolf father to express his delight. The wolf mom came over and licked affectionately at Su Lin. Now Wolf Mother had also long been aware of the subtle relationship between her husband and her own children, but in the wolf clan, strength is honored. She was, much of the time, clueless. Who would have thought that his own child had grown so fast, and his strength was already comparable to, if not even surpassing, the strongest of the wolves. But Wolf Mother still wants to live in peace and harmony. Ow! Solian responded to Wolf Mother's intimacy. Papa Wolf, on the other hand, left the Arctic hare carcass behind and just silently resumed his high-flying role as the alpha wolf. It returned to its original position and began to sleep. On this day, the big game encountered were in packs and many migrated elsewhere. So one has to go to the trouble of hunting a herd of Arctic hares. Arctic rabbits have sharp hearing and run fast. The wolves had expended a lot of energy per wolf to hunt 7. The 8 adult wolves split 5 of the meals, leaving 1 for the wolf sister, cousin in gray and white coyote. The remaining one was the one that the wolf father had purposely left for Su Lin and the others. Having expended a lot of energy, it didn't take long for it to fall asleep when it got down to sleep. Ash had also already given the lemming he was holding to his wolf sister, his cousin and the gray and white coyote. As cubs they barely left the cave. For lemmings naturally, I've never eaten one. It felt curious and fresh. It was only when Ash finally disemboweled the lemming and threw it to his wolf sister and cousin that they ate it. After Little Gray howled lowly and gestured to Su Lin, he then threw 2 to the gray and white coyote as well. Although Ash bullied the gray and white coyote from time to time, he still cared about this wolf sleeping pillow inside. Su Lin quickly arrived in front of a few cubs, gave them both lemming and Arctic rabbit carcasses to eat. Wolf sister and cousin, although after waking up, just ate what was left of the musk beef and even shared some Arctic rabbit. But with the potency potion, the appetite is really big, and the digestive power is fast. It's only been just over half a day and I feel like my stomach is empty again. Wolfie's still young and heartless. Seeing Wolf give up the food to himself, he cheered and ate it. Cousin and the gray and white coyote, on the other hand, had eaten a few lemmings, and after tasting them, they hadn't been able to take any more bites. Time passed and several more days passed, with Surin giving a couple of the cubs a little kick in the pants from time to time. Wolf's sister and cousin, who had taken the potency potion, had also finally changed considerably. Cousin's size was a whole lot bigger than before, and her level had broken through to level 3. The fur is softer and smoother and the ears have become a little pointy. After testing, the cousin potential developed his hearing. Hearing is much sharper than the average wolf, and the wolf girl was finally at level 1, with her little wolf teeth and claws getting a little sharper. Gnawing on food is no longer laborious. Not much else has changed. Ash, on the other hand, had an all-around improvement, getting a little bigger than before, starting to work their way up to level 4 strength and becoming more resilient to hits. Most noticeable are the limbs, which are thick and athletic and strong. The jumping and slapping power is far superior to that of an Arctic wolf of the same class. Chapter 20 New Wolves. And Su Lin's evolutionary value was slowly growing during these days. Although the evolutionary values gained from eating duplicate prey are cut drastically, but it was better than nothing, and eating some of it would increase the evolution value by 3 or 4 points. The current evolution value, 2, had more than 80 points, one step closer to being promoted to level 6. The remaining 2 potential potions, Su Lin also gave wolf parents to use. Obviously, the wolf father and wolf mother are already fixed in their physique, bones, etc. Due to their early adulthood, the potency potion played out with minimal effect. It just makes the fur of the wolf parents look a little softer and shinier. It also gives their values some slight boost. We've run out of potency potion. As for the evolution potion, Su Lin was planning to use it after hunting new prey. After all, the evolution potion could make the obtained evolution value increase 3 times, definitely better used for feeding on new prey. Next, Solian also had a showdown with the wolf parents. He was going to take Ash and go out and start a new wolf pack. As for Wolf's sister, cousin, and Gray and White Coyote, if the wolf parents are comfortable with it, they can take it themselves. After the showdown, Papa Wolf was silent for a whole day. Instead, the wolf mom repeatedly licked affectionately at Solian, trying to get Solian to stay. In his heart, Su Lin was equally unable to let go of his caring wolf mom and dad. Even though Papa Wolf looked stern and didn't like to communicate much with his pups, inside he cared about them a great deal. But as he became stronger and stronger, he would definitely have a more and more serious impact on the prestige of his wolf father among the wolves. That's why Surin decided it was better to leave the wolves now, just in case there was a real unraveling gap between the future wolf daddy and himself. And the cave he chose was only about 20 kilometers away from here at Wolf Parent. And if something happens, you can quickly come and take care of the wolf parents. In the end, Papa Wolf agreed with a low howl after a day of silence, and he also picked up the wolf sister, the Gray and White Coyote, and his cousin, and howled lowly a few times, signaling the 3 little cubs that they would follow Su Lin from now on. Wolf sister was already dependent on wolf brother. In her heart, she heard her wolf father's command and howled with heartless joy. As for cousin and the Gray and White Coyote, they didn't have any problem with following Su Lin. After all, Su Lin had long been the boss of a group of pups. It was just a little hard to leave the cave where he had lived for so long, and also his own mother. The Gray and White Coyote's mother and cousin's mother licked their own cubs for a long time to memorize their scent forever. It's been a year since my cousin was born. With the help of potential potions and plenty of food during this time, he also broke through to level 3. Her tolerance was much better, and after just a few moments of snuggling with her mother, she followed Su Lin. Instead, the Gray and White Coyote was snuggled up for a long time. In the end, it was only Ash's 2 low howls of impatience that called the Gray and White Coyote over. That's it. A group of 5 wolf cubs, whose average time of birth was not half a year, then left the cave, go to the vast, sprawling Arctic continent and start a new venture. All along the way Ash was excited. It's finally time to go to a new cave and start a new life. There's a whole Arctic caribou stored in the cave, too. At the thought of tasty venison, Ash left his mouth watering indisputably. On the other hand, Wolf's sister, cousin, and Gray and White Coyote were coming out of the cave for the first time, and were very new to everything outside. Wolfie was bouncing around playing in the snow and nipping at the scrub grass along the road. A pair of wolf eyes were curious about everywhere. Seeing a shrub, he tried to climb it, only to fall several times. It took a low howling call from Su Lin to keep up with the hordes. Gray and White Coyotes and cousins, though, are also new, but all of them still followed Solian closely and didn't run around mindlessly like the wolf girl. Cousin even gave a couple low howls to signal her wolf sister's safety after she returned. After all, there's no telling where danger might lurk in the frozen wilderness. It was better to follow closely beside Su Lin with a sense of security. Next, at the time when it was completely dark. With that, Solian led them, too, to the new cave. A new cave with a rugged and steep path. Ash can barely climb up there by himself. Cousin, on the other hand, had no energy left even after a lot of effort to climb up just a little way. As for the wolf sister and the Gray and White Coyote, they could only look at the road and wail. In the end it was, Surin brought them up one by one. The new cave is very spacious and, come to the cave. Cousin, wolf sister, and the Gray and White Coyote were all familiarizing themselves with their new surroundings. Su Lin, on the other hand, signaled Little Gray to drag the corpse of the Arctic reindeer. The carcass of an Arctic caribou, stored in a cave for several days, had frozen. A thin layer of frost had also formed on the epidermis. But the wolves weren't that preoccupied. They could swallow anything that was food. It's still the same old rules that Surin used to set for them. Wolf sister and cousin ate first, while Ash and the gray and white coyote ran to the door to keep an eye out. With her current level 3 strength, Cousin had no problem tearing the flesh and blood from the frozen carcass of the reindeer. It was only the wolf girl, with all her effort, who had bitten off a small piece of flesh from the caribou carcass. Ow! This caused her to stifle a low howl for help from Wolf. Wolfie was simultaneously in aggravation, feeling very incompetent and, even eating had to bother his wolf brother. After seeing Wolf come along and help himself to large swaths of bloody flesh torn from the carcass of an Arctic caribou, Wolfie then licked Wolfie's fur in gratitude and delight. But being so short, he could only lick the fur of Wolf's front paws. Ow! After Su Lin helped the wolf sister tear off a large piece of blood and flesh, he gestured for it to hurry up and eat it. Also, he took 2 bites. It was found that the meat of this Arctic caribou was now not as smooth to the palate as it had been when it was first hunted. Although it was not as smooth as it had been when it was first hunted, but because of the freezing, it also has a different flavor, cold in the mouth. It brings out that the Arctic caribou is still very fresh and retains the light sweetness of the meat. Yummy! Not bad for venison. Venison is a good food, both in nature and in human society. However, Su Lin only ate a few bites and stopped eating. With only 0 stars of evolutionary value to acquire, Su Lin didn't have much interest or appetite to eat. After Wolfie and Cousin had their fill, Solian then let out a low howl. The little gray and white coyotes, all of a sudden, trotted their asses off to feed. The gray and white coyote was not much stronger than Wolfie now, and could not tear the meat from the caribou. Luckily, the wolf sister hadn't even finished eating the large portion of flesh and blood that Su Lin had just torn off. Howling lowly twice, he saw that Su Lin didn't refuse before he happily ate. The meat of a large herbivore like the Arctic caribou is rarely available to the gray and white coyote, and the last 2 months I was able to eat it, and only because I followed Boss Surin. This gave him some comfort in his small heart after leaving his original pack and mother. Ow! Ash! On the other hand, wolfed it down while still howling happily at the gray and white coyote. It expresses that the only way to eat such delicious food is to stay close to the boss. Chapter 21, Growing by Leaps and Bounds. It's getting colder on the Arctic continent now. The days were also getting shorter and shorter, and it was almost as if we had just seen the sky light up with a white line before it fell into darkness once again. The polar night is almost upon us here. Many animals, too, have migrated from the Arctic. This led to a more brutal competition for hunters on the Arctic continent. Ow! In the darkness, Su Lin stood at the entrance of the cave and looked out at the vast icy sky and snowy land below the mountain. A loud and clear wolf howl echoed through the sky. In the cave, Ash, Wolf's sister, Cousin, and the gray and white coyote were snuggling and sleeping. Of Surin's newly formed wolf pack, currently the only ones who could go out hunting were him and Ash, and Cousin. Although level 3, after all, it wasn't a fae, and the strength was going to be very different from Ash's, but it was more than enough to stay and look after the gray and white coyote and the wolf sister. There aren't many wolves in the pack now, though, but the atmosphere was relatively cordial. Time flies, and in a flash it's half a month again. The polar night had fallen completely. The area where Su Lin was located was shrouded in darkness throughout the day, with no light in sight, and with the fall of the polar night, temperatures have also dropped to about -20 degrees, even in the caves. Wolfie was either hiding in her arms or snuggling with her cousin for warmth. The gray and white coyote, on the other hand, was hiding at a leeward rock, curled up in a ball of. The only time I can get some warmth from Ash is when he's sleeping. As for Ash and Cousin, they're already level 3. This bitter cold is still bearable. Su Lin naturally didn't need to say much, but it's good to have plenty of food. Although colder, Wolfie and the gray and white coyote are growing up fast. By the time it's about level 2, it'll be resistant to this kind of cold. During this period of time, Su Lin brought little gray and went down the mountain to hunt many times. The polar night falls and all is silent, but there is still some prey after all. Ow! The sound of wolves howling, echoing in the darkness of the Arctic. Su Lin and Ash, there hadn't been any large herbivores harvested in a while, but the diversity of prey acquisition has also increased. In the past, the prey that was usually overlooked had entered Surin's recipe this time. This has led to less hunting harvests in recent times, although the Su Lin's evolutionary value, however, was dabbling with rapid growth, and it was a great day, hunting a litter of Arctic foxes. The Arctic fox can be considered an extremely vigilant animal on the Arctic continent and is a hunter in its own right, so it's hard to be hunted by other hunters. It was purely through Ash's missteps that he found the Arctic fox's lair today. This lair is located at a hill with several exits. The inside of the lair is also well built and well connected with all directions. Ash was smaller and burrowed in. Solian had been outside, keeping watch. After the litter of Arctic foxes escaped, they were hunted down and killed by their great speed. The Arctic fox faced Su Lin, whose size was already close to 2 meters, and simply couldn't afford the thought of resistance, and were all fleeing in panic. This litter of Arctic foxes has 1 male, 2 females and 7 cubs of about 40 centimeters in length. The male Arctic fox at the head of them was also quite strong, especially with his extremely fast fleeing speed. If he had met the rest of the Arctic wolves, he would have gotten away long ago. It's a pity that it's Surin who's running into him. Su Lin took the lead and hunted 3 adult Arctic foxes, leaving the remaining cubs, which didn't run very fast, for were soon hunted and then one was taken alive. As for the 2 that ran, they are both female cubs. Su Lin did not kill them all, giving this nest of Arctic foxes still left the hope of genetic inheritance down the line. Species, Arctic fox, male, deceased, grade, 4, air and blood, 439, endurance, 45, strength, 39, defense, 33, speed, 51. This largest male Arctic fox had level 4 strength and a speed of 51. Even Ash couldn't catch up. The body length is less than a meter, only about 70 or 80 centimeters. But the body is slim, the waistline is very thin, and the weight is not even half that of an animal of the same size. The other female Arctic foxes, of which there are 2, the size is also only a little smaller than the male Arctic fox. It had to be said that the Arctic fox's face value was also extremely forward in the entire Arctic Circle from Su Lin's perspective. Small forehead, pointed muzzle, rounded ears. The eyes are light brown and look very innocent when they look at you. The fur all over his body was as white as snow. It was a match for the fur on Surin's wolf carapace. The soles of the feet also have a layer of white fluff on them, making it easy to walk on snow and ice. I've also heard that the hair of the Arctic fox can change color. It is white in the cold season and turns black in the warm season. But the face is high, and the cuteness is cute. Su Lin, who had been reborn as a wolf for 3 or so months, had long since become a killjoy. Cuteness and face value are worthless in the face of survival. This current litter of Arctic foxes was a new prey that Su Lin had hunted. Enough for a couple days. Auxiliary evolutionary potion to gain a 3-fold increase in evolutionary value. I'm guessing this will provide a lot of evolutionary value for myself as well. You'll almost break through to level 6 by then. Ow! With a long howl, Su Lin summoned Little Gray to bring the Arctic fox back to the cave. 3 big ones and 5 little ones. 8 Arctic foxes in all. Su Lin and Little Gray made 2 trips back and forth before bringing all the Arctic foxes back to the cave. After repeated climbs, now Ash has become much more skillful at climbing the cave path again. Back to the cave. Su Lin threw the Arctic fox cub that he had captured alive, who was so scared that he was shivering, to the wolf sister and the gray and white coyote. Then she gestured for her cousin to supervise them both so they could practice their hunting skills. The strength of this little Arctic fox was also only level 1. It was just the right thing to use to practice for wolf sisters and gray and white coyotes. And the carcass of the Arctic caribou has another 70 or 80 pounds to go, enough for them to eat for a while longer. As for these Arctic foxes, it's better to let him take the blame for such a killing. Sharp fangs, which opened up an adult Arctic fox directly into the Arctic fox, which had been very cute, instantly became drenched in blood. Su Lin also used an evolutionary potion in his feeding. After waiting for the potion's energy to surge throughout his body, he tore off a large portion of flesh and blood in one bite and swallowed it. Ding! Host eats Arctic fox and gains 12 points of evolutionary value. With the increase of the evolutionary potion, just after the first bite of food, Su Lin's eyes lit up. So much evolutionary value. Promotion to level 6 is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Surin, who had not had much of an appetite for some time, his appetite was whetted and he began to wolf it down. Ding! Host eats Arctic fox and gains 5 points of evolution value. Ding! Host eats Arctic fox and gains 11 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Host eats Arctic fox and gains 5 points of evolution value. Chapter 22 Eyes on the Grizzly. The meat of the Arctic fox is, relatively speaking, not very tasty. There was a lot of lean meat and some firewood, compared to the meat of Arctic reindeer. On texture alone, it's a world apart, but with a lot of evolutionary value to gain. Su Lin then wolfed it down. Ow! Ow! At this time, the wolf sister and the gray and white coyote not far away in the cave were also very new to the little Arctic fox that Brother Wolf had captured. The 2 wolf cubs were practicing their hunting skills, though, following their cousin's cues. Chirp! The little Arctic fox yelped in even more fear as she looked at her wolf sister and the gray and white coyote pouncing at her. It's as if it's all a bunch of demons in its eyes. Especially the white wolf not far away was the demon king of demons. Su Lin, on the other hand, didn't even bother to take a look at the wolf sister and the gray and white coyote's side of the situation. After all, with a level 3 cousin watching, there wouldn't be any problems. The meat that was now eaten into the stomach had a huge increase in evolutionary value. Not a moment too soon. Solian then devoured an entire adult Arctic fox. The Arctic fox was so light that even a whole one only felt full. As for the rest of the Arctic fox fur, he put it in the opening of the cave and then took a rock in his mouth and pressed it against it to keep it from blowing away. Waiting for it to air dry and make a pad for Wolfie will warm her up quite a bit. Feeding on an Arctic fox brought to Su Lin nearly 100 points of evolutionary value. This is the first time he's ever used an evolutionary potion. It's also the first time I've gotten so much evolutionary value. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 5. Upgrading requires 320 evolution points. Breath and blood, 500. Endurance, 50. Strength, 50. Defense, 50. Speed, 100. Evolution value, 293. Talent, hunting, D rank. Su Lin opened the attribute layout and swept through it. After these days of hunting and foraging, his evolution value reached 293 points. It was fast approaching advancement to level 6, with just under 30 points of evolution left. Guess I'll have some more tomorrow and I'll be pretty much done. At this moment, Su Lin stood up and the immaculate white fur was stained with starry blood from hunting Arctic foxes. He walked out of the cave, ready to take a trip out. This time there was no call for Ash. Because of this time, it wasn't convenient to bring Ash along. And Ash, when he saw his boss go out, all of a sudden he didn't even eat the venison, rushed his ass to the entrance of the cave, seeing as how the boss isn't off patrolling the caves. Instead, he quickly left the cave. It made its tiny mind a little puzzled. After all, when the boss goes out, he calls on himself. Ow! It gave a long howl and thought the boss had forgotten to call himself, but there wasn't even a response. All that could be seen was the shadow of the boss's wolf, which quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. This caused it to turn around somewhat forlornly and plop back into its position, listless up, watching the gray and white coyote and the wolf sister, pouncing clumsily on the little white fox, who at first had thought of teaching them, was not in the mood, solely lay down where he was and slept. Late night, Su Lin cut through the blackness of the Arctic continent. He's fast. It didn't take long to arrive on top of a snowy slope. From the snowy slopes, Solian looked down. What appeared was a lumbering grizzly bear This grizzly bear is now nibbling on the fruit of the bush perhaps food access has become more difficult due to the fall of the polar night. After finishing the shrub's fruit again, the grizzly even ate the shrub's branches and leaves. Grizzly bears have a mixed bag of recipes, with very few sources of food access, even tender leaves, moss, insects, it will eat them. Although the grizzly bear is not considered the strongest hegemon on the Arctic continent, but few hunters dared to mess with it without a second thought, and Surin's purpose for coming out alone. It's this grizzly bear. Species, grizzly bear, female. Level, 10. Prana, 1589. Endurance, 116. Strength, 102. Defense, 108. Speed, 41. Solian stares at the grizzly. With a thought. Its numerical attributes appeared before his eyes. That's a strong attribute. Thick blood, high defense, high endurance, and still strong. Aside from speed being the shortcoming, this bear's attributes could be said to be crushing Su Lin on all fronts. But Su Lin still hit on the bear. This grizzly bear, he had been watching for a long time. I found out I was pregnant earlier. Nowadays, it should have just recently given birth to cubs. Coupled with the polar night and the scarcity of food, without adequate food, grizzly bears have a hard time getting back on their feet fast. In the past, not even a pack of Arctic wolves, let alone a single one, would mess with a grizzly bear. But just because it wasn't there before doesn't mean it isn't there now. Su Lin had been craving the grizzly bear's bear meat, as well as bear bile and paws for a long time, but he didn't move hastily, despite being far faster than the grizzlies themselves. But if they really started to fight, it would be absolutely grueling, because even if one were to ruthlessly strike at the grizzly bear's body, leaving several wounds, it would still be no match for the trauma it would bring to one's palm. If he used his hunting talent, he might be able to briefly suppress the grizzly, but the talent to hunt and kill only lasts for 60 seconds. Failure to solve the grizzlies in this time will be greeted by their own most hysterical counterattack. Surin is ready to break through to level 6. Seek out this grizzly after your strength has improved. The main reason for coming over today was to determine the physical condition and location of the grizzly bear's residence. At this point the grizzly had eaten almost all of the surrounding shrubs before walking slowly back to a dark cave. This cave is low and far from the location that Surin had chosen. The safety factor wasn't as high, but in the Arctic, there are no other hunters besides polar bears to mess with it. Su Lin stared for a long time, and after seeing the grizzly bear go into the cave and not come out again, only then did he withdraw his eyes, ready to go back. But it was in withdrawing his eyes that a pair of green wolf eyes suddenly noticed a faint glow that loomed. Chapter 23 Divina. The glow was a light reddish color, The eyes of the wolf clan are sensitive to light in the dark. Even a very faint light can be noticed. Solian moves carefully. After circling around a couple of bushes, I finally got a good look at what the faintly flickering light was. Infrared cameras? Surin realized it was an infrared camera for filming. Think, all the animals in the Arctic continent would stay away from such an unidentified flying object. But Surin didn't. He took a closer look at the infrared camera, which was drone style, not too high-tech. He had used it in his previous life when he was exploring. These are cameras that can be flown remotely from a distance. It was evident that even in the Arctic under the polar night, there are still those who venture out to record the habits of the animals of the Arctic continent, perhaps for academic purposes, or perhaps for documentaries on certain animals in the wild. After all, there's still a large audience for shows about animals in the wild. But Solian didn't have much love for this kind of camera. The grizzly bear he had his eye on was his prey. Su Lin was less than 20 meters away from the drone camera. With a sprint, it didn't take a second to quickly reach the front. Even if someone was remotely controlling it from behind, it was simply too late to react. Leaping up, the wolf's paw slapped hard on the camera. Boo! The camera was instantly slapped and decayed to the ground, and the parts were in pieces, but the camera was still flashing a faint red light. 2 more taps from Surin. The internal structure of the camera was shattered, and the faint red light flickered before going out. After doing this, Su Lin also turned around and left, starting to return the way he came. Along the way, only the serenity of the silence of all things and the darkness of the night accompanied them. It was on Su Lin's way back to the cave, 2 kilometers from the grizzly bear cave. In an off-white SUV, Tiffany, with her fair skin and rosy lips, looking at the blacked-out monitoring page on top of the tablet, a somewhat depressed expression surfaced on his face. "Oh my god, what was that white shadow just now?" Tiffany said with some frustration. "She's still here, naturally, to film and document. Since you want to publish the strange creatures of the Arctic ice fields, biological activity under the polar night is naturally recorded." Though all this time, there had been no white wolves to be found, but found a grizzly bear that had just given birth. It's also great to document how a mother grizzly bear feeds her cubs under the polar night when food is scarce. But I didn't realize that a sudden white shadow had destroyed the drone camera. It was so fast that there was no shot of what the white shadow was. Could it be the Snow Lords? Tiffany had this in mind. What's up, Tiffany? Divina, her best friend who was lying in the back seat of the car catching up on her sleep, opened her sleepy eyes and asked sleepily. Divina and Tiffany were best friends at the same school, and equally fond of wildlife. As the polar night fell, she was worried about the risks of her best friend Tiffany coming to the shoot alone, so she tagged along, came over and fell in love with this Arctic continent. Under the darkness of the polar night, everything is silent, and they are like elves in the night, wandering around the Arctic continent, recording and photographing the life of various animals. Here, she's seen adorable baby seals, resting naively on the icy shores of the. We have also witnessed the agility of the dominant polar bear, when going down to the water to catch fish, and the wisdom of the Arctic wolves that work together to hunt in order to hunt. Beyond that, she'd also heard from Tiffany that there was another white lone wolf in the area. Very large, with white fur, extremely high IQ and bold enough to hunt large food alone. Even Tiffany's occasional few times when she was on live, the live streamers had mentioned this white wolf several times. It was a great curiosity in Divina's mind. What kind of white wolf is it that makes the internet so nostalgic? Honey, look, the drone camera is destroyed. At this time, Tiffany, frustrated, handed her best friend the tablet carrying the surveillance footage to look at. Oh, what the hell? Divina had just woken up and didn't know what was going on. Generally speaking, animals on the Arctic continent don't just touch unfamiliar things, especially or flying and moving drone cameras. White shadow. A white shadow was fast enough to destroy the drone camera. Tiffany said. White shadow? It's still fast? Is it hard to believe it's a snow lord? Divina and Tiffany had a reaction as well. I didn't know. Tiffany spread her hands, frustrated and helpless. Eventually the two conferred and felt that the drone camera had been destroyed. Then it's better to go back and recuperate. Buy a new one and come back to the shoot. And get a smaller drone, so you can even fly into the grizzly's den to photograph a baby bear when the time comes. What they don't know, of course, is that, when it comes time to come back to the shoot and possibly see that there was only the slightest trace of blood that remained on the icy ground. In the pitch-black darkness of the night, Su Lin returned to the cave. It was found that it was the cousin who acted as guard. When she saw herself return, her cousin gave herself a couple of low howls of intimacy. Ow! Solian responded in kind. As for Wolfie, she fell asleep snuggled up to her cousin, and the gray and white coyote was still pilloried by ash. It was bitterly cold though, so that ash could provide some warmth for the gray and white coyote as well. After sweeping around the cave, Su Lin returned to where he was, sleeping against the stone wall of the cave. These 2 days are needed to recuperate and get in tip-top shape. There was no talk all night. Next day, Su Lin had just woken up, when he saw little Ash crouching beside him. Ow, ow. Seeing his boss sleeping and waking up, Ash also howled with excitement, and stuck out his tongue and licked Surin's fur. Pop. This caused Su Lin to directly reward little Ash with a paw. I can't say no to a wolf mom or a wolf girl, but it doesn't mean that this expression of intimacy is accepted internally. Ow. Instead of being aggrieved by the beating, Ash was still howling with excitement, because it feels that as long as its own boss is still around, didn't leave it behind, that's enough. As for the boss teaching his little brother a lesson, it was normal in its mind. Ow. Solian stood up and stretched his wolf body and, with a low howl, he led Ash out of the cave and went to patrol the neighborhood. As the leader of the pack, patrolling the territory is a daily thing to do, and Surin was used to this sort of thing. Also, come round the caves. It's also a good idea to stop by and see if there's any accidental trespassing prey. Chapter 24, Strength Enhancement. No surprises today. After turning around and feeling the harsh cold of the Great Arctic, Su Lin brought Little Gray back to the cave once again. When you return, greet them and feed them. There was food to eat every day, something unimaginable in the rest of the wolf pack. The wolf girl, on the other hand, was still practicing with the little Arctic fox, but was slow to actually hurt it. Solian let out a low howl before the wolf girl trotted over to the body of the Arctic caribou. After tearing off a few chunks of Arctic caribou meat for his wolf sister, he went back to his spot and ate the Arctic fox meat. The increase effect of the evolution potion lasts for 3 days, so while the evolution value has been cut down quite a bit, it's still substantial. Ding! The host eats the Arctic fox and gains 5 points of evolution value. Ding! Host eats Arctic fox and gains 3 points of evolutionary value. Ding! The host eats the Arctic fox and gains 5 points of evolutionary value. Eating about 1.5 adult Arctic foxes gained nearly 20 evolution points, a lot less than yesterday. This was expected by Surin. Now that he's had a good meal, the evolution value is also getting closer and closer to being promoted to level 6. Having eaten his fill, he came to the entrance of the cave. Lying on his back on the boulder at the entrance of the cave, his eyes calmly gazed at the icy sky outside, and the cousin in the cave ate it all. Seeing Solian on guard at the entrance to the cave, he let out a low howl and began to check the hunting skills the wolf girl had practiced. Turns out Wolfie wasn't practicing properly at all. The small body wiggled into a hunting pose that was broken, much to her cousin's dismay. As for the little gray and gray coyotes, after eating, it's all about playing around. Before, though, the gray and white coyote was no match for Ash, could barely fend off 2 hits. Ever since Ash awakened the Fae and took the branch potential potion, strength just skyrocketed. Luckily, Ash is very measured. In the midst of the playfulness, Ash would also teach the gray and white coyote some tearing and hunting techniques from time to time. After all, he often went out hunting with his boss and knew much more than the gray and white coyote. At this point, the days in the cave passed in such uneventfulness and idleness. Soon came the next day. Su Lin divided the 2 cubs of the Arctic fox and gave them to little gray and cousin to share and eat. The rest went all the way into his belly. Nowadays, the evolution value is just enough to advance to level 6. Ow! Su Lin stood at the entrance of the cave and couldn't help but let out a long howl in his excitement. Then he felt that subtle and strange energy descend once again. Su Lin held his breath and began to greedily absorb the energy. This evolutionary energy traveled anywhere in the body of Su Lin's wolf. The hair of the body also became softer as it was nourished and strengthened by this energy. The outer skin, on the other hand, becomes tougher and tighter. It was already difficult for ordinary attacks to break through Su Lin's defense. The limbs that had already become thick and athletic under the potency potion were also once again vaguely larger, especially the wolf claws hidden in the white fur. It became as sharp as a knife blade and also grew about half a centimeter. But the contraction of the wolf's claws has also increased, and when not killing or hunting, it can be perfectly retracted in the hair without causing any accidental injury. With a wolf body of nearly 2 meters, and also once again larger, the size had finally broken through 2 meters, and counting the wolf's tail, it was already about 2.5 meters in size, completely outclassing his fellow level 6 wolf dad. The wolf's head in Surin, with its silky fur, the ears have become more sensitive and hearing also increased a bit. The pair of good-looking wolf eyes became deeper and more godly. The wolf's teeth in his mouth had become a little thicker and sharper, too, and the 4 fangs, in particular, were about 2 or 3 centimeters longer than normal teeth. With the changes in wolfsbane, Su Lin could feel his own bite force, which had also improved by leaps and bounds. The current him could definitely be said to be the strongest Arctic wolf in the Arctic continent. Ow! Under the tremendous increase in strength, Su Lin let out a lone howl. The loud and long wolf howl echoed overhead, as if declaring the birth of the Wolf King. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 6. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Level, 6. Upgrading requires 640 evolution points. Blood pressure, 600. Endurance, 60. Strength, 60. Defense, 60. Speed, 110. Evolution value, 0. Additional attribute value, 10. Talent, Hunting, D rank. Su Lin's attribute panel appeared before his eyes after. He still didn't hesitate to add the extra attribute point. To speed. With a speed value of 120, his running speed broke through to a peak once again. In terms of speed, it could be said that it was already difficult to find an opponent on the Arctic continent. At this time, Surin, with a coat as white as snow and a tall, majestic wolf body, standing at the mouth of the cave, it left little Ash, cousin, wolf sister, and the gray and white coyote in the cave with endless envy and admiration in their eyes. Ow! The wolf girl's childish wolf howl rang out. She came to Wolf gleefully, realizing that she was shorter than Wolf again. Wolf has gotten stronger again. Her eyes were filled with little stars of adoration. Ow! Ow! Cousin and the gray and white coyote, too, howled low in succession and, showing respect and submission to Su Lin. The increased strength of the head wolf was beneficial to the pack, especially, nowadays. Almost everything in the newly formed wolf pack was counting on Su Lin. It's at this point that the cousin feels like such a loser. Can't do anything except barely look after the house. As for Ash, who is a fae, the change in the strength of his own boss was the deepest. The boss has improved too much. Make it feel like, in a trance. Himself in front of the boss was like a small cub facing a wolf king. And Su Lin responded to the several little cubs that howled low in succession, and raised his wolf paw, and touched the naive wolf sister. With the abundant supply of food, the wolf sister and the gray and white coyote had made considerable progress in their strength. The size is a bit bigger than when it first came over before. I can see that it's about to break through to level 2. As for her cousin, her strength has only been refined a little, but there is still a significant distance to break through to level 4. On the contrary, Little Gray, who was a fae, had also increased his strength quite a bit during this time, and level 4 was just around the corner. The strength of the wolves was steadily increasing. This made Su Lin feel slightly relieved in his heart. Meanwhile, he let out a low howl as well, signaling his cousin and Ash to watch the house. There are still 40 or 50 pounds of Arctic caribou meat in the cave, enough to feed them for 3 or 4 days. And Su Lin, looking out into the roiling night, a pair of wolf eyes that flickered with a greenish eerie light. Their pupils contracted slightly, bringing out a touch of danger. He's ready to go out and play big. Chapter 25. A stirring fight with a grizzly bear. Darkness has become the current norm in the Arctic. No sun, no light. Under the polar night, everything was silent and everything seemed quiet. In the silence, Su Lin quickly arrived at the snowy slope he had visited 2 days before. Grizzly bears need a lot of food intake right now and are out foraging every day. But none of them went too far. The nearby shrubs have been eaten bare. The grizzly bear, now, was sprawled out at the roots of a shrub looking for insects to eat. While eating the insects, he also ate the moss on the snow in passing. Everything that provided energy, it ate greedily, for the sake of being able to add more nutrients to itself. However, soon this grizzly bear's nose shrugged and it caught a whiff of something different. It wasn't an insect, or moss, or its own odor. It was the scent of a wolf clan. The grizzly heave rose from the ground as it straightened up. There's no need to look for it. Just above the snowy slopes, the Arctic wolf with its wolf eyes flashing an eerie green light was seen. This Arctic wolf didn't hide its size at all, and just stood proudly on the snowy slope like this. The grizzly just gave the Arctic wolf a hard look before growling and trying to tell the Arctic wolf to get lost. It knew it was too slow to catch up with an Arctic wolf of its size, and therefore didn't bother to expend the physical effort to go after it. Roar! The dull roar of a bear that. It rang out in the darkness of the night. In the grizzly's perception, in the past, as long as he roared himself, the Arctic wolves had to flee with their tails between their legs. So after yelling, just continue to lie down on the ground and start nibbling on the moss and insects. But, just as it plopped down for a few more moments to nibble, it realized that the scent of the Arctic wolf was still there, even closer to the self. This caused the grizzly to regain his footing and look toward the Arctic wolf that had eased down the snowy slope just a short distance away from him. Suddenly, the grizzly seemed to realize something. Its pair of dark eyes looked at the Arctic wolf in front of it with some consternation. This Arctic wolf, is he treating him like prey? After that thought surfaced in his mind, the grizzly became completely enraged. How dare you? How dare you think that? How dare a mere Arctic wolf hunt a bear? Roar! The grizzly wasn't just a random roar this time. It was truly angry. Really angry at this Arctic wolf for not knowing his place. The two bear paws slammed hard into the shrubs next to him, snapping the bare shrubs with only some old branches and trunks soughing. But the way it fumed didn't scare the Arctic wolf across the street just the same. This Arctic wolf, it was as if it was oblivious. At the same time, the eyes, glowing green and ghostly, just stared at it silently. It was as if the eyes of an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell were staring at it. In this moment, although it did not know why this Arctic wolf was so brave, but the facts are in front of us. Roar! Grizzly growls, standing upright. His massive 2-meter-tall body was also staring at the Arctic wolf in front of him in death. Nowadays, it has just recently given birth and has suffered some damage to its vital energy, but it didn't feel like it. The cruel laws of nature never speak of morality or benevolence. In nature, there is only one heavenly truth. The weakest is the strongest, and the winner is the king. If a grizzly bear has an Arctic wolf in front of it that can't run because it just gave birth, it will also skin and bone it and eat it. Ow! At that moment the loud and long wolf howl also resounded in the darkness. Su Lin looked at the furious grizzly bear across from him. He opened his mouth and his sharp fangs were on full display. A pair of wolf eyes flashed with ferocity and viciousness, not weakening a bit as they locked eyes with the grizzly bear. The solemn killing intent also boiled up recklessly. In terms of size alone, the present-day Su Lin was not weaker than a grizzly bear. It's just that grizzly bears are far superior to wolves in terms of defense, strength, and endurance. Speed, however, is their natural shortcoming. Now he and this grizzly bear were less than 50 meters apart. Su Lin was the first to move, and with a speed approaching 40 meters per second, he attacked like a bolt of lightning. Grizzly bears that have been staying on the Arctic continent. It was also the first time that I had seen an animal that was able to increase its own speed to such a high level. Is this still the wolf pack? Even if it was a bird flying in the sky, an eagle, it rarely had such a fast speed, right? A smear of surprise also appeared in the grizzly bear's angry eyes. Roar! It growled again, and tried its best to look wide-eyed at this white lightning bolt but the vision wasn't good and it could only barely see a wolf shadow. Just as it was about to raise its huge bear paw and strike down this wolf shadow, instead it was the first to be attacked. Boo! The strong impact of 120 speed, combined with 60 strength, hit that bear head of its hard, a bloody gash on its bare face. The pain of the wound made the grizzly's fur stand up completely and the blood that flowed out ran down the fur and stained the eyes red. It looked extremely hideous and horrible. Roar! The grizzly roared, his low voice rolling through the darkness. It didn't realize that it had been hurt by the first blow. The pain on its face was silently telling it that this Arctic wolf was not simple. Soon, Surin lands a nice shot there and rolls with it back to his feet. A pair of green wolf eyes glinted viciously in the darkness of the night, and the grizzly's thick forelimbs filed across his chest in defense. Boo! The wolf's claws collided with the grizzly once more, but obviously, it didn't work this time. With the grizzly's conscious defense, a mere 60 power attack did not see the light of day. Instead, the grizzlies found the time to. It had a pair of huge bear paws that directly and viciously slapped at Su Lin's wolf head. The color of ferocity jumped out of his eyes. It was just that Su Lin's reaction speed was quick, and with a roll, he dodged the grizzly bear's attack. That pair of bear paws slapped on top of the ice and snow. A deep snow pit was directly smashed out, and ice and snow flew in all directions. The grizzly bear's terrifying strength of up to hundreds of. In this moment, the manifestation is undeniable. Even if Su Lin gave it 10 claws, it wouldn't be able to match the killing power of its palm. Ow! Su Lin let out a long howl. He was staring at the grizzly with his wolf eyes dead on, sharp fangs bared, ready to deliver the killing blow to the grizzly. For the grizzlies, he couldn't wrap himself around it and tear at it like he did when he hunted a musk ox, because grizzly bears are agile enough and bear paws are tough enough to kill. Nowadays, all Su Lin could do was to keep relying on his own speed, sapping the grizzly's stamina. Roar! The grizzlies took 2 hits. Its eyes were red and a bare face was hideous as it ran toward Su Lin. Grizzly bears had also reached the speed of an average wolf clan when running in a rage, and Su Lin darted at it again. And the wolf's claws extended once again. The torn air brought out a mournful cry like that of a stirring ghost under the 9 hells. Chapter 26, The Terrible Battle. But the grizzly bears saw it coming this time. Its reddish eyes stared at Su Lin in death. Roar! A long roar. That huge bear paw also violently slapped toward Su Lin. Boo! The wolf's claw and the bear's paw clashed hard against each other. Grizzly has over 40 more power than Surin. The impact from this strike directly shook this front paw of Su Lin's to the point of numbness. The wolf's body also tumbled in a few meters under the force of the recoil before the force was counteracted. After he landed, he moved his front paws and to soothe the tingling and weakness brought on by the violent collision. But Su Lin's eyes, however, grew more and more ferocious. A fierce tussle. It had brought out the ambition within him completely. Roar! The grizzly bear darted over quickly with a ferocious look on his face as soon as he scored a hit, and Solian regained some sensation in his front paws. He made a quick dodge to avoid the grizzly's pounce. Then, without waiting for the grizzly to retract its force, it was a quick dart to its back, shining at the grizzly bear's erect neck. The wolf's claws slapped hard. A claw, 2 claws, 3 paws, 3 claws in a row. Wolf claws that had long been as sharp as blades. The grizzly bear's neck was viciously scratched out several times, with 3 to 4 centimeters deep blood marks. The force of the successive slaps nearly brought the grizzly to the ground with a thud, but it resisted in the end. The sharp pain coming from the back of his erection and neck made the grizzly bear just feel straight up crazy. Roar! It let out a long roar and turned around, its pair of pitch-black eyes having raged to the extreme. There had never been an Arctic wolf that had inflicted such a serious injury on it. And Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes clashed fiercely with the grizzly bear's sight right in the middle of the darkness and bitter cold. Between the two sides, it was quiet for about a moment before the solemn killing intent boiled up again. Su Lin's speed reached an extreme. Under the full force of the flight, all of them brought out the harsh whistles produced by the friction of the air. The grizzly's 2 huge paws protect its head, and dark eyes, dead in their slits, stared at the Arctic wolf that came charging towards him. Roar! Ow! Wolves whistled and bears roared, echoing in the darkness. The sound of sharp wolf claws, cutting through the air rang out. The thick bear's paw, slapping the ice and snow, also stirred up the scattered white snow. In a flash, Su Lin then and the grizzly bear killed each other for a full dozen times. The ferocious auras of both sides were clashing. He was slapped once on the back and grazed once on the stomach by the grizzly bear. The 2 wounds now have blood spilling out of them. Even the mouth has a faint blood in it. The scarlet and salty flavor lingers for a long time. And the grizzly bear had another dozen or so blood-soaked wounds from the dozen or so back-and-forth fights. In the midst of ice and snow splatter, its blood was falling to the ground in drops. But the grizzly's blood value is so high it's scary, even if the injuries are already serious, even if the wound has bled a lot. The upright, 2-meter-tall body, still wantonly rising ferocious flames. It recognizes that this Arctic wolf is strong, but it's not enough to hunt it. Roar! Grizzly yelled again. Hunt! After being injured, Su Lin finally opened his hunting talent, his otherwise flashing green wolf eyes. At this moment, there was some bloodthirsty scarlet color. The limbs, which were already stout, grew large again and, on the sharp wolf claws, there was an eerie cold glow that flashed by. The injuries on his body were also completely suppressed. Ow! With the sound of a long wolf howl, Su Lin fiercely transformed into a white shadow and charged directly at the grizzly bear. Getting stronger, the grizzly bear sensed the change in the Arctic wolf's aura. There would have been barely a glimpse of the darting wolves of the Arctic wolf, but now it was completely unreadable. But the grizzlies didn't back down, because this Arctic wolf is coming for it. It has no way back. Roar! The grizzly bear roared, 2 large and thick bare paws in the crossgear up. Originally, it thought that with this defensive stance, it would still be able to deflect the Arctic wolf's attacks as easily as before. But, this time when the white shadow came in front of him with a swiftness and the wolf's claws slapped over fiercely, the grizzly just felt his body sink. The force was so much greater than before. It no longer seemed to be the force of an Arctic wolf, but instead a slap of a kindred spirit in a rage. Boo! The shocking blow jolted its large, bulky body, and then immediately after that, the second blow came again. And the grizzly bear's eyes were also ruthless, giving up on defense and similarly slapping his palm hard. Boo! The bear's paw and the wolf's claw once again clashed hard together, but this time, the Arctic wolf was not sent flying again, but only took a step back, and the grizzly itself likewise took a half step back. It never occurred to me that one day there would be an Arctic wolf that was even close to himself in terms of power, but not before the grizzly thought something more. The Arctic wolf's swift and ferocious attack then struck again. Boo! In its failure to react, a claw slapped hard on its neck. This time, it brought out a direct wound where white bone could be seen. Blood flowed and pain spread throughout his body, but the Arctic wolf's attacks have not stopped, bringing out the flames of extinction. It struck again. Boo! 2 claws. The grizzly bear's back, too, was viciously scratched off a large piece of bloody flesh. Boo! 3 paws. The grizzly bear's proud paw was slashed with several bloody marks by the sharp wolf claws. Immediately following, the grizzly bear didn't know how many blows he had taken, only feeling extreme pain everywhere on his body. There had been blood in front of his eyes as well. Roar! The roar resounded again, proclaiming its unyielding fighting spirit. But soon, before the Arctic wolf, with lightning speed, pounced again on the grizzly bear. The sharp wolf claws, too, once again slammed hard into the grizzly's head when it was finally knocked out completely by the blow. The huge body of more than 600 pounds pushed the golden mountain and smashed on top of the icy sky and snow. Ice and snow splashed and danced like the funeral song of life. The grizzly bear's wounds and the blood that flowed freely were also silently telling of the grueling nature of the fight. Chapter 27, The Male Lynx. Huffing and puffing. The fallen grizzly, still breathing heavily. It struggled to get up and the blood flowing from the wounds on his torso also stained the large expanse of ice and snow beneath him. The high chakra value provided it with tenacious vitality. But, even though it was struggling desperately, it still only felt its torso and limbs getting weaker and weaker. The blood flowed faster and faster. It has too many wounds on it, especially in the end. Su Lin's attack was too swift. Grizzly struggling. He also saw Su Lin, who was walking unhurriedly towards him. By this time, its initial disdain and furious state of mind had completely disappeared. The underdog. The grizzly was nearing death, and a long-forgotten fear appeared in his heart. But just as the fear of death surfaced in its eyes, then he saw the Arctic wolf, topped with a pair of greenish eyes, come to the front. Then with extreme indifference, he struck again. Several vicious slaps took the last vestiges of the grizzly's life force away. Soon those eyes lost their color. Ow! It was accompanied by a loud wolf howl that rang out in the darkness. The curtain came down on this grueling tussle. The howling of the wolves also proclaimed who was the victor of the fight. Stronger is better, and the winner is king. And at this time, several light gray message prompts surfaced before Su Lin's eyes. Take the weak with the strong. Bloodbath. Precision dodge. The battle of the misery. Final victory. Target dead. Combat rating, S+. Rating for this battle, S+. Gained healing talent, D rank. Gained an enhancement serum. Gained 10 evolutionary potions. This grueling battle rating, reached S+, was the first fight to achieve an S+ rating. The rewards given are also very generous. 10 evolutionary potions, naturally, need not be mentioned, aids in gaining a large amount of evolutionary value, and is a must-have potion if you want to break through the ranks. Also, what was most unexpected was that another new talent had been acquired. He checked his newly acquired talent. Healing, D rank, upgradable, passive talent. Injuries heal several times faster. Immunity to toxins. Immunity to fungal infections, and are equally effective against psychic and radiation-based wounds. Duration, permanent. Cooldown, none. Seeing this talent, Su Lin's eyes lit up. This talent will make his survivability increase dramatically. Know that once a beast is injured in the cruelty of nature, oftentimes, it means death. Because it's not just the period of recovering from an injury that prevents hunting. What's more, the wilderness environment is complex and it is difficult for wounds to recover in a favorable environment. The healing gift, though, takes care of that perfectly. Immunity to toxins. Immunity to infections. It's unbelievable. In the midst of this great surprise, Su Lin let out a long breath, only feeling that this intense fight was worth it. Next, he used an evolutionary potion. The energy from the evolutionary potion had a faintly cold flavor. Soon, it spread through the body. Only after all his limbs felt this energy did Su Lin start eating the grizzly bear's meat. Ding! Host feeds on a grizzly bear and gains 24 evolution points. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised by the evolutionary value he gained from the first bite he swallowed. And the bear meat was very tasty, too. Grizzly bear meat is tender and soft and goes down well. This caused him to gorge himself. Ding! The host eats a grizzly bear and gains 5 evolution points. Ding! Host feeds on a grizzly bear and gains 23 evolution points. Ding! The host eats a grizzly bear and gains 5 evolution points. It didn't take long. Su Lin swallowed away 6 or 7 pounds of grizzly bear meat and stopped when he was 7 or 8 points full. These 6 or 7 pounds of grizzly bear meat, with the assistance of the evolution potion, brought him over 170 points of evolution value. That's equal to the evolutionary value gained in the previous month. When Su Lin finished eating, a pair of greenish wolf eyes scanned the surroundings. After realizing that there was nothing unexpected, he found 2 bushes and prepared to drag the grizzly back. This grizzly is over 600 pounds. Figured it would be enough to feed him and a bunch of pups for a month or two. Before leaving, Su Lin also went into the grizzly bear's cave and turned around. Grizzly bear cave is not far from here. The odor inside was very pungent. Walked in and realized it was a mess of everything. There are also some bones from the rest of the animals. I can see that it should be left behind by the grizzly bears after they have eaten from previous hunts. Beyond that, the grizzly bear cubs that were supposed to be there were nowhere to be seen. Did another hunter come by during the time the grizzly was out? When Su Lin saw that there were no cubs, he had some doubts in his heart, but didn't think much of it and quickly rolled back over. begins to take the grizzly's body and drag it back to his cave. Along the way, there were a number of hunters who followed the scent of blood, but after seeing the heavy, pungent odor of blood that was emanating from the corpse of a grizzly bear, it lingered a bit longer. After all, grizzly bears aren't that easy to mess with, and those that can be hunted down don't have to be. One of the male lynxes, almost starving, had a fierce gleam in his eye. Originally, he wanted to rely on his own proud speed to test the waters, but Su Lin's speed was way faster than it. Even if he had some injuries on his body now, the speed of 120 was still beyond the lynx's imagination. Su Lin slapped the lynx's not-so-large body hard with one blow, directly sending it a dozen meters away. The vicious blow broke several bones in the lynx's body. The intense pain made it wail on the icy ground. Surin didn't kill it directly, for there are times when a miserable wail is more likely to discourage the rest of the hunters who want to grab food. Sure enough, after seeing the miserable appearance of the lynx directly after being crippled by a blow from this white wolf, quite a few hunters, who had silently stopped following, the ferocious light in his eyes also gradually receded. Instead, those pairs of eyes all showed some fear. The strongest are honored. That's the way it's supposed to be in nature. Only the ing law of the jungle is practiced here. Next, after Su Lin left, the group of hunters then all looked at the injured lynx with a fierce light in their eyes. Soon, a swarm of them. The lynx's screams lasted only a moment before they disappeared completely, and with Su Lin dragging the grizzly bear corpse, he returned to the vicinity of the cave. He gave a long howl. Ow! The wolf's howl was loud, long, and penetrating. The wolf howl was summoning Ash. Sure enough, not many seconds later, little Ash, who was covered in gray fur, was seen quickly coming out of the cave. Flashing green eyes quickly caught sight of his boss. It instantly ran as fast as it could towards Su Lin. Ow! Ow! Howling as he ran. The wolf's howl was filled with intense excitement and joy. Chapter 28, Swallowing Bear Bile. After Ash came over, he was first very excited and thrilled, bouncing around his boss. Immediately after that, the grizzly bear behind the boss was spotted. The grizzly was dead, but the scent lingered a bit. This caused Ash's fur to explode all over his body. After all, he's followed the boss out on many a hunt. I've also encountered grizzly bears 2 or 3 times and know what they can do. But soon, it became clear that the grizzly was dead. Ow! It howled twice, incredulously low, and, though in its heart of hearts, the boss has always been valiant and invincible. But still, he didn't expect the boss to be strong enough to hunt grizzly bears. Geez, this caused little stars of adoration to fill its eyes as well. Pop! Su Lin rewarded it with a paw, signaling it to work quickly and dragged the grizzly carcass back to the cave. Su Lin and the grizzly bear had a hard fight, and he himself had suffered a considerable amount of injuries. It's hard to haul a 600-pound grizzly up a mountain on your own with your injuries pulling at you. It was only with the combined efforts of Little Gray and Su Lin that the grizzly bear was dragged up to the cave. When the heavy grizzly carcass appeared behind the cave, the cousin, wolf sister, and the gray and white coyote were also surprised. None of them had ever seen a grizzly bear before. Wolfie and the gray and white coyote curiously gathered around the grizzly bear carcass, sniffing left and right. Cousin, however, was meticulous enough to notice the wounds on Su Lin's body. She came to Surin's side and licked the blood and wounds on her fur with concern. Wolf saliva contains an antiseptic substance and some anti-inflammatory properties. So after the injury, many wolves lick their wounds. Originally, Su Lin wanted to refuse. After all, there was the gift of healing, which was so much more useful than saliva. But looking at my cousin's concerned eyes, I let it go. Ow! Su Lin let out a low howl, signaling Ash to remember to be on guard. Ow! Ash was obedient and bumbled off to guard the entrance to the cave. He's a little peppy in his day, but he's still very reliable in his work. After cousin helped Solian lick the wound several times, Solian then signaled his cousin to lead the wolf sister and go eat. Instead, he returned to his original position and rested against the stone wall of the cave. This big battle between him and the grizzly bears took a lot of energy and stamina. It takes time to rest and adjust. After getting down, it didn't take long for Su Lin to enter dreamland. There was no talk all night. In the days of the polar night, no day, no night, time is fast fading away. Every day I woke up in the dark. When Su Lin woke up, he only felt some pain in various parts of his body. This shows that the injuries sustained from fighting the grizzly bear are still serious. I didn't feel any sharp pain yesterday. Probably just suppressed the pain due to overstimulation of the nerves. The pain in the body, though, could be tolerated. And with the healing gift, the wounds, which were already oozing blood, scabbed over. The injuries were also slowly recovering. Ow! Su Lin stood up and moved around before. With that, he let out a low howl, called up Ash, and walked out of the cave to begin his daily rounds. Ash noticed the boss's injuries, too. He also walked up and tried to help the boss lick his wounds, but Surin stopped it. After all, the wound had just scabbed over, and he didn't want Ash, the simpleton, to lick it off again. Next, he took Ash with him and made the rounds around the cave. Soon, an Arctic hare was spotted. Only one. It should have been an accidental break-in after getting lost. Ow! Ash wants to get in front of the boss. There was a low howl and movement. It did not run through it again, as it had done on the first hunt. Rashly. It doesn't have the speed of its own boss. After all, Ash began to conceal himself with the help of the mountain and snowdrifts. It was only when it was about to touch the Arctic hare that it suddenly burst into flames and sharp wolf claws, ruthlessly slapping towards the Arctic rabbit. But this accidental intruder, an Arctic hare with acute hearing, it also began to dart away just as Ash leapt out from behind the snowdrift. Boo! The wolf's paw landed a blow and slapped on the snow and ice, which annoyed Ash. Lost face again, in front of the boss. Ow! It howled angrily and chased after the Arctic hare. This Arctic rabbit was obviously unfamiliar with the environment here, and was soon blocked in front of a snow pile by little Ash. In his rage, Ash pinned the fleeing Arctic hare to the ground and sharp fangs pierced the Arctic hare's neck, bringing out splashes of blood. The Arctic hare struggled for a moment before he stopped moving. At this point he, with this Arctic rabbit in his mouth, trotted over to the boss. Ow! Su Lin let out a low howl and didn't deny Ash's hunt this time. After all, it's a bit of an improvement over before. This made Ash jump and dance with joy. Next, he and Ash went back into the cave and this Arctic hare, as a change of pace for a bunch of pups. Su Lin didn't eat any of it. While the efficacy of that evolutionary potion used yesterday is still present, he made his way to the grizzly's carcass and began to feed again. Grizzly bear meat was nutritious, and eating more of it would also help him speed up his recovery from his injuries. And the grizzly bear's meat, right now, could still provide him with a considerable amount of evolutionary value. Ding! The host eats a grizzly bear and gains 5 evolution points. Ding! The host eats a grizzly bear and gains 9 points of evolutionary value. Ding! The host eats a grizzly bear and gains 5 evolution points. Sulin's appetite is whetted. In one gulp, he ate 20 pounds of soft, sticky flesh and blood from the grizzly bear, even looked for bear bile from grizzly bears. Rumor has it that bear bile is the essence of all the bears. It also has a variety of effects, such as clearing heat and removing toxins, calming the liver and improving eyesight. So many countries, in the past, had a tradition of killing bears for their bile. Chapter 29 Another shot. Su Lin looked at the bear bile in front of him and without hesitation, directly swallowed it into his stomach. Just after swallowing it into his stomach, he felt the bear bile turn into rolling energy, quickly converting it into evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating bear bile, level 10, and gaining plus 60 evolution points. 60 evolution points. This caused Su Lin, who had just swallowed the bear bile, to have his eyes light up. He really didn't expect to gain so much evolutionary value. Su Lin pondered for a long time, guessing that it was probably the same as the combat rating. There are some special parts of the prey that may receive a large amount of evolution value only if they reach level 10 or higher. At this time, Su Lin was already full. He stood up and went to the entrance of the cave and looked out at the cold and dark Arctic continent. Polar night has now been going on for almost a month. With where this area is located, almost 2 more months and we'll see the light again. At that time, the migrating animals will also come back and start a new wave of reproduction. These 2 months of food deprivation were not a good time for many hunters. At this point, the Russian city of Norilsk. This city, too, falls within the Arctic Circle. The innocent and playful Divina was holding a miniature drone camera in her hand and was fiddling with it with great interest. Come on, honey, Tiffany, with her attractive body and beautiful looks. Pulling the off-white SUV to a halt, he dropped the window to greet his buddy. Coming, with a cheeky grin in return, Divina got into the passenger side of the SUV. This time they explored the Arctic again and did a lot of preparation. Miniature drone camera. Bought 2 to prevent accidental damage. Also HD's normal drone camera got one of those. It's just relatively bigger than a miniature camera and easier to spot by animals in the wild. As for food and water, there was also a half-month's worth stocked in the trunk of the vehicle. The 2 of them, girls, wouldn't have been able to eat much. The buggy burns fuel exclusively and has some on standby. With these preparations made, the run to the North Pole was once again set off. On the drive there, Tiffany and Divina were in a relaxed mood as they talked and laughed in the car. Right, honey, it's been a few days since I've been there. And I wonder how that mama grizzly bear is doing? I've heard that bears are known to eat their own cubs to stay alive when food is extremely scarce. Is that true? It feels like that's so cruel. Divina, though a good friend of Tiffany's from school, did not specialize in biology, so there's not a lot to know about a lot of things related to field biology. And Tiffany obviously has to know a lot more. She said to her friend in relief. It happens, but it's extremely rare. After all, animals have kinship with each other. 2. Cruel nature has its own system of life extension. Oftentimes, what feels cruel and inhumane in our eyes is just part of the everyday in nature. Divina looked out the window at the snow-covered scenery. That nice blonde hair falling loose over her shoulders. Alright, I get it. After all, humans have human values, and animals in the wild have theirs. Tiffany nodded approvingly. Yes, with different values, the world is naturally different in your eyes. Next, as Tiffany drove along, she also drifted into the range of the polar night enveloping her. Only the swinging headlights shone a starry, bright light in the darkness, and Duina was helping Tiffany by opening up the Facebook live feed again, getting ready to live record this Arctic filming trip. Just after the broadcast started, the live broadcast room had a scattering of some concerned fans clicking in. Regular Facebook user, Scotty, hello? I'm here again. What are you going to broadcast today? Facebook general member Audie Liu, broadcast white wolves, or else go for polar bears. Grizzly bears raising cubs is so dull and boring. Facebook general member Smershin, it's true. It would be nice to suggest that the blogger could make a documentary of the grizzly bear raising its cubs, and the live stream should broadcast something that looks good. Facebook biologist Venlove, I think that broadcasting anything is good. The Arctic under the polar night, anything is a little bit to see. After all, I have not been in the Arctic Circle, really have not seen the real polar night. If you have the opportunity to go to see it for sure. At this point Tiffany was driving while he said, hello, everyone, we're now in the Arctic night range, and we're going to shoot Mother Grizzly today. Of course, if we find a white wolf, we will definitely be the first to broadcast it to you all. After Tiffany said hello on the air, best friend Divina then switched the lens of her live cell phone broadcast to the rear view mirror as well, giving the netizens in the broadcast room a look at the dark night outside. But it's obvious, after Tiffany talked about live grizzly bears, the live room was already only sporadically populated, and again, a lot of people were gone. For a while, the live broadcast became cold. Only a handful of netizens who love nature and want to see wildlife under the polar night stayed behind. And at this point, Surin in the cave was lying against the stone wall in repose. A couple of Arctic fox pelts that had already been air-dried were also brought to him by his cousin and spread on the floor. The fur of the Arctic fox is soft and has a very good effect of keeping you warm. It's very comfortable to lie on. The alpha wolf enjoys the best treatment in the pack, and it's only natural in a wolf's mind. However, Su Lin still gave the Arctic fox fur to the gray and white coyote and the wolf sister. One each. After all, they are still small and the cold hurts them more. The injuries on Su Lin's wolf body were rapidly recovering under the effect of the healing talent. It had just scabbed over when I woke up and the pain is now much less. The healing gift has several times the recovery rate of the. I guess it won't take long for the injuries to heal. As for the wolf girl in the cave, she was practicing her pounce with the gray and white coyote. Gray and white coyotes and wolf sisters. The difference in strength attributes was not much, and they were considered to be evenly matched opponents. What could have been a baby Arctic fox, died from shock and never having eaten. Ow! In the cave, a childish howl of a wolf sounded. The Wolfie and the gray and white coyote fought and, only, the gray and white coyote had obviously been giving way to the wolf sister, because it was also clear in his heart, the relationship between the wolf sister and the boss, heartless wolf girl who hasn't practiced her hunting skills or pouncing on a regular basis. It led to two coyotes, but they fought evenly. Lying on guard at the mouth of the cave is Ash. Not going out hunting these days, Ash took on the guard duty of the cave. Cousin, on the other hand, was next to Su Lin and checked his wounds again. Seeing a good recovery, he went back to where he was staying and slept on his back. Chapter 30, The Mysterious Huntsman. Time passes in a flash. 3 days later. These days Su Lin didn't go out hunting. He was in the cave recuperating from his injuries. Having recovered quite a bit from his injuries, as long as it wasn't a fierce fight, the injury wouldn't affect anything anymore. With the gift of healing, a few days equals almost a month of recovery time. Ow! Surin, returning from his rounds, stood at the entrance to the cave and, a long howl from the frigid Arctic continent outside across the street. The sound of wolves howling echoed long into the darkness. In the cave, both little Ash and cousin's strength attributes were also progressing steadily. Ash is getting closer to breaking through to level 4, and wolf sister and gray coyote. Instead, they advanced to level 2 in succession over the course of the 3 days. Wolfie's tiny little body, bigger by a mile. The snow-white fur, like Surin's, was thicker and could withstand the cold on its own, but every night it was still customary to sleep next to Su Lin or her cousin. The gray and white coyote, too, was much larger in size. A coat of gray and white hair that grew quite a bit and, The fur is also much softer than before. However, the gray and white coyote's strength had improved considerably, and it was still unavoidable to be bullied by the little gray. It is now, again, playing with Ash. Ash's stout paw, casually knocking away the gray and white coyote's attack with a single tap, and pressed it to the ground in one smooth motion. Ow! Ow! This caused the gray and white coyote to howl lowly as it begged for mercy. Wolfie and Cousin were lying lazily on their backs, watching them fight. Every now and then, the wolf sister would also howl lowly twice, cheering the gray and white coyote up again. In the cave, the atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious, and at this point, in a gray and white SUV about 20 kilometers away from the cave, Tiffany had been searching the area for a long time, in her SUV and unmanned camera. Never did find the grizzly bear that I wanted to shoot. Even maneuvered drones have gone inside grizzly dens to photograph them, and have come up empty. Thought it was a grizzly bear out foraging with its cubs. So while photographing other exotic animals in the Arctic, he also looked for grizzly bears. Finally, not far from the grizzly's den, a large pool of blood was found strewn across the ice and snow. Tiffany got out of the car with a bright flashlight, after irradiating the surrounding area and realizing that this blood is not only here. A very large area was marked with stars and traces of blood. Oh my god, there was a fight here. Looking at this messy place, Tiffany couldn't help but cover her cherry little mouth, very surprised. And it's still an extremely fierce fight, because if it was a one-sided fight, it wouldn't have left such a large area in shambles. At this time, Divina in the SUV also maneuvered the drone camera to come here as well and live streamed the wretched scene for the netizens. The drone camera has night vision, so by switching the drone footage to the live stream, netizens can also see the live footage very clearly. After seeing the images of the mess and bloodstains all over the ground, the originally cold live broadcast room was suddenly filled with several more pop-ups. Facebook biologist Benloff, oh my god. Bloggers, get in the car. It's dangerous. Don't hang around. There must be large beasts. Regular Facebook user, Scotty, the blogger can just shoot with a drone. There was a fierce fight here and it was not long ago. Most likely one of the parties is the grizzly bear that the blogger has been looking for a long time. Facebook regular user, Chen Niwan, yes. The drone shot is very clear. The scene is very messy, but you can still clearly see the grizzly bear's footprints on the snow and ice. The other footprints are kind of like a canine. Regular Facebook user, Otalu, OH. Don't speculate. The other side is definitely White Wolf. You guys don't think of White Wolf as too easy. Ha 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 ha. How is it possible to think that the White Wolf is bewitched? To be fair, yes. As brave as white wolves are, it would be difficult to hunt a grizzly bear, even a post-birth grizzly bear. And how do you explain this canine footprint? While watching the pop-ups on the live cell phone feed, Divina was also quick to shout, Tiffany, get in the car. It's not safe here. It's coming. Tiffany took a strong flashlight and scrutinized the wretched scene before trotting back to the car. The temperature outside the Arctic continent is more than 20 degrees below zero. Even in a down jacket, I still felt a chill. It was better to get inside the car and feel the warmth of the resident warm air. Just get in the car. She then rubbed her hands together to keep them warm while she said to the live streamers, hey, netizens, I just went down to observe and found out that it should be Mother Grizzly and some hunter who got into a tussle here. And it should end up with Grizzly losing. The words landed on the air, and another three pop-ups appeared on the air. Mostly, they ask, what animal would dare to hunt a grizzly bear? After all, the only people in the icy Arctic who remember being able to hunt grizzly bears are fellow bears, polar bears. But Tiffany knew that the few polar bears in the area were active in the ice range and rarely came here. And the footprints on that ice and snow don't look like polar bear footprints at all. So Tiffany looked over the pop-ups and said, I'm not sure what kind of animal it is at the moment, but it certainly won't be a polar bear. In fact, she was shocked that, what kind of animal would actually hunt a grizzly bear? As for the footprints and marks and such mentioned in the pop-up, Tiffany had just taken a closer look. It should have been 2 or 3 days since the tussle was discovered. Coupled with the mess, only the footprints of the grizzly bear could still be faintly discerned. The other footprints, which are no longer very visible, just somewhat resemble canine footprints. At this time, the many netizens in the live streaming room, it's also all about analyzing what kind of animal this mysterious hunter is. Captured by the drone's high-definition night vision, pop-ups from netizens popped up from time to time on the air. Tiffany, on the other hand, couldn't help but sigh, discouraged by the fact that the shoot had failed yet again. Is it time to head back next, or should we head over to the ice to shoot some more polar bears? She mused. As for her best friend, Divina, who was happily in the middle of interacting with the netizens of the live stream, there was also chattering and posting speculations about this mysterious hunter. Chapter 31, Restoring the Peak. Tiffany pondered for a few moments before finally deciding to head out to the ice to photograph the polar bears. There are a lot of polar bears in this area right now. There's still a lot of heat in shooting the Arctic continent's overlord. And academic papers always have to be supplemented with material. Since we can't film a mother grizzly bear raising her cubs, it's okay to film polar bears under the polar night. Tiffany is a man of action. After saying hello to my buddy, I drove to the area where the polar bears live. And the pretty and moving Divina, after nodding her head, started sitting on the passenger side, laughing and chatting with the live streamers. I'm also really curious as to what species this mysterious hunter is that hunts down grizzly bears. Ha ha ha. Don't tease me, guys. I don't believe it's a white wolf, but it's still possible for an Arctic wolf pack to go after a grizzly bear if they're really very hungry. No. You guys don't talk about those internet rumors. There's no mountain gods or apostles of God or anything like that at the North Pole. It's just a tussle between beasts. Next up, we're going to photograph polar bears or lead you to view the true overlords of the Great Arctic. Amidst the sounds of talking and laughing, the buggy moved slowly along. Under the polar night, the little bit of bright light emanating from the headlights also became the only accent in the darkness of the night. And at this point, Su Lin, who was truly hunting the grizzly bear, was in the cave, looking at Little Gray, who was sleeping soundly like a pig. Ash is now in a state where it's obvious that something is wrong with him. All over, the body temperature was frighteningly high. The gray and white coyotes, who were used to sleeping with Ash, were scalded awake and it thought something had happened to Ash and howled in an uncontrollable whisper. But Ash was sleeping like a baby. Even with the cacophony of voices, it still didn't wake up. Beyond that, the darker gray was also heavier on Ash's body through his gray fur. Su Lin thought Ash should be sick, but after pulling up its value panel and looking at it, I realized that it was up to a level 4 breakthrough. Unsurprisingly, when he woke up this time, Ash was about to break through to level 4. Ash, as a fae, broke through to level 4 of the. It's going to be a lot more powerful. You can kind of hold your own in the future, but with its naive and leathery character, it still needs to be coached up a bit. Ow! Su Lin let out a low howl, signaling that Little Gray was fine and letting the gray and white coyote go to sleep. Only then did the gray and white coyote carry one of the Arctic fox pelts given by Su Lin to another corner and plop down again. Still, there was a great deal of doubt in those wolf eyes. Next, time passes in a flash. 10 days later, the Arctic continent is still shrouded in darkness. It was dark and cold outside. The hunting is getting more and more difficult with each passing day. Many of the hunters had started killing each other. Luckily, there was enough food under Surin's reserve. The carcass of the Arctic caribou had been eaten with a skeleton left, and was thrown out of the cave in the mouth of the cousin. The carcass of the grizzly bear, there are still more than 300 pounds, and that's how long it's been. Su Lin had a very large appetite during his recovery from his injuries. He, alone, ate about 100 pounds of grizzly meat. Otherwise, it would be difficult for little Ash, cousin, wolf sister and the gray and white coyote alone to devour so much in a short period of time. The grizzly bear meat that he had devoured these days had also provided Su Lin with quite a bit of evolutionary value. Currently, it was a steady step away from advancing to the 7th level. The injuries on his body, too, were completely healed. The fur on Surin's body regained its usual color and suppleness. The wolf body of more than 2 meters contained an extremely strong explosive force and killing power. His strength, back at its peak. As for Ash, when he broke through level 4, he slept soundly for 3 whole days like a dead pig. But after this breakthrough, the boost for it is huge. Species, Arctic wolf, Fae, grade, 4. Air blood, 513. Endurance, 50. Strength, 51. Defense, 49. Speed, 50. Above the attributes alone. As a Fae, Little Gray was already enough to rival an ordinary level 5 Arctic wolf. Battle power is even better above. Now if you let Ash and Papa Wolf fight, you'd probably get a 3-to-7 split. Of course, Ash is 30%. After all, Papa Wolf, as the alpha wolf, led the pack in countless tussle hunts, large and small. In terms of combat experience, it was absolutely crushing level for Ash. In order to test Ash's true battle prowess, took Ash out for a little hunting today. It's mostly Ash playing the lead. In the interim, it was discovered that being a Fae, Ash's endurance and resistance to blows was far beyond that of an ordinary Arctic wolf. Ow! At this time Ash alone had overcome a fierce lynx, plundered 2 Arctic hares, and the joy of victory. Let it be a long howl of excitement on the icy Arctic continent. As natural hunters, lynx are extremely fast and stealthy, but the ability to fight head-on is not high. Little Gray's victory over the lynx was expected by Su Lin. Next, he and Ash then returned to the cave with their harvest of 2 Arctic rabbits. In the present day, 2 Arctic rabbits is no small feat. Along the way, it also attracted a number of hunters who were waiting for a chance to spy on them. But obviously, After seeing Su Lin's size of more than 2 meters, he left. After all, many times in nature, size means strength. When he returned to the cave, Ash gave a low howl of request to Su Lin. Then he divided the Arctic rabbit between his cousin, Wolfie, and the gray and white coyote. Chapter 32, Strengthening the Serum. Ow! Ash let out a low howl and motioned for his cousin to go and feed. It came naturally to the mouth of the cave and got down, taking over the guard duty. And at this point in time, Su Lin, returning to where he was staying, he began to study the strengthening serum given by the grizzly hunt. The reward given for achieving an S+ rating in the first battle contains an enhanced serum. Strengthening serum. After taking it, you can strengthen your random organs and limbs with a 70% success rate, and the potion disappears upon failure. Enhanced serum is presented in an easy-to-understand manner. It's the ability to strengthen one's organs or limbs. If you talk about potential potions, you develop the potential in all parts of yourself. Then strengthening the serum is to open the genetic shackles of the species and break through the limits of its potential. No wonder it's so rare. 1 S+ combat rating and only one was given. Su Lin said in his mind. With a 70% chance of success, this is not a low probability. He was going to try it out and see which part of himself it would strengthen. The most desired are, of course, the heart and the brain. These two organs, after all, are the ones that make the most difference between life and death. Ding! Is the reinforcing serum being used? After Su Lin took the strengthening serum out, a light gray alert message floated before his eyes. Use. He nodded, immediately following. It only felt like a rolling energy had appeared in his body out of nowhere. This energy traveled through the limbs of the wolf's body. Wherever he wandered, he felt the pain of being burned by fire. Surin attempted to manipulate this energy with his consciousness. But it failed miserably. After this rolling energy swam for a moment, it slowly surged towards the right front paw of the wolf body. Ow! As hot to the touch energy surged into the right front paw, bringing a searing pain that it made Su Lin, who had already had many grueling killings, still couldn't help but howl out in a low voice. It hurts too much. This rolling energy pooled in his right front paw, causing unimaginable pain. It's not your average pain that. Instead, it was like searing the bones, the meridians, even the genes in the cells. After Su Lin clenched his teeth and howled out in pain, the little Ash, cousin, wolf sister, and the gray and white coyote in the cave all looked at Su Lin. Though I don't understand the boss, why his whole torso is trembling with pain, but all of them are all gathered around. Wolf sister, in particular, winced in pain at the sight of Wolf, who had always favored her. There was an uncontested stream of tears, and a low howl while also licking Wolf's fur. The childish wolf howl reeked of panic and helplessness, as well as worry for Wolf. Except for the wolf girl, Ash and his cousin were both anxious as well. Especially the little gray fur exploded, thinking something had hurt the boss. Its eyes glowed with desperate ferocity and its mouth began to whimper as it searched everywhere. In Ash's heart, his own boss was the most important. It wouldn't be what it is without the boss. One might even still be in the original cave, starving with one meal or another. But Ash searched for half a day and found nothing. Anxious, it couldn't help but wail from where it was. And cousin. Instead, he was sniffing left and right around Su Lin, carefully searching for the cause. Su Lin had wanted to signal Wolf Sister and Little Gray that they didn't need to be alarmed. However, under the intense pain, it made it impossible for him to express a complete meaning. This caused Su Lin to only clench his teeth tightly against the pain brought on by the boiling energy. This rolling energy, after surging into Su Lin's right front paw, the bones and cells of the right front paw were changing as they sizzled. The bones got tougher. The cells got fuller. Although the shape of the right front paw, which has not undergone any major changes. But Su Lin could feel that this wolf claw contained far more power than before. Rolling energy, still strengthening the right front paw. Su Lin gritted his teeth and held on strongly. Time was passing a little with this intensified pain. After about a full hour, this rolling energy only gradually weakened. The pain of the scorching became much lighter. It didn't take long. With the last ounce of energy pouring into his right front paw, the bones, tendons, and cells of the right front paw also broke through the genetic shackles. Ow! Su Lin let out a long howl and shook the fur from his body. A loud wolf howl echoed through the cave. Seeing that Surin had returned to normal, Ash, cousin, wolf sister, and the gray and white coyote were also relieved, and the worry in their eyes dissipated. Surin got up, and then first signaled them not to worry about it. Then he leapt and flew out of the cave, starting to feel the strengthened right front paw. Boo! After exiting the cave, Su Lin ruthlessly slapped his claws on a pile of ice and snow that had solidified. The ice and snow piles at the North Pole are, in many cases, extremely frozen solid due to the bitter cold weather. But now this claw of Su Lin's went down. containing a tremendous amount of force, and with a single strike, he slapped the ice and snow to pieces. The crushed ice and snow flew in the dark night, and there were also stars that landed on Su Lin's torso, bringing a hint of coldness. It's strong. The force exerted by the right front paw now even reached the attack power that could only be achieved after opening the hunting talent. If we let Solim and Grizzly fight another game now, he could guarantee that the fight would definitely not be as fierce as before. Feeling the majestic force from his right front paw, Su Lin also felt that the pain he had just suffered was not in vain. Ow! With a loud wolf howl, he darted up again and repeated taps, putting the powerful force of his right front paw to good use. However, as the number of times increased, Su Lin also realized that the stamina consumed by using his right front claw to attack had obviously doubled as well. It was evident that the ferocious force that came with the enhancement did not come without a price. But all in all, the pros outweigh the cons. And at this time at the entrance to the cave, Ash, Cousin and the others, seeing Su Lin, who was not only safe and sound, but had obviously gotten stronger again, all of them also gave a long howl of joy and celebration. In the darkness of the night, the long howl of wolves rose and fell. The wolf girl was also howling childishly while bouncing around with excitement and, soon, after Su Lin adapted to the force contained in his right front paw, he returned to the cave. The worry that the few of them had for themselves just now was something that Su Lin saw in his eyes, especially Ash and Wolfie. Stretching out his wolf paw, he gently patted Ash's wolf head, expressing his affirmation. This caused Ash to wag his tail happily. The wolf sister, on the other hand, was carried into the cave by Su Lin, signaling her and her cousin to go and eat quickly. Su Lin had also consumed a great deal of physical strength and energy due to the fact that he had just taken the strengthening serum. Then he too came to the grizzly and began to feed. The grizzly bear's meat, which now provided him with an evolution value, had been cut to 0.1, but it still provides a decent amount of calories and nutrients. Chapter 33. Out again. After eating about 10 pounds of bear meat, Su Lin only felt 7 or 8 points of satiety. Physical strength was also being rapidly restored. Nowadays, his strength had improved tremendously from before, one step closer to becoming the dominant force in the Arctic. After Su Lin finished eating, he returned to his position to lie on his back and close his eyes. Not for long. Wolfie's had her fill, too. Come to the side. The small body arched, clinging to her wolf brother, and stuck out his tongue and licked Wolf's fur. Although Wolfie is nowhere near as intelligent as Ash, but still, in her heart, she knew that Wolf was her biggest and only reliance. Ow! Surin let out a low howl, gesturing for Wolfie to get some sleep. Wolfie returned a good-natured cry. Then he felt Wolf's silky fur and huffed and puffed. The North Pole, shrouded in the colors of eternal night. Many animals have a daily routine that consists of only 3 things: hunting, eating and sleeping. Sleeping maximizes energy savings. This further makes the polar night on the Arctic continent seemingly silent. The next day, Solian woke up with the wolf girl beside him still sleeping soundly, drool rubbing off on his fur quite a bit. He didn't mind, just stood up from the wolf girl and shook the fur from her body. Ow! The sleepy wolf girl, sensing Wolf's departure, gave a low howl. Solian signaled her to go back to sleep. Next, then he greeted Ash, who was lying on his back at the entrance of the cave on guard, and went out to make his rounds. Little Ash instantly followed behind Su Lin. No surprises around the caves today. There wasn't even a flying bird or snow lord or anything like that on the dark night sky either. Take Ash back to the cave. Let Ash go to bed and rest. When he woke up from his nap, he was ready to take him out hunting. There's plenty of food in the caves. Unusual wolves don't usually need to go out hunting so often. After all, it was possible for a wolf to eat on a full stomach without needing to eat for half a month or so. However, wolf sisters and gray and white coyotes are still in their rapid growth period and eating more will help them grow. As for little Ash and cousin, with abundant food, the rate of increase in strength could be accelerated. Solim had even less to say. Only by devouring all things can we gain faster evolution. Strength can only become stronger. Ow! Ash never rebelled against his boss's words. With a low howl, he plopped back into his spot and went to rest. Subsequently, while Surin was lying on his back at the mouth of the cave on guard, the cousin, gray and white coyote and wolf sister in the cave were all waking up one after another. At leisure, Su Lin also checked their strength. Cousin is now level 3 and mediocre in terms of combat power. Su Lin didn't use much strength at all and easily suppressed his cousin. During the examination, the cousin was also taught some techniques of fighting and killing the remaining wolf sisters and gray and white coyotes. Instead, Solian let the 2 of them wrestle, and didn't let the gray and white coyote hold back this time, because it was clear in Su Lin's mind that, if we keep spoiling Wolfie like this, even if the wolf girl reaches adulthood in the future, her survivability will be very worrying. Ow! Ow! A childish wolf howl echoed through the cave. The gray and white coyote who often fights with Ash, without retaining its strength. It was still fierce amongst the level 2 coyotes. After all, Little Gray had taught it quite a few hunting and fighting skills. Ow! The gray and white coyote reached out his paw and slapped it on the wolf sister's small body, sending her back a few steps and then he took advantage of the situation and pounced, not giving the wolf girl time to react. Throat locks, bites, directly subdued the wolf girl to the ground. Sure, in the struggle, the gray and white coyote didn't really tear into it, nor did it show its tiny coyote claws that had already gained some sharpness, but the subdued wolf girl still felt humiliated. Tears were streaming down his face again without a fight. Ow! Ow! Complaining, he howled down at Wolf. This caused the gray and white coyote to hastily let go of his wolf sister and stand coyly with his tail tucked between his legs, afraid that Surin, who was the head wolf, would get angry. But it's clear, Su Lin ignored the wolf sister's low howl of aggravation. A pair of eyes that glinted green in the darkness of the night just looked out silently at the icy sky. The wind and snow are picking up outside. The sound of the cold wind that blew and overshadowed the wolf girl's low howl. And when Wolfie saw Wolfie ignoring him, it also clenched its little wolf teeth and looked at the gray and white little wolf with anger in its eyes. Obviously, they used to fight evenly with themselves. Why are you so good today? To make himself so humiliated in front of Wolf. The more she thought about it, the more angry Wolfie's simple little head became. Once again, he began to wrestle with the gray and white coyote. In the midst of the struggle, the various hunting and killing techniques that had been taught to the wolf sisters in the past were melting away. 2 coyotes, wrestling for a long time. The wolf sisters, from being no match at all in the beginning, were gradually wrenching back the situation as well. Gradually the fight came and went. The wolf girl had taken a potential potion, and in terms of potential was higher than the gray and white coyote. A fight between 2 coyotes. They are giving vent to their high energy as cubs and practicing their hunting and killing skills. Also, it was also a way to provide Su Lin with a little show to watch in the boring life of the wolf clan. After they were all huffing and puffing from the fight, Solian signaled them to rest. The next step was for the cousin to take them both to feed. They use up a lot of energy and stamina and need to be replenished. At this time, Ash, who had been sleeping soundly for a few hours, also woke up. Subsequently, Su Lin then led Little Gray out of the cave. The darkness of the night. His and Ash's wolf eyes glowed with an eerie green light. The Arctic continent is very silent now. There's not much hunting. Even the hunters were mostly conserving their strength by sleeping. Unless one is truly starving, one will not go out to hunt for food. Su Lin and Little Gray, searching for prey along the road. Nowadays, with Su Lin's strength, as long as he didn't run into a large wolf pack with more than 10 heads, a sturdy grizzly bear, a polar bear, or something like that, almost no rivalry. But unfortunately, only a few lemmings were found along the way. Even the Arctic rabbits, which are usually common, seem to have disappeared. Lemmings reproduce extremely quickly and are never picky about their food, eating almost anything. So even in the frigid Arctic, there are still a lot of active lemmings in such a harsh environment as the polar night. Pop, quickly darting around, Ash captured 7 or 8 lemmings. Bring the lemmings to your own boss. But Su Lin refused, letting Ash just eat it himself. Lemmings are not good meat, and the evolution value has been cut to 0. 1. He didn't have much **T to eat. If you eat lemmings, you might as well go back to eating bear meat. Ow! When Ash saw that his boss had no intention of eating, he let out a low howl and began to wolf down his food. After breaking through to level 4, Little Gray's food intake was also far greater than that of an ordinary adult Arctic wolf. 7 or 8 lemmings were quickly devoured into the stomachs of the, but Ash only felt only 2 or 3 points full. Chapter 34, Arctic Aurora. Next, Su Lin took Little Gray and searched a large area of the pale Arctic continent again. Still nothing. Under the polar night, everything is silent. Su Lin stood on a snowy slope and looked out at the surroundings. There was no sign of life anywhere else, except for a faint aurora borealis flickering at the far side of the ice. Eventually, Solian planned to visit the ice. The ice is often frequented by polar bears, the true rulers of the Arctic continent. As a result, these sections are not frequented by Arctic wolves. At the ice, however, food is still plentiful due to the presence of marine life. Su Lin and Little Gray, walking on the pale Arctic continent. Soon, Surin, who was on top of the snowy slope, suddenly saw a bit of bright light swaying in the distance. He stopped in his tracks. A bright green, ghostly eye peering down at him. The Little Gray beside him, too, immediately crept up, ready to attack. After following Su Lin out many times, Little Gray had done a good job of being alert and concealing his figure. This shaking bright light, Ash wondered what it was. Only the behemoth that was 4 or 5 meters long was visible behind the bright light. Size determines strength, and looking at the 4 or 5 meter long behemoth, Ash's heart sank, but Su Lin, standing on the snowy slope, was not much alarmed. He recognizes what it is. Buggy. It seems to be the same buggy that I saw the last time I hunted musk oxen myself. You can tell that the filmmaker inside the car is shooting back from the ice, under the polar night and risking it all to get the shot. Whether it's making documentaries or studying the habits of creatures, it's dedicated enough. The SUV was not traveling at a slow, wobbly speed, and soon drove away from Su Lin's line of sight. The people in the SUV hadn't noticed Solam. After all, Su Lin and Ash were standing on a snowy slope, high above and with the cover of the dark night, it was hard to be detected. After the SUV was gone, Solian withdrew his sight. A low howl shouted Ash up and continued on toward the ice. It didn't take long. Just come to the ice. The place of the ice is not as dark as other places. Instead, there were a number of auroras, hanging in the sky. The aurora borealis is a beautiful sight, with its many different shapes. Sometimes it's like a ribbon. Sometimes it's like a flame. Sometimes it's like a giant screen of colors. Some of them are so colorful and varied. Some of them are exceptionally bright, as if they have a light comparable to that of the stars and the moon. Even apart from the aurora borealis with stars at the ice, the distant horizon also seemed to have an aurora borealis appearing as if it were the dawn of morning. Also, the colors of the aurora borealis are very beautiful. Red, purple, green, blue, etc. Several kinds of light intertwined. There are red auroras like camellias spitting out a fiery red. There are also purple auroras, as if they were curtain mantles. And, of course, there's the aurora borealis, which radiates green. An aurora like this can shine out a long way. The aurora borealis drifted lightly, dimming and brightening. At a glance, it's just beautiful. This is a beautiful picture naturally drawn by nature. There were many people who at one time thought that the beautiful aurora borealis is the light that opens the heavens to ghosts and spirits to receive lost souls. And under the beautiful aurora borealis, Su Lin's eyes, which emanated a greenish humor, also saw the shadows of some animals on the ice. That's a bunch of seals. The seals were lounging together right at the ice, with 5 or 6 of them. Seals are also mammals and need to be in the ice if they are to raise their pups. Apparently, though, the seals don't have pups. Looks like just a shorebreak. Species, gray seal. Grade, 8. Prana, 1523. Endurance, 91. Strength, 63. Defense, 59. Speed, 51. Su Lin swept a glance, and the seal's numerical attributes surfaced. This batch of seals is not very strong. On weekdays, they only feed on small fish and shrimp in the ocean, and their fighting ability is weak. It wasn't a problem for Su Lin to single-handedly take on a bunch of them, but he still didn't move, because the seals were so close to the sea that broke through the ice. It's not a big deal if the seal gets away. If you're not careful and fall into the sea yourself, you'll be in for a treat. Although Su Lin's lungs had also been developed by the potential potion, he could go 5 or 6 minutes without needing to breathe, but didn't bother to risk it. It's better to be steady. It was Ash's first time on the ice and he was clearly excited, but there was no boss to give orders or to mess with the seals. Instead, on top of the ice, bouncing left and right, he also came to another break in the ice and stuck out his tongue to lick the seawater to drink. Ash is an Arctic wolf. He's still part of the land wolf pack. It is still not possible to drink directly from seawater that contains too much salt. After a few sips, I was too salty to drink anymore. But Ash, lying at the ice. Instead, they saw a number of fish swimming in the seawater beneath the ice inside. Ow! Ash reached out his paws and fished a few times, but none came up. It was so angry that it couldn't help but howl lowly twice. The sound of the wolf howling also caused the seals not far away to look over. Seals rarely see Arctic wolves that come onto the ice, so those not-so-large eyes were curious about the 2 hunters who had rushed in. Su Lin didn't care about the seals' gaze and also came to where little Ash was, looked at the broken opening in the ice and the fish swimming below. Su Lin's eyesight and reflexes were much faster than Ash's. Looking at the mouth of the ice layer, a fish swam by, and he directly grabbed it hard with a claw. The sharp wolf claws, deep into the seawater, stirred up a whirlpool. The seawater was warm, making Solian feel very comfortable, but the softness of the seawater also made him feel a gust of resistance. Rip! Solam also caught a short, but it cut through the back of this fish, and the blood spread out in all directions for a moment. The fish of the Arctic Ocean are fierce and agile. For catching short, it was expected. The smell of blood emanating from cutting through the scales of the fish at this point also attracted a lot of fish under the ice. But these fish are very nimble, and even though a lot of them come, Ash reached out a few paws in a row and grabbed them all in vain as well. Anxious, it could only watch. After being reborn as a wolf, Su Lin hadn't really eaten fish yet either. Would love to see what eating fish tastes like with a wolf's taste buds. This made Surin get serious. He signaled Ash to stop scratching around, and to keep a lookout for, prevent any other animals from sneaking up on you, and Surin himself. A pair of wolf eyes radiated a faint green light as they focused on the fish swimming below the mouth of the ice. A strengthened front right paw, poised to strike. Soon, an Arctic salmon with a length of about 40 to 50 centimeters swam nimbly along with the spreading smell of blood. This Arctic char weighs about 7 or 8 pounds. One piece is enough for a 4 or 5 minute full stomach. As the Arctic salmon swam to the closest distance to Su Lin, his right claw swung out fiercely, into the water, bringing out several swirls of water. Extremely fast. The sharp wolf's claws viciously pierced the scales and plunged into the body of the Arctic salmon. But the Arctic salmon were fierce, and even though they were almost pierced by the wolf's claws, they were still fighting violently. In the midst of violent resistance, get out of Surin's wolf's claws. But the Arctic salmon had been injured and their swimming had slowed down too much. With another claw, Surin stabbed into the Arctic salmon again. This time, even if the Arctic salmon had the will to resist, they were completely powerless. With seawater, Surin caught this Arctic salmon. The scene. It caused a few seals not far away who looked over the area to see a flash of amazement in their eyes. Seals have a much higher IQ than wolves, and they are naturally a little more cognizant of nature. Originally, Arctic wolves that come to the ice to hunt are rare, but what they didn't expect was for the majestic Arctic wolf to be fishing at the mouth of the ice, and caught the fish for real. This caused a group of seals, all with a strange color in their eyes. Chapter 35 Hunting for Walleye. Species, Arctic char. Grade, 2. Air and blood, 238. Endurance, 19. Strength, 23. Defense, 29. Speed, 28. Caught this fish up and swept it up. Properties also surfaced. It has the attributes of a level 2. Moderate. And Ash, who was on guard, saw the boss fishing the fish out, also howling with excitement. Su Lin's sharp wolf claws disemboweled this fish, and then eating fish from the inside. Ding! Host eats Arctic salmon and gains 4 points of evolutionary value. The first bite gained quite a bit of evolutionary value, and the fish is also very tasty and tender. It's nothing compared to the meat of an Arctic reindeer. Not bad for a meal on the table. Su Lin decided that these days, he would catch more fish to eat. Also took an evolutionary potion. None of these fish have been eaten before, and they provide quite a bit of evolutionary value. There is a natural need to maximize the increase in evolutionary value. The energy of the evolutionary potion surged throughout Su Lin's body. Soon, he continued to devour it, and the evolutionary value he gained increased quite a bit. Ding! Host eats Arctic salmon and gains 5 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Host eats Arctic salmon and gains 11 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Host eats Arctic salmon and gains 5 points of evolutionary value. This Arctic char is 7 or 8 pounds, but nowadays, Surin has a huge appetite. 7 or 8 pounds of fish went into the stomach in a moment's time. It also gave him a lot of evolutionary value. After eating, Su Lin swept around and didn't notice any danger. Next, keep fishing. The smell of blood just now had spread completely through the mouth of the ice. Solian then threw down the rest of the Arctic salmon. With its bloodied scales, the flavor of this blood was too much stronger than just now. Not a moment too soon. Then a number of fish came together again. The first one closest to the ice was another Arctic salmon. This is a fish that snatches food aggressively. Often they are rampant. Su Lin also didn't hesitate, and after looking at this Arctic salmon, he swung his right claw once again. Sharp wolf claws, deep into the seawater. The Arctic salmon, sensing the danger, also swam with a very nimble flick of its tail. Even though the strike was fast, it only made a few deep cuts in the Arctic salmon. Missed. No stabbing into the Arctic salmon. But Surin was not discouraged. With another claw, he grabbed another smaller Arctic salmon. This one was only 30 or 40 centimeters long. It has about 4 or 5 pounds of meat. Much smaller than the first one caught. Surin didn't hesitate. Opened up and took a few more bites. After the evolution value was cut to less than 1 point, the majority of the Arctic salmon was thrown to Ash, who was on guard. Ash likewise has not eaten fish, but the smell of fresh fish had long since rushed down the air and into its nose. Greedy and drooling, after seeing the boss throw most of the fish to himself, he couldn't contain his excitement. Su Lin didn't pay any attention to Little Gray, who was wailing with excitement, and his pair of wolf eyes just stared at the fish below the mouth of the ice. Soon it was another Arctic char. His wolf claws moved quickly this time, sharp claws sticking out of their fur and into the sea, accurate and hard stabbing right into the body of the Arctic salmon and catching it. This Arctic salmon was about the size of the first one and was very swift. Even though he was injured and came ashore, his tail was still flicking frantically, trying to return to the sea. Su Lin then slapped another claw on the head of the Arctic salmon. It shattered the inside of its head and its consciousness died with it. 3 salmon were caught in a row, causing the seals not far away to yelp in amazement. The seal's call is somewhat shrill and penetrating. Even quite a few seals that had been lazily lying on the ice resting straightened up and looked at Su Lin. Many seals even naively learned the movements of Su Lin's fishing, as if they were stealing lessons. And Surin, who was in the midst of fishing, to this naive group of seals, it was just a sweeping glance, not taken seriously. However, just as he put his eyes into the waters again, suddenly, saw a big fish swimming by. This big fish had a full 1.75 body length, a well-deserved behemoth compared to the Arctic char that were just caught. After coming, the fish that had been brought together by the smell of blood fled in all directions. There's one that's slow to escape. It was eaten by the big fish in a direct and ferocious bite. Su Lin looked at the large fish and his eyes lit up. Caught this big fish. That's quite a bit of evolutionary value again. A thought. The attribute panel of this fish appeared. Species, northern dogfish. Grade, 5. Prana, 869. Endurance, 51. Strength, 56. Defense, 55. Speed, 43. That's a pretty good fish. Northern dogfish are very aggressive and large aggressive fish. The head and back are flat, and the scales are thick and dense for defense. With a powerful tail and rows of sharp teeth in the fish's mouth, Su Lin narrowed his eyes, revealing a ferocity. That's it. Catching this northern dogfish would be quite a haul. Chapter 36, Northern Dogfish. Northern dogfish, with a body size of over a meter. It's huge. The bite is also strong. Follow the smell of blood and come here. After devouring a small fish, it was still swinging its tail, looking for the rest of the fish. Surin saw this. Some more bloodied scales were clawed and dropped down the mouth of the ice. The strong smell of blood spread out instantly. This brought the northern dogfish, with a swing of the tail, to the mouth of the ice. This northern dogfish has a ferocity in its eyes that is unique to Arctic fish. It was a small overlord in this part of the sea. At this point, it was looking for the source of the blood smell. But, what it doesn't know is that, above the mouth of the ice layer, there was a pair of eyes glowing with green light, staring at it in death. Wow! The northern dogfish opened its mouth violently and swallowed it after finding a few scales with the strongest smell of blood. But soon, after feeling the lack of meat, it was spit out again. The northern dogfish, with its belligerent ferocity, has little anger at being teased. Just a flick of the tail, ready to leave. But just as it made its move, suddenly, a change in the current of the seawater around him was violently felt. A claw with white fur entered the seawater and clawed hard at himself. The sharp claw spikes were as sharp as a blade, rapidly slashing through the seawater. It stirred up several swirls of water. Northern dogfish don't know whose claw stinger that is, but it was not frightened by its aggressive nature, and a fierce light flashed in its eyes as it, against this wolf's paw, he fought to flick that strong, powerful tail. Previously, with this tail, it is invincible when fighting with other fish for food, but this time, a clear miscalculation. The force of its tail was sufficient, though, the white claws, however, were sharper and swifter. Rip! Claw spikes like sharp knives cut through the thick fish scales. The northern dogfish took the pain and turned violently, flinging the tail away, then stretching out his mouth, which revealed rows of small sharp teeth biting fiercely at the claw. And Surin, who was on the surface of the water, couldn't help but be amused watching this scene. I had thought that the claw had just come up empty and would have allowed this northern dogfish to escape, but I didn't expect the dogfish to be as ferocious as it was. It's still coming at him. In Su Lin Wolf's eyes, a dangerous aura came out. Instead of retreating, the wolf's claws went directly towards the dogfish's open mouth. The sharp claw spikes met the fangs in the dogfish's mouth. On weekdays, the dogfish just devoured the rest of the fish in the Arctic Ocean. With the sharp teeth in its mouth, it obviously couldn't bite Su Lin's claw spikes. Instead, he was also stabbed by a claw, right through the jaw. Dead hooked the dogfish. The dogfish, which had a huge body, began to struggle violently at once. Wow! The sound of water churning came out. The dogfish's already formidable strength. It caused the mouth of the ice layer, Su Lin, the wolf's body to shake violently. It took a hard slap of his left paw on the ice to support the wolf's body. It follows that, in the water is the dogfish's home turf. And even with a power value in the mid-50s, it's not to be underestimated. If the left paw had been hooked, I can't say that it would have been wrenched off. The mouth of the ice now stirs up a great deal of water. Quite a lot of this water splashed on Su Lin's face. Splashes of water ran down the fur and into Su Lin's mouth, bringing with it the slightest salty taste. Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes that glowed with green light also brought out a smear of viciousness. The spikes on his wolf's paws hooked dead center in the dogfish's jaws. Both sides are jockeying for position. The water splashes. The northern dogfish is incredibly ferocious. over a meter long and flopping violently in the water. The tail of that injured fish was also wiggling wildly. The northern dogfish also seemed to smell death at this time, but no matter how much it struggled, the sharp clawed spikes in its mouth just hooked itself in its jaws and wouldn't let go. In the midst of the struggle, a warning came from the jaws that they were about to be torn apart. The northern dogfish had a fierce light in its eyes, and with a mouthful of sharp teeth, it once again bit towards the wolf's claws. No biting claw spikes this time. The bite is at the white hairs, but the white fur on the wolf's paws, soft and luxuriant. The outermost layer of skin is also tight and tough. This caused the rows of small sharp teeth in the mouth of the northern dogfish to fail to pierce into Su Lin's flesh. Still, the enormous bite force caused Su Lin to feel a surge of pain. A vicious look flickered in his eyes and, taking advantage of the fact that the northern dogfish were only ripping and not struggling, his right paw slammed down, and all the force in his body burst out together. Directly the huge northern dogfish, which was more than a meter long, was yanked out of the ice break, violently. Boo! After yanking it out, the northern dogfish's massive body slammed down on top of the ice, off the water. No more home base. The northern dogfish, while still struggling frantically, but the powerful fish tail just smashed the nearby ice and snow in all directions. Beyond that, it no longer serves the slightest purpose. Instead, Su Lin raised his right paw and ruthlessly slapped at the head of the northern dogfish. Snap, 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 crisp, yet ferocious, slaps rang out at the ice. It wasn't long before a large area of bright red, stinging blood spilled out from under the head of this northern dogfish. The fish tail, which had been flinging itself wildly, was no longer moving. Chapter 37, Arctic Overlord. At this point, Ash, eyes glazed over as he watched his boss catch such a large fish. The salmon in his hand, which he had gnawed down to the bones of the fish, fell to the ground for a moment without even feeling it. And a group of seals not far away saw such a large northern dogfish being caught. All of them were also looking at each other. Obviously fishing and shrimping are their strong points. But what's with this Arctic wolf in front of them? This harvest is so much better than them. The sharp, prolonged cry of the seal rose and fell, a penetrating yelp with a dash of surprise. As for Surin, after completely slapping this huge northern dogfish to death, he shook off the splash that had been made on his body. Then looking at the group of seals, he actually had a craving for seal meat. Only the seals are not less intelligent and alert. If you are in danger, you will go straight down to the sea. It's not a difficult hunt. So just looked at it and withdrew his eyes. Seeing Ash still in place, gawking at this huge northern dogfish, going over to it was a paw, waking it up. Ow! Su Lin let out a low howl and let Little Gray drag this northern dogfish back to the cave. Northern dogfish don't look small for their size, but the weight wasn't as heavy as I thought it would be. That's about 10 pounds. This weight is more than enough for Ash to tow at the moment. Plus, northern dogfish have slippery scales and minimal friction on snow and ice. With Ash's strength, dragging this northern dogfish across the ice and snow and darting around was no big deal. At this time, Little Gray, who had been rewarded with a claw, had sort of come back to his senses from his stupor, but its wolf eyes were still full of shock. Came to this northern dogfish and wailed. Surin signaled it to work faster. After all, the ice is infested with polar bears from time to time. Ow! Ash let out a low howl, very obedient to his boss's command, immediately moved. First, the fish's tail with the wolf's teeth, but the tail of the fish was bare and there were no bites on several occasions. Another run to the body of the fish, only to find the same nowhere to get a mouthful. Anxious Little Gray, he circled around this northern dogfish. Seeing this scene, Su Lin couldn't help but sigh. With a low howl, he signaled Ash to bite the dogfish's jaws. There were no scales on the lower jaw, and a bloody gash had been torn out of it. It can be gripped easily, but even though Su Lin taught Ash, the simpleton also tried several times before it finally took the grips. After gripping it, he excitedly spread his legs and ran, dragging a northern dogfish, darting across the ice very easily. Ash didn't take long to run a short distance, and with an Arctic salmon on the ground in his mouth, Solian began to fold back toward the cave. Su Lin's speed was much faster than Little Gray's, and in no time at all, he had walked in front of it. But, just as he was about to step out of the ice, Surin's very keen sixth sense, suddenly an extremely dangerous signal was sent to him. Ever since Surin broke through to level 6, it was the first time I had felt such a strong danger signal. He stopped right in his tracks and stood still, while Ash was still running around. With a glance back, he stopped Ash. Ash immediately sensed something, too. Restlessly, he peered around. Soon, Su Lin then saw a huge mouth of ice ahead of him. A large, adult male polar bear with a brawny scent crawled up through the mouth of the ice. There was also a beluga whale the size of a full 3 meters in length being dragged in his mouth. Having climbed up, The polar bear threw the beluga carcass onto the ice and, boom! The heavy body of the beluga whale smashed the ice layer and shook it, while there were countless ice splashes. This polar bear, stained with a bloody mixture of seawater and blood, the blood was about to cover the color of its original fur. It had just fought violently, gasping for breath, huffing and puffing, exhaling. In the frigid Arctic temperatures of it turned into a wisp of water vapor and floated into the air. For a moment, against a backdrop of beluga blood, the pugnacious and ferocious aura of the polar bear was rising unchecked. Little Gray was so overwhelmed by this aura that he didn't dare to move a muscle. The cowering stood still. It's like natural species suppression. In the Arctic Circle, the polar bear, a dominant force that has been rampant for countless years, has few rivals. There are no natural enemies either. What can bury them are often bloody battles between their own kind, and brutal natural environments. And this polar bear in front of us is a polar bear that can hunt whales alone. Even among polar bears, they are deservedly strong. At this time, this polar bear, which exuded a brawny aura all over its body, also noticed Su Lin and Little Gray. It stood erect with its massive body, having a height of nearly 3 meters. A pair of eyes were watching the two Arctic wolves that had come to the ice at some point. Su Lin also narrowed a pair of wolf eyes and looked at the polar bear. A thought. The numerical attributes of this polar bear then surfaced. Species, polar bear, male. Grade, 16. Air blood, 2651. Endurance, 173. Strength, 169. Defense, 167. Speed, 69. Strong. It's strong. When he saw the polar bear's numerical attributes, Su Lin couldn't even help but feel emotional. No wonder there was such a strong sense of crisis just now. The strength of this polar bear, as opposed to the grizzly bears that were hunted some time ago. It's like a heaven and a hell. Not bad for a recognized Arctic overlord. Able to go ashore, able to go into the water. Endurance, strength, and defense are all unbeatable. A man of brute strength. Invincible on land and strong enough to hunt beluga whales in the sea. It's almost as if God feeds, under the beautiful aurora borealis. This polar bear's sight in Su Lin's eyes, which were flashing with green light, locked for a long time. But it's clear, this polar bear has spent a lot of energy today capturing a beluga whale. Also spotted were Surin and Ash, catching northern dogfish. Simple intellect to realize that these two Arctic wolves were not coming at him. So nothing was done. Just silently withdrew his eyes and began to lie down on the body of the beluga whale. Swallowing up beluga blubber to replenish his consumption. And Solian was relieved that, gesturing for Ash to drag the northern dogfish to go first. It was only at a sign from the boss that Ash forced his trembling body to slowly leave with the northern dogfish in his mouth. But just after walking for a while, and being a bit worried about his boss, he looked back. All it saw was its own boss, who was walking over without slowing down. Su Lin didn't dart off like he was running away, because on the one hand, he's got more than enough speed to throw off a polar bear. The other side of the coin is not to show timidity so easily in nature. Otherwise, it's easy to stir up the other side's desire to hunt. After Su Lin walked over, he directly rewarded the little gray standing in place with a claw, signaling it to hurry up and bring the northern dogfish back to the cave. It was only then that Ash returned to his usual simplicity. Grabbed the dogfish and scattered. Chapter 38. Back to the cave. Ash dragged the dogfish and ran fast. The ice is not close to the cave. Not really, but at a fast pace. It only took an hour to get back to the caves. It's been a good road trip this time around. No hunters were encountered who wanted to come and take it. Upon return, Ash also tried to actively drag the northern dogfish up the hill, but after a lot of effort, I was only able to drag it halfway down the road, and it soon slipped back down. Ash has moved up another level, though, but trying to haul such a large northern dogfish up the mountain was still out of the question. After several unsuccessful attempts, on the last one, there was a dogfall and a mouthful of snow and ice. Ow! Ow! Ash couldn't help but howl with urgency. In the end, it was Surin who dragged the northern dogfish back to the cave. Into the cave, Solian tossed the 7 or 8 pound Arctic salmon to his cousin, Wolfie and the gray and white coyote. But the 3 wolves, having eaten grizzly meat today, the little tummy was so full that all it could do was sniff the Arctic salmon. I wonder what this is. They haven't even been out of the cave much, so naturally they don't recognize the fish in this Arctic Ocean. It was at this time that Ash came to the 3 of them and wailed. It was expressing how juicy and flavorful the fish was. Even Wolf Howl recounts the divine power of fishing in the ice boss. But it's clear, even if Ash's IQ had improved quite a bit and he could express some complex meanings, but cousin, wolf sister, and gray and white coyote, simple minds still didn't understand what was being said. It just feels like listening to a cloud. But it became clear that this Arctic salmon is a very tasty food. Ow! In the face of such deliciousness, the wolf girl couldn't help but pat her round little stomach, a little angry at herself for eating so much just now. My cousin also just gutted the Arctic salmon and tasted it. After tasting it, the eyes lit up. It was true, and very tasty indeed. Cousin restraint is relatively strong. With a full stomach, she just tasted it and didn't eat anymore. Anyway, the food is in the cave. It's not like it's going to disappear into thin air. When you eat it, it's all the same. For his part, Surin dragged the large-sized northern dogfish to the side of the cave. The sharp wolf claws glinted with a cold glow as they gutted the dogfish. Soon revealed, inside, was the tender to the point of being fishy. Sulin ate 1.5 of the Arctic salmon and was only 5 points full. Now looking at the tender flesh of the northern dogfish, he also devoured it again. Rip! Tearing down a large piece of fish meat that still had blood on it, it was eaten into Sulin's mouth. The tender fish meat had a faint fishy sweetness in his mouth. In addition to being fishy and sweet, the flesh of the fish was firm and crisp. This is due to the fact that northern dogfish are aggressive and fierce by nature. Fish that fight a lot naturally have meat that is more flavorful and bouncy than ordinary fish. Ding! The host has eaten the northern dogfish and gained 15 evolution points. The evolutionary value of the northern dogfish is, well, not insignificant. Without the increase of the evolution potion, it's also 5 evolution points. The equivalent to musk beef provides evolutionary value too. The fish meat was very tender and delicious, plus it had a decent amount of evolutionary value to acquire. Sulin suddenly had a big appetite and wolfed it down. The juicy fish chewed a few times in Sulin's mouth before swallowing into his stomach. Ding! The host has eaten the northern dogfish and gained 5 evolution points. Ding! The host has eaten the northern dogfish and gained 14 points of evolutionary value. Ding! The host has eaten the northern dogfish and gained 5 evolution points. Evolutionary values that are being acquired at a rapid rate. In one breath, Sulin ate 13 or 14 pounds of fish. In addition to the evolutionary value, the rich protein of the fish also provided him with a lot of nutrients and energy. After a good meal, it was only then that Sulin stood up and greeted Ash as he went to eat. Ash had only eaten a few lemmings and most of an Arctic salmon on this trip out, and was obviously only half full. I just watched the boss eat, and my mouth watered with gluttony. It's only now, when he hears the boss's order, that he rolls around in excitement, and came over to the carcass of the northern dogfish and took a big bite out of it. Next, Sulin came to the entrance of the cave and looked out into the distance. He looked out into the darkness of the night and, the heart misses the wolf parents a little. It's been a while since I left them and it's time to go back and visit. I don't know, how have they been doing for a while? Papa Wolf and Mama Wolf? With the scarcity of food, and perhaps the difficulty of hunting, but with a pack of 8 adult Arctic wolves, it was thought that there were not many hunters that would be ungrateful enough to mess with it. Don't worry about safety. At this time, Surin, a long howl soothed the feelings within. Ow! His long howl was loud and long. It was so penetrating that it could travel a long way, echoing over the morose Arctic. Then turning his head, he signaled his cousin to go to bed and, Sulin, on the other hand, was lying on the rocks at the entrance of the cave while closing his eyes and keeping a lookout. The caves are located high up in the mountains. Generally grizzly bears, polar bears and other heavy and clumsy bodies are very difficult to climb up, and the hunters who manage to climb up don't pose much of a threat to the wolves. The cave was still very safe, compared to the cave where Wolfie and Wolfie were. Chapter 39 A New Harvest. Ash finished eating, crawled over to the gray and white coyote, and began to sleep. 2. In a moment, silence fell over the cave. Day 2. Sulin spent the night in the cave with his eyes closed. Upon awakening, first the daily rounds in the cave. Nothing unexpected. Then he let out a low howl and brought Ash down from the cave. Nowadays, under the darkness of the polar night, food must have been scarce for the wolf parents as well. Sulin had wanted to take the rest of the fish to the wolf parents, but waking up, see the wolf girl sleeping, all still lying on her back and drooling next to the Arctic salmon. That made him give up that intention. After all, with the Norse ice sheet and the Arctic Ocean in place, it's just a matter of capturing some more. Sulin took Little Gray and went back to the ice, having Ash hunt a few lemmings along the way, as bait for the blood to spread. Hunting lemmings, Ash was already considered a good hand. No need to account for anything too much. Soon, several lemming corpses were then carried to Sulin by Little Gray as if he was inviting credit. Next, he and Ash, once again, have made it to the Arctic ice. The Arctic Circle. Land is only a small part of the largest area is the ice. It's full of white snow and ice. It is also a haven for a variety of creatures. The beautiful aurora borealis shimmered faintly at the ice. This time, above the ice, there were a number of perched creatures, seals, sea lions, and birds flying around the sea. Many birds migrate before the polar night. As a result, these birds of prey are not numerous and are not often seen under the polar night. For these prey, Su Lin swept a glance and withdrew his eyes. Because of all the bad hunting, the fact that they could survive under the polar night meant that they were all very alert. Su Lin looked out and found no sign of the polar bear. He then told Ash to stand guard, then came to a mouth of ice and began to prepare to continue fishing. Fish meat? I don't think even the wolf parents had ever tasted it. Even after years of hanging out in this area, the Arctic Ocean is rich in herring and cod. Only the ones that can be attracted by the smell of blood are fish that are ferocious in nature. Su Lin took the lemming that Little Gray had carried and opened it up with his sharp wolf claws, scratching the surface of the lemming with blood. Then it was dropped into the mouth of the ice. The rich aura of blood spread out violently. There are an unknown number of fish under the great Arctic Ocean. It didn't take long for several fish attracted by the blood to appear. These are not small fish. It was 40 to 50 centimeters long, and the largest of them was 60 to 70 centimeters long. These fish, in a race to devour the lemming's carcass, even the biggest of these fish, it also flicked its tail, knocking aside an Arctic char next to it. It wants the food all to itself. But for a few moments, the fish that can follow the smell of blood are fierce. For a moment, a few fish below the ice, fighting each other for food. Surin, in regard to the scene, just watching quietly, waiting for the perfect moment. Soon, the largest fish, which had smoked several of it bared its sharp fangs and bit down on the lemming corpse. At this time, a glint also flashed in Su Lin's eyes. The sharp wolf claws of his right paw lit up from his fur. Then viciously, he grabbed at the fish that was closest to the mouth of the ice. The wolf's claws are in the water. The sea rippled and swayed. Surin had long had previous experience, and this capture went smoothly. The wolf's claws ruthlessly stabbed into the fish's abdomen that didn't have many scales, and then with a forceful and violent lift, he pulled up the fish that had 60 or 70 centimeters away from the sea. The fish, no matter how much it struggled, was a foregone conclusion. A few hard slaps and this fish was out of action. It was also a dogfish, only smaller than the one from yesterday. Next, the fish, under the ice, have scattered and separated. But again, Su Lin disemboweled a lemming and threw it into the seawater. A fish's memory is rumored to be only 7 seconds. The truth is that the memory is not as short as that. The few fish that had just been here had learned of the danger, and none of them swam over again. But Su Lin wasn't in a hurry, because the Arctic Ocean has the least shortage of fish. At this moment, Su Lin, looking up at the vast ice layer, the ice was found to contain a lot of marine debris, in addition to the animals that inhabited it. Marine litter floating in the oceans. After drifting into the Arctic Ocean and encountering ice, it's as if it's piled up at a dead end. Surin looked at the lemming's corpse and saw that no fish had been lured over yet. Then he moved to the outermost part of the ice and looked at the marine debris. There are many types of garbage, with plastic bags, cigarette butts, foam blocks, fishing nets and glass bottles predominating. For this marine debris, Su Lin picked at it a few times and gripped a small fishing net that was still intact from it. This fishing net can be used to hold the fish caught. Otherwise, using their mouths alone, he and Ash could only catch 2 or 3 fish at most in one trip. If we had nets, we could have caught more. Take the nets and return to the mouth of the ice where you dropped the lemming carcass. Solian looked over and realized that a moment later, there were 2 new Arctic char. It just so happens that one of them is very close to the mouth of the ice sheet. The fish, too, was devouring the lemming carcass. No hesitation. The sharp claws of the wolf flashed a cold glow in the light of the pale aurora borealis, paddling into the sea. Su Lin directly grabbed this small salmon, which was only about 30 to 40 centimeters in length, then threw it into the fishing net. At this point, the rest of the animals on the ice, looking at Su Lin's actions, they were all a bit uncertain, curious as to why the captured fish were put in that broken net. Sure, they are so intelligent that they just may never be able to understand what it means to be a tool. At this time, Su Lin threw the dogfish he had caught earlier into the fishing net as well. Next, right at the mouth of the ice, keep waiting for the fish to be lured over. This traditional approach to fishing, it was still effective for the current Surin. In less than 2 hours, just run out of lemming bait for the hunt. Surin also managed to harvest 7 fish of various sizes. One of the largest of these was a dogfish that was just beginning to be caught. The dogfish also weighed about 30 pounds. The rest of the fish were salmon in the 30 to 50 centimeter range. It's about 40 pounds. It adds up to more than 70 pounds of fish. I thought the fish, brought to the wolf parents as a meet and greet gift, would surely give them a nice surprise. Ow! When the bait ran out, Su Lin let out a low howl and Ash comes to the table, ready to take the fish. Pop! One claw, without letting Little Gray hold the individual fish. Surin began to teach Little Gray to hold the fishing net. There are times when, for the animals that survive in nature, it's often harsher to get them to remember something faster. Little Gray, whose IQ was quite a bit higher than ordinary wolves, after Su Lin had taught him a few times, just learned to haul in the nets, and was also surprised to find that just by holding such a small netting line, several fish would all follow. It was as if it opened up a new view of the world in Ash's head. Chapter 40 The Wolf Father Eats Fish. Ash took the fishing net in his mouth and quickly spread his legs across the ice, and Solian followed, looking around, too. No more polar bear encounters this time. That polar bear in this area hunted a beluga whale yesterday. That beluga whale must have weighed at least a small ton, judging by its size, enough for it to last a long time. For a moment, Solian and Ash then exited the ice. The nets are very tough. In Ash's clumsy dragging, he accidentally hit a block of ice and snow several times, but nothing happened at all. There are no more auroras when you leave the ice. It was back to pitch black night. Under the night, there was silence all around, not the slightest sound. Only the rustle of Ash dragging the fishing net was making a sound. Road, not to mention the prey. Even the hunters had never seen it. The smell of blood emanating from the fish hadn't even attracted any animals. Su Lin knew that this deathly silence also represented the worrisome situation of many hunters. In all likelihood, most of the hunters were languishing in their respective lairs in order to preserve what little strength they had left, just waiting for that glimpse of light in the sky. Count the hours. It would probably be another month or so before the polar night receded in this area. It's been over a month. It is the darkness before the dawn that is the hardest. At this moment, Su Lin and Little Gray were rapidly interspersing in the darkness of the night. They're both fast. It didn't take too long, and there it was, the cave where the wolf parents were. Looking at the familiar cave, Su Lin was somewhat dazed. In the beginning, when he was a cub, he was living in this cave. Wolf's father and mother also spoiled him very much. Now it's been more than half a year. Surin, with a long howl. The wolf's howl carries a long way. On noticed that the wolf parents had returned themselves. After this howl of the wolf, not for long, the gaunt shadow of Papa Wolf appeared just before the cave entrance. Papa Wolf was covered in fur, as lush as ever. Counting the wolf's tail, it has a full 2 meters of wolf body. Maybe not as much as Surin, but just as tall and majestic. A pair of eyes that glowed green in the darkness of the night quickly noticed Su Lin and Little Gray. A keen sense of smell allowed it to distinguish that it was its own cub. The wolf father was somewhat surprised that Su Lin, who had left himself to go out and wander, had grown another size and had completely surpassed him. This was a great relief to Papa Wolf. It gave a long howl in equal response, then darted from the cave, darting over to Papa Wolf. In his excitement, he stuck out his tongue and licked the fur on Surin's body. As the head wolf's wolf dad, it was usually rare for him to make such intimate gestures. Su Lin could feel that the wolf dad was indeed surprised and pleasantly surprised to see himself. On top of that, it was also noticeable that Papa Wolf had become a bit thin during this time. I can see that. Under the polar night, Papa Wolf leads the pack through a hard time as well. He let out a low howl, signaling his wolf father to look at the fish in the net. Papa Wolf has never eaten fish, but being the alpha wolf, having seen a lot of things, still recognized for fish. It sniffed a couple of fish in a fishing net and, smelling the very tempting odor of blood, he couldn't help but gulp. Seeing this scene, Surin took a fish out of the net and, throwing it in front of the wolf's father, he gestured for him to eat it. After all, the fish was a special delivery for Wolfie and Wolfie. Solian had broken away from the pack that the wolf daddy was in. There is not much influence left for Papa Wolf to have in the pack. Therefore, Papa Wolf was no longer embarrassed, as he had been before. It began to open its mouth and tear into this Arctic salmon. But the Arctic salmon, all scaly and naked, Papa Wolf tried several times, but didn't bite in. Eventually Papa Wolf, keenly aware of the salmon's less scaly abdomen, sinks his sharp fangs into the belly and rips off a large portion of the fish's flesh. After finally getting a taste of the flavorful fish inside there was a bright light flashing in Papa Wolf's green eyes. The fish was delicious in a way that it hadn't been in all its years of hanging out in the Arctic Circle. But soon enough the spikes inside the fish were also felt. For these spikes, Papa Wolf would have chewed and swallowed it as well. But he was stung. It made Papa Wolf have to spit it out. At this time, Ash, the simpleton, also came up to teach Papa Wolf to eat fish by spitting out the thorns, because he got a couple of fish spines in him just yesterday from gobbling it all up. There's even a little fishbone stuck in my throat. It took a long, dry cough to cough it up. Papa Wolf looked at Little Gray, who had grown several times larger and was already comparable in size to an adult Arctic wolf. A pair of wolf eyes were also surprised. What a surprise! The 2 little cubs that I've watched grow up, in a short period of time, The change was so great that it was as if he had been transformed. Pop. Watching Ash's wailing low howl, Su Lin rewarded it with a claw. Leave it in peace. After all, Papa Wolf was at least the alpha wolf and still wanted to save face. It would be better to let a simpleton like Ash teach it, rather than trying to figure it out on your own. For eating, all kinds of wild animals are gifted with an untutored talent. Ow. Seeing my own boss angry, little Ash then returned behind Su Lin resentfully. And at this point, Papa Wolf. It had also been fully accepted that the two cubs were off the hook. It let out a low howl and signaled for Su Lin and little Ash to enter the cave. Su Lin's heart was missing the wolf mom, too. As such, he took the lead and followed his wolf father into the cave, with Ash trailing behind, dragging the few remaining fish from the fishing net. Chapter 41 The Rigid Hierarchy of Wolves. Into the cave. Solian then saw that the rest of the wolves in the cave were sleeping. Morale is also very low. 2 of the wolves were even seen, with bloodied wounds. This made Su Lin, who was originally excited, a bit puzzled. Had any hunter actually come and messed with the wolves in his absence for a while? Soon, he then saw the wolf mom among the wolves. Nothing much has changed with Wolf Mother. It's just the same wasting away as Papa Wolf. The fur has also lost some of its former luster. Su Lin looked at such a wolf mom and felt a little heartbroken. And the wolf mom, who had been awakened by the wolf's howl, saw that her former pups had returned. She howled low in delight. Ow! The wolf mom, who had been lying on her back to conserve her strength, also got up from the stone wall and walked toward Solian. After coming over, he stuck out his tongue and licked Su Lin's fur intimately. Solian and Wolf Sister, the first litter of pups for the wolf mom. She had deep feelings for Solian and the wolf girl, especially Surin. Growing up to be no less of an Arctic wolf than her wolf daddy in a short time made her feel proud. Perhaps because of the inherent thinking under the polar night that the wolf mom assumed that Su Lin must not have had much food to fill him up during this time, either. So with a low howl, she gestured for Su Lin to follow her to the place where she had just slept. Tossing the gravel on the ground with his paw, he threw up a few small lemmings and some dark-looking fruit. Then he arched his nose, arching this food in front of Su Lin, telling him to eat quickly. Solemn knows that this may be the only bit of personal stuff left of Wolf Mother under the polar night. These lemmings and dark fruits may seem unremarkable, but they are full of the love that the wolf mom has for herself. This touched Su Lin's heart. Ow! He looked at the anticipation and happiness in Wolf Mother's eyes, and didn't say no, just silently bowed his head and ate a dark fruit. The wolves belong to the Canis lupus group, although you can also eat some wild fruits, insects and the like to fill your stomach, but it's definitely all about being very hungry, because with the taste buds and intestines of the wolves, wild fruits really didn't taste good. Sure enough, the dark wild fruit was not known to be of any kind, and was somewhat bitter in the mouth. There is very little juice to add much nutrition at all. Eating these is only better than nothing. This caused Surin, in his mind, too. More than that, I can deeply appreciate how hard it has been for Wolf Mother, but it was at this time that, suddenly, a light gray message alert appears. Ding! The host eats a black fruit rock Gorin and gains 6 evolution points. This message caused Su Lin to freeze. That's okay? It looked as if he could not only eat meat for evolutionary value, but it appeared that plant fruits could as well. Blackfriar's rock gallant. He's heard it before. This is a plant that grows in the alpine zone, able to grow in extremely harsh environments, hardy, drought-resistant, barren, etc. This plant is extremely survivable. The fruit also has some medicinal and research value. At this point under evolutionary value acquisition, Solian also ate a few more dark fruits from the ground. Ding! The host eats a black fruit rock Gorin and gains 5 evolution points. Ding! The host eats a black fruit rock Gorin and gains 4 evolution points. Ding! The host eats a black fruit rock Gorin and gains 3 evolution points. The evolutionary value of the plant fruit class, which cuts down even more by, it had only just eaten 5 or 6 dark fruits, and it had already dropped to 1 point of evolution value a bit. This made Surin stop, and the wolf mom arched a few more lemmings with her nose, signaling for Su Lin to eat those, because she also knew that those fruits were very unpalatable. She wanted to save the best for her cubs. This made Su Lin feel that a mother's love was truly the greatest love in this world. And by this time, Ash came to the cave dragging his fishing net. Solian then let out a low howl and told the wolf mom she had brought her something delicious. It was a delicious fish, and I'm sure Wolf Mother had never eaten it before. Let her have a nice meal this time. The wasting away of the wolves' parents, apparently due to the lack of food. It's been a long time, and there's never been a full meal resulting from it. Ash, at that moment, heard the low howl of the boss. Also very knowledgeable, he dragged the fishing net in front of the wolf mom. The fish had long since been violently slapped to death by Solian with his wolf claws. It smells like blood. This caused the few remaining Arctic wolves in the cave who were sleeping soundly to conserve their strength. 2. All of them climbed up in a single bound, their eyes releasing a bright light. They haven't eaten in days. The smell of blood was nothing less than the best smell in the world for them. Those green eyes, looking towards the fish that smelled like blood, couldn't help but secrete saliva. Woohoo! Papa Wolf bared his teeth in a threatening voice at the pack of wolves who were all getting hungry. That's what made them settle down a bit. But looking at the fishing net that smelled heavily of blood, it was still swallowing frantically. It's not like Papa Wolf doesn't have the prestige of being the alpha wolf anymore. Truly, under the extreme night, this pack of wolves were hungry and red-eyed. Some time ago, even went to prepare to hunt a grizzly bear under extreme hunger. As it turned out, the grizzly was not hunted successfully. Instead, both wolves are still injured. This added to the already struggling wolves, now sniffing fiercely at the smell of food. There was a look of extreme longing in their eyes. Su Lin took out the dogfish and one of the biggest salmon in the fishing net. These 2 fish alone had nearly 40 pounds. There's enough for Papa and Mama Wolf. Then with a low howl he gave the rest of the fish to his wolf father to deal with. Ow, ow, ow. By this time, the hungry wolves of the pack, all of them also began to howl incessantly and pleading, thinking that they could be given some food. Among the wolves, as the head wolf, Papa Wolf has supreme power in the pack. Weekdays include distributing food. This caused these Arctic wolves, all of them, to beg frantically for their wolf father. The wolf father bared his teeth once again, and even extended his thick wolf claws to viciously slap the 2 wolf clansmen who tried to come forward. It's a deterrent, for it knows very well, even within itself, how precious food is in the polar night. If you don't have enough deterrence as the alpha wolf, there's a good chance you'll mess up. At this point in time, after Papa Wolf, who had put a pack of wolves in check, it was only then that another fish was taken out of the already small amount of fish in the net as a reserve food. The remaining 4 fish, it was distributed to the remaining members of the pack in turn. It's not that Papa Wolf is soft. Rather, as the alpha wolf, he also has an obligation to lead the pack to survive. The wolves are very hierarchical. In addition to the head wolf, there is a division between the bee and Ohio wolves. The bee wolf is second to the alpha wolf in terms of combat power and status in the pack. The current wolf pack, led by Papa Wolf. There were 2 ethereal wolves with strength attributes of level 5. The 2 ethereal wolves, each got a share of a fish. The fish weighs 5 or 6 pounds. Ow, ow. The 2 ethereal wolves howled in excitement as they got their food. The remaining 4 Ohio wolves, on the other hand, were not treated so well. The Ohio wolf, on the other hand, is at the end of the pack. Papa Wolf just left the 2 fish still in front of them without breaking them down. This made, in an instant, a grueling fight for their food. The strongest man will be honored. In this moment, there is another stark confirmation. The stronger wolves get more food. The weaker ones only get scraps. However, with the intimidation of the wolf father in place, the fight between the several Ohio wolves, although fierce, was still quite measured. Chapter 42: A Fish Feast. At this point in time, faced with a fight over food from the Ohio wolves in the pack, the rest of the wolves, long ago, had become accustomed to it. Papa Wolf took the fish, which had been used as a reserve, and placed it where Mama Wolf had just plowed out the food. And as the wolf mom looked at the 2 fish that Su Lin had carried to her, a look of surprise passed through her eyes. She didn't realize that, even under the polar night, his own cubs still managed to hunt so much food. At the same time there was some inner joy that the cub was still thinking of her, all away from the wolves, and will make a special trip to deliver food. This caused the wolf mom, again, to lick Su Lin's fur very affectionately. Ow! Su Lin let out a low howl, signaling Wolf Mother to eat quickly. The fish was delicious and nutritious, the best tonic for a wolf mom who was now lacking energy and weak. The wolf mom finally put her eyes on the 2 fish in front of her again and attempted to bite them with her mouth. But just like Papa Wolf, it soon became apparent that the fish were covered in scales and were not good for the mouth. But unlike Papa Wolf, Mama Wolf was smart enough to gut the fish with her claws. After the disembowelment, mixed with the strong smell of blood came the freshness of the fish. The fresh flavor made Wolf Mother's mouth water fast, but she took a small bite first. As the firm, springy, smooth and juicy fish entered her mouth, Wolf Mom's eyes clearly lit up as well. Obviously, to the taste buds of the wolf race, this fish meat was definitely a rare delicacy. Ow! The wolf mom howled lowly, expressing surprise. Solian returned the favor, signaling Wolf Mother to eat more if it was good. At this time, Papa Wolf also came over. Solom knows that, with his large frame, Papa Wolf certainly couldn't get enough of a salmon. Greeting Father Wolf as well, he came to eat quickly. When he was a cub, both Papa and Mama Wolf spoiled him. Papa Wolf just keeps the majesty of the alpha wolf a lot of the time and won't express it. Ow! Papa Wolf let out a soft howl and also joined Mama Wolf in continuing to eat the fish. Wolf Mother was also warned to watch out for spikes on the fish. Eating together. Papa Wolf also made a point of tearing off a few pieces of fish with fewer scales and fewer bone spines for Mama Wolf to eat. Next, the smell of fresh fish and the sound of wolves feeding filled the cave. Due to the extreme scarcity of food under the polar night, each of the wolves that were given food ate it all. Even the two Ethel wolves tried to eat the fish's bone spines in their stomachs after chewing on them as well, just like their wolf father. But after being viciously stabbed a few times, it gave up. Still, sticking his tongue out, he kept licking the fresh flavor of the fish left on top of the bone spikes. The fight for food between a few Ohio wolves also came to an early end. Two injured Ohio wolves, quickly out of the game. Food is enjoyed by the victor, but the wounded Ohio wolf, still wailing away, thinking only of the scraps he could save for himself. The wolves howled, miserably and sadly. The rest of the wolves in the pack, however, didn't have any color changes, because it's long been a habit. This is the daily routine of a wolf pack. When food was plentiful, the weakest wolves could still fill their bellies. With food scarcity, often leftovers are a luxury. And Wolfie, with a double feed, they also quickly swallowed an Arctic salmon and a small half of a dogfish in their bellies. This makes them finally full. This hearty meal of fish and flesh swept away the gloom that had prevailed for some time. Although a feast of fish could not immediately restore their otherwise won figures and dull coats to their former. But status-wise, Wolfie and Wolfie are significantly better. The wolf mom howled lowly twice and looked at Su Lin favorably again. It was only then that he realized that Su Lin was quite a bit bigger than when he left the cave. Already they were all a circle larger than the wolf father. A full 2.5 meters counting the wolf's tail. Such a size is extremely rare among Arctic wolves. Su Lin's hair, which was as white as snow all over his body, was also soft and shiny. It represents a period of time when life was good and food was plentiful. This caused the wolf mom to give two more low howls of great relief. Ow, ow, and then, the wolf mom then communicated briefly with Solian with a wolf howl. Wolf Mother couldn't express some of the complex meanings, but Solian had lived with Wolf Mother for a long time and could still understand what she was trying to say. Wolf Mother in an exchange, asked the wolf girl, asked about the status of the rest of the coyotes as well, even inquiring about where the fish was caught and tasted so fresh. Su Lin responded to all of them, but it's a fish that Wolf Mother and Wolf Father can't hunt. After all, you can hunt fish from the mouth of the ice. Half of it relied on Surin's wisdom of fishing on the smell of blood, and the other half still relied on the sharp right claw. Currently Sulin's strengthened right claw. Whether it was the sharpness of the wolf's claws or the majestic force that could be exerted, it was far beyond that of an ordinary Arctic wolf. At this point in the exchange between Surin and Wolf Mother, Papa Wolf also gave two low howls and, after rubbing his head against the fur of the wolf mom and Su Lin, he signaled himself to go out and do his rounds. After all, the cave where Papa Wolf was not exactly high security. It needs to be patrolled from time to time. Chapter 43 Love One Another. Papa Wolf patrols the cave. On the one hand, it marks the scent and declares the territory. On the other hand, it is also to see if there are any intruders. Especially under the polar night. Hungry hunters can do anything. After Papa Wolf came out of the cave, squatting on the sidelines, Ash was free of constraints. Now it's getting a little leathery again. Originally wolves, Ash stayed a long time. The wolves of the pack. It knew them all as well. While his own boss was talking to Wolf Mother, it then hopped up and over to a couple of Ohio wolves. Currently Ash is second in size to his dad in the pack. Not too far off from two Ethel wolves. Tall and large, he appeared in front of several Ohio wolves. Ohio Wolf was obviously all slightly nervous. After Ash arrived, first, he came to look at the two wolves that were injured and hadn't grabbed any food. These two wolves, Ash knew well. One is the mother of a gray and white coyote and the other is the mother of a cousin. They were originally at the bottom of the pack in terms of strength, and now injured. It's already miserable. Ash didn't want to look at them and not even get some scraps. Just from the other two Ohio wolves, he snatched the fish, which was only a small portion of what he had eaten, from the other two wolves. Sure, naturally, it took a lot of effort. However, Ash was now comparable in strength to a level 5 Arctic wolf, and his battle prowess was even better. A few claws down, and already he had 7 or 8 of his wolf father's strength. The two Ohio wolves were quickly taught to know how to love each other. All wolves need to survive. If no food was given at all, the gray and white coyote's mother and cousin's mother would most likely not be able to last through this polar night. Currently, little Ash's IQ was already much higher than that of ordinary wolves. It's already starting to have sympathy and other clueless emotions in that little brain of its. Now the gray and white coyote's mother and her cousin's mother were wolfing down what little remnants of fish there were. Wailed a low howl as well, expressing his gratitude to Ash. But soon, one of the gray and white coyote's mother, who accidentally got stuck with a bone spur. Due to wolfing it down without paying attention, it got stuck right in my throat, rolling around on the ground in agony. A miserable-looking one. This led Ash to start teaching him how to cough up fish spikes by dry coughing. The gray and white coyote's mother coughed dryly for half a day before she coughed up a bloody fish splinter. Ow! Rather a miserable fate for it. But he still managed to hold back the hardness in his throat and gave Ash a low howl of thanks. Ash, on the other hand, shook his head in a naive manner, signaling to eat the fish slowly. And at that moment, Su Lin also moved and walked over. Walking up to the two female wolves, he signaled Ash to go to the entrance of the cave to guard it. Ow! Ow! Ash immediately gave two low howls and ran to the entrance of the cave. As for the injured gray and white coyote mother and cousin mother, Su Lin also looked at the injuries on their bodies. It was found to be a bad wound. A deep one. I don't know how many days passed without the wound even showing signs of scabbing. Ow! With a low howl, Su Lin inquired what was going on with their wounds. Two female wolves, both with moderate IQs. The meaning that can be conveyed is a bit worse than that of a wolf mom. Low howling many times. It was only then that Solian probably heard it. Grizzly bears are repeatedly mentioned in the wolf howls. Yes, I'm afraid that this kind of wound could only be inflicted by a big game hunter like a grizzly bear. Under the polar night when food is scarce, the wolves will be hungry and eager to hunt grizzly bears. Grizzly bears can be equally hungry and want to kill a few Arctic wolves to feed their hunger. Hunters killing each other. It has become very common. Sure, everything is just to survive. The weak are the strong, and the strong are the best. Nature is never cruel. At this time, Surin, understanding that, he turned around and went back to the wolf mom and, tearing off a few pounds of fish from the remaining half of the dogfish, he carried it to the gray and white coyote's mother and his cousin's mother. This caused both female wolves to howl low in surprise. The wolf howled with all the gratitude he could muster for Su Lin, because they also knew that all the food they ate today was brought by Surin. Also, they, who had been worried about their pups all this time, were completely put down, can bring food to their relief. After all, that proved that there was definitely even less food to worry about in the wolf pack led by Su Lin. At this moment, Su Lin just silently returned to get down next to Wolf Mom, but the mind pondered the few grizzly bears in the area. Which one could have clashed with the wolves? Bears do hold grudges and have a better sense of smell than the wolves. I can't tell when, but I'll follow the scent and feel my way to the cave. Killing one head is killing, and two heads are killing. Bear meat tastes good anyway, and it's great to use as reserve food. Wolf Mom, who was on the sidelines, didn't know what was going through Su Lin's bold mind right now. If I had known, I would have done my best to discourage it, because hunting grizzly bears, that sort of thing, all extremely dangerous for the wolves and with a very low success rate. Sure, Wolf Mother doesn't really know that either. He was only 6 months old and had hunted grizzly bears all by himself. Ow! The wolf mom let out a low howl, signaling Solian to stay with the pack for a few more days. Su Lin thought about the group of pups in his cave and still refused, but it had been decided that in the future, they would come and visit the wolf parents from time to time. Bring them some food and supplies on the way too. Hearing Su Lin's response, Wolf Mom was a bit reluctant, but it didn't stay forcibly, just licked Su Lin's fur affectionately again. Next, Solian and Wolf Mother continued for a while longer. Upon the return of Papa Wolf, Su Lin then took Little Gray and said goodbye to the wolves. Ow, ow, ow. At the entrance to the cave, the long, drawn-out howls of Papa and Mama Wolf. There was some dismay brought out, and some relief that his own cub had grown up. Surin, who had already walked out a ways, turning to look at his wolf parents at the entrance to the cave, he returned the favor with a long whine. Ash beside him similarly followed back, because Ash was picked up from the freezing temperatures by Wolf Mother. He was also considered half of Wolf Mother and Wolfather's pups. Ow, ow. Two loud wolf howls echoed through the dark night. Immediately following, Solian and Ash were quickly threading their way through the darkness of the night. It quickly disappeared from the sight of Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. On the way back, there is still silence. 2. There was only the slight rattle of wolf paws on ice and snow as they traveled. Currently, Su Lin had been hunting in this area for half a year as well, under intentional observation. For the rest of the hunters in this area, they all had a general idea of what to expect. Except for the ice. There weren't too many hunters that could make it to the top in this area that was 100 miles in circumference. So far he had observed 9 wolves and 5 grizzly bears. As for those lynx, snow lords, Arctic foxes and the like, they're not very threatening. Surin wasn't paying particular attention. Of the 9 packs, only one large wolf pack is stronger than Papa Wolf's pack. The rest of the wolves, all of which could only be considered 2 or 3 big cats, were not enough to worry about. But that large wolf pack, at the edge of the area. Generally, the two sides don't cross paths. As for the grizzlies, Then, in this area, the infestation is very frequent. Chapter 44, The Wolf Sisters Show Their Power. The current female grizzly bear in this area was hunted by Su Lin. There are 4 heads left. Su Lin, who had been recuperating for some time and had seen a considerable increase in his strength. A dangerous aura flowed out of those green eyes. Now he was tempted to find another grizzly bear to validate his current battle prowess now. The right claw was reinforced with a strong sharpness and majestic force. It won't be as difficult as it was before if we play the grizzlies again. In addition, grizzly bears over the 10th level, in addition to their meat providing a great deal of nutritional, the bear bile on the body also provides a decent amount of evolutionary value. In thought, Su Lin and Little Gray didn't use much time to return to the cave they were in. Just got to the entrance of the cave. A childish wolf howl could be heard coming from the cave. Su Lin comes in and looks. Then he saw the wolf girl and the gray and white coyote fighting again. I can see that. The wolf girl was still indignant about the events of the other day. During the fight, the wolf girl had practiced all kinds of hunting techniques. To a T. The not-so-large wolf body was already quite powerful. Ow! A childish howl of a wolf sounded. The. Facing the gray and white coyote's attack, the wolf sister lowered her body slightly to dodge and put the tap flashed. Then in a smooth motion, his front paws slapped hard on the gray and white coyote's abdomen. The. Copper head, iron bones and tofu waist. Abdomen. It's always been the softest part of the wolf clan. This is where the wolf clan's defenses are weakest. It was a good thing that the wolf girl just swatted and didn't show her sharp little wolf claws. Otherwise, this blow went down. The gray and white coyote's abdomen, presumably, would have to be disemboweled. Even without revealing his wolf claws, this strike struck the gray and white coyote, who couldn't help but wail. But the wolf girl didn't stop. Turn around, lowering the wolf's head of his carapace slightly to protect his lower body, then closing in on the gray and white coyote. After the approach, the 2 young wolves turned around and battled again. But the gray and white coyote, after taking a blow to the stomach, the lower body was noticeably unsteady. It didn't take more than a few back and forth fights before Wolf Girl was put down on the ground. A paw with clean white fur stomped down hard on the head of the gray and white coyote. The coyote's teeth were also pressing against the gray and white coyote's throat. This means that the Wolf Girl's fangs needed only a little force to snap the gray and white coyote's throat, while knowing that this is a fight. But the gray and white coyote still wailed and begged for mercy. After all, being controlled in such a vital area as the throat, wolves are naturally fearful and scared. It's ingrained in their genes. At this point the victorious wolf sisters, listening to the gray and white coyote's wailing pleas for mercy, there was also a look of relief in his eyes. Though the coyote's teeth left the gray and white coyote's throat in the white front paws, still, slapped the gray and white coyote's head a few times, as punishment for the gray and white coyote who had swept her off her feet in front of Brother Wolf the other day. Pop, pop. Each hit was accompanied by the gray and white coyote's wailing pleas for mercy. It wasn't until the gray and white coyote saw the majestic white wolf shadow that walked into the cave that the pleas for mercy rose to a high pitch. Ow, ow, as if talking about the period of time that Surin and Ash have been away, how much he himself has been devastated. And at that moment Wolfie saw Wolfie return, was going to let go of the gray and white coyote, but it howled as if it had deliberately bullied it. This infuriated the wolf sister who swung her front paw again and gave the gray and white coyote a few hard blows. While fighting, he also howled low in anger, in warning the gray and white coyote not to sell out. Sure enough, after slapping the gray and white coyote's head hard a few times, the gray and white coyote, before he forced himself to hold back a low howl, looked pitifully at his wolf sister. He even stuck out his tongue and licked the fur on the wolf girl's paw as a sign of good faith. This caused the wolf sister, before she was satisfied and released the gray and white coyote. This scene was naturally seen in Su Lin's eyes, but it wasn't stopped. It's not unusual for cubs to fight and play with each other. We'll see who's strong and who's weak. Later, as an adult, you won't have to fight for your place in the pack, and then you'll have to fight for blood. Besides, with her cousin looking after the 2 little cubs, nothing much can go wrong. Surin and Ash, after returning to the cave, and they all plopped back into their positions, the poor gray and white coyote walked slowly towards Ash after being released. In its tiny little head, Ash is happy to play with him even though he bullies him a lot. It will also be taught some hunting and tussling skills. This caused the gray and white coyote to automatically consider Ash a good friend once he left his mother in his original pack. As for Surin, in the eyes of the gray and white coyote was the head wolf, the king of wolves. It is an invincible being that can only be admired and obeyed. The gray and white coyote at this moment howled lowly twice after coming to little Ash's side. Ash looked at the gray and white coyote in front of him and remembered the injured mother of the gray and white coyote in the original wolf pack. Again, there were some ignorant feelings of sympathy. Just a low howl signaled the gray and white coyote to lie down on the Arctic fox's fur and sleep. It was mercifully not used as a wolf sleeping pillow today. And Wolfie. It was also very exciting to come to Wolf's side. Her little body was bouncing and jumping with excitement in front of Wolf. As if recounting that, how he had just gone on a rampage and subdued the gray and white coyote in the middle of a fight. Chapter 45. The Cold Wind. Wolves have a keen sense of smell. Not long after the wolf girl had just come to Surin's side. It's a very sharp smell. He smells of other wolves. Wolfie took a few hard sniffs and just smelled like a wolf mum. The smell was something Wolfie would never forget. After all, it was a long time to survive in the arms of a wolf mum. This caused the wolf girl to hold back, howling in surprise. The sound of a young wolf howling echoed through the cave. Solian had to answer back. Tell Wolfie that she did go to see Wolfie's mom and dad today. Returning to the original wolf pack, he looked at everyone. The meaning conveyed in the wolf's howl was only half understood by the wolf girl, but it was still known that Wolf had gone to see Wolf's mom. This caused the wolf girl to take a few more hard sucks in Surin's fur. Then a low howl indicated that he wanted to meet Wolfmother as well. She missed Wolfmother. Sulin stretched out his paw and comfortingly stroked the wolf sister's little head, signaling that he would take her with him the next time he went to see the wolf parents. This made the wolf girl excited. The little body was also moving towards Surin, arching and arching, looking around for the lingering scent of the wolf mom. Wolfie and Surin were born around the same time. It's only about 6 months old now. In other wolf packs, it's still at the point where pups are just able to feed on their own. Following Su Lin, the wolf sister grew up quickly. The development of a potential medicine and the supply of adequate food. In just over half a year's time, it had grown to the strength of a level 2 attribute. The strength. Already it could be compared to many wolf pups that were more than a year old, or even 2 years old. But while attribute strength can grow quickly, the mind cannot. Wolfie still misses Wolfie's mom badly. Feeling the wolf girl sniffing around in her fur, Solian decided that the next time I had a chance, I would bring my wolf sister along to see Wolfmother. But now, it's better to take an early break to replenish your energy and stamina. Ow! He let out a low howl, signaling his wolf sister to be quieter. He's going to rest. This caused Wolfie's little body to stop arching around. Still, he stayed close to Wolf and closed his eyes to sleep as well. Smelling the familiar scent of Mama Wolf, Wolfie was soon in dreamland, purring away. The next day, after Su Lin got up, he stood at the mouth of the cave and looked outside. The cold wind, found under the polar night, began to howl again. It swept a lot of perennial snow and ice into midair. Not quite a blizzard, though, but this is not a good weather to go out in. This discouraged him from going out. Step out of the cave. The beep, which hadn't appeared for a long time, sounded again. The climate is too cold and harsh. The host's stamina consumption has doubled. Please pay attention to conserving your stamina. Su Lin took all of his free attribute points and added them to speed. While this makes for amazing speed on its own, physically, it's still pretty middling. Normal 6th level attribute of physical strength. It won't stand up to prolonged exertion in this weather. At this point, he made his daily rounds of the cave. The snow and ice, swept up by the cold wind, fell on his. It made Surin, whose hair was already thick, still feel a hint of coldness. In this biting cold wind, there wasn't much to be found in the neighborhood. After Surin returned to the cave, the gray and white coyote and wolf sister were found, still sound asleep. It is normal for cubs to sleep soundly, and Ash has woken up. It's looking out at the cold wind, and it's thinking about going out for a spin, too. But just as he went out, under the ravages of the piercing cold wind, he rushed back into the cave. Little Gray, which is a level 4 Fae, still cannot withstand vaguely some blizzard tendency of the cold wind ravaged. As for the cousin, still on guard at the entrance to the cave, but had slumped to the leeward side. At this time, Su Lin also scanned the numerical attributes of several wolves in passing. Discovered the strength of my cousin. Another big step away from level 4. Cousin used a potency potion, too, with an abundant supply of food. It's not amazing to have this growth rate. It was estimated that in another month or two, cousin would break through level 4. By then, it would be considered to have officially grown into an adult Arctic wolf. And Ash's strength. It's a bit of an improvement over what we had before, too, but there is still a short way to go before level 5. As a Fae, Ash, if once he breaks through to level 5, I'm afraid that his battle power will be able to crush Wolf Dad. By then, Solian was also considered a not-so-small additional help. As for the gray and white coyotes and wolf sisters, the 2 wolf pups were growing fast compared to normal wolf pups, but in Su Lin's eyes, it could only be considered ordinary. Trying to break through to a level 3 property, with 2 wolf pups, I'm afraid it's still at least 3 or 4 months away. The strength of the wolves, too, was considered to be steadily increasing. But really, The one whose strength grew the fastest was still Su Lin himself. Since the grizzly hunt until now, the evolutionary value that Su Lin had accumulated was not far from being promoted to level 7. The meat and bile from the grizzly bear, the flesh of the Arctic salmon, the flesh of the northern dogfish, and a few small fruits he had eaten at Mother Wolf's provided him with a lot of evolutionary value. Mindful of this, Su Lin opened the attribute page and looked at the latest evolution value again. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 6. Upgrading requires 640 evolution points. Blood pressure, 600. Endurance, 60. Strength, 60. Defense, 60. Speed, 120. Evolution value, 593. Talents, hunting, D rank. Healing, D rank. The evolution value was less than 50 points short of another upgrade. After another upgrade, Su Lin's strength would receive another boost. By then, he would be getting closer and closer to the position of the Arctic Overlord. Come to think of it, Solian then didn't think much about it. With a low howl, he greeted the few wolves in the cave and began to feed. In the cave, with a lot of reserves, that Arctic char. It was split between the wolf girl and the gray and white coyote just yesterday. Nowadays, there are still about 300 pounds of grizzly bear meat and 20 to 30 pounds of northern dogfish in the cave. Surin, being the alpha wolf, with priority access to food, he didn't feed on grizzly bears. Because of the grizzly's meat, the evolution value has been cut down to 0. 1. Even with the increase from the evolution potion, it was 0. 3. Evolutionary values are very low, and the northern dogfish can still give him some evolutionary value. Due to the cold climate, northern dogfish are frozen, with a layer of frost on their surface. But under Su Lin's powerful bite, it was nothing. He tore off a piece of flesh from a northern dogfish and swallowed it in his mouth after. Could feel the coldness on my tongue. Frozen, though, it also retains the freshness of the fish very well. Su Lin swallowed the fish into his stomach, and the evolutionary value alert appeared. Ding! Host eats northern dogfish, gaining 4 evolution points. Ding! The host eats a northern dogfish and gains 5 evolution points. Ding! Host eats northern dogfish, gaining 3 evolution points. Chapter 46 Exploring the Grizzly. Having eaten about 10 pounds of dogfish, in total, it provided Su Lin with 20 or so points of evolutionary value. The acquisition of evolutionary value of dogfish flesh has dropped to its lowest point. Surin stopped eating. Next, he then came to the entrance of the cave and took over his cousin's guard duty, signaling her to go and eat. Soon, the sound of the rest of the wolves feeding in the cave rang out. Wolf sisters and gray and white coyotes, though drowsy, but very positive about the eating aspect. All of them had risen from their sound sleep as soon as they heard the low howl of Surin's feeding. The sleepy eyes, too, brightened immediately. Currently, Wolfie is at level 2. Wolfie's teeth are already showing their first signs. Even frozen grizzly meat can be torn off now. No need to still turn to wolf like before. Now Ash, cousin, wolf sister, and the gray and white coyotes could eat about 30 pounds of meat in one meal. But the wolves, they don't need to eat every day. At the limit, a full meal is something that can last nearly a month. But even so, under the polar night, there are still many Arctic wolves attenuated by food. Wolves are all fast eaters. It didn't take long for the wolves to all have their fill. Having regained her energy and strength, Wolf Sister came back to the gray and white coyote for another fight. But the gray and white coyote had obviously become afraid of the Wolf Sister, wailing and running around the cave. This made the wolf girl furious. In the end, still bored, Ash wanted to see what wolf girl and the gray and white coyote were capable of. 2 low howls signaled the 2 coyotes to attack it together. Little Ash was very strong and wasn't afraid that Wolf Sister and the gray and white coyote would hurt themselves without any light or serious injuries. After a gesture from Ash, not one to admit defeat easily, the wolf girl gave a childish howl and, toward Ash, he attacked. The wolf girl's current hunting and tussling skills were pretty well mastered. This offense is also cautious, but the difference in strength between the 2 sides is too great. After all, even though the wolf girl, who was pestering Ash all over the place, or attacking or pouncing, it was also hard to make Little Gray, who was lazily standing still, move a step. Little Gray was just casually stretching out a paw, playing with the wolf sister. For my own boss's own sister, Ash is also very loving and measured. It just blocked the wolf girl's attacks and didn't return them. The wolf girl attacked many times without success, and couldn't get Ash to move a single step. After the gray and white coyotes joined in as well, the 2 little cubs, too, began to fight in tandem. But Ash is too strong for that. Even if they were only using 1 or 2 points of strength, lazily opposing the enemy, they were easily suppressed. In the midst of the wolves playing with each other, a little bit of time passed. 3 days passed in a flash. The cold winds that had been raging in the Arctic had also stopped. Su Lin led Little Gray out of the cave, started searching for prey while feeling out the exact location of several grizzly bears in the area. Look at all these clunkers, all over the place. The Arctic, after the cold winds, it's more like everything is silent. It's all quiet around here. There were only 2 pairs of green eyes, advancing through the darkness. This outing started with a search for locations where grizzly bears have been seen before. In an hour, Solian then identified a grizzly bear. This grizzly is also a female, except that she has not given birth, and stocked up on food before the polar night. A pugilist with little damage under the extreme night. This grizzly bear took a drive around the outside of the cave before returning to his cave and continuing to hibernate through the polar night. The location chosen for the cave was also very secluded, with quite a few piles of ice and snow to hide it. Su Lin's green, ghostly wolf eyes watched the grizzly bear enter the cave before turning away as well. This grizzly bear was not the one that had clashed with the wolf pack that the wolf parents were in. The one that had clashed with the wolf parents. On the one hand, the grizzly bear location, far away from the wolf parents, was not in the range of the wolves hunting. On the other hand, on this grizzly bear, there were no injuries at all. The wolf pack led by Papa Wolf had at least 8 adult Arctic wolves. The power of hunting together is not to be underestimated. After all, the ladder and pack tactics of the wolves were not simply hard and fast. Instead, they're attacking, pestering, assaulting, dodging, and so on. As long as it wasn't overly powerful, then it would definitely leave scars under the endless rounds of exertion. Once the stamina is exhausted, what awaits the prey is to become the ration of the wolves. Chapter 47, The Weakened Lone Wolf. Su Lin turned away and led the Little Gray to search for other grizzlies again. And, of course, searching for prey along the way. Regrettably, except for the ice, there's some vibrancy to it. There's not much sign of life here. Still, Ash caught a couple of lemmings from a snow cave, and, upon seeing the gesture of his own boss, before he ate the lemming himself, his own boss, obviously, was not interested in tiny lemmings. Within minutes, several lemmings were swallowed into Ash's stomach. Next, on the march, Solian came across a stray lone wolf. In nature, generally speaking, lone wolves aren't as fierce as one might think. And what happened to the lone wolf? It's all pretty bleak. It would be difficult to survive without being extremely strong. This lone wolf, who looks to be about the same size as his cousin, should be a coyote for the first 2 years or so. It was now clearly starved and thin and bony, and its fur seemed to be completely plastered to its body without the slightest hint of suppleness or luster. But even with this picture of weakness, after seeing Su Lin and Little Gray pass by, still showing a fierce look, it then took a defensive stance and whimpered a low growl from its mouth. This coyote has learned, in a profound way, that there is no groveling to survive in the cruelty of nature. You have to show your fangs if you want to survive. Show your opponents how tough you are and they will back off. Even though Su Lin and Little Gray were of the same kind, it didn't let down its guard in the slightest. But it was obvious that Su Lin and Little Gray didn't have any interest in it. 2 pairs of green eyes just looked at it and left. This caused the skinny, bony coyote to let out a sigh of relief. Next, it slowly got down and licked the hideous wound on its belly. It was a deep wound, just short of disemboweling it. But thankfully, it didn't. It's still alive and kicking. The wound wasn't actually caused by another hunter, but by its wolf parent. The wolf parents who can't find food in the middle of the night, in the midst of extreme hunger, and by beastly instinct, he turned his green eyes to himself, but it doesn't want to be eaten. It wants to live too. Eventually, against the bites of his parents, he broke out of the cave, left the pack and became a lone wolf in the ice. But food is so scarce under the polar night. It hadn't eaten or drunk for half a month straight, and it was feeling weak. It was thin and bony, lying in a patch of scrub grass, licking his wounds as he rested. Hopefully, it would regain some strength so that it could support itself in finding prey. However, this skinny, bony coyote didn't realize that the crisis is creeping in. A lynx of the same skin and bones was creeping a little closer to it at the scrub. This lynx, though equally weak, had no injuries on his body, and the state was clearly much stronger than this coyote. By far, the two are getting closer and closer together. A fierce light flashed in those eyes of the lynx looking at the coyote, and at this point, Su Lin and Little Gray, who had already left, naturally didn't know about the scene happening behind them. Even knowing that, Su Lin had also long ago become accustomed to the killings between hunters. Now he was searching for prey and grizzly bears. Soon, he found the exact location of 2 more grizzly bears. These 2 grizzly bears were both male grizzly bears with a formidable and unusual strength. Huge body, though slightly bulky, but it exudes a strong aura unique to bears. One of them, a grizzly bear, was lying on his back near the den, looking for moss and insects to eat. This grizzly bear. It was the grizzly bear that Su Lin and Little Gray had stumbled upon when they were out hunting. Also the first grizzly bear encountered in the Arctic. This grizzly is decidedly more mild-mannered. All devour some roots, moss, carrion and insects for energy and nourishment. As for the other grizzly, Su Lin, on the other hand, was in the distance, observing it for a long time. This grizzly bear was even stronger, with a level 12 strength. Above the huge bear's body, there were quite a few wounds and scratches left by the tearing. But with the grizzly's formidable defense, these cuts and scratches, they just look a little scary. However, even the grizzly bear's thick skin and flesh had not been completely broken. What's more, there was a layer of fat underneath the thick skin, so this little bit of damage is not harmful to it at all. The grizzly, now, was gnawing on a lynx hunted from nowhere. Beyond that, around the grizzly bear den, there is also the skeleton of an Arctic wolf that has been eaten down to its fur. See here, Solian had about guessed that. I'm guessing this grizzly bear, it was the grizzly bear that the wolves mentioned. Obviously, the grizzly bears were positioned close to the wolf daddies. A grizzly bear that trespasses into the territory of a wolf pack is tantamount to provoking the pack. Under a polar night of ice and food scarcity, with both sides holding the intention of filling their bellies, a fierce hunt and counterhunt is sure to result. In the end, there's no doubt that this grizzly stood out. And, otherwise, the wolf's character would not have willingly retreated. Su Lin's greenish wolf eyes looked down at the grizzly bear for a long time, found this grizzly bear really strong, and there was a frenzy of hunting animals in the area to refuel and fill their appetites. The long-suffering grizzly bear, whether it was the state, or the aura that rose rampantly from his massive body, he was at a peak. Therefore, Su Lin didn't move hastily. But, just because he doesn't want to move doesn't mean the grizzlies don't want to move. Suddenly, the grizzly bear, who has an extremely keen sense of smell, as if he smelled something in the air, immediately after that, it violently raised that huge bear head and looked at Su Lin, who was standing on the snowy slope. I don't know if it's because some time ago, there was a terrible fight with the wolves, or something else. This grizzly bear, obviously had an extremely deep hatred for the Arctic wolves. After seeing Surin on top of the snowy slopes, the grizzly then roared wildly and, roar! The dull roar of a bear rang out over the icy Arctic. It even threw aside the corpse of the lynx in its hand, which it had only half devoured. Directly, a pair of bear eyes carried extremely exuberant flames of hatred as they rushed toward Su Lin on the snowy slope. Seeing this scene, Su Lin was a bit puzzled by this grizzly bear, the hatred in his eyes. It was reasonable to say that even if he had fought with the wolves, it would not be so. After all, hunters who survive in nature, killing has long since become a routine. But Su Lin didn't flinch in the slightest. Those eyes that were glowing with green light also flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. There is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell to come and join you. Would have liked to keep it a few more days, but since this grizzly bear, who had to touch him, then touch it. Su Lin has the speed that boasts the entire North Pole. He didn't have the slightest fear that, just a low howl, letting Ash retreat to the distance first. Chapter 48 Grizzly Hatred. Ash, who wanted to stay and fight together, looking at his own boss, with the stern look in those wolf eyes, just silently run off into the distance. But it didn't leave. It crept at a pile of snow and ice, ready to join the fray at a moment's notice. There was no way it was going to leave its boss in a fight like this. At this point, under the darkness of the night, a fight between hunters slowly drew to a close. There are times when the fight in nature makes no sense. In general, grizzly bears are repelled when confronted with Arctic wolves that trespass on their territory. But this grizzly bear in front of him was madly running wildly towards his side. The hatred brought out in his eyes also looked like it wanted to tear him apart. This caused Su Lin to narrow those green glowing eyes, and a touch of ruthlessness passed through his expression. Since the last grizzly hunt, the aura that had been dormant for a long time gradually rose up on the wolf's body as well. If you must fight, then fight. Now Surin, after having no worries, it was a complete letdown. Under the ice and snow, his eyes and the grizzly's eyes, flaming with hatred, collided in the air. Roar! Grizzly bears roar in a frenzy. It looked at the Arctic wolf on the snowy slope with endless indignation in its eyes, because the mate it mated with some time ago was the one that was hunted by the Arctic wolves. It's been to that messy killing scene, having smelled the lingering odor on that floor. It's pretty sure that it's the Arctic wolves. Even the blood scattered on the ground wasn't exactly all bear blood. There was a bit of Arctic wolf blood as well. The smell of that blood, it could never be wrong. Grizzly bears are very vindictive. Nowadays, he has no patience or kindness for any Arctic wolf. Any Arctic wolf that comes into its territory must die. This hateful anger, not just because of a spouse, or was it because of his own cubs who almost died horribly? In nature, male grizzly bears are past their rut and their care for their mates plummets, and equally incapable of caring for the cubs. But just because you won't take care of it doesn't mean you don't care for the offspring that he has bred and passed down his genes. Any male creature has a natural desire to protect. Roar! The grizzly bear, at this point, finally ran wildly up the snowy slope of the. It was confronted by this Arctic wolf, which was clearly much larger than normal. There was no stopping the pace. However, instead, the grizzly found that this Arctic wolf didn't run away with its tail between its legs in the face of its wildly running self. Not even a gesture to back down. Those greenish eyes were also staring at it dead on. This made the grizzly bear, moreover, extremely angry. This Arctic wolf. I'm afraid he's not scared silly, is he? The grizzly, in his resentment, got closer to this Arctic wolf. Soon it's only 2 or 3 meters to go. It jumped up with a vengeance, pouncing hard with a pair of bare paws on the Arctic wolf that was staring at him dead in the face. Boo! Those bare paws, slapping the snowy slopes of the, smashing the ice and snow in all directions. But after the snow and ice fall, the grizzly, however, saw no sign of the Arctic wolf at all. Then, before it could react, it only felt a vicious blow to its back. The force of this blow far exceeded that of the rest of the Arctic wolves. The sharp wolf claws also cut through the grizzly's thick flesh, bringing out wisps of blood. But even though the force was strong, it still didn't knock the grizzly down. Having fought for a long time, it quickly turned its body, and with its 4 bare paws braced on the ground, it protected its lower body well. A pair of dark eyes, too, finally rose with a look of gravity. This Arctic wolf is too fast for me. I didn't even see when it came behind me just now. The grizzly bears, in their godly stupor. It was also discovered that in the greenish eyes of this Arctic wolf, there wasn't even a hint of fear in the face of himself. Beyond that, the fiery pain in its back was telling it the same. This time, the Arctic wolf was stronger than any it had encountered before. The pain was like nothing he had ever felt from another Arctic wolf. And it was a lone wolf. A lone wolf dares to attack it? The grizzly's memory had never remembered an Arctic wolf as vicious as this. But it was also Surin's strong performance that it made the grizzly bear, who had a considerably higher IQ than the wolves, suddenly think of the murderer who had hunted down his mate. It sniffed hard at the air again, trying to find an answer by smell. But Surin on the opposite side didn't give it this time. At over 30 meters per second, just like a white lightning, extremely fast came to the front of the grizzly bear, and another claw ruthlessly slapped to the eyes of the grizzly bear. Su Lin's wolf eyes, which were glowing green, also brought out a ferocious look. Wasn't planning on hunting today, but this grizzly bear, out of his mind, had to come and touch it. Good, then touch it. He'd like to see this grizzly bear's head. How iron is it? Will it touch your head? Boo! A claw slammed hard into the grizzly's head. It didn't hit the eye, because the grizzlies, who have already experienced no telling how many kills in this time, have a very obvious conditioned reflex. When faced with a vital attack, it's a subconscious dodge. Its body, on its own, reacted. The blow, which missed the mark, but also on the grizzly's head, it left a deep bloody scar. This bloodstain was spilling blood to the outside. Blood from the head, slowly trickling down. It ran into the corner of the grizzly's eye and it made its already bad vision in the darkness of the night once again covered in stars and scarlet. But the grizzly bear, sprawled on the ground, carelessly shook off the blood spilling from his head. Its nose was still sniffing the air hard. Bears have a sharper sense of smell than wolves. Even if the smell of that Arctic wolf's blood had faded at the scene of the spouse's death some time ago, but it still sniffs. Both odors are being identified over and over again in its not-so-low IQ today. After a long time of comparing and contrasting, the grizzly bears have finally made sure of it. At this time, sprawled on the ground, it slowly rose upright and, with a tall body of more than 2 meters, along with the blood spilling from his forehead, under the night, it looked extremely hideous and horrible. The grizzly bear's pair of eyes stared at Su Lin in death. The flames of hatred that were already raging. At this moment, it burned even more violently. A brief standoff. A brief silence. However, between the grizzly bear and Su Lin, the austere and murderous intent was rising unchecked. It was like boiling hot water that had come to a boil. And at this point in time, Su Lin, while still not sure why the grizzly bear's intense hatred, from where it comes, but he could clearly feel the change in that aura of the grizzly bear on the opposite side. If, at the outset, grizzly bears just have an inexplicable vendetta then nowadays, it was as if it added a touch of undying hatred. Chapter 49 Physical Exhaustion. Grizzly bears are omnivores. Many times, there is no need to go out hunting. Therefore they are not as fearful of injury as other solitary animals generally are. Even if they are injured, they can survive by eating roots, moss, and insects. So many times, bears are really daring. Roar! Grizzly roared. A dull bear roar vibrated through the chilly air. immediately following. It ran towards Surin. In a wild goose chase, the grizzly's speed had surpassed that of the average Arctic wolf, even reaching the speed of the wolf's father. That speed paired with, say, the grizzly's 600 or 700 pounds of weight. It was as if it had the power to crush everything. Surin didn't fight hard against the grizzly bear's savage charge, a direct dodge to avoid it. But grizzly bears are different from musk oxen. While Surin was dodging, the grizzly bear stood upright again, and with the help of its speed, a pair of huge bear paws slapped fiercely at him. This slap in the face of extreme hatred, the force brought out caused the air to emit a harsh whistle. This poem, it was aimed at killing him. Su Lin only has 600 life points. Currently, the grizzly bear's attack power under this rage-containing strike, I'm afraid, has already exceeded its panel attributes. If you take this blow solidly, it was feared that a third of his blood value would be emptied, not dead or maimed. This caused Su Lin to quickly back away. Bear paw slaps the air, slapped on top of a pile of ice and snow, shattering the pile of ice and snow instantly. Countless ice and snow fragments splashed in all directions. The debris also splattered on Surin's body. That icy coldness seemed to remind him just what kind of opponent he was facing right now. This is a grizzly bear that has been fighting for so long that it has developed a conditioned reflex. It was also a grizzly bear in the midst of a rage, thinking only of killing him. This caused Su Lin to resist letting out a long breath of depressed air. Is this grizzly bear crazy? Even if one's stamina and physical strength were strong, how long could one support such a furious attack? However, Surin soon realized that this grizzly is really crazy. It came barreling toward itself again, very close this time. The grizzly was 2 or 3 meters away when another jump and pounce. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Su Lin's eyes as well, slightly sideways. Then the sharp right claw extends and a hard slap toward the grizzly's soft belly. The dull slap of a bear's paw the sound of sharp wolf claws cutting through flesh. It rang out at almost the same moment. The grizzly bear's abdomen was cut open with a deep gash by Su Lin's wolf claw, but luckily with the thick fat as a second layer of defense, it wasn't opened up. Meanwhile, even though Su Lin dodged as fast as he could, the huge bear paw still grazed Su Lin's side. Just a mere graze, and Su Lin felt a fiery pain in his side. This one grazed. At least 20 or 30 blood values were dropped. This is the grizzly's terrifying offense, and the blow he had just dealt to the grizzly bear had done considerable damage. But the grizzly bear's blood value and vitality were several times that of Su Lin's. These injuries are minimal in its case. Roar! The grizzly roared, and the bear's paw once again slapped fiercely. The huge bear's paws, like 2 giant hammers, were, with a whistling sound of air friction, it smashed toward Su Lin. Surin quickly dodged. The bear's palm struck above the snowy slope, smashing the snow and ice above the snowy slope, ruthlessly smashing out one big pit after another. Su Lin's snow-white wolf body, in its repeated dodging and dodging, it's clearly been silenced by the grizzlies. Nowadays, Su Lin either relied on his speed to pull away from the grizzly bear and withdraw from this battlefield of killing. Either that or turn on the hunting talent and have a short, intense fight with a grizzly bear. But the talent to hunt and kill is only 60 seconds long. This time, Su Lin wasn't sure about killing the grizzly. Soon, a wolf and a bear. Then they fought from the snowy slopes to the snowy slopes. Again, from the snowy slopes down. The fight went to the place where the grizzly bears had just fed on the lynx. Along the way, ice and snow in all directions. The snow-covered earth also had dozens more deep pits. The grizzly bear's dull roar and Su Lin's loud and clear wolf howl had been alternating as well. Both sides were fighting fiercely. The endurance and stamina of both sides, too, were rapidly depleting. The grizzly had several more wounds caused by the wolf's claws, and Su Lin's wolf body also had a wound that spilled blood. It was a cut from the claw spikes on the huge bear's paw. Grizzly bears also have claw spines and are a full 7 or 8 centimeters long. Even though Su Lin's hair was thick and his skin was tight, he still couldn't block the grizzly bear's claw stabs. Huffing and puffing, now a wolf and a bear, briefly stopped killing each other. Both sides were separated by tens of meters, staring at each other across the air, both panting violently. Even the grizzly bear with an extremely high endurance value had consumed far more stamina than before due to its overplayed frenzied attacks and strenuous and wild running along the way. Just as the two sides were resting, suddenly, a childish bear growl rang out from the grizzly's den. This caused Su Lin to look over with a pair of green, ghostly eyes. The grizzly's den is a short distance away. Su Lin clearly saw a grizzly bear cub that was only about a month or 2 old. Does this male bear still raise cubs? Su Lin, who was gasping for breath, was a little surprised. But soon, he then saw the grizzly bear cub's hatred that wasn't even remotely concealed when he looked at himself. What does this 1 or 2 month old pup know? And also this hatred for yourself? Su Lin was really a bit puzzled. But something suddenly occurred to him, then jerked his head up again to look at the grizzly bear cub. his nose in the air as well. Granted, the wolf's sense of smell is no match for the bear's, but it's also very sharp. Soon Su Lin caught a familiar odor from the grizzly bear cub. It was unmistakably the scent of the female grizzly bear that had been hunted in the first place. The grizzly bear cubs have been born only a month or two ago, and the strong odor from their mother simply won't dissipate. The smell, Surin hadn't forgotten, because in the cave, there were still about 200 pounds of grizzly bear meat left to be eaten. In this moment, Su Lin finally understood why no birth cubs were found in the female grizzly bear den that was hunted in the first place. It also made sense why the 1 or 2 month old bear was so hostile to him. It was more than clear why this male grizzly was attacking at himself like a madman. Su Lin raised the snow-white wolf's head and felt the sharp pain in his side that he was somewhat impressed with the wonder of this nature. I didn't realize that the grizzly bear who had a run-in with the wolf's parents, it was the same grizzly bear mate that he had hunted in the first place. It's not a grievance. At this time, a hint of ruthlessness and ferocity swept across Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes. As for how this grizzly cub survived and left the grizzly den, Surin didn't bother to think about it. But he's aware that, nowadays in this area of the Arctic continent, only one of him and this grizzly bear could survive. Bears do hold grudges. With the brutal attack of this grizzly bear just now, Su Lin knew that without slaughtering it. Can't tell how long this grizzly bear will be thinking about himself? Chapter 50, The Little Gray Strange Attack. Roar! The grizzly saw his cubs come out and, with a long growl, he signaled the cub to hurry back to the burrow. Meanwhile, the huge bear's body straddled between Su Lin and the cave. Now with this white wolf in front of me, after fighting fiercely for a long time, already will know the speed of the white wolf. It's the only thing he's seen in all his time in the Arctic. All previous species have never been this fast. It's so fast it can't even react. Meanwhile, this Arctic wolf has a very powerful attack, too. These hideous wounds on his own body were a good proof of that. The grizzly was worried about his cubs and being caught by this white wolf. And at this point, Surin, who was breathing heavily, also looked at the grizzly bear. Grizzly bears have much higher stamina than Solem. Even with that furious attack just now, it had only consumed half of its stamina. Su Lin's physical strength, however, was already mostly depleted. He couldn't tangle with this grizzly anymore. This grizzly bear, so much stronger than the last female grizzly she hunted. None of the wounds he had inflicted on it himself had hurt this grizzly at all. If you keep dragging it on like this, it will be you who will be dragged to death. It has to be done quickly. Even if he couldn't kill this grizzly bear, he should at least hit it hard. Surin relied on his superior speed to come and go as he pleased. But the grizzlies are different. As long as you don't get stuck with a grizzly, grizzly bears can't do anything with him. Today, Su Lin relied on his hunting talent to consume a third of its blood, then come back tomorrow and kill it. Ow! With this in mind, Su Lin let out a long howl. The loud, long and penetrating wolf howl echoed in the empty Arctic continent. It would have been just as he was planning to turn on his hunting talent and fight the grizzly to the death. Suddenly, there was a dark gray wolf shadow that leapt out. It's Ash, creeping and hiding. Little Gray could already tell that the boss was somewhat unable to beat this big grizzly, so it crept quietly and crawled nearby while the boss confronted the grizzly. And since both Su Lin and the grizzly bear were focused on each other, neither of them were able to spot Little Gray. Little Gray was like a strange army, leaping out from behind a pile of ice and snow. However, the Little Gray is very self-aware. It did not target the big grizzly bear with the strong and unparalleled temperament. After leaping out, it ran wildly directly towards the grizzly bear cub. The wolves, who have never been known for their single strength, cooperating in combat had long been deeply imprinted in the wolf race's genes. Now the Little Gray, that's what's going to pass for a grizzly bear cub, holding and distracting the grizzly and sapping its energy to gain a few points for the boss. Ash's actions took effect. The grizzly bear was completely enraged at the sight of the fast-darting Ash. His body bent down, his 4 huge bear paws braced on the ground, and he quickly made his way toward his own cubs. Ash's values were about the same as a level 5 Arctic wolf, and even the overall quality of each aspect was a bit stronger than the values. But the speed of the grizzly bear and its fury was vaguely faster than Little Gray. The grizzly bear with his back turned to him also gave Su Lin excellent space to attack. He didn't hesitate. Nice catch of the moment. A white wolf shadow rushed out. Boo! A strike from his right paw cut a deep bloody scar from the grizzly bear's hind limb. But the grizzly didn't linger, nor did he care about the wounds behind him, still running wildly toward the cubs. This caused Solian to leap straight up and behind the grizzly bear. Extending his sharp fangs, he tore off a large swath of bloody flesh from the grizzly's back, this time making the grizzly bear feel the pain of the drill that it had to stop and stand upright with its massive body, flinging itself wildly, throwing the white wolf behind him, straight down. This white wolf quickly distanced itself after landing. However, A pair of green eyes were still staring at it in a deadly manner towards the stern ghosts that were asking for their lives. As long as it made another move, the sharp wolf claws and fangs would still land on its body. Roar! This caused the grizzly bear to stifle a roar of standing upright. Several wounds on its body were overflowing with wisps of blood, but as he watched, the gray Arctic wolf was almost at the entrance of the cave. The grizzly just felt a fire burning and boiling in his head. It was furious at heart. Roar! A dull bear growl echoed through the chilly air. In the past, by beastly instinct, grizzly bears will abandon their cubs, because as long as it's alive, then there's hope that it will continue to reproduce. But nowadays, in his fury, the grizzly had lost his head, and, especially after seeing that the gray Arctic wolf had already arrived at the cave and viciously slapped his pup to the ground with one claw, the grizzly then growled and charged the cave. Chapter 51 Wrestling Again. Roar! In an angry roar, the grizzly bear ran quickly toward Ash. Now Ash had the little bear cub dead to rights, pressed under his stout paws. Though this little bear cub, struggling to break free, it couldn't move Ash in the slightest. This little bear cub was born too short and too weak. Little Gray, after seeing the grizzly bear charging towards him, with that, he took a bite out of the bear cub's back and began to run wild. Running and killing is the most physically demanding thing an animal can do. As a Fae, Little Gray, who had a considerably higher IQ than ordinary wolves, knowing that he is simply no match for this grizzly bear, so it didn't tangle with the grizzly, just picks up the bear cub and runs wild, pulling and draining this grizzly bear by running wildly. By the boss a hunting moment. Solom also went out again. Speed to the max. Grizzly bears have thick skin and flesh, and the left claw can only break through the skin and flesh, making it difficult to do an effective kill. So it's always been in repeated use of the right paw. Physical exertion is also high. Now with Gray's help to keep the grizzlies at bay, it was a lot easier. There are times when the power of the team cannot be ignored. Ow! A loud wolf howl made a sound. Sulin made another vicious claw, slapping the grizzly's flank and abdomen, cut the grizzly's belly, a deep bloody wound. But it still didn't completely break through the grizzly's fat. Boo! Sulin didn't hesitate. Another claw widened the wound again. Blood was splattered in all directions. He took the flesh of the grizzly's abdomen and tore a huge gash. Roar! The grizzly bear roared, its paw slapping fiercely toward the back. This caused Sulin to only be able to dodge. But the grizzly didn't tangle with Surin after the attack. Once again, he ran wildly toward Ash. The grizzly was now faster than the little gray. Eyes were about to catch up with it. Ash looked back. It found the enraged grizzly, just a dozen meters behind it. A hint of fear and dread came out of a pair of green wolf eyes. It was the first time it had ever faced a grizzly so close. Going to catch up? Even though Ash was terrified and scared in his heart, he was still running wildly with his teeth clenched. It's an animal survival instinct. Also trying to stall the boss some more. Ash's teeth bit so hard that they had penetrated the grizzly bear cub's flesh. This caused the hardy grizzly bear cubs to wail in misery. The wailing irritated the grizzly even more. Roar! The roar, it was close. Ash could hear the sound of the grizzly bear treading snow furiously behind him. Finally, another few seconds later, Ash looked slightly sideways and the afterglow could see the grizzly bear, less than 2 or 3 meters behind himself. There was fear in Ash's eyes. This is the instinct of any living creature. When faced with death, it is also at this time that Ash's foot slipped and the wolf's torso stumbled and fell. The body was thrown several meters away. Now Ash's pair of wolf eyes were filled with fear. Down with it. Even if you roll over and get up, it's not too late. The grizzly bear, in its rage, had come to its feet. Those bloodstained eyes radiated endless violence and anger. A huge bear's paw, with a harsh roar that tore through the air, slapped fiercely towards it. In the midst of a grisly fury, the power generated by this palm was enough to kill it. Ash is in a state of shock. It was as if he had already seen the image of his skin splitting and bones breaking under this palm. But, just as Little Gray, so fearful that his entire wolf body was shivering, an extremely fast white wolf shadow appeared in front of its eyes. This shadow of a wolf. The eyes that should have been glowing with green light were now translucent with a bloodthirsty scarlet color. Those wolf claws and fangs were also a few points sharper than usual. Su Lin opened the hunting talent. Ow! Immediately following, extremely loud and clear wolf howls resonated through the air. The wolf's howl was extremely penetrating than ever before. At this moment, when the grizzly bear saw this white wolf, the look of violence and anger in his eyes added a few more points. It was this white wolf that had just blocked the way in 100 different ways and inflicted several more injuries on himself. This caused it, all of it, to feel a wave of weakness. But now this white wolf, still trying to save his companion? It's just delusional. Grizzly roars. Roar. This dull bear roar contrasted sharply with the loud and clear wolf howl. Immediately following, Only this white wolf, with its paws of clean white fur, could be seen, and its bear's paw clashed hard. Boo! This heavy as 1,000-pound blow brought about an extremely strong recoil that it made the grizzly bear's huge body shake violently, and then fell back out several steps. Meanwhile, this white wolf was also knocked back a few steps. The grizzly only felt numbness in his palms. It didn't realize that the power of this white wolf had unexpectedly changed so much. You're a bear yourself. In its perception, in this area, apart from its close relative, the polar bear, there is no race that can compete with them in power, and the Arctic wolf in front of him, whose eyes glowed with scarlet blood, broke the grizzly bear's inherent perception. But this Arctic wolf clearly didn't waste the slightest bit of time, and once again charged at it. Sharp right claw, with a life-threatening, stern whistle that, boo, a claw strike on its right shoulder. The blow completely tore through its flesh, as well as its fat. The deepest flesh and blood was directly cut open so viciously that even the white bones inside were vaguely visible. Roar! Pain! Intense pain! The painful grizzly went berserk, waving a pair of paws wide in front of his body. The large bear paw brought up one whistling wind sound after another. It didn't work. This white wolf was too fast. Come and go like the wind. Soon, it appeared behind it again. Sharp fangs tore off large swaths of bloodied flesh from the back of the grizzly's neck. Originally, grizzly bears had thick hair and tough skin on their erect necks. Still, the fangs broke through with ease. Blood was flowing freely from the grizzly's erect neck. That huge amount of blood value and life force also drained away at a rapid pace. In excruciating pain, the grizzly slammed his back hard toward a mound of ice and snow. Boo! Crashed the ice and snow pile to pieces. But the Arctic wolf was long gone, immediately following, before the grizzlies could catch their breath. Then he vaguely saw a white shadow, coming at him again. The grizzly knew he could no longer keep up with the attack of the white wolf, who had grown dramatically in strength. So it's been a long time coming. A pair of bear paws crossed in front of his body in a defensive stance. The back was also pressed against a mound of ice and snow. This will ensure it will not be backed up again. With such a tight defensive posture, the grizzly vaguely remembers using it once, or when it was just coming of age and a strapping grizzly was competing for a mate. Instead, this time, it was wrestling with an Arctic wolf. But, in its defense, soon after, he felt the strong force from the wolf claws that attacked him. Like a shocking wave, it made the sturdy pile of ice and snow behind the grizzly bear tremble slightly. Boo! A claw broke through the flesh of its forelimbs. Boo! The two claws struck its forehead, leaving an extremely deep bloodstain. Boo! The three claws attacked its flanks again, this time completely breaking through the flesh. The fat. Only the fat is too thick. Although blood flowed out for no money, it still failed to open it up. Subsequently, Su Lin struck another fast and vicious number of blows, while inflicting another huge trauma on the grizzly bear, and also causing a huge drain of blood values. But in the end, it failed to completely crush the defensively poised grizzly bear. But the time for the hunt is here. The moment the scarlet in Su Lin's eyes dissipated, he was quick and grisly, pulling away to a safe enough position. Then panting in place, he looked at the grizzly bear whose injuries were already extremely gruesome. The gift of the hunt has faded. The suppressed pain struck again. In addition to the wounds inflicted by the grizzly, Su Lin also felt the strengthened right front paw, which was vaguely painful. The force of the right front paw was originally reinforced, now even more so. In just 60 seconds, violently erupted a dozen times the strongest state of the attack. The recoil from this caused him to be a bit overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Su Lin's physical strength, too, had been depleted to a dangerous point. His green eyes, looking toward the grizzly bear that was in front of if this grizzly bear still had the power to fight, then he could only withdraw for the time being. And the grizzly bear at the ice pile, only after feeling the onslaught stop did he slowly lower his forelegs. There were a dozen or so blood-soaked wounds on the huge bear body that was more than 2 meters tall. The blood that flowed out was scattered drop by drop on the ground. The blood that left his neck also stained the pile of ice and snow that clung to his back with a scarlet hue. Roar! At this moment, the grizzly bear sensed that the opposite white wolf was weak, just as it wanted to roar wildly and charge at the white wolf, tearing it to pieces, only to find it roaring. In this moment, it became limp. Having lost a lot of blood, it also began to feel some of the sky spinning in front of its eyes. Chapter 52, The Death of the Grizzly. The grizzly had wanted to brace himself against the discomfort and tear the white wolf not far from him apart, but it didn't go as planned. The huge bear's body, which was more than 2 meters long, after just a few steps, it started to shake. Due to the large amount of blood flowing out, it had depleted too much of its life force. Nowadays, it can't lift much strength. Boo! The grizzly could no longer maintain its standing position and landed with a thud on its forelegs. resuming his limbs with bare paws propped up on the ground. But even so, the heavily spinning in its vision did not improve at all. Instead, it's getting worse. It is also accompanied by severe nausea and weakness. The grizzlies could feel themselves in a worse state than they had ever been in before. At this time, all of the body's instincts were telling it that the severely injured body needed to rest and recuperate. Roar! This caused the grizzly to roar out again and, trying to scare off the white wolf with his aura, and also the gray Arctic wolf that was holding his pup in his mouth. But it didn't help at all in the slightest. The white wolf's eyes, which were green and eerie, as if they were the eyes of a stern ghost demanding for its life, had been staring at it in death. As for the gray Arctic wolf, he also reared up with his pup in his mouth, poised on the sidelines, huffing and puffing, huffing. The grizzly felt like it was having some trouble breathing. It's starting to hold up. Even though its 4 bare paws were braced on the ground, it could not help but stagger backwards. Boo! It crashed into a pile of ice and snow behind it. Then, the body finally couldn't stand and collapsed completely. And on the huge bear's body, the strong aura that had risen wantonly was also dissipating a little bit. Phew! Surin, standing not far away. It was also finally a relief to see this scene. His fight with this grizzly was so much more intense than his last grizzly hunt. Physical strength was almost consumed, both sides from the beginning of the face-to-face. Until now it was enough to fight for nearly an hour. But it was a win in the end. The grizzly bear, who had lost so much blood that he couldn't even stand up, was defeated. Ow! Surin let out a long howl. Next, he walked toward the grizzly bear who died unwillingly by the ice and snow pile, watching the white wolf approach, desperately trying to get to his feet, but with all its strength, it couldn't get up. Finally, in the eyes of the bear, which were streaming with resignation and fear of death, Su Lin struck out with an icy expression, a decisive end to the grizzly's life and its suffering. Ow! In this moment, a wolf howl sounded, announcing the end of the battle. Little Gray, who had come back from the dead, followed with a long howl of excitement. After all, this hunt for grizzly bears, it took part in, so thrilling was the battle that it was glad to have survived. Also excited and surprised by his boss's victory. At this time, after the grizzly bear's pair of bare eyes, which had completely lost, Su Lin was also rewarded accordingly. In front of him also floated several light gray message alerts. Take the weak with the strong. Bloodbath. Precision dodge. Synergy against the enemy. The battle of the misery. Final victory. Target dead. Combat rating, SS. Rating for this battle, SS. 1 Xeno serum gained. 1 talent serum gained. 10 evolutionary potions gained. This fight with a grizzly bear. Fight rating, up to SS. Also reached double SS for the first time. What Su Lin wanted would have been another serum, or 2, of enhanced serum. This was because the increase in one's battle power from the strengthening serum was really huge. But I didn't expect the reward to be 2 other serums and 10 evolution potions. Chapter 53, Meeting the Lone Wolf Again. After scanning the rewards, Su Lin didn't waste any more time. Started to greet the little gray looking for shrubs to drag the grizzly carcass back to the cave. Currently he has very little stamina left. Can't continue to linger in the frozen wilderness any longer. As Ash searches for shrubs, he glanced over at the grizzly bear cubs that had been left in the freezing cold. The cub had been pierced through his flesh by the small gray fangs, and his epidermis was already overflowing with wisps of blood. But surprisingly, he was still quietly crawling behind a pile of ice and snow, trying to escape with the cover of the pile of ice and snow. The life force and intelligence of this grizzly bear cub is a bit over the top, isn't it? Seeing this scene, Su Lin couldn't help but be a little surprised. In fact, at the beginning of the grizzly bear cub's hateful eyes, he felt that something was wrong. What does a grizzly bear cub only a month or 2 old know? Even if it had watched, with its own eyes, its own mother being hunted down by Su Lin, then when one sees Surin again, one should be scared and fearful. Emotions like hatred should not be present in a grizzly bear cub this young. This caused Surin to leap forward and, leaping onto a snowy slope high above a pair of greenish wolf eyes looked at the grizzly bear cub again. The grizzly bear cubs, now, are crawling a little to escape from here. Su Lin's mind moved, and the grizzly bear cub's numerical attributes surfaced. Species, grizzly bear, Fey, grade, 1, air and blood, 352, endurance, 21, strength, 19, defense, 17, speed, 8. The grizzly bear cub's numerical value panel surfaced at once. This little grizzly's value panel is gorgeous. A bear cub in just a month or 2 is already rivaling the attributes of a wolf cub over a year old. But what made Su Lin pay the most attention was the note behind the species. Fey? No wonder a bear cub has such strong vitality and intelligence. After seeing that the grizzly cubs were Fey, it all made sense. And this bear cub is Fey. even without the care of an adult grizzly bear. I'm afraid there's also a decent chance of surviving the icy Arctic. Even the growth potential was horrifying, and it was impossible to say how far it would grow in the future. So Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes flashed with a flash of ruthless determination. Chopped up. As a family, we should be reunited. Mindful of this, the white wolf's body leaps again and Su Lin, who was lacking in physical strength, could no longer exert his peak speed. At the moment, his speed was only a dozen meters per second, but at this speed, it was more than enough to catch up with this grizzly bear cub. Ow! A wolf's howl sounded overhead. The grizzly bear cub also heard the wolf howl, and it turned around in a hurry. Then it saw that a majestic white wolf shadow appeared before its eyes. It was suddenly dead. At this moment, a very frightened look appeared in the grizzly bear cub's eyes. It's this devil again. This demon king who hunted and killed its bear father and mother. Why? Why is this white wolf so strong? Obviously Papa Bear had said that the wolves were all a bunch of barking losers in front of him. But why? The tall and powerful Papa Bear died at the claws of this white wolf? Bear cubs don't get it, but it watched the white wolf get closer and it couldn't help but start shaking all over and in horror, and with a roar, too. But the childish bear roar was not the least bit intimidating. With a pair of green wolf eyes on top of his head, Su Lin also took a closer look at the little grizzly bear. In fact, he could see that the bear cub's growth potential was terrifying. Moreover, the intelligence of the bear race is originally higher than that of the wolf race. In the future, if they are well trained, this grizzly also understands his own call, but the ruthlessness in his eyes remained undiminished. Because of the undisguised resentment in the eyes of this bear cub at the beginning of it would mean that the bear cubs could not truly submit to him. Then nipping the danger in the bud is the best option. The fierce light in Su Lin's eyes was so great that he didn't hold back his hand. In this grizzly bear cub's terrified eyes, the wolf's claws ruthlessly slapped out. The grizzly bear cubs, which were only just a month or two old, could not resist the sharp wolf claws. Under one claw, his life was directly ended. If this bear cub grows up, he will also be a great overlord of the Arctic. Unfortunately, there will never be that opportunity again. At this moment, Su Lin, holding the corpse of this bear cub in his mouth, rolled over and went back. It was found that Ash had found the shrub and started to drag. This grizzly weighs quite a bit more than the last grizzly, with 700 or so pounds. It was good that Ash's strength, too, had improved by leaps and bounds. With the shrubs to reduce friction, it alone could have dragged this grizzly carcass up, and Su Lin took the bear cub, and placed it on the grizzly bear carcass. Then drive ahead. Su Lin's stamina is wearing thin. Still, he steeled himself, and a pair of glowing green eyes scanned the surrounding area. Soon, not a moment too soon, the two wolves, then, left the scene of a messy tussle. In the darkness of the night, Su Lin and Little Gray advanced towards the cave aspect, but just ahead, it's also where they passed by on their way here. A skinny, bony lone wolf, a ferocious to the point of death glowed in his eyes now, and he bit a lynx dead center in the throat. Even though the sharp claws of this lynx had scratched all over the body of this lone wolf, the lone wolf still didn't let go of his mouth. After a long time of deadening the lynx's throat, the lynx finally stopped moving. It was only then that the lone wolf let go of his fangs before gasping for air. Huffing and puffing, it gasped violently and it had been starved to the point of being skinny and bony, and tried to gobble up the carcass of this lynx. But it can't do that anymore. This lynx has traumatized it as well, with a dozen bloody scratches on his body. The wound took what little blood and life force it had and nearly emptied it. Now it can't even do the simplest of feeding, only by physical instinct, gasping violently for breath. Along with the violent panting, the lone wolf also felt his body slowly become extremely cold. Is this dying? A flash of sadness passed through the lone wolf's eyes. After a few more moments, the lone wolf only felt his eyelids become heavy and also felt sleepy. As it closed its eyes, its wolf brain was thinking, might as well let the wolf parents eat them. At the very least, fill their bellies. And it was at this time that Su Lin and Ash were passing by. Su Lin looked at the lone wolf, which had obviously not broken, and then at the bitten lynx. Just went up and picked them both up and put them both on the grizzly carcass. This lynx had level 4 attributes, which was considered a moderate strength among lynxes, and this little lone wolf, with only level 3 attributes. However, the lynx was able to bite the lynx to death in a counterattack, which shows the degree of its ferocity and determination. Take it back to the caves. It's better to live. If you can't live, you'll just have to say that you deserve it. This time with the grizzlies, Surin also recognizes the importance of team play, and team fights also get an extra rating, which helps to get more rewards. So he's ready to expand the wolves a bit. This little lone wolf, if he survives, Su Lin didn't mind taking it in and becoming a new member of the wolf pack. Chapter 54, Strength Breakthrough. Together, the lynx and the little lone wolf also weighed about 100 pounds. This made dragging and pulling the grizzly bear's body even more laborious for Ash. And Sulin had regained some of his strength after walking slowly for a while. Start dragging it up together. On the way back to the caves, came across the smell of blood. Some hunters. It's just that most of these hunters are in pretty bad shape. Not much of a fight. After seeing Surin at this size and weighing the gains and losses, and then they all grayed out again and withdrew. Therefore, Su Lin and Little Gray, the journey was quite safe and sound. Back to the cave. Wolfie, who was already sound asleep, was also awakened by the strong smell of blood. Wake up and see. Wolf brings back another massive grizzly bear and a lynx carcass. You know, we haven't even finished the bear meat from last time, but it's the more plentiful food that means a better life for the wolves. This made the wolf girl, bouncing and wailing, expressing feelings of surprise and excitement. But Surin was consuming a lot, panting violently. He didn't even have to feed on the grizzly. Back to his position and the break began. The journey that Ash took to drag the grizzly bear's body back took a lot of effort. So too, gasping for breath, he came to the gray and white coyote and lay down to sleep. It was as if the only way to make up for the huge amount of stamina it had lost was to sleep soundly. At this time, the bouncing wolf girl also noticed, still panting, the little lone wolf. Started up, sniffing with his nose. Though the smell is unfamiliar, but still, you can tell that it's the odor of the same family. Is this the new member Wolf brought back? The wolf girl was amazed in her mind. And Surin, after a few moments rest, then, with a low howl, he signaled his cousin to check on the little lone wolf on the grizzly's carcass. In the meantime, I asked my cousin to pat down some chunks of ice and snow from the cave entrance and feed them to the young lone wolf. After explaining some of this, Solian also fell asleep on his back. Cousin's gestures to Solon were being done without fail. After carrying the patted chunks of ice and snow to the mouth of the little lone wolf, the little lone wolf, whose survival instinct was catalyzed, took all this broken ice and snow into his mouth, and after it turned into ice water, it flowed into his stomach. Cousin, after putting these things in order, then he came to Surin's side, and found the wound on the wolf's carapace that had been cut by the grizzly bear's claw thorns. She stuck out her tongue and helped Solian lick it a few times as a sanitizer. In fact, Cousin didn't realize that the claw thorns cut through the wound, which only injured the flesh of the scary to look at, but not serious. With the healing gift, it will heal in a matter of days. The cousin at this point licked it a few times and saw that Surin was asleep. It was only then that he returned to the cave entrance and proceeded to begin the vigil. Eternal night. The time has crept by. The next day, Surin woke up from a sound sleep and the wolf's body was still in some pain, but it was obviously much better. With the gift of healing, the wounds torn by the grizzly's claw spikes were nothing. Now, a bright light is faintly visible in the sky. This bright light announced that the polar night was about to recede. The Arctic warm season is coming. Many species, too, began to migrate this way. Sulin's physical strength and condition had now recovered quite a bit. After standing up and moving around a bit, then an evolutionary potion was used. After that faint icy cold energy of the evolutionary potion, surging through the whole body, Solian then walked over to the grizzly carcass and, now that he's eating normal grizzly meat, he doesn't have much evolutionary value left. So, go straight to the bear bile where the essence of the whole body lies. Without hesitation, Sulin swallowed the bear bile into his stomach. Bear bile tastes a little bitter. However, after swallowing it into his stomach, he felt it transform into a huge energy, which was quickly converted into evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating bear bile, level 12, and gaining an evolution value of 100. 100 evolution value. Sulin's eyes lit up. This time, the evolutionary value was clearly more than what he had gotten last time. It could be seen that the higher the level of the prey hunted, the higher the evolution value given by the essence in the body. With this 100 evolutionary values, Sulin also reached the threshold of promotion once more. The arcane energy of evolution soon descended. Subtle energies spread throughout Sulin's body. The wounds that had just scabbed over also began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye under this energy. Chapter 55 Feeding the Bear Cubs. It was almost a short blink of an eye that the bloody scabs then fall off and the wound returns as before. This amazing scene, Sulin had learned about it long ago after he had fought with the lynx. But this evolved energy can only restore injuries. The stamina expended does not recover or grow in the slightest. That's why he, yesterday, didn't eat straight away. Immediately following, Sulin began to hold his breath, greedily absorbing the energy. This energy was also strengthening and nourishing the limbs and bones on the wolf's body. It's all-encompassing reinforcement. Sulin's hair, skin, flesh, limbs, bones, and so on, were all being enhanced a little bit. After about 10 minutes of the arcane energy of evolution only gradually dissipated, Solian was also officially promoted to level 7. His wolf body, which had already broken through 2 meters, once again became a circle larger. The wolf's body reached the point where it was 2 meters, 3 or 4, counting the wolf's tail. It was starting to approach 3 meters. This body type, even the largest of the wolf family, the North American gray wolf, is hard to match. Beyond that, the biggest change is still the claw spikes. The claw spikes had grown about a centimeter longer and their sharpness had increased. It was now easier to slice through the grizzly's flesh. The claw spines can be constricted in the fur on weekdays, protecting it well from wear and tear. Once exposed, it will just be sharp. Now Surin. Strength has once again reached a new level. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Level, 7. Upgrade requires 1280 evolution points. Blood and Chi, 700. Endurance, 70. Strength, 70. Defense, 70. Speed, 130. Evolution value, 75. Additional attribute value, 10. Talents, hunting, D rank, healing, D rank. Before his eyes appeared the latest attribute panel. Once again, Su Lin added 10 points of extra attribute value to speed. A speed value of 140 made him break through in speed again. Su Lin would officially reach over 40 meters per second if he flew at full speed. This speed is almost considered the peak speed in nature. Even professional soldiers, armed with hot weapons, it's also hard to aim and hit a target that moves so fast. Speed was also the presence that gave him a sense of security in the midst of several fights. You can come and go as you please. After the current promotion of 7 levels, there was also a new upper limit to the peak speed and extreme explosive power that a wolf's body could withstand. At this time, Surin, walking to the entrance of the cave, he let out a long whistle, venting his joy at the huge increase in strength. Ow! The wolf howls. It echoed beneath the morose cold of the polar night. In the midst of this long howl, Ash woke up too. Just after waking up, he felt a new boost in his own boss's aura. Ow! This caused it to stifle a series of low howls of surprise. The current Ash had also regained most of his strength and energy. It came to the front of the boss, looking at the boss's majestic wolf body that had grown another size, with envy in its eyes. And the cousin on guard gave a low howl expressing surprise. In fact, the cousin had sort of watched Su Lin grow up. It was less than a year ago, when that little wolf brother who was still breastfeeding, turned into such a tall and majestic head wolf in the blink of an eye. At this point in time, cousin, from the cave entrance, she came to Su Lin's side, wanting to help him check his wounds. Cousin, who was only 1 meter 3 or 4 in size now, was like a cub in front of the taller Su Lin. Jump up. The front paws were resting on Surin to be seen. After looking at it, though, it was clear that the wound was gone. Cousin sniffs left, sniffs right. After half a day of searching through Surin's hair, he realized that the wound was indeed really gone. It filled her wolf eyes with doubt and wonder. But the simple intellect of the wolves could not support her in thinking carefully about the. After failing to find it, it was just assumed that Surin had healed himself. Ow! After cousin got off the wolf's carcass, Solian then let out a low howl and began to greet everyone as they ate. Wolf's sister and the gray and white coyote, who were still sound asleep, upon hearing the low howl of feeding, also woke up sleepily. For eating, these two pups have always been very active. Su Lin didn't eat the grizzly meat. Instead, he came to the body of this little bear cub and, this bear cub is Faye. It had been sitting in the cave for over 10 hours and it still wasn't frozen, though there are only one level of attributes that, but it also has a full 20 or 30 pounds of flesh. Solian began to eat. Sharp fangs, tearing large chunks of flesh and blood from the bear cub's corpse. When you eat it in your mouth, you realize that the flesh and blood is much tastier than regular grizzly meat. The meat is tender, smooth and flavorful. The bottom line is this: the nutrients and energy from Faye bear meat are simply not comparable to ordinary bear meat. The first bite swallowed into the stomach. The evolutionary value gained. Just let the light in Su Lin's eyes explode. Ding! Host feeds on a Faye grizzly bear, gaining 45 evolution points. This evolution value was somewhat beyond Su Lin's imagination. This bite was almost equal to the previous, eating most of the Arctic salmon harvest. Stimulated by the huge amount of evolutionary value, Su Lin suddenly had a huge appetite. Ding! Host feeds on a Faye grizzly bear, gaining 42 evolution points. Ding! Host feeds on a Faye grizzly bear, gaining 39 points of evolution value. Ding! Host feeds on a Faye grizzly bear, gaining 36 points of evolution value. Faye grizzly bear meat, which gains high evolutionary value, but cuts are also high. The 3 points of evolutionary value cuts far beyond the rest of the normal food, but still, he was taking big bites of food. After many breakthroughs, Su Lin's appetite had reached a terrifying point. To be fully satiated, it is normal to need 30 or so pounds of food, but fei bear meat brings far more energy and nutrition than regular meat. Just eating 7 or 8 pounds of fei grizzly meat, Su Lin then felt propped up. He didn't continue to eat. These 7 or 8 pounds of fei grizzly bear meat alone provided Su Lin with over 200 evolutionary values. After eating, he then looked aside at the young lone wolf, who was still in a coma. And, little lone wolf's form is significantly more consistent than yesterday, but it's still poor. Su Lin tore off the softest, most blood-rich piece of flesh of the grizzly bear cub and stuffed it into the little lone wolf's mouth. This is the flesh and blood of a fei grizzly bear, rich in tons of nutrients and energy. It was all he could do. Whether or not it would survive depended on how hard this little lone wolf's life was. Next, Su Lin stretched his wolf body again, currently standing at over 2 meters in size. His overall strength reached a strong point. With a normal attack, it's already 70. If he used his strengthened right claw, his attack power would soar to around 100. Suffice it to say, even if you don't use your hunting talent, the current Su Lin was not what he used to be. If we were to take on that female grizzly bear from the first hunt again, on power alone, it's enough to even the score. Even, he has the peak speed of the entire North Pole. Such strength. Not far from the day when it will become the strongest overlord of the Arctic. Chapter 56, The Lone Wolf Awakens. Next, Su Lin lay down on his back at the entrance of the cave and began to be on guard. Right now, his physical strength hadn't returned to its peak. No plans to go out hunting either. Cave food. It's almost 1,000 pounds. This is enough food to feed the wolves for 2 or 3 months. If you save some, eating for 6 months is nothing. However, with an abundance of food, Su Lin was not prepared to limit the appetites of his cousin, wolf sister, little gray and white coyotes. After all, they're all still in a phase of rapid growth right now. Grow up. The wolves could be a big help to him in the future. After the wolves have finished feeding, wolf sister and the gray and white coyote, again, began to scuffle. When her cousin saw that Su Lin was on guard, she plopped back into her position and fell asleep. Ash, on the other hand, watched with fascination, as the gray and white coyote and his wolf sister fought. Currently both coyotes had level 2 attributes, and their wolf carapaces were 80 to 90 centimeters. Fighting, it's got some power. The tender wolf howls of the 2 young wolves echoed in the cave. In the midst of a scuffle between wolf sister and the gray and white coyote, time passes in a flash. 10 days later, over the North Pole, that bright light has lasted longer and longer. Even waking up every day to the faint morning sun in the sky, the climate is starting to warm up, too. From temperatures in the -30s and 40s, it's back up to the -teens. The warm season is upon us. There have been a number of species that have migrated back to the Arctic with prey. It also meant that the hunters under the polar night finally saw hope for survival. It's been a while, definitely the craziest time for hunting. A hunter who was hungry enough to think that even large herds of musk oxen, caribou, etc., would dare to take a chance. The physical strength of Su Lin and Ash, it had also long since recovered to its peak, but not out hunting. There's still plenty of food in the caves. There was no need to fight a bunch of hungry hunters for what little prey there was. In these days, Su Lin finished the fei bear cub and gained another 100 or so points of evolution value. Little Gray had also devoured quite a bit of grizzly bear meat, and his strength had made a steady progress, currently getting closer and closer to being promoted to level 5. And the speed of her cousin's growth was somewhat out of Su Lin's expectations, already about to break through to level 4. After breaking through to level 4, cousin was considered to have the strength of an adult female Arctic wolf. Staying in the cave would also add some more security for the 2 cubs. As for wolf sister and gray coyote, there was still a long way to go before they could break through level 3. Beyond that, in these days, the young lone wolf also survived by being resilient. The wounds on the body at present, though not yet healed, but the vitals are stabilized, can barely stand and move around too. Little lone wolf, who thought he was a dead man, but I didn't expect to wake up to a wolf pack. One seems to be, well, taken in by this wolf pack, but as far as it could remember, the wolves under the polar night were all hungry for extreme eyes as well. It's going to be cannibalism of the same kind. But when it found the cave, the corpse of the grizzly bear, which was 700 or 800 pounds in weight, as well as after the rest of the wolves in the cave were all brightly furred and all a picture of life and death, it took a little lone wolf to think. This wolf pack, it seemed, was not the same as the one it remembered. The young lone wolf's IQ was quite a bit higher than that of an ordinary wolf, even if it wakes up. It was also very careful to hide at the corner of the cave, not daring to make the slightest sound, and it didn't presume to run out of the cave, because he knew that with this injury of his, even walking and standing were difficult, and running out of the cave was even more of a dead end. It was just peaceful and quiet. lying down in the corner of the cave to stay there. And, after every time he heard the low howl of that majestic white wolf, which was more than 2 meters in size, feeding it is also afraid to come close enough to eat. One could only gulp furiously as they watched the rest of the wolves, gorging themselves, because previous experiences have taught it not only to face its enemies and bare its fangs, it also teaches it to live carefully, even if it's hungry. Even the injuries on its body were a reminder of the urgent need for nutritional supplementation. It's still dead set on repressing its beastly instincts. It's just lying peacefully in the corner, not daring to move in the slightest. Today is the 3rd day it has woken up. So hungry. The little lone wolf, at this point, watched the wolves feeding not far away once again. It just felt like its head was spinning from hunger, but it just buried its head in its forelegs, sniffing the scent of the cave's cold gravel. Chapter 57 Enhanced Talent. And at that moment, Su Lin also noticed the little lone wolf. It's been 3 days since little lone wolf woke up. Solian hadn't been hitching a ride on it. It's because it's time to see the character of this little lone wolf. If there was only ferocity and tyranny, there wouldn't be much point in taking it in or not. Well, the little lone wolf didn't let him down. He signaled Ash and greeted the young lone wolf as he fed. Little Gray's current size was also 1.78 meters, which was not small amongst the Arctic wolves. Upon hearing the boss's order, Ash came to the little lone wolf and gave a low howl. Hearing this, the low howl that greets one's feeding, burying his head in his forelegs, the young lone wolf only raised his head. It knows that under the polar night, food is at a premium. Originally, this wolf pack had saved its life, so it was considered to have taken it in. Anyone who wants food in a wolf pack needs to participate in the hunt, except for the cubs, the rest of the members, who never get food without working for it. So it was going to be strong, waiting to follow the wolves out on one of their hunts. When you come back, some leftovers would be nice, so that the wolves don't chase themselves away. But the weakened physical state, let it wonder if it will last until that day. Ow! At this moment, the little lone wolf was a bit confused. I didn't expect that the wolves would greet themselves to feed. Little Gray, who had waited for a few moments, saw that this little lone wolf was still in a daze and hadn't moved at all. Impatient, he slapped a paw on the young lone wolf's head. Pop! Ash didn't use much force, but now little lone wolf's too weak for. One paw made the little lone wolf, who was already barely on his feet, stagger and fall again. But okay, the little lone wolf soon struggled to his feet again, but looking at it so weak, Ash didn't let it go over to feed again. Instead, he tore off a few large chunks of flesh and blood from the grizzly bear's carcass and brought it to him. Save yourself the trouble of walking over this little way, and falling a few more times. Grizzly meat. Little lone wolf had never had one before, because of the small pack he used to be in. When you see a grizzly bear, don't say you're hunting it. You're only retreating with your tail between your legs. Never had one though, but you can still smell the fat grizzly meat. Ow! Ash let out another low howl, signaling him to eat quickly. This caused the little lone wolf to carefully move to the food. Then he looked up again at the white wolf not far away. It knows in its heart, this white wolf is the leader of the pack. Seeing that the white wolf didn't express any objections, only then did it stick out its tongue and lick the grizzly meat. Many hadn't eaten, and all it felt was the taste of fatty grizzly meat going straight to its brain, and then not being able to suppress his appetite any longer, started chowing down. This moment, the young lone wolf just felt like grizzly bear meat, the best food he had ever eaten in the world. At this moment, Little Gray, seeing little lone wolf devouring the food, only then shook his head and left in satisfaction. Next, Ash then accompanied his wolf sister and the gray and white coyote again, playing around. As for Surin, and slumped back into his position, started researching the rewards to be gained from hunting grizzly bears. Evolutionary potions need no introduction. The main thing is that 2 new serums have been acquired. Fey Serum, Evolution of Life. Gene Hardening, Achievement of Fey. Talent Serum, 10% chance of opening a new talent. 90% chance of strengthening one's own talent. The descriptions of both serums are simple and straightforward. Make it easy to see at a glance. Xeno Serum, which allows normal species to evolve into Xeno. But gene quenching, while it's easy to say. But Su Lin knew that this process was certainly not an ordinary suffering. After all, there is a precedent for fortified serums. The Fey Serum, though he couldn't use, suggests that the heterologous serum is incompatible with itself. Su Lin didn't feel any regrets either. Because of the devouring evolution system, he could devour the genetic flesh and blood of all things and achieve the strongest. As for this Xeno Serum, he thought it would be a good idea to use it for the wolf father. Papa Wolf is now a level 6 and a strong head wolf among the Arctic wolves. If it evolves into the Fey, the strength will be increased dramatically, and when the time comes, he can better lead the wolves to survive. As for the gifted serum, it was Su Lin who felt that this was the biggest gain for him from this battle. Whether it was obtaining an additional talent or strengthening an existing talent, the increase in his battle power was extremely huge. Ding! Is the natural serum being used? After Su Lin took the talent serum out, a light gray alert message then floated before his eyes. Use. He didn't hesitate. And then, it didn't take long to feel an energy appear within the energy didn't roll like a reinforcing serum. Instead it was a warm current. It makes you feel very cozy. This warmth eventually spread throughout Su Lin's entire wolf body. Soon, the wolf body absorbed all of this warmth. Ding! The healing talent has been successfully strengthened and advanced to a C-rank talent. Light gray message pop up. Subsequently, the detailed introduction of the C-rank healing talent also appeared. Healing, C-rank, upgradable, passive talent. Wounds heal 20 times faster. Immune to toxins. Immune to fungal infections. And are equally effective against psychic and radiation-based wounds. Duration, permanent. Cooldown, none. C-level healing gift. The rate of healing increased to 20 times. This recovery speed drastically increased Su Lin's survivability. Equivalent to just a minor injury would probably recover in a day. Even if the trauma is bone-breaking, it will only take 4 or 5 days at most before it is completely healed. At the moment, this healing talent, it's still only a C rank, evolving to the highest level. I don't know what level it will reach. At this time, Surin, though it was slightly unfortunate that the enhancement wasn't a hunting talent, but there's no picking and choosing. After all, the healing talent, which was about survivability, was just as important. After he's finished using his gift serum, just looked up at the little lone wolf who was wolfing it down. The little lone wolf had finished eating, and had taken the flesh and blood that had passed in his mouth. Body injuries, although it is unlikely that there will be any immediate improvement, but the mental state, obviously, has improved a bit, but in the future, it's going to take a lot of conditioning. It's the only way to take a young lone wolf and really train him to be a prima donna of the pack. Next, Su Lin got up and as usual, took Little Gray and first went to make a round of the area around the cave. There were no surprises. Then taking Ash, he went to see the rest of the area that had begun to come back to life. Each wolf pack, or even say each hunter has their own territory. All prey in the territory. It's all considered their private property and reserve food. It's just that under the polar night, everything is silent. Wolves, and hunters, don't look too hard at the sense of territory. Many of the current species are beginning to gradually migrate back when it had become obvious to Solian that the neighborhood had been marked with territorial sense by other wolves, but this was less than 3 kilometers from his cave. It's been taken over by another pack. Where do you go hunting by yourself from now on? What's going to feed the kids in the caves from now on? Is it hard to have to hunt in the pack territory led by the wolf father as before? Solian bared his sharp fangs. It felt like it was time to map out the territory of his wolf pack. It was also time to let the few nearby wolves with 2 or 3 big cats know that there was a presence here that they couldn't afford to mess with. Chapter 58 Ash Goes to War. The warm season is upon us. In the sky, a number of birds have migrated back. Snow lords, white partridges, thunderbirds, and other birds. Every now and then, they can be seen flickering in the air. It also adds a touch of life to the Arctic. And Su Lin and Ash, by this time, following the scent trail, the wolves that had divided the nearby area into territories were groped. It's a small wolf pack. There was only 1 male wolf and 2 females. This coyote pack, whose survival is in jeopardy. It is very difficult to hold on to your hunting territory when the warm season comes, but it's obvious. This wolf pack is already sitting tight for expansion. 3 wolves, all putting out friendly scents nearby. There are quite a few stray lone wolves in the polar night now. Recruiting into the pack to expand their strength and seize territory is also a regular tactic of many wolf packs. Surin was standing on a snowy slope located not far from the wolves and was looking down on them. The current leader of this small pack, a level 5 male wolf. The strength attributes are mediocre. As for the 2 female wolves, they were even worse. One of the females is a normal adult female Arctic wolf with the attributes of a level 4, but it's only just barely at level 4. The other head, due to years of malnutrition, although he was also an adult, his strength was only at level 3. The wolf's body is only 1 meter 2 or 3. Even his cousin can't compare. Such strength of the wolves made Su Lin not interested in striking out at them at all. He stood on the snowy slope and gave a low howl. Gesture Ash to rush over. A long and loud wolf howl instantly sounded over the Arctic. Hearing the wolf howl, the group of wolves not far away that were marking scents everywhere suddenly looked up at Su Lin. 3 pairs of greenish wolf eyes looked at Su Lin together. Upon seeing this tall and majestic figure of Su Lin's, the 3 Arctic wolves' fur exploded. Even if they have a low IQ, it was also known that an Arctic wolf of this size would not come to join their pack. An Arctic wolf of that size can hunt big game even alone, right? They have some panic in their eyes. Meanwhile, the 1-meter-89 sized little gray rushed over like a gray blistering wind after hearing his boss's order. In the cruelty of nature. It's not like we've got a lot of territory to talk about, only fought down by fangs and sharp claws. Territorial rivalries between hunters are accompanied by bloodshed and killing. If you can't get it on the killing field, then don't expect to get it by negotiating. Su Lin did not make a move, just standing on the snowy slopes and watching. On the one hand, he's testing Ash's battle prowess. On the other hand, it was letting Ash experience some real life and death combat, because any wolf clan has grown up by a fight. As a Fae, Ash has greater potential and needs to be honed. Ow! Ash's wolf howled. He's no less than the head wolf of this pack. Add to that an abundance of food, a bright coat, and condition at a peak. Present-day Ash, charging into the 3 Arctic wolves. Not too much bull ***** at all. Go up and start wrestling. Some days, the fights and battles between the same species are much bloodier and more brutal. After all, kindred spirits know each other's attacks and pain points better. And the head wolf on the opposite side of the room howled low continuously. Start summoning the 2 females of the wolf pack and take on the enemy together. Territorial fights and battles. It is most common in the Arctic where the warm season is approaching. The head wolf, at this point, did not flinch, because he had, long ago, made this area his territory. Suffice it to say, the current little gray and Su Lin were fighting to its doorstep, and it simply couldn't retreat, unless, abandon the territory and flee outright. But fleeing away from here and going elsewhere also involves a more brutal fight for territory with the rest of the hunters. Ow! That's why a ferocious glint also appeared in the head wolf's eyes. While commanding the 2 female wolves to spread out and surround Little Gray, they went up and fought with Little Gray. The head wolf's level 5 attributes and condition were not at their peak due to the lack of food, but with the 2 female wolves beside him to restrain and entangle them. For a while, to also and Small Gray fight with each other. This time it's a real fight. So Ash, who had been playing around with the wolf sister, without ever showing his exposed claw spikes in wolf teeth, at this time, also popped its sharp claw spikes completely out of the way. A fierce fight ensued with this small pack of 3 wolves. Chapter 59, Suppressing the Wolves. Ow! Ow! The wolf howls. In the empty, icy landscape, it rang out one after the other. Boo! Ash's attacks were swift and powerful. In nature, when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. That's why it came up and exploded with its strongest attack, without the slightest bit of retention. The head wolf of the small pack was slapped hard on the head with a paw by Ash. The body of the man was hit by the wolf also had several bloody marks on its head. Currently Ash's battle power, if it's a one-on-one tussle, it could already completely suppress, or even hunt, a level 5 Arctic wolf. Even if it's a head wolf like Papa Wolf with level 6 attributes. When pushed into a corner, Ash can also fight to the death. But now Ash is facing a wolf pack, even if there are only 3 wolves, but the wolves fight in tandem. At this time, it also completely showed its power. After Ash had just knocked the head wolf off its feet, the female wolves on the left and right sides, then rushed forward. Sharp fangs, tore down hard on Ash. Too late to defend himself, Ash was bitten deep into the side of his abdomen by the fangs. Copper head, iron bones and tofu waist. A wolf's belly is supposed to be the softest part of the body. This blow immediately caused Ash to feel a sharp pain. Ow! Ash was in pain until he went crazy. It immediately turned its head, revealing sharp fangs, trying to bite this unsuspecting female wolf to death. Hard, Ash was going for the female wolf's throat. Its eyes glowed with the ferocious light of killing, but the she-wolf retreats quickly. The she-wolf was right there the whole time, defending herself from Ash's attack. Loosening his fangs just as Ash craned his head, he quickly withdrew. But this time, the head wolf on the sidelines also slowed down. It began to lunge at Ash. Boo! The head wolf slapped a claw and slapped Ash's head just as hard. The force on these claws is not weak, but Ash, being a Fae, it is resistant to blows, far beyond its kind. A claw. It just knocked Ash's wolf head around, but it didn't make it. There was not the slightest step back. Instead, the ferocity in Ash's bones was even more aroused. Immediately following, it, too, clawed and slapped hard on the head of the head wolf. The head wolf has once again added a few new bloodstains to his face. The head wolf was struck by this furious blow, and he only felt the sky spinning and the earth spinning. Stand still. It took a moment to come back to his senses, feeling the sharp pain in the wolf's head. It was also clear that it could no longer exchange attacks with this gray Arctic wolf in front of it, and without its major involvement. On the battlefield now, 2 female wolves were being chased and torn apart by Ash. Ash ruthlessly slapped that level 4 female wolf to the ground with one claw. Sharp fangs, It's about to go down the female wolf's throat. There was also infinite panic in the female wolf's eyes as it was frantically wailing for help. Ow! This caused the head wolf, with an angry growl, to charge towards Ash. This female wolf is her mate, and a very important part of the wolf pack. Can't just, die here. Boo! The head wolf, running wildly, crashed hard into Ash's body. They both fell to the snow, striking a streak of ice and snow. Then, all climbed up fast again. Nowadays, the two wolves, both of them, had an endless ferocious light flashing in their eyes. The fight has come to this. It's also hitting true fire. Several bloody marks were spilling blood out of the head wolf. The blood made the head wolf appear even more hideous and terrifying. Ash's wolf body also had 2 torn wounds on it. This is the work of these 2 she-wolves. Both wounds, both in the abdomen. It's obviously all running to, well, Ash's weakness. Luckily, the 2 female wolves were too weak to attack the. Otherwise, there was a good chance that Ash had already been disemboweled. That's the wolves. That's pack tactics. Even though Little Grey's battle strength was enough to overwhelm any wolf clan in any wolf pack, but with the wolves circling, still traumatized, it hadn't even been able, yet, to completely break any of the wolves, either. Ow! That makes Ash. A long howl of extreme anger arose. Ow! The head wolf of the small wolf pack also howled defiantly. The sound of wolves howling on both sides of, intertwined over the morose Arctic, the temper of both parties. It was also rising with the wolf's howl. The head wolf stood still, a pair of wolf eyes staring deathly at Little Grey. Subsequently, the quiet standoff didn't last long. Both sides then fought together again, tearing, pouncing, assaulting. The sound of a wolf's claws cutting through flesh rang out from time to time. The wolves screamed. The commanding voice of the head wolf, Ash's howl of rage, it echoed in the morose air. This tussle, it's even more tragic and swifter than it was at the beginning. Ash, being a wolf, naturally, it was also clear that the wolves were terrifying when they fought in cooperation. It couldn't drag on with this wolf pack. Its movements, therefore, became swifter. Soon, both sides are again killed more than a dozen back and forth. 100 meters around. It's all made a mess. Huffing and puffing. Now 4 wolves, both pulled back a safe distance and began panting violently, and the 3 wolves of the pack, still in an encircling position towards Ash, not daring to relax in the slightest. On the 2 female wolves, there were also a few more terrifying wounds. These were left by Ash, the sharp claw spikes. Even the head wolf's head and forehead had several bloody wounds. All of this was highlighting the terror of the grey Arctic wolf's battle power in front of him. 1 against 3 and still managed to do such a kill. This caused the head wolf's green glowing eyes to be filled with gravity. And on Ash, 2 more tear marks were added as well. This is still caused by the 2 female wolves, but even more damning. In the fight and exchange of blows just now, Ash was the one who took the initiative to attack. The swift and furious attacks consumed a lot of its stamina. The grueling fight was definitely the most physically draining, which made its current condition a bit bad up. Keep fighting. Ash wasn't necessarily able to take down this wolf pack, but it doesn't want to disappoint the boss. Therefore a flash of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. It killed towards the head wolf of the pack. Although Ash doesn't really understand the idea of catching a thief before he catches him, still, it was known that the only way to end this tussle was to bring this alpha wolf down for good. Ow! The sound of a wolf howling with a strong killing intent resounded once again, looking at Ash who's coming in for the kill. In the eyes of the head wolf, anger and ferocity were also raised. The hunting territory is the hope for the continuation of the wolf pack. How can he retreat? Hunters would not abandon their territories unless they were truly faced with a life and death situation. Ow! The head wolf also let out a long howl and fought with Little Grey once again. The 2 female wolves also whimpered and howled low beside Ash, looking for a moment to step forward. Boo! Another vicious claw. Once again, the head wolf was knocked back 2 steps, but this time, Ash didn't care about the 2 female wolves attacking beside him. His eyes were ruthless as he tore towards the head wolf. The female wolf wants Ash to open up, but Ash wants the head wolf dead. This territorial fight between the wolves, although the number of wolves participating in the war is not large, however, a tragic aura still filled the entire killing battlefield. Looking at Ash, who came tearing in, the head wolf is in a state of shock. It didn't expect this grey Arctic wolf to be so ruthless, topping the tearing and biting to put it to death. Thankfully, the 2 female wolves in the pack were also desperately tearing at Little Grey's flanks, stopping its upward movement dead in its tracks. For the she-wolf also knows, without the alpha wolf, there is no pack. Then they will have a hard time surviving in the cruelty of nature, even if they are not injured. So it could only desperately tear at Ash. Rip! Ash's abdomen, finally torn off a piece of flesh and blood. This strike completely broke Ash's defense. It hurts too much. Little Gray, who had never experienced a grueling fight, was in disarray under the intense pain. The head wolf, on the other hand, has taken the moment well. Its pair of green eyes brought out the ultimate ferocity and viciousness as it bit towards Little Ash's throat. It was as if it had already seen the gray Arctic wolf, with its life force and blood rapidly running out under its own fangs. But it was at this time, a loud and rough wolf howl that brought out a strong aura resounded violently. Then, out of the corner of his eye, the head wolf watched the white wolf on the snowy slope move. That darting speed was beyond its knowledge and imagination. The head wolf, whose expression became terrified, couldn't describe what kind of speed that was. The snowy slopes were hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, but this white wolf, from the snowy slopes to the eye, in just 2 or 3 seconds. This speed is like lightning. Before its razor-sharp fangs could touch the gray Arctic wolf's throat, then he felt a gust of wind that swept over him. Immediately following, a white wolf shadow appeared in front of it. Boo! A hit! The head wolf only felt his front chest, receiving a blow that seemed like a shocking wave. The blow sent it flying a dozen meters straight into the air, and then landed with a thud, stirring up streaks of snow and ice. Blood spilled from the corners of its mouth, and it tried to struggle to get up. But soon, the head wolf then saw a white wolf's paw kick hard, stomping its wolf's head on the icy ground. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it couldn't shake the white wolf's claws in the slightest. Next, it then, once again, heard a long and loud wolf howl. The meaning conveyed in this wolf's howl was simple and straightforward. It's also often seen in pack fights and hunting territories. Submit, or die. It was a gesture that all wolves could understand. Chapter 20, The Wolves Submit. Surin's loud and clear wolf howl echoed. The tall and majestic wolf body exuded a faint might. A pair of greenish wolf eyes looked at the two females. The two female wolves that were targeted were as if they were being stared at by the god of death and hell. All of them clenched their tails at once, and the ferocious light in their eyes completely faded and was replaced with horror. Their animal sixth sense, signaling frantically to them. Danger. This sense of danger was not so strong even when he met the grizzly bear. Especially the speed of the white wolf just now had exceeded their knowledge. At this rate, it feels like a luxury for them to even scatter and flee. A faint aura of death hovered over them. But the head wolf, who was stepped on by Sulin under his paws, not willing to submit. He was not willing to go from being an alpha wolf to a minion in the pack. It's not getting any younger. It didn't have the chance, the time, to climb back up from the bottom of a pack again. So, ruthlessness flared in the eyes of the head wolf, and its forelimbs ruthlessly slapped toward Sulin's wolf claws. But all this is in vain. Being trampled under the wolf's paw, it could only utilize 2 or 3 layers of its strength. These attacks were like an ant trying to shake a tree with the white fur of the wolf's claws. But soon, this head wolf just felt. Solian's green wolf eyes looked to himself. It immediately felt as if it was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. A trace of coolness instantly surged through his body. Also at this time, struggling desperately with it. It was only then that I realized what kind of being I was rebelling against again. Just for a moment, his dignity as the alpha wolf shattered. It turns out that under the threat of life and death, the so-called dignity is unbearable. Immediately afterward, before it could beg for mercy, Sulin's green eyes then flashed with a murderous intent. Then the wolf's paw slowly raised and fell hard. The blow slapped the head of the head wolf. It's too heavy. The head wolf only felt his head instantly filling up with blood, and countless red blood filaments surged out of his eyes. The sharp wolf's claws also cut through its flesh. The wounds were so deep that they all exposed the blood-stained skull. In a flash, the aura of death that permeates the air, the head wolf had wanted to frantically wail and beg for mercy, to show that he was willing to submit and bow his head. But it's too late. Another heavy blow directly broke through its chest. Like a blade-like wolf claw, it stabbed directly at its heart from the chest. Blood rushed out violently. That blow killed it outright. At the point of death, it still had the fear of death in its eyes. Thumbs up. Sulin pulled his wolf claw out, bringing out a large stream of blood. The blood, too, dyed the fur on its wolf paws bright red. Beyond that, he also pulled out the heart of this head wolf as well and threw it onto the snow. This heart, still dripping with blood and radiating heat, completely shattering the inner defenses of the two she-wolves. They instantly prostrated themselves, their wolf heads lowered as they rushed at Sulin, howling lowly in submission. Even the entire wolf's body was trembling. It was the first time they had seen such a ruthless wolf clan. The injuries on their bodies made the two female wolves still feel a lot of pain though, but all of them are still holding back the pain. Wagging his tail, he showed his loyalty to Sulin. Other than that, don't dare to make the slightest move, fearing that this killing white wolf would tear them apart here as well. And the alpha wolf is dead. There was no other way for them to go but to submit to Sulin. Wolves are pack animals. They rarely survive on their own in the wild. because living in groups gives them enough safety and enough deterrence in the icy Arctic. And if you run away from the pack and become a lone wolf, there would be no security in all areas. Even wandering into any place will be subject to being driven or hunted by the local hunters. In the end, without access to food, they will starve to death in the snow. Chapter 61 Wolf Territory. Right now, both female wolves were prostrate on the snowy ground, competing to be the first to show their submission to Su Lin. It even wagged its tail desperately, emitting a pleasing odor as well. It represented that they were willing to mate with Su Lin and were willing to give birth to wolf pups for Su Lin. But Su Lin was oblivious to these actions and expressions of the two female wolves. This makes them think they are not doing enough. Then he lay down and turned up his belly in a hurry. A wolf's belly is rarely exposed, as it is the weakest part of its defenses. The sharp claw spikes slashed through them, and they could easily be disemboweled. Showing their bellies is all a move done when showing loyalty to the alpha wolf or the wolf king. The wolves, who are not highly intelligent, don't do anything overtly or covertly. Showing submission, that's really submitting. Especially, with the absolute deterrent of force. The submissive wolves would not even raise the slightest thought of resistance. Realize, in the event of resistance, either death or expulsion from the pack. Both. Either way, it was a consequence that ordinary wolves could not afford. Ow! Su Lin looked at the two female wolves that had submitted, with a low howl, accepting their submission and loyalty, signaling them to climb up. Then the gaze swept majestically over them. After the two female wolves rolled over and climbed up, they both prostrated themselves in front of Su Lin. Who knows what this new king in front of him will do to organize them? A new alpha wolf means a new order. The females are trying to get a better position in the new pack. At the very least, it can sustain them to nurse this injury. Otherwise, under the ice and snow, with these injuries from being beaten by Ash, it would be hard for them to survive. And at this point, Ash also came over and gave his boss a look. After the boss expressed no objections, he ate the wolf heart on the floor, and then bare the pain from the wound. Showing his teeth, he came to the two female wolves, rewarding each of their wolves with a hard paw, to avenge the killing we just did. It was also, at the same time, declaring the status of the wolves to them. Next, Su Lin also divided the two submissive female wolves into ranks. Among the wolves, all new wolves need to start as Ohio wolves. They both are no exception. For his part, Su Lin promoted Little Gray to become the pack's currently only Beowulf. As for the cousins, the Wolf Sisters and the Gray and White Coyotes, all belonging to the one who stays in the cave, Surin did not divide them in for the time being. At this point, Ash, who had been promoted to Beowulf, was jumping around excitedly. The injuries on his body didn't seem to hurt under the great joy. The two female wolves only had one last hit that broke Ash's defense, tore down chunks of flesh and blood. But this kind of trauma was nothing to Ash, who was extremely resistant to blows. The reason it fails to fight is still too little killing. When confronted with severe pain, one messes up, and there is still more to be honed in the future. But Ash, now, was not the least bit frustrated. He showed his teeth at the two prostrate Ohio wolves, forelegs holding their heads, in a show of presence. Wolf B is the head wolf's right-hand man in the pack, possessing a status and prestige only inferior to that of the head wolf. Plus, Ash also proved his strength with a bloody battle just now. These two female wolves just howled lowly in acceptance of Ash's flair. Having subdued this small pack of wolves, Su Lin didn't stop his pace. He's also going to redraw where this area belongs. Of the several wolves, Ash was the least injured, only having his flesh torn. The two female wolves were injured, but not to the root. As long as you have food, you can still recover from recuperation for a while. After lying on his back, licking his wounds, and regaining some of his strength, Solian then led them and began to mark the territorial boundaries of the wolves. He was in this area and hunted two grizzly bears. Naturally, the territories of the two grizzly bears were included, as well. The two grizzly bears' territory isn't exactly small either. Add it all together, the extent of the territory ruled by Surin alone reached about 700 square kilometers. That's about as far as the wolves led by Papa Wolf rule. Pretty much, it could be said that the 30-odd mile radius was his hunting territory. This area, prey is not exactly scarce after the onset of the warm season. Without disturbing the ecological balance, feeding 30 or 40 wolves would not be a problem. Su Lin gave the two female wolves and divided their respective patrol areas. Every day they do their rounds, then go back to the cave and debrief yourself. Su Lin didn't exactly bring them back to the cave and integrate them into the wolves. Because of their potential and strength, they are so bad, while incorporating wolves, but it is also divided into paraphyletic lines, only intended for them to do marginal tasks. The two female wolves didn't feel that there was anything wrong with. All of them were howling low in succession. showing their submission to Su Lin's orders. Next, Solim is cruising the territorial area, casually hunted a couple of Arctic rabbits that had popped out of their burrows, along with the carcass of the slain male wolf. Both were given to the two females as a reward for being new to the pack. The two female wolves also responded with a low howl in surprise. After all, as usual, any attempt by them to hunt the Arctic hare requires a great deal of physical exertion to round up the hare. It's also been a long time since I've had tender Arctic rabbit meat. As for the male wolf's carcass, maybe it's a little sad that like eats like, but with food scarcity, survival is the priority. After the current division of wolf territory, Su Lin also took Little Gray and returned to the cave once again. As for the two female wolves that were separated, they went to their respective areas to start their patrol duties after having a full meal. It didn't take long. Just go back to the cave. The cousin, who was crouching at the entrance of the cave, gave a low howl to Su Lin. The current cousin, standing on the rock, was only about the same height as Su Lin. Su Lin returned his cousin's cry, and then scanned the cave. The sleepy wolf sister and the gray and white coyote were found to be lying on top of the Arctic fox's skin again, whirling away. The little lone wolf curled up in the corner of the cave. Then it was due to the smell of fresh blood from Ash's wounds. It made it, which was already covered in injuries, immediately struggled to get up from the ground. Upon seeing that it was Su Lin and Little Gray who had returned, it was only then that it breathed a sigh of relief. Its bruised wolf body, and slowly slumped to the ground again. For this little lone wolf, Su Lin just glanced at it and withdrew his eyes. What exactly is the battle power of little lone wolf? We'll have to wait until it recovers from its injuries and take it out for a few fights to see if it's really good. Solian wouldn't mind promoting another ethereal wolf. Now that he was back in the cave, he also plopped back into his position and began to rest. Ash, on the other hand, licked the wound on his flank. It was only then that the gray and white coyote was resting on his pillow again, and he began to huff and puff. Chapter 32, The Attack on the Muskox Herd. In the darkness of the night, time slipped by. For the next 10 days, the life of the wolves was as idle and calm as ever. The two female wolves that had been recruited also came to the cave every day, reporting on the patrols of the territory. This territory, thanks to two grizzly bears in the first place, even though the warm season is upon us, not many hunters, either, would dare to violate this place. With the passage of time, the night over the North Pole, receding, the days are also getting longer and longer. From a sliver of morning sun at the beginning, quite a few species have migrated back as well. Sulin's hunting territory has brought back a herd of 7 or 8 muskoxen, a herd of more than 20 caribou, and a scattering of birds. This area is some distance from the ice and temperatures can reach about 0 degrees during the warm season. There is no shortage of plants like scrub grass and moss, so there will be other species that will follow and migrate back. With these preys, it means that the life of the wolves will be better and better in the future. Beyond that, the wolves were steadily gaining strength. Cousin managed to make it to level 4. The body was a size bigger, growing to 1 meter 5.5, having the strength of an adult female Arctic wolf. But killing isn't Cousin's forte. Potency potion, developed for Cousin hearing. If there's any movement, you can hear it ahead of time. Useful as a cave guard. Ash is heading towards level 5 and is also steadily improving. As for Wolf Sister and Gray and White Coyote, the two pups' boosts remained uneventful. But in the cave, it was the two of them who fought the most. It also sort of brought a touch of hilarity among the wolves. And little lone wolf. The injuries recovered quickly over the course of time. With an ample supply of food, the little lone wolf's strength had also been restored to the 7th degree, and the fur on the wolf's body began to show its proper luster. The young lone wolf, after having eaten a great deal of food, it also mutated just like Ash. The grayish-purple fur on the wolf's torso appeared fluffier and softer. The limbs became thicker, the fangs and wolf claws sharper. Sulin looked at little lone wolf once again. Its numerical properties. Surfaced. Species, Arctic wolf, Fey, grade, 3. Air blood, 435. Endurance, 41. Strength, 42. Defense, 37. Speed, 40. Little lone wolf's attribute strength. Enhanced a lot. Fey. This caused Su Lin's heart to be somewhat delighted. Fey have a lot of potential to fight and grow. When the little lone wolf was first brought back, still wondering what makes a coyote so resilient? Looks like it was also a Fey that was untapped due to lack of food. With plenty of food, the strength was instantly transformed. And at this time, the little lone wolf's already not low IQ was raised by a lot after evolving into a Fey. But it grew more and more respectful of Su Lin. Because only the more one understands, the clearer one can be about the terrifying strength of this majestic white wolf in front of him. Short time, hunting 2 grizzly bears. Is that something a wolf clan can do? The other thing is that he is touched by the fact that the wolves took him in and gave him a lot of food. You know that in the past, even the wolf pack that Wolfie and Wolfie were in, it was all but left with scraps of food and was hungry all the time, even under the polar night. To fill their bellies, the wolves set their sights on it. In such a great contrast, the young lone wolf already had a strong sense of belonging, internally, to the new pack. At this moment, Su Lin, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, looked at the sky that was brightening up outside. He gave a long howl and it was decided to take the wolves out and start the first hunt after the polar night. And by the way, test the battle prowess of this little lone wolf. Sure, cousin, wolf sister, and gray and white coyote still stayed in the cave. Upon hearing the long howl of his own boss, the Ash was the first to climb up and the starched wounds on it have long since healed. It has always been incredibly positive about going out hunting. Little Gray farted around, and then came behind Su Lin. Little Lone Wolf followed suit. Next, Solian then led the two of them out of the cave. Step out of the cave. While patrolling the territory, the two female wolves smelled Su Lin's scent and both came up. The warm season is here. The female wolves are starting to get a little frisky. It was very flattering to the tall and majestic Su Lin, but none of them dared to come up to the table. After all, half a month ago, Su Lin's ruthless and ferocious image was still fresh in his mind. They were just beside Su Lin, wagging their tails in a pandering manner. With a pair of light blue wolf eyes, Su Lin took a look at the two female wolves and withdrew his gaze. Animals in heat. Beast instincts are very impulsive and reason is at a very low level. He didn't bother to lecture too much, but this time out it was ready to pick a male adult muskox from the muskox herd to hunt. Adult male muskoxen are not easy to hunt. The two female wolves were veterans of cooperating with the hunt, so they were kept. In a few moments, Su Lin led the 4 Arctic wolves and then arrived at the area where the muskox herd was. 7 or 8 muskoxen, now nibbling on the scrub grass and moss. Su Lin stood on a high slope and took a few glances at a herd of muskoxen. It was found that the group strength of this muskox herd, which was not a weak one, was not. Adult male muskoxen have 3 heads. The 2 heads were of level 8 strength, and the male leader of them was even of level 9 strength. The 5 remaining muskoxen have 3 females and cubs, but even female muskoxen are still a threatening force to wolves. After all, adult female muskoxen also had the strength of level 6 or 7. Such strength, even grizzly bears have to look away, but the wolves didn't retreat. For rounding up large prey, wolves have long been used to it. Ash, the young lone wolf, and the 2 females were set up in the usual pack hunting formation. Several wolf howls. It rang out in different directions in the muskox herd. Ow, ow, ow. The loud and clear howl of the wolf echoed over the icy sky. This caused the muskox herd to have a brief moment of panic. But soon, just form a circle. 3 adult male muskoxen, turning their sharp horns outward, they faced the wolves without the slightest fear in their eyes. Muskox herds, no doubt, are difficult big game to hunt. They dare to take on the hunters and show their sharpest horns. When they encounter danger, they never retreat and run away, but only put up a defensive formation to meet the enemy. Even the wolf pack, led by the wolf parents, except under extreme food scarcity, it will fight the muskox herd to the death. But today, Little Gray, Little Lone Wolf, and even the 2 female wolves didn't have the slightest bit of fear or battle shyness in their eyes, especially Ash, having once witnessed the boss's divine prowess when he hunted a muskox alone. Now for the muskox herd, it's jumping on the bandwagon, too, and Su Lin, standing on the high slope, with a pair of light blue wolf eyes, swept across the room and watching every move between the wolves and the muskox herd. Wolves versus muskoxen. It's definitely after the polar night. This area, a great battle of roundups and counter-roundups. So far it seems that the wolves are at a disadvantage. After all, for the muskox herd, a pack of 3 or 4 wolves was not in their eyes. But what the muskoxen don't realize is that, high above the slopes, there was a majestic white wolf with a body size of more than 2 meters that was looking down on them from above. Chapter 63 Wolf Tactics. Fierce Lone Wolves. Ow, the howling of wolves. In the rise and fall of the ringing, Ash, the little lone wolf, and the 2 females didn't rush to attack. They're just a loud, long wolf howl. In the push, the muskox herd's formation went haywire. Several wolves, all of which were prowling back and forth around the muskox herd, several pairs of tantalizing blue eyes radiated the fierce light and coldness unique to hunters. Keep a dead eye on the herd of muskoxen, looking and waiting for them to show a break. When wolves hunt, they seldom choose the hard way. They are, by nature, natural pack hunters. Tactics work together to maximize the power of the wolves. A large wolf pack with a truly tacit understanding that has few natural predators in nature. United, they can hunt all prey. Currently Little Gray, closest to the herd of muskoxen, with its 1-meter body, It was considered large among the Arctic wolves. Currently Ash's sharp claw spikes and fangs were also enough to break through the muskox's skin and flesh defense. Ash relies on the superior speed of the wolf race. In the ever-approaching herd of muskoxen, a pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes flashed with a fierce light that, enforcing the muskox herd to show their cracks. Even the somewhat naive Ash, who is usually a bit naive, when the hunt really begins, there was none of the usual frivolity either. Moo! At this point, headed by a male muskox, a low howl of warning escaped as Ash kept closing in. Accompanying the warning was the sound of the hooves of the oxen that kept trampling the snow and ice. This means that the musk ox isn't just on defense, they are also ready to attack. In their eyes, a mere 4 Arctic wolves. Trying to hunt them is a bit too whimsical. Finally, under Ash's constant pressing and trial and error, the herd of muskoxen couldn't help themselves. They moved. The head muskox leader leads a herd of muskoxen, hoofing the snow. With an unrelenting might, he launched the first wave of charge against Ash. Want to hunt them? Just face their fiercest counterattacks. They are natural warriors. 7 or 8 muskoxen ran wild and, bringing up countless splashes of ice and snow. It also had a windswept aura, as if it wanted to crush everything and smash everything. Faced with a backlash from a herd of muskoxen, without the slightest hesitation, Ash turned around and started running wildly. Such a backlash. Not to mention it, even a grizzly bear wouldn't dare to fight it head-on. With Little Gray leaning into a wild run, hauling in the herd of muskoxen, the wolf howls. In the meantime, it rang out over the empty Arctic icefield. Wolfpack tactics, unleashed at this moment. Ow, ow, ow. Little Lone Wolf was the first to move. With a ferocious glint in its eyes, it flanked and headed for the muskox's 2 cubs. These 2 days the cubs are half a year old, with a size of 70 to 80 centimeters. Little Lone Wolf felt himself. You can take the cub alone. That's not arrogance. That's confidence. During that period of time when you're surviving on your own, its ferocity and ruthlessness had long been honed to a sharp edge. And at this point, Ash dodged furiously ahead as the muskoxen attacked wildly. Running wildly, they trampled the snow and ice on the ground, stirring up bursts of flying snowflakes. Moo! The herd of muskoxen, attacking in an unbroken line of. They don't know what it is to be afraid or to flinch. In their world, when faced with hunters who want to hunt them, the only way to get them to back off is to show their sharp horns and ram them hard. But a wolf's body is flexible and versatile, far beyond the reach of their massive weight. Ash was butchering them, sapping their strength and energy. It's also distracting them. That's the time. The young lone wolf had come to where the pups were. Fierce as it is. A wolf, alone. Then very swiftly, at a cub trailing behind its mother, launched an attack. That tantalizingly blue wolf's eyes brought out the confidence that it also carries the ultimate in ferocity and bravado. The sharp claws of the wolf flashed a cold glow in the sunlight. Little Lone Wolf's wolf claw. In these days of strengthening, it had become incredibly sharp. The wolf's paw slapped fiercely on the small muskox, which was only 70 to 80 centimeters in size. Pawing. On the body of the young muskox, several blood-soaked wounds were scratched. The little muskox's body shifted but it still hasn't fallen to the ground. After all, even if it was only 70 to 80 centimeters in size, its weight wasn't something that could be knocked down by a wolf pounce. Moo! The screams of the little muskox were suddenly loud in the air, and then it slowed down, and the muskox herd broke away from the camp. Before the muskox herd could react, the little lone wolf, again with ferocious eyes, extended his fangs and bit directly and fiercely into the little muskox's hind leg. Pust! The sound of fangs piercing flesh and blood. The little muskox struggled frantically under the intense pain. The hind legs are constantly elevated. From time to time, he kicked at the little lone wolf. But the ferocity and ruthlessness in the young lone wolf had long since exceeded that of a normal Arctic wolf. It's like an alternative that doesn't fear pain. Against the violent struggles of the little muskox, he bit down hard on the young muskox's hind leg and yanked backward menacingly. Rip! Bringing out great swaths of flesh and blood. The depth of the wounds also revealed the ghastly white bones of the young muskox's hind legs. The little muskox weighs more than 100 pounds and is 70 to 80 centimeters in size. It was also directly yanked by this yank, tumbling to the ground. Then it felt a wolf's paw with tantalizing purple fur that, once again, he slapped it hard at its hind legs, widening the wound further. It made it let out a violent and miserable howl. The howl is designed to be a draw for the muskox herd, further distracting the muskox herd. At the same time, it is also to combat the muskox herd, the courageous and fierce momentum that goes forward. The howl of a kindred spirit is always the most powerful in breaking the heartstrings of a kindred spirit. In the cruelty of nature, there's no such thing as moral benevolence. Wolves hunt and have always used everything. Meanwhile, The little lone wolf's tantalizing blue eyes that flickered with ferocity to the extreme were also staring at the wildly running herd of musk oxen. If the wolves came to hunt this time, their goal was only to satiate their bellies. Suffice it to say, dragging the young musk ox out of formation and seriously injuring him is mostly done. It also stood at the head of this hunt. But little lone wolf knows that. White Wolf ordered it. The target of this hunt was never the cubs. Instead, they are adult male musk oxen. It was the behemoth that was more than 2 meters in size and weighed 700 to 800 pounds. It's the male musk ox that charges with enough power to make a grizzly bear shudder. But there was not the slightest bit of fear in the little lone wolf's tantalizing blue wolf eyes. Instead, with bloodthirsty excitement, it has a natural delight in killing, in hunting, as if that's where it's at home. Ow! The little lone wolf at this point howled long and loud. That long howl, it was declaring the results of the battle achieved, but also to the muskox herd, launched a naked provocation. Chapter 64, Sulin strikes, dividing the battlefield. Moo! Moo! When the muskox herd stopped to pursue the gray Arctic wolves ahead of them, pups that had gotten out of formation and were caught by the wolves were also spotted. They listened to the miserable cries, coming from the cubs, of the, both let out howls of rage. Pups, it's fundamental for the muskox herd to reproduce and survive. Especially the mother of the cubs, a female musk ox howls the loudest. It looked at its cubs with anxiety in its eyes. Moo! It's howling, trying to get the musk ox leader to lead the herd of musk oxen to charge the tantalizingly purple-furred Arctic wolf. But the 2 female wolves on the side had also been eyeing the other cub. That makes male musk oxen, for a while, couldn't decide. But just as it hesitated, the young lone wolf was ferocious again, continuing to tear and expand the wound in the young musk ox's hind leg. This made the little musk ox's low howl even more miserable. The little musk ox was frantically roaring and struggling to get back to his mother. But it's futile. It had injured its hind legs and couldn't run at all. Even though he had just struggled to his feet, he was knocked down again by the ferocious little lone wolf. The little lone wolf's fangs were stained with the blood of the little musk ox, and on his paws in the eyes of the musk ox herd, the little lone wolf was like a demon, wreaking havoc on their kind in this empty Arctic icefield. Ow! Once again, little lone wolf gave a long howl to the herd of musk oxen and, the meaning conveyed in the wolf's howl, the musk ox couldn't understand, yet they could feel the provocation that was on display in it. Moo! Female musk oxen, as mothers, watched their young being abused, couldn't hold back any longer. For the first time, it didn't follow its leader's orders, and stepped out of formation alone. Taking the lead, he launched himself at the demonic gray and purple Arctic wolf. The oxen's hooves trampled the snow and ice, stirring up flakes, with resentment towards the pack in its eyes, and with heartache for its pups, it charged at the young lone wolf. The bull's horn shone with a sharp, cold light under the soft sunlight. It's going to gut this Arctic wolf. It was necessary to knock 2 bloody holes out of this Arctic wolf viciously to vent out the anger in his heart. But what it doesn't know is that, after it came charging through, the 2 female wolves also trailed beside it. Ow! Ow! The wolf howls, surrounding it on the left and right sides. This is to round up this charging female musk ox, while watching the female musk ox, also caught in a wolf pack. The leader of the musk oxen, before he let out a low howl, began to lead the musk oxen under his command, and again made a charge. Moo! Female musk oxen, which are the mainstay of calving, are, having already entered the warm season, when the stomach is filled and there is plenty of food to feed they then go into estrus and begin to add another calf to the muskox herd. So the leader of the musk oxen, there was no way to stand by and watch the female musk oxen fall into the wolves, after they charge up. Ash, who had been chased, also became a chaser once again, trailing behind the herd of musk oxen, dead eyes on the location of the other cub. Little lone wolf has already made his mark. As the only ethereal wolf in the pack, he didn't want to lose face in front of his own boss, the battle-hungry little gray. With a low howl, he broke into the muskox formation. Ow! Wolves howled. Ash tried to drag the little muskox, dead center, out of the camp, but it underestimated the defense of the muskox herd. Pieing, just after Ash broke into the muskox formation, it was then kicked by a male muskox, a vicious flying kick that sent it flying backwards. That's a flying kick with a lot of force. Even though it was extremely resistant to blows, it was still grimacing in pain. Even the area where he was kicked was flooded with tantalizing blood. Moo! For a moment, the herd of musk oxen, after temporarily settling, trailing behind them, the little gray, there were no more worries, and they began to charge up with confidence and boldness. The oxen's hooves trampled on the snow and ice, bringing out a dull, dense rattle. The wild exuberance of the musk ox herd grew with the gallop, especially the musk ox leader at the forefront. When settling for Ash, It then felt that no more danger existed. The three wolves in front of us. It will also surely flee with its tail between its legs under the violent rush of the muskox herd. So, it charges the fastest. Because that young muskox is also his cub. And that female muskox is even his mate. He wants to show off his powerful side in front of his cubs and his mate. Let the cubs and their mates take a good look. Under his own razor-sharp bullhorn, any wolf clan would have to take shelter. With an overflowing appetite for expression, the muskox leader darted faster and faster and faster. Much faster than the rest of the muskox herd. Soon, it also broke formation with the muskox herd. The male muskox leader is so much stronger than the female muskox that in a wild goose chase, both exceeding female muskoxen, moo, and a low howl, signal to your mate that you have not given up on the cub in it, then lowering the bull's head, continuing to charge fiercely towards the Arctic wolf that kept abusing his cubs. There were flames of anger rising in the muskox leader's purple ox eyes. The pair of stout bull horns also exuded an aura of danger. No matter what the hunter, being hit hard by such a pair of sharp bullhorns, I'm afraid that even if he didn't die on the spot, he would at least have to break his bones. That's why muskox herds in the Arctic rarely encounter other hunters who dare to round them up. Except for the wolves. Of course, musk oxen, always on the wolf pack's recipe list. Ow! The little lone wolf let out a low howl. Once again, a vicious claw tore the small muskox's wound apart before the wolf's body shook and began to retreat. To such a muskox with a forward-looking spirit, you can only avoid it. However, this alpha muskox, eager to rescue his young, is considered a true break from the muskox herd, a detached herbivore. Even with the strongest physique and the most courageous spirit, one cannot escape the fate of being hunted by wolves. Ow, ow, ow. The sound of wolves howling here and there continued to resonate over the icy sky. The wolves were communicating their next tactics through wolf howls. After the howling of the wolves ceased, the young lone wolf then meandered around the pack and began to lead the two females. Rounded up the rest of the musk oxen that had rushed by, even Ash, who has recovered from his illness, running wildly over to help. They begin together, dividing the battlefield, trying to block the convergence of the muskox herd, but it's an extremely difficult thing to do. Even though the four wolves began to make a frantic attack on the females and cubs in the muskox herd, but it only confused the formation of the muskox herd. The charge of the muskox herd continued unabated. Several wolves were a little anxious that, moo, and at this point the alpha male muskox, also once again, he began to let out a dull cow howl, rallying the muskoxen under his command. For the wolves, it just looked away and began to lick its wounded cub. It ignored the wolves that were trying to block the muskox herd. Because of the wolves, there was no way to stop it. This small pack of 3 or 4 wolves did not look in the eyes of the muskox leader. These wolves, in its eyes, only dared to use some despicable means of sneaking up on the cubs. Other than that, nothing. But, just as the muskox leader was disdaining the wolves, ow, a loud and clear wolf howl echoed over the Arctic icefield. This wolf howl was extremely penetrating and also brought out a touch of chilling killing intent, causing the muskox leader, who was licking his young, to raise his head fiercely and started looking around a little uneasily. Soon, it then saw that not far away, that body size was more than 2 meters, not inferior to its majestic white wolf. The white wolf's fur, which was as white as snow, glistened in the soft sunlight. Immediately following, the muskox chief then saw that under the sunlight, the white wolf standing proudly moved. The speed was so fast that an uncontrollable panic surfaced in its eyes. Chapter 65, The Might of the White Wolf. The musk ox retreats. Su Lin's speed was standing at the pinnacle of the entire natural world. Such speed has never been seen in the Arctic. The musk ox leader, his purple eyes were filled with panic. Still an Arctic wolf? For the unknown. Even the musk ox, who had always been fearless, experienced panic in his heart. At over 40 meters per second. Like wind and electricity. What kind of existence is this? And at this point, in with that rough and loud howl of a wolf. Both Ash and the little lone wolf had just gotten a glimmer of peace of mind in their eyes. Then even more frantically, they attacked the herd of musk oxen. Tear, attack, pounce, specializing in attacking musk oxen at their pain points. Finally the herd of musk oxen, intercepted. Moo, a male musk ox, bellowing wildly. It was completely enraged at Little Gray, who had been assaulting its lower 3 paths, topped with sharp horns. The muskox slammed into the Little Gray with an air of righteousness, and another male muskox. At this time, surprisingly, it's rare, too, to play along, blocking Ash's escape route this way. Ow, Ash, somewhat alarmed, began to dodge, even as a fae, gifted and talented. If the muskox was hit solidly, it was estimated that it would be disabled if not dead. As Ash dodged hastily and looked to be hit by a male muskox, It was the little lone wolf that moved. With a swift leap, he climbed up on top of a musk ox and shielded himself from the musk ox's view. Then the clawed spikes clawed viciously at the musk ox's horns, and the fangs began to tear ferociously at the musk ox's head. Wherever there's a weakness, tear at it. Eyes, nose, ears. The male musk ox was soon torn apart. Meanwhile, the musk ox is in pain. It shook its bull's head in a frenzy, threw the little lone wolf down hard. Pang! The little lone wolf's body was thrown on top of the ice and snow, and was suddenly smashed up into flying snowflakes. This is a Class 8 male musk ox. Its frenzied power was simply not something that the little lone wolf could withstand right now. After the little lone wolf was thrown down, in the wolf's mouth, wisps of blood spilled out. It's traumatized. It could feel its bones, its internal organs, all ache violently under this crazy fall, but it's holding back. Not a single wail came out, because saving Ash was its own choice. It was repaying the kindness of Ash for carrying the food to him in the first place. The young lone wolf forced himself to scramble to his feet and started quickly dodging this male musk ox. The trampling of his hooves. The male musk ox has an injured eye, even though the little lone wolf, who had bitten and blinded him in only one eye. However, the severe pain it brought about caused it to have cow tears in its other eye as well, and it couldn't see at all anymore. One can only go by feel and smell. In a frenzy of trampling, moo, the male musk ox roars. It's just too painful. When it was surrounded by wolves in the past, it had never caused it such intense pain, and the charge of another male musk ox was dodged by Ash, just as the male musk ox was about to, once again, unleash his charge. But all I felt was a white shadow flashing in front of me. Then a clean white furred wolf paw was pressed dead center on this huge bull's head of its. I don't know how much force this wolf's paw has, but even though the musk ox's violet eyes, wide and glaring, even though the bull's hooves exerted themselves frantically, they still couldn't shake the slightest bit. Moo! Musk oxen roar wildly. The snow and ice under the cow's hooves were also trampled out, but everything seems to be in vain. This clean white-furred wolf's paw was like a bear's paw with infinite strength. Immediately after that, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the owner of this wolf's paw. Then the wolf's paw lifted and struck hard. The strengthened right claw, with a strength value of hundreds, struck the musk ox's huge bull head. Staggering its huge body, it staggered backward for several steps before collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. This scene caused the musk ox herd, which was still desperately resisting, to be shaken, with the exception of the musk ox with the injured eye, which is still mad at the rest of the musk oxen. All of them hastened to take up a defensive stance. Confronting this sudden white wolf, and the pack, herds of musk oxen in defensive formation. Even Su Lin felt a little tricky, and therefore did not move them. He set his eyes on, not far away, the musk ox leader that had fallen off the wagon. Species, musk ox. Grade, 9. Prana, 1553. Endurance, 105. Strength, 93. Defense, 82. Speed, 51. This male musk ox leader was among the extremely strongest of the musk oxen, and also grew to the limit. A body weight of 100 pounds. Just the thing for food. As for the rest of the musk oxen, they can be kept for a while longer. After all, the warm season is upon us. The musk oxen are also going to start gaining fat. At this moment, Su Lin, who was staring at the musk ox leader, let out a long howl. The wolf's howl was loud and long. His tantalizingly blue eyes brought out a streak of killing intent and fierce light as he looked towards this musk ox leader. The musk ox leader was seeing that the majestic white wolf, which was more than 2 meters in size, was slowly walking towards it. It felt it, too, the overwhelming scent of death. Moo! Chief musk ox still can't help but howl, and tantalizing violet cow eyes and Su Lin's line of sight collided with each other over the Arctic ice plains. It had, in the past, not been without the experience of a wolf pack roundup, but this time, the animal's sixth sense was frantically sending warning signals to it, but it doesn't want to lead the way. It shook its stout horns and delusional attempts to stop this white wolf by the bull's head, with its sharp horns glinting with cold light. But no, this majestic white wolf was still walking slowly towards him. Those tantalizingly blue wolf eyes just stared at it silently. It was like a ghost from the underworld that had come to claim its life. Moo! In the end, in the increasingly depressing atmosphere of the musk ox leader pressed on, and with a low howlet, cow hooves trampled the snow and ice, started charging valiantly towards the majestic white wolf in front of him. It probably does age a bit, but the strength is still there. The musk ox's forward momentum is still there. It ran wildly, the pair of horns being its most powerful weapon. The sound of hooves on icy ground, making noise, from far and near. It slammed viciously toward Su Lin, in the charge of the musk ox. Solem moved. Solian's speed was too fast. The musk ox's eyesight could not keep up with his speed. Boom! Musk oxen hit the air. The musk ox, who couldn't gather his strength in time, smashed a mound of ice and snow to smithereens, but before it could shake down the ice and snow strewn over the bull's head, it just felt like a heavy blow to the side of the stomach. The sharp claws of the wolf, besides cutting through the flesh and bringing out bloody wounds, that swift and fierce force even directly broke several of its ribs. Kacha! Crisp sound. The musk ox leader only felt a drilling pain coming from his flank. Chapter 66, Abusive Musk Oxen. Long howl of the wolves. Moo! In pain it turned quickly. Shake the bull by the horns, trying to fight the white wolf to the death. However, just as it had turned around, the huge bull's head suffered another heavy blow. Pang! The blow was even heavier. The musk ox leader, all of them felt like they had suffered a heavy blow from the grizzly bear. The bull's head was cut extremely deeply, tearing the small half of the skin and flesh right through, revealing the white bones stained with blood inside. This blow almost disfigured the musk ox's cow's head. It looked extremely hideous and horrible. The musk oxen forced their way through the pain and, still trying to stab the sharp bull's horn, ruthlessly into the white wolf's body. Its eyes are filled with bright red, dense blood. It was its last, and most frantic, struggle, because this white wolf was too strong. Not only the speed, but even the power was above it. Moo! The muskox slammed ferociously into the wolf's body, but it's too slow for that, even though the distance is close. Sulin also only slightly sidestepped and dodged the muskox's attack. Subsequently, the wolf's claws, as sharp as blades, went directly towards the muskox's neck. Rip! The badly injured muskoxen, once again, suffered a heavy blow. Blood is pouring out. The muskox almost felt like his neck was going to break under the blows of the sharp wolf claws. It's starting to feel like it's having trouble breathing. Huge life force that was draining away. It's still struggling, though, still trying to traumatize this white wolf. It dragged its massive body and toppled its bullhorn toward the white wolf, but it's taken a nasty blow to the neck. Can't even look up anymore. The bullhorn was aimed at nothing more than the white wolf's paw. Even so, it still crashed hard. Pang! This time, Su Lin didn't dodge in the slightest, and the severely traumatized muskox no longer had much might left to speak of. Again he met it head-on, giving the muskox's massive bull head a blow. The blow more than tore the flesh from the bull's head again. And slapped its eyes all bloodshot and it became blood red. The muskox stared into those reddish bull's eyes, and he knew he was going to die. But it was still holding itself together and not collapsing. Pang! Another vicious blow. The small half of the muskox leader's face skin, along with an ear, was once again torn down by the wolf's claws. It was still standing, its blood-red eyes staring deathly at Su Lin. Pang! Another claw. The blow slammed into the neck, slashing the aorta in its neck. Even if the muskox wanted to howl, he couldn't. This time, muskox feels like he can't stand up. It stumbled and began to fall back and it eventually came crashing down, huffing and puffing. The muskox that fell to the ground, with its huge life force, did not die completely, started panting violently and also making the only remaining struggle to get up, but it was all in vain. Muskoxen can't stand up. It's so traumatized. Meanwhile, the herd of muskoxen, not far away, watched the scene of the white wolf abusing the alpha. A pair of purple cow eyes were filled with panic. This look, which is seldom seen on a muskox that goes on and on. But a similar tragedy is what breaks down psychological defenses the most. Usually, in their eyes, the tall and mighty chief was abused by the white wolf in this way. They became even more uneasy and gathered tightly together. As for the little gray, the little lone wolf and the two females, seeing that the head wolf had succeeded in hunting the muskox, the long howls all rose to express surprise and excitement. Next, they also let loose, completely, on the muskox herd, splitting the battlefield. After all, it's also just a better way to hunt prey. After having hunted the prey completely, the wolves naturally all slowly gathered in formation and began to approach Su Lin's side in an orderly fashion. After the wolves had completely homed in on Surin, the radiance in the eyes of this muskox leader also completely disappeared. It was a hunt that wasn't reciprocal. If the muskox leader hadn't detached from the muskox herd, he thought that he still had a fighting chance with Su Lin. The overall Russian defense of the muskox herd is terrifying, but once you're out of the group, facing Su Lin, who had even hunted grizzly bears, it was barely able to fight back. Abuse. It's completely lopsided and abusive. This muskox chieftain, even though he was unwilling, eventually did not move. Huge body, collapsed to the ground. The blood that flowed from underneath his body stained a large area of ice and snow. Surin's strength is not what it used to be. Hunting muskoxen again. Long gone is the effort of the first time. Even though it didn't take much effort, A few tantalizingly gray message alerts surfaced before his eyes. Take the weak with the strong. First group battle. Synergy against the enemy. Final victory. Target dead. Combat rating, S. Rating for this battle, S. Receive an enhanced serum. There's an S rating this time too? First group battle? Su Lin was a bit surprised. Originally, this hunt was hardly considered to be an effort. It was all about the beautiful battlefield division fought by the wolves at the beginning. First time in a group battle. This is a new combat rating that has appeared. Looks like combat ratings, which also include group combat ratings. I guess there's no first time bonus when it comes to group combat again though. This time, it was kind of a surprise for Su Lin. One more fortified serum obtained. It was also what he currently needed most urgently to improve his strength. Ow! He let out a long howl to vent his surprise. With his long howl, the wolves that had returned to the pack howled along. Ow! 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 The wolf howls. It rose and fell. It echoed over the cold, icy sky, as if declaring who was in charge of this area. Next, Su Lin started eating. It's been a long time since I've had fresh beef. The meat of the musk ox is strong and springy and very tender and flavorful. To the taste buds of the wolves, the tantalizing blood on raw meat was the perfect seasoning. Ding! Host feeds on a musk oxen gains 0.1 points of evolution value. The evolutionary value gained by eating musk beef has reached its lower limit. However, after Su Lin gulped down a dozen pounds, he still gained around 7 points of evolution value. This evolutionary value is better than nothing. After a dozen pounds of tender and crisp beef went down, Su Lin felt 6 or 7 points of satiety. Then the rest of the wolf pack began to eat as well. And off to the side, a young musk ox, which carefully crawled back to the musk ox herd while the wolves were feeding. Regarding the little musk ox's strange movements, Su Lin just looked at it and withdrew his sight. The calf is still small and will need to grow for a while longer. As for the herd of musk oxen not far away, Surin believes that in a few days, a new leader emerges from within the musk ox herd through a brutal struggle. Then continue to lead the musk ox herd to survive and prosper. Of course, it would be impossible to migrate out of the territorial boundaries of the wolves. 2 patrolling female wolves will keep an eye on them at all times. Chapter 67 Promoting Little Lone Wolf. This area is the territory of the wolf clan. There are 2 female wolves on patrol every day. While there are still some good hiding links, Arctic foxes, but the most they'll dare do is mess with a lone wolf. For food for the wolves. Even if they starve to death, they won't dare to come and rob them. Therefore, the wolves ate comfortably. The 4 wolves. For each wolf, 10 or so pounds of beef went down. After all, it's been a long time since I've had, such tender beef. After eating, a few of the wolves then took it upon themselves to start dragging their prey towards the cave. The 4 wolves combined their efforts to drag. There is no longer a need for shrubs to assist. Not a moment too soon. Just drag it to the cave. Ow! Ow! 2 female wolves, bidding farewell to Solam at the entrance to the cave. There was still the characteristic love in the eyes of a female wolf in heat. Tail wagging too. This gave Su Lin a bit of a headache. But still, he didn't say anything. It was just a sign to the 2 patrolling females to come and report to themselves if there was anything going on in the territory. If hungry, you can come to the cave to eat. Food. Something that animals in the wild will always care about. Hearing that the alpha wolf has given permission to come to the cave to feed when he's hungry, both female wolves were very cheery. The tail wagging at Surin was even more diligent. The love in a pair of wolf eyes added a little more. This made Su Lin a bit unbearable and directly signaled that they could leave. 2 female wolves. It was only then that he left with a great deal of fondness. And after Surin returned to the cave, Wolf Sister in the cave and the gray and white coyote all sniffed the muskox carcasses too, sniffing left and right. They've had musk beef before. Naturally, there are still impressions of the tender and flavorful musk beef. The wolf girl, in particular, was drooling with gluttony. Surin didn't let them feed, though. They are afraid to eat. Even the wolf girl. This is the supreme authority of the alpha wolf in the pack. When Solam returns, looking at the slobbering wolf sister, and the gray and white coyote who had been gulping down, there was no intentional adulteration of them. The warm season is upon us. Food will become more plentiful in the future. Su Lin told his cousin, wolf sister, and the gray and white coyote, to all go and eat. Cousins at level 4. The food has gotten a little bigger too. In general, female Arctic wolves reaching level 4 is a bump in the road. Rarely does it break level 5. Even if it's a wolf mom, it's only like a peak level 4. Took the branch potential potion and still hasn't advanced to level 5 yet. Su Lin hopes that his cousin will break through to level 5. This would also help out a bit more in the wolf pack. Next, with a low howl, Su Lin summoned Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf, the 2 young wolves, who were all of a sudden bumbling over to. Little Ash had long been surprised by his own boss's strength, but little Lone Wolf was for the first time today witnessing Su Lin's strength with his own eyes. The speed that was beyond cognizance, as well as the furious attack power, were all fresh in its memory. To meet such a powerful alpha wolf, the young Lone Wolf felt deeply that it was his good fortune. At this moment, Su Lin didn't know what was going on in the minds of the two of them. However, this little gray and little Lone Wolf were both Fae, with strong growth potential and higher IQs than ordinary wolves. He was intent on cultivating it, especially the little Lone Wolf, while hunting musk oxen today. That ferocious and wild, prim and proper style satisfied Su Lin. Also little Lone Wolf's character, which is pretty solid, not as skinny as Ash, and not as naive. The future is one that can stand alone. As for Ash, thinking about its crotch-pulling performance today, Su Lin couldn't help but reward it with 2 paws, an almost level 5 Fae that didn't fight as well as little Lone Wolf. He even let the little Lone Wolf and himself go to the rescue before he was lucky enough to escape. Su Lin is using his left paw, but the 2 claws went down, still hitting the head of the little gray, shaking left and right. It instantly wailed low in aggravation. Surin ignored the howling little gray. Instead, the little Lone Wolf was recognized for his performance today, and gesture. Food in the cave later. The young Lone Wolf can eat as much as he wants without his permission. It was definitely a distinction among the wolves. Because of the food, always a top priority amongst the major wolf packs. Only the alpha wolf distributes the food and the individual wolves are allowed to eat, without having to ask permission from the alpha wolf to eat. It's among the wolves. It can be called, one wolf down, many wolves up. This honor, much to the surprise of the young Lone Wolf, it was so excited that it hastened to prostrate itself on the ground, with its forelimbs clasping the head of the. It also wagged its tail, showing loyalty to Su Lin. Solian accepts the loyalty of the little Lone Wolf. Patting it on the head, he signaled that it was ready to go to rest. The little Lone Wolf excitedly licked the fur on Su Lin's paws again before returning to his original corner to rest. There were still a few injuries from the hunt on his body, and he really needed to deserve some rest, especially when rescuing Ash, who was dropped hard by a musk ox. Even with the Fae's strong resistance to blows, they still felt their internal organs and bones aching. Next, Su Lin looked at little Ash, who was so aggrieved that he was about to shed tears. He's giving Ash another pawful. It was signaled to go to the cave entrance and was given the task of guarding it for the next few days. Scrappy 1. Su Lin was still a little angry at Ash's crotch-pulling behavior today. Seeing my own boss really pissed off, Ash didn't dare to howl low, either. It scooted over to the entrance of the cave shaft and plopped down on a rock to begin its vigil. But the IQ, which was no longer low, knew that it had been a terrible day on the hunt. So alert it was, it began to idle. He came outside the cave and began practicing his hunting skills against the pile of ice and snow. For this scene, Solian had nothing to show for it. He also just plopped back into his position, ready to start resting. Wait till tomorrow when you're at peak strength. On taking fortified serum, the pain of strengthening the serum was something that Su Lin knew well. But to get stronger, righteousness. As for evolutionary values, Su Lin already had more than 300 after devouring the bear cubs. There was still a lot of distance to go before he was promoted to level 8. The road to future evolution is a long one. The strength of the wolf pack is steadily increasing. The evolutionary value he needed was accumulating a little bit. Both he and the wolves would grow stronger as time slowly passed. Just when Su Lin was looking towards the future, with a bright vision, Cousin, who had finished eating the musk beef, came to Su Lin's side. Cousin's wolf body is 5 feet 6 inches. It's the size of a normal female Arctic wolf, but it still seemed petite to Solian. Cousin came to Surin's side and, sniffing at him first, he saw that there was no injury, and only then did a pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes have a relaxed look in them. Cousin knew that musk oxen were difficult game to hunt. Previous wolf packs have hunted musk oxen with several wolves injured, so she was worried that Solian had been injured as well. But after the inspection, the cousin didn't leave. Instead, he licked Sulin's fur affectionately. The cousin's little tongue tickled Solian as she licked it. Su Lin didn't like it very much, this indication of intimacy that. He let out a low howl, signaling that he was going to rest. Only then did her cousin stop and return to her place. And after the wolf sister finished eating, she, too, and the gray and white coyote, fought again. Chapter 68 Large Wolves. For the playfulness of the 2 little cubs, the cave members, all of them, have long been used to it. Plus, successful hunting of musk oxen. The wolves had another 100 pounds of food, which made every wolf's heart feel stronger. As the day clears outside, night falls. Su Lin also leaned against the stone wall of the cave and began to sleep and rest. The polar night passed. What followed was 2 months of alternating days and nights of. And further back, It will be a true polar day, but unlike polar day and polar night, a polar day with plenty of food is not going to be a tough time for hunters of all stripes. The next day, Surin woke up with a start. The little lone wolf, who had found himself in the cave, had also woken up early. Now that the traumatic injuries on little doctor's body are almost healed. Seriously, I was injured yesterday by a fall from a musk ox. It came to the cave entrance and was nibbling on a piece of snow and ice. The moisture from nibbling on the snow and ice can better help recover from injuries. That's why the little lone wolf is a fae and is tenacious. Ordinary Arctic wolves experienced such a hard fall, and were afraid that their crest bones had already been broken. Ow! Seeing Su Lin wake up, the little lone wolf stood up in a hurry, wagging his tail and howling low. All of its ferocity is displayed when it kills and hunts, facing the wolves who had taken him in and given him plenty of food. Little lone wolf was always friendly to any member. For Su Lin, it was even more respectful. Su Lin returned the cry. Then it was time to take the little lone wolf and the little gray and go out to patrol the caves. The territory is patrolled by 2 female wolves, but around the cave, Solian is still getting used to making his rounds. The warm season is upon us. There were also a few scattered birds flying around near the cave. The cave is also steep due to its high location. The safety factor is very good. Many birds have chosen to build their nests near the caves. Next, having almost finished his tour of the caves, Ash saw an Arctic fox in the distance, showing its head and tail, and was digging out a lemming inside a snow cave to eat it. It crept over quickly, leaning against a mound of ice and snow to conceal its form. Trying to capture this Arctic fox and prove to the boss that he was still useful. But the resourcefulness of the Arctic fox is second to none. With Ash still a long way off, the Arctic fox then took the 2 lemmings in his mouth and made a quick getaway, only for Ash, leaving a white fluffy back, failed again. Ash returned with his head down all the way back, not daring to look up at his own boss, and Surin, for the failure of Ash the Beaner. It's long since been taken for granted. Ash was a fae with great strength and potential though, but personality-wise it's so much worse than little lone wolf, not fit to stand alone. It's only good for following yourself around and playing the field. Su Lin didn't bother to reprimand little Ash anymore. The 3 wolves returned to the cave. Solian then let out a low howl and began to feed on the musk beef again. It was still Surin who ate first. When the first wolf feeds, the other wolves, they can only let off steam and watch. Otherwise, once he stepped forward, he had the intention of launching a provocation against the authority of the head wolf. Surin's digestion is strong. Yesterday's musk beef has been completely digested. This time it was another 17 or 18 pounds in, and stopped when I had a full stomach of 6 or 7, twice in a row, gorging on musk beef. It's kind of a mouthful. And little gray and little lone wolf, they are fae and their digestion is not weak, also again fed on 7 or 8 pounds of musk beef, with a plentiful supply of food. Being fae, they still grew quickly. Ash's breakthrough to level 5 is just around the corner, and little lone wolf isn't that far from level 4. After they've finished eating, the 2 cubs, came over to feed. It's just 2 little cubs that haven't finished digesting what they ate yesterday. I've only had a half pound of musk beef today. The little belly just rolls up. Ow! The wolf sister, having eaten her fill, howled boyishly and, just bouncing around, to Wolf's side. It had been a long time since he had played with Wolf, and it misses the wolf mom. I wonder when Wolf is going to take himself to see Wolf mother. The wolf girl, now, only had a small body of 70 to 80 centimeters. For Surin, it looks very thin. Su Lin's wolf tail, alone, was 50 to 60 centimeters long. Ow! The wolf girl pounced into Surin's long fur and began a childish low howl, and Solian just let the wolf girl have her fun. Next, after playing with Wolfie for a while, the 2 female wolves on patrol then came to the cave to report on their patrol routine. Female wolf IQ, unlike the little gray and the little lone wolf, their wolf howls could only convey some simple meanings, but it's been a long time since I was reborn as a wolf. Su Lin was already able to understand the communication amongst the wolf clan. In the 2 female wolves reporting back, the musk ox herd was as one would expect. It did not migrate and remained in place feeding on moss and scrubgrass. After all, hunter-kill attrition. It is as common to them as being born and dying. In the herd of musk oxen, it was thought that a brutal struggle for the position of chief had already begun. Another reindeer herd, on the other hand, they're driving around the territorial boundaries and haven't quite settled down yet. But right next to Surin's territory was Wolf Dad's territory. So the caribou herds, they can't run out of hunting range of the wolves, unless one migrates further north into the cold, where other wolves have territory. It's just that it's much colder and food is scarcer there. Reindeer chiefs don't migrate north if their heads are in the right place. In addition to these daily 2 female wolves, and reporting back to themselves, On the outskirts of the territory, there were more wandering lone wolves one after another. For lone wolves, if the potential is good, Solom is accommodating. The presence of this group of lone wolves, while hunting a herd of musk oxen, he found it. It's supposed to be that large wolf pack to the west, caused by starting to expand this way when the warm season hits. Expansion and annexation of a number of small wolf packs and territories. Those of them who do not want to merge in, naturally become wandering lone wolves. That large wolf pack is terrifyingly strong. All retained a population of 45 wolves under the polar night. Now that further territorial expansion has begun, the number of wolves, accordingly, will grow quite a bit, and after scaling up to a large wolf pack, a true wolf king will be born in the pack. The leader of the pack, the wolf king. Large wolf packs, on the other hand, have many smaller packs merged into them, with more than one alpha wolf in them. The strongest one, the alpha wolf, is the one who becomes the king of the wolves. Also large wolves, true rulers, but it shouldn't expand enough to come over to Papa Wolf's and his own side of the fence. After all, there are limits to the dominance of the wolves. Too large a territorial area is simply too large to govern. Sure, if it really expands over here, Solian didn't mind either, teaching them to know some rules. Ow. The two female wolves at this moment finished their report toward Su Lin before they reluctantly left. Chapter 69, Strengthening the Heart. For the two female wolves that came to report, Su Lin did not, again, share their food. Because of the two female wolves, the digestion is not too strong. In the past, I've gotten used to it, and I only eat once every 10 days or so. So, the feeding frequency that Su Lin set for the wolf pack Ohio wolf was once a week. This is much better than the rest of the wolves with unstable food sources. Once a week, even when conditions used to be best for the wolves. They, the two female wolves, enjoyed nothing more. An Ohio wolf only eats 40 or 50 pounds of food a month. In this prey-rich area, Su Lin could expand the wolf pack, in the future, to the point of 30 or even 40 wolves. Only, he's going to go the elite route. For wolves without much potential, having a few to use for some marginal tasks of patrolling the territory is enough. Su Lin returned to the cave. The little lone wolf, who's gotten a little better from his injuries, still huddled in the corner of the cave, just quietly recuperating from his injuries. I can see that. The young lone wolf though, is very much a part of the pack now, inwardly friendly to the rest of the members, but being withdrawn by nature, he still doesn't fit in with the wolves. And Ash, who was on guard, just buried his wolf head in his forelegs and couldn't even look at his head again. However, little Ash's character determined that it could never, ever reach the level of ferocity and primness that little lone wolf had. Therefore, Su Lin didn't bother with it much. In the future, just let Ash follow you around and fight. Ash still has no problem being loyal to himself. Solom returned to his position. Right now he was at a peak point in terms of physical strength and energy. Su Lin intended that it was time to use the reinforcement serum. Feel it again. That searing pain. Serum fortification. It's possible to break through the genetic chains, playing far beyond their own strength. Ding! Is the reinforcing serum being used? After Su Lin took the strengthening serum out, a tantalizingly gray alert message floated before his eyes once again. Use. He nodded. Immediately following, the rolling energy in the wolf's body then reappeared. This energy was something that Su Lin had experienced once before. So there's the initial endurance. No more low howls of pain like the last time. This rolling energy began to travel through the wolf's body. The limbs, the meridians, the bones, wherever you wander, where it's like a burning pain. Soon, in the wolf's carcass, after a few moments wandering, this energy then surged towards Su Lin's vigorously beating heart. Su Lin's eyes lit up. The heart and brain, the parts he wanted to strengthen the most, because these two parts of the body are closely related to life. But after this rolling energy, surging into the heart, the excruciatingly painful burning pain then intensified more than a few times again. Last time it was the right front paw, but this time it's the heart. It's the most deadly part. The pain brought about caused Su Lin to only die and bite his wolf teeth, and it was as if he was hallucinating in front of his eyes. Even though the Arctic temperature was still in the minus teens, Surin was sweating through the pain. Sweat was dampening Surin's white fur, but the pain, it still hasn't stopped. This energy, still scorching the beating heart. The heart's flesh and blood, genes, and meridians were also subconsciously altered by this rolling energy. After the pain had lasted for half an hour, it still hasn't been cut back in the slightest. Rolling energy, for the heart sizzles meticulously. Not a single star was left behind. The beating of the heart also gradually became more powerful under the scorching energy. Next, Su Lin's entire wolf body was drenched in sweat. He was still hanging on by his teeth. After about another hour or so, it took this rolling energy to be completely absorbed. The heart now beats more slowly and forcefully. Phew! At this moment, Su Lin let out a long breath, a little heartbroken over the pain he had just experienced. And then after feeling the heart strengthened, all over his body, he was filled with explosive power. Even his own chi and blood felt much thicker. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Grade, 7. Blood, 900. Endurance, 90. Strength, 90. Defense, 90. Speed, 160. Evolutionary value, 395. Talent, hunting for healing. After the heart has been strengthened, before his eyes appeared the latest attribute panel. This attribute layout made Su Lin's eyes light up. If the last time he strengthened his wolf claws, all it brought was an increase in attack power, this time, after strengthening the heart and breaking its genetic shackles, what it brings is an all-around improvement. Every attribute value was increased by 20, and even the blood value was increased by 200. This is the attribute equivalent of going up 2 levels. The present-day Su Lin hadn't gotten much bigger. The strength, however, is definitely not what it used to be. Currently, he was almost considered to be standing at the very top of the entire North Pole. In the future, even out of the Arctic, he's in the natural world, and he's deservedly strong. A velocity value of 160. This speed, once again, reaches a new level. The speed per second broke through to over 50 meters. Blood, strength, endurance, and defense also took on a new dimension. The chi and blood in Su Lin's body was now so thick that it exceeded the Arctic wolf's upper limit. Stamina and stamina, too, are vaguely comparable to a grizzly, especially the power. The normal attack power alone reached 90, and the right claw's attack power would soar to around 130. Such force, suffice it to say, against an enemy grizzly bear, he could easily abuse the grizzly bear. Even if it was a polar bear, he had the strength to fight head-on. Such a huge boost. It made the joy in Su Lin's heart last for a long time. He came to the entrance of the cave and gave a long howl to give vent to the joy in his heart. Ow! The loud and clear howl of a wolf, echoing over the bright Arctic ice sheet. After the long howl, Solian then came to the muskox carcass once again and began to eat, having fought hard against 2 full hours of excruciating pain. The amount of energy and stamina that is expended is enormous. The only way to replenish it back quickly is with plentiful food. Su Lin took a big swallow of the strong and flavorful musk beef. While eating, while looking at the grizzly meat next to, Su Lin thinks it's time to go see the wolf father and wolf mother again. The future of food is becoming more plentiful. You can bring a lot of food over to the wolf parents. And I don't know that for a while. How's it going with the wolf pack? The extent of the territory commanded by Papa Wolf is not small, either. It also has a full 600 or 700 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of 2 or 3 small townships. The warm season is upon us. The species have also migrated back partially. Mostly large groups of animals like muskox herds and caribou herds though. But it should also be rewarding for wolf parents who are experienced in hunting. Chapter 70 Wolf Daddy's Shock. Su Lin, due to his great physical exertion, once again, he swallowed a full 10 pounds of musk beef before slowing down and stopping. Next, another moment of rest. After regaining much of his physical strength, only then did he set off with the entire wolf pack. It's not just wolf girls. Cousins and gray and white coyotes, too, should miss their mother. A couple of them are growing fast. It's going to be a big surprise to the wolf parents when they get back, especially the cousins. Shake it off. Having become an adult Arctic wolf, a strength and size that was no longer inferior to its mother, and it's been less than 2 years since my cousin was born, there was still growth potential to break through to a level 5 Arctic wolf. Ow! At this moment, Su Lin, with a long howl, began to gather the members of the wolf pack. Only the little lone wolf was left, watching over the cave. Young lone wolves are withdrawn by nature and prefer to be left alone. So Surin, therefore, did not bring it with him. Ow! 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 With a loud, answering howl of a wolf, the wolf pack members then all converged and followed behind Su Lin. When I heard that it was time to go back to the original wolf pack to check it out, all expressed excitement. One of them, the wolf girl, was wailing and howling with excitement. The food that Su Lin brought to Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad this time was 300 pounds of grizzly bear meat. Musk beef. Papa and Mama Wolf have led the pack for so many years. They must have eaten it. Grizzly meat. I guess it's not eaten. This time, I brought it back to give the wolf parents a taste of it. Ash is about to break through to level 5. It's a lot of strength, due to repeated embarrassment in front of the boss. So this time, trying to save face, he dragged the grizzly carcass alone behind him. Cousin tried to go and help, both of which Ash wailed and refused. Surin, who saw this scene, just as low as a howl for his cousin to follow. And as for Ash, he's an idiot. It is indeed time to do more to sharpen this nature of it. The current Su Lin led the 4 wolves behind him, slowly advancing towards the cave where the wolf's father and mother were. In the beginning, from when the wolves left, it was 5 of them. Going back, 2. It's just that over the course of about 6 months, the strengths have all increased by leaps and bounds. Even the weakest wolf sisters and gray and white coyotes were steadily advancing towards level 3 strength. Along the way, Wolfie was bouncing with excitement and as lively as it was then. But just after Su Lin led the wolves and just stepped out of the territory, just ran head-on into a grizzly bear. This grizzly is the very same grizzly bear that is docile and accustomed to picking at roots, moss and insects to eat. Nowadays, its bulky body was again on its back, greedily eating the moss and insects on the ground, especially insects. With the warm season upon us, the few insects that are found in the Arctic are also active. Grizzly bears are favorites for this nutrient-rich little guy. The grizzly, on the other hand, just looked at the wolves and didn't say anything. For wolves, as long as there's no animosity, grizzly bears, in general, are lazy to mess with, because you can't catch up. It's not allowed to run out of stamina and end up as prey for the wolves. So the two are normally sort of at peace with each other in the Arctic. In particular, food is gradually becoming more plentiful in the warmer months. With plenty of food, the hunters were restrained amongst themselves without the ferocity of the polar night below. This grizzly bear, not only didn't provoke the wolves, even moved his bulky body and go elsewhere and pick at the shrub's soft roots and fruits and eat them. This caused Su Lin, who was somewhat wary, to relax. This grizzly bear character seems, indeed, docile and not very aggressive. Sure, I also wonder if they smelled the bodies of their own kind behind them and were so sensible. After the grizzlies left, Su Lin then took a group of wolf pack members and it didn't take long to get to the cave where the wolf parents were. He gave a long howl and the loud and clear howl of a wolf. It was informing the wolf parents that he was back. After the wolf's howl, not a moment too soon, at the mouth of the cave, the wolf body of the wolf parent appeared, and then, cousin, the gray and white coyote, and Wolfie all howled. The gray and white coyote in the pack and the mother of the cousin. It also quickly appeared at the mouth of the cave. Looking at their own pups not far away, they all howled with excitement as well. That makes the wolf howl. It rises and falls in rings. It goes on and on. Papa Wolf and Papa Wolf took the lead and flew over. Just came over and saw that Surin, who was already bigger than Wolfie's dad in size, grew another size. Counting the wolf's tail, it was already close to 3 meters in size. This body type, definitely extremely conspicuous amongst the Arctic wolves. Watching my own cubs get stronger again. The wolf mom was so excited. She came over and licked Surin's fur. Wolfie saw Wolfie's mom coming. In his surprise he also took a small wolf body leap and pounced on his wolf mom, smelling greedily the familiar scent of the wolf mom's body. As for the gray and white coyote and his cousin, they were both identifying with their own wolf mother, expressing surprise and excitement to each other. Now the wolf mom and dad, not in bad shape. I can see that. During this time, wolf parents, too, have a lot to gain. And Surin was careful to realize that. I can't believe wolf mom broke through to level 5. This was the only level 5 female Arctic wolf he had seen so far. It follows that potency potion for wolf mom is still working. Beyond that, Papa Wolf's strength, too, has improved a bit. It didn't break level 7, but it was a strong presence in level 6. And just as the many cubs were licking each other's fur, with their own mothers, the wolf daddy, who had a keen sense of smell, quickly picked up a whiff of grizzly bear scent among the many scents. Follow the smell. He saw Ash, the grizzly carcass he was laboriously dragging. Papa Wolf stepped forward. After sniffing carefully with my nose, I realized it was really a grizzly bear carcass, and even smelled very keenly. This was clearly the same grizzly bear that had clashed with the wolves in the polar night. This caused Papa Wolf to stifle a howl of alarm. He knows his pups are coming and will probably bring some more food. But how could it have possibly thought that the food brought in would turn out to be grizzly bears? And it's the same powerful grizzly bear that's so ferocious and tyrannical that it wants to tear apart the Arctic wolves at the sight of them. Papa Wolf led the pack and this mighty grizzly bear and had a fierce encounter. The end. It was the entire wolf pack that had been beaten in defeat. It even injured 2 members of the wolf pack. But now, when that brutal and powerful grizzly bear, it had been turned into food and brought over by his own pups. For a moment, the wolf father looked at this grizzly bear corpse, and then twisted his head to look at Su Lin's majestic body size of more than 2 meters. It was only then that it felt that the strength of its own cubs seemed to have reached a point that it could not comprehend. Chapter 71, The Wolves Join Forces. At this point, the mother of the gray and white coyote and the mother of the cousin, also smelled the grizzly bear. They used to round up grizzly bears when, by the claw spikes on the grizzly's paws, which cut deep wounds. Even now, it is not fully healed, so they are very impressed with the scent of this grizzly bear. The fur was now exploding at the smell of this tyrannical and ferocious grizzly bear. Subsequently, upon seeing the grizzly bear, which had been turned into a carcass, it was only then that a touch of shock surfaced in all of their eyes. In their perception, this ferocious and tyrannical grizzly bear is already considered invincible. It's hard to imagine that it will come to them in the form of food. While it is not known how this grizzly bear hunted and killed, but the awe for Su Lin in his eyes were all deeper, because they felt that only Surin, who was so majestic in size, would have a chance to fight the grizzly bear. Next, Papa and Mama Wolf then returned to the cave with their many pups. When he returned to the cave, Su Lin realized that the members of the wolf pack had added quite a few new ones. There were only 8 Arctic wolves in the pack, now expanded to 12 heads. 4 new Arctic wolves have joined the party. 4 Arctic wolves, and there were 2 male wolves with level 5 strength attributes. Though all wolves who have just joined the pack have to start as Ohio wolves, but as more hunts are done, the more things are done that a wolf clan with strength will slowly rise in status in the pack. Ow! The wolf father also gave a low howl and introduced the new members of the pack to Su Lin. It's all from stray lone wolves. Sucked in. That large wolf pack to the west is very strong. Very strong. The movement is also very swift. Once the expansion began, it was as invincible as ever. Wiped out a lot of small wolf packs. Not annexing members of the wolf pack is to expel them from the territory. Making this area, there were a lot more wandering lone wolves for a while. Papa Wolf also took advantage of the opportunity and recruited a number of wolves. On the one hand, it's a way of expanding strength and preventing large wolves from actually invading. On the other hand, Papa Wolf has expansionist ambitions. As the alpha wolf, there is an unimaginable obsession with territory that is unimaginable to ordinary wolves. Ow! A couple of new wolf pack members. Looking at Su Lin's majestic wolf body, he also howled low in respect. And after Papa Wolf introduced the newest member of the pack, it was also communicating with Surin. In a low howl, the wolf howls expressed, and Surin's wolves to join forces. Not just joining forces to fight off that large wolf pack that's threatening to kill. It is also an indication of joining forces to hunt. In a broken exchange of wolf howls, Solian just learned. It turns out that it's the same on Wolf Dad's territory as it is on Surin's territory. Only 1 herd of musk oxen and 1 herd of caribou have migrated. The rest of the races are still on their way. The musk ox herd was also too much stronger than the musk ox herd in Surin's territory. Fully 30 musk oxen. Such a huge herd of musk oxen. With the strength of Papa Wolf's current wolf pack, it is simply not possible to split the battlefield and hunt musk oxen at the same time. Another reindeer herd, with more than 50 reindeer, of which the chief reindeer, Papa Wolf's wolf howl repeatedly conveys a very strong meaning. As for this time, the food sources of the wolf father and wolf mother, it was at the ice, picking up half a seal left over from a polar bear. And then there's this, also hunted a few Arctic hares, and quite a few lemmings. That's what sustained the wolves for so long, and with those 300 pounds of grizzly meat, the wolves will be able to feed and sustain themselves for another month or so. Ow! Solian gave a low howl back to his wolf father. Agree to join forces. Although, at the moment he is not lacking in food at all. But as for being able to help the wolf parents, they, still very happy about it. Next, in the cave, the rest of the cubs, and their mother, are still snuggled up. The gray and white coyote's mother and her cousin's mother, too, had long since recovered from the shock of they, and the cubs, are licking each other's fur. Even Wolfie and Wolfie's mom, level 5 wolf mom. He is also currently 5 feet 8 inches in size, and his fur has become a bit brighter and softer. It was the wolf mom's current strength that made her more worthy of her position as the queen of the pack. After Surin and Papa Wolf finished their exchange, just went over to see the wolf mom. Wolf sister, in wolf mother's arms, was also portraying to wolf mother how good grizzly meat was. Grizzly meat to the wolf taste buds, soft and fatty, is different from large herbivore meat. To say that the level of flavor surpasses that of musk beef and reindeer meat is still not a conversation. Surin came over and greeted Ash as he dragged the grizzly meat to the wolf mom. The last time I was here, I let Mama Wolf eat fresh fish. This time I also wanted to give my wolf mom a taste of the soft, sticky bear meat, grizzly bear meat, surely something wolf mother had never eaten. Ow! At this point, the wolf mom didn't disappoint the enthusiasm of the 2 pups, and gave a low howl that just lowered his head and tore into a piece of grizzly meat. Wolf mother is level 5 now. The wolf's teeth in his mouth, too, were sharp. Even frozen grizzly bear meat can be easily torn off. Take the grizzly bear meat and eat it in your mouth. After chewing on it a few times, it lit up. This grizzly meat is really okay. Perhaps not as fresh and crisp as herbivores, but with a different flavor. The frigid temperatures of the Arctic keep grizzly meat frozen, so also perfectly preserved. The meaty flavor of grizzly meat. This caused the wolf mom, with her head down, to start eating. The wolf mom didn't take kindly to the food her own pups brought to her, because wolf mother knows very well that self's cub's current hunting ability. Even this brutal grizzly can be hunted down. So will there be a shortage of food? Instead of their own wolves, it's always been a case of eating the first meal, not the next. Ow! The wolf mom also howled in satisfaction as she savored the soft grizzly meat. As for the rest of the wolves in the pack, all of them were watching the feeding wolf mom, drooling. But the good news is, having also fed on prey in recent times, not like the last time, howling madly, especially when the tall wolf daddy, with his tantalizingly blue wolf eyes sweeping over them. The members of the wolf pack were then all too honest to make any more noise. Papa Wolf's authority in the pack still reigns supreme. Sure, this majesty was also based on the fact that Papa Wolf was already at the peak of level 6, without the strength to back it up. It was thought that a number of challengers had appeared among the wolves. Next, Solian also greeted the wolf father as he ate. Papa Wolf had never eaten grizzly meat either, so it was new to him. Coming up next to Wolf Mother, also from the grizzly meat, a large chunk of flesh and blood was torn off. When eaten and chewed twice in the mouth, there was some surprise in the wolf's eyes. I didn't realize that the meat of a bulky grizzly bear was, well, not bad. It's just that this big, bulky guy, although living alone, but it's ferocious and tough. The wolves are powerless. Otherwise, in the future, under the polar night, go and hunt a grizzly bear as reserve food as well. Chapter 72 Evolutionary Fae. At this moment, Su Lin didn't know what Wolf Dad was thinking. He looked at his wolf parents, who were gorging themselves on food, thinking of helping them more on future hunts, because after being reborn as a wolf, the wolf's parents have genuine feelings for him. Next, Papa and Mama Wolf devoured, in one big gulp, a good 30 pounds of grizzly meat. These grizzly bear meat down to the stomach. The wolf father good wolf mother also has 7 or 8 points of satiety. The wolves are crisis aware. No adult wolf will eat until his belly is so round he can't run. There are still more than 200 pounds of this grizzly meat today. Su Lin very generously gestured for the wolf father to distribute it. Papa Wolf is currently in the wolf pack. With 12 wolves, you can eat 200 or so pounds of food in one meal. With this grizzly meat, let the wolves have a real meal, and I guess there won't be much left. So Papa Wolf simply shares the grizzly meat. It was just gripped to a corner of the cave and stored. Inherent in Papa Wolf's mind, the wolves are still hungrier to be more powerful. Sure, that's why Papa Wolf is so prestigious and strong in the pack. But even though Papa Wolf has a lot of prestige, there were still quite a few wolves in the pack, drooling over the food. There were even 2 lone wolves that had just recently joined the pack, trying to come up and rip a few bites out of their food. This caused a fierce gleam to appear in Papa Wolf's eyes and his fangs to show their sharpness, and to teach these 2 lone wolves, who have just joined the pack, a hard lesson, tearing blood out of their necks. All of them. Only after the 2 lone wolves wailed and begged for mercy did the dad stop. The ferocious and forceful repression of Papa Wolf has caused pack members with ideas about food to, all at once, they tucked their tails and looked their wolf heads away. For such a cruel scene among the wolves, Surin didn't have much to show for it. After all, wolves have been surviving this way for thousands of years. Next, the wolf mom had also been howling low and communicating with Solian and Wolf Girl, especially the Wolf Girl, spoil sport like, right into Wolf Mother's arms. Watching Wolfie snuggle up to Wolfie's mom like that. Su Lin is planning to stay here for 2 more days. His own cave, with little lone wolf keeping watch, could not have any accidents, as the wolves in the cave, which would have added 4 more to the, plus Surin and the 5 of them. It's not a big cave. It seems a lot more lively. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, and time crept by. It was 3 days in a flash. Su Lin took the wolves and stayed with the wolf parents for 3 days. It's been a full 3 days, too. Every day is a moment of intimacy, with the wolf mom. And then there's following Papa Wolf. Went out of the cave to check on the territorial prey. A large muskox herd and a large caribou herd. All extremely difficult to hunt. The leader of a herd of muskoxen. Su Lin looked at them and they had all reached level 10. This was already comparable to the strength of a female grizzly bear. Not even close. It's just that muskoxen only have sharp horns. Not like grizzly bears with their paws, clawed spines and fangs. So muskoxen are better to deal with than grizzly bears. But this muskox leader was obviously stable and experienced in dealing with wolves. After Su Lin and Wolf Dad led the wolves to try a few times, the muskox leaders are all commanding the muskox herd. firmly in a defensive formation. No rash charges or provocations from the wolves. As a result, there has been little harvest for the musk ox herd, and the rest of the reindeer herd. Sulin didn't see the very strong caribou leader in the sound of Papa Wolf's wolf howl. There were only about 50 reindeer scattered about, in several small, tentative charges by the wolves. Surprisingly, it's not a bad deal. Sulin found an opportunity to hunt 2 whole adult caribou. The hunt was followed by, once again, a taste of fresh deer blood. Deer blood is simply the best drink for hunters. Sweet and savory. As for venison, it's also top-notch food. How good the venison was. Far superior to grizzly and musky meat. Both of these adult caribou are big, with a weight of over 300 pounds. The wolf pack that Papa Wolf is a part of. I only eat twice a month, so these 600 or 700 pounds of caribou meat, plus over 200 pounds of grizzly bear meat. Enough for Papa Wolf's pack, to last a while. Ow. The wolves were also excited about the successful hunting of 2 caribou. Surprised wolves howled, rising and falling across the empty Arctic icefield. The way they looked at Sulin was even more filled with awe. Is this the head wolf's pup? It's braver than a wolf. Especially that wind-like speed made all the members of the wolf pack feel intimidated. Faced with that kind of speed, they couldn't even raise the thought of escaping. Now Surin, after helping Papa Wolf hunt 2 Arctic caribou, and he was going to go back. The face serum that was obtained was given to the wolf father. Just used it. Papa Wolf hasn't had much of a reaction. Back at the cave, it was only then that Papa Wolf's tantalizing blue eyes drifted in pain as if they were about to stare out. The enhanced serum is the one that breaks the genetic yoke. The pain of it, Sulin had tasted, and the Xeno serum, which hardens the genes. I think the pain was no less than what I had suffered, but Solian's doing this for the good of Papa Wolf. Thinking about evolving into a fae with the strength of Papa Wolf. Strength will also get a sudden boost. By then, better able to lead the wolves to survival. Wolf Mother wouldn't have to starve on a regular basis. At this time of the day, Papa Wolf began to howl in agony in the cave. With a pair of wolf claws, it slapped hard on the cave floor. Eyes that were tantalizingly blue. It also brought out a lot of red blood under intense pain. The wolves don't know what's wrong with the alpha wolf. We're also all standing uneasily in the cave. Wolf Mom looked at Wolf Dad in pain with sadness and anxiety in her eyes, but kept the last vestiges of his composure. A low howl, signaling a few Ohio wolves of the pack to go on guard outside the cave. Prevent this time. There are other hunters sneak attack wolf generation after these. The Wolf Mom was the one who stepped forward, wanting to try and lick the Wolf Dad's fur and share his pain. But the madness of the Wolf Father, the destructive and offensive power is horrifying. Wolf Mother hovered back beside her for a long time, and failing to come close to Papa Wolf. One can only watch anxiously from the sidelines. The rest of the wolf pack members also had worry flashing in their eyes. The alpha wolf is the ruler and leader of the pack. If something happens to the alpha wolf, most likely the wolves will all have to face disbandment. After all, Wolf Mom, the wolf queen, is still a bit weak, couldn't hold up the wolves. At this moment, the wolf father's agonizing wolf howls were unceasingly heard in the cave. With the passage of time, the sound of the wolf's father's wolf howl only diminished. The tall wolf body, too, began to change subtly. Sulin was relieved to see this scene. Chapter 73 Papa Wolf sends his consort. After a few more moments, the changes in Papa Wolf's body just gradually stopped. Papa Wolf's already tall wolf body had also grown another size. Not counting the wolf's tail, it reaches 2 meters 2 or 3, and the limbs are getting pretty thick. Hair is softer and smoother. The wolf claws and fangs, too, were both sharper than before. From the pain, recovering from a wolf daddy, started leaning limply against the stone wall, panting heavily. The fear of the pain of what had just happened still lingered in front of my eyes, and at this point in time, Sulin, looking at the recovering Papa Wolf, a thought. The values of the wolf dad's attributes came into view. Race, Arctic Wolf. Grade, 6. Prana, 778. Endurance, 79. Strength, 75. Defense, 67. Speed, 71. Wolf Dad's strength had really increased after taking the face serum. Such an attribute of strength is already strong. Definitely sort of beyond the upper limit of what an Arctic wolf should be. The stamina and strength of 70 plus at every turn has been no worse than that of the common musk ox or caribou. With Papa Wolf's current strength, combined with his rich hunting experience, figured hunting fallen big game alone would do the trick. It also made it so that Surin didn't have to worry about wolf parents. And then Surin and a couple of pups. After being among the wolves for a few more hours, it was time to leave. Papa Wolf, who had fully recovered, saw that the pups were leaving. Just a low howl, signaling Su Lin to take the carcass of the largest reindeer. After all, this hunt, to be able to achieve the results of the battle, was almost all by Su Lin's own strength. Surin is trying to say no, but Papa Wolf had already dragged the caribou carcass, laboriously, out. Beyond that, the wolf father also signaled Su Lin to take back the mother of the gray and white coyote in the pack and his cousin's mother, as well. In the eyes of the wolf father, Su Lin was also an adult wolf clan. It's time to pick a spouse. After all, wolves reproduce and do. And of the Su Lin wolves, with only one female wolf for a cousin, it's still too few. Of course, unbeknownst to Papa Wolf, there were also 2 patrolling female wolves on Surin's territory. But knowingly or unknowingly, this gesture from Papa Wolf, it still left Solian a little confused. Su Lin felt that he was really not psychologically prepared for this, even if he had accepted the fact that he was reborn as a wolf. But for him to mate and breed with female wolves, he still couldn't do it. Ow! He gave a low howl back to his wolf daddy, signal that this is not in a hurry. He's still young, but Su Lin's in no hurry. The gray and white coyote's mother and the cousin's mother, however, were both howling low, in succession. He also wagged his tail very fast and looked at him in a pleasing and pandering manner. Both females are eager to get to Surin's pack. On the one hand, it's going to the wolves and being able to see your own pups all the time. On the other hand, if you follow a powerful alpha wolf like Su Lin, you definitely don't have to worry about food. With food, at least the injuries on them caused by the grizzly bears will heal faster as well. The gray and white coyote and his cousin, too, came over and began to howl lowly and beg Su Lin. This caused Su Lin, in the end, to accept the 2 female wolves. But as for that reproduction of offspring that Papa Wolf mentioned, still no idea at all. Next, Solian then said goodbye to the wolves. I've only brought about 300 pounds of grizzly meat with me on this visit to Papa Wolf and Mama Wolf, but the rewards are truly many. An Arctic caribou carcass with 2 female wolves. Whenever Su Lin saw the 2 female wolves, looking at him with love and affection in their eyes, he was feeling numb, showing off his sharp fangs. It was only then that the 2 female wolves tucked their tails and didn't dare to look anymore. Immediately following, Solian then began to say goodbye to the wolf parents. Ow, 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 the loud and clear howl of a wolf. It echoed over the empty Arctic. Then, Su Lin started to turn back with the wolves. On the way back, and didn't encounter. What with the unseemly hunters, even those who followed the scent of Arctic reindeer blood, looked at it from a distance. After watching a full 4 or 5 adult wolves, they all retreated. If it's a lone wolf, these hunters still dare to mess with it. But once it's a united wolf pack, then there were hardly any hunters who still dared to mess with it. It was quiet all the way there. Ash is dragging the caribou carcass behind him. The gray and white coyote and her cousin, both of whom were close to their mother. And Wolfie was a little reluctant at first about leaving Wolfie's mom, but it's heartless. Got out for a short walk and left it all behind. Start bouncing around with joy. On the way back, I was surprised to pet 2 lemmings from a snow cave. This made the wolf girl unable to stop herself from howling with excitement. The sound of a childish wolf howling, now and then. It didn't take long to get back to the cave. The little lone wolf was also right at the entrance to the cave, greeting them. Upon return, Solian redrew, once again, the ranks of the members of the wolf pack. Currently a member of the wolf pack, 2 more have been added. Su Lin promoted the little lone wolf to become a bee-wolf, as well, primarily responsible for hunting wolves and repelling outside hunters. This promotion was very surprising and unexpected for the young lone wolf. For that matter, it howled low in succession, showing loyalty to the head wolf. As for Ash, he's still a bee-wolf, only there was no specific task, just follow Su Lin around every day and fight. At the same time, Su Lin was also promoting his cousin to become a bee-wolf, in charge of staying in the cave and caring for the cubs. As for cousin mother and gray coyote mother, they both also had attributes that could barely reach level 4. They are classified as Ohio wolves under the banner of Little Lone Wolf. If there is a hunting mission or hunter invasion, you need to follow Little Lone Wolf on the mission. On weekdays, it was to be responsible for patrolling and guarding the vicinity of the cave. There was a lot of food in the cave at the moment, enough to eat for a while. As for the gray and white coyote mother and the cousin mother, they didn't dare to show anything more after they had bared their fangs to intimidate them. After all, the authority of the head wolf was still very heavy in the hearts of ordinary wolves. After arranging all this, outside, the sky, too, grew darker. Su Lin signaled them all to go back to rest individually. The young lone wolf, who had just been promoted to bee-wolf, didn't take an immediate break from there. Instead, they were dutifully taking the 2 female wolves with them, ready to go out and patrol the territory for a round. The gray and white coyote and the wolf sister, the 2 pups had rushed all the way and had long been tired. Returning to his position, he flopped down on the Arctic fox skin and fell sound asleep. Chapter 74, Franz the biologist. With plenty of food, life for the wolves was beginning to seem leisurely. Currently the wolves of Surin. The rule in this area has gradually stabilized. It was another 10 days in a flash. Ash, the wolf in the pack, hasn't broken through to level 5 yet. Instead, it was Little Lone Wolf, who was the first to break through to level 4. Race, Arctic Wolf. Grade, 4. Air and Blood, 523. Endurance, 52. Strength, 51. Defense, 49. Speed, 53. Little Lone Wolf's strength, nowadays, already no less than a normal level 5 Arctic Wolf. If we're talking about real combat power, I'm afraid the Little Lone Wolf is going to be well above a level 5 Arctic Wolf. Even Ash, it's barely a match for Little Lone Wolf. The current strength of the Little Lone Wolf was considered to truly match its status as an alpha wolf in the pack. It's been a while. Solian also went around the ice again. There are currently a lot more creatures at the ice than under the polar night. With his speed, he hunted a sea lion. These days, feeding sea lions, providing Su Lin with another 100 or so points of evolutionary value as well. He's accumulated, like, 500 points of evolutionary value. It's one step closer to being level 8. Ow! In the cave Su Lin gave a low howl and stretched out he's looking out at the snow-covered Arctic ice fields. Start greeting Ash and go out hunting. The present-day territory of the wolf pack had 2 female wolves patrolling it. There were also little lone wolves that inspected from time to time. It was quite restful territory, and some new species have migrated in. There was a herd of 7 or 8 moose, and a small caribou herd of only 5 caribou. All these prey, Surin has fed on. Evolutionary values, long ago, were cut to the lower limit of 0. 1. So there is no hunting. Coming out, Su Lin then took Little Gray and once again went to the ice. Ice. It is the largest in the Arctic in terms of area. There is an abundance of food and a wide variety of species. There was the prey that one wanted to hunt. Solian and Ash were fast. Not a moment too soon. Right down to the ice. The aurora of the ice. It's gone. Without the breathtakingly beautiful aurora borealis. But in the sunlight, the species at the ice, too, multiply. Seals, sea lions, walruses, Arctic ducks, and a number of birds flying around it makes for a vibrant scene at the ice. Surin looked at the prey. It's all a bit eye candy, but these prey, too, are all bad hunters, jumping into the water when in danger. Last time I hunted sea lions, there was also a touch of luck. The one Surin had set his sights on this time was a small walrus. This little walrus is only about 2 meters in size, but it's fat. You have to weigh 100 pounds. A walrus is an elephant in the sea. The body is huge with 2 long tusks. It's the largest animal in the ocean, except for cetaceans. But walruses are heavy and have weak eyesight. Out of the seawater it can look bulky and lacks offense. So the walrus was chosen by Su Lin as the first hunting target. The blood and life force of an adult walrus is too great. Thick skin and fat. With Su Lin's current killing power, even with the hunting talent turned on, it would be difficult to inflict a huge kill on the walrus for a short period of time. So he chose the baby walrus. This little walrus only had the attributes of a level 8. Race, walrus. Grade, 8. Prana, 1523. Endurance, 73. Strength, 69. Defense, 63. Speed, 21. Su Lin glanced at the attribute values of the little walrus. In addition to having a large enough chakra, for the rest of the values, they don't even reach the average. This caused Su Lin's tantalizingly blue wolf eyes to reveal a touch of the fierce light of a hunter. And the little walrus, who was resting at the ice, moved his dark red skin clumsily and, still cozying up to the soft sunlight, he didn't feel the danger coming at all. But that's when the Russian city of Norilsk, in an institution of higher learning, Tiffany, who is pure and beautiful, is delivering her academic paper on a high platform. The topic of this academic paper is none other than the wonderful creatures of the Arctic ice sheet. The in-depth documentation, coupled with the various short films that were shot and recorded, led to the thesis causing a wide range of college. Today was Tiffany's official speech in front of the entire school, and the innocent and playful Divina, who was sitting on the stage. From time to time, he led the applause and cheered on his buddy Tiffany. At this point, amidst the cacophony of applause from the stage, suddenly a slender, well-mannered figure came toward her and, "This is Franz, a fellow school alumnus. Hello, MS. Divina, do you have time to come out and talk?" Franz came over to Divina and spoke with a friendly face. His handsome face had golden brown eyes that looked glowing, coupled with a strong affinity for making Franz in the academy is very sought after by the opposite sex. Looking for me? This made Divina a little curious. For Franz of Academy fame, she still had an understanding. Franz is also a biological researcher in the Academy, and academics have always been at the top of the list in the field of genetic research. His father is also the director of a very famous bio company, so it's not too much to say that his family has a lot of money. It's safe to say that Franz, in every way, is perfect. Normally, Divina and Franz had more than ever crossed paths, so curious as to what brought Franz to her. Yes, Ms. Divina, there's something I want to ask you. A very affable smile still surfaced on the handsome Franz's face. Okay, Divina didn't say no either. She followed Franz out of the synagogue and into the quiet corridors of the academy. At this time, Franz then smiled and said, Ms. Divina, I heard that you had recently traveled with Tiffany to film the Arctic ice? It also recorded the life paths of quite a few creatures. The pretty and beautiful Divina blinked those big beautiful eyes and said, Yeah, what? Could it be that you're also interested in the creatures of the Arctic ice? Franz smiled and nodded. That's right, so I'd like to cordially invite you and Miss Tiffany, together, to go shooting with us again in the North Pole. I wonder if I'd have the honor. Of course, I'll be the one to bill for everything this time. Hearing Franz say that, Divina would be lying if she said she wasn't moved. But I heard that a lynx recently wounded several people in Siberia. It has now fled to the North Pole. So even though it's tempting, still shaking her head she said, Not going. I hear the Arctic ice isn't too safe these days. This caused Franz, with a doubly regretful sigh, to, still, from the briefcase he had brought with him, he pulled out a stack of thick paper bills wrapped in an envelope and said, Well, then, Ms. Divina, it's a real shame that but here's 300,000 rubles, and I want to buy something from you and Miss Tiffany. Chapter 75, The Walrus Hunt. What do you want to buy? And for 300,000 rubles? Divina was a little puzzled. The standard of living in Russia has never been very high. 300,000 rubles. That's a lot of money. Enough for an average family, living expenses for a long time. For Divina, who was still a student, the entire college years, all expenses combined, don't cost that much. Franz was very direct. I want all the Arctic creature life trails and locations that you and Ms. Tiffany have recorded. Oh, what do you need these for? Franz smiled. As you know, many of the creatures in the Arctic are protected species, and I'm bringing a security team along on this trip to film and study them. So be prepared to circumvent some protected species in advance when you come across them, so that you don't get officially labeled a poacher when the time comes. Perhaps it was Franz's powerfully affable smile, or perhaps it was the fact that Franz's body of. Only then did Divina nod reassuringly and say, Okay, then in a few moments I'll talk to Tiffany about it and send it to your Facebook. From his breast pocket, Franz drew a business card and handed it to Divina. Yes, here's my card. It has all my contact info on it. Also this 300,000 rubles, please keep it. Oh, don't bother, it's too much money. But Franz just waved his hand in a dashing manner, put the money down and turned to leave. But when Franz, after stepping out into the corridors of the college, the affable smile on that handsome face only faded. Instead of coldness, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Slonka, how ready is your team? Take all your weapons and equipment and set out for the North Pole. This time, not only will we capture that ferocious lynx, but we'll also take some Arctic species and bring them back to the company to study them. And at this time, at the Arctic ice, a ferocious hunt has been fought. Surin is as fast as the wind and electricity. It took less than 2 seconds to come to the baby walrus. 2 seconds. It's an extremely short speed. The baby walrus had no time to react. When it saw the white wolf that appeared in front of its eyes like an instant, all of its little eyes were filled with panic. It couldn't figure out the white wolf in front of it. How can you have such incomprehensible speed? Even more unthinkable. How did a mere white wolf dare to take a shot at it? It's got a whole herd of walruses around it. But just as the baby walrus, clumsily trying to move his body, with cold eyes, Sulin, that strengthened right front paw slapped hard on the head of the little walrus. Pang! The force of the foot was up to 100 or more, and it smashed into the head of the baby walrus. The sinking and fierce force knocked the baby walrus completely off his feet with one blow. The sharp wolf claws also instantly broke open the thick flesh and fat of the baby walrus. Fresh blood flowed out of the small walrus head in a fierce manner. And then, the walrus herd began to roar wildly. They were all startled as they looked at the white wolf that suddenly rushed over. But right after that, it's just anger. Even polar bears facing a herd of walruses of them wouldn't dare to kill in so rampantly. How on earth did this white wolf dare? In a fit of rage, they moved, clumsy and large, trying to come over and viciously impale this white wolf's body with his long fangs. But they are too slow. It's only a zone of 20 or 30. In the eyes of the present-day Su Lin, There was no threat at all. Those long fangs. Maybe it looks shocking. The attack speed, however, is worthless. Ow! With a long howl, Surin summoned Ash to come and haul the food away. The baby walrus is huge. Even with the two of them dragging, they were quickly overtaken by the herd of walruses. The prey he had just shot down, Su Lin naturally didn't think about just giving it up. He looked over at this herd of walruses with 4 or 5. A pair of tantalizing blue wolf eyes narrowed, revealing a touch of ferocity. Then the razor-sharp wolf claws popped out fully, glinting eerily in the sunlight. If it's in the ocean, such a herd of walruses is quite a party. But it's ice. This is the shore. The walrus's clumsy and massive body could not exert any power at all. Here, a herd of charging musk oxen is all the more intimidating than a walrus. Ow! With the sound of a wolf howling with chilling murderous intent and brutality, it reverberated over the entire ice sheet. At this time, many of the species that were resting on the ice took a tumble and the body then nimbly leapt into the sea, then poked half his head out and watched the majestic white wolf and the herd of walruses fight each other. By now the clumsy walrus, too, had climbed over the fangs, which were 70 to 80 centimeters in length, were also fiercely heading towards Su Lin, but ruthlessness flashed in Su Lin's eyes. For walrus speed, he wasn't the least bit afraid at all. With a slight ease, he sidestepped and dodged the walrus's tusk attack. The fangs slammed hard into the ice. It stirred up countless pieces of broken ice, and Surin's razor-sharp wolf claws. It was also directed towards the eyes of this adult walrus and slapped it fiercely. Maybe he couldn't massacre this head of walrus with a huge body size and extremely terrifying vitality, but it's still easy to inflict some indelible trauma on them. Pang! A hard hit, sharp as a blade, the wolf's claws, scratching several bloody marks directly at the walrus's eyes. Even though the walrus had closed his eyes in advance, the defense of his eyelids could not withstand the sharp wolf claws. The wolf's claws tore out bloody marks, and also completely shredded the walrus's already small eyes. Intense pain traveled through the walrus' entire body from his eyes. With a huge body of 3 or 4 meters, going berserk on the ice, and the other few walrus attacks, they all arrived. Surin faced these attacks, leaping over the heads of a host of walruses, that razor-sharp right claw, right at the walrus's weak and sore spots, attacking with abandon. Reborn as a wolf, the so-called moral righteousness and benevolence had long since become a passing cloud in Su Lin's case. Really fight it out. He has learned, too, to be ruthless and vicious and unscrupulous. Every attack of the wolf's claws was directed towards the walrus's fatal weakness. But soon, in the madness of the frenzied walrus's flinging, Su Lin was also thrown down. It crashed into the massive broken ice. Pang! The broken ice shook slightly, dropping a lot of ice. But what had been a raging herd of walruses, for a moment, all stopped in place as well, not coming forward to attack again, because they had also sensed that this majestic white wolf was not to be messed with. Facing the white wolf, which possessed a speed as fast as the wind and lightning, and whose body was flexible and changeable, clumsy as they are simply overwhelmed. This white wolf, just now, was like a ghostly butcher from hell, in the walrus herd, wreaking havoc, horrific kills. Chapter 76, Food in Abundance. The walrus looks huge. The life force and blood value, too, were horrifying. In the water, huge and still flexible, but on shore, they're too clumsy. Facing the not-so-nimble polar bear, it can also fight to the death with its thick skin and fat and long fangs, but facing a hunter like Su Lin, they can't even be touched. It was usually reasonable to say that the wolf clan's attack power couldn't even break their skin and flesh, but the attack power of this white wolf was terrifying. Those sharp wolf claws and fangs could easily tear through their defenses. This caused a group of walruses with a reasonably good IQ to all be without the intention of going forward again. The pain in the vital points of their bodies was also reminding them of the ferocity and viciousness of the white wolf in front of them. There was only the female walrus, wailing in agony as she watched her baby, and this time the baby walrus, also from the vertigo, barely recovered, just as it was trying to struggle to get back to the walrus herd. But saw the majestic white wolf, stained with a good deal of blood, climb up and then shaking the ice from his fur. A single wolf against an entire herd of walruses. Suffice it to say, currently, Su Lin's battle power was already considered peak in the entire Arctic. The strengthened right claw reached an attack power of 130, along with a peak speed of more than 50 meters per second. Such as he is, as long as you don't get in the water. Even when faced with a herd of walruses, it was easy to navigate. Walruses are too clumsy and slow. This was also the reason why today, Su Lin had targeted the hunt on the baby walrus. After Surin and the walrus confronted each other, those wolf eyes, which flashed with a ferocious light, saw that the herd of walruses had no intention of coming forward again. before giving a long howl, continued to greet Ash and dragged the baby walrus away. The baby walrus, who had come to his senses and was trying to fight back again. Again, he was slapped down with a vicious claw by Su Lin. This claw slapped at the little walrus's throat, and blood immediately gushed wildly. I don't think it's gonna take long. The vast life force of the baby walrus would have drained away. Next, it was only after Su Lin and Little Gray teamed up that they were able to drag the baby walrus out of the ice. There was a bright red blood trail along the drag. After dragging the baby walrus out, there was no breath left. Just been in a walrus herd. A bit of a fight. Su Lin also consumed quite a lot of physical strength. But there's no rush to get back to the caves. Leaving the ice. Then he used an evolutionary potion and began to eat. After that cold energy of the evolutionary potion, surging through the whole body, Su Lin's sharp tusks then easily broke open the skin and flesh of the small walrus, tearing off large swaths of flesh and blood. The walrus meat is slightly sour in the mouth. The meat was also slightly fatty. Comparatively speaking, nowhere near as good as reindeer meat. Ding! Host eats a walrus and gains 24 points of evolution value, but along with that, the large amount of evolutionary value gained. Just let Surin not care about the flavor of the meat. After all, the evolutionary value was what he needed the most. With tons of evolutionary value to gain, Su Lin also had a big appetite. Ding! Host eats a walrus and gains 5 evolution points. Ding! Host eats a walrus and gains 23 evolution points. Ding! The host eats a walrus and gains 5 evolution points. Not a moment too soon. It's about 10 pounds of walrus meat that goes into the stomach. It also gave him more than 200 evolution points. There have been, so far, almost 800 points of evolutionary value. It was getting closer and closer to breaking through to level 8. After Su Lin finished eating, just let Ash eat as well. Ash is never picky when it comes to the flavor of his food. You can eat any kind of food as long as it fills your stomach. Ash began to wolf down the food. Not a moment too soon. Also 10 or so pounds of walrus meat was eaten right down to the stomach, and stopped after a 6 or 7 point full stomach. Next, Su Lin and Little Gray then dragged the plump little walrus back to the cave. Along the way, passing through other hunters' territories. Naturally, they were also followed and tried by some hunters. One of the most encountered is the lone wolf. But the wandering lone wolf, after looking at the size of Su Lin and Little Gray, they all trailed off for a while and left as well. A lone wolf without a territory has no place to hunt. It's a constant bullying presence. There are very few little lone wolves. That kind of fierce presence. The warm season when food is plentiful is fine, and lone wolves might be able to get some scraps. If the wolves that will take them in can't be found by the time the next polar night rolls around, I'm afraid that under the polar night, it will also be hunted by the rest of the hunters and used as rations. Soon, after Su Lin and Little Gray came to their wolf pack territory, their odor, it just instantly attracted the female wolves that were cruising this way. The she-wolf began to help drag it up as well. After returning to the cave, as a reward, Su Lin also tore off a full 30 to 40 pounds of flesh from the small walrus and gave it to the female wolf. Ow! This caused the female wolf to continuously howl low to Su Lin, expressing her surprise. 30 or 40 pounds of walrus meat. It's the usual female wolf's share of food for a month. After it had wolfed down 7 or 8 pounds in place, it's, just take the food in your mouth and prepare to bury it in a place marked with your scent. Back to the cave. Solian then began to greet a few wolves, feeding on walrus meat, especially the little lone wolf who has been promoted to level 4. Su Lin had already granted it the privilege of being able to eat as much as it wanted. The walrus meat flavor. It's really not that good. But when wolves are extremely hungry, they eat even the roots and fruits, so there can be food to eat. The members of the wolf pack were then all content. Only the wolf sister, who had always been spoiled, took 2 bites and then didn't eat anymore. She thought it was better to have reindeer meat, so she jumped up and ran off to eat reindeer meat again. Surin didn't say anything either. Now in the cave, there is plenty of food. There was also about 500 pounds of musk ox meat, over 100 pounds of caribou meat, and this baby walrus that had just been hunted. The food that has been stored has reached over 1,000 pounds. All of this food is more than enough even if the wolves don't go out hunting for 2 or 3 months. And the mother of the gray and white coyotes and the mother of the cousins. With a steady food intake, the wounds on the wolf's carapace from the grizzly's claw spikes had healed most of the way. The daily hunting tasks that are no longer affected. Nowadays, Su Lin scanned the attribute strength of the wolf pack members. Finding out that Ash had broken through level 5 was probably just a matter of a day or two. The gray and white coyote and the wolf sister were close to breaking through level 3. The wolf carcasses of the 2 coyotes had broken through to 1 meter. As for cousin's strength, it was also steadily rising towards level 5. And the remaining few female wolves, having reached adulthood so long ago that the growth potential has disappeared. The strength has always been in place. At this time, Surin, looking out into the darkening night, that is, it's ready for a break. The life of the wolves, not so colorful. The always switching between hunting and resting. However, just as the darkness of night begins to fall again, a purple lynx with blood on its fangs and sharp claws, silently to the Arctic ice field. Chapter 77. Little Ash breaks through. Time passes like a white horse. It was 3 days later. Ow! A loud and clear wolf howl rang out over the frigid Arctic. Ash has officially broken through to level 5. The body that was originally 1 meter * also broke through exactly 2 meters. It was currently howling long and loud with excitement. Race, Arctic Wolf. Level, 5. Air blood, 635. Endurance, 63. Strength, 61. Defense, 60. Speed, 62. Little Ash's current strength was already no less than a level 6 Arctic Wolf. Combine that with a strong resistance to blows. I'm afraid that even the wolf father from back then couldn't help Ash at all. Ash, if he's tough enough, now even alone, you can hunt some immature musk ox or caribou. Ash is outside the cave, howling with excitement for a moment. Only then did he return to the cave. Ash had broken through to level 5, and it was a big boost for the wolves. Future hunting of big game herds. It's a lot easier to either divide the battlefield or make a hold. And Surin, in those 3 days, there were also 30 to 40 pounds of walrus meat devoured. It's given him another 200 or so points of evolutionary value. Currently, the evolution value has more than 900 points. It's getting closer and closer to being promoted to level 8. Surin let out a low howl. Once again, I took Ash and went out hunting. Ash was so excited after the breakthrough that encountered on the territory. That herd of 20 or so reindeer is still leaping. Results. The caribou were just watching him warily even after half a day of flailing in the past. Didn't take it seriously and didn't run amok. This makes Ash furious, rush to the caribou herd. But soon, just a couple of adult bucks from the herd kicked hard. If Ash hadn't fled so quickly, the sharp antlers would have had to teach it a painful lesson. Ow! Ow! Ash screamed all the way back to the boss. Sulin only tantalizingly looked at this scene before withdrawing his gaze. Ash's current strength was comparable to that of his wolf father back then. Even hunting a single adult caribou is not enough, let alone challenging a herd of caribou. Sulin didn't pay any attention to its miserable screams. Just again, to the ice. Most of the species that haven't fed yet are right here in the ice. Even Surin was thinking that it would also be a good idea to strengthen the lungs with a strengthening serum. You'll be able to breathe in the water. Go hunting for all kinds of Arctic fish. This also speeds up the rate of one's own evolution. But these are, for now, only in a beautiful vision. Surin came behind the ice. The ice was found to have a lot more species than there were a few days ago. It's just that these species, the relatively clumsier walruses and sea lions, have already preyed upon them. Sulin looked at the endless sheet of ice, watching seals and Arctic ducks, both resting at the icebreaker. And they were all looking at themselves warily, too. Far from it, the walrus herd was careless and negligent. This made Sulin, for all intents and purposes, have to give up on the idea of hunting these species. With a low howl, he signaled Ash to go on guard. Then coming to the mouth of a sheet of ice, a pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes looked at the fish at the mouth of the ice and would like to see if there are some of the rest of the categories of fish in this Arctic Ocean as the warm season approaches. Currently, the only ones that Sulin had eaten were the Arctic wahoo and the northern dogfish. The flavors are all delicious. Sulin had been eating walrus meat for the past few days and was a little tired of it. Even if he couldn't catch some new types of fish for evolutionary value, then catching some northern waifu fish would be considered improving his diet. It's been a long time since I've had tender, flavorful, smooth and juicy fish. The sound of swimming water resonates with an Arctic char swims by at the mouth of the ice, but it's a long way from the mouth of the ice. Surin didn't make a move, for not catching some lemmings to use as bait, so the difficulty of trying to catch fish this time has skyrocketed. Sulin looked on earnestly. After staring for a good 10 minutes, not a single fish swam to the mouth of the ice. This made Sulin want to go straight into the sea and go fishing inside. Lungs that have been developed with potential potions can support 5 or 6 minutes without breathing. But in the end, it wasn't a risk. After all, the water is an unfamiliar environment. With all of Sulin's strength, it would be good to be able to utilize 2 or 3% of it in the water. Speed will also be greatly limited, so it's better to be steady. Sulin was at the mouth of the ice layer this time, guarding it for more than half an hour. It was only finally a very small-sized fish that swam up to the mouth of the ice. Race, whitefish. Grade, 1. Blood and chi, 105. Stamina, 13. Strength, 3. Defense, 8. Speed, 16. It was a white fish, only about 20 centimeters long. It was small, but it still caught Su Lin's eye. With the whitefish just 30 or 40 centimeters from the mouth of the ice, Solian moved. His clawed spines, hidden in his fur, popped out fully, glinting eerily in the soft sunlight. Wow! The sound of cutting through seawater. Both Su Lin's speed and strength had also improved greatly from before. So this time, with a quick and precise strike, the sharp wolf claws pierced through the whitefish and then quickly fished it to shore. For this whitefish, Solian intended to act as blood bait and start catching the rest of the fish. Rip! Gutting the still struggling little whitefish. However, Su Lin just cut off the guts and gills of the small white fish, using his sharp claws, and threw them into the water. After all, Su Lin hadn't eaten the fish meat of a small white fish. Flesh and blood can, too, give themselves some evolutionary value. Waiting off to the side, new fish on the hook. Su Lin used an evolutionary potion as he began to feed on the white fish. Evolutionary potions. Surin currently has nearly 20 more, so it wasn't finicky. As long as it's newly acquired prey. He was planning to use an evolutionary potion before eating to maximize the increase in evolutionary value. Ding! Host feeds on white fish, gaining 6 points of evolution value. The evolution value given by the white fish wasn't high, and it only had 6 points after a triple increase. But it's better than nothing. Su Lin took the remaining fish and started eating it as well. The whitefish were small, weighing only 3 or 4 pounds, but the flavors are delicious. The meat is white and tender, and the flavor is delicious but not fishy. Sort of a very tasty fish. Meanwhile, the acquisition of evolutionary values has been prompted. Ding! Host feeds on white fish, gaining 5 points of evolution value. Ding! Host feeds on white fish, gaining 5 points of evolution value. Ding! Host eats white fish, gaining 5 points of evolution value. After a few bites of a white fish, he also gained more than 30 points of evolution value. And then, one look at the mouth of the ice. Already 2 or 3 Arctic char have been attracted. Sure enough, even with the warm season upon us, attracted by the smell of blood, it is also still the same kind of food-grabbing, fierce fish. But in the face of these fish, Su Lin didn't intend to let it go either, and the sharp wolf claws in his hands popped out once again. Chapter 78. The 3 Arctic powers meet. The wolf's claws are once again cutting through the water. Claw spines hooked dead center. An Arctic char that's coming for a meal. The Arctic wahoo is fierce and still struggling. But Su Lin's current power was simply not comparable to that of an Arctic waifu. Grabbed it straight up. Next, as it were, it took about 2 hours. From below, Surin caught 8 more fish up. 7 of them were Arctic char, and a gray trout. This gray trout had level 2 attributes and was 6 or 7 pounds. Solom took the gray trout, and after gutting it, one bite, the eyes only glowed a little. Ding! The host eats a gray trout and gains 15 evolution points. 15 evolution points. The trip wasn't wasted. And neither was the evolutionary potion. It was estimated that this one gray trout would still be able to provide himself with 100 or so evolutionary points. By then, even if you can't break through to level 8, you're almost there. Thinking about getting closer to a breakthrough, the in Su Lin's heart to eat became even stronger. Evolution. The only way to become stronger and gain more power is to evolve. I don't know. When I've evolved into the teens or 20s, what will a person's strength be? Su Lin took a big bite out of his gray trout. It didn't take long to clean the gray trout. It provided him with a total of over 120 points of evolutionary value, counting the 30 or so points of evolutionary value gained from just feeding on the white fish. This visit to the ice was not a bad haul. Currently, there were still a few dozen points of evolution value missing from breaking through to level 8. When the time comes, a few days of random must be for walrus meat. The evolution value is just about enough. Level 8. Fingers crossed. This made Su Lin, in his heart, somewhat joyful. Ow! He gave a low howl and then signaled Ash to come over and eat. Ash has eaten fish before, though, but now and once again, it is being craved as much as it can be. And Solian went back to the marine trash and found a small fishing net. The most abundant marine debris at the ice is plastic bottles, fishing nets and foam, almost everywhere. You could say, place 2 smaller Arctic walleye and feed them to Ash. The remaining 5 Arctic char, loaded into the nets. Ready to go back and bring it to my cousin and the 2 cubs to eat, especially the wolf girl. The love for fish is thought to be more than the rest of the food. However, it was when Surin, who had just loaded these fish with, suddenly, the wolf clan's keen hearing then heard a burst of bear clan hissing in the distance. In Su Lin's pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes, a brilliant light immediately flashed. Currently after many evolutions, his sense of hearing, sight and smell had all broken through to the peak of the wolf clan. can clearly distinguish that. The sound was coming from 3 kilometers away. Ow! He gave a low howl and, gesturing Ash to stop eating, he brought these captured fish back to the cave. And Surin, and it was a quick rise, over 50 meters per second, launched at full speed, 3 kilometers, perhaps a short distance, in the eyes of the common man, but in Surin's case, not even a minute had passed. It was like a white shadow and a lightning bolt. Soon, running wildly all the way, he stopped right on a snowy slope. Then a pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes condescendingly looked towards the hissing sound of the bear clan. What met his eyes was a grizzly bear with a stature of 3 meters, even taller than a polar bear. This grizzly bear, currently taking food from polar bears, 2 bears, and as a result, a heated exchange took place. Pawing, grizzly bear slaps polar bear hard on the head, and with a single slap, the polar bear stumbled. This polar bear is not a female, much less a cub. It was precisely the powerful polar bear that Su Lin had encountered under the polar night that was strong enough to hunt beluga whales. But nowadays, this mighty polar bear, as if it had no power to fight back, was being abused by the grizzly bear. Pawing, the grizzly bear slaps again, hard, at the polar bear's shoulder. Long clawed spines, directly the polar bear's front shoulder, breaking open several bloody wounds. Roar! The polar bear was frantic with pain. It began to fight back, desperately. But this grizzly's body was too agile and much too fast for a normal grizzly. The polar bears countered several times before managing to hit the grizzlies once, and it also only knocked it back a few steps, not causing any effective trauma at all. Roar! With a succession of angry bear roars. The polar bears, who have fought the grizzlies a dozen times, finally lost. It began a hasty flight, dragging its wounded bear body with it. Even the sea lions he had just hunted were simply abandoned. Su Lin, who was facing this scene, was somewhat shocked. For this grizzly bear, he also had an impression, because in this area of 100 miles, there were a total of 5 grizzly bears. 2 died, at the paws of his wolves, and a gentle grizzly bear. On the other end was the female grizzly bear. And this grizzly bear, with its strong and wild aura rising wildly, was the last grizzly bear. Surin didn't expect that. After not seeing it for a few months, this grizzly bear had unexpectedly become so strong. Race, grizzly. Level, 15. Blood and Chi, 3385. Endurance, 183. Strength, 189. Defense, 185. Speed, 89. Talent, defense. When the numerical attributes of this grizzly bear surfaced in front of Su Lin's eyes, Su Lin only felt his eyelids fluttering wildly. Fey. Sure enough, it was right as he had guessed. But this Fey grizzly bear, it's a bit ridiculously strong. A gorgeous layout of attributes that, the value of nearly 200 at every turn. In particular, even the biggest shortstop, the speed column, came in at 89. 89 points of speed value. What does that mean? At this rate, it means that the grizzly bear will be able to reach the full speed of 20 or so meters per second when it runs wildly. A grizzly bear with such a furious attack, such an insurmountable defense. And with that kind of speed, Su Lin only felt that the polar bear hadn't lost unjustly. If it drags on, the polar bears, I guess, will probably be torn alive here too. Originally, Su Lin only thought that the Fae were just a bit stronger than ordinary races, but upon seeing this grizzly bear, it was only then that Surin felt that the potential of the Fae seems to be far more than just slightly stronger than the normal races. It is absolutely possible to break the racial ceiling. Roar! At this time, the Fae grizzly bear also discovered the white wolf on top of the snowy slope through its sensitive to the extreme sense of smell. It stood up 3 meters tall and bearish. The invincible and powerful aura of his body rose uncontrollably. Those dark-colored bear eyes were also looking at Su Lin on top of the high slope, and it was at this time that a lynx with the size of a meter *** and purple fur. It was also attracted by the strong smell of blood and hissing sounds here. This lynx is standing on another snowy slope. Those green eyes swept over the powerful grizzly bear without the slightest bit of fear. Chapter 79, Next Hunting Target. The size of this lynx. It doesn't look like much, but relative to the lynx as a race, it has exceeded its own limits. Su Lin's mind moved. Before my eyes appeared the numerical attributes of this lynx. The race, lynx. Level, 10. Prana, 869. Endurance, 89. Strength, 116. Defense, 72. Speed, 131. Talent, lurking. The attributes of the lynx are not as perverse as the grizzly bear, relatively speaking. It's also the species, which brings with it limitations. The more powerful the species, the more it mutates into Fae. The strength that comes with it then is naturally more powerful. But this lynx's superior speed makes it not afraid of this grizzly Fae. It's also a head Fae. However, this Fey Lynx is on the same course of development as Surin. It's all about going for speed, but to be compared to Su Lin, it was far inferior. As for the Grizzly Fey, powerful attributes due to the species, the speed still isn't high enough to pose much of a threat. Roar! The grizzly bears below at this point. There had also been a perception of the lynx that had appeared on the other side. Its dark eyes looked at the lynx, then at Surin. In the end, it just picks up the sea lion carcass on the ground and leaves silently. Then the green eyes of the lynx, and Surin exchanged glances. The Fey's powerful intuition, also sensing that the other party was not to be messed with, quietly retreated. Looks like, with Ash and Little Lone Wolf having successively become Fey by feeding heavily on the, there have been other creatures, too, that have quietly evolved into Fey. This scene made Su Lin feel that he still couldn't underestimate these creatures in nature. Some gifted creatures are not slow to grow up, especially on that lynx. There was something about the Little Lone Wolf that was so ferocious. The flames were clearly killing it. And this lynx, which is not an Arctic species, it should be simmering from somewhere to the North Pole, with a pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes. Surin watched them leave after he himself just turned around, ready to go back to the cave. With Su Lin's current speed, it didn't take a while for him to return to the territory. Upon return, just a long howl, start summoning 2 female wolves. The 2 female wolves heard Su Lin's call, just all wagging their tails and running excitedly for the alpha wolf in the new pack. 2 female wolves, whose loyalty is now high. After all, every week, the first wolves all make a full meal out of it. It was something that no other wolf pack, ever, would have been treated like. After Su Lin had summoned the 2 female wolves, just let them patrol the territory for a while to keep an extra eye out for some exotic hunters. Once there's a discovery, report back to yourself immediately. This caused the 2 female wolves to howl lowly and lead the order. Next, Su Lin then told them to disperse individually. Back to the cave, just saw Ash greeting himself. Ow. Seeing his boss come back safely, Ash also howled with joy. As for bringing back a few fish, the wolves were not daring to move. Even the Little Lone Wolf with his at-will feeding privileges was sniffing at a couple of fish. Smells like a nice, fresh fish, but in the end, it didn't move. Little Lone Wolf is still very measured. For food that the wolves had all eaten, he could eat some of it on his own, but this newly captured food, it never waited for Surin to assign it before eating it. As for Wolfie, the drool, on the other hand, had flowed with a crash. Looking at the wolf girl's naivety, Solian was a little amused. Now in the fishing net, and 5 fish, Su Lin divided 1 each to the Little Lone Wolf, his cousin, his wolf sister, and the gray and white coyote. As for the 2 Ohio wolves, he didn't share. The Ohio wolf is the lowest ranked in the pack. The treatment that Su Lin was currently giving Ohio wolf was already not low. Naturally, there was no intention to share the food again. The last fish he saved up for the wolf girl as well. The wolf girl is very fond of fish. It was also the only one of the wolves in the pack that was related to himself by blood. It's natural to pamper more. After dividing up the food, several wolves then all began to eat. Cousin, wolf sister and gray and white coyote already have experience eating fish, so lighten up. Sharp claws, gutting the fish. The tender flavor of the fish immediately spread throughout the cave. Only Little Lone Wolf is eating for the first time, but the smart Little Lone Wolf, just by watching the rest of the wolves eat fish, learned it all. It even used its sharp claws to scrape the scaly layer of the fish's exterior, which made it easier to feed. Seeing this scene, Su Lin had a little more regard for Little Lone Wolf. Because of the Little Lone Wolf, the IQ is growing fast. If we keep growing at this rate, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before it would be no less than the 2 Fae that they had encountered today. One of the Lynx Fae with unbalanced attributes. Speed and power are strong points, but the speed was far less than that of Su Lin. Even in terms of strength, it wasn't as powerful as Su Lin's strength and right claw. Therefore, Su Lin was already prepared to set his next hunting sights on this Fae lynx. Fae meat, not just the flavor. Far beyond the common species, the evolutionary value gained was also definitely not comparable to ordinary species. Last time I fed on grizzly bear cubs, it has been starkly verified. If this lynx is captured this time, the essential parts of a level 10 Fey lynx's body would surely provide a decent amount of evolution value as well. But just to be on the safe side, Su Lin still planned to make a move on this lynx after advancing to level 8. In the last 2 days, by the way, observe more of this lynx. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles, except for the lynx. Nowadays, the next step in the hunt set by Solom, there are also polar bears, seals, Arctic ducks, and snow lords in the mix. Snow Lord, He had already determined the location of several snow lords' nests through his observations these days. For these flying birds, only in their nests, keeping watch, at Su Lin's current speed, if he was lurking within a range of 50 meters, it was enough to completely exterminate them before they could react in time. The genes and flesh and blood of these species, it's also the fuel for Surin's next advancement. As he plotted his course for evolution, time crept by and soon it was dark. The wolves had also finished the fish that Su Lin had distributed. Obviously all feel unfulfilled. Little Lone Wolf's first taste of fish. It was also surprisingly tasty for the flavor of the fish. Thinking of catching fish for the wolves to eat in the future. 2. Currently, in the cave, there's only the wolf girl and a fish. Wolfie came to the corner where she slept, carrying the fish that Wolfie had left for her. Then with his little paws he dug out some gravel and buried the fish in it. Then he came back to Wolf and rubbed himself affectionately. Wolfie was heartless, but she could still feel Wolfie's care and favor. And it was at this time that the darkness of night falls on the Siberian border. A couple of modified SUVs pulling into the Arctic range. Chapter 80: A Visit to Papa Wolf. Next, after feeling their way into the Arctic, these poachers stopped. These men were 12 in number and were fully armed. They were in place, and after waiting a few moments, Franz and his assistant also arrived. Franz, who is, quite literally, the initiator of this hunt. He had been observing the lynx for a long time. That lynx didn't just exceed the size of an ordinary lynx. Even its IQ exceeded that of an ordinary lynx. Beyond that, he was also deeply curious about some of the Arctic creatures in Tiffany's paper. Since we're going to the North Pole anyhow, let's just grab them together. He's mobilizing a team that's well known in the security industry. The leader is called Slunka. There's nothing he wouldn't dare to do in the whole world if he was paid to do it. Young Master Franz has finally arrived. My brother and I have been waiting for a long time. Slunka, who is 5 foot * tall with a beard and a wild look to him, walked up and shook hands with Franz. There was a hint of shrewdness flashing in those eyes of his. Okay, what do you guys have in your weaponry? This capture mission is no less dangerous. Franz also politely shook Slunka's hand, for he knew that the man before him, who perhaps appeared to hold himself in high esteem, but it definitely doesn't mean that one can completely order this man around. Slunka and his crew are just a bunch of crazies playing for money. At this time, Slunka was very bold to introduce. Some big guys did not bring. After all, that thing to transport over also need to cost, but if it is just to capture a few heads, these weapons are enough to use. These are two close defensemen with large caliber shotgun fire dogs in their hands. Within 30 meters, all beings are equal. Even if a polar bear resists a few shots, he'll be crippled if not killed. These 8 are raiders, with rifles in their hands that have a long range and high penetration. So even if they get shot a few times, they'll be limited in their movements at best, and are best suited for capturing those wild animals alive. Franz also nodded to the group and said, "Good, got it. I'm sure we'll have a successful mission this time." Next, he stood right in front of it and pulled out a list of, to the group. He said, 80 million rubles for the trapping of a lynx and the species on this list, and I hope that we will have a good cooperation between us. Slunka, this time of year, taking the list and looking at the very common species on it, just smile and shout, "Brothers, for the ruble," fight enthusiastically. 4 rubles. Numerous men, too, followed with wild cheers. Next, with a group of them, they took off in an SUV. Franz and his assistant, too, followed the party to the icy North Pole, because he wanted to be the first to see these extremely researchable creatures and wanted to be the first to take their genes. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade Edu install the latest version. If anything is really worked out, then he would have mastered the latest genetic technology of this era by then. And to show those who think he's a nutcase and his genetic scholarship is nonsense, what is truly academic, and with the latest in genetic technology, whenever he wants, even the richest man in Russia is within reach. No, he wants to be the richest man in the world. He's going to be a super plutocrat like the world, never seen before. But Franz, who was fantasizing, could never have imagined that they're a line of fully armed trappers. This trip to the North Pole would turn out to be soul-crushing. The time has passed. Another few days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Lin has eaten about 100 pounds of musk beef in the last few days, gained 50 or so evolutionary points. The breakthrough to level 8 is in sight. These days, Surin also relied on his speed to track and observe the lynx twice. The wolf's senses of hearing, smell and sight are frighteningly acute. It's like a small radar. Through observation, Surin realized that this lynx is obviously new to the Arctic and doesn't even have its own hunting territory or den. Each time it was only possible to go to another hunter's territory and hunt. Just yesterday, just fought with a wolf pack with 6 Arctic heads. Over food. The lynx is in a crushing position, both in attack and power, coupled with a ferocious aura of. Even though the wolves were skillfully cooperating, they were still killed and seriously injured by the lynx. And then it was here, settling down for a short time. It was just that Su Lin still hadn't seen the lynx's talent. No regrets, though. At least the combat power displayed by this lynx did not pose a threat to him. The speed of the lynx. Currently it was just over 30 meters per second, slightly better than a cheetah. But compared to Su Lin, it was still a bit far. Next, Solian stopped by to check on the wolf parents. Ready to see what life is like these days, Wolfie and Wolfie? After coming, just in time to run into Papa Wolf patrolling the territory. The wolf daddy has grown a bit more in size, too. During this time, it's reached the point where it's, like, 2, 3, 4 meters. A thought. The latest attributes of Papa Wolf appeared right before his eyes. Dad Wolf, who was already at the peak of level 6, after taking the phase serum, also finally reached level 7. Race, Arctic Wolf. Grade, 7. Air and Blood, 823. Endurance, 82. Strength, 81. Defense, 78. Speed, 79. Papa Wolf's current strength was already extremely unimpressive. The explosive power contained in the 2-meter-3-4 wolf's body was also completely capable of sheltering the entire pack. And the wolves are, for the most part, well balanced. There's hardly anything too obvious about the shortcomings of the place. The average darting speed of an ordinary Arctic wolf is about 12 or 13 meters per second. Papa Wolf was now 79, reaching speeds close to 20 meters per second. If it's a lurking strike, with Papa Wolf's current strength, he was perfectly capable of hunting down an unsuspecting caribou. Of course, it's a single reindeer. If it's a herd of caribou, you still need wolves to fight it off. Seeing his own pups coming, Papa Wolf was also excited, rushed up and licked the fur of his own cub, evolving into the Fae. Papa Wolf's already not solo IQ gets another boost. Presently the wolf daddy's howling wolf. It is already possible to communicate and express, quite clearly, the full meaning, and it's much more organized in what it does. The authority of the head wolf, and heavier in the pack. Wolffather's low howling exchanges, gesturing at Surin to come quickly and eat in the cave, since it has had a sudden increase in strength. These days, he had taken the wolves on a series of strikes and had made a lot of catches. Even the mighty herd of musk oxen, which had scored once by sneak attacking, successfully hunted a male calf that was not yet mature. Beyond that, also hunted an elderly moose. Suffice it to say, it's been a while. Life with the wolves is not going too well, currently in the cave. In addition to the food eaten during this time, there were a full 100 pounds of food. This is a life that no wolf pack has ever had before, and with a higher IQ of Wolf Daddy, also harnessed the wolves and began a small expansion. Chapter 31. The strength of the Wolf Father's pack. Father Wolf's territory had expanded to 900 square kilometers. That's not a small range. There's quite a variety of prey in this area, too, as long as Papa Wolf is strong enough. Then without affecting the ecological balance, this area could provide enough prey to feed 40 to 50 wolves, and Papa Wolf has also, once again, expanded his 6-headed wolf clan. The entire wolf pack had reached the point of 16 heads. Come to the cave. After first saying hello and being intimate with Wolfmother for a moment, the Solian then found the wolves, well managed by the wolf father. 16 head of the wolf clan, except for Papa Wolf and Mama Wolf. There were also 6 level 5 wolves, as well as a level 6 male wolf. It was just that this rank 6 male wolf was obviously only at the strength of rank 6. It's no match for what Papa Wolf had back in the day. It's a far cry from the present-day wolf father. Currently, in the pack, Papa Wolf has already promoted 2 bee-wolves again, to add to the original 2. It had reached 4 ethereal wolves, 4 bee-wolves, and 10 Ohio wolves. It is the current power of the entire wolf pack. Once it's out there, it also has a lot of power. A wolf pack of such strength. Plus, with Papa Wolf leading the way, I don't think any hunters would dare to mess with it. It was also considered to be a party hegemon in this 100-mile area. Even if it was that Fey lynx, one would have to consider the gains and losses if they wanted to mess with it. After all, the battle power of a wolf pack united together could be far from being comparable to the battle power of a single body. And really, when faced with a great enemy, the wolves dare to fight to the death. Even if he was injured, he could rely on the rest of the pack to hunt and get some food. But solitary animals like the lynx, as long as they are not life and death enemies, they are not going to fight to the death, because once you get hurt, then it's not going to end well. Still, Solian communicates with Papa Wolf. Signal to Papa Wolf to be more steady with the next expansion of his territory. As soon as there is a danger you can't cope with, contact yourself. Papa Wolf had seen it all before in regards to his pup's battle prowess. So, too, there was a low howl of agreement. Next, Papa Wolf then began to greet Surin as he ate. The wolf mom is also the one who brings out the best caribou meat, and takes it out of the mouth. Arching with his nose, he arched over to Su Lin for him to eat. The evolutionary value of all these meats has been cut to the lower limit. Actually, Su Lin is not much of an eater ***, but looking at the look in the eyes of Wolf's parents, he took a few bites. This caused the wolf mom to lick Solian's fur affectionately. Su Lin came this time, just passing by with the intention of checking out wolf parent, and therefore did not intend to stay long. After a few moments of intimacy with his wolf mom, he said goodbye with a low howl, unfolding back into the cave. It's getting dark, too, but while Su Lin was traveling, he suddenly heard a quarrel. The wolves have a keen sense of hearing, smell and sight. Therefore, even if the voice was far away, he still heard it clearly. A human voice? There was a glint in his wolf eyes that. Next, Su Lin quickly came to a snowy slope and, borrowing a mound of ice and snow to hide the wolf's body, standing tall, he looked toward the source of the sound. He found 3 modified SUVs parked in the icy North Pole. Others of them were maneuvering, flying around, small unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and the remaining 4 or 5 men who got out of the SUV were armed with rifles. Seeing the rifles, a fierce light flashed in Su Lin's eyes. Poachers. Back in the days shortly after the crossing, he'd spotted poachers in this very area, only that time it had been caribou. All the shotguns used were shotguns too, and this time it's a rifle. There were quite a few people who came. What's the big deal? Is this a preparation to capture polar bears alive? Su Lin couldn't help but be a little curious. However, his hearing is extremely sharp at the moment, and, even from a distance, the conversation of these people was clearly heard. It's just a regular lynx looking for food. Hurry up and turn off the rifle safety. Shooting is likely to attract the Arctic Guard. Slonka, who was now getting out of the SUV, was reprimanding his subordinate. Slonka, it's not my fault. You know how ferocious that lynx is. Didn't it get away the first day we tracked it down? Even 2 brothers had their throats bitten off by lynx, and we are now dead men. Can I not be afraid? I knew the 80 million ruble payoff wasn't that good. That subordinate who had been reprimanded was also angrily defending himself in the icy sky. This frigid temperature of the Arctic made him shiver even though he was wearing a very thick protective suit. Slonka wasn't reprimanding when he saw it. After all, he had expected an easy task. After coming to the North Pole, I realized it wasn't at all what I thought it would be. It's too cold in the Arctic. It's getting down to -30 or -40 degrees at night at every turn. Add this temperature. It made them feel cold and prickly even in the modified SUV. Even the hand that held the gun became stiff. Beyond that, what was even more terrifying was the lynx, which was simply beyond their knowledge. With the speed of a cheetah and a terrifying attack, it is exceptionally cunning. Just came in for the first day. The drone has been used to find the lynx's hideout. It was detected at a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. With the lynx lurking, 2 more teammates were killed. The speed of that lynx is terrifying. 30 or 40 meters suddenly launched an attack, and in the blink of an eye, it was too late to react. Plus that lynx will, quite cleverly, use his teammates as shields, in fear of accidental injury. It caused them to never dare to shoot. Slonka also kicked angrily, tucking in the buggy's tires. Then to Franz's assistant in the SUV, who was manning the drone device, he said in a bad mood, "Can you track that lynx or not? Can't you do it with the help of a satellite? Why do you have to use such an old-fashioned method as a drone?" That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade EDU install the latest version. Franz aide just looked at Slonka in his rage and didn't provoke him any further. After all, in this freezing Arctic, angering Slonka would do no good for himself or Franz. He just sighed and said, "I'm sorry, but with the onset of the Ice Age, all sorts of unusual natural phenomena have been occurring frequently, which has left the North Pole signal in an intermittent state. Not only do the satellites not work, but you can even look at your own communication devices and there's no signal at all. So now the lynx can't be found. It's still freezing in this Arctic, and there's not much food left, so we can't go on like this." Slonka was angry, but still aware of his team's current situation. "If we continue to linger in the Arctic, I'm afraid we haven't caught the lynx yet. Own team members, just a few have to fall under the expensive lack of food and the frigid temperatures." But just after Slonka, the words landed. Franz then spoke up. "Going back is fine, but the reward is not to be thought of." Slonka and Franz looked at each other for a long time. With money on his mind, Slonka didn't offend his gold master after all. Just gritting his teeth, He said, okay, 2 more days of pursuit, and if we can't find it, we have to go back. We're running out of food. At this moment, Fran's assistant said, the wolves are active in this area. They shouldn't be in this area. Heading towards the ice. It's labeled as bear territory. But I believe that lynx definitely has the strength to stand up to bears, so I can't say it's lurking in that area. A look of recognition came over Scarf's face. Too. He knew all about the toughness of that lynx, so he nodded and said, good. Set out that way. Chapter 82 Poachers all wiped out. Surin, who was on the snowy slopes at this time, listened to the conversation of a few hunters below. Roughly, I learned that this heck was coming to capture that fey lynx, but it didn't catch and was countered with 2 kills. Surin could well understand. At the current rate of lynx, to launch an attack within 30 or 40 meters is a second away. It was a speed that an ordinary man would never have had time to react or shoot. Beyond that, the lynx's terrifying attack power has reached that of a bear. Such a strong attack was almost a one-strike kill for humans with fragile vitality. Most of the attribute values of these few humans were at the level of 4 or 5. Endurance is relatively strong. Vitality, strength, defense, and speed are all meant to be below average, especially the speed, which was only about 20. This speed made it impossible for them to deal with the lynx. And the direction of these poachers made even Su Lin feel a little playful, because the direction of advancement was clearly the territory of that fey grizzly bear. That night, in grizzly territory, ta-da! The inspiring gunshots rang out and, roar! With a dull bear growl, Slanka looked at the giant grizzly bear in front of him, which was 3 meters in size. Can't help but exclaim, my god, how can there be such a huge grizzly bear? That's bigger than a polar bear. The rifle in his hand, spitting out a tongue of fire, it surged wildly towards this grizzly bear, but this grizzly was too fast. At over 20 meters per second, dodged a lot of bullets. Pang! A heavy slap beyond anyone's imagination. With a single slap, he shattered the glass of an SUV. Straight away, it even smashed the head of one poacher, who was hiding in the SUV, to pieces. Shotgun, shoot! Slanka was on the battlefield, exclaiming, too far away, not enough range. Slanka's crew returned. The team member looked at the grizzly bear that had deformed the SUV. With a few slaps, terror was also revealed in his eyes. Geez, how could there be such a horrible monster? Slanka, let's retreat. The power of the rifle in your hand won't be able to cause an effective kill for this grizzly bear. Several of the raiders, too, were horrified. But, and just as they were getting discouraged, pang, another hard slap, the grizzly took their other buggy, which was attempting to escape, and ran furiously to catch up with it. A huge pair of bear paws knocked the buggy right over. The airbags popped. Franz and his assistant, who were in the SUV, felt the sky spinning. After the buggy stopped rolling, the grizzly's huge bear head, from the cracked window of the car, Franz's assistant inside was gripped right out. Gotcha! In the aide's horrified eyes, the grizzly bear opened his mouth and snapped his neck. The bloody, headless body of the... It made even Franz feel just a little sick to his stomach to watch. But those golden brown eyes had a touch of obsession with genetic scholarship. I knew it. I knew that some species have been able to push their limits. The lynx is an example, as is the grizzly bear, but everyone in the company treats me like I'm crazy. Even my father doesn't support me. I have to get back alive. It's a great moment in biogenetic history. Franz, desperately, ran from the SUV and then began to greet Slanka. Slanka, take the last buggy and escape. Leave a few men behind to break the back. Slanka looked at him with a scowl on his face and said, you're crazy. Why don't you break your back? Breaking back at this time is a death sentence. Seriously. Recently catch up more. Change the source switch. Read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. Franz gasped. I can't die, because this grizzly bear, as well as that lynx, is the greatest discovery in the history of biogenetics, and I'm going to go back and tell everyone about it. Your discovery. All I know is that 5 of Rao's men are dead. Leave a few more to break the back, and all my men will be dead. Slanka kicks Franz hard, but Franz continued. I'll compensate them. I'll give another 50 million rubles to their families, and that 80 million rubles, the fewer people there are. Won't you get more? I'm going to die here, and you'll get nothing. Slanka, who was in a state of madness, heard Franz say this, and finally calmed down. He looked away, still with their rifles, frantically strafing and suppressing several of Grizzly's men. There was a flash of pain in his eyes and, but still, straight away, shoving Franz into the car. Then he got in too and started the SUV to leave. Got in the car and drove away quickly. Slanka, you asshole. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Years of brotherhood. Is this it? Ah. Slanka on his way out. One could still faintly hear his men hurling abuse at him behind him through the fallen window, and several bullets from the rifle. But soon, the tirade was then drowned out by a bare growl. The rifle gulped out bullets and disappeared. This caused Slanka, with a heavy look of pain in his eyes, to, after driving off some distance. Slanka then gritted his teeth and said to Franz, "My men are done dying, and they didn't tell anyone before they left." Franz said, "I know you have good principles of confidentiality. Don't worry, the compensation I just promised will be paid to each of you." "No, I mean, 80 and 50 million rubles all in my card," Slanka murmured. That made Franz blink. Still, it was an understanding nod. In the business of Slanka, you'll do anything for money. It's not unusual to eat extinct, but it had nothing to do with him. 130 million rubles. Not worth mentioning in relation to this great discovery. But, just as Franz, before he had time to rejoice in his escape from life, a majestic white wolf that was nearly 3 meters in size appeared before his eyes. Meanwhile, a lynx with purple fur also quietly appeared. And this time, late night, in one of Russia's leading bio companies, a company director looked at the phone that couldn't be reached again, couldn't help but frown and scolded. What's this asshole doing again? Let him do company management, not to engage in what academic research, and now a few days in a row, cannot be contacted. Subsequently, the secretary handed a stack of documents to the director and said, "Director, the Russian officials have issued a document saying that the North Pole has been blocked due to the influence of the Ice Age and that there will be a widespread blizzard in the North Pole in the near future." He took the file and nodded. "I know, that group of scientists just said that the Ice Age is coming, but they don't explain all these abnormal natural phenomena. I heard that the satellites and communications in so many places are out of order, and even Franz's phone can't get through." The secretary said, "Young Master Franz's whereabouts have always been hidden. Why don't we ask his assistant?" The director shook his head and said, "His assistant's phone can't be reached either. Forget it, forget him. What's the content of tomorrow's meeting? Bring it to me." Chapter 83, Sweets Flavor. At this point in time, in the frigid Arctic ice, in the darkness of the night, Solian and the lynx, who destroyed Franz and Lanka's outright. The lynx scooped out Lanka's heart and swallowed it straight into his stomach. A look of enjoyment. And Solim is also in it for the evolutionary value. Endure the discomfort in your soul and take a few bites. Very little evolutionary value is gained. Though, even with the increase from the evolution potion, it only gained about 20 points of evolution value before it was cut down to its lowest point. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available, but these 20 or so points also allowed Su Lin to finally break through to level 8. Ow! Su Lin gave a long, loud, clear wolf howl that it resounded over the frigid Arctic. Subtle evolutionary energy swept through Su Lin's entire wolf body once more, and the movement on Su Lin's side caused the phalanx, directly and quickly, to pull away a long distance. A pair of green eyes, staring at Su Lin. It could feel the aura of the white wolf in front of it, getting stronger again. The speed of the white wolf when it launched its attack just now had frightened it. Originally, speed was its pride and joy, but it's obvious. This white wolf's speed, surpassing it by a lot. But it's still manageable. But now it's getting stronger again. How far does that go? For the first time, this lynx, which has been killed through from Siberia to the North Pole, feels the breath of death and danger. It turned around at once and fled the place at great speed, and Surin didn't go after it. As long as this lynx is still in the Arctic, then there will always be an encounter. How about, for now, meditating on this joy of getting stronger? Su Lin's size, reaching 2 meters 6'7", counting wolf's tail. It broke through to 3 meters completely. Flesh, hair, sinews, and cells were getting stronger. A few moments later, the arcane energy disappears. Before Su Lin's eyes appeared, a new attribute panel. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic wolf. Grade, 8. Blood pressure, 1000. Endurance, 100. Strength, 100. Defense, 100. Speed, 170. Evolution value, 5. Additional attribute value, 10. Talent, hunting for healing. All of the attribute values of the body have reached 100, which is not inferior to a female grizzly bear. The strength of the right claw after being strengthened was even at a strength value of 150. This is absolutely horrendous. As for speed, once again, 10 points of extra attribute values were added to the speed column. Strengthen one to the extreme to build a real advantage. Also, speed is paramount to staying alive and hunting. Nowadays the speed value of 180 It made Su Lin on the verge of reaching a speed of 70 meters per second if he flew at full speed. That's close to a third of the speed of sound. At this rate, within 100 meters, it can be said to be instantaneous. Surin, after the breakthrough, started to rummage around. From the SUV, let's see if we can find something useful. Soon, quite a few banknotes were found, but Su Lin just scanned them and withdrew his eyes. These things, nothing works for him now. Next, just found some compressed cookies, chocolate and candy. These high-calorie foods are truly life-saving in the Arctic. Surin tore open a chocolate wrapper and ate it in his mouth. Tantalizingly mellow even to the taste buds of the wolves. The flavors are pretty good, but there's no hint of an evolution value. But it's okay to bring it back and give it to your wolf sister and cousin. For the rest, nothing useful was found. There's a lot of high-calorie food in this buggy. Su Lin put it all inside a box and returned to the cave with it. Back at the cave, most are already asleep. Su Lin gave a low howl to his cousin, who was on guard, and then held out 2 candies for my cousin. Human food. Cousins are not eaten. She was curious and didn't know how to tear open the package. In the end, it was Surin who helped her tear open the packaging of the "Take it in your mouth." Cousin's eyes lit up. It's rare for wolves to touch sweets, so sweets have as much impact on the wolf's taste buds as can be imagined. Looking at my surprised cousin, Solian then gestured for it to eat slowly. Next, he also just went back to his spot and started to sleep. The darkness of the night was serene. Chapter 84, The wind and snow are raging. Time flies. It was 3 days in a row, after Surin got up from the cave. Standing at the entrance to the cave, he looked out at the growing blizzard. Originally, the 2 female wolves that were patrolling the area around the cave. Having been unable to stand the icy, biting wind, he had taken refuge at the entrance of the cave and shivered. With a low howl, Solian signaled them to come in. The 2 female wolves, which were surprised, ran into the cave. The majesty of the head wolf weighs heavily on the pack. He did not signal, and the 2 she-wolves came in and the 2 female wolves, I'm afraid, will keep on shivering at the entrance of the cave. There's a storm outside. Howling and blowing. The ice and snow stirred up and flew with the sky. Su Lin let out a low howl and greeted Ash and the little lone wolf. Getting ready to go out and check out the prey on the territory, as well as the 2 female wolves that patrol the territory. With this current level of storms, it was only Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf. Being Fey, who could carry it? Ow, ow. 2 answering wolf howls sounded. Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf quickly followed behind Su Lin. Step out of the cave. The ice and snow swept up by the storm wind slapped against Su Lin's body, and he felt a gust of coldness. Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf both followed closely behind him. Such a big storm. After all, the sense of smell has been lost, the ability to track for thousands of miles, even Surin's vision. In this blizzard, the visibility was less than 200 or 300 meters. Su Lin went to look at the 2 female wolves first. The 2 female wolves were found to be veterans of wilderness survival. A small cave was found just before the storm hit. The 2 female wolves, currently, are snuggling together for warmth, with a regular supply of food. One of the female wolves, which had only stopped at level 3 due to malnutrition, had also finally grown to the point where she could be level 4. The 4 Ohio wolves in the current wolf pack had also all reached level 4. Only at level 4 can you barely be considered an adult Arctic wolf. The 2 female wolves, when they saw Su Lin coming, wagging his tail as well, he gestured to the head wolf, also reporting back the findings from the last few days of the tour. Through the debriefing of the she-wolf, Solom also understood, in general terms, that, under the storm, the animals in the territory, too, began to find shelter from the wind and rest, of which the muskox herd and moose herd, in a fight for a sheltered mountain ledge. It also took place, a brief but intense encounter that, in the end it was the muskox herd that won. After all, a team charged by a herd of musk oxen is still very destructive, and one of the adult moose in the herd was hit and seriously injured, though it's still hanging on by a thread. But when it comes to a massive blizzard like this, it's probably hard to stay alive. As for the 2 reindeer herds, one large and one small, all found shelter from the wind. 2, currently resting, due to the intensity of the storm. Numerous animals, all unable to get out to feed, so resting is also the best way for them to conserve energy. Ow! Surin let out a low howl. Acknowledgement was given to the 2 female wolves for their report. After all, going out on patrol in a blizzard had symbolized the seriousness of the 2 she-wolves. He signaled the 2 female wolves that they could go to the cave, after the storm had stopped, receive an extra serving of food. This caused both female wolves to howl in excitement. For them, food rewards, more than anything else, because it is only food that is most relevant to survival. Next, Su Lin then once again led Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf and toured the territory. In passing, he looked at the animals on the territory, sheltering from the wind and snow. It was found that the animals, under the tendency of the survival instinct, were all huddled under stone walls and under caves, to preserve maximum strength and body temperature against this fierce blizzard. During this time, the wounded moose was also spotted. The moose had been hit by a herd of musk oxen, breaking ribs and leg bones. Even the antlers on his head were broken on one side. It follows that musk oxen charge up tough. This moose, struggling to make his way to the stone wall, but it didn't climb to the stone wall after all. It was leaning against a shrub and was shivering. In no time at all, the body was already mostly covered in ice and snow, even with a thick fur to protect him from the cold. But when faced with a blizzard of this caliber, it still couldn't be resisted. The moose's body, which was slowly becoming rigid, it knew it was dying. Young, driven by the desire to survive, he gave a honk in the direction of the moose herd. But the sad sound of a deer in a howling blizzard it didn't travel very far at all and was quickly blown away. Su Lin signaled Little Lone Wolf and Little Gray to come forward. The moose was bitten to death and dragged back to the cave. Since it's death either way, then hauling it back and using it as reserve food for the wolves is the way to go. This moose, also a full-grown moose, with 100 pounds, it was also enough for the wolves to eat for a while. This storm has been going on for 2 days now, and we don't know how long it will be before it stops. It's always good to stock up on food. Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf, on command, and it all flew by quickly. It didn't take more than a couple dozen seconds, with 2 wolves tearing at it, and the moose was a goner. After biting the moose to death, Little Lone Wolf and Little Gray then dragged this moose carcass, through the blizzard, back to the cave. Along the way, the wind is cold. This was wolf territory, not far from the cave, but in the middle of a blizzard. It took over an hour to drag it back to the cave. Nowadays, dragged back another moose. The food in the caves was nearly topping 2,000 pounds. This made the members of the wolf pack feel a strong sense of security and happiness. In the cave, the wolf girl and the gray and white coyote were on the verge of breaking through level 3. It's estimated to be, a couple days. The wolf carcasses of the 2 young wolves were at the point of 1 meter and 2 meters. One of them, wolf girl, is vaguely larger. Beyond that, the remaining members of the wolf pack, it's Little Lone Wolf who's gaining the most strength. In the past, the young lone wolf hadn't gotten enough food, suppressing his growth. Now that there is a large supply of food, it has taken a big step on its way to breaking level 5. At this rate, it was estimated that it would take another month or 2 to break through to level 5. Level 5 Fey Arctic Wolves. In terms of numerical strength to be comparable to level 6 Arctic Wolves. But in terms of combat power, it's going to be a solid 6-level Arctic Wolf. This was because the sensitivity of the Fey senses, the sharpness of the wolf's claws and fangs, and the resistance to blows were not comparable to that of an ordinary Arctic wolf. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. By then, 2 level 5 Fey Arctic Wolves, even if Su Lin didn't make a move. It's also enough to lead a wolf pack and hunt big game. Also, it's time to prepare yourself for promotion to level 9. Was it the lynx, or the polar bear? At this moment, Su Lin, shaking the ice and snow from the wolf's body, a pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes looked out at the blizzard outside with a flash of ferocious light. Chapter 85, Showdown in the Blizzard. Darkness. In the dead of night, the blizzard outside still hasn't stopped. Nowadays the Arctic is almost devoid of sound except for the whistling of the blizzard. And Su Lin quietly walked out of the cave in the wind and snow, came to the lynx, temporarily occupied territory. He ended up picking the lynx. Prepare to finish this Fey off. This is because the evolutionary value that Fey can provide far exceeds that of polar bears. I'd like to come in and get a single. Just the lynx. A Fey was estimated to be able to lift a few hundred evolutionary value to him. But Surin, having observed the lynx den for a long time, but no lynx were found, was out hunting? Or did you escape? Su Lin was a little surprised in his heart. But it's this time. A lynx that had just returned from patrolling the territory had already seen Su Lin. A fierce glint flashed in the lynx's green eyes. It had guessed that this white wolf had come for a purpose. Treating yourself like prey? It couldn't help itself and bared its sharp fangs. Once upon a time, he's just an ordinary lynx. Got lucky once and preyed on a baby bison. After a few days of heavy feeding, it was surprised to find that it had grown so much in strength, speed, reflexes, and size. From there, the lynx then begins. At the top of its game, hunting bison and muskoxen alone are all part of his daily routine. It dares to fight even the Siberian tiger, as well as humans, who are known as the natural enemies of animals. What lynx would dare to be so arrogant? Only it dares. It's also the only one that can kill through from Siberia to the North Pole. This way, the rampant rising aura on the lynx's body became even more ferocious and tyrannical. Originally, the odor on this white wolf was extremely attractive to it. Now I didn't expect this white wolf to come to the door by itself. The white wolf may be a little stronger than he is, but so what? As long as it's not head-to-head, all have to become food for themselves under their own latent talent. This lynx began to creep onto the snow, and then slowly made its way towards Sulin. Torso, the otherwise extremely conspicuous purple hairs of the. It also quietly turned, exactly the same color as its surroundings. Even the odor from the lynx dissipated into the air. Talent lurking. The lynx had once attacked and killed an unknown number of opponents more powerful than it through its talent for lurking. Quietly creeping along, it had gradually approached, coming within 50 meters of Su Lin. But the lynx still pressed on, with the restlessness of his heart, until this white wolf appeared. Within 30 meters of it, the lynx bounced to start, its fur instantly returning to its purple color. It's like a purple lightning bolt, flying towards the white wolf. At such speed, the friction in the air brought out a mournful sound. It even briefly overshadowed, for a moment, the whine of the storm. Lynx, Surin, who was preparing to go back at this time. It was also instantly seen, this lynx that was attacking and killing towards him, but at the time he saw it for himself. It was already close to him. The lynx's long, sharp claws tore through the frigid air, bringing out a harsh whistle, directly towards his neck. Solian could only perform a final dodge, but the lynx was, nonetheless, too fast for they. With the bonus of the talent lurking, it wasn't inferior to Surin. Rip! This sharp claw broke open the flesh at Su Lin's neck, bleeding blinding blood. At his neck, a deep cut was made, and this was almost the heaviest injury that Su Lin had ever received as he grew up. He didn't realize that he wanted to come and hunt this lynx, but this lynx was also thinking of hunting himself. But the world. There is never a reason why you are only allowed to hunt others and not allow them to hunt you. Surin understood this very well. But it's time for this lynx to end with all its ferocity and bravery. Ow! Howl of rage. The injured Su Lin didn't retreat in the slightest. A hint of ferocity showed in his eyes. The right paw that contained a huge amount of force was also ruthlessly slapping towards the lynx. Pang! Even though it only hit half of the lynx, or will only have a meter, it instantly hit the backward flying several meters. Even though the Fae, with their great resistance to blows, but the lynx still ate the pain, howling madly. That shrill cry of, as if to overpower this howling blizzard. Surin didn't give it the chance to continue venting its pain. Under the darkness of the night, the pair of wolf eyes that also flashed with green light brought out the same endless ferocious aura. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment. Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade EDU install the latest version. At 60 or so meters per second, it was launched at once. The sound brought out in the friction of the air and the whistling of the storm were intertwined with each other. It makes the area sound, well, even more terrifying. It was as if there were several stern ghosts, howling mournfully here. 60 or so meters per second. Like the wind. Like electricity. The snow and ice that was scraping up was drifting along with his figure. Facing Surin's attack, the lynx quickly bounced up and the huge bouncing force stepped out a snow pit of 3 or 4 centimeters in the ground ice and snow. Pang! Surin struck the air with a claw. Ice and snow splashed indiscriminately. This lynx was pretty much the only opponent that dodged its attacks away. After bouncing up, the lynx quickly pulled away from Surin. Soon, their two eyes, both equally emanating a greenish vision, clashed hard in the whistling blizzard. All of them were rising, with a similarly fierce and vicious aura. Su Lin and this lynx, both killed out. All of them also had, on their bodies, a ferocious and tyrannical killing intent. Ow! Ow! Two howls rang out over the whistling of the wind and snow. Su Lin's howl was even longer and louder. The howl of the lynx was more crisp and shrill, but the howling, the ferocity brought out is the same. Surin this time also looked at the properties of the lynx. The lynx's speed value was found to have increment to the point where it was comparable to his lurking. Su Lin guessed that it was this lynx that had unleashed the talent. It's just that the rest of the attributes didn't grow except for speed. And because of that, maybe the lynx has a gift that lasts longer. Whoosh! Seeing a blow that didn't completely and seriously injure himself, this lynx, after staring viciously at Su Lin for a few moments, just choose and flee quickly, because lynxes don't do well in head-to-head combat. The lynx, nowadays, has similarly broken 60 meters of flying speed. Under the blizzard it was like a speeding purple lightning, but Surin didn't let it go, quickly catching up. The purple lynx, darting wildly ahead of the Surin, in the rear, was in pursuit. Those wolf eyes flashed with a cold, ferocious light. The life of this lynx that killed through half of Siberia. He'll take it. Chapter 86, Playing for Keeps. This lynx, having exposed his form, that waits. Once the gift time has passed, Su Lin killing it would be like slaughtering pigs and dogs. In the midst of a howling blizzard, a grueling chase is underway. Surin and this lynx, running wildly through a blizzard of quite a few animals that shelter from the wind and snow. Under rock walls or caves, all you can hear is a whoosh, a sound that cuts through the air. But there was no figure to be seen, because Su Lin and this lynx were too fast for him. It took only 2 or 3 seconds to disappear into the blizzard. Originally, Su Lin did not intend to use the hunting talent. It's his base card. But for a full 10 kilometers of wild running, the speed of the lynx, still not slowing down. Even vaguely, the fur of this lynx, surprisingly, began to become the same color as the flurrying ice and snow. It was also as if the breath on his body had disappeared, only with a back. This made Su Lin know that he couldn't underestimate the talent of any fae. Even though the talent, lurking, seems to only increase speed, it lasts a long time. Under the present-day blizzard, the vision was already severely impaired. Beyond 200 or 300 meters, even Su Lin couldn't see it. Can't let this lynx get away. This caused a fierce light to flow from his eyes. The gift of the hunt. Instant launch. Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes surfaced with a blood like scarlet red in an instant. The limbs also became, well, thicker. His speed value. In this instant, there was a sudden boost of 50%. It was supposed to be over 60 meters per second. Nowadays, it's vaguely pushing towards 100 meters per second. Every second, he'll be able to catch up with that lynx for 40 meters. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, Solon then chased after him. Ow! It was accompanied by a penetratingly loud and clear wolf howl that resounded through the frigid Arctic. Surin takes a flying leap. That razor-sharp wolf claw popped out completely and, tearing through the cold in the air, with a whine like a ghost from hell. It also carries an attack that is enough to make the bear clan, all of them, tremble with fear. Slammed hard towards the lynx. Pang! A hit! It hit hard. The lynx in the side of the belly. The side of the lynx's abdomen was instantly slashed with a very startling wound. A huge attack. It also sent this lynx instantly flying out a dozen meters away. The lynx's body tumbling to the ground. Stirring up the snow and ice on the ground as well, blending it with the blizzard flying in the sky. The lynx was knocked back to its original purple fur by the blow. And the lynx, a meter ***, tumbled behind the ice and snow and, also from his mouth, large streams of blood spilled out. But the fierce light in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Just after Su Lin once again rushed towards it at a speed of nearly 100 meters per second. The lynx, with a fierce light flashing in its eyes, threw a few pieces of broken ice and snow behind it towards Su Lin with a stroke of its claws. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment. Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade EDU install the latest version. These broken ice and snow smashed into Su Lin's head and didn't cause much trauma to him. But it interfered with his vision. The intelligence of the Fae was also something that impressed him once again. Pang! The vision was disturbed and Surin struck empty. Currently under the hunting talent, the right paw's strong attack power had reached 200. This strong attack, smashing into the ground, a snow pit was smashed out, and ice and snow were scattered in all directions. The lynx, which had been severely injured, also sensed the power of Su Lin's current aura, and didn't fight him hard. Running wild again. Hunting talent, 30 seconds left. In Su Lin's eyes, a hint of anger was brought out. He had utilized his speed to the extreme and had already vaguely broken through the speed on the panel value. 100 meters per second. Such speed is beyond the knowledge of all species, even if the lynx is running desperately wild. But Su Lin, still quickly caught up. Spell it out. It made a fierce turn. The sharp claws, too, slapped towards Su Lin's head. This lynx, already playing for keeps, but even if you play hard to get, it was also not, at all, a match for Su Lin, who had opened his hunting talent. Pang! Before its sharp claws had even touched Su Lin, the lynx was then struck by Solom. Once again, with a vicious blow. The blow flew a dozen meters away. This time, even though, with the Fae's strong resistance to blows, it also made the lynx, struggling halfway up. It's at the shoulder. There was also a new bloody wound that had already seen the white bone. Even the lynx felt that. It's in the guts, and it's all feeling a sharp pain that. This meant that the internal organs, all of them, were shaken out of blood by the heavy 2 strikes of this white wolf in front of him. But it didn't flinch. The fierce gaze in his eyes, as always, because of the bits it knows, under the natural law of the weak and the strong. No hunter ever spares you just because you back down. All will only hunt you more recklessly because you flinch and you show weakness. Compassion and mercy never existed in the perception of the beast. So, whatever the situation, all to show their fangs and claws. There is no groveling to get by in order to survive. Ow! The lynx forced itself to hold back the pain in its body. It howled wildly and the body is aglow with a tragic, ferocious, and life-affirming spirit. The aura was like that of the little lone wolf that was under the polar night. Only the lynx body flame, more powerful, more surging. Sulin also let out a long howl. The gift of the hunt has faded. That strong power and speed dissipated within him. However, this lynx was also badly hit. After a long howl, Sulin looked at this lynx. His gaze and the lynx's gaze intertwined and collided in the blizzard. Nowadays, though Surin has been traumatized, too, the wound on his neck had also drained a lot of his chi and blood, but with the gift of healing, in a few short minutes, at the wound, the flow of blood had slowly stopped, with his and the lynx's gazes, briefly intertwined and colliding afterward. Solian then once again, charged towards the lynx. He and the lynx. It's all about speed. Currently the lynx's latent talent, too, is beginning to fade. It's back to, its less than 140 speed value. Next, Su Lin and this lynx began a miserable tug-of-war relying on speed. Pawing, pawing, pawing. A brief contact in the midst of rapid movement is a violent fight and tear. Above speed, Su Lin held a natural advantage. Lynx fails to escape the takedown attempt from Surin. Even as the injury spread, it was slowing down. The wounds on his body, too, were increasing. The lynx's already low blood value was also rapidly draining away. Only the fierceness in its body was still supporting it from falling. With the lynx viciously playing for keeps, it also traumatized Sulin. Yet again, a deep bloody cut was made in his front shoulder. Surin and the lynx, and fighting and walking. It was a mess all along the way. But soon, the wretchedness, then, was again covered by the whistling blizzard. A thick layer of snow and ice was laid down as if nothing had happened. Chapter 87, The Death of the Lynx. 100 wolves converge. Fey resistance, and the ferocity of the lynx. It was on display in this tussle. In the middle of a snowstorm, Surin and the lynx hissed. From time to time, it rings. Yet again, it was quickly blown away by the storm. There's a gap between the lynx's strength and Solem's. After fighting for just a few rounds, they were completely overwhelmed. The lynx was fighting with each other while trying to find a chance to escape, but the lynx's usual pride and speed, in front of Su Lin, it was simply useless, attempted to get out several times. As a result, all of them were caught up by Sulin, and the wolf's claws struck it viciously. The lynx had wounds all over its body. Even if the Fey's resistance is strong, but under a wound, the life force was still frantically draining away. The lynx was never meant to be known for its vitality. Finally, after sparring ferociously with Su Lin, for another dozen or so strikes, it's starting to hold up. It could feel, in its own weakness, they were even all starting to feel dizzy and feel like throwing up because of the blood loss. There were also several bloody, horrible wounds on his body. These wounds, all of which you could see the grimy white bones inside. Dying, the lynx, with its tragic flames, seemed to have seen its own end. As the king of Siberia, to escape the human huddle, it came to the North Pole. It was thought that the same can kill through the Arctic and make all species recognize it as a king. But I didn't expect to die under the claws of this white wolf just a few days after arriving. It's not willing. Ow! The lynx is clear. Sharp roars sounded again, with a powerful desire to survive. It was as if the light had returned to the. Once again, he fought with Su Lin. In this moment, the lynx's strength value of about 120 and speed value that surpassed 130 also seemed to have returned to its peak. Pawing, pawing, pawing. The sound of blood and flesh colliding, as well as the sound of sharp claws slicing through flesh, resounded once again in the blizzard. The blood of that Fey on the lynx. The smell of blood is more intense than in the common species. The smell of this blood began to fly in all directions along the whistling blizzard. In the face of the lynx's death throes, Sulin wasn't the least bit intimidated. His eyes were cold as he relied on his speed to suppress the lynx. Currently Surin's 180 speed value, in conjunction with the mellow force of being right-clawed. It's been pressing the lynx. But as long as the difference in strength is not too great, it is difficult to do a quick kill, especially when faced with, say, a Fey with strong resistance to blows. Pawing. Su Lin once again ruthlessly clawed, sending the lynx's not-so-big body flying out 7 or 8 meters away. The lynx's body landed with a thud. The agitated snow and ice splashed recklessly. The lynx's already small amount of blood once again spilled out of his mouth in large streams. It struggled to get up from the ground and, facing the approaching white wolf, It had a hint of shock in its eyes. The power of this white wolf was beyond its imagination. It would have thought that, relying on the talent of sneaking, even if he was not defeated by White Wolf, he could still withdraw with ease, but the White Wolf exploded with speed and attack power that completely shattered its idea. With the gift of the hunt, those two powerful and unparalleled strikes. It's bleeding from the shock of its internal organs, and it was those two strikes that, it was as if it was also announcing the end of its peak career. Ow! Sharp, mournful cries rang out. The lynx doesn't want to die. It has yet to reach its true peak. It can still grow if you give it time, but that's just wishful thinking on its part. Just as the lynx was getting up, another hard hit. It smashed at its skull. Pang! With being hit hard by the mellow force of the kacha, the lynx felt only the hardest of skulls. Under the continuous blows of a crack was struck. The pain from its skull spread throughout its entire nervous system. In those green eyes of the lynx, there was already a lot of bright red blood, but now it was filled with blood in a flash. It truly smells death. The lynx feels like it can't move. It wanted to die trying to bite off a piece of this white wolf's flesh and blood, but it can't do it anymore. The usually sensitive body was now heavy to the point of being unimaginable. It became a luxury for the lynx to even think about howling again. But this white wolf in front of him still didn't hold back in the slightest. Pang! Another heavy blow slammed hard into the lynx's neck. The sharp claws of the wolf left a deep bloody mark on the lynx's neck. This bloodstain cut through the lynx's throat, but there was no imagined situation where a lot of blood was splattered. For the lynx was covered in blood, and had already lost most of it from the wound. What had supported it in its battle until now was entirely just the ferocity in its bones. Present-day lynx, covered in blood. It's almost impossible to tell the color of its original fur. One eye was torn to shreds by a sharp wolf claw, and there were several gruesome wounds on his abdomen, with some of his intestines oozing out. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade Edu install the latest version. Even the hardest of skulls was struck with a crack under several vicious slaps. It's dying, with what's left of his life force frantically draining away. The lynx's body, too, finally fell heavily to the icy ground. The ferocious color of its blood-filled eyes faded away. As a lynx, it has hunted bison, musk deer, and defeated fierce tigers and brown bears. It has killed several even humans who are known to be exceptionally cunning. It kills through from Siberia to the North Pole. Wherever you go, I'll kill you wherever you go. It was as if there was no enemy left in nature, but this time, only to be hunted by the more powerful white wolf. The weak are the strong. It's as if it's a cycle that no one can escape. Huffing and puffing, and at this time, Su Lin, also gasping for breath, came to the lynx. Without further delay, because he and this lynx, killed and turned for tens of miles. This is no longer an area one is familiar with. It had even come to the territory of that large wolf pack, so he didn't want to linger too long. The sharp fangs pierced directly into the lynx's neck, tearing the wound in its throat again. The last bit of the lynx's life force was gone. Completely. In the tearing, there wasn't a bit of sparkle left in those eyes, either. The Fae from Siberia perished, and Solian got, as well, a rating and a reward for this fight. Take the weak with the strong. Bloodbath. The Battle of the Misery. Talent Showdown. Final victory. Target dead. Combat rating, S+. Rating for this battle, S+. Gained 1 enhancement serum, 1 talent serum, and 3 rejuvenation potions. This time with a rating of S+, and a lot of rewards. 2. Reinforcement serum and talent serum, both of which Su Lin had seen before. 3 rep potions and a glance at the presentation. He found out that it's used to regain stamina and status. The only thing that can't be recovered is the blood value, but it's also when it comes to a small undercard. After seeing the rewards, Solian then picked up the lynx's body and prepared to fold back into the cave. The lynx carcass was not heavy, weighing only 170 pounds, but it was hard to imagine that such a thin body had that kind of strength and speed. Just as Sulin, with the lynx carcass in his mouth, began to turn back, the rich bloody odor of Fey blood on the lynx was not completely blown away in the storm. There is still some residue. This lingering smell of blood spread along the way as Su Lin turned back. This spreading smell of blood also attracted the wolves in the area. A pair of green eyes glittered in the darkness of the night. Ow! 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 A howl that summoned the wolves began to rise and fall along the trail. The usual penetrating wolf howl could only travel 200 to 300 meters in the blizzard. But there are so many wolves in this area. Short time. There are those attracted by the smell of blood. There were summoned by the howling of wolves. One by one, the wolves began to converge on the pairs of wolf eyes that glowed with green light also looked extremely horrifying under the pitch-black night. Su Lin and the lynx, turning for dozens of miles. This was already the territory of the large, rampant, and powerful wolf pack. The lingering smell of fey blood along the trail. It made the eyes of this head of wolf clan flicker with longing. The smell of blood originally possessed the ultimate temptation for the wolf race, and the blood of the fey drives them straight to madness. Ow, ow, ow. Every wolf clan, faced with such a strong smell of blood, began to press the in their eyes and began to howl frantically to summon their companions. The wolf's howl doesn't carry. Just run along and convene. That large pack of 40 or 50 wolves, all retained under the polar night. It also began to converge at a very rapid pace. This large pack of wolves, after 2 or so months of expanding, nowadays, there were already hundreds of wolves, becoming the well-deserved overlord of this area. Even the bear clan can only tremble under their rule. Chapter 88. Surrounded by wolves. Killed to the point of insanity. Up. Ow. 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 The pack of wolves whistled. These wolves surrounded Su Lin's perimeter, following closely. A pair of greenish eyes. In the darkness of the night, it was as if a stern ghost was asking for its life. As these wolves grew in numbers, they grew bolder. They closed in on Su Lin, getting closer and closer. Many of these wolves had a ghostly green light in their eyes. Not only was he drooling at the fey that reeked of blood, he was even drooling at Su Lin. They all saw the majestic size of this white wolf and smelled the powerful aura that emanated from it, but they still haven't withdrawn. This was because the large wolf packs of today had long since run out of rivals in this area. Even the polar bears north of this area were hunted by them for a full 2. They are the rightful overlords of this area. They have no fear of any species. Of the large wolf packs, currently it had converged around the area, with nearly 100 heads. Ow, ow, ow. The wolves surrounding Su Lin were getting closer and closer, and the howling of the wolves seemed like it was right next to his ears. The king of the wolves in this large pack was not present. There were only 7 or 8 head wolves, commanding the entire field. Soon, one of the head wolves pressed on. It gave a long howl and, taking the lead, he led the 6 or 7 wolves under his command and launched a tentative attack against Su Lin. With a slight sweep, Su Lin's attributes of this head wolf appeared before his eyes. Race, Arctic Wolf. Grade, 6. Prana, 697. Endurance, 71. Strength, 67. Defense, 66. Speed, 63. The attributes of this head wolf and the original wolf father were not that far apart. Both are located in the most powerful Arctic wolves in level 6. Ow! With a long whistle from the head wolf, the pack wolf tactics were instantly activated, and several wolf clansmen encircled Su Lin from all directions, and this head wolf wanted to come forward and take the lynx carcass out of Su Lin's mouth, to act as a check. But, just as the head wolf had just stepped forward, its keen sixth sense was frantically signaling to it. Immediately following, it then just saw the majestic white wolf, finally dropping the prey in its mouth. A tyrannical and ferocious aura began to rise wantonly on that huge majestic wolf body. Ow! A loud and rough wolf howl completely drowned out all of their howls in an instant. It even briefly overpowered the whistling blizzard. Then, the eyes of this head wolf then saw the white wolf move. In a flash, this white wolf was like a white bolt of lightning. Before it had time to react at all, it came right up to it. The head wolf couldn't suppress the panic, the fear that showed in his eyes, but just as it was about to back away, but it was simply too late. The white wolf's terrifying right paw carried a harsh whistle that tore through the blizzard, slammed it hard into its forelock. Pang! It made all the wolves too late to react to the blow that, directly sending this head wolf flying out more than 10 meters away. At the front chest, there was also a wound where bones could be seen, cut open by the sharp wolf claws. Blood spurted wildly. The many wolf clans were briefly shocked by the white wolf. This vicious strike, but Solian still hadn't stopped, because he's a wolf himself. Understand deeply, a truth. It is better to hurt 10 fingers than to break one. For injuries, the wolves are not afraid, because they have the wolves behind them. Even if you're injured, you can still get some scraps, but death, it's something that will terrify them. A ferocious and ruthless aura rose from Su Lin's wolf eyes. He hadn't wanted to mess with this large wolf pack. After all, a large wolf pack this strong, even if there were no fey in it, with the Wolf King commanding the offense, it was enough to drain his own stamina alone. But nowadays, they seem to be the ones who don't want to let themselves out of here at all. These wolves, not just staring at the corpse of this lynx. Su Lin also realized from the exchange in their long howls that they actually wanted to keep themselves. This caused Su Lin to reveal those sharp fangs. Since this wolf pack, if you must fight, then fight. Not to give this wolf pack a bloody hard lesson. They don't know that in the Arctic, there are still existences they can't afford to mess with. With a speed of 60 or so meters per second, Su Lin once again flew at full speed. There was no chance at all for the head wolf. who had been the first to try to react. Another vicious claw slapped the head wolf against the icy ground, a blow with 150 points of power. The sinking and fierce force of this strike had surpassed that of a male grizzly bear. Pang! A vicious blow smashed the head of this alpha wolf deep into the ice and snow. Blood began to flow from its wolf's head, down its body, dyeing the surrounding ice and snow scarlet. The fact that this alpha wolf dared to take the lead meant that he was also a prima donna in the pack, but it picked on the wrong person today. Since you are the first to bare your teeth, you must be prepared to lose your life. Su Lin's green, ghostly wolf eyes glowed with endless ferocity. Ow! Ow! The miserable cry of the head wolf also sounded at this time, but soon it was drowned out again. It was because Su Lin had once again performed a vicious slap. Pang! This vicious blow slashed the throat of this head wolf. Then Su Lin's two front claws deadlocked the madly struggling head wolf. He bared his sharp fangs and, before the neighboring wolf clans had come to lay siege, directly breaking the skin and flesh of the head wolf's abdomen. The rip! With the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart, the head wolf was instantly disemboweled by Su Lin and never struggled again. Bloody blood dyed his all-white fur bright red. The fragments of the head wolf's internal organs that had been shattered by the two heavy blows also had stars splattered on Su Lin's fur. It made the tall and majestic Su Lin look like a rabid wolf crawling out of the underworld of hell. Ow! Immediately following, once again a loud, ragged wolf howl rang out and, accompanying this wolf's howl, there was also an increasingly strong aura on that majestic white wolf. At this moment, Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes that, wherever he looked, the wolves couldn't help but take several steps backwards. That's the power. That's what death brings, an unparalleled shock. But it's not enough. Such a shock wasn't enough to chill the entire wolf pack. The entire wolf pack confronted the bloodstained Solian. The atmosphere also seemed to be quiet, with only the sound of the storm whistling. But along with a few wolf howls, the solemnity boiled over. Several of the head wolves whistled long and loud, commanding the pack, and began to launch an attack. The wolves began to divide into echelons, rounding up Su Lin. Ow! 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 100 wolves whistled, and the ferocious and tyrannical aura in Su Lin's body rose to its peak. He had a chilling killing intent in his eyes. At present, if he wanted to return with the corpse of that lynx, then he could only rely on his strong combat strength and ferocious aura to completely kill through this wolf pack. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. Kill until they looked at themselves with awe and trepidation in their eyes. Chapter 89 Wolves Surrounding. Killing to the point of insanity, middle. With Surin's current defense. As long as you don't get hit by these wolves, ordinary wolves, then, were unable to break through their own fur and skin defenses, so some of the attacks that were clearly wolf raids and entanglements were simply ignored by him. Su Lin hardened himself against the wolves' attacks, only staring at the wolves that could pose a threat to him and dared to move the lynx's corpse before killing them. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade edu. Install the latest version, especially whichever wolf tries to move the lynx's carcass. He will kill. He sparred with the lynx for dozens of marks and turned the battle around for dozens of miles before decapitating him. There was no way he was going to give his prey away. He wanted to let this wolf pack know that if they wanted to prey on their prey, then they would have to pay the price in blood. A long wolf howl accompanied the whistling blizzard, rattling in the area. Pang! Su Lin struck a hard blow at a female wolf that came over and tried to take the lynx carcass away from him. The sharp claws of the wolf cut a horrible gash through it, from the wolf's head to its forehead. Blood gushed wildly and splattered indiscriminately, with a heavy force that shattered the internal organs of this female wolf, which was only a level 4. It was struck and sunk deep into the icy ground, never to rise again. A pair of green glowing wolf eyes revealed fear and dread for the white wolf in front of him. It was a bloodthirsty, frenzied wolf that it had never seen before. It's too vicious. It's too tough. As Su Lin killed the female wolf with a single blow that nearly killed her, the rest of the wolves around him began to quickly pounce on him, tearing at him frantically. The unique fierce light of the wolf race also flowed out from all the pairs of wolf eyes that were glowing with green light. But the vast majority of the wolves hadn't even broken through Su Lin's flesh, but the powerful bite still made him feel a burst of pain. Ow! Surin whistled angrily. Today you can only go in, not out. The sharp claws of the wolf were flashing with a life-threatening ghostly light. Pang! He struck hard, sending another charging wolf clan flying. It's a level 6 male wolf. The wolves are very resilient. Copper head, iron bones and tofu waist. That blow just now caused an extremely gruesome wound to appear on its wolf head. Blood flowed from the wound, staining its greenish eyes. However, under the command of the head wolf's urgent wolf howl, it was still humongous and desperate to charge up. Continuing to surround Su Lin, he began to tear. The number of wolves that climbed and bit at Su Lin's body increased. They attempted to topple the majestic white wolf as they tore into it. As soon as it's toppled over, then there's no more of this ghastly defense. Facing his soft belly. It was thought that even a female wolf would be enough to disembowel a white wolf. They didn't just want the corpse of this lynx. They wanted to kill this white wolf completely. Wolves round up and never use anything, even when faced with a polar bear whose defense, attack power, and chakra are all insurmountable. Still not grinding polar bears alive by attacking weakness after weakness? What about this white wolf? Ow, ow, ow. Frantic howls of wolves rose and fell. Su Lin struggled to fling his wolf body, which was nearly 3 meters in size, and threw off some of the wolves on his body. But soon enough, there were new wolves pouncing. Raw, laddered tactics. It was to consume him to death. Su Lin's wolf eyes carried an incomparably tyrannical killing intent. He bared his extremely sharp fangs. Seeing a level 5 male wolf that was trying to attack his flank, he moved quickly and pressed it under his paws. Under Su Lin's strong force, even though this wolf clan was struggling frantically, it could not be shaken at all. The sharp fangs pierced into the neck of this male wolf, started tearing hard. Blood also gushed from the male wolf's neck and into Su Lin's mouth. The blood of the wolves carried a foul odor, and the rest of the wolves exposed their necks when they saw Su Lin lowering his head and tearing it. Right away, there was a peak level 6 head wolf that ran wildly towards Su Lin. Pawing. A hard hit. It smashed towards Su Lin's neck wound. This neck wound had been slashed by a lynx and was on the verge of scabbing over with the healing gift, but with this heavy blow, the scab of the wound was instantly torn open and blood flowed out again. Ow! Su Lin whistled long and hard in pain. The neck wound with the flow of blood, and the loss of life force. In a fit of rage, he took the male wolf in his paws, bit down hard on the neck, and then yanked up menacingly. Rip! Under the furious force of the Surin, alive and well, tore the neck off of this male wolf. A bloody wolf's head with dead eyes was held in his mouth. This ferocious and tyrannical scene it caused a trace of fear to flash through the eyes of many of the wolves. But soon, at the command of the long howls from the head wolves in the rear, the pack then swarmed once more. Su Lin and the wolves, once again, fought together. Howls of madness, the sound of sharp claws cutting through flesh and blood, the mournful screams of and the whistling of the storm. It reverberated through the area. It's reasonable to assume that wolves weigh gains and losses when hunting. Once if the losses and gains are not proportional, they will recede. But Su Lin had already killed 3 whole wolf clans, even including a head wolf. The wolves, however, still didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Is fey flesh and blood that attractive? In Su Lin's wolf eyes, he looked at the wolf clans in the surrounding area that had gone before him and after him. It also raised the battle power of his body to the peak. Since they don't retreat, they continue to kill. Kill till you die spreads throughout the wolves. Su Lin's strength is fully mobilized. Frantically flinging himself around, he shook off several of the wolves that had pounced on him. Then at 60 or so meters per second, he headed for the head wolf that had just torn his own wound. Since he struck out at himself, he had to have the realization of death. Ow! Facing Su Lin's wind-like speed, a trace of panic obviously flashed through this head wolf's eyes as well. It howled, trying to get the wolves under his command to hold back this white wolf, but it was simply too late. 60 or so meters per second. In the blink of an eye, pawing, the vicious blow sent this head wolf flying out a dozen meters away. This heavy blow also caused the head wolf's mouth to spill large streams of blood, but immediately afterward, before this alpha wolf could hit the ground, the extremely fast Solemn then once again flew at him. The wolf's claw, as sharp as a blade, stabbed directly into the head wolf's abdomen the moment it hit the ground. The fangs then bit into its forehead as well. The alpha wolf senses the breath of death descending upon the. However, this head wolf did not retreat but advanced, and the wolf's eyes flashed with a ferocious look as it tore towards Su Lin. It wanted to make this white wolf cower by attacking, but it miscalculated. Without the slightest bit of fear, Su Lin hardened himself against the tearing bite of this head wolf. He pushed hard. Tear. A sound of ripping flesh and blood rang out. What followed was a shower of blood. Su Lin once again ripped a head wolf, alive, apart on the spot. Howl. Amidst the rain of blood, he whistled long and loud once again. In those cold wolf eyes, they scanned the entire pack. Chapter 90. Wolves surrounding, killing to the point of insanity. Next, huffing and puffing, with the brief shocking power of tearing the head wolf alive. Su Lin also had a moment to catch his breath. He and the lynx, having fought and turned for dozens of miles, had already consumed half of their physical strength. Now that he had killed 4 or 5 wolf clansmen, it caused his physical strength to be further depleted. Currently, there was still about a quarter of the stamina in the body. It's getting close to the alert level. If it ever falls to the 10% red line, like the last time he fought the grizzlies, it will affect the battle. But Surin still didn't leave. He also had 3 rejuvenation potions, after all the effort that went into hunting the lynx today. So this lynx must be brought back. There is no turning back. Kill the head wolf. Surin shifted tactics. It began to take the initiative, and an endless ferocious light erupted from its eyes. There are only 7 or 8 head wolves present, and 2 have already been killed. He didn't believe that if he killed a few more, this wolf pack would still not retreat. Without the alpha wolf, these wolves have no backbone. Large wolf packs are converged by smaller packs, and the alpha wolf continues to play a commanding and coordinating role when conducting hunts. Ow! 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 Under the urgent howls of the wolves once again pounce towards Su Lin. The wolves have switched tactics this time. 2 weak female wolves that only serve as sneak attacks, because the female wolf was in front of Solem. If you are hit in the vitals, you are likely to be killed in one blow. Even if this large wolf pack had more members, it could not withstand such attrition. The ones conducting the main attack and holding were clear of male wolves. Pang! Su Lin struck out viciously, knocking a male wolf in front of him off his feet. As the rest of the wolves wanted to be about to swoop down on themselves in an attempt to interfere with their fight again, Su Lin's speed directly erupted to its maximum. Shaking off the wolves, he darted toward the nearest head wolf above the snowy slope. It's only about 200 meters away. With Su Lin's speed, 3 or 4 seconds was all it took to arrive. The head wolf didn't run away even when it saw the fleetingly approaching Su Lin. Instead, he lunged and bit viciously. For the speed of this white wolf, it had commanded the battlefield for half a day and naturally knew it very well. That's a speed at which there's no escape. Therefore, the only way to fight head-on and delay this white wolf for a few moments would be to have a steady stream of wolf pack members coming to relieve themselves. But this head wolf overestimated his fighting strength. Before its fangs could reach Surin, it was struck with a vicious blow to the wolf's head. With a full 150 attack power, it was simply not something that a level 6 head wolf, could contend with. Even though the wolves are known to have bronze heads and iron bones, but this vicious blow also sent the swooping it flying back more than 10 meters. That wolf's head was also cut with several bloody scratches from the sharp wolf claws. Even one of the eyes was torn to shreds by the wolf's claws. It hurts. The extreme pain spread from the wolf's head, up and down his body. Even when rounding up polar bears, it had never been so badly injured. In order to block the white wolf's continued attack, the 2 male wolves, which were only about 20 meters apart, valiantly rushed over. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. They are under the command of this head wolf. If the head wolf did die, their status in this large pack would be in tatters. So they still launched a frantic attack even though they were facing the majestic white wolf that exuded an invincible aura. Tear and pounce. Staring exclusively at the wound on Su Lin's neck. Ow! Su Lin howled in rage, putting a charging male wolf in a death grip around the neck. He began to shake his head and shake it off. Sharp fangs, which soon tore its throat to shreds. The male wolf's life force also drained away with the rapid splash of blood. But this time, the other male wolf, too, rushed forward. Pang! A hard blow slammed into Su Lin's wound, tearing it apart some more. Surin loosened his fangs and, his green, blood-stained wolf eyes looked towards this male wolf attacking him. The male wolf suddenly only felt that he was being stared at by the god of death, with a cold feeling through his body. It couldn't help but back up and it was as if the only thing that could provide it with a shred of security was the huge wolf pack behind it. But the white wolf was too fast. Not even half a second. The white wolf came right up to it. Sharp wolf claws flashed through the howling blizzard, slit its throat straight through. It's too fast. By the time it reacted, it had all but seen the blood gushing out of its own throat. It was desperately trying to keep its head down, trying to stem the flow of blood, but there's no way to contain it. With the splattering of blood, it soon couldn't stand any longer, and its body swayed and collapsed on top of the icy ground. Only the abdomen was still rising and falling dramatically, and this time, Su Lin had already rushed towards, long ago, the head wolf that had been wounded by his own strike. He has unparalleled speed. No one could stop which wolf clan he wanted dead. Rising from those cold wolf eyes was a chilling killing intent. With the mournful howl of a wolf, Su Lin tore this head wolf, too, alive. But he didn't stop. Again, the killing frenzy began. 1 head, both ends, 3 heads. In the midst of a howling blizzard, the majestic and tall Su Lin was like a blood-colored demon moving at speed in the eyes of these wolves. In the wanton and merciless harvesting of their lives, between the blood flying, it also infested Su Lin's body with bright red. The smell of blood, so thick that it was almost pungent, had completely obscured his original scent. There was so much blood on his fur that it was scattering drop by drop towards the ground. It's too hard. It's too strong. How could there be such an invincible wolf clan? There was a hint of retreat in the eyes of many of the besieging wolves in the pack, as well as a hint of fear and trepidation. It was true that the wolves did not fear injury, but that did not mean that they did not fear death. Especially looking at that one strong head wolf, all of them were directly torn alive by the white wolf. Such bloody and cruel images have too shocking an impact for them. Kill to the madness. The number of wolf clans that had died under the sharp claws and fangs of this white wolf was already 10, scattering blood and guts all over the place. All the work of this majestic white wolf. No, the current Su Lin wasn't a white wolf anymore. He was already a blood-stained bloody wolf. Su Lin's current physical strength, after killing 3 more wolves in a row, it had dropped to a danger value. Huffing and puffing, he gasped violently, but all he could breathe in was that strong smell of blood. Nowadays, he was unable to mobilize his battle power to its peak, but even so, against the backdrop of a field of bloody corpses, surprisingly, there was no longer a single wolf clan in the entire pack that dared to attack him. The powerful aura that rose recklessly made all the wolf clans just feel like a bloodthirsty beast, so heavy that they couldn't catch their breath. Su Lin took out the heart of the other head wolf that had died under his paw, then swallowed it right into his mouth, chewing on it in a big gulp. The blood that was chewed from his heart was also replenishing his starry stamina value. Nowadays, under the whistling cold wind, Su Lin alone forced the entire wolf pack to start avoiding it. Once he had swallowed the heart of that head wolf into his stomach, he made his way to the lynx carcass once more. The lynx carcass was about to be carried off by a level 6 male wolf, but after seeing Su Lin, who was covered in blood, walk over to him, the male wolf's sixth sense, then, was frantically hinting at danger. It was originally on its feet, and it was as if it couldn't take a step. Subsequently, Su Lin got closer and closer. Those green eyes just stared at it silently. This caused him to relent, and to loosen his hold on the lynx's mouth, but the sense of danger didn't subside. Ow! Under this great oppressive force, this male wolf let out a long howl. He doesn't want to be killed, trying to back up fast, retreat to the wolves, but just as it was only halfway through its howl, it drifted off as if it had been strangled. Su Lin, who had exhausted his physical strength, really didn't have his peak battle power anymore, but it was easy to crush a level 6 male wolf. Pang! A vicious blow slashed the male wolf's throat, then another blow that slapped it against the icy ground. The wolf's claws were pressed dead against the male's head. Those sharp fangs also began to tear bite after bite of flesh and blood from this male wolf. Ow! 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 Such a tragic scene immediately caused the wolf howls, which had originally subsided for a moment, to rise and fall once again. Among them were not only the miserable wails of this male wolf, but also the colorful howls of the rest of the wolf clan, attempting to try and get Solian to let go of the male wolf by howling. But Su Lin turned a blind eye, as if he hadn't heard the slightest sound, for this large wolf pack has begun to cower. He is now trying to make them die with this awe in their hearts. The male wolf's flesh and blood was swallowed into Su Lin's stomach. Ding! Host feeds on Arctic wolf, gaining 0.1 points of evolution value. Due to the fact that between the same race, the genes and blood are the same, only the lowest evolutionary value can be provided. However, the blood and flesh swallowed into the stomach were converted into energy under the superb digestive power. Solian still had no intention of using a recovery potion, for this large wolf pack had been emboldened, and as long as he could return safely to the cave, then this little injury would recover in a few days with the healing talent. Physical strength can also be quickly replenished back by resting and eating, and the rep potion can be used as a base card for yourself. After swallowing in a few pieces of flesh and blood, the male wolf was also finally lifeless. At this moment, Su Lin also raised his wolf head, a pair of blood-stained wolf eyes sweeping across the entire wolf pack. In the midst of a howling blizzard, Surin, who was covered in blood, in this moment had made these wolf clans who had fought for a long time only feel fear and trepidation. Solian was feeling a little worn out and, even the footing is a little wobbly. There's that feeling of weakness again, after the big fight with the grizzlies in the first place. However, the aura rising from his body did not weaken in the slightest. Su Lin picked up the lynx's body and began to turn back again. It's not a fast walk, but this time, there were no wolves, who dared to come up and block it. In the midst of the whistling blizzard, Su Lin dragged his blood-stained body as far as he could. Just as the pack of wolves watched, it disappeared from their sight. Su Lin fought alone against an entire large wolf pack, killing until there was blood, guts, and corpses all over the place. The remaining wolves, sniffing down at the blood on the ground. It's all a bit of a feeling of pathos. Especially those bee-wolves and Ohio wolves who had died with the head wolf were howling in grief. Then each took the carcasses of their own wolves in their mouths and all began to return as well. For the first time, this large wolf pack, which had been strong and unrivaled since the passage of the polar night, had suffered such a heavy blow. And the departure of Surin. It was also a slow journey back to the cave through the blizzard. This way, no further encounters with the rest of the hunters. Having returned safely to the cave, his strength was almost exhausted, and Su Lin's hair, which was covered in blood, also caused several of the wolves in the cave, who were already sleeping soundly, to crawl up in a flash, started to come up and sniff worriedly at Surin. Ow! Surin let out a low howl, signaling that he was fine. But Ash, Cousin and the little lone wolf, they didn't back away. Even the wolf girl howled with childish heartache. Sulin's stamina was already almost exhausted, and he didn't pacify them anymore. He just carried the lynx corpse to a corner. It's a fae, and the only adult fae he's hunted so far. Sulin took an evolutionary potion and waited for the cold energy to spread throughout his body before, just from the lynx carcass, he tore a piece of flesh and blood and swallowed it in his stomach. Ding! Host feeds on a fae lynx and gains 60 evolution points. This bite was 60 points of evolutionary value, causing him, who had gone through a series of great battles, to finally have a sliver of solace. Not all this effort for nothing. And the meat of the fae lynx is not as hairy and faggy as that of the common lynx. Instead, it was delicious, sweet and tender. The flesh of this fae was not frozen even though there was such a big blizzard outside. The only downside is that the blood of the lynx was almost drained in the tussle, making it 2 or 3 points less delicious. Fae meat, in addition to providing a large amount of evolutionary values, there's also an abundance of nutrients and energy, and when you eat it in your stomach, you get a bit of a warm and fuzzy feeling. Sulin began to devour it in one big gulp. Ding! Host feeds on a fae lynx and gains 57 evolution points. Ding! The host has eaten a fae lynx and gained 54 evolution points. Ding! The host has eaten a fae lynx and gained 51 points of evolutionary value. He's swallowing fast. It didn't take long to get in 10 pounds of lynx meat. Gained nearly 400 evolution points. With Su Lin's current level 8 food consumption, it was possible to eat close to 40 pounds of food in one meal. The flesh of the fae species, with its massive energy nutrients, felt satiated after eating about 10 pounds. He didn't continue eating this lynx meat. Solian had no intention of letting the wolves just feed. On the one hand, there's still a lot of evolutionary value to be gained. On the other hand, the meat of ordinary species could be eaten as much as they wanted, but the meat of the fae species, Sulin would give them a share, especially a heartless one like Wolfie. You can't digest even if you eat too much of it. The vast energy and nutrients in the fae's flesh and blood. After Surin had his fill, then he came to the entrance of the cave, shook the blood from the fur on his body, and also shook off a lot of ice ballast that was scarlet with blood. Next, then he went back to his place in the cave and began to huff and puff. This night, killing lynxes and a dozen wolves in a row, it made him too tired. Chapter 31, The Heart of the Lynx. The next day, when Sulin woke up, it was dark again. This sleep was quite long. The wounds on his body were all scabbed over. With the gift of healing, it's estimated that he'll be fully recovered in 2 or 3 days. Physical strength is also back by 1/2, especially since the lynx meat I ate yesterday still makes it feel all warm and fuzzy now. Right, it's time to find the best parts of the lynx body. After Surin got up, once again to the lynx carcass. Species over level 10 generally have some essential parts on their carapace. This fae lynx also has a natural. Sulin first cut the flesh of the lynx's chest, once again, completely open, not looking at all. A quick glance showed the heart inside that had stopped beating for a long time, still emitting a faint fluorescent light. While the essential parts of common species are bland, the fae ones are obvious. Surin didn't hesitate, directly took the lynx's heart, pulled it out and ate it in his mouth. The heart of the lynx. There was still quite a bit of blood left and it was very juicy to eat. The blood of the lynx is also sweet enough to be compared to deer blood. After swallowing it in the stomach, he felt that the lynx's heart was quickly converted into a huge energy that surged through his whole body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the heart of a fae lynx and gaining an evolution value of 600. 600 evolutionary value. This directly caused Sulin's path to advance to level 9 to take another big, steady step. The 600 evolutionary values were equal to the sum of the evolutionary values that Sulin had gained from swallowing several new species before. This shows that hunting fae is imperative in the future, because the evolutionary value provided by the fae was too huge. Even the meat is so much tastier than the normal species, by far. That big grizzly should be observed sometime. Essence light exploded in Sulin's eyes, but that fae grizzly bear was strong, extremely strong, with only speed being the shortcoming. Next, after devouring the heart of the lynx, he then took a big bite of another 7 or 8 pounds of lynx meat. These lynx meats, once again, provided over 200 evolution points. Nowadays, this one fae lynx was already providing Sulin with thousands of points of evolutionary value. The meat of the fae lynx is sweet and tender. Even in the frigid temperatures of the Arctic it remains unfrozen and retains its original flavor. Su Lin tore off a few pieces of flesh and blood from the lynx carcass and began to distribute them to the members of the wolf pack in turn. Little Lone Wolf and Little Gray share the most. They are fey and can withstand and absorb the most energetic nutrients. Give them both 5 pounds each. The rest of the cousins split 2 pounds, while the gray and white coyote and the wolf sister were half a pound each. For 2 little pups that haven't even reached level 3, the massive energy contained in this half pound of fey meat would be enough for them to digest for a long time. Ow, ow, ow. Howls of surprise rang out from all of the wolves even after being given their share of food. While several of the wolves were devouring the Su Lin also quietly used an evolutionary potion on the little lone wolf. He wanted to see if the evolutionary potion, if it would work on the rest of the members of if the same could be done to speed up their growth. It could also be used to boost the strength of the wolves as further evolutionary potions were added in the future. Especially Ash and Lone Wolf Jr. These two Fae will be bound to become their right-hand men. At this time, Su Lin came to the cave entrance and looked at the blizzard that was still whistling outside, realizing that it hadn't stopped in the slightest. This storm has been going on for 3 days now. If we keep scraping like this for a few more days, I'm afraid that all the prey in the territory will starve to death if they don't freeze to death. It's rare for a storm to be this big and last this long. Surin returned to his position from the cave. Yesterday, against that large wolf pack, Su Lin was a bit regretful that he didn't get a combat rating. After all, in the end it's tougher to go up against the wolves than it is to go up against the lynx. A wolf pack of nearly 100 is definitely not just talk. On top of that, the wolf king that didn't appear. Su Lin guessed that it should also be a fae, because many powerful alpha wolves have reached the limits of what the Arctic wolf species can achieve. If you want to powerfully suppress these head wolves, it's not fae to say no. It is also only the fae that can break through the upper limit of their own species. Also playing against the lynx and getting rewards is still fine. In addition to the 3 rejuvenation potions, there was also a talent serum and a reinforcement serum. All are must-haves for empowerment. Strengthening the serum due to the need for considerable stamina and also to combat the pain that lasts for a long time. Therefore, Su Lin was the first to take out the talent serum. Ding! Is the natural serum being used? After Su Lin took the talent serum out, a tantalizingly gray alert message followed and floated before his eyes. Use. Solian had already used the talent serum once. He hoped that this time, the talent serum that was reinforced was the hunting talent. After all, through this confrontation with the lynx, Su Lin had already discovered that the D-rank hunting talent, compared to the lynx's C-rank lurking talent, was too short in terms of duration alone. The lynx's C-level lurking lasted about 10 minutes almost from start to finish. If it was a hunting talent, it would have lasted 10 minutes. 2. His strength, then, would be substantially enhanced. After the use of the gifted serum, a comforting warmth began to appear within Su Lin's body. This warmth spread all over his body and also rushed into his limbs. The warmth is being absorbed very quickly. It didn't take a moment for it to disappear completely. The ending, however, still left Su Lin slightly regretful. Ding! The healing talent has been successfully strengthened and advanced to a B-rank talent. Tantalizing gray message pops up. It's the healing talent again, which has been enhanced to B-rank. At this time the detailed introduction of the B-rank healing talent also appeared. Healing, B-rank, passive talent. Wounds heal 100 times faster. Immune to toxins. Immune to fungal infections. And are equally effective against psychic and radiation-based wounds. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch. Read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. Duration, permanent. Cooldown, none. A B-rated healing gift. The rate of healing increased to 100 times. 100 times. This recovery is amazing. Generally speaking, even if the injury is serious, with abundant food, 200 to 300 days can be recuperated. With the healing gift, that's almost 2 or 3 days to fully recover. And not to mention the minor injuries, which may have begun to scab over and heal before they were even out of the fight. Terrific recovery. It was hard for Su Lin to imagine how strong this healing talent would be if it advanced again. The injuries on his body now, under 100-fold acceleration. It was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few hours for them to be completely healed. Su Lin could feel an itchy sensation as the flesh and blood of the neck wound grew rapidly. As for that large pack yesterday, the rest of the wolves tore through the. None of them broke through Su Lin's skin and flesh defense. Chapter 92 Strength Surge. Alliance Meeting, Request Subscription. Su Lin's current defense was equally amazing, with a defense that rivals that of a grizzly bear. As long as they weren't attacked to their weak points, the wolves were simply helpless. Su Lin, who had finished using the talent serum, was feeling the power of the upgraded healing talent. And at this point, Ash, the little lone wolf, his cousin, and the 2 cubs, all finished their share of Fey meat as well. Obviously, the massive energy and nutrients of Fey meat are not that easy to digest. Even the frigid Arctic caused a wisp of heat to start on all of their wolves' heads, especially the wolf sisters and the gray and white coyotes. Even after eating only half a kilogram of Fey lynx meat, they all felt hot. Once again, the fight began in the cave. Ow, ow, Ash is feeling pretty braced, too, running out of the cave and starting to howl and run under the immense amount of energy in his body. For a scene like this, Surin didn't care about them, either. It was normal to have a somewhat large reaction to eating Fey flesh and blood for the first time. When they digested the energy in these Fey's flesh and blood, they were expected to make considerable progress. And this time, in a Billy's conference hall, the world's biggest names at the pinnacle of power gathered together. There are people of all races and colors. A group of men and women in suits were looking at many images on several huge screens. In the eyes of these people, a flash of shock crossed from time to time. Silence. Then a white-haired old man, sitting in the most prominent position, stepped forward and spoke out after the. It was only gradually that the entire brightly lit conference room fell silent. But on anyone's face, there wasn't the slightest hint of relief. I'm sure you all already know what this called meeting is about, and I'm sure you've all realized what we're about to face. So, I think we should all come up with a solution. When this old man had finished, the whole room was silent for a few moments. And, one person of the American nation was the first to speak out. This ice age is coming on strong, with blizzards and cold spells in the Arctic and Antarctic for several consecutive days, which have begun to sweep through the countries. In addition to the countless natural disasters everywhere, the Pacific Ocean tsunami has caused severe damage to Sakura, Korea, and the Hawaii Islands, with a conservative estimate of at least 5 million lives lost. The snake riots in the Indies have also led to millions of deaths in the country. A massive 11.7 magnitude earthquake in the western part of the Dragon Kingdom affected several Dao states, implicating tens of millions of people. Therefore I feel that the time has come to become a human alliance. Under the Ice Age, the only way for humans to safely pass through and renew our human splendor is to join forces. Agreed. Agree to form the Human League. The American country and the prestige is very heavy. The words fall on the ground. There are a lot of people began to second the motion. After the final vote, apart from the neutrality expressed by the great powers such as Russia, the Dragon, the remaining countries have joined the Human League. The state of the Americas is the head of the Union. First order of business, establish dozens of AmeriCorps-dominated human fortresses. The second thing is that since the Arctic, Antarctica, Egypt, the rainforests and other places have lost their signals and are also the worst places for natural disasters, they are all marked as red danger zones, warning humans not to go there unless they have to. The third thing is to build 10 Noah's Arks to preserve the fire of mankind to prevent the most extreme situations under natural disasters. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade EDU. Install the latest version. The fourth thing is to unite scientists from various countries to explore the secret of the recent rapid evolution of individual species. Under this sudden and great ice age, the big names at the top of the powers that be are also worried. All are worried about the world to come and what it will be like. The time has passed. It's 3 days later. The blizzard that was howling outside still had no intention of stopping. This caused Su Lin to lead the wolves to drive the prey on the collared ground to a cave with quite a bit of moss over the course of the last few days. This prevents them from freezing and starving to death. These prey, after all, also represented food for future wolves. Sure, if they all do freeze to death, maybe you don't need to worry about food this year. But next year it's hard to say. And with a blizzard of this magnitude, those that did freeze to death were quickly overwhelmed by the storm. Beyond that, during this time, the strength of the members of the wolf pack had also grown rapidly. The wolf sister and the gray and white coyote had both broken through to level 3, and the two cubs were no longer considered cubs and were about to be considered adults. Both Cousin and Little Gray had also improved significantly after eating several pounds of Fey blood and flesh. Cousin took a big step forward on the way to level 4, and was not far from breaking through to level 5. Little Ash was also heading towards a level 6 Fey, steadily advancing. And Little Lone Wolf is the fastest growing, after being catalyzed by an evolutionary potion, plus it was purposely given more Fey blood and flesh in the past few days. This caused Little Lone Wolf to have broken through to level 5, completely catching up with Ash. A level 5 Fey gives Little Lone Wolf a more powerful battlefield. With the ferocity of the Little Lone Wolf, even the old wolf father is no longer its match. Surin, after returning to the cave, once again, he gave some of the Fey meat to a few of the cubs, and he also fed another 10 pounds or so. Now altogether, by feeding on this Fey lynx, Solian had already gained 400 evolution points. That's a pretty scary number that, even the Fey flesh evolution value is cut to a minimum. Not 0, 1, but 1, Taking into account the increase of the evolution potion, even if it was cut down to the lowest value, 1 bite would have 3 points of evolution value. So in the future, when you have the chance, you should still focus on hunting Fae. Nowadays, Su Lin's physical strength had also recovered to its peak long ago, and his condition was also very good. He began to decide to use the enhanced serum he had acquired. I wonder what parts will be enhanced this time. The last time I strengthened my heart, it brought a strong increase in strength, and the heart beats and supplies blood with sufficient force. Therefore, even though Su Lin was currently only holding 1,000 points of blood, in reality, in battle, his vitality was tenacious and terrifying. A heart that has been strengthened can produce and deliver fresh blood faster than an unusual heart. It's about as strong as the Fae's resistance to blows. Pretty much. It's all about some hidden strength bonus. If the brain was strengthened this time, then it was thought that it would not only have a hard attribute bonus, but would also have quite a few hidden strength bonuses. Ding! Is the reinforcing serum being used? Use. Solian's already used the reinforcing serum twice. There was already a high level of tolerance after that familiar rolling energy appeared. For this energy, pain and pleasure. Not a moment too soon. Instead of pouring into the wolf's head, this rolling energy poured into the flesh. The flesh began to feel a sharp pain, but with the previous example of the last time he strengthened his heart, the pain was acceptable. Under the searing heat of this boiling energy, it lasted about an hour or so before the energy was completely absorbed, and the flesh and skin all over Su Lin's wolf body felt tighter and more elastic than usual, and his defense had become stronger. Originally there were still quite a few traces of blood in the hair, but also under this rolling energy, the blood scabs were all evaporated, once again restoring the original color of white as snow. Phew! Surin let out a long breath and he only felt that after his skin and flesh were strengthened, not only his defense, but even his physical strength was much more abundant. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Grade, 8. Blood pressure, 1000. Endurance, 120. Strength, 100. Defense, 150. Speed, 180. Evolutionary value, 1473. Talent, hunting for healing. A new panel of attributes appeared before the eyes of Su Lin. Found that after strengthening his skin and flesh, his endurance and defense values increased. Defense in particular has increased by 50 points directly. Nowadays, Su Lin's defense was already comparable to that of a grizzly bear or even a polar bear. As long as you're not hit in the head, it was already difficult for ordinary species to break through Su Lin's defense. His strength, once again, received a huge boost. Such strength, Su Lin had already been considered to be at the top of the entire Arctic food chain. Next, Su Lin planned to wait for the blizzard to stop and then go check out the big grizzly bears and the few polar bears in the area. Currently, he was only 1,000 or so evolutionary points away from level 9. It was thought that by swallowing a few more new species, it would be able to advance again. At this time, in Su Lin's heart, he also felt joy for the increase in his strength. But looking out at the howling blizzard, he quickly thought of the Snow Lord he had been staring at the other day. I almost forgot. There are still a few Snow Lords left to capture. With a blizzard of this magnitude, it was assumed that the Snow Lords would all be in their nests. It just happens to be considered a godsend. Su Lin didn't greet Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf this time. After all, it was a hunt for flying Snow Lords. They couldn't play much of a role. Chapter 93 Wind and Snow Hunt. Snow Lords fight for their lives. Su Lin left the cave, his majestic and tall wolf body disappearing into the blizzard. The Snow Lord is a fierce bird in the Arctic, belonging to the larger owl family. It's about 70 or 80 centimeters in size, which isn't very big. However, the ability to fly and its extremely acute senses also make the Snow Baron very difficult to capture, and there are not many natural predators in the Arctic. On weekdays it feeds on Arctic rabbits, lemmings or insects. Against this kind of mongrel, in fact, the lurking talent of the Fey Lynx is much more to be effective, because the Snow Lords are not strong, but just win in flying and sharp senses. At this time, Su Lin advanced quickly through the blizzard, and it didn't take him long to arrive at a treacherous high mountain. There are also a number of shrubs and scrub grasses growing high up in the mountains, which also provide better cover for the Snow Lord's nests. Nowadays the storm is whistling positively chilly. For such a treacherous mountain, with his strength, it was easy to climb up. Put. There was the sound of a wolf's paw sinking lightly into the snow, and then Solian began to climb quickly. The whistling blizzard and the surrounding lush shrubs and grasses also managed to obscure Su Lin's figure. Soon, on a gentle slope in the hillside, he saw a grayish-white Snow Lord that was twittering and waving its wings as it began to fortify its nest again. This sudden and long-lasting blizzard has affected every Arctic creature. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade Edu install the latest version. Usually the nests of snow lords were built solidly, but this time they were still shaken by the blizzard. The female snow lord looked at the several small snow lords that were freezing inside the nest, and could only desperately carry a shrub branch to reinforce the nest, and by the way, she also picked up quite a bit of irrigation grass to plug the gaps in the nest. That's what keeps the little snow lord inside, feeling a little warm, and Su Lin, creeping not far away, had already gotten a good look at the female snow lord's figure. Species, snow lords. Grade, 4. Air and blood, 357. Endurance, 53. Strength, 43. Defense, 21. Speed, 57. This female snow lord's attributes were mediocre, with weak defense and blood values. In terms of Su Lin's current attack power, as long as a strike hit the snow lord, there was a high probability that it would directly result in its life. Goo! Goo! The snow lord chirped to comfort his cubs while still struggling to hold on to twigs to reinforce the nest. This scene is very touching when viewed from a human perspective, but Su Lin didn't feel much of anything. The benevolence and morality of the past had become tantalizing after being reborn as a wolf, and the scene also meant that the female snow lord, with a broken and vital, with a few small cubs as weights, I'm afraid it wouldn't dare to fly away. In the middle of the blizzard, the female snow lord took half a day's worth of shrub branches in succession before she finally managed to secure her nest. Looking at the nest, a few small cubs were not freezing and cooing. This also caused a hint of relief to flash through the snow lord's eyes, but it was just when this snow lord was relaxing that the Su Lin had already crept to a distance of, well, less than 60 meters. That's enough distance. His tantalizing blue wolf eyes showed a fierce light. In an instant, Solian bounced to start, bringing speed to its full peak. It took only a second to get from the place where he was creeping to the snow lord's nest. This was still due to the terrain blocking the way, otherwise it would have been even faster. The snow lord's nest was located at a higher geographic location, but Su Lin had a height of 7 or 8 meters when he made a flying lunge while running at full speed. Pang! Enhanced right claw. Vicious strike. That high power value of 150 hit the female snow lord with precision. It even slapped the nest, which had just been reinforced, completely to pieces in the process. Several small snow lords also screamed in panic and fell from their nests. The bushy branches and scrub grass that had built the nest were also strewn about in the fierce blizzard. The female snow lord that was hit, on the other hand, didn't have a high chi blood value to begin with. This heavy and fierce strike from Su Lin didn't just knock the snow lord straight down from its nest. The sharp wolf claws even instantly tore its fur and flesh right through, and even one of those wings was slashed. The female snow lord that fell to the ground had only blood flowing freely. In panic and fear, it fluttered laboriously, but it could not fly. Eventually sensing Surin's presence, it looked at the majestic and tall white wolf, and the look of panic in its eyes intensified. But still, he leaned desperately towards the little cub, stretched out his one remaining wing, wanting to try and defend his child. But a snow lord that couldn't fly was fish and meat on a eucalyptus board in front of Su Lin. After all, not to mention the snow lords, even the bear clan, which possessed a huge value of chi and blood. On land, it could only perish under the sharp claws of a wolf. Su Lin looked at the snow lord who was still trying to struggle and protect the child and directly gave the female snow lord a painful death. He reached out and smashed his claw hard on the snow lord's head, ending its life. The ruthless Su Lin caused fear and horror to be in the eyes of the several small snow lords, and became an uncompromising demon in their eyes as well. But just as Surin, too, was about to give a couple of little guys a hard time, suddenly, a snow lord sound with grief and extremely sharp rang out from behind. Coo, coo, coo. The sound of the snow lord was so loud that it came through the blizzard from 200 to 300 meters away. Su Lin quickly turned around, a pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes looking behind him. Soon after, he discovered that in the ice and snow, a giant snow lord with wings spread out and a body size of 2 meters and 7 or 8 feet was flying towards him, and the flight speed was extremely fast, with a speed of about 40 meters per second. When Su Lin saw this scene, his eyes stared. Fae. There was no need to adjust the data panel to know that this was definitely a fae that had pushed the limits of the species. Looking at the giant snow lord with a ferocious aura that was swooping towards him, Su Lin didn't retreat in the slightest. With a long howl, the murderous and ruthless aura on his body also rose up once again. What's the harm in fae? It wasn't like he hadn't killed before. They were all fuel for his evolutionary path. The sharp wolf claws popped out fully as well, glinting with an eerie cold glow in the frigid blizzard. Su Lin also flew quickly, and then with the help of the speed of more than 60 meters per second, he leaped a full 8 meters high. In the air he had gotten a perfectly clear view of the hideous, ghastly look in the huge snow lord's big eyes. It could be seen that this snow lord should be the father of these little snow lords. I just wonder how such a large size mated with that poor female snow lord? But the thought flickered and ferocity and viciousness still erupted in his eyes. he killed the female snow lord. So what? The weak and the strong are inherently the strongest laws in nature. Before the booming howls of wolves and the shrill of snow lords had dissipated in the blizzard, Su Lin's sharp wolf claw was just meters in midair, and the snow lord's sharp claw clashed hard. Chapter 94 Aerial Sparring. Exciting talents. Ping. A violent crash in midair. It instantly caused Su Lin to fall from meters, and the strong recoil caused him to fall back a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. The giant snow lord was also nearly knocked out of the air by Su Lin's strike. It hovered in the air again for 20 or 30 seconds before the flight was maintained. This giant snow lord looked at the majestic white wolf with more than a hint of gravity in his eyes. Through that powerful strike collision just now, it had been very clear that once it landed, without its aerial advantage, it would hardly be a match for this majestic white wolf. At this time, the snow lord threw the carcass of the Arctic rabbit he had just captured in his mouth, out of the air. Those large, dark eyes looked toward the white wolf with gravity, but also with a grief-induced flame of rage. Phew! Su Lin raised his head, looked at the snow lord still hovering in the air, and let out a long breath. With a thought, the attribute panel of this giant snow lord also appeared before his eyes. Species, Snow Lords. Level, 10. Blood and Chi, 985. Endurance, 112. Strength, 98. Defense, 57. Speed, 143. Talent, Agitation. This Snow Lord's attributes were incomparably different from a lynx. It's also level 10, but the defense is way weaker. However, the Snow Lord is a flying fierce bird and has a natural aerial advantage, relatively more difficult to deal with than the lynx. However, there was no fear flashing in Su Lin's eyes. Instead, there was the excitement of the hunt. This giant Snow Lord, too, weighed at least 100 pounds. If the hunt was successful, then his breakthrough to level 9 would be just around the corner. With that in mind, Su Lin returned to the female Snow Lord. Directly revealing his sharp fangs, he disemboweled the female Snow Lord once again. It began to tear off a piece of flesh and blood from the inside, devouring it in one big gulp. Ow! At the same time, Su Lin let out a long howl at the giant Snow Lord. The provocative intent of this is self-evident. The efficacy of the evolution potion that Su Lin had used hadn't receded yet, and he still gained a large amount of evolution value from swallowing a mouthful of ordinary Snow Lord meat. Ding! Host feeds on the Snow Lords and gains 15 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Host feeds on Snow Lord, gaining 14. 5 evolution points. Ding! Host feeds on Snow Lords and gains 14 evolution points. The giant Snow Lord hovering in the air had wanted to find a chance to save a few of his children before fighting this majestic white wolf to the death. But Su Lin's reckless feeding on his mate's corpse made him finally lose his mind. A frenzied, shrill chirping began. Coo coo coo! With monstrous hatred, the Snow Lord attacked toward Su Lin at an extremely fast speed. The flying snow and ice in the air also drifted along with the Snow Lord's rapidly moving figure. Flew! A sound that cut through the air resonated through the blizzard. The Snow Lord 143 speed allowed it to fly full flight dives to over 40 meters per second. That's a pretty amazing speed. But Surin was faster than it. A glint of ice flashed in the tantalizing blue wolf's eyes before he bounced to start. With the speed of running, a leap of more than 8 meters high. This height has the city's full 2-story height. Surin's sharp wolf claws popped out completely and he didn't want to collide with the Snow Lord this time. Instead he wanted to heavily damage both of the Snow Lord's wings so that it would only be forced to fight with himself on the ground. Coo coo coo! The Snow Lords roared. With a high IQ, it had already seen Su Lin's intentions. It deflected slightly, causing the wolf's claws to lash out. And its sharp claws didn't build up to anything, only scratching off a few handfuls of snow-white fur on this majestic white wolf. Both sides crossed paths. Su Lin's body fell from meters in midair, stirring up gusts of ice and snow. Ow! After Su Lin climbed up, he looked up to the sky and roared. Wolf howls blasted through the air. His pair of tantalizingly blue eyes stared at the Snow Lords with a heavier and heavier sense of morose coldness. The Fae's intelligence wasn't low. Not only did it dodge its own attack, but it also left a few scratches on its flesh. But the strong defense of up to 150 made it not so easy to injure yourself. Coo coo coo! The Snow Lord's chirp sounded again. The cry sounded low and not the least bit powerful, but the shrill sound was so loud that it could be carried far away for 200 to 300 meters even in the whistling blizzard. The Snow Lord turned his body around and once again lunged at Su Lin. Both sides fought again. In the ice and snow, the wolves and Snow Lords exchanged blows again and again. In the blink of an eye, we'll be exchanging a dozen round trips. Surin dodged and attacked back and forth across the treacherous mountains. If someone filmed the scene and posted it on the internet, it could definitely cause a furor. The wolves and the Snow Lords, the land and the sky, the two that were originally at odds with each other, just whistling furiously in the icy sky and snow, in a crazy sparring match. Su Lin's fur was scratched off quite a bit by the Snow Lord, and even a bloody mark was made at the wolf's head. Blood spilled out slightly, causing Su Lin and the storm to add a touch of ferocity. Both sides possess great speed. In the midst of the violent sparring, if any unusual species saw it, they would only feel dazzled. Pang! The Snow Lord's sharp claws scratched a mound of ice and snow to pieces, but Su Lin had already flashed to the side, followed by a leap in place, and his blade-like wolf claws whistled harshly in the frigid air. The Snow Lord dodged and was cut through the wing. There was a shaking of his body in the air. It knew it couldn't land on the ground or it would inevitably be torn apart alive by the majestic white wolf. Thus a grayish-white fluorescence emanated from his body, and then soon this fluorescence was internalized into his torso, followed by the Snow Lord's body seemed to have grown a circle in size out of thin air. The large, dark-colored eyes also turned a ghastly shade of gray. The sharp claws in the Lord's mouth also became sharper. Soon, it stabilized itself. Then with endless flames of indignation and rage in his eyes, he lunged toward Su Lin once again. But this time, it was extremely fast. Flew, cutting through the air. The speed reached nearly 70 meters per second. It was even faster than Su Lin's speed, and at such a close distance, Su Lin couldn't dodge in time, so he could only stretch out his wolf claws to resist. Pang! The sharp claws in Su Lin's white wolf claws once again clashed hard together, but the Snow Lord's body didn't sway a bit. Instead, it was Surin who took a dozen steps backwards. He once again looked towards the Snow Lord and realized that the Snow Lord's strength and speed had all but surpassed his own. The gift of agitation. Su Lin knew that the Snow Lord had opened a talent, and it was the same type of talent as his hunting. It was only the C-ranked excitement talent that was comparable to the increase in his own D-ranked hunting talent. But think of the duration. It's a little longer. But Su Lin is fearless. He let out a long whistle and, as the wolf's howl sounded, Su Lin's eyes began to translucence a blood-like scarlet color. The limbs also became a circle thicker, and the aura on the majestic wolf's body was rising up recklessly. The gift of the hunt. His tantalizing blue wolf eyes radiated a fierce intent. Talent. Anyone, as long as this Snow Lord really wants to fight himself in a hard bloodbath. Then what separates the winners from the losers is often that decisive few blows. Su Lin began to mobilize his entire body's battle power, adjusting his body's aura and manic explosive power to the absolute peak. Ow! Coo coo coo! The long whistles of the white wolves and the angry chirps of the Snow Lords once again resounded in the blizzard. In the eyes of both sides, the ferocious flame of wanting to exterminate the other party was revealed. The Snow Lords had just recently dragged their families and migrated to the North Pole from the steppe country of Mon. It didn't want to come, because it prefers that grassland where prey is plentiful and the climate is warmer. But his own mate and cubs, unable to adapt to the climate there, had to fly thousands of kilometers back to the North Pole. It had thought that even in the North Pole, it should be the rightful overlord of the sky, an invincible being, but I never expected to encounter such a strong and unrivaled white wolf. It even killed its mate, and even its children were abandoned in the freezing cold, already on the verge of freezing to death. This caused what was left of the Snow Lord's intelligence to burn, and his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. It had to completely tear this white wolf to pieces in order to resolve the hatred in its heart, and also to avenge this blood feud for its mate. The Snow Lord who had exerted his arousing talent swooped toward Su Lin once again with endless hatred. The speed was extremely fast, nearly 70 meters per second, but Surin was faster. Under the hunting and killing talent, his body was filled with explosive power. When the wolf's body moved, it was hundreds of meters per second. The two were approaching at a rapid pace. Su Lin's scarlet eyes were tyrannical and ferocious. The limbs pushed fiercely, leaving 4 3-inch snow craters in the snow. Then a leap. This time with the speed bonus of hundreds of meters. Su Lin reached a height of 13 or 14 meters in one leap. This height was beyond the Snow Lord's expectations. 13 or 14 meters. Was such a jump height really something a wolf clan could achieve? The Snow Lord didn't have a chance to dodge anymore. It could only clash hard with Su Lin. Pang! The sharp claws and the wolf's claws clashed hard together in midair. The impact was so powerful, it transcended the past. The Snow Lord's talent also only enhanced his strength and speed, and could not withstand such an impact. In midair, it was instantly like a white shadow, instantly knocked backwards toward the diagonal back. There was a loud bang. The Snow Lord's huge body smashed down to the ground, shattering several piles of ice and snow one after another before slowing to a halt. But before it could react, the white wolf that had also fallen to the ground, stirring up countless icy snow, had already quickly rushed over once again. Those scarlet-colored eyes were like the eyes of a Shura demon. The sharp wolf claws cut through the air and slammed viciously towards the Snow Lord. The Snow Lord fought with a peck from his lordly beak, trying to shatter the wolf's claws. But that's delusional. Su Lin's strengthened right claw was far sharper and tougher than imaginable. Pang! A single claw directly knocked the Snow Lord's lordly mouth, along with his entire body, back dozens of meters once again. The Snow Lord's body of only 100 pounds stirred up ice and snow along the way, followed by, just as the Snow Lord's body came to a stop, Su Lin followed right behind. 100 meters per second is close to half the speed of sound. This speed is very scary. The Snow Lord, whose mouth had been shattered in one piece, forced himself to endure the pain of to give this white wolf a hard blow with its hard and massive wings. But its wings were even worse compared to that wolf's claws. Rip! The wing was completely slashed open, and for the first time, bloody blood flowed freely. The Snow Lord, who normally never suffered any injuries at all, only felt near frenzy in the face of such intense pain. It began to struggle frantically. The wings were also flapping hard towards the white wolf, but the white wolf held strong against this attack. That wolf's claw was like a knife cutting through the skin and flesh, and it came directly to the root of the Snow Lord's wing. Then the claw spikes hooked dead center at the root of the wing and yanked viciously. Rip! The sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. The blood stopped flowing, too, and began to splatter uncontrollably. The Snow Lord's left wing, which was a meter long, was directly torn off by the white wolf. In the scarlet eyes of the white wolf bathed in the Snow Lord's blood, the icy tyrannical color intensified. The fangs bit towards the other wing of the Snow Lord. Rip! Another bang. The Snow Lord's right wing was also viciously torn off by the white wolf's fangs. The Snow Lord let out a miserable, pained cry of utter misery, and along with this miserable cry of pain, and the white wolf that went wild with blood in the blizzard, ow! Su Lin let out a long howl, and the aura rising from his body became even stronger. The Snow Lords without their wings were like the wolves without their sharp claws and fangs, only on the icy ground. In a last dying effort, Pang! Solian landed another vicious blow, smashing the Snow Lord's head. To the Snow Lord's head, it also brought several hideous and horrible wounds, but with the Fae's strong resistance to blows, the Snow Lord was still struggling. Su Lin didn't torture it. His two back paws stomped on the Snow Lord's claws in death. Then his fangs broke the Snow Lord's throat. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade Edu install the latest version. Without his wings, and with his sharp claws trampled on, the Snow Lord even though it struggled madly, it couldn't cause the slightest damage to Su Lin. Instead, he was greedily sucking on the sweet and delicious blood inside the Snow Lord. Chapter 95 Getting the Reward. Su Lin's fangs had a death grip on the Snow Lord's throat. It didn't take a moment before the gleam disappeared from the Snow Lord's eyes. After a long and bitter battle, this fierce bird in the sky also finally perished. Several tantalizingly gray message alerts floated before Su Lin's eyes. Take the weak with the strong. Bloodbath. Talent showdown. Final victory. Target dead. Combat rating, S. This battle is rated S. 20 evolutionary potions were obtained. The fight wasn't a tough one, and only received an S combat rating. Comparatively speaking, this Snow Lord had an aerial advantage, but it didn't have the ferocity of the Fey Lynx, and also can't carry the pain, and once traumatized, they are disoriented, so killing a Snow Lord is much easier than killing a lynx. S rated. Only 20 evolutionary potions were awarded. It was better than nothing, and evolutionary potions were equally important to Su Lin's evolutionary path. Next, he was right on top of the snowy mountain and began to feed on the corpse of this Snow Lord. Currently, Su Lin was still 1,000 or so points short of advancing again, and it was estimated that this Fey Snow Lord would be able to help himself reach it. Rip! Su Lin didn't loosen his fangs and directly followed the Snow Lord's throat. Tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood, he swallowed it into his stomach. Ding! The host feeds on a Fey Snow Lord and gains 54 evolution points. This evolution value is relatively small for a lynx corpse. When he swallowed the first bite of the Fey Lynx's meat, he had gained a whole 60 points of evolution value, but with more than 50 points of evolutionary value, it was also going to be far beyond the rest of the normal species. With a huge amount of evolutionary value stimulating him, Su Lin began to devour the flesh and blood of this Fey Snow Lord in a large mouthful in the whistling blizzard. Ding! The host feeds on a Fey Snow Lord and gains 51 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Host feeds on a Fey Snow Lord, gaining 48 evolution points. Ding! Host feeds on a Fey Snow Lord and gains 45 evolution points. Su Lin stopped after devouring a full 7 or 8 pounds of Snow Lord meat. The Snow Lord meat tastes good, too. As long as it's Fey meat, the flavor is definitely described as delicious. The blood and flesh that was swallowed into his stomach also provided Su Lin with 300 or so points of evolutionary value. At this time, Su Lin also began searching for the essential parts from the Snow Lord's body. The essence parts of the Fey were easy to find, glowing with a tantalizing luminescence. It's liver? He soon found the essence of the Fey Snow Lord's parts. This essence part has an excellent scent on it, much better than the heart of the lynx. This caused Su Lin to not hold back and swallowed it in one bite. This Snow Lord's liver has a very heavy fishy flavor, but it is tender and bouncy in the mouth. After swallowing into the stomach, there was a huge energy going towards the limbs and bones. On top of that, the rich aroma was being rapidly purified in the stomach in general. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the liver of a Fey Snow Lord and gaining an evolution value of 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fey Snow Lord and purifying a talent serum. This time, it was 2 alert messages that popped up, causing Su Lin's eyes to light up. The evolutionary value gained from eating the essence of the Fey Snow Lord was 500. It's not as good as Link's heart, but it's pretty good. This made Su Lin very close to being promoted to level 9. But what was even more surprising to Su Lin was that there was still residual talent essence at the Snow Lord's liver. As for the Link's heart not having, it was probably because it was swallowed after a night, causing the essence to have completely dissipated. It looks like in the future, if you hunt down Fey, you'll have to be the first to eat their essence parts. After all, a gift serum is a pretty good reward. Su Lin looked at the huge harvest. From the bottom of my heart, I feel this visit was worth it. Originally, he had only intended to capture 1 or 2 Snow Lords and gain 1 or 200 evolutionary values, but then he ran into a Fey Snow Lord. Sure enough, it was better to hunt the Fey in order to speed up one's evolutionary path. This battle was much easier compared to the bloody battle with the lynx and the wolves. The rewards, however, are not too far apart. Su Lin, who was a bit excited about obtaining a huge harvest, picked up the corpse of the Fey Snow Lord in his mouth and started walking back. As for the corpse of the female Snow Lord and several small Snow Lords that had frozen to death, he didn't waste them either. Again, it was folded and all gripped back to the cave. There's no telling when this blizzard that's been sweeping through the Arctic with abandon will stop, and naturally there's not too much food in the cave. When they returned, several coyotes gathered around as well, owling and howling low. He looked at the food that Surin had brought back. In fact, to be fair, the rest of the wolves in the pack, with the exception of the young lone wolf, didn't contribute much in terms of hunting for food. If he were in the rest of the pack, I'm afraid he would have been expelled from the pack long ago. But Surin didn't mind. After all, they were all wolf sisters, gray and white coyotes, cousins and grays, all following him for almost a year. As long as nothing too drastic changed, he was going to keep leading them, and the wolves as well. Ow! With a low howl, Su Lin signaled the several coyote pups to be quiet. Only then did they fall silent in unison. Su Lin then began to give them some Fey Snowlord meat. Fey meat enables the common species to grow faster and more rapidly, especially the little lone wolf. Nowadays it had become Su Lin's main target for cultivation. Even the evolution potion was another one for the little lone wolf. Ow! Ow! The little lone wolf, who was born as a Fey, obviously had a very sharp intuition. It had been wailing and spinning while being used with the evolutionary potion, but it hadn't revealed anything. Next, after dividing up the food, they all ran off to their corners with their own food as well. Started plucking the fur while eating the Fey Snowlord meat very cherishingly, and Fey lynx meat. By feeding these days, Su Lin ate down about 50 pounds of Fey lynx meat, and little gray and little lone wolf, wolf sister, gray and white coyote, and cousin sister, in total, also ate down about 50 or so pounds. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. He planned to take the rest of these 70 to 80 pounds of Fey lynx meat and bring it over to Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. After all, the Fey that had been seen recently were becoming more and more frequent, which meant that Su Lin would be able to hunt more and more Fey in the future. But it also means that this world will become more and more dangerous, so it was better to give some of the Fey meat, and some to the wolf parents as well, making it possible for them to grow up quickly. As for this Snow Lord meat, it could still feed Su Lin for a while. After you've eaten it, you're probably promoted to level 9. When the time came, it would be time to compete with that Fey grizzly bear to see who was the true king of this area. In the midst of Su Lin's thoughts like this, he also scanned the cave's current food reserves again. None of the musk beef caught a month or so ago had been completely eaten, and there were still over 300 pounds left. The caribou meat brought back from wherever Papa Wolf was, and everyday sister wolf, gray and white coyote and cousin nibbled on about 10 pounds of it. So these days it poured out of the caribou. There were still more than 500 pounds of walrus meat left, and more than 800 pounds of moose meat. And with the food that had just been brought back today, the food in the cave had officially surpassed 2,000 pounds as well. With these food reserves, the entire wolf pack also had a little more peace of mind in the face of the blizzard outside. And outside the cave, the blizzard still didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and was still whistling and blowing. Su Lin also came to the mouth of the cave and turned around. looking at the ice and snow that swept and fluttered recklessly outside. He was going to have to go see Wolfie and Wolfie in another 2 or 3 days, whether this storm stopped or didn't stop. Chapter 96, Visiting the Wolf Mother and Meeting a Grizzly Bear by Chance. Su Lin had also been in the wolf pack for 2 months. A general idea of the composition of the wolf pack. As the alpha wolf, Papa Wolf has unique authority in the pack, and no one can resist his orders. The only way for Surin to resist was to challenge the wolf father and defeat him. With his current strength, Su Lin did have a decent chance of defeating Papa Wolf, but he didn't. Because Daddy Wolf, as the alpha wolf, needs majesty if he wants to lead the pack. Once he was defeated by himself, it was likely that his majesty would be destroyed and he would not be able to control the rest of the wolf clan. Now the wolves, with the exception of Papa Wolf and Mama Wolf, and Cousin's mom, the rest of the Arctic wolves had all just recently joined and didn't have a strong sense of belonging. This made Solian plan to go back out in the afternoon when the wolf daddies were sleeping. He plopped back down on the rock and began to close his eyes. Little Ash, on the other hand, flopped down beside him and also followed Su Lin's example and slept. Nowadays, Little Gray had become Su Lin's hardcore little brother. Wolf's sister, who was used to sleeping with Solian, was also lying soundly asleep in Wolf Mom's arms. It still seemed more comfortable in the arms of the Wolf Mom. Next, the time passed into the afternoon. Papa Wolf and the rest of them also slept on their backs to save energy. Su Lin quietly got up and walked out of the cave. Nowadays, he had gradually adapted to the icy sky and snow of the Arctic continent. He was planning to come out on his own, but looking back, Ash followed. Ash's attributes, too, have refined over the past few days, almost at level 3 properties. Therefore, Su Lin didn't force it to go back. Ow! With a low howl, the 2 wolves set off. It was a gray day with not much visibility. That's why Papa Wolf gave up going out hunting. However, Su Lin had no intention of stopping halfway. He was still 5 points short of the evolution value he needed to upgrade. This temptation spurred on, and he began a quick search for nearby prey that he could hunt. Soon, a litter of Arctic rabbits was seen. Arctic rabbits are still relatively common on the Arctic continent, feeding on moss, plants, and roots for survival. Right now, with Su Lin's speed, hunting Arctic rabbits was a breeze, but he didn't move. The Arctic rabbit was currently giving him a minuscule amount of evolutionary value he could offer. Unless one is really hungry, one is too lazy to go out and hunt them. Instead, it was the little gray behind him that lowly howled and asked to please Su Lin. Su Lin agreed, allowing it to hunt freely. Ash was instantly happy and ran wildly toward the Arctic hare ahead of him. There was no wolf clan to teach it hunting skills, plus there was no intelligence like Su Lin's either, causing little gray to just run amok. Arctic rabbits are supposed to be fast. Hearing is also sharp. A litter of Arctic rabbits sensed the little gray before he could get to his heels. They soon fled in all directions. It made Ash pounce. Ow! This made it unable to resist where it was, howling furiously in anger. Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head as he slowly walked over. Snap! Gave Ash a slap that made his little head bob left and right. Penalty for failure to hunt. Next, Su Lin took it and taught it what it meant to creep forward and what it meant to conceal its form. Ash was learning very carefully and began practicing over and over again on the irrigation grass from. While Su Lin was carrying it, he was also searching for prey. But just as he had searched no small area again, without finding any valuable prey, suddenly, a sixth sense from the animal made his wolf hair explode straight away. Then one wolf paw ruthlessly pressed Little Gray into the scrub grass, so that it would no longer move an inch. He himself also hid his wolf body well in the scrub grass. His pale blue wolf eyes looked to a short distance away. Sure enough, it didn't take more than a few seconds. A grizzly bear with a full 2 meters and a bulky body shape shambled out from the bushes on the side. It was obvious that the grizzly bear was probably over here too, just looking for food. The grizzly raked some of the small grains of fruit off the shrub and shoved them into his mouth. Grizzly bear recipes are a mixed bag. Plant roots, fruits, grasses, grains, as well as animals, insects, fish and even carrion can be its food. And the Arctic wolves, naturally, can be its food. Now that the Arctic continent is poor in food, this grizzly bear will do anything for food. Species, grizzly bear. Level, 11. Prana, 1859. Endurance, 125. Strength, 113. Defense, 119. Speed, 43. The grizzly bear's attribute values appeared in front of Su Lin's eyes. That's a scary attribute. The current Su Lin, running was definitely possible, but Ash wouldn't be able to run away. Even if the grizzly is lumbering and slow, it was still easy to catch up to a cub like Ash, who was less than 6 months old. Therefore, he directly pressed the little gray to death, and could not let this grizzly bear find out. Otherwise, with this grizzly, it's a triple-digit panel at every turn. There was nothing Su Lin could do if he wanted to save Ash at that time. Luckily, the grizzly bear didn't even notice the two wolves not far away. It has been busy eating the fruit and young leaves from the shrubs. After eating a couple of nearby shrubs, it slowly wandered away. Only after looking at the grizzly bear that had left did Su Lin let go of the little gray with a sigh of relief. Ash was lying on his back in the scrub grass, and was being good enough not to howl. 2. After being released, it even licked Su Lin's paw gratefully. Snap! Su Lin slapped a paw on little gray's head again. He didn't like being licked around by wolves. But today's chance encounter with this grizzly bear also made the idea of upgrading and evolving in Su Lin's heart even stronger. One day in the future, he would eventually become the strongest hunter in this Arctic continent. Bar none. Even large bullies like grizzly bears and polar bears will be on his menu. Ow! Su Lin let out a low howl and continued searching for prey with little gray. The white Arctic continent is a place where food is scarce, but there is still a lot to be found when you search with your heart. Along the way, we came across herds of moose, big and strong. There were also 2 male moose with sharp antlers and high attributes, 2 levels higher than the female moose they had eaten, so Su Lin just looked at them and ignored them. He ran into a few Arctic silver foxes, but the Arctic silver foxes were very careful and prudent, and never let Su Lin have the chance to get his hands on them. In the end, the Emperor's god is not a man of the world. Under the unremitting efforts of Su Lin and Little Gray in their search, a single female muskox appeared in front of their eyes. This female muskox should be not yet mature, relatively small, only with 1.5 meters of body length, long brown fur draped over his body, and the horns on his head were grown on separate sides. The pupils in the bull's eyes are a violet blue color and look very nice. Species, muskox. Grade, 6. Air blood, 1058. Endurance, 78. Strength, 53. Defense, 51. Speed, 39. Looking at the numerical attributes of the muskox in front of him, Class 6 muskox. Fight! Su Lin let out a long breath, slowly revealing his sharp wolf teeth, and his eyes flashed with the ferocity unique to hunters. Chapter 97, The wolf's strength increases. He remembered that when he had explored the location of several grizzly bears, this would have been the location of a female grizzly bear. Sure enough, in the midst of a fierce blizzard, the fey grizzly came to the den where the female grizzly had been. The strong and invincible aura that was originally on the fey grizzly bear was also quietly put away at this time. The huge bear's bodies came to the entrance of the cave, giving off the scent of his own body. It didn't look like they were coming over to pick a fight, but rather like they were coming over for a courtship. Courtship? A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Lin's wolf eyes. Originally, I thought I could find some kind of heavenly treasure by following this big grizzly bear. The result seems to be a loneliness to follow. Still, Su Lin felt that he would have to keep a diligent eye on this grizzly bear in the future. This grizzly bear definitely had something he didn't know. Otherwise, it's impossible to grow so fast. And at this point, just as the grizzly began to court, the female grizzly inside the cave moved out. The female grizzly bear was only 2 meters tall, and compared to the big grizzly bear, she was like a cub. Seeing this scene, Su Lin was in little mood to look any further. After all, he wasn't really in the mood to spy on mating and reproduction in the animal kingdom. There are no more than 10 bears in the immediate area, even counting polar bears. So it's kind of normal for this fey grizzly to come here and court. Beyond that, this fey grizzly bear might not really have been able to find someone to mate with if it had been any bigger. Su Lin began to turn his head and folded back towards the cave he was in. Not a moment too soon. He then returned to the cave through a fierce blizzard. Upon their return, the members of the cave, with the exception of their cousin who was still on guard, laid down and rested. In the face of a blizzard of this magnitude, the rest of the wolves in the pack, except for Su Lin who could go out for a spin, could only curl up in the cave and rest. And such a scene is playing out across the Arctic. The time went by quickly as the storm whipped by. After a full 10 more days, the blizzard outside finally got smaller. The fierce blizzard, which lasted for more than 20 days, was definitely considered an extremely rare disaster in the Arctic, freezing to death at least half of the Arctic species. Knowing 10 years of old book friends to me recommended Book Chase app. Wild fruit reading, really damn good use. Driving, bedtime rely on this read aloud listening to books to pass the time. Here you can download Yegwoyudu. Even the species that have survived are hiding in caves and caverns, languishing. Wolves with abundant food like Su Lin's were still a minority after all. There are several coyotes in the pack and the growth has been tremendous. Cousin has officially broken through to level 5, which is beyond the vast majority of female Arctic wolves. Even the growth potential had not been exhausted, and there was every possibility of further growth. And Wolf Sister and Grey Coyote. These 2 wolf pups were severely lethargic after recently devouring the flesh and blood of lynx and snow lords one after another. The sleepy ones only perked up as the storm tapered off, but Surin soon realized that. Both of these spirited pups had grown 2 sizes larger in their wolf bodies. The wolf's claws, fangs, and limbs had also changed considerably. This change, which once appeared in Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf respectively. That's why Su Lin could tell at a glance that the wolf sister and the gray and white coyote had both advanced to the Fae species. It gave him a rude awakening. A level 3 Fae was definitely tougher than a normal level 4 Arctic wolf. The 2 cubs, therefore, also possessed the initial qualifications for surviving in the Arctic. Even the wolf sister who evolved into a Fae. All her strength was no less than the little lone wolf back then, except for the fact that they are 2 little guys who have surprised themselves in no small way. Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf had also both reached the peak of level 5 and were about to break through to level 6. The strength of the wolf pack could be said to have had a meteoric rise in these 20 days or so of the blizzard. Currently, Little Ash and Little Lone Wolf alone could already fight against around 10 ordinary Arctic wolves when they teamed up. As for Surin, eating down most of the Fae Snowlord meat over the course of these days, finally got promoted to level 9 today. Ow! Loud and rough wolf howls resounded in the frigid Arctic, and the group of cubs in the cave all looked at Su Lin with envy in their eyes. The present-day Surin. The wolf's body has officially broken through to 3 meters. Counting the wolf's tail, it was a full 3 meters 6 or 7. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic wolf. Grade, 9. Blood and Chi, 1100. Endurance, 130. Strength, 110. Defense, 160. Speed, 190. Evolution value, 2. Additional attribute value, 10. Talent, hunting for healing. The attribute layout after being promoted to level 9 appeared. The current layout of Su Lin's attributes looked extremely gorgeous. It's easily over 100 attribute values, even after adding all 10 points of extra attribute values to the speed column. The speed value has officially broken through to 200. Su Lin's peak speed was once again given a new boost. Nowadays, with his strength, it was absolutely no problem for him to tear down the Manhwa grizzly bear alive. After being strengthened, the right claw's attack power also reached about 160. Already has the attack power of a polar bear. Such strength caused Su Lin to jump at that Fae grizzly bear. These days, naturally, he also made several more follow-up observations of the Fae grizzly bear. The grizzly bear was found to be a model of a scum bear. Not only did he go courting female grizzly bears, but he didn't even spare the 2 female polar bears in the nearby ice area, often forcing female polar bears to mate by virtue of their tallness and strength. The slightest disobedience is a lecture to the female polar bear, even compared to this grizzly bear's body, which had already exceeded 4 meters. The female polar bear, which was a bit taller, seemed to be a better match for him. Of course, Su Lin had not only discovered the absurd love history of this Fae grizzly bear these days, but he had also indeed discovered the secret of the rapid growth in this grizzly bear. The secret lies in an iceberg at the ice. Every time a grizzly quietly touches the iceberg and comes out again, there is a small increase in strength. From this, it could be seen that there were definitely some heavenly treasures in the iceberg. It's just that these days, the Fae grizzly bears, besides going to the females to mate, are squatting in their dens on the icebergs. It made it so that Su Lin didn't find a suitable opportunity to go inside the iceberg to find out what was going on. Next time we'll have to go to the icebergs while the Fae grizzly bears are out mating to see what's really there. Su Lin looked at the blizzard outside that had gotten much weaker and thought this in his mind. Nowadays, he had broken through to level 9. Although it was said that he couldn't steadily defeat the Fae grizzly, but relying on his speed of up to 200, he could still come and go as he pleased. Su Lin had always had a strong desire in his heart for an increase in strength. With the wolf sister and the gray and white coyote also evolving into the Fae, then it also meant that an absolutely unprecedented change had occurred in this heaven and earth. Chapter 98 Strong Hunting Talent. It was just that this change hadn't been felt by Su Lin yet. Thinking about the intricate writing on the crystal coffin that we came across during our original expedition. Ice Age. Changes in the world. Evolution of species. Recovery. It seems to have been confirmed quite a bit so far. With the onset of the Ice Age, all kinds of abnormal natural phenomena occurred frequently, and even the Arctic experienced an extremely rare 20-day blizzard that froze half of its species to death. Then next, it's not good to say that there will be more and more Fae. That was why Su Lin had to gain more strength in order to stand alone under the cruel natural competition. By the way, it's time to use up that talent serum. At this time of the day he thought of the gifted serum that he had obtained from the Fae Snow Lords. From the Fae Snow Lords, the first few talent serums that were enhanced were healing talents, resulting in the current healing talent, which had been promoted to rank B. The recovery speed had increased to 100 times. This powerful and terrifying recovery speed caused Su Lin's ability to survive to be extremely enhanced. This time I hope to intensify a hunt. The hunting talent was considered one of Su Lin's major cards. It has an extremely significant effect on battle power enhancement. At this moment, he took out the talent serum. Ding! Is the natural serum being used? After removing it, a tantalizingly gray message prompt followed. Use. Surin said lightly. It didn't take long after the gifted serum disappeared for the familiar warmth to reappear within him, all over his whole body, also surging into the limbs. This warmth still made Su Lin feel very comfortable and, as the warm energy was gradually absorbed into the wolf's body, the results of this time surfaced before his eyes. Ding! The hunting talent has been successfully strengthened, advancing to a C-rank talent. This tantalizingly gray message made Su Lin's eyes light up. The Emperor has finally strengthened the hunting talent for once. He had great joy in his heart. Immediately followed by the introduction of the enhanced C-rank hunting talent, it appeared before his eyes. Hunt, C-rank, active talent. When turned on, it increases 100% of one's movement speed, increases 100% of one's attack power, and increases the breath concealment factor. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooling time, 24 hours. A C-rank hunting talent. Upon reading the details of the hunting talent, Su Lin's breath caught a little. This enhanced hunting talent was a terrifying increase in strength. 100% speed and attack power bonus. What does that mean? This meant that after opening the hunting talent, Su Lin's attack power and speed would explode to an extremely terrifying level. With a speed value of 400, the right claw will have a terrifying attack power of 320. Such a strong strength was enough to have a bloodbath with that fey grizzly bear. On top of that, the duration has been enhanced. From a mere 60 seconds, it lasts 120 seconds. Doubling up. Don't underestimate those 60 seconds of elevation. A lot of times the real blood fight against the duel can decide the life and death of the winner is often the most intense a few moments of killing. Boosting it by 60 seconds also means doubling the level of fault tolerance. Suffice it to say, currently, Su Lin's battle power was absolutely unprecedentedly strong. The hunting talent had added a lot to his bottom line. Su Lin looked at the snowstorm outside that was getting smaller and smaller, and without hesitation, he once again walked out of the cave, planning to go out and observe the grizzlies again. As soon as the secret of the fey grizzly's rapid increase in strength was found, it was time to touch base with it. The increasingly powerful fey grizzly bear with the bear bile from that essential part of its body was thought to be enough to provide him with more evolutionary value. In particular, the grizzly bear was covered in fey flesh and blood, which had to be as high as 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. After all, this fey grizzly bear already had a massive bear body that exceeded 4 meters, and definitely weighed more than an adult male polar bear. By the time there was so much fey flesh and blood, that could definitely support the rapid increase in the strength of the wolf pack. Ow! At this moment, Su Lin, who had walked out of the cave, let out a long howl. In the weakening blizzard, the penetrating howl of a wolf once again echoed over the frigid Arctic. As the wolf's howl dissipated, Su Lin's wolf body then quickly disappeared into the wind and snow. It was not a moment before, just as he was again tracing the position of the fey grizzly bear, only to find the fey grizzly bear, this time engaged in a tussle with a pair of polar bears. Roar! Roar! The low growl of the bear type was also raging. With a slight sweep, Su Lin realized that the two polar bears on the other side should be a pair, and two polar bears are dead blocking the cave entrance. It can be seen that there should be polar bear cubs inside. The powerful drive to protect their cubs is what led the pair of polar bears to put up a fierce fight against the fey grizzly. It was important to realize that in the past, when they weren't in the den, even when this powerful fey grizzly was forcibly mating with a female polar bear, they didn't put up much decent resistance. After all, the strength of the fey grizzly bear was no longer something they could fight against. If you want to fight back, you have to be prepared to suffer a brutal lesson. Pang! Pang! The fey grizzly bear in the middle of the battlefield was crushing the two polar bears by virtue of its absolute speed advantage, and the aura rising from its body became more and more brutal. The vicious two bear paws directly hit them, making them also have a full body of nearly 3 meters, both tumbling for more than 10 meters before stopping. But again, he quickly climbed up and launched himself at the fey grizzly in a frenzy. Ice and snow are splashing about in a reckless manner. The hissing sounds of the bear clan from the three behemoths also came out from time to time. I can see that. The fey grizzly bear did not kill, as it wanted to keep the female polar bear alive as a tool for mating and reproduction later. But seeing this, Su Lin's wolf eyes flashed with a bright light. Go explore the iceberg at the grizzly den while you're at it. Since the grizzly wasn't at the den, this was good timing. Moving when he said he would, Solian quickly turned around. His speed value had reached 200, and his full speed darting speed had broken through to 70 meters per second. With the endurance of his heart after being strengthened, Su Lin could maintain a full-speed dash for at least half an hour. However, this place was not that far from the grizzly bear lair, and in just less than 10 minutes, A tall iceberg with more than 200 meters appeared in front of him. It is important to know that the largest icebergs discovered before only protruded 100 meters or so from the ice. This iceberg, however, is more than 200 meters, which is considered to be the most refreshing iceberg. Also, after getting really close to the icebergs, I realized that the color of the icebergs was white-blue and not pure white as I remembered. On top of that, icebergs often protrude from the ice only 1/10 of their volume. It is the vast majority that sinks in seawater, which is the origin of the so-called tip of the iceberg. And at this moment, Su Lin's pair of tantalizing blue wolf eyes were solemn. He didn't let his guard down just because the fey grizzly bear wasn't there, and had adjusted his entire body's sensory acuity to its peak before he quietly felt his way into this iceberg. Chapter 99, Polar Iceworm. After entering the iceberg, the morose coldness inside instantly became much heavier. After being promoted to level 9, Su Lin's body hair and skin, and the effect of preventing the cold far exceeded that of before, but he still felt a burst of cold. The climate is too cold and harsh. The host's stamina consumption has doubled. Please pay attention to conserving your stamina. This long-lost message beep sounded again. This caused Su Lin to look even more serious. In such a morose iceberg, he had to hurry out when he was done exploring. Otherwise, you'll have to use a recovery potion if you run out of stamina. It would be a bit of a loss if you didn't get much out of it, and you used up a recovery potion. Upon walking into the iceberg, I found that it was huge inside. As Su Lin walked, he carefully scanned every corner of the iceberg. Soon, he came to the very center of the iceberg and found a deep crack here. The crack headed down towards the ice. 9/10 of the icebergs are hidden under the ice. This crack should not be straight to the Arctic Ocean. If it is leading to the ocean, then there has long been seawater up. It should lead to the deepest part of the iceberg. But Su Lin's sharp senses sensed a hint of danger from the bottomless crack. It's as if there's some kind of flooding beast down there. How is it possible? This crack is so steep in magnitude that I can still go down to find out what's going on by virtue of my speed. But how can a grizzly bear with such a large and bulky body go down? Su Lin stood at the crack and stopped. Looking down, the night vision of the wolf clan's eyes revealed a tantalizing light at the bottom of this fissure. Looks like a couple of flowers, only too far away to see them clearly. This caused him to be slightly perturbed. But it was at this time that Su Lin suddenly realized that something was wrong. There was a rustling sound at the crack, and a lot of ice and snow began to slide down. Immediately after that, there was one white bug after another, crawling up from the cracks. 1, 2, 3, 5. At the bottom of this crack, there were an unknown number of bugs, like a terrifying nest of bugs. Knowing 10 years of old book friends to me recommended book chase app. Wild fruit reading, really damn good use. Driving, bedtime rely on this read aloud listening to books to pass the time. Here you can download. Yet what you do. One by one, the bugs crawled out and then quickly attacked toward Su Lin, as if the vibrant life force on Su Lin's body had attracted them. This bug is not big, only with 10 centimeters or so, but the number of short time has gathered hundreds of them, and it was ugly, with short limbs, no eyes on the head, and only a round mouthpiece, like that of some fungus when enlarged. It made him feel numb. Asterisk. There are bugs that can survive in such a morose place? Su Lin's mind moved, and the numerical attributes of the densely packed bugs in front of him appeared before his eyes. Species, polar ice worm. Grade, 1. Air and blood, 121. Endurance, 19. Strength, 21. Defense, 17. Speed, 23. When the numerical value panel of these bugs appeared in front of Su Lin's eyes, he was all a bit surprised. Fey, densely packed with Fey. Although the level was not high, such hundreds of Fey looked like they had a considerable amount of power. Ow! Surin whistled angrily. The chilling howl of a wolf resounded through the icebergs. Cautious, he began to back away quickly. With a speed value of 200, he had the capital to come and go as he pleased. As he retreated, he also captured a polar iceworm that had rushed to the front with his claws in the process. Su Lin's sharp senses could sense that this polar iceworm possessed a huge amount of energy within its body. Gotcha! The polar iceworm's teeth were sharp and bit hard on Su Lin's wolf claw, but it didn't break defense. After all, the polar iceworm's attack power was very low, but he could feel a burst of tingling coming from his claws. Toxin? This bug is poisonous? A flash of light flickered in Su Lin's tantalizingly blue wolf eyes, but it didn't matter, because the healing talent didn't just have a 100-fold recovery effect, it was also immune to all toxins and infections. Sure enough, under the powerful healing talent, a tantalizing white mist rose from the wolf's claws, and the tingling disappeared completely. For this polar ice worm that had launched itself at him, Su Lin didn't hesitate and directly bit into it and ate it. He thought that this polar ice worm shouldn't be considered tasty, but upon eating it in his mouth, he changed that idea. Su Lin felt that you shouldn't judge a bug by its cover. Eating it in his mouth had a tantalizing floral flavor, and there was a huge and pure power surging towards his body. Ding! The host has eaten a Fey polar iceworm and gained 45 points of evolution value. The evolutionary value caught his eye. Instantly, he also understood the reason why the Fey grizzly became stronger. Probably from this same batch of polar iceworms. These polar iceworms, despite their toxins. But if it was just a few iceworms, the toxins would be absolutely harmless to the massive grizzly bear. Moreover, this huge and pure energy within the polar iceworm was the best growth catalyst for the Fey. Every time a grizzly comes by and eats a few and leaves, waiting to digest them before coming back, that strength is definitely steadily increasing. But that big grizzly doesn't stand a chance now. The bugs are all his. The bugs that had originally made Su Lin's scalp numb instantly turned into a delicious and savory delicacy as well. Ha ha, as many as there are. Without retreating any further, Su Lin began to actively walk into the attack range of the densely packed polar iceworms. He has the gift of healing and is immune to all toxins. The polar iceworm's strongest means of attack was simply ineffective in his case. Snap! Su Lin casually slapped 2 or 3 polar iceworms with a single claw and began to feed on them just like that. Ding! The host has eaten a Fey polar iceworm and gained 42 points of evolution value. Ding! The host has eaten a Fey polar iceworm and gained 39 points of evolution value. Ding! The host has eaten a Fey polar iceworm and gained 36 points of evolutionary value. After Su Lin broke through level 9, his wolf body reached 3 meters, and naturally, his appetite was further enhanced. Currently he can eat a full 70 to 80 pounds of food in one meal, with a small size and small portion like the polar iceworm. I'm afraid it would take a lot to completely fill his appetite. At the same time, the healing talent was working like crazy and began to vaporize all the toxins from the polar iceworm. Kacha! Kacha! Solian took a big bite. The energy of that essence of the polar iceworm surged into the body in large strands. The vast majority is converted into evolutionary value, and a small portion serves as a power source to run the healing talent. But Su Lin, who was feasting and feeling the soaring evolutionary value to his heart's content, didn't let his guard down, because he knew that that sense of danger in the crack was definitely not brought to him by these polar iceworms. These polar iceworms, which were only of 1 or 2 levels, could not pose the slightest threat to him, even if they were more numerous. So the ones that really posed a threat to him were still at the cracks and hadn't climbed up. On top of that, what was that vaguely bright light flickering at the bottom of the crack? Chapter 100, Beating the Iceworm King, Bottom of the Crack. I'm afraid that shiny thing is the root cause of the polar iceworms, all of which have evolved into Fey. You know that even though the heavens and the earth have changed, Su Lin found out through his observations these days that the ones that could evolve into Fey were all very few as well, at least have plenty of food, because evolving into a Fey requires a large amount of energy. Without an abundance of food it is simply not possible to support the evolution into a Fey. On the other hand, the self-growth needs to have decent potential to evolve into a Fey. As for the ones that evolved into Fey before the natural disaster, they either possessed demonic potential or had a strange encounter like the grizzlies. So there is definitely something unimaginable at the bottom of this crack. It's most likely a heavenly treasure. This caused Su Lin to continue to start devouring these polar ice worms. While swallowing, he also came to the edge of the crevice again and looked down. But this time, before he could stabilize his stance, he felt a strong aura coming at him. This caused Su Lin's expression to quake and he backed away sharply. Wow! Just after he had just pulled back a safe distance and had once again eaten a polar ice worm into his stomach. A huge polar ice worm, which was more than 3 meters in size, crawled up from the crack. Uncountable amounts of ice and snow were shaken down into the cracks as this huge polar ice worm crawled. This giant polar ice worm still has no eyes. However, there were countless small slits that opened and closed on the body, as if it could locate all living species. It soon determined Su Lin's position and quickly rushed over, and in front of Su Lin's eyes, the numerical attributes of this giant polar ice worm appeared. Species, Polar Ice Worm King. Grade, 12. Prana, 1357. Endurance, 152. Strength, 149. Defense, 137. Speed, 145. Talent, Fog of Poison. Z. This Ice Worm King also let out a roar that sounded like a rat's cry, which was extremely sharp. It also brought out endless tyranny and killing intent, as if any species that came here had to die. In Su Lin's tantalizing blue wolf eyes, a hint of coldness and ferocity also flashed. He didn't back down in the slightest. This Ice Worm King could give him the slightest sense of danger, but it still couldn't stop himself. Now that Su Lin had just devoured a full 100 or 200 polar ice worms, it was the time when he was full of energy. Then let's take this Ice Worm King first. Su Lin's sharp and pointed wolf claws, fully popped out, flashed through an eerie cold glow. He could vaguely feel that the opportunity to metamorphose his life level lay here. It was his most instinctive instinct. and the instincts of beasts were often terrifying, so there's no way he's backing out. Ow! With a loud wolf howl, Su Lin also rushed towards this Iceworm King. A speed value of 200 was going to far surpass this Iceworm King. Pang! The wolf claws and the mouthparts of this Iceworm King clashed together viciously. This time the right paw's whopping 160 strength value didn't exactly build. The Iceworm King's body shivered with blood, flesh and fat, and it diffused the force of the powerful attack. And that huge mouthpiece, sticking out a full meter long. The very tip of the mouthpiece carried densely packed sharp teeth that bit toward Su Lin's neck. Surin dodged and his mouthpiece slashed the air, but the mouthparts were extremely flexible and made another turn to bite towards Su Lin's wolf body. Rip! The serrated teeth on this mouthpiece didn't break through Su Lin's strength and flesh. However, it still made him feel a burst of pain, and there were even bright red blood marks on his flesh. If it was an attack on the vitals, such an attack would have already broken the defense. This caused the color of ruthlessness in Su Lin's wolf eyes to also rise rapidly once again. Sharp wolf claws toward this mouthpiece, ruthlessly slashing away, wanting to completely cut off this Iceworm King's telescopic mouthpiece link. Without its jagged mouthparts and with only short, stubby limbs left. See how it attacks? The Iceworm King roared, wondering how it could distinguish Su Lin's attack without eyes. But that mouthpiece dodged extremely quickly, causing Su Lin's sharp wolf claws to only graze an edge. However, it only grazed the edge, but still cut open the wound with more than a finger deep, exposing the bright red flesh and the white mucous membrane. There was also a lot of blood dripping down. The pain drove the Iceworm King mad, and the small, densely packed crevices on its body were all fiercely extending their small mouthpiece serrated teeth toward Su Lin. This sudden attack was beyond Su Lin's expectations. Hundreds of small mouthpiece serrated teeth bit at Su Lin all over his body, especially the eyes and ears and other vitals. Su Lin howled in rage and dodged away in a hurry, but still, dozens of little mouthpiece serrated bites that, especially after the eye was bitten by a small mouthpiece serrated, it just felt like a lot of blood was oozing out. This mouthpiece serrated bite was still spinning, and the intense pain caused Su Lin to forcefully break free, but one wolf's eye was still heavily damaged. It hurts. This was the second time, after the Fey Lynx, that he had been so traumatized, even more so than the last time he had been traumatized by a lynx, because this time the damage was to the eyes, a vital area with very low defense. This bug, the polar ice worm, Su Lin had heard of it before though, but the way this bug attacked was unheard of. One of Su Lin's eyes was bleeding, and he directly lost his vision. Both eyes were connected, and the tears in the other eye were secreting like crazy. Ow! This made him unable to resist whistling angrily once again, and with his strong willpower to suppress the pain, he opened his uninjured eyes to look at this Iceworm King. The killing intent was stronger than ever. Must kill. He was bound to kill this Iceworm King. Now this Iceworm King had also rushed over, and with the ice and snow that stirred up, that huge mouthpiece of its once again came toward Su Lin's throat. Surin's sharp wolf claws popped out and, pang! A hard blow slammed into the Iceworm King's mouthpiece. This strike vaguely exceeded 160 with the bonus of extreme indignation and killing intent. It directly smashed the Iceworm King's mouthpiece back, and even the sharp wolf claws opened several bloody wounds on the Iceworm King's body. However, it didn't knock the Iceworm King backwards. The unique way of discharging the force made the strong impact have no effect on it. Only the sharp wolf claws, slash after slash on its body, could make it feel the pain. Su Lin clenched his wolf teeth tightly and began to mobilize his entire body's battle power. The speed of over 70 meters per second was directly exerted to its peak. It made the Iceworm King unable to react at all. Pang! Another vicious strike. This one directly smashed into the back of the Iceworm King, cutting its soft, white flesh with deep scars. The Iceworm King has no bones and is covered in soft flesh and cellular fat. At this time, Su Lin was not willing to this point of the battle results. He wanted to tear open this layer of flesh, to see how many of those small mouthpiece serrated teeth were underneath. The claw thorns on the wolf's claws hooked dead onto the Iceworm King's skin and flesh. Then the force on his entire wolf body exploded, directly tearing off a large portion of the Iceworm King's skin and flesh. Inside, it revealed a dense mass of small muzzle serrations that began to open up without the protection of skin and flesh. The sharp pain of having his skin and flesh torn apart also caused this Iceworm King to let out a wild roar once again. It twisted its body fiercely, and a huge mouthpiece viciously bit towards Su Lin's other eye. The jagged teeth on that mouthpiece brought out a foul odor and mucus that looked disgusting. But Su Lin was now filled with insane killing intent. One of his eyes was extremely traumatized, and it was difficult to resolve his heart's hatred without completely tearing this Iceworm King apart. Instead of a vicious slap this time, the right claw made a sweeping. The claw spikes also hooked onto this Iceworm King's huge mouthparts with a deadly grip, and then began to yank viciously outwards. Don't you have a lot of mouthpieces? I'll break one of your big ones first. Su Lin's uninjured eyes brought out a tyrannical and morose chill. At the same time, the fangs were piercing hard into this mouthpiece that was trying to retract. Get thee out, Su Lin said angrily in his heart. The peak power value of his body completely erupted, yanking out the huge mouthpiece that was trying to forcefully retract once again. Pang! A huge crash sounded, and the ground shook slightly, stirring up countless ice and snow. This ice and snow disturbed the line of sight, but it didn't disturb the killing intent in Su Lin's heart in the slightest. Just now, he didn't rip off this huge mouthpiece, but he directly threw the Ice Worm King, which was 3 meters in size, his entire body over ruthlessly. Looking at the Ice Worm King whose blood began to spill out from the crevices of those small mouths on his body, Su Lin didn't feel relieved as he once again exploded his entire body's force. The clawed spikes hooked the Ice Worm King's mouthparts in a death grip, then swung up hard and slammed into a raised mound of ice. Pang! The huge ice cone was smashed to pieces, and the cushioning effect of the Ice Worm King's skin and fat on the force began to fail. Any effect has a limit beyond which the inherent rules can be broken. Ow! Still howling with rage, Su Lin once again swung this Ice Worm King up viciously. But the Ice Worm King also slowed down from the shock. His body began to emit a green light, and as this green light was collected into the body, the Ice Worm King's injuries all over seemed to have been suppressed. It fought to twist its body in the air, its limbs and the small mouthparts serrated all over its body coming towards Su Lin. But this time, it didn't even try to tear at Su Lin, but instead ejected countless streams of green sticky liquid from a distance. The liquid carried a very pungent odor that was sickening. Even the Ice Worm King exuded a green mist all over his body, which likewise carried an extremely pungent flavor and strong corrosiveness. As Su Lin viciously swung it up and smashed it into another pile of ice, the entire pile of ice surprisingly all melted away under the corrosive mist. The fog of poison. Su Lin remembered the talent of this Ice Worm King, but there was no hesitation, and his sharp right claw was hooked dead center on the massive mouthpiece that. Instead, the left claw came close to the Ice Worm King's heel, and the sharp claw spike severed the massive mouthpiece by the roots. Now that we've grabbed this mouthpiece, we can't go back without a fight. Rip! The sound of blood splattering rang out, and the green slime that was sprayed on Su Lin's body was quickly vaporized into one stream of vapor after another as the healing talent was unleashed. The gift of healing. 100 poisons. After completely severing the mouthparts, the Ice Worm King began to roar miserably on the icy ground. The roar was noisy, because the really huge mouthparts are gone. The sounds that come out of them are coming from the small mouthparts and the cracks in the skin. Even though this Ice Worm King had turned on his talent, he couldn't suppress this immense pain. Even the Ice Worm King had discovered this white wolf, which was not affected by the fog of poison at all. This poisonous fog does not add the slightest attribute. Apart from being able to suppress pain and forcefully enhance combat status, its strongest effect was toxicity. Any species would have to be corrupted if it was tainted for too long. Even the fey grizzly bear, who often came to harass, could not withstand it for a moment with its strong defense. But what's the deal with this white wolf? The Ice Worm King finally began to panic. It forced itself to endure the excruciating pain and tried to run back to the bottom of the crevice, but it was too late. Solian's speed was too fast. Pang! Leaping over, one of Su Lin's wolf claws pressed down on the Ice Worm King's head in a deadly manner. Squeak! The Ice Worm King's noisy roar sounded once again. It once again stretched out countless mouthparts and attacked toward Su Lin. But Su Lin was prepared, and his other wolf claw swept across like a blade, quickly cutting off 30 to 40 small mouthpiece serrations. These little mouthpieces serrated and twisted after they fell. Dozens of small mouthpiece serrations were cut off in a row, once again causing the Ice Worm King a great deal of pain. It struggled, but in the end, it didn't break free from Su Lin's wolf claws. Ow! Su Lin's wolf howl with tyrannical killing intent also sounded again. His pair of fangs ruthlessly pierced into the Ice Worm King's flesh and then viciously tore it apart. Rip! Large swaths of skin and flesh were completely torn off, unveiling the many small mouthpiece serrated teeth inside. Su Lin followed suit and began to harvest these small mouthpiece serrated teeth in a big way. Between the blood flying across the room, the Ice Worm King's miserable howls never stopped. The wailing continued for a full half hour or so before it finally faded, and Su Lin completely cut off the mouthparts on the Ice Worm King. All of them, and threw them in the icy sky and snow. Seeing the wailing of the Ice Worm King fading away, the tyrannical killing intent on the wolf's body only gradually dissipated. Finally, after the fangs pierced into the Ice Worm King's body and tore it right through alive, a few tantalizingly gray message prompts also surfaced before his eyes. Take the weak with the strong. Bloodbath. The Battle of the Misery. Final victory. Target dead. Combat rating, S. This battle is rated S. Received 1 enhancement serum and 10 evolutionary potions. Huffing. After Su Lin decapitated the Fey Ice Worm King, he began to pant violently. This time it only received a rating of S, taking the weak with the strong. This rating will be present as long as the level is higher than your own. But there are less talent matchups, making the rating only an S rating. But Sulin didn't have any regrets. Because of the hunting talent, it was also necessary to keep it as a base to explore the bottom of the rift. If there's another big guy, without talent, he had to avoid retreating for a while. At this moment, Sulin tore apart the Iceworm King of the Flesh and Blood Mold Lake with his sharp wolf claws once again, searching for the essential parts of its body. Knowing 10 years of old book friends to me recommended book chase app, wild fruit reading, really damn good use. Driving, bedtime rely on this read aloud listening to books to pass the time. Here you can download. Yet what you do. The Iceworm King has no organs. It's like an annelid. However, after Sulin completely ripped it apart, he revealed a bead inside that shimmered with a glistening green light. This should be the essence part of the Iceworm King. After looking at it for a few moments, there was no hesitation in swallowing the bead directly into his stomach. The beads tasted tantalizingly bitter. It was also accompanied by a pungent odor, unlike the rest of the Fae's blood and flesh that was so tasty. But after eating it in the stomach, it turned into an extremely strong energy. The pungent flavor was also purified. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the bead of the Fae Iceworm King's essence, gaining 800 evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fae Iceworm King and purifying a poison class talent serum. This time, it was 2 alert messages that popped up, causing Solian to be slightly pleased with talent. Next, continuing to start devouring up the blood and flesh of the Iceworm King on the ground. This Iceworm King also had a 3-meter size, with about 500 to 600 pounds of flesh and blood, which was not a small harvest. Ding! The host feeds on the Fae Polar Iceworm King and gains 60 points of evolution value. Ding! The host feeds on the Fae Polar Iceworm King and gains 57 points of evolution value. Ding! The host feeds on the Fae Polar Iceworm King and gains 53 points of evolution value. Sulin had swallowed quite a few small polar iceworms and had long since gotten 7 or 8 points of satiety. So it was just 7 or 8 bites and no more food. It's important to keep enough locomotive power in these icy conditions. And at that moment, Sulin's stamina had dropped to the point where it was only a quarter. Originally, this iceberg is incredibly cold and consumes a great deal of physical strength. Coupled with the bloody battle with the Iceworm King, it was normal for his physical strength to be depleted to this point, but he still didn't back down, and after shaking the blood from his body, he came to the crevice and looked down. The bottom still shimmers with the vague glow of a. Sulin knew that this glow was definitely related to the polar iceworm's mutation, and after looking at it for a long time, he leapt toward the bottom of the crevice. The scenes are steep and Surin relied on his superior speed, jumping left and right, finding a relatively gentle wall of ice. You end up with a smooth landing. But it's a lot more hard work to get back up there. At the bottom of this crevice, the cold air was countless times stronger than above. Even Sulin felt the icy coldness that invaded his body and pierced his bones. The space at the bottom of the crevice wasn't small, and there were little polar iceworms wriggling around the. It was obvious that this should be the nest of the polar iceworm. Sulin's originally uninjured, tantalizingly blue wolf eyes also glowed green at the bottom of the pitch-black crack, and it was at this time that he finally saw clearly what this faintly bright light was. Looking at the rich aroma emanating from above, Sulin's breath caught a little. Chapter 101, Ice Lotus of Different Flowers, Life Metamorphosis, Request for Subscription. These were 3 ice crystal lotus flowers that shimmered with tantalizing fluorescence. Beautifully gorgeous. It was as if it was not like a product of the earth, standing at the bottom of the pitch-black crack, bringing out an untainted purity and holiness. And what made Sulin's breath catch in his throat was that his sharp senses had already sensed the huge, almost terrifyingly pure energy from these 3 ice crystal lotuses. It was the energy emanating from this ice crystal lotus that caused all of the polar iceworms in this ice mountain to mutate. This lotus looks like a snow lotus, but snowdrops can only survive temperatures of -20 to -30 degrees Celsius, at best. But at the bottom of the iceberg crevasse, it's already 70 or 80 degrees below zero. This temperature is extremely morose. Even steel becomes much weaker here. At this moment, Sulin's mind moved, and he indeed called up the attribute panel of these lotus plants. Only the attribute layout of these lotus plants had pitifully little information. Species, iceberg lily. Level, 15. Vital status, surviving. Sulin cautiously watched for a moment, but in the end, he still headed towards these few exotic flowers amidst great temptation. He could foresee that if he swallowed these ice mountain snow lotus plants, the absolutely huge amounts of evolutionary value could be obtained, and even the life level would undergo a new metamorphosis. He had devoured dozens of species, and now the genetic power in his body had reached a peak. All Surin needed was an opportunity to usher in a new metamorphosis. However, Just as Su Lin was approaching one of the Ice Mountain snow lotus plants, one of the lotus petals of the Ice Mountain snow lotus suddenly withered and then shot toward Su Lin at an extremely fast speed. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade Edu install the latest version. Luckily, he never let his guard down from start to finish. Relying on his speed of 200, he dodged the sudden blow of the petals were so powerful that they burst close to the ice wall, splashing up countless pieces of ice. Then immediately after that, the rest of the Ice Mountain snow lotus also had petals shooting towards them. The beautiful petals of ice crystals swirled with regal beauty and power. Pang! Su Lin dodged another flap, but in the end, he couldn't dodge the last flap. It could only light up its wolf claws and collide hard with this petal. A strength value of up to 160 failed to completely resist the force of this petal. It directly struck Su Lin so hard that he flew dozens of meters backwards and crashed into the ice wall, shaking down quite a bit of the ice and snow above him. This tremendous recoil caused his internal organs to bleed slightly, and there was a hint of fishy sweetness in his mouth. Conscious heteroflora. This caused Su Lin's eyes to be filled with gravity. It looks like not only the animals have mutated, but even the plants, and even the rest of the creatures, have changed in a shocking way. We can't delay any longer. We must fight quickly. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Su Lin's eyes, followed by the only remaining eye that reflected green light turning a scarlet color of blood. The limbs also became thicker, and the wolf's claws were vaguely half an inch longer. Ow! Su Lin let out a long whistle, and the loud and rough wolf howl spread throughout the bottom of the slit. The aura on his body also rose in a flash. The limbs fiercely exerted themselves, stomping out a full 4 or 5 inches of ice pits in the iceberg. Bouncing off the start, the speed menacingly reached 150 meters per second. This is too fast. Almost right around the same time as the wolf's howl, he reached a few iceberg lotus plants. The sharp wolf claws directly cut off the lotus flower of the Ice Mountain lotus from the rhizome. However, even though the power value was as high as 320, it still only caused the Ice Mountain lotus to shake violently for a moment, and did not cut off this lotus root stem that was like ice withering. This caused the color of ruthlessness in Su Lin's eyes to increase again. If you can't cut it, then just eat it. I'd like to see if devouring evolution can digest you. He revealed his sharp fangs, which had an eerie cold light under the hunting talent enhancement. Gotcha! He bit down hard on the lotus flower of the Ice Mountain lotus, but the lotus flower was so hard that it even began to rotate in Su Lin's wolf mouth, scratching his mouthful of wolf teeth with a cackling sound. But Su Lin still didn't let go of his mouth, but instead, his entire body exerted force in unison, and the ghastly scarlet color in his eyes flashed violently. The rest of the lotus petals that the Ice Mountain lotus shot at him, Su Lin didn't care, just letting the petals shoot through a few huge bloody holes in his wolf body. Blood was flowing freely from this bloody hole. Today, in 2 consecutive battles, Su Lin was hurt very badly. However, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear or retreat, and the color of madness in his eyes was even more intense. Once again, he deadened his wolf's teeth with all the force he could muster. Finally, after a few moments of stalemate, with a fierce flash of white light, this Ice Mountain lotus fiercely shattered apart under Su Lin's wolf teeth, and countless pieces of the lotus flower all gushed into Su Lin's mouth. Nowadays, Su Lin's wolf's mouth was already covered in blood from the spinning of the Ice Mountain lotus at the beginning, and even his wolf's teeth had chipped several, but he wasn't the least bit discouraged. His eyes were full of surprise and excitement. Finally bit the dust. As the lotus fragment was greedily swallowed in its entirety by Su Lin, he only felt an unprecedentedly strong energy melting away in his body. The energy rushed straight to his limbs and bones, making him just feel as if he was going to explode from the abundant energy. But soon, under the efficacy of devouring evolution, all of this rolling abundant energy was converted into evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the foreign flower Ice Mountain lotus and gaining an evolution value of 6,000. 6,000 evolutionary value. This evolutionary value caused even Su Lin to freeze in place. This is the most evolutionary value ever gained. Equal to, nearly, the sum of 10 level 10 plus Fey essence parts. This 6,000 evolutionary value was also enough for Su Lin to advance to level 10. And just as Su Lin was about to advance to level 10, that arcane evolutionary energy descended. He only felt that the arcane evolutionary energy this time was more than any other time before. The energy enveloped every corner of his entire body. And this time, the arcane evolutionary energy was mixed with a destructive force that was like thunder and fire. This destructive force caused Su Lin to feel nothing but excruciating pain, which was several times more painful than when he strengthened his heart. Ow! Su Lin couldn't help but howl furiously. But soon he could no longer make a sound under the intense pain. As for the 2 Ice Mountain lotus plants in the perimeter that were still preparing to attack Su Lin, they were also directly shattered by this destructive force. Then the huge and pure Ice Mountain Lotus energy also surged into Su Lin's wolf body. This abundant influx of energy caused his sanity, in the midst of the pain, to clear for a moment. Vaguely, he heard the message tone of the evolution value, ringing out once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the foreign flower Ice Mountain Lotus and gaining an evolution value of 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the Ice Mountain Lotus, a foreign flower, and gaining an evolution value of 5,000. And after digesting the abundant energy, the destructive power once again began to travel through the limbs and bones, completely shattering the meridians, genes, bones, and cells on Su Lin's wolf body, the pain of which was self-evident. But what immediately followed was the arcane evolutionary energy that was nourishing everything that had been shattered, slowly reshaping it into a new life once again. In the midst of constant destruction and rebirth, the power contained in Su Lin's wolf body was also growing at an unprecedented rate. With this pain, his consciousness was also tortured to death. It was between life and death that Su Lin vaguely seemed to hear a whisper between this heaven and earth. Life, evolution, new species, new power. But again, it seemed like Surin was hallucinating because it was just too painful. The destructive lightning fire raged wildly in his body, causing Su Lin to tremble in pain. The meridians on the entire wolf's body were like meatworms shrugging, and the wolf's eyes, which had been heavily damaged, had also been remodeled, and the light emanating from them was no longer tantalizingly blue or green. Instead, it exudes a golden brown color that is very nice to look at. However, due to the pain, it made Su Lin's eyes look extremely hideous and gruesome. This pain tormented Su Lin for a long time, finally stopping slowly after the entire wolf body had been remodeled. And this time, Solian was also relieved from the pain. He sprawled on the icy ground and panted heavily for a long time before his pair of wolf eyes gradually regained their clear color. Both of his eyes now glowed a tantalizing golden brown. This light caused Su Lin, even at the bottom of the pitch-black crevice, to see extremely clearly, far exceeding the wolf race's night-eye vision. Beyond that, Su Lin also felt that every part of his body had undergone a heavenly change. The limbs are stronger and more powerful, and the wolf's claws are incredibly sharp. There's also an extra membrane inside the ear that controls itself. The hearing will instantly increase by several times when released, and you will be able to hear sounds up to 10 kilometers away even at the bottom of the rift. The already sensitive sense of smell has also been extremely enhanced, and is no longer inferior to the Bear Clan. The flexibility and coordination of the torso, even more dramatically increased. Having just arrived at the bottom of the crack, Su Lin could still feel the piercing cold of the ice, but now it doesn't feel anything anymore, which proves that even the cold tolerance has increased. The evolutionary effect is so strong this time? Surin was shocked. He felt that this evolution had absorbed a portion of the strong genes of almost every species he had previously devoured. The sense of smell of the bears, the agility of the lynx, the vision of the snow lords, the hardiness of the polar iceworms, and so on. Su Lin felt that besides these parts that he could feel, there were probably quite a few more. Only now did he completely feel the terror of devouring evolution. It's literally all the strong genes of all species, fused into one. Swallow all things and achieve the strongest. Meanwhile, Su Lin's attribute panel after the promotion also appeared before his eyes. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Gene level, I. Level, 11. Blood and Chi, 1800. Endurance, 200. Strength, 180. Defense, 240. Speed, 270. Evolution value, 3200. Additional attribute value, 30. Talent, hunting for healing. Su Lin had directly promoted to level 11 this time, which was like doing rocket speed. It also showed just how huge and pure the power contained in the 3 Ice Mountain Lotus plants. Even with the cuts, the subsequent 2 Ice Mountain Lotus plants still provided up to around 10,000 evolutionary value. Now his attributes in all aspects had improved by leaps and bounds. But what surprised him a bit was that there was an extra genetic level. This genetic level should just get higher and higher as one devours more and more species. As for what level he would reach in the future, even Su Lin didn't know. Why is the extra attribute value 30? Shouldn't it be 20 for 2 levels up? At this moment, he continued to look at the attribute panel with some curiosity. However, it was quickly released. It was possible that after breaking through to level 10, the attribute values increased more with each upgrade. Without thinking any further, Su Lin casually added 30 points of extra attribute value to the speed column. With a current speed value of 300, he had reached a speed of 100 meters per second. With the hunt talent turned on, it's already going to be on par with Sonic. Launching an attack at that speed was not something that an ordinary species would be able to react to. But the increase in strength brought about by this promotion was far from what was shown on the numerical panel. The powerful hidden battle power boost had caused Su Lin to have become a wolf-shaped demon. Ow! This leaping increase in strength caused Su Lin to resist letting out a long whistle. The loud and long wolf howl echoed at the bottom of the crack for a long time. Next, he looked again at the 3 dead alien flower ice mountain lotus, which could provide an extremely large amount of evolutionary value. Therefore, Su Lin used his wolf claws to plow through the ice and snow, wanting to dig out the roots of the ice mountain lotus and take them out to plant near his cave. The sharp wolf claws broke through the ice and snow, but it was found that the roots of the ice mountain lotus had also shriveled up long ago. It was thought that all the energy had been taken in by the lotus. However, there were 2 ice mountain lotus seeds found, which caused Su Lin's eyes to light up. With these seeds, there is also the hope of growing an iceberg lotus. He was again going to the remaining 2 iceberg lotus roots to dig around and harvested 3 more seeds. 5 seeds in all. The seeds were only the size of a soybean, and Su Lin directly swept them with his paw, retracting them into the fur on the wolf's paw in the process. Nowadays, Su Lin's wolf body has also broken through 4 meters. Counting the wolf's tail has more than 4 meters, which is even compared to the polar bear, also called a behemoth. After putting away the seeds of the iceberg lotus, Su Lin looked at the very steep iceberg crevice. Phew! He let out a long breath, and began to mobilize all the remaining stamina in his body. Then taking a few steps backwards, the speed of 100 meters per second was unleashed in full force, and the vertical leap was a height of about 10 meters. With the help of the gentler areas on both sides of the ice wall, after 30 or 40 jumps, he finally broke out of the iceberg crevice. Seeing the long-lost sky outside, Su Lin only felt refreshed. Chapter 102 Grisly Confrontation. This time when he came to this iceberg, his strength was ushered in to do a rocket-like rapid climb. At this moment, Su Lin, looking at the corpse of the Iceworm King on the ground, started dragging this body, ready to return to the cave. The corpse of the Iceworm King is 500 to 600 pounds. This point of weight was nothing to Su Lin, who now had 2 or 3 tons of attack power in one claw. Su Lin picked up the Iceworm King with ease and quickly walked out toward the outside of the iceberg. And at this point, the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Polar Bear couple, too, were thoroughly fighting for real. Roar! The Fey Grizzly Bear went berserk. Its massive 4-meter-plus torso rose upright, and the claw spikes on its 2 thick paws stabbed directly into the male polar bear's torso. The Fey Grizzly Bear brought out a crazy tyrannical look in its eyes, since it would be death if it didn't submit. Battles for mates and animals tend to be more frequent and bloody than for territory. Rip! Its 2 paws fiercely exerted force, and then directly tore the male polar bear, which was 3 meters in size, alive. The blood in the polar bear's body gushed out furiously in an instant, just like a small rain of blood. This blood and guts, dripping all over the Fey Grizzly Bear, set it off even more hideous and terrifying. It took 1 step at a time towards the only remaining female polar bear, with the same chilling killing intent in its eyes. If she submits and mates with herself to reproduce, then she can spare the female grizzly's life. If you resist again, you will be killed. Roar! The female polar bear was wailing, despair in her eyes. This Fey grizzly was so strong that it was almost impossible for it to resist. But if it retreated, the cubs in the cave would surely die. This caused the female polar bear to have hesitation in her eyes. And with the cave, the cub arched its. The female polar bear glanced back at her cubs, who were dancing their little paws, signaling that they wanted to fight alongside her. This makes the motherly love in the female polar bear's heart override everything else. There was no longer any hesitation in its eyes, and it began to attack the Fey grizzly bear like a madman. Roar! Its dull, low growl resounded once more. A grisly fight to the death against the Fey grizzly, and a reminder for the cubs to run. Roar! The Fey grizzly bear was also enraged in the face of such an ungrateful female polar bear. It roared and approached the female polar bear, and then danced its thick paw, which was 30 to 40 centimeters thick, and fiercely slapped it toward the polar bear. Pang! This palm slapped at the female polar bear's forehead, knocking it directly back a dozen meters before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Ice and snow were splattering and flying in all directions, and it had several more horrific wounds on its forehead that had been cut by the Fey grizzly bear's claw spikes. The wound had broken through the flesh and fat, and you could see the white bones. This Fey grizzly bear really didn't hold back this time. Such a vicious strike almost took a small part of the female polar bear's life. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. But the female polar bear once again struggled to stand up, letting the blood flow freely from the horrible wound in her chest. A wound like that would be hard to nurse under the icy Arctic, even if you stopped fighting for your life. This made the female polar bear, who could only howl miserably low to her cubs, signaling to run fast. Then full of death himself, he stood before the Fey grizzly. A mother's love is great. And this female polar bear is trying to give her life to give her baby a fighting chance. Until the male polar bear is dead. He thinks he can fight off this fey grizzly together. But reality has taught them a bloody lesson. This fey grizzly bear was powerful beyond their understanding. When the bloodshed really starts, it's straight up male polar bears that are torn alive and raw. The blood and guts that littered the ground were still not far away. The female polar bear was also ready to be torn apart by the grizzly bear. Full of will to die, she set up a bear-specific defensive posture, wanting to rely on this defensive posture to block the grizzly bear for a moment. However, it still underestimated this grizzly bear. The fey grizzly bear's huge body of more than 4 meters tall exuded an extremely powerful aura. Step by step, his eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. Roar! As the fey grizzly bear roared, those thick bear paws, too, slammed right in front of the female polar bear, possessing invincible power. It never bothered to find its opponent's weaknesses to strike. The only way to give it a hearty thrill and sense of accomplishment is to crush it directly from the front. Pang! A heavy blow, up to thousands of pounds of force erupted at full force, directly knocking the female polar bear, who was dead set on defense, out with a slap. The female polar bear of only 100 pounds could not resist this heavy and fierce force. The strike flew out a dozen meters before landing with a thud. The ice all shook slightly, and the strong impact from this strike caused the female polar bear's mouth and nose to overflow with large streams of blood. The wound on the front chest, moreover, could not be stopped and the flow of blood out. Blood will be originally white hairs or dyed bright red. The female polar bear took 2 such powerful blows and saw that she would not survive. I'm guessing the internal organs have been shattered, but it was still crawling hard, trying to get up, trying to buy his pups a little more time. Finally it struggled to get up from the ice, but before it could stand firm, the fey grizzly had already arrived at its heels, and then slapped it hard again. Pang! This one hit it directly on that bare head. The force of several thousand pounds directly caused the female grizzly bear to have blood spilling madly out of her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. This slap completely cuts off the female grizzly's lifespan. Even though he was worried about his cubs, even though he wanted to stop the grizzly bear, he finally couldn't stand. His body went limp, and he collapsed straight down and then all over his body he began to twitch and the large strands of blood that spilled out dyed the ice and snow on the ground red. Looking at the already dead female polar bear, the grizzly just walked over with a tantalizing expression. The tyrannical and ferocious aura on his body did not diminish in the slightest. Since we've already killed, it's only natural that we should kill cleanly. Cubs can't stay either, especially since there was also a scent of his own kind from this polar bear cub. It's also a mutated bear race, so it's even more of a must-kill. The massive grizzly bear was actually very fast, but it wasn't in a hurry to kill the small cub. Instead it followed nonchalantly right behind the terrified fleeing cub. By the sound of his footsteps he caused endless panic to this polar bear cub, wanting him to die in terror. But soon, just as the polar bear cub had fled about only a few hundred meters, the fey grizzly's footsteps came to a halt. A pair of pitch-black bear eyes brought out a color of extreme gravity as they looked ahead, and the polar bear cub, in a state of panic and grief, remains unaware of anything. It just lowered its head and howled miserably while running on all fours. But after only 100 steps or so, he ran hard into a giant claw that was as white as snow. Pang! It hit its little head a little hard. The polar bear cub forced himself to hold back his discomfort and tilted his head in a panic before he could see that the giant paw was actually that of a white wolf. This white wolf was huge beyond imagination, with a height of 1 meter 4.5 in one paw alone, which was already bigger than the entire body of a polar bear cub, and with a wolf body that was more than 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. It was a well-deserved behemoth. In particular, the terrifying killing aura emanating from this white wolf caused the polar bear cub to tremble in place, unable to even take a step. This white wolf was also dragging a huge meatworm in its mouth, and it looked like it had just returned from a hunt. However, when he saw the huge grizzly bear with the same size of more than 4 meters on the opposite side, the white wolf threw the iceworm king that he was holding in his mouth directly onto the icy ground. Those golden brown wolf eyes clashed hard with the grizzlies just above the frigid Arctic. On both sides, a strong and tyrannical invincible aura was rising recklessly. Chapter 103, The Grizzly Bear Flees. The grizzly bear and Su Lin faced each other in the icy sky, and the whistling blizzard could only slightly blow their fur. But the fey grizzly bears that had been rampaging through this area didn't act rashly this time, because it remembers this white wolf that, some time ago he had run into the white wolf himself, as well as the purple lynx. The grizzly's keen sixth sense picked up a vague aura of danger from them all, but after nearly 2 months, it had thought that it had fed on those bugs with abundant energy in the icebergs, and its strength had risen greatly. Once again, I've met someone who can crush them. But what made the fey grizzly bear look grave was that this white wolf seemed to be growing even faster, and the aura emanating from its body made it feel dangerous. As for the huge white meatworm, due to the wounds everywhere, the heavy smell of blood had obscured the original flavor of the white meatworm, making the grizzly bear not the first to discern that this was the giant worm from the iceberg. The fey grizzly's sixth sense was also frantically sending it warnings, trying to keep itself away from the white wolf. This level of warning hasn't been seen in a long time. Roar! This caused the grizzly bear to stand still with a low growl of filial piety. It hated the feeling of being held at arm's length, and wanted to raise its own aura through a low bear growl, but in the end it didn't do much good. Instead, after making that roar himself, the white wolf in front of him narrowed his very good-looking golden brown wolf eyes, and the murderous aura on his body that was dense to the extreme fiercely rose a few points again. For a time, the air in this area all seemed to be filled with a horrifying solemn killing intent. Wow! The white wolf's thick claws swept the polar bear cub straight to the side. Before taking a few more steps forward, the aura rising from that 4-meter wolf body was strong and unparalleled. This aura caused the fey grizzly bear to choke slightly. Nowadays, Su Lin's strength had changed drastically, and even though he had lost a lot of his physical strength, seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. If it was really a life and death struggle, the end result would definitely be that this grizzly bear perished. At the same time, the latest attribute values of the fey grizzly bear appeared in front of Su Lin's eyes. Race, grizzly. Rank, 18. Air and blood, 4237. Endurance, 253. Strength, 261. Defense, 265. Speed, 127. Talent, defense. The strength of the fey grizzly bear had also greatly increased in these past 2 months. The fey grizzly bear didn't just have the wonder of the iceberg. Even its growth potential was of a demonic level like that fey lynx. Otherwise, even if one went about devouring the polar iceworms that contained pure energy every day, one wouldn't have such a huge increase in strength. Sure enough, none of the guys who became fey before the natural disaster level blizzard were good. This caused Su Lin's pair of golden brown wolf eyes to bring out a chilling killing intent. The more demonic they are, the more they should be beheaded. Only the more powerful genes could be the best fuel on his evolutionary path. Ow! Su Lin let out a long whistle. His white hair exploded, and the solemn killing intent in the air completely boiled over at this time. But the fey grizzly bear that was rampant in this area, at a moment did not harden, but retreated. Although it didn't flee in a hurry, it took several steps backward, and even took a defensive stance throughout its huge bear body. It was a caution that the fey grizzly bear, on rare occasions, showed. It's important to realize that since the grizzly bear came of age, it has met few opponents in the Arctic, especially after devouring a few small bugs in the iceberg. It was as if a new world of growth had opened up. Its strength is increasing day by day, and in a short time it's already exceeded its racial limit. Even the polar bear, formerly the strongest bully in the Arctic, can only tremble under its ferocious flames. But now, it really did smell a very dangerous aura from this white wolf. So instead of provoking this white wolf again, it took a few steps backwards and signaled its weakness to this white wolf. Bears are supposed to have a higher IQ than wolves. After metamorphosing into a fey species, the fey grizzly bear's IQ, moreover, had surpassed the vast majority of species. This intelligence made it so that instead of just lumbering and brute force rampaging like the rest of the bear clan, it learned to retreat and avoid. However, the white wolf in front of him seemed to have no intention of letting it go. And again, he continued to walk towards himself. As the white wolf was approaching, the terrifying killing intent was also coming towards it as if it was a black cloud pressing down on the city. This pressure made the fey grizzly bear somewhat unable to hold back the annoyance in his heart, and he couldn't help but roar once again. Roar! A low bear roar that reverberated above the sky, but there was nothing intimidating about the bear roar. And after the rant, it looked at the white wolf that was still coming towards it, and finally couldn't resist the pressure and, under the huge survival, began to abandon their dignity as the overlord of this area. He landed with a thud on his thick forelegs and then began to scurry away. The speed of the escape even exceeded the hints on the value panel. Having reached a speed of over 30 meters per second, this speed was definitely extremely terrifying in the bear clan. At more than 30 meters per second, it was on the verge of not being inferior to that purple lynx from back then. But even though it possessed speed that was second to none in the bear race, this fey grizzly bear still didn't want to have a real life and death battle with the white wolf, because it was very life-thirsty. It knows that it hasn't grown to its peak state yet, and most of the female grizzly bears and female polar bears in the neighborhood are already in its pocket, so it has a good life and future. It also wanted to bring all of this area under the rule of the bear clan, and it wanted to have many offspring to enjoy its bear life as a dominant force in this area. That's why it didn't want to fight for its life. It fled in a hasty manner without dignity. This caused a trace of consternation to flash through even Su Lin's pair of golden brown wolf eyes. Originally, he had thought that after his strength had skyrocketed, he would have a peak battle with this grizzly bear. This battle will determine who is the strongest dominator in this region. But I didn't expect the grizzly to escape so quickly. It looks like this grizzly bear is taking his life in his stride. But Surin didn't chase after him quickly. On the one hand, there is the corpse of the Iceworm King to drag back to the cave, which is also a lot of harvest. With these 500 to 600 pounds of fey flesh and blood, the wolf's strength could be raised by at least another notch. On the other hand, he was already physically exhausted and didn't want to waste a recovery potion just to chase down a fey grizzly. The fey grizzly was at the North Pole anyway, so it wouldn't be too late to kill it when it regained its strength. Without the polar ice worms in the iceberg for the fey grizzly to devour, it was thought that its strength would only be fixed here. There won't be a big boost anytime soon, and this fey grizzly bear was too life-thirsty, far from the madness and ferocity of the fey lynx that killed it. Chapter 104, Return to the Cave. In a real bloodbath, the fey grizzly bears, without the advantageous suppression of their strong attributes, that's like dry bones in a grave, waiting for a dead rat, not even a worry. Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes, narrowed in the icy sky and snow, looked at the fey grizzly bear's huge body after it disappeared into the blizzard. Then he turned around and picked up the huge Iceworm King in his mouth and folded back towards the cave. As for the corpses of the two polar bears, they also greeted Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf in a moment and dragged them back. It's all a bountiful reserve of food that, the meat of a polar bear, which Su Lin hadn't eaten yet, was thought to provide at least a few hundred evolutionary values, although 20,000 points of evolution value were needed to evolve again nowadays. Less was more. A few hundred points of evolutionary value, he didn't mind, and a few thousand points of evolutionary value wasn't too much too. With a little bit of growth, he would eventually become the strongest king at the top of the entire food chain. But just as Su Lin was carrying the Iceworm King's corpse in his mouth and had just taken a few steps, he realized that a childish bear roar rang out behind him. Roar! He turned to look and it was this little polar bear cub. This cub carefully came behind Su Lin, trying to express himself through his intermittent bear howls. But the different races and the language barrier made it half-heartedly fail to express itself. It's clear, though, that this polar bear cub's IQ is a bit beyond its kind. Otherwise, if such a small cub faced a strong hunter, it would probably have been scared to the point that it would only howl miserably. Where would it dare to come forward of its own accord? In his curiosity, Su Lin mentally pulled up the numerical attributes of this polar bear cub. Species, polar bear. Grade, 2. Air blood, 525. Endurance, 35. Strength, 33. Defense, 36. Speed, 12. As expected, this polar bear cub was also a fey with a gorgeous attribute panel. The heavens and the earth have changed. After that cataclysmic storm, some creatures with high growth potential and plenty of food evolved into fey. These fey species might not be as demonic as the fey species before the natural disaster, but they also had much more growth potential than ordinary species. So Su Lin didn't drive this polar bear cub away, but just let it follow behind. After nurturing this polar bear cub well, its future battle power would not be inferior to this fey grizzly bear, despite the language barrier. However, the fey intelligence is very high, and in the future there should be no problem communicating through the physical body. Roar! The tender bear howl sounded again, and seeing that the huge white wolf did not drive itself away, the polar bear cub followed cautiously. Now that his father and mother have been killed by the wretched grizzly bear, he has no one left to rely on. Even he was afraid that he had been targeted by that big grizzly bear, and now the only thing that could give it a hint of security was the huge white wolf in front of him, because this white wolf, with its own aura alone, was able to make that big grizzly bear flee. So it began to run furiously just to keep up with the white wolf, but the white wolf was too huge for it. Even if you're dragging hundreds of pounds of white meatworm, even if it's just a normal walk through the ice and snow, the white wolf's speed was also extremely fast compared to it. Taking a step was equivalent to the distance it ran 10 or so steps, which made it not dare to relax for a moment. Put, with the slight sound of a small paw sinking into the icy ground, this small polar bear cub landed on all fours and followed closely behind Su Lin, and after Su Lin had traveled about 10 or so kilometers, he saw that the polar bear cub was about to run out of steam, so he also slowed down a little. Roar! The polar bear cub sensed the white wolf slowing down, and he gave a low howl of gratitude and surprise, because this move, most likely, meant that the white wolf had taken himself in. In the future at the very least, you won't have to worry all the time about being eaten by that horrible grizzly bear. It's a sense of security that his own bear of a father and mother had never given him. Once again, the bear cub was panting heavily and running wildly, wanting to show as much potential and competence as possible, for it was the young polar bear's perception that in nature neither the wolves, nor the rest of the species, would take in a weakling or a loser for nothing. So if you want to really stay with this white wolf, you must perform well. As for the grief and anger of the killing of Papa and Mama Bear, it was too weak to do anything but bury it deep in its heart. That's it. Su Lin dragged the corpse of this iceworm king back into the cave. Behind them, the polar bear cubs followed closely. Just as they returned, the remaining members of the group caught the scent of the polar bear and then they all climbed up in a single bound. And a pair of wolf eyes had a slightly tense color in them. Only the more pressure the little lone wolf faced, the more intense the color of crazy ferocity in his eyes became. That's where the little lone wolf's strong battle prowess comes from. The bone-deep ferocious madness in it was not far off from the murderous ferocity of the fey lynx that had killed it. However, with Su Lin's appearance, the ferocious color in the little lone wolf's eyes only gradually dissipated. The remaining few coyotes also surrounded the area, and there was a look of disbelief in their eyes. The shock that Su Lin's appearance gave them this time was too great. Su Lin's body had skyrocketed far too much, and his size was about a meter larger. It's a good thing that when we chose the cave in the first place, we purposely chose a very spacious and, if he were to take the kind of small cave that wolf parents had, it was estimated that Su Lin would have to purposely lie down to enter even the entrance of the cave. Owl, Wolf Sister and Grey Coyote, who were already level 3, came forward in surprise and, already having a wolf body of more than a meter, they were simply inconspicuous in front of Su Lin. Even Cousin, Ash and Little Lone Wolf, who were already level 5, were pathetically small in front of him. But the Wolf Sisters and Grey and White Coyotes in the pack, with plenty of food, have been practicing their hunting skills since they were young. The potential was pretty well developed in all aspects, plus it evolved into a fey species after eating a lot of fey meat. There are already 4 fey in the pack, and if you count this little polar bear cub, then when they grow up in the future, the 5 of them alone will be enough to become the absolute hegemon of this 100 miles. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. Since Su Lin intended to take in this little polar bear cub, he also nicknamed it Little White. As usual, he's got a generic code name. The next thing Su Lin did was simply let out a low howl in response to the intimacy and surprise of a group of cubs in the wolf pack. By the way, also, by the howling of the wolves, it was explained that the little polar bear was the newest member of the. This made the wolves even more surprised. Polar bear joins wolf pack? It's subversive in their perception. You know that polar bears are still the same Arctic overlords in their minds as they were in the beginning. Such an existence, even a wolf pack with a dozen or even 20 wolves would not dare to mess with it, for the sharp claws and fangs of the wolves could not even break through the thick flesh and fat of the polar bear. However, Su Lin didn't give them too much of an explanation. After all, in the future, as the contact time grew longer, they would have no more questions. It's just that the wolf clan and the bear clan have different habits, so in order to avoid misunderstandings and conflicts, Su Lin deliberately divided a corner for Little White to live there on weekdays. Food and such will be carried over to it by a Little Grey. The little polar bear could not understand the meaning conveyed by the wolf's howl, but as the white wolf raised his head in a gesture of, it then slowly went off to a corner and started huffing and puffing heavily. Su Lin then placed the huge iceworm king's corpse into another corner of the cave. At present, there is quite a lot of food in the cave. The common species meat had 400 or 500 pounds, and if you counted the 2 polar bears, it was estimated to break through to the 3,000 or 4,000 pound mark. But Surin had no intention of bringing back the 2 polar bears, but was going to take them to the den of the 2 patrolling female wolves. On the one hand, it's a little hard to justify eating a polar bear's parents in front of their cubs, while perhaps it would be acceptable to. After all, it happens all the time in nature to devour blood relatives to survive, but there's no need to do that. On the other hand, it is important to do both with your food stockpile and not put everything in one basket. As Little Lone Wolf got stronger and stronger, Su Lin planned to let Little Lone Wolf stand alone. A lot of hunters in this area have died. From the very beginning when the nearby wolves were brutally suppressed by the fey lynx, to now when the 2 polar bears were torn apart alive again, it had already vacated quite a few more territorial ranges. The apocalyptic blizzard is over, and it's time to expand the territory again. By the way, some potential wolf clans were also selected, so that the strength of the wolf pack could grow one step further. As his own strength increased, the strength of the wolves had to increase as well, otherwise it would be difficult to provide him with a boost. In addition, Su Lin vaguely felt that it was likely that in the future, he would also have to have a grueling battle with that large wolf pack to the west. It was important to realize that the last time nearly 100 wolves were rounded up, the odds were that it wasn't the full strength of the large wolf pack. It was because the wolf king of that large wolf pack had never shown his face from the beginning to the end. That was an Arctic wolf that had evolved into a Fae before the natural disaster. And the time of achievement of the Fae should be even earlier than Little Grey, so it should not be underestimated. At this moment, Su Lin looked at the blizzard outside that was gradually stopping, looked up at the west, and a pair of wolf eyes had a cold light flashing through them. Next, with a low howl, he greeted Ash and Little Lone Wolf as they walked out of the cave and led them toward the scene of the polar bear and Fae grizzly battle at the ice. Chapter 105, Territorial Prey. Nowadays, Little Ash and Little Lone Wolf. Breaking through level 6 is just a day or two away. After breaking through to level 6, the strength of the two wolves could be considered unique in the pack, especially the Little Lone Wolf, all ferocity and murderous intent. I'm afraid that even a 7th or 8th level large prey can be hunted alone. Taking them both out, they walked for a short while before arriving at the scene of a battle between a Fae grizzly and two polar bears. The scene was still a mess, but in the time that Su Lin and the Fae grizzly had been gone, a number of bold poachers had come. Most of them are wandering lone wolves and lynx. These guys usually don't have a fixed hunting territory. They rely on plundering some leftovers for food, so they have to be more pressed for the smell of blood than ordinary hunters. As the male polar bear carcass was torn alive by the feral grizzly bear, the carcass was strewn with blood and entrails. This picture makes this group of marauders, with a hidden heart and timid. After all, this was the limbs and broken bones of the Arctic overlord, a powerful hunter who could abuse the polar bears so much, an existence that they could only look up at their noses. Still, they walked carefully into the wretched battlefield, devouring polar bear entrails strewn across the icy ground. They were just about ready to move the male polar bear's body when Surin arrived. However, after seeing Su Lin's enormous size of 4 meters, they all fled in horror and fear. A wolf race of more than 4 meters in size. This was beyond their knowledge. Some of the marauders who still wanted to greedily rip off a few pieces of flesh and blood to take with them soon paid a terrible price for their greed as well. With the sound of 2 furious wolf howls ringing out, Little Grey and Little Lone Wolf, as if they were stripped of their strings and arrows, headed towards these few marauders. The strength of the two of them was crushing level for these marauders who were wandering around and also didn't have enough food. In no time at all, the battlefield came to an end with a few mournful howls. The 2 lone wolves and a lynx, bitten straight to death by the Little Grey and the Little Lone Wolf. This caused all the marauders who were still in love to quickly disperse in a flurry. The Little Lone Wolf, in particular, has just come out extremely fast and an almost instantaneous kill of a lynx, followed by a pounce on a stray Arctic wolf, completing the battle of hunting 2 predators in a short period of time. These 2 marauders also both had level 5 attributes, although they were barely able to step into level 5. From this, it could be seen just how swiftly Little Lone Wolf's battle power had grown these days. The wantonly rising killing intent on its body and the ferocity of getting stronger and stronger when it met strength were all silently telling that it was a born hunter and killer. As for Ash's battle, it was a moderate one. Su Lin had also gotten used to it a long time ago. Next, he let out a low howl and the 2 wolves began to laboriously drag up the carcasses of the 2 polar bears. Since the male polar bear was torn in half alive, he went up and took half of the carcass in front of him to open the way. For the current Su Lin, these several hundred pounds were no longer much of a weight, but it was still a big test for Little Lone Wolf and Ash. But fortunately, the icy ground was slippery, and after the 2 wolves had struggled 9 times, they were also able to finally drag the body back to the cave where the 2 patrolling females were. Ow! Ow! At the same time, the sound of a surprised wolf howling rang out. Su Lin's arrival was a surprise to the 2 female wolves. Wagging their tails in front of him, they also howled lowly and began to report on the situation of the territory these days. The fierce blizzard the other day had prevented the 2 female wolves from going out to patrol the territory, but it's been going every day for the past few days, and in a low howl of reporting, Su Lin also roughly learned that the territorial herbivores, even though he had led the wolves to drive them to the cave in advance, were still frozen and starved to death, and as a result of the many small group fights that also broke out under one of the caverns, the various herbivore groups suffered a number of casualties. The injured ones didn't make it through the freezing blizzard and were frozen to death in the cave. This caused Surin to greet the wolves once again and set off after placing the polar bear carcass horde in the female wolf's cave. Food will always be a top priority for wolves, as food often means survival in nature. He was going to haul back all the carcasses of the big game that had died under the cavern and use them as reserve food for the wolves. In the future, as the strength of the wolf pack expands further and the number of pack members increases, then the portion of food needed will also increase further. So stocking up on extra food is imperative. That cave was not far from the she-wolf cave, and under the leadership of Surin, it didn't take long for the wolves to arrive at the cave where the herbivores had gathered. The best part of the cave was now occupied by a herd of musk oxen, and the rest of the racial herd was hunkered down on the edge shivering to cope with the biting cold. There are also herds of moose that have come out from under the caves, relying on the nourishment in their thick hides and humps. The storms have gotten much smaller, and these storms have been able to be fought off for the moose herd. It was only the rest of the racial groups that were still all hiding under the cave and struggling to survive. They were all in poor shape and couldn't resist the storm even though it was already weak. One can only wait for the storm to stop completely before stepping out of the cave to once again find a place where moss and scrubgrass are abundant to flourish. After Su Lin led the wolves over, these racial packs were obviously in a state of panic, but many of them didn't have the strength to resist either. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa.edu install the latest version. After all, the blizzard that had lasted for more than 20 days in a row had consumed nearly all of their physical strength and endurance, and the moss in the cavern had long since been nibbled away in the previous days. Young, moo! The miserable wailing of the caribou herd and the musk oxen bracing themselves to fight back were heard in rapid succession. In the face of this voice of defiance, Su Lin didn't take it seriously and just patrolled the cave's prey that were already dead, or dying. It was natural to take all of these prey items that could no longer create value for the wolves as a source of food for the wolves. He realized that all of the race groups in the current cavern were badly damaged, except for the musk ox herd, which was all in fairly good shape. The herd, which originally consisted of about 30 reindeer, was severely depleted, with only 12 or 13 reindeer barely surviving. With a low howl, Su Lin signaled all 4 wolf clans to come out and drag out all the dead prey corpses in the cavern. 4 wolves at the peak of their physical strength and condition, unaffected by the blizzard, were a great threatening force to these race packs. Naturally, it caused a small riot, but with Little Lone Wolf's ferocious suppression, this riot was also quickly quelled. With Little Lone Wolf's current battle power, suppressing these dying prey was no problem at all. The leader of the reindeer, who still retained some of his condition, shook his antlers, trying to defend the herd, but soon, after a fierce fight, the reindeer leader was severely injured and howled miserably. The chief's miserable howl instantly broke through every reindeer's heart defenses, causing them to face the wolves and begin to hastily avoid them, not daring to resist any longer. The little lone wolf's claws and fangs were stained with blood, and the ferocious intent in his eyes was self-evident. Nowadays, the little lone wolf, alone, shocks the entire reindeer herd to avoid retreating. Shocked by its ferocious flame, the 2 female wolves and the little gray easily dragged the dead caribou carcass out. Chapter 106 Eating Polar Bears. There were a total of 11 carcasses of reindeer, with 2 more gnawed and bloodied molded lakes. It seems that in a state of starvation, even the herbivorous reindeer herd gnawed on the carcasses of their companions. Together, these caribou carcasses had about 4,000 pounds of food, and it's still very tasty reindeer meat, which drastically enriches the wolves' reserve food. It also provided Su Lin with abundant capital for his next expansion of the wolf pack. The remaining small herd of 5 or 6 reindeer, huddled in the corner, was not attritional, but was clearly in poor condition. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa.edu. Everyone go fast can try it. The scattered moose herd has also come out of the cave, and all that remains is a herd of 5 or 6 horse deer. These are also extremely cold hardy, but are made prone to sinking into deep snow due to their long legs. Thus the herd of horse deer in the whirling blizzard never took a step out of the cave. Even 2 of them, the skinny stags, were starving to death due to the lack of food and did not look like they were going to survive. With a low howl, Su Lin signaled the wolves to bite and drag out the 2 mare deer that couldn't survive. A mare that can't survive is a liability to the herd. In Su Lin's eyes, it was better to give them a hard time. This is something that all species are most accustomed to in this sudden blizzard of attrition. If he hadn't led the wolves ahead of time to drive these species away and come under this huge empty cave, then it was thought that many more would have died. Ow! Ow! As the wolves let out their howls of offense, the mare herd put up some lingering resistance that did nothing at all. Once the little lone wolf fought, the ferociousness that swept over his body was equal to the purple lynx at the time. Every attack is going for the jugular. The 2 scrawny mare deer, even though they tried to live and fought desperately, still died under the sharp fangs of the little lone wolf. Although the little lone wolf had already evolved into a fae, and his body structure had long been different from that of an ordinary wolf race, the wolf claws that were normally tucked away in his fur were also enough to cause a great deal of killing once they were displayed. Still, it was customary to use a tearing bite, which could quickly drain the blood and life force from the prey's body by biting into the vitals of the prey's throat. But the wolves' wanton killing had also caused some of the only large herbivores left under the cave to become uneasy, especially the musk ox herd. The huge hooves began to trample on the ground, and the deep purple ox eyes brought out a determined look of going forward. They don't want to be tied down like this. Though they knew they had been starving for many days and were already weak, the bravery in their bones made it unacceptable to lead their necks to the slaughter. They were also convinced that as long as they charged, this wolf pack would never be able to resist. But this herd of musk oxen, after a period of 2 or 3 months, had gradually forgotten the roundup of wolves that had hunted them some time before. As the musk ox herd became restless, the only dozen or so caribou left in the herd all had a hint of defiance and began to brace themselves to all stand up. Sharp antlers bobbed on the top of his head, and his eyes were all dead set on the wolves that were laboriously dragging the carcasses of the 2 horse deer. Young, moo! They all let out roars in unison, wanting to completely drive this wolf pack away by roaring in unison. Because of their low IQ, they don't know how much longer this wolf pack will be hunting indiscriminately. As the large herbivorous races rebelled, the young lone wolf and gray began to bare their sharp fangs and deter by howling. Ow! 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 The wolf howls of the wolves echoed through the cavern. But just as the caribou herd and the musk ox herd revolted in unison and began to prepare for a confrontation with the wolves, suddenly, an extremely strong aura and pressure descended menacingly, which made it seem as if they were instantly targeted by a flooding fierce beast. The smell of death reverberated through the minds of every musk ox and caribou. Their pairs of eyes brought out a trace of panic as they began to raise their heads to look for the source of this powerful aura. Whoosh! With a sharp whistle that cut through the air, a majestic white wolf whose size exceeded their imagination appeared in their field of vision from afar almost as if it was an instant. The source of that strong pressure was clearly this white wolf. The rampantly rising aura on the white wolf's body made the musk ox and caribou, who were just about to resist, want their hearts and minds to explode. Even the herd of musk oxen, which had always claimed to be courageous, began to retreat backward in a riotous frenzy, because looking at this white wolf, they also all recalled the roundup 3 months ago. In his mind, he also still vaguely remembered the bloody scene of this white wolf wantonly abusing their former leader. And now this white wolf was even more terrifying. The killing aura that was recklessly rising from its body made them just feel like it was hard to breathe in general. I'm afraid that even if they were in peak condition and formed a defensive formation again, it would still be difficult for them to pose the slightest threat to this white wolf. However, Su Lin came over and wasn't prepared to start wantonly slaughtering. He just tantalizingly swept the prey. The next step was to lead the wolves and take all of this dead prey away. Took the 6 intact caribou and 2 horse deer and brought them back to the cave they were in. The remaining 5 caribou and the 2 caribou that had been gnawed and eaten in a bloody mold lake were placed in the cave where the female wolf was. The cave that the female wolf had chosen was actually the same cave that the small pack had been in the first place. The caves are slightly smaller than the caves at wolf pack, but even a dozen or so new wolves would be more than enough. So Su Lin intended to use this place as a second den among the wolves. He left the little lone wolf in this cave and explained the distribution of the little lone wolf's food. Female wolves patrolling the territory are treated the same, still eating food once a week, with additional rewards for conspicuous performance. The newly recruited Ohio wolves, on the other hand, were fed food once every 10 days. In this way, this current food was enough for the wolf pack to expand by quite a number of wolves. Only if the wolves grew stronger could Su Lin occupy more territory in this area. Before getting ready to go back, he started devouring the polar bear's meat as well. Polar bears have been thinking about hunting, but none have found the right time. I didn't realize that in the end, it was the fey grizzly bear that gave up 2 polar bears for nothing. Rip! Su Lin tore open the thick skin and flesh of the polar bear, revealing the tender meat inside. Beginning to take the flesh from the back, he bit off a piece and swallowed it in his mouth. Polar bear meat from elsewhere. Too much fat. For the rest of the wolf pack, meat with lots of fat is the best meat to eat, because most of the wolves, they relied on calorie intake in order to survive. As for nutrition and the like, it was something that few wolves would consider. But for Su Lin, the pressure to survive had long since gone. Only the back and limbs were meaty and okay to eat, fat and thin. In conjunction with the tantalizing blood inside the polar bear that hadn't completely frozen, it was a tasty and delicious food. Ding! The host eats a polar bear and gains 30 points of evolutionary value. Polar bears live up to their reputation as the once recognized dominant force in the Arctic. As the flesh and blood of a common species, the first bite also provided a full 30 points of evolutionary value. It's the most evolutionary value that Surin has ever gained from eating. And the normal species evolutionary value cuts were small, so this polar bear could also provide him with a considerable amount of evolutionary value. With the acquisition of evolutionary value, then Su Lin's appetite was completely wide open. His current digestive power was horrifying, and even though only 3 or 4 short hours had passed since he had fed on the Iceworm King, he had already digested a few % of it. Swallowing in a dozen pounds of polar bear flesh is not a problem. Ding! The host eats a polar bear and gains 5 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Host eats polar bear, gaining 29 points of evolution value. Ding! The host eats a polar bear and gains 5 points of evolutionary value. After eating until he had 1/8 of a full stomach, Su Lin stopped. By devouring the polar bear and gaining another 400 or so points of evolution value, it was a small step towards the next advancement. He's still looking for the best parts of the polar bear. The best part of the common bear family is usually the bear bile. He found the male polar bear's bile directly and swallowed it in his stomach. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating polar bear bile and gaining an evolution value of 300. Seeing this message alert, Su Lin's eyes lit up. As expected, the higher the level, the higher the evolution value the essence part could provide. Then Su Lin got up again and swallowed the female polar bear's essence part into his stomach as well, and once again received a 210-point evolution value reward. This made him feel slightly relieved, and the evolutionary value brought by 2 polar bears was no less than a fei. Next, Su Lin then returned to the cave once again. As for the little lone wolf, it was considered to have stayed in this cave, and was considered to be one of the branches of the wolf pack. Originally, Su Lin had planned to just lead the wolves in this area and live his own leisurely life. But nowadays, with the great changes in heaven and earth and the frequent occurrence of various abnormal natural phenomena, it is impossible to say what else will happen in the future. That's why it's imperative that the wolves expand and grow in strength. Su Lin intended to develop the wolf pack into an unprecedentedly powerful and invincible wolf pack. 6 carcasses of reindeer and 2 carcasses of horse deer have been hauled back. At the moment, Surin's physical strength needs to be rested and recovered. As his strength returned, he would not only hunt down the fey grizzly bear, but would also expand his wolf pack territory even further. In time, from here to the ice, the wolves will rule the roost. Ow! Ow! Su Lin had just returned when he heard the 2 cubs, the wolf sister and the gray and white coyote, start fighting together again. Even the wolf girl took it upon herself to challenge the polar bear cub. But polar bear cubs are in a new environment and are being taken in by wolves. It was obviously living carefully and didn't dare to make a sound, just howled low and huddled in the corner in acknowledgement. This caused the wolf girl to howl with excitement, thinking that the dominant polar bear that her wolf mom used to mention offhandedly was nothing more than that. This scene made Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head. Wolfie was on the verge of becoming a little devil herself. However, the growth potential of polar bear cubs was horrifying, and they grew faster than the wolves. So the wolf girl who was howling with excitement now could not say that she would no longer be a match for this polar bear cub in a few months. There are currently far more reserves in the wolf pack than at any previous point in time. The cave that Su Lin was in alone had several hundred pounds of king fei iceworms, several hundred pounds of musk beef and moose meat, as well as the 6 caribou that had just been dragged back as well as 2 horse deer. The total amount of food is approaching 5,000 pounds. Food doesn't spoil in the frigid Arctic and can be stored for a long time. This food makes it so that the wolves don't have to worry for the next year or two, even if they don't go out hunting. Su Lin stretched and returned to his place and began to rest on his back. The sky outside, too, was getting darker. In the darkness of the night, a howling blizzard was still exerting its last vestiges. Chapter 107, Wolves Pouring In. In the middle of Su Lin's rest, the polar bear cub's pair of dark brown eyes were also looking curiously at the wolf pack's many wolf clans. Although it couldn't understand the language of the wolf race, it could sense that the atmosphere in the pack was harmonious and didn't have the kind of cruel competition it perceived. It's just that it's a polar bear and it seems as if it's out of place here. Being taken in by the wolves did give it a touch of security, though, especially with the white wolves at the helm. It means that the wolves are destined to be at the top of the Arctic food chain. Time passed quietly, and it was 3 days. During these 3 days, Su Lin's physical strength had long since recovered to its peak. 5 seeds of the ice mountain lotus were also planted into a hidden crevice on the high mountain. This place does not see sunlight all year round, cold, but also suitable for iceberg lotus growth. As to whether it will grow or not, it still depends on luck and creativity. If you can grow it, then you'll be considered to have a stable source of huge amounts of evolutionary value. Not only would Solian benefit, but the entire wolf pack would benefit. After all, the surging pure energy that overflowed from the growth of the ice mountain lotus would be able to cause a host of polar iceworms to evolve into the fey species. Although it had the reason of the lower life level of the polar iceworm, there was no denying the powerful and pure energy contained in the ice mountain lotus. In addition, Su Lin also gave the blood and flesh of the fey iceworm king to the members of the wolf pack. Once again, to share. By the way, he also had the 2 female wolves send 20 pounds of iceworm king's blood and flesh to the little lone wolf, so that the little lone wolf could grow up quickly. Among the remaining members of the wolf pack, Little Gray had the most iceworm king's flesh and blood, with 20 pounds. It managed to break through to level 6 with the help of the surging energy in the iceworm king's flesh and blood. A level 6 fey. Strong. Race, Arctic wolf. Grade, 6. Air blood, 775. Endurance, 75. Strength, 72. Defense, 71. Speed, 73. Little Ash's current numerical attributes had already surpassed that of an ordinary level 7 Arctic wolf. With little Ash's current strength and battle power, it was thought that dealing with 6 or 7 ordinary wolves would not be a problem anymore. After all, possessing a strong resistance to blows, it would be difficult for ordinary wolves to bring down Little Grey, who was already level 6. If one possessed the ferocity of a small lone wolf, then even exterminating a small wolf pack would not be a problem. Except for Ash, cousins, wolf sisters, gray and white coyotes, and even Little White. Su Lin also distributed about 10 pounds of Fey blood and flesh to each member. By feeding on the Fey's blood and flesh these days, each of their strengths had also made considerable progress. Cousin in particular, as a normal Arctic wolf, the increase in strength brought about by feeding on the blood and flesh of the Fey was extremely significant. Now that he had reached the peak of level 5, it wouldn't take long for him to reach level 6. Female Arctic wolves with level 6 attributes were extremely rare in the entire Arctic, because female Arctic wolves at level 5 were a hurdle. If they wanted to break through to level 6, they would only be able to do so by devouring heavenly treasures or Fey flesh and blood. The wolves were now all making considerable progress, plus the blizzard that was howling outside had finally stopped. It's time to take the wolves out and get some experience. Ow! At this moment, Su Lin came to the entrance of the cave and let out a long howl, summoning all the members. This time, the wolves led by Su Lin moved out of the nest. The hunters near the cave had been cleared out, and even if the entire wolf pack was out in full force, there was no need to worry about food in the cave. Ow! 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 The members of the wolf pack were also all very excited as they followed Su Lin around and raised their voices to the sky. Among them were Wolf Sister, Gray and White Coyote, White and Cousin, all of whom were preparing to go out hunting and expanding their territories for the first time with the pack. This is all very exciting and thrilling for them. Su Lin led them down the mountain, and the whole 6 or 7 wolf clans were currently quite powerful together. But there was much more. With a long howl as he arrived at the hunting territory, Su Lin, after hearing the call, the little lone wolf also brought the 2 female wolves and flew towards the side furiously. The little lone wolf, whose intelligence wasn't low, knew that Su Lin had already had expansion in mind since he started stationing himself in the second cavern, and that was exactly when it rewarded the wolves and Su Lin. Only hunting and attacking was its natural home ground. As little lone wolf came running wildly, Su Lin also realized that little lone wolf had broken through to level 6. It's just that Ash and little lone wolf both failed to awaken their talents. Seeing as how the talent thing could possibly be a level 10 plus Fey only, Surin didn't have many regrets either. After all, both of them were also pre-cataclysmic Fey, and their growth potential was terrifying. As long as it didn't die young, then it was destined to grow into Su Lin's right-hand man, and also grow into a strong party in the Arctic ice plains. After the young lone wolf and 2 females joined the pack, the size instantly rose to 10 wolves. A wolf pack of this size is considered strong for the Arctic, but Surin wasn't satisfied. His golden brown wolf eye swept towards the territory of the pack that had once been strongly suppressed by the Fey lynx. There were 3 other wolves there, as those 3 packs continued to take in stray lone wolves, and all had a brief golden period of growth. From time to time, they would break through the territorial boundaries and try to poach some of the prey on the territory. Because Surin's territory was a bit closer to the south, it seemed warmer and a bit richer in mossy scrub grass. Naturally, there are more large herbivorous races, so this is a fertile territory that attracts the wolves. It was time for these 3 wolves to pay the price. Ow! With a low howl, the formation of wolves slowly drew apart in the Arctic of Morihan. 10 wolves, plus a polar bear cub made steady progress through the icy landscape. On the way there were a number of lynx and stray lone wolves that had caught the scent of the wolves, and when they saw the pack, they all shivered a little. It was because the white wolf in the center was too massive beyond their imagination. Even the gray Arctic wolves and the Arctic wolves with gray and purple fur that stood to the left and right had a full 2 meters and 2/3 in size. An Arctic wolf of this size would be a well-deserved leader wolf class in any other pack. There was even a fast-darting polar bear cub among the wolves, which shattered their previous perceptions. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. None of the hunters dared to come forward to provoke the wolves as they advanced, even if it's through the territory of that female grizzly bear. The female grizzly also just stood at her den and looked at the wolves before huddling back into the cave. It was because the aura emanating from Su Lin's body was strong to the extreme. Even the fey grizzly bear that often came to mate with him was as if it was less than that, even besides the white wolf. Even the gray Arctic wolf and the purple-gray Arctic wolf gave it a hint of danger. This caused it to just look at it from afar and then hastily hide in its cave again, not daring to come out. As they slowly advanced, the scent of the wolves also spread through the area, and it was as if they were silently declaring who was the king of the area. Immediately following, as they traveled, they soon reached the territory of the rest of the wolves to the north. Since Surin, Ash, and little lone wolf, among others, didn't cover up their body odors at all. So just after coming in, he was confronted by this wolf pack. This wolf pack was the one that had been killed the worst by the lynx town. A member of the wolf clan had been killed and eaten by the lynx, and even the head wolf had half of his face torn apart by the lynx. But now that the head wolf has recovered well from his injuries, looking at the hasty pack of Surin wolves, it bared its fangs and let out a wolf howl of repulsion and warning. Originally, in its impression, the wolves under Su Lin's command had always been peaceful. In the past, even when it led the crowd to set foot in the territory of the Su Lin wolf pack, it was only trailed and followed by 2 female wolves and did not attack. So it thought that by demonstrating and warning this time, it would get this wolf pack to leave. But it was very wrong. It had only just sent out this signal when the little lone wolf beside Su Lin was like a purple-gray lightning bolt that quickly rushed over. The ferocious aura on the wolf's body burst out fiercely. In the eyes of the little lone wolf, the moment this alpha wolf bared his fangs, his death was announced. Since his own boss wanted to expand, anyone who dared to stand against him would have to die. Chapter 108 Bloody Suppression. Little Dr. Wolf currently had a speed value of over 70, which was considered to be the peak speed of the wolf race, with speeds of up to 20 meters per second. He launched himself at full speed and lunged at this head wolf. This head wolf did not even expect to come up and face a life and death struggle, especially the ferocious flames that rose up recklessly from the little lone wolf's body, making it feel as if it had returned to the day when it had faced the phalanx. Ow! This caused the head wolf to summon the rest of the pack to take on the enemy in a hasty howl. However, as Little Gray, Cousin, and the 4 female wolves approached, it caused all of these wolves to let out whimpering and low howls, not daring to come forward. Knowing 10 years of old book friends to me recommended book chase app, wild fruit reading, really damn good use. Driving, bedtime rely on this read aloud listening to books to pass the time. Here you can download. Yet what you do. It was because the aura emanating from the wolves across the street was too strong, as if they moved, it would be the end of death. Pawing. The young lone wolf didn't give this alpha wolf a second chance to summon the pack. Up went a vicious lunge that went straight for the vitals of this alpha wolf's throat. With the power of the charge that came from running wildly, coupled with a strength value of over 70, the little lone wolf possessed a crushing advantage over this head wolf. Straight away, the head wolf pounced on its entire body, and its sharp claws inflicted several bloody wounds. Ow! Ow! The head wolf fought back in a miserable howl. The 4 wolf paws were also stomping into the air, but the young lone wolf didn't give a damn about the lingering resistance of the best way to stop these rebellions in its eyes was to kill each other. Killed with the most ruthless means and with the swiftest speed. Pawing. Another hard hit. With his sharp claws, the little lone wolf directly tore off the other side of this head wolf's face skin as well. Then the 2 front paws pressed this head wolf dead in place, and the sharp fangs began to tear into the head wolf's vitals with abandon. The eyes were chewed up and swallowed into the stomach, and even the ears were half bitten off. Even though the head wolf desperately tried to fight back with its fangs, it was simply useless. In the end, the little lone wolf bit the head wolf's neck to death, then raised its head fiercely and directly tore off the neck trachea of this head wolf. Instantly blood bursts out and the fur on the little lone wolf's body was also dyed red in large swathes in a flash. This head wolf could no longer howl, and its entire body was involuntarily going through convulsions. The head wolf, who had ruled this area for many years, had completely come to the end of his life. Those wolf eyes were filled with the fear of death. Pust! As the young lone wolf spat out the throat trachea with its fur, the alpha wolf lost the look in his eyes and his body stopped twitching. Ow! After biting this head wolf to death, the little lone wolf, whose body was drenched in blood, let out a long whine and looked across the room at the rest of the wolf clan. The rest of the wolves all retreated in a flurry, their tails clamped tightly, not daring to make the slightest sound. Even though some of these wolves were the mates and children of that head wolf, none of them dared to bare their teeth again under the threat of death, because what would happen to bared teeth would most likely end up the same as the head wolf. Blood staining the ice and snow. With the little lone wolf's long whistle once again, all of these surviving wolf clans shivered and prostrated themselves on the ground, beginning to show their loyalty. The little lone wolf was only a beewolf in the wolf pack, and could only lead the pack to hunt and fight against the enemy, but it would never dare to accept such a thing as a sign of loyalty from the rest of the wolf clan, because accepting it would be the same as provoking Su Lin's position. So as it watched a group of wolves prostrate themselves on the ground, it silently retreated back into the pack. Next, Su Lin walked over to the group of wolves and looked at these remaining wolves. There were 5 wolves in total, and there was also a minor coyote. He walked right up and patted the coyote, which was only about a year old. The coyote looked to be the pup of that head wolf, and the resentment of having killed his closest relative still lingered in his eyes. For this kind of pup, no matter if it was Su Lin or another wolf pack, they would just kill it. This coyote simply didn't even wail out a single wail before it was directly slapped into a mass of molded lake flesh by Su Lin's thick wolf claws, the blood flowing uncontrollably and staining the ice and snow below. Ow! This scene caused the coyote's mother to go completely berserk and its eyes lunged toward Su Lin with incomparable resentment. A resentment that had caused it to forget the huge gap between the two sides. According to the usual practice of the wolf clan, the female wolves that have gone berserk will just be taught a lesson. After all, when the grief of the loss of the pups passes, the females will also be the mainstay of the pack's fertility when they begin to come into heat once again. But there was just a flash of ice in Su Lin's eyes. He wasn't interested in tempering this female wolf. In the brutal ice and snow, he had to completely subjugate these wolves in the shortest possible time. So anyone who dares to resist must die. This will establish, in their minds, supreme authority. Pieing. Su Lin's wolf claws directly swept across. The sharp claws were like cutting tofu, cutting the female wolf's neck completely, and blood recklessly surged out of the female wolf's neck, the speed of a clawed lord's head, making this female wolf with an incomparable look of indignation in her eyes. Her last sight unexpectedly saw her own headless wolf body. It wasn't until after the female wolf's head fell to the ground that its consciousness completely dissipated into the air. Su Lin, on the other hand, was still standing still with calm eyes, scrutinizing these three remaining wolf clansmen. Barely, the headless corpse of the female wolf was still gushing blood. The sound was the most terrifying and shattering of the heart's defenses for the three remaining wolf clans. They were on the verge of burying their wolf heads in the ice and snow, and their tails were clenched in death, and their entire bodies were trembling uncontrollably. They had thought that the grayish-purple furred Arctic wolf had been mean enough. But it was only now that he realized that the one who was really ruthless was this huge white wolf. Life and death are at his mercy. After calmly gazing at these three wolf clansmen for a moment and realizing that there was absolutely no thought of resistance, it was only then that Su Lin gave a low howl, signaling the little lone wolf to receive them and lead them on to the next pack. Wolf whistles at the North Pole. This time Su Lin was going to truly dominate this area. After he united this area, the wolf pack territory would also reach a staggering 800 square kilometers in area. If you counted Papa Wolf's territory, it would be 3,000 square kilometers. It can be said to have reached a city-level size. With such a large territory area, only if the prey on the territory didn't die too much, then it was already possible to raise a large wolf pack that also had hundreds of wolves. Accompanied by the little lone wolf's long whine, he started to lead the three recently defected wolf clans in a wolf's lead, running towards the next pack. Chapter 109, The Wolves Grow in Strength. It was a day when the whistling blizzard came to a complete halt, and a day when the wolves expanded in a big way. Many species in this area smell the wolves, but all the hunters looking at the growing wolf pack were only able to put their fangs and sharp claws away completely, creeping on the snowy ground, not daring to make the slightest sound. The large herbivore races, on the other hand, all had uneasiness in their eyes. Some of the lone wolves and lynx, in particular, were greatly frightened. In the past, this area was chaotic, with 10 or so hunters' territories intertwined with each other, so they wandered through the area and managed to get some scraps, and with a bit of luck they even managed to snag some fresh food. But once the wolves under this white wolf's command completely dominated this area, then in the future, they would only be able to wander further away or submit to the wolves. There's no third way out. Trying to defy the wolves? Not to mention that 4-meter-sized majestic white wolf. Just those few ethereal wolves in the pack alone were not something they could resist. Currently, with 3 new additions to the wolf clan, the Su Lin wolf pack had grown to 13, which made the wolf pack even more furious. Led by the small lone wolf who rose up with a ferocious aura, he attacked the 2 remaining packs once more. After a bloody suppression and slaughter, both wolf packs also submitted with fear. In the cruel world of nature, nothing is too complicated. Whoever is strong is king. The leader of both packs was bitten to death by the young lone wolf. The last head wolf was very strong, not too far from the original wolf father, both located at the peak of level 6. Again, he is a prima donna and very experienced in combat, but in the end, he was unable to defeat the ferocious little lone wolf, and after exchanging a dozen or so blows, his eyes were torn out by the little lone wolf. Without the aid of sight, the moment fell away. Soon the little lone wolf had bitten his throat off. This is the end of a generation of wolves that once reigned supreme over the Arctic ice, but perhaps still having deep feelings for the former head wolf. The entire wolf pack didn't want to accept Su Lin's annexation, setting off a fierce resistance. Su Lin didn't make a move and just quietly watched the sparring between the wolves, and also to let all the wolves under his command see blood, save that when the time comes for a real bloodbath, the empty strength will not be utilized at all. Ow, ow, ow. In this last wolf annexation battle, even the wolf sisters and gray and white coyotes went deep into the battlefield. Although the strength of the two of them was not inferior to that of a level 4 Arctic wolf, they had not really experienced a life and death bloodbath between the wolf clans, resulting in the two of them joining forces to be able to defeat a level 4 female Arctic wolf. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. The degree of war power pulling crotch is more than Ash ever had, but Su Lin didn't say anything. All of this was expected of him. The wolves fought in blood for a long time, and finally, after biting 3 of the opposing Arctic wolves to death, and with the rest of the wolves all wounded, it was only then that these members of the wolf clan whimpered and lowered themselves to the ground and began to show their submission. After submitting, Su Lin still let the little lone wolf bite 2 of the wolves that resisted the most fiercely. It was another way to set up the rest of the wolves. Only the most ruthless means could best deter this group of wolves who were used to fighting for their lives between life and death. Currently annexing 2 more wolf packs. The strength of the wolf packs under Su Lin's command had grown to 21. This number doesn't sound like much, but it's already considered an extremely large wolf pack in the Arctic ice plains. He reclassified the wolves. The bee-wolves in the pack are still gray, Lone Wolf Jr., and Cousin, the original 4 female wolves of the wolf pack. All of them were divided under the Cousin's command this time, serving as the patrol duty of the wolf pack's territory, and just reporting to the Cousin on a daily basis. This caused the 4 female wolves to silently follow behind their cousin as they wailed and howled low. Little Gray, Wolf Sister, Gray and White Coyote, and Polar Bear Cub, on the other hand, followed by their own side, the most Su Lin's personal wolf clan. They're Fae, all 4 heads. Nowadays, although their combat power is not too obvious, but with the growth of time, they will also eventually become the mainstay of the wolf pack. The rest of the wolves were all under the little lone wolf's command, a full 11 wolves. It could be said that most of the members of the wolf pack were commanded by the little lone wolf. It's a supreme honor. This caused the little lone wolf to be so pleasantly surprised that he kept lying at Su Lin's feet as a sign of loyalty. Among these 11 wolves there was an Arctic wolf that could reach level 6. There were also 5 male wolves that had reached level 5. And the rest were all level 4 wolves. The comprehensive strength is also quite good, with the small lone wolf leading. It is already considered a powerful wolf pack that can roam across the Arctic ice plains. Later on, it serves as a mainstay in the execution of the mission. Next, Su Lin again took them to newly demarcate the scope of his wolf pack territory, and completely subsumed the territory of the 2 dead polar bears. As well, the territorial range of the wolves has officially reached a staggering 1,800 kilometers. The prey in the territory. Su Lin also swept around. Not many large herbivores were found to have survived that brutal storm. Currently there are only 2 scattered moose herds, 1 herd of horse deer, 1 herd of musk oxen, and 3 herds of caribou, which is about all the game that survives in his hunting territory. The prey, too, were all weak with hunger, and were finding moss and scrubgrass to eat in the snow and ice that had not yet been covered. For this batch of prey, Su Lin also gave the little lone wolf an order not to hunt for the time being. With the onset of the polar day, the moss and scrubgrass began to grow rapidly, waiting for these prey to grow a little stronger before saying anything. Since there is not much prey, it is important to maximize the food that will be achieved. Along the way, Su Lin was also looking for signs of the Fey grizzly bear, but it was not found, and it was obvious that the Fey grizzly bear should be hiding somewhere. This caused Su Lin's golden brown wolf eyes to have a hint of ferocity in them. This Fey grizzly was tantamount to a hidden danger if it was not removed. He simply gave the wolves orders to watch out for possible bear clans in and around the territory. Come to the cave and report as soon as you find out. Su Lin didn't let these wolves search for the Fey grizzly bears on a wide scale, because the Fey grizzly is so strong. Once encountered, even if little lone wolf led 11 wolf clans, they would still have to die. This had been starkly demonstrated when Su Lin had once fought against that large wolf pack. Even if the wolves were more numerous, and there wasn't a single strong wolf that could actually act as a hold, then it was only possible to rely on the lives of one wolf clan to drain the opponent's stamina. Although the little lone wolf was also a Fey, he wanted to hold that grizzly bear at bay. One must at least be promoted to level 10 and have the talent to have that qualification. And except for that Fey grizzly, the rest of the bear clan was already hardly a threat to the wolf clan, especially with a ferocious little lone wolf leading the way. Even a regular grizzly can be rounded up. Chapter 110 Reinforcing the Spine. Fey claiming the top spot, requesting subscription. With little lone wolf's sharp claws and fangs as a Fey, he was already able to break through the grizzly's defenses at its weak points. Plus, the speed of little lone wolf's level 6 Fey had also surpassed that of an ordinary grizzly bear, which was enough to provide a holding effect. It was just the grizzly bears in this area that Su Lin didn't intend to decimate. After replotting the territory, Su Lin also began to return to the cave with the wolves. Naturally, He also let the little lone wolf take the 11 newly joined wolves to another cave. There was also a lot of reserve food there, enough for the wolves to eat for a long time. And Su Lin took the remaining wolves and returned to the cave. The wolf sister and the gray and white coyote who came back were also feeling their inadequacy due to their first experience of life and death combat. There was none of the usual liveliness, and he began to lie down quietly in his place. And cousin, with 4 female wolves at her command, was no longer as free as she had been in the past. In addition to the guard duty, there was also a low howl to arrange the time and scope of the female wolf's patrols. As for her cousin's mother, she was also very quiet, crouching in front of her cousin and listening to the instructions. After all, the strongest of the wolves were honored, and the wolves were even more ranked in the pack. Even her cousin's mother still had to maintain her reverence for the ethereal wolf, apart from her private intimacy. And after Su Lin came back, he was the one who once again began to devour the Iceworm King in large mouthfuls. During this period of time, he had eaten a total of 60 to 70 pounds of Iceworm King's meat. In total, 800 or so evolutionary points were gained, and the evolutionary value was cut to a minimum. But even at the lowest level, eating a bite had 3 points of evolutionary value, and eating a meal could gain 70 to 80 evolutionary value. Seriously, recently catching up on more. Change source switching, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade Edu Android Apple are available. After eating about 10 pounds, he gave a low howl to a couple of cubs and his cousin to share some of the fey flesh and blood. The 4 female wolves, on the other hand, had them go for some moose meat. With 4 female wolves, there wasn't much growth potential left. Wasting fey blood and flesh wasn't necessary. At this time, Su Lin returned to his position and began to study the rewards he obtained when he killed the Iceworm King. Naturally, there was no need to mention the evolution potion, and a reinforcement serum was also obtained, as well as a copy of the poison-type talent serum refined from the swallow *** qua part. Although the Iceworm King's fog of poison had no effect on himself, it didn't mean that the poison class talent wasn't strong. On the contrary, the poison class talent is strong to the point of being very sick. Beating the strong with the weak is a regular operation of the poison class talent, but Su Lin didn't intend to use it for the time being, because with a powerful poison-type talents could only be the icing on the cake for themselves. He thought about this poison class gift serum for his cousin or wolf sister to use later. This can drastically increase their combat power, and it was the reinforcement serum that Su Lin felt most useful. He had first experienced the extreme pain of a strengthened heart, and then the pain of destruction and rebirth at the bottom of an iceberg crevice. So there is already a superb tolerance for pain. What parts will be strengthened this time? Su Lin naturally wished to strengthen his brain, but he also knew that it was only an extremely small probability. But as more and more reinforcement serums are added later, sooner or later the whole body will be reinforced one by one. By that time, it was hard to imagine just how strong one would be. Ding! Is the reinforcing serum being used? Use, Surin said lightly. Having already used the reinforcing serum multiple times, he just quietly endured the familiar rolling energy as it appeared. This current bit of pain was easy enough for him to resist through. This rolling energy was in the wolf's body, and after a few moments of traveling, it then surged into his back. Back, crest. Su Lin's eyes lit up. Crest bones were likewise extremely important to the wolf race. This time, strengthening the crested bones, I think it will also enhance the battle power a lot. At this moment, after the hot energy surged in, the thick crested bones on the back of Su Lin's huge wolf body also felt a sharp pain. It was just that this pain was no longer able to cause any change in Su Lin's demeanor. He endured quietly. The hot energy began to scorch the bones of the crested bones, the bone marrow, and even every linked fascia. Long ago, at the bottom of the iceberg crack, crested bones, which had experienced a destruction and a new birth, also once again had a new breakthrough. Under the scorching heat of the hot energy, the crested bones emitted a faint, glistening light. It was only after about an hour or so of this rolling energy that it slowly disappeared, and the faint fluorescent light on the crested bone gradually turned inward. A brilliant light also flashed in Su Lin's eyes. He could feel himself getting stronger again this time. As an important bone for the wolf race to carry and transmit explosive power, the enhancement brought about by successful strengthening was obvious. Su Lin felt explosive power all over his body, and was able to utilize it more easily. Pang! He made a fierce slap and struck the stone wall in the cave, directly smashing the gravel in all directions, and a deep claw mark appeared. Such an attack and destructive power was extremely terrifying. Phew! After feeling the power of this terrifying attack, Su Lin let out a long breath. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Gene level, I. Grade, 11. Blood and Chi, 2100. Endurance, 200. Strength, 230. Defense, 240. Speed, 330. Evolutionary value, 6308. Talent, hunting for healing. A new panel of attributes appeared before the eyes of Su Lin. Found that after strengthening the crest bone, all the other attribute properties increased except for defense and endurance, which didn't increase. The crest bone was truly worthy of being the most important bone of the wolf race. Strength was the biggest boost of them all, with a direct increase of 50 points. Speed increased by 30 points, and blood value increased by 300 points. Such an increase is also definitely considered a power surge. Su Lin's strength value had grown to 230, which meant that the attack power of his right claw would reach a terrifying 340 points or so. Such an attack power surpassed the Bear Clan by a full 2 or 3 times. The force of one of his claws going down nowadays could reach several tons. Combined with the wolf claws that were sharp to the extreme, it was already considered indestructible. The speed soared to 330 points, also reaching about 110 meters per second. With the hunting talent turned on, it will reach over 200 meters per second. It was important to know that even the top human fighters flew at a speed of only 1,000 or so meters per second, and Solian possessed 1/5 of its speed, and it was still land with complex terrain. On top of that, Su Lin also possessed a multitude of hidden battle powers added to his body. The sight of the snow lords, the sense of smell of the bears, the gliding of the birds of prey, the suitability of the fish for the water, the hearing of the wolves, the agility of the lynx, the hardiness of the polar iceworms, and so on. Therefore, the current him, his battle power could be said to be terrifying to an extreme, and when looking at the entire North Pole, he would be hard to beat. Even in the event that a Fae appeared, it would only be reduced to rations on his evolutionary path. But today, as he toured the territory, he didn't find a single Fae, which caused Su Lin to be slightly disappointed. It was evident that even with the great change in heaven and earth, Fae were extremely rare. This caused Su Lin to grind his teeth slightly. The only thing he could be sure of at the moment was that Fae grizzly bear. So if you want to get a huge amount of evolution value, then finding a Fae grizzly bear is still imperative. As Su Lin pondered, time passed quietly, and at this point, the Human Alliance, which had already established dozens of human fortresses within a few months, was still ushered in by even more horrifying kinds of natural disasters. This natural disaster is like an extinction, terrifying cold snaps from the Antarctic, earthquakes that overturned mountainous regions, and tsunamis that swept across the oceans have caused mankind to be overwhelmed by natural disasters, and many small countries have perished in the midst of natural disasters. Even some of the big kingdoms are badly damaged. Even the beasts and plants everywhere, some of which had gained super evolution, began to attack humans. There are rumors that a bloodthirsty python was seen in India, invulnerable to knives and guns, 100 meters in size, and feeding on humans for blood. There are also rumors that on the African continent, a pride of lions has gathered hundreds of male lions and nearly 1,000 lionesses, and has dominated the entire African savanna. There are even rumors that in the southern border of Siberia, there has been an invincible tiger, extremely fast, invincible strength, once faced with hundreds of hunters with hot weapons surrounded, but still killed out of the siege. There is also the transmitter of the submarine that was involved in the accident, who sends back the last news that he has encountered an immense sea monster at the bottom of the ocean and says that mankind should never come to the bottom of the ocean again. Others say that they saw a huge tree in the rainforest that was covered with human skin. All kinds of rumors are flying around, causing the human world to be in a state of panic. Many were huddled in the human fortress, afraid to take a step, and the Union of Scientists, too, has finally worked out some of the clues to these plant and animal mutations. It was a special kind of elemental power that was released from these very natural disasters. This elemental power unseals the dormant genetic power within each species, allowing the best of each species to achieve superb genetic evolution. But this elemental power, which no one in the entire scientific community can decipher, seems to be beyond scientific knowledge. And among the humans, there are leaders who have unsealed their sleeping genes. Eventually the scientific community named these genetically unsealed species Behemoth, Strange Flower, Alien Tree, and New Human. Various forces began to call for the recruitment of these new humans who had unsealed their genes. On top of that, it was also decided to organize the strongest forces to capture those giant beasts, strange flowers, and exotic trees that had unsealed their genes. But with the great change in heaven and earth, satellite signals are disorganized all over the world, and the real high-tech weapons have been costed most of the time. Facing these creatures with their genes unsealed, none of the major powers were sure of victory. On one side is the latest genetic power, and on the other side is the strongest technological power of mankind. No one knows what kind of intense sparks will be touched. Chapter 111, Visiting Papa Wolf. Meeting the Fae again. Polar day had fallen completely. There was no more night, and the whole Arctic ice field was shrouded in eternal light. soft sunlight that shines in every corner of the icy sky. As the blizzard stopped, the cold front that had been raging across the country finally dissipated. Large groups of herbivorous races, too, all came out from under the stone walls of the caves where they were hiding to feed. After the wolves under Su Lin's command completely united this area, one by one, 7 more stray lone wolves sought to join the pack, because if they don't join the wolves, they will have to be evicted and face new wanderings. Even though the extreme day had come and gone, and the cataclysmic blizzard had passed, but when faced with a new stray, the death rate will still skyrocket as well. With the tendency to survive ***, all these wolves prostrate themselves and offer their loyalty to the pack. After Su Lin checked them out, most of them were level 4 or level 5 Arctic wolves, but the wolves at this level also had initial combat power, so they were all taken in as well. 2 more female wolves with peak level 4 battle power were picked from among them and joined their cousin's command. After all, with the expansion of the territory, it was no longer powerful enough to patrol with 4 female wolves. Currently there are 16 wolves under Little Lone Wolf's command and 6 females patrolling the territory under her cousin's command. Wolves of this size are already powerful in the Arctic. These past few days, the polar bear cub's terrifying growth potential also came to the fore. Having just eaten about 20 pounds of fey flesh and blood, he had broken through to level 3, and was truly no less than a level 4 Arctic wolf in a real fight. It can be seen that as time grows, White's combat power will increase with each passing day. The genes of the bear race were inherently stronger, and growing fast was expected by Su Lin. But when the iceberg lotus actually grows out, with the pure energy that overflows from the iceberg lotus, it is thought that both White, as well as Ash, Wolf Girl, and the gray and white coyotes, will see a surge in growth. In addition to the wolves' strength further increasing, during this time, Su Lin naturally searched for traces of the fey grizzly bear. Eventually he found no sign of this grizzly bear. This caused Su Lin to feel some remorse. He didn't realize the fey grizzly was so life-thirsty. If I had known that when I first encountered it, I would have had to slaughter it even if I had to use a recovery potion, because that was a fey grizzly bear, with a size of more than 4 meters. It was close to 5 meters. There were at least a few thousand pounds of fey flesh and blood, as well as 18th level fey essence. If he swallowed it, he would conservatively have a harvest of more than 1,000 points of evolutionary value and a talent serum. But Su Lin didn't have too many regrets. After all, as long as that fey grizzly bear was in the Arctic, then there would eventually be another time to meet up. Beyond that, Cousin also reported back to herself with a low howl that the outskirts of the pack's territory had also recently seen a vague increase in a group of other wolves, and that these were not wandering lone wolves, but many of them were small packs of 3 or 5 wolves. There was even some collaboration between the individual wolves. Even the little lone wolf led a dozen or so wolf clans under his command and poured out their nests, but he wasn't able to do anything to them. These wolf clans didn't fear little Dr. Wolf at all, nor did they fear the dozen or so wolf clans under little Dr. Wolf's command. With little solitary wolf's current level of battle power and ferocity, it was at the crushing level for the average wolf clan. But after returning this time, Su Lin also clearly noticed that the little lone wolf had some traumas on his body. This caused Su Lin to look up to the west, and a glimmer flashed through a pair of golden brown wolf eyes. He knew it was the vanguard of the large wolf pack to the west. That large wolf pack, after the storm, once again began their strong expansion. Even Su Lin suspected that there was no shortage of other wolves in that large wolf pack that had evolved into the fey species. After all, the sheer number of wolves in that large wolf pack could be said to have crowned this 200 to 300 mile radius. In this area, there were only 300 to 400 wolves in total, and the large wolf packs would take up at least a third of the number. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade EDU installed the latest version. This number was staggering, and it made sense to have 1 or 2 gifted wolves evolve into the Fae. Due to the threat of large wolves, Solian was going to move to see Papa and Mama Wolf. This is because the territorial range of the wolf parent is the closest to that large wolf pack and the most prone to conflict. But just after, Surin had just walked about a few kilometers towards the wolf dad cave. Suddenly a noisy wolf howl could be heard faintly from the wolf father's side of the territory. Su Lin's hearing had become extremely amazing since his entire body had been remodeled at the bottom of the iceberg crevice. He sidled the wolf's head, then opened the membrane in his ears fully, enough to hear any sound within a dozen kilometers. It's hearing far beyond biological limits, and Su Lin's territory and Wolf Dad's cave were only about 20 kilometers apart. Finally, he could probably hear the noisy wolf howl. It was the sound of wolves commanding and bloodily fighting with each other, which caused a slight sinking in Su Lin's eyes. The speed of hundreds of meters per second was completely adjusted to the peak at this moment. Could it be true that there was a conflict with that large wolf pack? Solian was a little worried about Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. This was because even though the Wolf Father had advanced into a Fae, The wolf pack under his command would definitely not be a match for that large wolf pack. Add to that the wolf king who had never shown his face, and he was afraid that wolf dad and wolf mom would suffer. This caused Su Lin to not even gather the wolves and darted towards the source of the sound alone. His speed was like a white lightning bolt. Su Lin was about nearly 20 kilometers away from the place of the noisy wolf howls. It was a not so short distance, and the usual species would take at least a few hours if they were to migrate 20 kilometers. But for Su Lin's current peak speed, this distance only took about 3 minutes. 3 minutes, which is not a long time. Upon arriving, he was standing on top of a snowy slope, and what met his eyes was none other than the wolf pack led by Papa Wolf. The equally snow-white fur of Papa and Mama Wolf stood out among the many wolves. Ow! Between his wild whistles, Papa Wolf was directing the pack to charge. It was only the object of the charge that slightly relieved Surin, because it was a large herd of musk oxen, more than 20 in number. I could tell that Papa Wolf hadn't been idle after the storm. A roundup was begun to take advantage of the musk ox herd being at its weakest. Papa Wolf's current strength has reached the peak of level 7. Coupled with the fact that it was still a Fey species, this strength was enough to pose a great threat to the musk ox herd. The wolf mom, who flanked the musk ox herd and commanded the wolves, was also very athletic in her wolf body. Su Lin swept a glance and found that after feeding on the Fey blood and flesh he had sent, the wolf mom had also finally reached level 6. A level 6 female Arctic wolf, which was extremely rare in the entire Arctic wolf population. As she grew in strength, Wolf Mother's prestige obviously grew as well. Between the low howls, many of the wolves behind them charged at the herd of musk oxen without hesitation. The tactics of the Wolf Father and Wolf Mother are commonly used in wolf packs. After the attack, divide the battlefield and then concentrate superior forces to kill the fallen prey in one fell swoop. It was just obvious that this time the wolves split the battlefield and fought very hard. Moo! 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 Several attacks by the wolves were completely dispersed as the musk ox herd fought back frantically. Even after Papa Wolf led the charge, it was toppled back by the musk ox leader's powerful charge. Papa Wolf relied on his speed value of over 80 before he thrillingly dodged the musk ox leader's strike. But after Papa Wolf dodged through, the musk ox leader's remaining strength didn't stop there. Pang! Pang! The force of the vicious charge shattered 2 huge piles of ice and snow in a row before stopping. Then it raised its head, and those deep purple cow eyes, with a look of disdain, swept towards the entire wolf pack. This muskox leader was obviously a bit overpowered, which was the main reason why Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom had failed in their several charges. The muskox leader had a huge body of 3 meters, and his body also exuded the aura of a strong man. Seeing this scene, Su Lin couldn't help but light up before his eyes. With a thought, he quickly pulled up the numerical attributes of this muskox leader. Species, muskox. Level, 11. Air blood, 2785. Endurance, 139. Strength, 131. Defense, 129. Speed, 78. Talent, Savage Rush. Fey. Sure is a Fey head. Ha ha, it's not hard to come by when you're stepping through iron shoes. Su Lin's expression was instantly delighted. Currently, only the Fey could give him a large amount of evolutionary value, and Fey blood and flesh could also give the wolves a sharp boost in strength. This muskox leader had a massive size of 3 meters and definitely weighed as much as a ton of weight. Once slaughtered, that equals a sizable haul. The Fey grizzly bear came across a Fey muskox after searching for so long without finding one. In the present era after the great change of heaven and earth, the blood and flesh of ordinary species could only ensure the survival of the wolves. Only Fey flesh and blood are the real hard currency nowadays. Ow! With this in mind, Su Lin let out a long whistle. The rough and loud wolf howl instantly echoed in the sky above this icy land. Meanwhile, the aura on his body was no longer restrained and suppressed, and it began to boil up uncontrollably. Originally, Su Lin had only come over to visit his wolf parents, but he was surprised to encounter such a surprise harvest. Since he came across it, he took it. After Su Lin's aura, which was all over his body, quickly rose up. The wolves led by Papa Wolf were all panicked as they looked up toward Su Lin, who was high up on the snowy slope, when that huge size of 4 meters appeared in the pairs of tantalizing blue wolf eyes of the many wolf clans. Many of the wolf clans who hadn't seen Su Lin several times were obviously alarmed. It was because the aura that Su Lin was currently carrying was too strong and terrifying. It's simply not something they can fight against. Facing this Fey musk ox leader, the wolves still have the confidence to fight, but facing Su Lin, they even felt that even fleeing was a luxury. The old members of the once wolf pack all responded with long howls as soon as they caught the familiar scent of Su Lin's body, and when the wolf parents saw the high slopes above, the size of their own cubs that had grown several times bigger, there was shock and surprise in their eyes as well. Then the howls of wolves, rising and falling, resounded under this morose sky. Chapter 112, Beheading the Muskox. As for the muskox leader who was just now looking askance after seeing the tall and majestic white wolf on top of the snowy slope. The color of disdain in the eyes of it, which had a not-so-low intelligence, turned into panic. What happened to this heaven and earth? When did the wolf clan become so terrifying? It was already not easy for it to lead the herd to survive that natural disaster like blizzard. It doesn't want to die here. Any species in nature has a strong desire to survive, and no species will willingly become a blood meal in someone else's mouth. During the blizzard of the natural disaster, the muskox leader managed to survive by gnawing on the carcasses of his frozen companions, and even gained a great strength. It was a bit bloated at first, looking at its horns that had become sharper, feeling the explosive power within it, and feeling that it could be the king of this icy land. But just a few days after stepping out of the cave, the muskox leader suffered a drive by a gray and white mottled Arctic wolf to the west. The strength of that Arctic wolf was still fresh in the muskox leader's mind. With just one claw, one of its mates was directly disemboweled and blood was scattered all over the place. So having suffered the blow of a cruel reality, it was forced to migrate with its racial group from the west. After coming here for 2 days, although the wolves here weren't weak, there wasn't even a single enemy for it. This allowed the muskox leader to finally find a trace of existence, and it felt that it could lead the herd to prosper well in this area. But how could it not expect that a white wolf with such a terrifying aura would appear today? And its sixth sense is frantically signaling alarms, stronger than last time. This proved that the tall, majestic white wolf was going to be even stronger. This caused it to make a mad dash towards its own pack. It was as if the only thing that could provide it with an ounce of security was the pack it led. But just as it was running fast and furiously, out of the corner of its eye, it saw the white wolf above the snowy slope move. Like the wind, like a phantom. The muskox leader could not describe the speed with which but this kind of speed had already brought out gusts of loud harsh whistles that resounded from the friction of the air. Moo! After seeing the speed of this white wolf, the muskox leader knew it might not make it back to the pack. It quickly stopped and shook its incomparably sharp bull horns. Then a low bull roar also resounded through this heaven and earth. The muskox family carries in its bones the bravery of let them know that they are not willing to lead their necks in the face of hunters hunting them. They want to use their sharp horns in hunters, to fight to the death. But this time, this white wolf still did not have the slightest intention to stop. And even from the snow slope to here, a distance of 300 to 400 meters, this white wolf only used the blink of an eye to arrive at the front. This caused a trace of ruthlessness to flash through the muskox leader's deep purple ox eyes as he shook his sharp ox horns and slammed them fiercely towards the white shadow. But before it could charge up, it only felt an unimaginably strong and gigantic force that struck its bull's head in an instant. Pang! A force weighing several tons exploded fiercely, sending the muskox's heavy body flying directly backwards for more than a dozen meters. The sharp wolf claws also instantly broke through the muskox's flesh, leaving several bloody scratches on the skull. The scratches are all the way down to the skull. The skull of a muskox is extremely hard and the muskox that evolved into a fey species has a skull that is even harder than steel. But it was still scratched directly by Su Lin's wolf claw, which made a 2-fingered deep scratch. This blow, if it was an ordinary muskox, would have already been killed. But this muskox leader that had crashed down onto the icy ground with a bang, with the fey's strong resistance to blows, even though his skull had been hit so hard, even though the blood and brain matter had spilled out from inside his skull, but it actually struggled and rose from the icy ground again. It was no longer air that came out of the bull's nose, but blood. A pair of bull's eyes were also as red as blood. At this moment, this muskox was truly like a bull-headed evil spirit that crawled out of hell. The muskox leader could feel the chi, blood, and life in his body frantically draining away, and it knew that he would not survive. A hit, just one blow. The muskox leader, who had just been so powerful that the entire wolf pack under Papa Wolf's command had shunned him, had become this bloody and ghastly figure. This caused the entire wolf pack, even the eyes of the wolf parents looking at their own pups, to be filled with shock and awe. They couldn't imagine what kind of strength their own cubs had reached, yet it was clear that the strength was beyond their knowledge. This was a kind of invincible strength that had never, ever appeared in the Arctic ice plains before. Moo! But the muskox leader was not willing to die in silence, and the closer he was already to death, the more insane he became. It gave up all its scruples and the hope of survival for the dying breath. At that moment, it emitted a glistening white light, and then immediately following the white light converging into its body. This white light suppressed the pain coming from its skull, and its bull eyes once again brought out a color of determination that was unrelenting. The oxen hoofed the snow, stamping out deep hoof prints one after another on the icy ground. Then it fiercely launched a final charge towards Su Lin. It would die even if it had to die on the way to the charge. Savage rush. This muskox opened its talent as it was dying. The muskox's original speed increased fiercely to more than 40 meters per second, and even its charging power increased a lot. but this speed was still too slow for Su Lin. With a flash, he dodged this dying blow from the musk ox, and then his sharp wolf claws slammed hard into the musk ox's flank. Pang! The blow broke open the musk ox leader's defense, revealing the internal organs and intestines inside. The tremendous impact caused it to be knocked out again even though it had its talent turned on. The musk ox leader noiselessly re-emerged from the icy ground, struggling to rise, blood and intestines strewn about. But before it could stand still, Su Lin appeared in front of him again like a gust of wind. Pang! Another hit. The blow had shaved off a small half of its entire bull's head, the blood and brain matter splattering wildly. Quite a bit of it splattered on Surin's fur. The Fae are tenacious to a fault. The first time the lynx, even though his entire body was drained of blood, still fought with himself in a bloodbath for a dozen or so hits before he died completely. For the second time, the polar ice worm king had all its mouthparts hacked off and was still writhing in resistance. This time, the Fae musk ox was shattered in the skull, disemboweled, and even had a small piece of his head cut off still alive. The Fae musk ox is still making its final attack, but it's gone limp. And even though the sharp bull's horns reached Su Lin's shoulders, they didn't even manage to make him sway a bit. In his icy eyes, Su Lin's sharp wolf claws directly stabbed into the Fae musk ox's throat, and then his fangs also bit down on what was left of the musk ox's skull. The power in his body exploded fiercely. Rip! A sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. He gave this Fae musk ox a hard time and directly tore off the huge ox head. Raw! At that moment, the blood at the musk ox's neck was like a fountain that splashed out 2 or 3 feet high. It also dyed the fur on Su Lin's wolf head bright red. The body of the Fae musk ox, too, finally fell to the ground with a bang, blood and ice splattering and flying in the air. At this time, the bloodstained Su Lin not only looked like a blood-colored demon in the musk ox herd, even the entire wolf pack led by Wolf Dad couldn't help but fall back a few steps in unison as Su Lin raised his head and swept his eyes. There was no longer shock in their eyes when they looked at Su Lin. All they had was awe. The strongest are honored. This is a timeless law of nature that has remained unchanged for ages. The strong aura on Su Lin's body also rose uncontrollably in the icy sky and snow, when his golden brown wolf eyes, once again, gazed icily at the entire musk ox herd. The musk ox herd could no longer resist the oppressive force, could no longer suppress the panic and fear in their hearts. When ferocity and viciousness are beyond the bounds of tolerance, then there is no species that is not afraid. Even the musk oxen, which are known to be the bravest, did likewise, and they began to run in all directions. In this moment the musk ox herd had long since forgotten what a formation, what a cub. Some of their not-so-high IQ had been pure fear of that white wolf. Run like crazy, just seeking that chance to live. Now that the musk ox formation is completely spread out, it's a great time for the wolves to hunt. Seeing that Papa Wolf hadn't moved yet, Solian let out a long howl of reminder. That's what brought the awestruck wolf daddy back to his senses and began to lead a quick charge at the musk ox herd. And at this moment, Su Lin also felt elated for having decapitated this Fae musk ox. Ha ha, it definitely has more than a ton of weight. After he dropped the huge bull's head, he was very satisfied with the results of his hunt. With the blood and flesh of a Fae musk ox, one could definitely obtain a generous amount of evolutionary value. When the time came to give the wolf father and mother another 100 or 200 pounds of Fae flesh and blood, it would also be enough for their strength to be increased by leaps and bounds once again. Knowing 10 years of old book friends to me recommended book chase app. Wild fruit reading, really damn good use. Driving, bedtime rely on this read aloud listening to books to pass the time. Here you can download. Yet what you do. But Surin didn't realize that this Fae musk ox had migrated from the territory of that large wolf pack in the west. Otherwise, he must have wondered why that large wolf pack had turned such a Fae musk ox loose. After all, the flesh and blood of the last Fae lynx all held a fatal attraction for them. It didn't make sense that a Fae musk ox of that weight would be released. Phew! At this moment, Su Lin let out a long breath. Hunting this Fae musk ox looked easy as pie, but in reality, he had also mobilized the peak of his power and killed him within only a few strikes, consuming about 10% of the physical strength of. This caused the musk ox blood and flesh that Su Lin was prepared to devour to replenish the. But just at that moment, within a radius of several kilometers, the cacophonous howling of wolves once again resounded menacingly. This wolf howl caused Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes to reveal a look of gravity. The membranes in his ears were also fully opened, and he instantly heard the sound of hundreds of wolves in the surrounding area rapidly darting towards his place. Chapter 113 Battle at the Peak of the Arctic. At the same time, several new wolves under the command of Papa Wolf, who had not long joined the pack, directly broke away from the formation of the pack's charge. These wolves, heck, all of them were recruited only after the expansion behind the wolf father. They began to run wildly in the direction where the wolf howls were most intense. Ow, ow, ow. They were still howling as they ran, The howl echoed the cacophony of wolf howls. It's passing and communicating. These wolves are from that large pack. Su Lin reacted fiercely. In this moment, he realized that he had underestimated the intelligence of the Fae in the past. At the very least, that Fae Wolf King's intelligence had reached the point where he knew what it meant to arrange an inside job. Even beyond that, Su Lin looked at this Fae Musk Ox again and also vaguely understood. Maybe this Fae Musk Ox is used to drain the strength of the Wolf Father's wolf pack. And when the Wolf Father's wolf pack and the Fae Musk Ox have fought bloody battles to the point where both sides are exhausted, it was the large wolves that had been waiting for their chance that swarmed up and swept away any species that dared to stand in their way. It's not that they can't take down Papa Wolf. They just want to unify all the wolves under Papa Wolf's command at minimal cost. I can't even say that I'm not allowed to count myself in this. Wanting to carry the momentum of a great victory in the air, he also completely eradicated himself with a single blow. After all, he himself had fought that large wolf ***, and both sides had a blood feud. Once it's done, it's never going to be any kind of annexation. Instead, it's a real bloodbath, a real fight to the death. This caused Su Lin to resist grinding his teeth as he stretched his fully 4-meter wolf body. The aura on his body rose up fiercely. He had truly never imagined that the Fae would have such intelligence. It seems that one underestimates these Fae that can kill their way through nature. It was also at this time that Su Lin's sharp sensory power instantly sensed at least 2 strong auras that had rapidly approached the area. Ow! Soon accompanied by a loud and rough, and filled with cold killing intent of the wolf howl. A tall Arctic wolf with grayish-white fur and a size not unlike Su Lin's appeared on top of a snowy slope. This gray and white mixed-colored Arctic wolf was emitting an extremely strong and ferocious aura all over its body. Its pair of grayish-white wolf eyes didn't even look down at the wolf dad's wolf pack below, but instead looked directly at Su Lin. There was a chilling killing intent and fury in his eyes. Roar! Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, accompanied by a low but loud bear roar, the Fae grizzly bear that Su Lin had searched for several days had also reappeared before his eyes. That already extremely tall bear's body also seems to have grown bigger again these days. It stood on top of the snowy slope, a pair of pitch-black eyes similarly carrying a ferocious flame as it looked toward Su Lin. They're teaming up? Su Lin laughed inwardly in anger. However, there was not the slightest bit of fear. What harm was there in joining forces with 2 Fae in the district? Devour all things and achieve the strongest. Everything is fuel for your own evolutionary path. That Fae grizzly bear was even less to be feared, even though it possessed strong attributes. Without a fierce and killing nature, it was just a stronger pig to be slaughtered. What is there to fear? However, such a picture of a nesting gesture also just shows that this Wolf King, Herculeanly, was planning to annex the Wolf Father's wolf pack. And then have an unprecedented battle with yourself. In the freezing cold, this battle is not just to avenge the blood feud between the 2 sides. It was also the one that would decide who was that true king in this area of 300 to 400 miles in circumference. At this moment, just as the auras of both sides began to rise recklessly, the large wolf carcasses under the Wolf King's command also came one after another. Above the snowy slopes, wolf clan after wolf clan, their shadows were stretched out in the soft sunlight, with the wolves flying at full speed. It didn't take much of a while for that large wolf pack to almost all converge. This time, Su Lin looked at the snowy slope above the densely packed wolf race that had nearly 200 heads, and there were even 2 wolf races that were comparable in size to the wolf daddies interspersed with them. This, he knew, was the true invincible strength of this large wolf pack. Under such strength, even the polar bears, which were known as the strongest creatures on land, could only become rations for the wolves to hunt. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. Ow, ow, ow. Nearly 200 wolf clans looked up to the sky, and many of the wolf clans that had once fought against Su Lin, after smelling this familiar odor, there was no more fear in his eyes. Instead, a chilling killing intent rose, because this wasn't the same dark night in a blizzard where even the sound of wolves howling couldn't be carried out. It's a terrifying day. The last time the wolf clan's true top power hadn't even been summoned. Instead, today is a complete convergence. It was time for that blood feud to be repaid with blood. For a time, the powerful aura of this large wolf pack was nearly monstrous. Chapter 114 Tragic Battle. Bloodstained Icefield, up. The 2 sides were facing each other, but it was clear that the large wolves had the upper hand. Counting Papa Wolf's pack, this area had reached the size of 200 wolves. A standoff on this scale is unprecedented in the Arctic. There was no denying that the wolves across the street were strong. Su Lin roughly swept through the wolves and found that there were nearly 100 level 5 strength wolves alone. The head wolves with peak level 6 strength had also reached more than 20. On top of that, Su Lin also discovered 2 Fae species. This should be the Wolf King's left and right arms. The 2 hierarchs were also level 7 strength Fae. The The strength of one of the heads was already vaguely on the verge of breaking through to level 8. A wolf pack of this size, plus this gray and white mixed color wolf king and fey grizzly bear. It's an unprecedented lineup. Currently, if Su Lin wanted to leave, he could come and go as he pleased, relying on his speed of over 300. But walking away and losing this fey musk ox is small. Papa and Mama Wolf will surely be hurt, not to mention lose their lives. So there's no way he's backing out. Since there has also been a blood feud between himself and them for a long time, then blood feuds can only be solved with blood. At this moment, Su Lin shook the blood of the musk ox on his fur, and then came to the side of the terrified wolf parents, Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad. With a low howl, he signaled for Papa and Mama Wolf to lead the pack and follow behind him. He didn't let the wolf parents leave because it was impossible. The only thing to do now is to let go. It's a good thing that Papa and Mama Wolf are also well aware that in nature, there is no such thing as surviving by preying. Therefore, there was also a determination in all of their eyes, and the wolf father also let out a low howl and led the wolves to stand behind Su Lin. Then, under the watchful gaze of the many wolves, he slowly stepped forward and, Su Lin's wolf eyes, which were filled with coldness, ruthlessly collided with the gray and white mixed colored wolf king's line of sight just above the white Arctic. The aura between the two sides was rising recklessly. The austere atmosphere under the extreme day was also burning as if it were a blazing fire. When the atmosphere reached a peak, the chilling killing intent in the eyes of the gray and white wolf king didn't have the slightest bit of concealment. It had already known through the long howls coming from the wolves under its command that it was this white wolf that had bloody slaughtered more than 10 wolves of the pack in the first place. It even included several head wolves that it valued highly. It could be said that no matter which race this was placed within, it was an undying blood feud. Now the white wolf, who possessed such a blood feud, had come to spoil his plans for annexation and expansion. This caused the anger in this wolf king's eyes to rise to the extreme. This wolf king face, thanks to various brown birthmarks and those grayish-white eyes, it was already looking bad, and now it had become even more hideous. After a loud and clear wolf howl rang out, the entire large wolf pack of nearly 200 wolf clansmen were also whistling long and frantically. The 100 wolves whistled long and loud, and their might also reached an unprecedented peak in an instant. Followed by, they then rushed towards Su Lin as well as the wolf parents with an unrivaled might in their direction. Su Lin had already faced the might of 100 wolves surrounding him like this once before, so he didn't feel much, but it was clear that behind them, the wolf parents and the rest of the wolves were trembling somewhat uncontrollably. It was really because the might of the wolves on the opposite side was too strong, as if they wanted to crush everything. This caused a fierce glint to flash through Su Lin's eyes. He had to do something to wash away the fear in their hearts. Ow! With a long whine, this wolf howl was rough and powerful, briefly overpowering the sound of 100 wolves charging. Su Lin's speed of more than 100 meters per second also fully exploded. His limbs stomped a deep snow pit on the icy ground, and then charged the large wolf pack. Su Lin's speed was far beyond that of any wolf race, and this speed that brought out a loud airy harsh whistling sound caused the gray and white mottled wolf king and the fey grizzly bear to bring out scorn in their eyes. The speed of hundreds of meters per second made these charging wolves unable to react at all. One of the head wolves charging at the front crossed paths with Su Lin. Then the 2-meter body of this head wolf, which had the strength of a peak level 6, flew backward fiercely, directly charging down 7 or 8 wolf clans in the rear. The wolf carcasses only gradually stopped. When it stopped, large streams of blood spilled from its mouth, and its body kept convulsing violently. The head wolf's front chest was also slashed with a bloody wound where his internal organs were already visible. It won't survive. A generation of head wolves that also used to roar proudly in the North Pole, spilled blood in the air with just one blow. Even several of the wolf clans that had been rammed along the way began to wail in all directions under the tremendous impact. This white wolf has become stronger. The entire large wolf pack was shocked by this vicious strike. It was this strike, and it was the blood and death that brought them back to the white wolves that had killed that night to the point of insanity. Scarlet death. Now the white wolf's entire body is still drenched in blood. Even if this blood is not of the wolf tribe, it still brings out a ferocious and extreme killing aura. It was a white wolf that had slain its way out of the cruel nature by its sharp claws and fangs, but the wolves were undaunted, and were only shocked for a short one before they attacked again. In particular, one of the level 7 Fae, with more than a dozen male wolves behind him that were all at the peak of level 5, launched the first wave of charges towards Su Lin, sharp fangs, showing an eerie cold glow in the air. The rest of the wolves attacked around White Wolf. Su Lin, who had coldness in his eyes, didn't even care about the attacks of the rest of the wolf clan, because the rest of the wolves were too weak for him to break through his defense. His golden brown wolf eye stared at this level 7 Fae to death. Being a standout? Since you've been the one to stand out, you have to be prepared to die. Su Lin didn't hold back any longer, and his entire battle power was mobilized to its peak. Then directly and very hotly, he slammed a claw into the mouth of this level 7 Fae's wolf. Pawing. This up to several tons of force was concentrated on the sharp wolf claws, and the lethality it brought was terrifying to an extreme. With just one strike, the wolf's mouth and fangs of this level 7 Fey were directly shattered by a large portion. The tremendous impact also caused its entire body to be like airborne flotsam, flying out horizontally several feet away. Even though blood was flowing, even though the fangs in the wolf's mouth had already been struck by Su Lin's blow, which had given way to a bloody mold lake, but this level 7 Fey, after landing with a thud, still struggling forcibly to stand up, he didn't even wail out, because as the left arm of the Wolf King, it knew that once it wailed, it would inevitably impact the morale of the wolf pack. But it was also really shocked by the viciousness and terrifying battle power of this white wolf. Without even caring about the rest of the wolves' attacks, the white wolf hardened itself against the wolves tearing and delivered a heavy blow. The impact from this strike was so terrifying that it only felt like it had completely feet under this strike. I'm afraid that even if we give it more strength to recuperate, it will be hard to recover. It was clear that it was incapable of fighting any longer, and could only drag its body, which was so sore that it was trembling, silently retreating towards the back. However, when it wanted to retreat, it realized that the white wolf, it seemed to have no intention of letting it leave this battlefield alive. The white wolf's majestic wolf body flung itself around wildly, completely throwing down those wolf clans that pounced on him. With a speed of hundreds of meters per second, it was once again launched directly towards this Fey. Su Lin's eyes brought out a cold light of certain death. His speed was as if it was a breeze to the ordinary wolf clan. The wolves simply can't defend themselves. That Arctic wolf, a level 7 Fey species, couldn't help the panic that surfaced in its eyes when it felt the gusty wind that was coming at it. How could it not have expected that this white wolf would have such a killing intent towards itself? It was also at this time that the Wolf King that was on the snowy slope was also completely unable to stand up. It had planned to let the wolves consume a wave of white wolves, and it would then step in to settle the matter in one battle. But I didn't expect that the two sides had only just exchanged blows, and I saw that my left arm was about to be chopped off. This caused the Wolf King to also fiercely dart down from the top of the snowy slope. Flying wildly, the wolf's claws stepped on the icy ground and leapt 20 to 30 meters, bringing out countless splashes of ice and snow. The speed of this gray and white weedy Wolf King was also extremely terrifying, even faster than a Fey musk ox with its talon turned on. It was approaching 50 meters per second, but it was still too slow for Su Lin. It's too late. Since Su Lin intended to take the life of this level 7 Fey, there was no one who could stop him. In an instant, he reached this level 7 Fey, and before the Fey could react, he directly slapped it hard into the icy ground with a claw. This vicious claw imprinted this level 7 Fey directly and deeply into the ice and snow. Blood also splattered freely from its wolf head. Once again, copper head, iron bones and tofu waste. The skull, which was claimed to be the hardest of the wolf race, couldn't even withstand Su Lin's wolf claws that brought out a harsh whistle. After many evolutions, Solian's wolf claws were already ridiculously sharp. Ow! This time he let out a long whistle before the claw spikes of one of his wolf claws popped out fully and stabbed through the abdomen of this level 7 Fey. The Fey's strong vitality made this Fey not dead yet. It finally couldn't suppress this immense pain and began to wail miserably. The wail of a Homo sapiens in extreme pain is the most powerful way to break down the heart's defenses, especially since this wolf clan was one of the strongest in the pack, other than the Wolf King. But it was still not a match for the white wolf at all. Just how strong is this white wolf? Every wolf clan was shocked beyond words. Following closely behind, that Wolf King was also about to rush forward with a wild aura. But Su Lin, in the midst of the ice coldness in his eyes, his wolf claws once again exerted force, directly slashing from his abdomen to this Fey's chest, opening up a bloody, huge wound for it. Then a bloody, still rising hot heart was pulled from it. In the midst of the Fey blood splattering wildly, Su Lin swallowed this heart. Ding! Host feeds on a Fey Arctic wolf, gaining 45 points of evolution value. When the heart was swallowed into the stomach, the acquisition of evolutionary value appeared. This Fey is only barely level 7, with no essence parts. However, the gray and white mixed colored Wolf King in front of him was beyond level 10. This caused a ferocious light to glow in Su Lin's eyes. Only by devouring the flesh and blood genes of the many Fey species could he step by step become the strongest. Originally, Su Lin had planned for the wolves to build up for a while, before making a move on this large wolf pack. However, this Wolf King was clearly unable to hold back, and since he had taken the lead in launching the attack, he had to be prepared to pay any price. At this moment, Su Lin's body was covered in blood. It looked like a wild wolf bathed in blood in the eyes of the many wolves. The Wolf King, who had darted over, was also completely enraged when he saw that his left arm and right arm had also perished under Su Lin's wolf claws. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade EDU install the latest version. Originally, It still had some feelings of acceptance towards this white wolf, but nothing was left at this moment. What it had in its grayish-white wolf eyes was boundless killing intent. The only way to vent the anger in its heart was to tear this white wolf to pieces and let the wolf's blood flow out of its body, as well as to offer sacrifices and consolation to the members of its command who had died in battle. Ow! It howled angrily, and the wolf howl that brought out a chilling and incomparable killing intent echoed over the Arctic ice plains. Chapter 115, Tragic Battle. Bloodstained Icefield, Middle. This wolf king in the midst of his rage quickly arrived in front of Su Lin. The sharp wolf claws were also fully displayed, and then with a charging momentum of 50 meters per second, it ruthlessly smashed into Su Lin. The Wolf King's speed was the fastest Su Lin had ever seen besides himself. 50 meters per second was already nearly half his speed, but it still couldn't touch Surin. Between the long whistles of the pack of wolves, he only slightly sidestepped and dodged this vicious claw. Pang! This Wolf King's claws smashed on the icy ground, enough to smash out a snow pit with a depth of more than 2 feet. Countless snow and ice flying in all directions. This gray and white umber Wolf King strikes air. In his icy eyes, Su Lin prepared to strike back, but the rest of the wolves have circled around and, with the Wolf King as a check, the Wolf Clan, who were originally still fearful, had once again recovered their vigor and fierceness. Before he could hit this Wolf King with a claw, another Fae that was vaguely close to level 8 had already pounced. This Arctic Wolf's strike had a full 90 points of power value. Even for Su Lin, the wolf's body swayed a bit under this strike, delaying the opportunity to attack. Pang! His claw likewise fell short. Ow! This caused Su Lin to whine in anger. He knew that the real wolf roundup had just begun after the king's entrance. If he himself wanted to kill his way out, the difficulty had skyrocketed several times. A fierce light erupted in his eyes. Tackle the thief. This Wolf King must be cut down as soon as possible. Otherwise, he didn't know how many recovery potions he would have to consume here in the wolves' raw roundup. That's a total of 3 at the moment. Each one restores full strength. That was equivalent to adding his original stamina, which was just shy of 800 points. So he didn't have time or stamina to delay. After the angry whistling sounded, Su Lin didn't even care about the rest of the wolves tearing at him, and directly headed toward this Wolf King once again. Pang! The Wolf King and Su Lin, finally, had their first bloodbath in hard contact. The Wolf King fell back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Even that wolf claw had a bloody wound on it. Clearly this Wolf King was at a disadvantage, but it is also in the cruel icy sky and snow. Kill out of the Wolf King. A ferocity and killing intent is not inferior to the purple lynx at the time. The more traumatized he was, the more ferocious tyranny emanated from his eyes. The Wolf King fell back and had a chance to catch his breath to adjust his form. However, after Su Lin had just sparred with the Wolf King, the countless wolves around him once again frantically tore over. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. This is the Wolf Pack. After the main draw retreated, there would quickly be the rest of the wolves pouncing and tearing at them. Under such a continuation, even an existence with even more physical strength would be completely dragged down. Pang! Su Lin couldn't return in time and was viciously struck in the neck by a peak level 6 head wolf, but it simply didn't even break through the thick hair. But Surin didn't let the alpha wolf off the hook. Now that you've struck out, you're going to die. It's a bloodbath. We must kill until blood stains the ice and snow. Ow! Between Su Lin's angry whistles, he leapt forward and, then the thick wolf claws stretched out and directly stepped on this head wolf. Sharp fangs flashed with an eerie cold light, running towards the head wolf's neck. When it wanted to tear into Su Lin's neck, it should have thought that its neck would be bitten off. Gotcha! Su Lin's current bite force was simply not something a head wolf's neck could withstand. Straight away, his throat was bitten off, and blood splattered wildly, staining the fur of the many wolf clans in the surrounding area. This head wolf didn't even wail. The color of shock failed to even surface in his eyes before he directly perished. The blood-stained wolf's head and carcass were separated by the blood. Su Lin swallowed a mouthful of the fishy sweet blood in his mouth, but just when he raised his wolf's head, the gray and white mixed-colored Wolf King had already rushed over again. Pang! This time the knot directly hit Surin's wolf head. This gray and white mixed-color Wolf King's attack power definitely had 200 upwards. The vicious attack directly broke through the skin and flesh on the wolf's head, and blood flowed uncontrollably. Even Su Lin's huge body, which was a full 4 meters, was completely sent flying out several meters away by this strike, and then landed with a thud. Just after landing, there were countless wolves tearing towards Su Lin's abdomen. Ow! Su Lin whistled angrily in pain and quickly rolled over. Then the claw spikes of his right paw popped out completely, directly and viciously slamming into a level 5 male wolf that had just torn the most aggressively. Pang! The wild and fierce force under the furious strike had shattered the head of this level 5 male wolf, as if a balloon had exploded. Countless amounts of blood and brain matter crumbled out. This brain matter splattered all over Su Lin's body in stars, making his body's terrifying aura add a few more points. Surin was just as much in the brutal nature, killing his way out, hunting musk oxen, killing grizzly bears, routing herds, and decapitating bug kings. So the pain didn't make Su Lin retreat. It only made the killing intent in his body even more frantic. Kill, kill, kill. In today's battle, apart from the fact that I will behead this wolf king, it was also bound to kill until the broken limbs of this large wolf pack covered this ice field. His abdomen had just been torn with countless blood marks, but luckily none of them broke his defense. Because right now even the defense of Su Lin's abdomen was not something that this group of ordinary wolves could break through, but they managed to enrage Solian. The tyrannical and terrifying killing intent in Su Lin's body rose to the top, with the wolves attacking once more. His wolf claws also stabbed directly into the throat of a female wolf, then hooked the female wolf's body in death and swept towards the rest of the wolf clan. Pawing! Several pouncing wolves were immediately sent flying out, but they were followed by another wolf king in mixed gray and white colors. This time, it was the tearing bite of this wolf king, its bloody mouth biting the back of Su Lin's neck. It instantly broke through his flesh. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Su Lin's eyes, and he didn't struggle to attack the wolf king's wolf head. That strengthened right claw carried a terrifying attack power of over 300 and headed directly towards the wolf king's soft abdomen. This wolf king wanted to lock its own throat, so Su Lin first opened its skin. Su Lin's ruthlessness, which was so desperate, caused the wolf king to kill a trace of panic in his eyes. Even as a fey, its belly is still the softest part of the wolf race. It was forced to loosen its fangs and back away decisively. As long as it had a huge wolf pack to cooperate with, it would be able to drag this white wolf down sooner or later. But Su Lin's speed was too fast. The sharp wolf claw still cut into the wolf king's abdomen. Rip! The sound of flesh being torn. Su Lin gained momentum and hardened himself against the attacks of the rest of the wolves, once again pouncing on this gray and white mixed colored wolf king. There was an extremely chilling killing intent rising in his eyes. The Arctic wolf that was about to break through the level 8 fey, in order to ease the pressure on the wolf king, also flew over and smashed a claw hard towards Su Lin's eyes. Su Lin's killing intent had boiled over, and he didn't even care about all the attacks. A claw once again slammed viciously towards this wolf king's flank. Pawing! Up to more than 300 power values completely erupted, and under one claw of full strength, this gray and white mixed color wolf king's fully 4-meter wolf body was sent flying out more than 10 meters away. Along the way, the wolves touched were also struck by the residual force, wailing and screaming. The gray and white mottled wolf king's side abdomen was also cut open with a deep gash. Even the ribs, under the huge impact, broke 2 of them. The gray and white mixed colored wolf king roared furiously in pain. This all-out strike from Su Lin caused the entire wolf pack to look at him, but soon the almost level 8 fey, too, pounced on Su Lin. Pawing! A vicious claw slapped at Su Lin's eyes. Blood instantly trickled from his eyes. Last time, it was the polar ice worm king that struck his eyes, which was the weakest vital point in terms of defense. However, this strike was much weaker than the polar ice worm king's mouthpiece attack, and it only caused blood to spill out of Su Lin's eyes, and his right eye vision became scarlet. Pain still hurts too, but after experiencing the pain of destruction and remodeling, this pain was something that Su Lin was able to endure. His wolf eyes, which were overflowing with blood, directly stared viciously at this fey wolf race that was about to break through level 8, even a few points stronger than Wolf Dad. He let out a furious whistle, a fierce light in his eyes. Must die. This fey must die. Since he had chopped off one arm of the gray and white mixed color wolf king, he didn't mind chopping off another arm. It's also good to have the wolf dad and mom completely stress-free. Otherwise, if this fey wolf clan attacked the wolf parents, it would pose a great threat to them. Between the angry whistles, Su Lin forced himself to endure the sharp pain coming from his eyes, neck and the wolf's head. He leapt, his thick limbs stomping out snow pits several inches deep in the icy ground, and soared several meters high. Then towering over him, the wolf's claws shimmered with an eerie cold light under the never-ending polar day. The harsh whistle that cut through the air also resounded in mid-air, and the wolf claws viciously smashed towards this fey wolf clan that was about to level 8. With Su Lin's speed, this fey wolf clan simply couldn't dodge. Pawing! The vicious strike smashed into the neck of this fey wolf clan, breaking the neck right open. Even the throat was torn apart by the wolf claws. The huge impact also knocked the fey wolf, which was more than 2 meters in length, into a quick backwards flight out of the room. Before he even landed, Su Lin, who had launched at full speed, once again came underneath this fey wolf clan. Pawing! Another vicious strike completely broke the skin and flesh of its abdomen, and its body was sent flying sideways into the air. After being disemboweled, The Fey wolf clan's blood and fragments of internal organs were strewn in all directions in midair. In an instant, the smell of the blood was so strong that it made the wolves gag a little. However, the killing intent in Su Lin's eyes, which had risen to its peak, still had not receded. It had even been boiling and burning, fueled by intense pain. It was as if only killing and bloodshed could give vent to his pain. Ow! Su Lin once again whistled long and loud. Rough wolf howls resounded over this Arctic ice plain. Nowadays, not only is his hair stained with blood, even his eyes overflowed with wisps of blood, and his originally golden brown eyes became scarlet. Chapter 116, Tragic Battle. Blood-stained Icefield. Next, at the same time, the gray and white mixed-colored Wolf King had long since risen from the ice and snow. An increasingly ferocious killing intent likewise swept over his body as he looked toward Su Lin. The sightlines of Su Lin and the Wolf King intertwined and collided once again. Huffing and puffing, Su Lin began to gasp once more, counting that Fey musk ox. It could be said that he had already killed 3 Fey in a row. It looked easy to write, but in reality, each strike mobilized the strength of his entire body, and he had currently consumed nearly half of his physical strength. But the whole pack's attack didn't slow down, especially that Fey Wolf King. The blow he gave him by himself didn't hurt its fundamentals, and it was still at its peak in all its battle power. This made Su Lin know that the next battles would become increasingly brutal. It will be a bloody and deadly battle, and the Wolf Father and Wolf Mother at the back of Su Lin were also fighting hard. There were about 30 or so wolves that were rounding them up. It was a good thing that the Wolf Father was a peak level 7 Fey, and his strength was at a crushing level for ordinary wolves. With few against many, it can be resisted. On top of that, there was a Fey grizzly bear sitting on top of the snowy slope. This Fey grizzly bear, after all, was too life-thirsty. Otherwise, charging down and joining forces with the wolves at this time would put Su Lin in a really tricky position, but it didn't dare to enter, which made the pressure facing Su Lin much smaller. He began to let out a long whistle, once again mobilizing the peak battle power of his entire body towards this Fey Wolf King. This Wolf King was also commanding in a low howl, and the hundreds of wolf clans in the surrounding area once again started a siege against Su Lin. The Wolf King is the main force behind the hold. Its grayish-white wolf eyes had a chilling killing intent while also bringing out a touch of gravity, because there was no denying that this white wolf was strong. Both strength and speed exceeded it by a large margin. The main thing is that its ruthlessness is even above it. But with the wolves circling the pack, this white wolf will be dragged down sooner or later. Ow! 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 At this moment, the sound of wolves howling in this area was like boiling water, boiling noisily. Many of the head wolves brought the wolves under their command and started charging round after round at Su Lin. With the Fey Wolf King himself on the field, these wolf clans were all as if they were fearless, because the Wolf King was the most supreme existence of the entire large wolf pack, and the Wolf King was fighting for blood in the first place. How could they dare to retreat and fear death? And at this moment, Su Lin had completely utilized his entire body's combat power to an extreme. He wasn't just fighting this Wolf King in blood again, he was also dealing with the entanglement of the wolves. It was a good thing that the 2 Fey wolves that could barely pose a threat to him had already bled ice and snow. These remaining wolves couldn't break through his defense at all. But again, these wolves were very smart, and all of them were attacking and tearing at their already injured parts. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. It caused these wounds on Su Lin's body to be torn and expanded once again. The pain made him more and more mad, his sharp claws staining the blood of these wolves. The sound of wolf claws cutting through flesh and blood rang out from time to time. The wailing of the wolves was also unceasing. In the life and death struggle, Su Lin killed to the point of near insanity. Those blood-stained wolf eyes were all cold killing intent. In the midst of the blood and flesh, the hairs on his body were stained with blood. Scarlet death. This was his image in the eyes of these wolves. Every wolf wail represented the loss of a life. This white wolf was ready to kill at every turn. The strong force was simply not something that ordinary wolves could resist. It was important to know that even the strongest left arm under the Wolf King's command had not gone a single round under the sharp claws of this white wolf. The smell of blood. This area was beginning to get thick to the point of being pungent. Not only was Su Lin covered in blood, even all of the wolf clans that fought in close quarters were dyed into bloody wolves by the splattered blood. Blood dripped down their fur. Blood-stained icefield. This is truly a blood-stained icefield. Even the limbs and broken bones of an unknown number of wolf clans were scattered around in this area. Ow! 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 The tussle raged for over an hour. The wolves' loud and long wolf howls that were loud and clear at the beginning of the pack all became hoarse and low as well. All of the wolf clans of the large wolf pack looked towards that white wolf whose killing intent was becoming more and more terrifying, and their wolf eyes unconsciously carried a hint of fear. How could they have never imagined that this white wolf would still be able to inflict such horrifying kills even though it was facing the peak power of the entire wolf pack? It's too vicious. If not for the fact that the Wolf King was still in a bloodbath, I'm afraid they would have dispersed long ago. And at this time, Su Lin had also used a recovery potion. Yet he still hadn't killed through the entire wolf pack yet. Now his stamina, once again, had dropped to a quarter. It's a very dangerous ground now. Su Lin already didn't know how many wolf clans he had torn apart alive. And at the same time, he could feel the injuries on his body, adding several more once again. It was just that most of these wounds were covered by the blood of the rest of the wolves, and covered them up. Huffing and puffing, he began to pant violently, pain lurking everywhere on his body. If it wasn't for having a healing talent that quickly coalesced all the wounds into blood scabs, blocking the flow of chi and blood, otherwise he's in a state that's going to be even worse. However, that Fey Wolf King wasn't much better. Having been viciously struck 3 times by Su Lin, the wolf's claws inflicted extremely horrific wounds on his back, his flanks, and at the wolf's head. The blood from this wound was flowing freely across the room. Having fought in blood to this point, it wasn't just Surin who started panting heavily to regain his strength. Even that Fey Wolf King and the wolf clans under his command were feeling the rapid loss of stamina, but they haven't retreated. A pair of wolf eyes were still staring at themselves in death. There were too many wolves that had died under the claws of Su Lin's wolf, and such a heavy price was beyond their imagination. It was also the fact that after paying such a painful price, it would be impossible for the Fey Wolf King to retreat. Immortality. It's a truly grueling battle that won't end in death, because if this white wolf was not beheaded, the cohesion of the entire large wolf pack in the future would, I'm afraid, go up in smoke. Ow! The Fey Wolf King stared at Su Lin with a deadly stare, and extreme ferocity and tyranny erupted from his eyes once again. It led the wolves and once again attacked Su Lin. A touch of grey light also erupted from the full 4-meter wolf body, which quickly internalized into the Wolf King's body. It made its entire wolf body seem to have grown again out of thin air, and the pair of grayish-white wolf eyes had completely metamorphosed into pure grey. The already strong aura of the Fey Wolf King was also once again pulled up a few notches. C-class talent Frenzied Wolf. This Fey Wolf King finally used its killer weapon, and its entire strength soared to an extremely powerful level. Wolf Whistle Icefield. Its pure grey eyes carried the aura of undying desperation as it once again fought with Su Lin in a bloodbath. Chapter 117, Killing the Collapsing Wolves. Wolf King's Blood, Request for Subscription. The Fey Wolf King had been invincible for a long time in this empty Arctic icefield. It thought it could be the rightful king of this area. It never occurred to me that I would meet an opponent like White Wolf, but there is no going back for it now. It's a bloodbath. Immortal bloodbath. Ow! The hoarse howl of a wolf resounded once more over the Arctic. In the eyes of the Fey Wolf King and Su Lin, looking toward each other, they both carried killing intent that was chilling to the extreme. Pang! A bloodbath exploded over the ice field. The strong to extreme recoil caused both to fall back more than 30 meters. Along the way, wolves who couldn't dodge were knocked to the ground by the aftermath of the charge. Su Lin, who stopped his footsteps at this point, could feel the pain from having his right claw strengthened. The wolf's claws also showed bloody scratches. There was no doubt that this Fey Wolf King's strength in all aspects had increased by leaps and bounds after opening his talent, and even that elevation is far from over. Su Lin's mind moved, and the Wolf King's numerical attributes appeared before his eyes. Species, Arctic Wolf. Rank, 14. Blood and Chi, 2785. Endurance, 257. Strength, 310. Defense, 280. Speed, 210. Talent, Rabid Wolf. Nowadays, this Fey Wolf King's numerical attribute had soared a lot more than at the beginning, and this value was still soaring. What kind of talent is this? All aspects of attributes can be boosted? The more injured you are, the more it improves? Nowadays, the Wolf King's strength was already a threat to him. This Fey Wolf King couldn't be allowed to elevate any further. This caused the ferocious light in Su Lin's eyes to flicker madly. Then he let out a furious whistle, and his wolf eyes, which were already stained with blood, became even more scarlet. Talent Hunt. The same C-rank talent of hunting caused Su Lin's strength to suddenly skyrocket to an extreme, and it was at this time that the wolves pounced again. Ow! In the midst of the wolves' siege, Su Lin's scarlet-like eyes brought out an invincible ferocious flame. The strengthened right claw's strength soared to the point where it was nearly 700. Open the monument and crack the stone. Indestructible. Pang! A vicious claw struck a level 5 male wolf, directly blowing its head, along with its front body, off. Knowing 10 years of old book friends to me recommended book chase app. Wild fruit reading, really damn good use. Driving, bedtime rely on this read aloud listening to books to pass the time. Here you can download. Yet what you do. Blood and brains. Splattering in a rampage. Rub it and it's dead on touch. This was the present day battle power of Su Lin. Ow! Along with the rain of blood, his rough wolf howl sounded again. This wolf's howl carried a killing intent that was already so strong that it was nearly matchless. Under this terrifying killing intent, no wolf clan dared to thwart it. Sharp wolf claws sliced through the air, killing one wolf life after another. Wherever they passed, there was a shower of blood and broken limbs. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the wolves threw down the corpses of 10 or so wolves. They began to retreat in terror, and even with the Wolf King as the main force holding Su Lin back, they are also scared and killed to the point of being completely cowed. It was as if this white wolf was not one of its own kind, a god of death that mercilessly reaped life. However, just as the wolf clan's morale was about to collapse, the Wolf King charged once again. Pang! A vicious claw smashed at Su Lin's forehead. A deep cut was made, even revealing the white bones inside. If it's a one-on-one fight, Su Lin couldn't say that killing this Fey Wolf King was like slaughtering a pig or dog, but at least he wouldn't be so heavily injured. But with the wolves in tow, it was a different story. Every time he had just torn a few wolves to shreds and hadn't yet stabilized his stance, this Wolf King rushed over. The timing picked by this Wolf King was very tricky, causing Su Lin to be unable to defend at all. This vicious attack sent him flying out a dozen meters away. It landed with a thud. Su Lin forced himself to endure the severe pain and quickly climbed up. This time he could feel a fishy sweetness all over his mouth and his insides were bleeding from the shock. He hadn't been hurt this badly in a long time, especially with the hunting talent turned on. Fortunately, due to the fact that the might of just blood slaughtering more than 10 wolf clans was especially present, causing this large wolf pack around them to already just surround and no longer dare to pounce on them. They were really scared of being killed by Su Lin. In just 20 to 30 meter seconds, more than 10 wolves were torn into pieces. Blood, internal organs, and broken limbs were scattered all over the icy ground. What kind of horrible killing is this? Even the icy ground was dyed red. Ow! Under the intense pain in his forehead, Su Lin let out a furious roar before his speed of over 200 per second fully unfolded. Without the wolves pestering us, with his current speed, this Fey Wolf King would not be able to react in time. Pang! The sharp wolf claws, likewise, directly smashed into the front chest of this Fey Wolf King. The terrifying explosive power of almost 700 struck through the front chest of the Fey Wolf King. The deep, bloody hole was so deep that you could even see the heart beating inside. This strike also sent this Fey Wolf King flying across the sky, and the blood gushing out of his forehead made a beautiful arc in the air. Su Lin's figure was like a ghost, and he once again posted up. Before the Wolf King could land, there was another vicious claw. This claw originally intended to slice the Wolf King's neck completely open. But the Fey Wolf King endured the pain and directly used his wolf head to go hard against Su Lin's blow. For the wolves, the skull is their hardest point. Su Lin's current attack power was enough to blow up an ordinary wolf clan's wolf head with a single blow. But the skull of this Fey Wolf King was several times harder than steel. Pang! The force that had exceeded tens of thousands of pounds smashed into the Fey Wolf King's wolf head, smashing it out a dozen meters away again. Blood flowed and slid freely from its wolf's head, but it had ultimately resisted this nearly fatal blow from Su Lin. Ow! Under the threat of death and the pain of near suffocation, it climbed to its feet and also fell into a complete frenzy. A pair of dark gray wolf eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. Even these traumas, with the addition of the talented berserker wolf, caused its strength and aura to soar another notch. The Wolf King, who had fallen into a frenzy, didn't dodge in the face of Su Lin, who was attacking again. Bloodbath! Bloodbath! It mobilized all of its senses to the extreme, and was finally able to barely make out the figure of this white wolf. Followed by a bloodbath. Pang! The two sides once again clashed hard against each other. Nowadays, the Fey Wolf King's strength value had also reached 400 under the surge, but there was still too big a gap with Solemn. This strike caused it to only feel that the bones of its wolf claws were shattered. This pain that went straight to the heart caused the Wolf King to become more and more insane. It completely gave up all fighting skills and fought only by instinct. Sharp fangs, biting towards Su Lin's neck, but without the assistance of the wolves, it couldn't touch any of Su Lin's fur at all. Pang! Another heavy to the extreme blow slammed into its wolf's head, knocking its wolf's head to a lake of bloody mold. Even one of its eyes was torn apart by the sharp wolf's claws. Ow! But it was still howling furiously, fighting Su Lin in blood with any part of its wolf body. When the bones of the wolf's claws were shattered, he used his massive wolf body to slam toward Su Lin. This vicious and sudden attack caused Su Lin to be knocked down by the Wolf King. Two wolf clans with a size of 4 meters tumbled on top of the ice and snow. In a tumble, both tore at each other toward each other. Rip! Flesh was broken open and blood was splattering. It tumbled all the way, and also colored the ice and snow all the way to scarlet. That large pack of wolves under the command of the Fey Wolf King. Seeing this scene, he also finally lunged towards the battlefield once again, because they also know very well that if the Wolf King does die in battle, then they are like fish and meat on the eucalyptus board, ready to be slaughtered by the white wolf. Ow! 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 Their voices were hoarse, and they rushed furiously into the fray, whistling, with the determination to die. After charging through, they tore into the existing wounds on the white wolves with as much force as they could muster, tearing the wounds on the white wolf's body. Once again, ow! Su Lin roared with extreme killing intent. Rip! He took the already half-ruined Wolf King, and once again, he tore a vicious bite out of it, ripped out its other eye, along with a small half of its face, and swallowed it into his stomach. Ding! Host feeds on a Fey Arctic wolf, gaining 42 points of evolution value. The blood and eyes of the Fey Wolf King were slightly replenishing Su Lin's small remaining stamina value. He had wanted to kill this Wolf King completely before settling these wolf clans, but the brazen attacks of these wolves caused wounds to flow freely all over his body. Su Lin could feel the chi and blood values frantically draining away. Bang! 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 The heart that had been strengthened had also gone from a smooth easing at the beginning to a rapid beating now. Each beat created fresh blood for Su Lin. The rapid beating of his heart also made him feel a wave of panic and dizziness. This caused him to finally get up and kill the rest of the wolves around him in a roar of rage. Pang! A vicious blow, sweeping across the room. Several wolves in the surrounding area were swept half of their cheeks under this blow. The closest one had its head sliced in half by a sharp wolf claw and perished on the spot. Su Lin took advantage of the last few remaining seconds of his hunting talent to once again explode with his most powerful battle force. A few seconds to kill 8 wolves in a row. Bloody internal organs and brains were scattered all over Su Lin's huge wolf body, making him look horrible to the extreme. It was those same few seconds that finally killed the morale of this large wolf pack until it collapsed. The rich aura of death was beyond the limits of what any wolf psyche could bear. Every sense in their bodies is frantically screaming at them to run. Run! 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 They were simply no match for this Scarlet Reaper. Every inch of their flesh and blood, too, began to tremble unconsciously under the great threat and fear of death. In this nervous fear, even if they do nothing, it still felt like his heart was beating faster and faster, and his body was rapidly losing strength. Even though they were trying to guard the Wolf King, they couldn't control their bodies anymore. I don't know which wolf clan was the first to lead, and then the entire pack collapsed with a bang. Run! Run! Facing this white wolf that was terrifying to the extreme, they were truly afraid. They weren't fighting their own kind, as if they were challenging the authority of death. On the run, they wailed miserably, howled in fear and howled low in trepidation. Even many of the wolves couldn't control the tears and urine that came out of their fright. They just feel their legs go weak, their breathing tense. After a few steps, my whole body is so weak that I just want to lie down on the icy ground. Looking at the corpses of their companions, which were all broken limbs along the way, the wolves who seldom shed tears all began to cry freely, with long streams of tears. They don't know what the hell they did today, but they know that in the future there will be no place for them in the Arctic ice. They will be a wandering lone wolf that all hunters can bully. This area has seen too many of their companions die in battle. Mates, children, and companions who fought alongside them in the day-to-day, but they can't do anything about it. They didn't dare to face the white wolf that had already killed to the point of bathing in blood and becoming a demon. In pathos, with tears in their eyes, they didn't even dare to take the bodies of their closest wolves in their mouths, so they fled as if they were bereaved dogs. As the wolves collapsed, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, whose pressure was lightened, looked up at Su Lin in the distance. Looking at Su Lin, who was drenched in blood and brain matter, and the broken limbs everywhere, they all felt an inexplicable chill appear in their hearts as well. Wolf Parent gulped frantically at her own saliva again, forcing herself not to make a sound, because in the smell of blood that was so thick that it couldn't be melted, even they were afraid that something uncontrollable would happen if they howled. The pups that were originally capable and warlike in their minds were now as if they were blood-bathed and had become demons, standing at a distance, doing nothing. The ruthless killing intent that rose from his body alone made all the wolves tremble with fear. Huffing. However, at this time, Su Lin's stamina had already bottomed out, dropping to the point where it was around 5%. He gasped violently and even the body felt a little weak under the extreme physical strength expensive lack of. But Su Lin knew that he couldn't fall. This Fey Wolf King hadn't really been killed yet, and that Fey grizzly bear on top of the snowy slope was still eyeing it. So not only could he not fall down, the chilling killing intent in his eyes was even a few points thicker. Kill. This bloody battle is far from over. Now that there's no more of that large wolf pack to tangle with, even if his stamina bottomed out, he could still decimate this Fey Wolf King. Su Lin raised his head and looked towards the Fey Wolf King, who had already redrawn his distance. This Fey Wolf King, he had beaten him until he was half-wasted. The gifted gray light on his body was dispersed. Yes, the head talent hadn't faded away on its own, but had been hardened and broken up by Su Lin. Even though the Mad Wolf's talent was extremely heaven-defying, And the more traumatized he was, the stronger he improved. There was ultimately a critical value, and Solian shattered that critical mass. This current Wolf King was miserable. The wolf's head was a lake of blood and flesh mold, and both of the grayish-white wolf eyes had been torn apart by Su Lin, and one had been swallowed into his stomach. There were extremely hideous and gruesome wounds on the abdomen, neck, back, forehead, and so on, although Su Lin was also severely injured. With the support of the healing talent and strengthened heart, his blood value quickly stabilized. But this Fey Wolf King was so weak that it couldn't even stand under the great flow of blood. Su Lin slowly walked towards it, and the chilling killing intent on his body was like a mountain crushing down on it. This Fey Wolf King, completely blind in both eyes and covered in scars. There was no retreat. It just gave a long, hoarse-throated howl to the sky. Ow! The wolf howls were nowhere near as loud and clear as they had been at the beginning, and there were no longer the hundreds of wolves following the long whine. This week-long howl seemed to be announcing his fall to this icy sky and snowy land. It, which was once invincible in this ice field, felt the blood draining out of its body, and also felt the descent of a strong death aura. It was relieved, though, and bracing itself to stand. It simply waited in silence for death to come. The weak is strong and the strong is strong. Only this time it's the one that's been reduced to a blood meal. Chapter 118 Huge Harvest. The Fey Wolf King was blinded in both eyes, and the wolf's head was beaten to a bloody mold lake. Only by sheer tenacity and resistance to blows is it still standing in place. He can smell, through his sense of smell, that the white wolf is approaching him. With the same ferocious killing nature, it wanted to fight back in its death throes. However, all of its front paw bones had been shattered in the bloodbath just now. The fangs were also half knocked out, making it difficult to launch a powerful attack. The remaining dignity of the Wolf King caused it to still stand and not let out a wailing cry for mercy. As the white wolf gradually approached, the smell of death came closer and closer. In this oppressive aura, the Wolf King remembers the day when he was a young boy and was driven out of the pack due to his weakness. It also seemed like today, with the scent of death and the chill air all around them. That day, driven out, it only felt that the Arctic sky was colder than ever. It's cold. It's about to freeze to death. I'm afraid it would have died if an Arctic rabbit hadn't hopped up and appeared and become its food. After he survived that day, he became a lone wolf on the prowl, scavenging for scraps and scraps for a living. One day by chance, picked up a baby muskox left over from a bear clan. After it finished gnawing on the little muskox's flesh and blood, it clearly felt a mutation in its body. Its wolf claws became as fast as blades, and its body was more flexible than that of an ordinary wolf race. Even though it was only just 2 years old, its bite strength was already far beyond that of an adult wolf clan. That was when it realized that it wasn't weak at all. The only reason it was weak was simply because it couldn't even eat scraps among the wolves. So after recovering, it kills its way back to the pack and tears its wolf parents alive. What makes you think it's not a good keeper just because it's dirty looking? Why should feeding always favor other siblings? Not only did they tear apart the wolf parents, even the rest of the wolves in the pack were all torn apart and swallowed into their bellies. It was from that day on that it began to become cold-blooded and murderous. Yet it was getting stronger every single day, and it was leading the pack to expand and grow step by step, and it had expanded to a full 60 to 70 wolf clans even in the middle of the polar night. In the months following the polar night, it even reached almost 200 wolves at one point. It's really time to unify this area. However, it had always been invincible, but it never expected to encounter Su Lin here. An unprecedented and tragic battle of the wolf race had dyed this ice field a scarlet red like blood. It lost and lost nothing. Ow! Another pale, raspy wolf howl. Su Lin, who had walked over, didn't try and torture too much when faced with this Fey Wolf King whose size was not inferior to his own, because the wounds on this Wolf King's body couldn't possibly support its deathbed counterattack anymore. As for the miserable sadness of this Wolf King's fall, it didn't make his heartstrings fluctuate in the slightest. The strongest is the best, and the winner is the king. This is the eternal law. Every king who stands at the top of the food chain has stepped on the bones of one rival after another to reach the top. Even this Fey Wolf King was no exception. How few opponents have died at its hands. Pang! At this moment, Su Lin ruthlessly struck this Fey Wolf King's neck with a claw, once again slashing a huge bloodstain into the wound on its neck. The huge impact and miserable pain caused the Wolf King's body to no longer be able to stand. It flew horizontally and then landed with a thud. What little blood remained flowed once again from the neck artery. But this Fey Wolf King still didn't die. It fought to get up from the icy ground, but it was too late. Even though Su Lin's speed wasn't the hundreds of meters per second that he had at his peak, it was still fast. In a flash, he came to it, and his thick wolf claws slapped directly on the Fey Wolf King's blood and flesh-molded lake wolf head. Pang! This attack slapped the Wolf King's wolf head into the ice and snow, and all the flesh and skin on the wolf's head was instantly torn apart, and the skull was cut out with trails of blood. but the Wolf King was still alive. This is the Fae, tenacious to the point of near terror. The vitality of the species is beyond the reach of ordinary species. Su Lin's eyes glowed with a ruthless and extreme light. He once again stretched out his wolf claws and directly stabbed into the Wolf King's forehead, then fiercely exerted himself, and his peak strength erupted once again. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. From the front chest to the abdomen, the Wolf King was completely disemboweled directly. The thick smell of blood rose up menacingly, and many of the internal organs were still pulsing and writhing in their guts. Subsequently, without much delay, Surin, his physical strength was about to be exhausted, and he was still able to stand purely by virtue of his willpower to hold on again. He saw the wolf heart that emitted a rich gray fluorescent light, then stretched out his claw spikes and yanked it out of the Wolf King's body by hooking it dead center. The heart is also the most deadly to the Fae, especially the heart, which is the best part of the body. After the heart was removed, the only trace of life force left in the Fae Wolf King also finally came to an end. It tried to let out another long howl, but its throat had been completely slit. All that could come out was a whirring sound of leaking air. Eventually the huge wolf's body began to convulse violently, and within a few seconds, there was no longer a single movement. This Fae Wolf King, who had ruled over nearly 200 wolf clans, had also finally perished completely. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Lin, whose body was drenched in blood, devoured the heart that emitted a glistening gray light into his stomach. Don't want to make the essence drain from the heart. After swallowing it into his mouth, Su Lin felt this heart quickly transform into a very large energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Under this energy, even his physical strength was slightly restored. That gray essence power was also completely extracted. 2 tantalizingly gray message alerts then appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the heart of the Fae Arctic wolf and gaining 200 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fae Arctic wolf and purifying a talent serum. These 2 message alerts were followed closely by the message alerts for the battle ratings. Take the weak with the strong. Outnumbered. Talent showdown. Bloodbath. The battle of the misery. Final victory. Target dead. Combat rating, SS. Rating for this battle, SS. Gained 2 reinforcing serums, 3 recovery potions, and 30 evolutionary potions. This time the battle rating reached SS level. Far more rewarding than the last time I wrestled with a lynx for ratings. Seeing this obtained reward, Su Lin, who was gasping for violently rough breaths, felt somewhat relieved. The talent serum, reinforcement serum, restoration potion, and evolution potion were all the ones he most urgently needed at the moment. Beyond that, to kill 4 Fae in a row in one battle. This Fae blood and flesh alone was a huge harvest for Su Lin and the wolves. Chapter 119 Unidentified Greenlight. The Fae Musk Ox, in particular, weighed more than a ton. It's a hefty haul. Crisis hadn't quite made contact, though, having devoured the heart of the Fae Wolf King, Su Lin, who had slightly regained a trace of his strength, looked up at the huge grizzly bear, whose body size had vaguely reached 5 meters, a ruthless killing intent that did not diminish in his eyes. After obtaining 3 more recovery potions, Su Lin currently had 5 recovery potions, so he already didn't mind wasting a recovery potion and decapitating this grizzly bear as well. In one day, 5 Fae were killed in a row. There was no doubt that this battle record of Su Lin's would set an unprecedented record for the Arctic ice plains, but just as Solian let out a low howl and signaled for Papa and Mama Wolf to clean up the battlefield while he stepped forward once again, only to find that the Fae grizzly standing on top of the snowy slope had retreated. And this time the retreat was extremely fast. Ow! This caused Su Lin's somewhat hoarse wolf howl to ring out fiercely. He quickly chased after this Fae grizzly bear. But soon, he saw the Fae grizzly bear, with a greenish glow emanating from its body, disappearing from his sight at an extremely fast speed. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade edu Android Apple are available. Su Lin's mind moved, wanting to call up the attributes of the Fae grizzly bear to see what that greenish glow was. But he failed. The Fae grizzly escaped too fast and too far away. However, Su Lin could be quite certain that this green light was definitely not a Fae grizzly's talent, for he had seen the gift of the grizzly bear when he slaughtered that band of poachers at the head of the. It was a light gray fluorescent light that caused the Fae grizzly's defense to skyrocket. Even the skin has become as hard as stone and steel, making it difficult for ordinary rifles to cause effective killings. But what was that green light if not a gift? Just now, even Su Lin felt a hint of danger from the glistening green light. Even Su Lin's extremely sharp sense of smell detected a scent from the green light that didn't belong on a Fae grizzly bear. Could it be that this Fae grizzly bear is having another strange encounter? There was an incomparably chilling light in his eyes. This Fae grizzly bear, though timid and shy, has been lucky enough to be the envy of other species. The last iceberg crack. Even though he hadn't obtained the Ice Mountain Lotus, he had gained a great increase in strength by devouring polar iceworms day after day. This time, if he gained some more encounters, Su Lin wouldn't mind intercepting them again. The iceberg lotus evolutionary value of thousands and thousands of points at every turn was something he still couldn't get out of his mind. But why did that fake grizzly bear run when he himself is so weak now? Su Lin stood on the snowy slope with some doubt in his blood-stained wolf eyes, but soon enough, without giving it another thought, because even though he didn't slaughter the grizzly bear, he saved a recovery potion. As for my own questions, I think they will be answered later. And that glistening green light made Su Lin feel that he couldn't say that he would be able to get some surprises from this fake grizzly bear in the future. Huffing. The speedy and frantic running he had just done had completely depleted Su Lin's stamina value, which had recovered a tiny bit. His limbs were a little limp, and he braced his wolf body to the carcass of the Fey musk ox. While lying on his back and panting violently to regain his strength, he also sucked several large mouthfuls of blood from the neck wound. The blood of the Fey musk ox was sweet and delicious, and it quickly converted into a considerable amount of energy when it entered the body. Ding! Host eats a Fey musk ox and gains 45 evolution points. A tantalizing gray message of evolutionary value followed. This blood flowed into his stomach, replenishing some of his strength to Su Lin, who was already exhausted to the point of exhaustion. They've been through a grueling struggle. 3 of the wolves in the pack under Papa Wolf's command were also killed in battle, and the rest of the wolves were carrying injuries to a greater or lesser extent. Still, it was much better than Su Lin, who was dragging the prey in a combined effort. This was the territory of the wolves, and no ungrateful hunters usually came to pillage it. But Surin let out a low howl, just in case, gesturing for Papa Wolf to detach one of the wolves to go and gather the little lone wolf and the little gray ones. Ow! Papa Wolf responded painfully. After this grueling battle, Papa Wolf had felt deeply inadequate. The mere fact that the wolves had gotten mixed in with the underbelly of a large wolf pack was a very significant dereliction of duty on his part as the alpha wolf, and having evolved into a Fey and increased his intelligence quite a bit, he also no longer took his majesty overly seriously, especially with his own pups and his mate. Papa Wolf wouldn't be showing off his alpha wolf majesty any longer. Plus, today, Wolf Dad, too, had completely seen Su Lin's terrifying and overwhelming battle power. This battle power was beyond its imagination. At first, the father thought it was the end of the pack, and was planning to accompany the mother to her death. I just hope my own cubs can escape just fine. But how could it have thought that Su Lin hadn't fled at all? Alone, he killed the wolves until the pack collapsed and the Wolf King bled, and he himself led a dozen or so wolf clans before he was able to fend off 30 or so wolf clans from the other side. The disparity made the wolf daddy recognize himself and begin to take his own pups at their word. With a low howl, he sent a wolf clan with decent stamina forward to summon Ash and the others from Surin's territory. This wolf clan was an old member of the pack and naturally recognized the scent of Ash and cousin. Ow! After leading the order with a low howl in succession, he quickly darted over in the direction of Su Lin's territory, and after lying on his back and sucking greedily on a lot of blood, Su Lin finally recovered some of his stamina and gained a lot of evolutionary value at the same time. He stood up again and slashed the belly of the Fey musk ox completely open, searching for the best parts of it. It had now been 2 or 3 hours since the Fey musk ox had died, and I wondered how much of the gifted essence above the essence part had dissipated. At this moment, after Su Lin disemboweled the musk ox, he quickly saw the best part of it, because the best part of a heterozygous musk ox is large. It's a piece of brisket. Beef brisket has always been a very popular part of the body to eat, on all kinds of cattle, and the brisket from this Fey musk ox was tantalizingly fluorescent and fragrant. There was an aroma proving that the talent essence on top of the brisket hadn't dissipated yet, which caused Su Lin's appetite to grow and he began to devour it. The brisket was 12 or 13 pounds. However, under Su Lin's big mouthful of food, it all went into his stomach within a minute or two. After all, nowadays, Su Lin's body size has been a full 4 meters. A bite is at least nearly a pound of meat. The meat from this essential part is very tasty. Not only is it sinewy and refreshing, but it also has the aroma of the essence of talent, which can be described as colorful and flavorful. After finishing this brisket, 2 tantalizingly gray message prompts also appeared in front of Su Lin's eyes once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a Fey musk ox brisket and gaining 600 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fey musk ox and purifying a talent serum. Chapter 120, Dividing the Prey. There are still substandard talent serums? It sure looks like it dissipated a lot of talent essence. Su Lin looked at the 2 tantalizingly gray message prompts and pondered in his mind. But having a copy of the gift serum, even if it's crippled, is better than nothing. After Su Lin finished digesting the essence parts of the Fey Musk Ox, he began to rest on his back again. This bloody battle had consumed him greatly. It took the use of a recovery potion to manage to kill the large wolf pack and collapse it. If a large wolf pack could be more ruthless, and could be more uncompromising in their execution of the Wolf King's commands, then it would be a lot tougher to win the battle yourself. Because every time he kills a wolf clan, he drains himself of some of his stamina, coupled with the Wolf King's hold. I'm afraid that I'll really waste all 3 recovery potions here. It was a good thing that this large wolf pack hadn't been formed for long. Even if the Fey Wolf King had supreme authority, in front of real death and killing, the wolves still collapsed. After all, the to survive is etched in the genes of any species, and that's hard to change. In this big battle today, if Little Lone Wolf and Little Grey had also come, I think it would have been easier to fight. After all, the 2 of them plus their wolf father were a not-so-weak force, and sweeping away more than 20 ordinary wolf clans would not be a problem. But Surin came over in a hurry and didn't inform them. The battlefield was nearly 20 kilometers away from his territory. This range could be heard by Su Lin's extremely sharp hearing, but the rest of the wolves were unable to perceive it. After he had rested for about half an hour, with a noisy howling of wolves, it was then that he spotted Ash, his cousin and the Little Lone Wolf, darting over from the distance. Little Lone Wolf was the most powerful, and had the most wolves under his command, with more than a dozen of them. With Little Lone Wolf's tutelage these days, the morale of the dozen or so wolf clansmen had obviously all risen quite a bit. The second cousin also led the 6 female wolves over. As for Ash coming alone, however, as a Fey, Little Grey's battle power was not weak, and he could help himself a lot. Currently, the number of wolves under Su Lin's command was greater than that of the wolf father. Also, after crushing the large wolf carcasses this time, he was ready to expand westward. The territory of the large wolf pack to the west had been vacated. Once the expansion passed, Su Lin's territory would reach a point of unprecedented vastness. On top of that, there are more wolves over there. When the time comes, one must also be prepared for a surge in the number of wolves. There are about 400 wolves in this area. In today's battle, Su Lin had slaughtered at least 60 to 70 wolves in this ice field, and there were still about 300 left. These wolves were more than enough to form another large wolf pack. Ow, ow, ow. With the sound of wolves howling from Little Lone Wolf, Ash and cousin, the 20-odd wolf clansmen, all came to Su Lin's front, respectfully waiting for the head wolf's instructions. The area is currently littered with broken limbs and blood. Anyone could see that an extremely tragic battle had taken place. The obvious victor was their alpha wolf. This caused all of these wolves, for Su Lin, to be even more respectful, prostrating themselves on the ground, their forelimbs holding their heads in a show of loyalty. With a response, Su Lin began to signal these wolves to accompany their wolf parents to clean up the battlefield. The corpses of these dozens of wolves in the battlefield also had to be gathered up and refound to be hoarded in a cave. Like eats like is something you do when you're extremely hungry. Therefore the dozens of wolf limbs and bones were used as a reserve food as a last resort. Just find a remote cave to hoard in and send another random wolf to guard it. The most important thing left was the corpses of the 4 Fae. That's the biggest takeaway from this battle. Su Lin decided to distribute more than 100 pounds of the blood and flesh of the Fey Musk Ox and the blood and flesh of the Wolf King to the wolf parents. Fey flesh and blood contain powerful energy and nutrients, and over 100 pounds was no longer a small amount. There's enough for Wolfie and Wolfie to eat for a long time. As for the ordinary wolves under the command of Papa and Mama Wolf, they didn't get to enjoy the Fey flesh and blood. After the great change in the heavens and earth, Fey blood and flesh were extremely valuable to carnivores, and could prompt a rapid increase in strength. So with such precious food, Su Lin didn't intend to give a share to the ordinary wolf clans. Next, in the midst of cleaning up the battlefield, Su Lin also devoured a few more mouthfuls of the blood and flesh of the Fey Musk Ox, gaining a considerable amount of evolutionary value. The carrying and dragging of dozens of other wolves was a considerable amount of work for the Surin wolves and the Papa Wolf pack. It took more than 2 full hours of busy work to drag these wolf corpses to a remote cave. This cave is located in Papa Wolf's territory. It wasn't a large area, but it was more than enough to place these wolf corpses. A few hours in the frigid Arctic froze the bodies of these common wolves stiff. Placing it in the cave made the cold air inside the cave a bit heavier. Since he was in Wolf Dad's territory, Su Lin let out a low howl and signaled Wolf Dad to send some wolves to watch over him. This place will later be used as a place for the wolves to stock up on food. The corpses of the 4 Fae, on the other hand, were dragged back to the cave by Su Lin with a low howl explaining that the Little Lone Wolf and the Little Grey were escorting them. Naturally, over 100 pounds of Fey flesh and blood were left for Wolf's parents. In passing, Su Lin once again instructed his wolf parents that these Fey blood and flesh would be fine to eat on their own. This would allow them to gain faster progress. The Wolf Dad is already located at the peak of level 7. so I can't say that the next time I come, the wolf dad will be promoted to a level 8 Fae. Papa Wolf potential is no slouch either. To be able to grow to a peak level 6 attribute before the great change in heaven and earth. This already said it all. As for Wolf Mom and cousin, although they had also eaten a lot of Fae flesh and blood, they still didn't have a single sign of evolving into Fae. This made Solian feel that if he could still obtain the Fae serum in the future, he would prioritize giving it to his Wolf Mom and cousin. After all, Wolf Mother and cousin were the ones he trusted the most. The more Fae there were, the stronger the wolves were. The future is better able to survive in the frigid Arctic. At this time, Sulin had also recovered 20% of his physical strength in 2 or 3 hours. He stood up and with a long whine, he said goodbye to his wolf parents. And he gestured to Papa and Mama Wolf to recuperate in the cave as much as possible these days. Be wary of that Fae grizzly bear out hunting as well. And contact yourself if anything happens. Because that Fae grizzly bear was very strong. It could be almost devastating to the wolf pack led by the wolf parent. As for the territory of the large wolf pack to the west, he would personally lead the pack to take it over after he recovered his strength. After the exhortation, Sulin then took the large force under his command and left the area. Papa and Mama Wolf stood at the mouth of the cave entrance, watching their pups, who were fading away. In addition to the relief in their eyes, they all added a touch of respect. Among the wolves, the strongest are honored. The toughness of their own cubs has gone beyond their imagination. Especially Papa Wolf. After this battle, they all began to follow Sulin's instructions. For that, Wolf Mother was relieved. It was very pleasing to her to see her mate and her own pups coexisting peacefully. After Sulin and the wolves gradually disappeared from their field of vision, the wolf mom stuck out her tongue and affectionately licked the wolf dad's fur. And at this point in time, Sulin, on the way back to the cave, it was satisfying to look at the haul of the trip. The 4 heads of Fae flesh and blood, together, had about 5,000 pounds. 5,000 pounds. Fae flesh and blood as current hard currency is an amazing weight. It was important to know that the energy nutrition contained in Fae flesh and blood was terrifying. And even Sulin would feel full after eating 10 or so pounds a day. So these 5,000 pounds of Fae flesh and blood were enough for a long time. In the future, if we finish feeding on all this Fae flesh and blood, then the strength of both Sulin and the wolves would take a qualitative leap. With that thought in mind, he led the wolves and began to quickly return to the cave. This time, the 4 heads of Fae flesh and blood were still kept in the main cave where he lived. The path of the cave was steep and rugged, and even if Little Lone Wolf and Little Grey worked together to drag and pull hard, there was no way to drag the bodies of the Fae Wolf King and the Fae Muskox up. In the end, it was Sulin who stepped in and carried the 2 Fae corpses up. The steep and rugged area of the mountain road was more or less an inconvenience to the wolves. It can be a great improvement in safety and defense. Overall, the pros outweigh the cons. If another race did attack the wolves in the future, then this mountain road alone could hold back many common species. After dragging the 4 Fae back, the Fae blood and flesh in the cave was up to 5,000 pounds. There were also nearly 5,000 deer-type meats and some of the rest of the meats, which brought the total amount of food in the cave to tens of thousands of pounds. This food alone to supply the wolves in their own cave was something they could eat for years without worrying. Fae blood and flesh and common species blood and flesh, stacked separately in the corners of the cave. With all this food, even Sulin felt at peace, because this food is the strongest guarantee for the wolves to become stronger and survive. As you and your pack get stronger in the future, then you will be able to adapt and survive no matter how the future changes. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. Sulin took the blood and flesh of the Fae Muskox and gave the Little Lone Wolf 50 pounds to take back with him. Little Lone Wolf was the main battle general that Sulin intended to focus on cultivating, and he was not treated poorly. 50 pounds of Fae flesh and blood, when swallowed, would also enable Little Lone Wolf to take a steady step on the path to level 6 Fae. This caused the Little Lone Wolf to howl low in surprise, and wag his tail repeatedly to show his loyalty to Sulin. It was naturally very eager for this Fae flesh and blood, because he had already eaten several times. He knew that these flesh and blood contained surging and pure energy. Sulin just patted the Little Lone Wolf on the head and accepted the loyalty. It was then signaled to go back with the wolves. The current extent of the wolf pack's territory is so large that the young lone wolf needs to be stationed at the second cave to prevent any other hunters from invading the territory. Also, the patrol females under her cousin's command would have to be expanded later once she had unified the large wolf pack territory to the west. Some more caves will have to be selected and manned as third, fourth or even fifth caves for the wolves. By the way, in order to better govern the territory and the wolves in the future, Sulin also began to plan a detailed grading within the wolves, as well as a reward system and a punishment system. This will inspire the wolves to fight more powerfully. In particular, The system of rewards and punishments will make the wolves more able to keep fighting when faced with bloody and vicious battles. At this moment, while Su Lin was resting on his back in his position, he was also thinking about the future development of the wolves. In the midst of his musings, the cousin signaled that a few female wolves were out patrolling the territory once again. After the explanation, cousin then came to Su Lin's side and licked his still unhealed wounds with concern. Chapter 121, Healing Gift, Siege of the Fae. The time in the cave went by so fast that, add to that the fact that polar days are always daylight, and it's easy to lose track of time. A couple of days went by in a flash. In the days that Su Lin had been recuperating, his injuries had completely recovered under his powerful healing talent, and his physical strength had reached its peak. Through this fight with that large wolf pack, he had also gained some more experience in fighting outnumbered. In the future, if he encountered this kind of battle again, he wanted to be able to cope with it could be a bit easier. Also during these 3 days, Su Lin went out and toured the territory. Under the polar day, the North Pole is supposed to be a bit more vibrant. It was only a while ago that at least half of the species froze to death under the cold snap of a cataclysmic blizzard just a while ago. There were only a few large herbivorous races that came out to nibble. Currently, the area he ruled over, apart from a few large herbivorous races, there were only 2 grizzly bears, as well as 3 polar bears at the ice layer. There were also a few scattered lynx. On top of that, some of the only remaining lone wolves in the area had also submitted to the pack in the past few days. Currently, Little Lone Wolf had reached 18 wolf clans under him, and had also recruited a peak level 6 wolf clan. Such strength was enough to be a leader in other wolf packs, which caused Su Lin to pay a little more attention to this wolf clan. It turned out that this peak level 6 wolf clan had indeed been the leader of a small wolf pack in the past, only to then be crushed by the large wolf pack to the west and forced to wander this way. With this area also unified, it tried to poach some food in the bear clan's territory, but failed, and was almost torn apart alive by a bear. So in the aftermath of the robbery, he came to join the wolves. But this wolf clan has good strength. Just joined the pack and helped drive out some lynx that were trying to poach. But in a wolf pack, it still starts with the Ohio wolf. Future promotions will only come slowly as credits are acquired. At the same time, during these few days Su Lin also made some reward and punishment rules for the wolf pack. And these rules could also increase the fighting motivation of the wolves under the wolf pack's command. Rule 1, when hunting large herbivorous races, those who excel can be rewarded with some meat. Article 2, when competing for hunting territory, those who cause attrition on the other side may be rewarded with about 3 to 10 pounds of fey flesh and blood, depending on the situation. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. A few pounds of fey flesh and blood was quite a lot for an ordinary wolf clan. The other thing is the punishment. Those who flee without fighting in the face of a hunter will not be assigned food for a month or driven out of the pack in the case of a lesser offense. For the wolves, food trumps everything in their eyes. Therefore it is best to use food as a criterion for reward and punishment. As for promotion within the pack, earning a reward more than 5 times allows you to be promoted from Ohio wolf to be wolf. Getting a reward more than 10 times promotes you to head wolf. Those with significant merit may be promoted. Su Lin had also already prepared to expand the wolf pack into a large wolf pack, so he would inevitably promote some head wolves in the future. With these rules, it could also make the ordinary wolf clan have something to look forward to. Of course, the meanings that Su Lin conveyed to these wolves were simplified. The ordinary wolves, after all, couldn't understand too complicated a meaning. Su Lin then let the little lone wolf lead the wolves under his command and take the lead to go to the territory of the large wolf pack in the west to make a preemptive strike. Look at that large wolf pack and see if there are any remnants of wolves holding onto territory, as well as scoping out noteworthy hunters over there in the meantime. The territorial range of that large wolf pack was around 3,000 square kilometers. It was a sizable area, and it was a good idea to let the young lone wolf be the first to go ahead and fight, as well as to work on the pack's fighting abilities. Ow, ow, ow. With a long howl, the little lone wolf who had gotten the order ran off to the west with the pack. The pack's many wolves followed close behind, and it was quite a sight to behold. The current little lone wolf is also very strong amongst the rank 6 Fae, and with the nearly 20 skylarks under his command, in the common species, there's almost no rivalry left. Next, Su Lin, who had returned to the cave, then checked his rewards that he had obtained the other day. 2 enhancement serums, 3 restoration potions, and 30 evolutionary potions. These are things he needs badly at the moment. The enhancement serum, in particular, was a necessity for him to increase his strength. On top of that, there was a talent serum and a remnant of a talent serum. Comparatively speaking, the defective talent serums just had a greater chance of failure, reaching a staggering 70% failure rate. Su Lin looked at the rewards and eventually took the lead in using the talent serum. After strengthening his hunting talent last time, the increase in his battle power was extremely terrifying, increasing attack power and speed by 100%. This was absolutely crushing level compared to other Fey talents. Even if it was a talent that got stronger the more it was injured, like the Berserk Wolf, it couldn't be compared to a hunting talent of the same level. Relying on an injury to increase strength and directly doubling your strength by leaps and bounds were not comparable. I hope to intensify the hunt again, Su Lin said in his mind. If the hunt was strengthened one more time, it was hard to imagine the increase in battle power would reach a point. In the midst of this thought, Su Lin took out the talent serum. Ding! Is the natural serum being used? Use. Su Lin didn't hesitate for a second. The natural serum, unlike the enhanced serum, does not cause the slightest discomfort after use. Instead, it was the very comforting warmth that surged over his entire wolf pack, the limbs and bones and tendons. It didn't last long before this warmth was completely absorbed. Ding! The healing talent has been successfully strengthened and advanced to an A-rank talent. This tantalizingly gray message appeared. The gift of healing? Surin didn't feel much regret. After all, the healing talent had been instrumental in these battles as well. The healing talent's quick recovery and blood clotting works wonders in combat as well. And since a B-ranked healing talent possessed 100 times the recovery speed, what amazing level would an A-ranked one reach? Immediately after that, within a few seconds, the introduction of the grade A healing talent appeared. Healing, a rank, passive talent. Wounds heal 500 times faster. Immune to toxins. Immune to fungal infections. And are equally effective against psychic and radiation-based wounds. Note, you can consume stamina to speed up recovery. Duration, permanent. Cooldown, none. Class A healing gift. The rate of healing increased to 500 times. 500 times. Looking at this recovery speed, Su Lin couldn't help but be a little shocked. Such a speed of recovery was horrifying. Ordinary minor injuries that might have healed in battle. Especially in the notes. There's more stamina consumption to speed up recovery. It's already 500 times faster. What will it reach? I'm afraid it will reach a rate of recovery that is visible to the naked eye. Such a talent boost also meant that his future survivability would be raised to an extremely terrifying level. With such a terrifying recovery ability, there was hardly any species that could pose a threat to him in the Arctic in the future. And at this moment, Su Lin, with a flourish, took out the remaining talent serum again. Ding! Is the natural serum being used? Use. Su Lin didn't hesitate for a second. It's all well and good to strengthen that talent this time. I just hope it doesn't fail. After all, a subpar talent serum, with a 70% failure rate, was truly a bit terrifying. And just as Su Lin was still strengthening his talent in the cave, the major powers of the globe have deliberated and decided to send out the most elite armies under their command. Prepare to begin the hunt for the giant beasts, exotic trees, and strange flowers that appear in human view. Because after research, numerous scientists have come to a unanimous decision. These species that have unlocked their genetic shackles, even their intelligence is soaring rapidly as they evolve in strength and size. Many species have come to possess intelligence not unlike that of humans. This is what makes the major powers. All of them have decided to make a move. Intelligence is the most essential difference between human beings and the rest of the species. If once mankind is unable to maintain even the advantage of intelligence, so what will crush these genetically unshackled species in the future? These species, in particular, are still getting stronger at an extremely alarming rate. The major powers in charge were completely flustered, and none of them wanted to sit back and watch these species continue to get stronger. Trying to exterminate all of these species by relying on the existing technological advantages, the most radical Sakura nations know. One figure openly proposed in the Alliance's video conference. There is a saying in the ancient Orient that I think says it very well. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. All the major powers should join hands, not only to carry through this rare ice age, but also to maintain our supreme human dominance. When this was suggested, many people seconded it. After a comprehensive consideration, the strongest armed forces of all the major powers are all on board, ready to start rounding up all the species that have unlocked their genetic shackles. The bloodthirsty python of the Indian country, the invincible lions of Africa, the human-skinned giant trees of the tropical rainforest, the patterned fierce tigers of Siberia, the unknown sea monsters of the deep-sea area, and so on, had all become the key hunting objects of the major powers. Beyond that, search teams are also sent out to travel deep into areas where major satellite signals have disappeared to explore these areas for mysterious species. Chapter 122 Strengthening the Lungs. On top of that, the Human Science Alliance has released authoritative information. There's a new type of pure energy contained in these giant beasts, strange flowers, and exotic trees. This energy subverts the known energy system on Earth and can be absorbed by humans, possessing many amazing effects. Once this news was released, It further caused the power holders of the major powers to sharpen their swords. Peak armed forces began to swarm out of the human fortress. Even the submarines silent in the deep sea moved slowly, searching for the so-called sea monsters in the deep sea. But the extreme weather under the Ice Age has rendered satellite means ineffective in many places. This makes searching for these genetically unlocked species notoriously difficult, especially the deep sea, Antarctica, the Arctic, and the rainforests, places with extreme weather and complex terrain. But these have not deterred mankind. Instead, there were quite a few elite troops who had asked for orders to serve as pioneers to explore the area. And at this point, moribund Arctic caves. Ding! Unfortunately, the gift serum, inferior, reinforcement has failed. Su Lin looked at the tantalizingly gray message that popped up in front of him, slightly regretting it. Sure enough, it still failed, but it was to be expected. After all, a subpar talent serum had a failure rate of up to 70%. Next, Solian then took out the reinforcing serum. Now that the talent serum had run out, it was time to experience the enhanced serum again, and the searing pain it caused. In fact, right now, for Su Lin, the pain caused by the reinforcing serum could already be endured. Unless it's strengthening the brain, where it kills you like that. What parts will be strengthened this time? Now that there were 2 more reinforcement serums, the parts of the entire wolf's body that had been reinforced were becoming more and more numerous, and the bonuses they brought were unprecedentedly powerful. Su Lin's level 11 attributes were definitely overriding those of a Fae of the same rank. Ding! Is the reinforcing serum being used? Use. Su Lin didn't hesitate for a second. Soon the familiar rolling energy within the body once again traveled through the wolf's limbs and bones. But this time the wanderings were long and never made a move. Just as Su Lin was slightly puzzled, he suddenly realized that this hot energy surged into the meridians of the wolf body's limbs. Warp? There is no doubt that meridians are important parts of the body of any species. This time, strengthening the meridians should result in a significant battle power bonus. But after the hot energy surged into the meridians of the limbs and bones, the pain it caused was far greater than the last time the crest bones were strengthened. After all, meridians are extremely sensitive and spread throughout the body. Under this pain, Su Lin silently endured. This hot energy scorched all the meridians, and it also caused these meridians to undergo subtle changes. In the midst of the sizzling, the meridians all over his body faintly emitted a glittering light. Even the meridians that originally linked the wolf's claws, heart, and at the crest were enveloped by this glistening light. This intensive is going to take a lot longer than it has in the past. It's already rivaling the time it took to strengthen his heart last time. Even after more than an hour, this rolling energy was still sizzling in the meridians of the limbs. In this pain of strengthening his meridians, Su Lin endured for about 3 hours. It was only gradually that this rolling energy was absorbed, and the faint fluorescent light that enveloped his entire body was slowly internalized into his meridians. The strengthened meridians became tougher than ever. The speed of chi and blood flow became smoother, and breathing became more leisurely. This caused a brilliant light to flash through Su Lin's golden brown wolf eyes. The boost from this enhancement he could feel was strong. It was going to be far more than the last time he strengthened his crest bone, which brought about a boost. The boost to chi and blood, in particular, is obvious. The chi and blood flowing in the huge wolf body became even more majestic. Phew! Feeling this majestic chi and blood, Su Lin let out a long breath. The latest attribute panel appeared immediately before his eyes. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic wolf. Gene level, I. Level, 11. Upgrading requires points of evolutionary value. Air blood, 2900. Endurance, 230. Strength, 260. Defense, 240. Speed, 360. Evolutionary value. Talents, hunting, C rank, healing, A rank. Looking at the detailed and latest attributes in front of him, Su Lin's expression was even more joyful. The enhancement brought about by this strengthening of the meridians far exceeded his imagination. Except for the defense value, which had not been increased, the rest of the attributes had been very significantly enhanced. Among them, the chi blood value was the most obvious boost, directly skyrocketing by 800 points of chi blood value. This meant that Su Lin's current chi and blood value had far exceeded that of the polar bear as the Arctic overlord. Such a huge value of chi and blood, combined with a value that could be described as tenacious vitality, healing talent, and a heart that had been strengthened, it made it almost difficult for Su Lin to take fatal injuries. In addition to the blood values, Su Lin's speed, endurance, and strength had also increased considerably. The base strength value was raised to 260, which meant that by utilizing the strengthened right claw, the strength value would be directly approaching the 400.1. That's a pretty scary power value that, a claw going down, even without opening the hunting talent was nearly tens of thousands of pounds of force. No ordinary species could resist it. Combined with the sharp wolf claws, invulnerability was definitely not just talk. The speed soared to 360 points, and the full speed dart also reached a speed of over 120 meters per second. Such a boost made Su Lin feel very satisfied. He looked at the one reinforcing serum still remaining and removed it again as well. Su Lin's tolerance for pain was already very strong. This led him to decide to go ahead and use the second reinforcing serum as well. Ding! Is the reinforcing serum being used? Use. With the appearance of yet another reinforcement serum rolling energy, Su Lin only felt that this time, the pain was much stronger than the first time, but it's still within tolerance. This caused him to bite his teeth in death as he endured it. This time the rolling energy flowed quickly, not as slowly as it had strengthened the meridians. It didn't take a moment for it to surge toward Su Lin's lungs. Extreme pain immediately came from his lungs, which made it a little difficult for Su Lin to even breathe for a moment. The suffocating sensation made him feel a little black in front of his eyes, but it could be felt that the lungs, which had undergone genetic reorganization at the bottom of the iceberg's crevice, had once again begun to break through their genetic shackles and undergo new changes. After strengthening the lungs, it was thought that in the future, one could swim not only on land, but even in water, especially in the ocean. There were countless species that hadn't been fed on, which was extremely enticing to Su Lin. Thinking about the massive amount of evolutionary value in the ocean, Su Lin even felt the pain coming from his lungs weaken quite a bit. Just as this subtle strengthening of the lungs was taking place, time passed slowly. The strengthening was significantly faster this time, and it only took about an hour or so for the lungs to be strengthened. Su Lin also loosened his tightly clenched wolf's teeth, and now he only felt that his breathing had become long and his lungs possessed great vigor. Immediately after the new property page, it popped up again. It was just that the bonus from strengthening the lungs this time only added 30 points of endurance, far less than the bonus from strengthening the meridians. But the biggest effect brought about by the strengthened lungs is their powerful ability to breathe. This allows Surin to also breathe underwater. Just like a polar bear, hunting various marine species in the future will no longer be a dream. At this moment, Su Lin stood up and his huge wolf body came to the entrance of the cave. Looking at the snow-covered Arctic ice plains, he felt his strength surge again. He couldn't help but let out a long whistle to vent the joy in his heart. Ow! The loud, long wolf howl echoed over the frigid Arctic. And the little gray and polar bear cubs were awakened from their sleep by the sound of Su Lin's wolf howl. All of them were bumbling, running and following to Su Lin's side. Through these days of contact, the polar bear cubs are no longer as rusty as they were at the beginning with the wolves, familiarized with all the various members of the pack, and already integrated into the pack. This, coupled with the Fae's strong learning ability, allowed the polar bear cubs to get a rough idea of what actions the wolves were making and what they meant even through careful observation. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good use. Here to download. Yegwayudu everyone go fast can try it. It's been a while. Following in style. Although the action was naive, it was also a little more joyful for the wolves and allowed for some simple communication through action behavior. Xiaobai's growth speed was also fast, and in a short time, he had already reached the point where he was in the middle stage of a level 3 Fae. This growth rate is terrifying, but the average polar bear grows to adulthood in just 2 or 3 years. Fae polar bears grow at a much more rapid rate, not to mention that these days, Xiaobai had also eaten about 10 pounds of Fae flesh and blood, so it makes sense to have this growth rate. Can't say that in a few more months, he'll be able to hold his own with the wolves. Now in the cave, Wolf Sister, Gray and White Coyote, and White, also engage in some snogging from time to time. In the beginning, Wolf Girl's battle power was still the strongest of the three. After all, having taken a potency potion as a cub, the development of the body's potential was still a bit stronger. It's just that lately it's been impossible to suppress White. White's formidable battle prowess as a Fae polar bear was beginning to make its first appearance. Su Lin looked at Little Gray and Little White who had surrounded him, so he led the two of them out of the cave. Nowadays, his battle prowess had already crowned this region. Looking at the 300 to 400 mile area, other than the Fae grizzly bear that had run off somewhere, there wasn't a single hunter that could get through a few moves at all. Even the polar bear, who was known as the Arctic Overlord, would be hard-pressed to last more than a few rounds under the claws of Su Lin's wolf. With the right claw's attack power of close to 400, once it hit the vitals, it could easily drain the polar bear of all of its massive blood value and life force. It doesn't mean that polar bears are weaker in battle. It's just that after the great change in heaven and earth, nature no longer belongs to the common species. It's a Fae world. As for ordinary species, even the once powerful and invincible polar bear will eventually become a passing cloud in the big time. Su Lin, who walked out of the cave, brought Little Gray and Little White to the ice. Having just strengthened his lungs, he naturally planned to come to the ice to catch some prey. Pust, pust. Su Lin's thick wolf paws stepped on the ice and snow. bringing out a slight sound. With his current size of 4 meters, he had also long ago given up hunting skills like creeping and hiding. Because of such a large size, these small low scrubby bushes in the Arctic can't hide it. This was how Su Lin, in such a grand manner, led Little Gray and Little White to appear in the ice. He planned to be the first to hunt some seals, having been craving for their fatty meat for a long time. But seals are highly intelligent and sensitive to dangerous odors, always moving at the mouth of the ice and jumping into the sea at the slightest hint of trouble, which makes them difficult to catch. But Su Lin, who had strengthened his lungs today, would not have the slightest problem in the future even if he specialized in feeding on seals like a polar bear. Without the protection of the seawater, seals are meat on a eucalyptus board for him. Just after appearing, a strong aura enveloped this ice layer. This caused a number of species that were on the ice to look over in panic. Soon Su Lin's massive size was reflected in their line of sight. Arctic wolves. An Arctic wolf of this size. A number of species were so frightened that they jumped into the sea, including a sizable herd of walruses. Walruses are similarly large, but slow-moving and lacking in means of attack. It's still weak against polar bears, let alone against an Arctic wolf of such size. Even a number of species are thinking in their heads, is this really an Arctic wolf? What's with the big Arctic wolves? How could an Arctic wolf possess such a strong and dangerous aura? Mixed in with the rush to dive in with the many species were cries of panic, especially with the seal's call, which is the most shrill and piercing. The rest of the Arctic duck, sea lion, and walrus calls are relatively low. At any time of year in the Arctic, the ice is far more vibrant than the rest of the world. Su Lin had just come, and the entire ice layer was suddenly a messy scene of chickens flying and dogs jumping. It was evident that even the wild and fierce blizzard some time ago had not caused much of an impact on these amphibious creatures. Ow! Roar! Looking at the messy scene, Little Gray and Little White both howled low to cheer their own boss. Especially White's polar bear howl made the seals and walruses all the more alarmed. After all, the polar bear's hunting of them has caused their fear of polar bears to be etched into their genetic fragments. And it was in this chicken-fighting panic that the Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes quickly swept to the mouth of the ice in another place. And there were several seals that were straightening up and looking at themselves with new curiosity. The sight of these seals reminded him again of the first time he came to fish at the ice. The original batch of seals was also heck of a novelty. The batch of seals that hadn't jumped into the sea yet were bold and didn't look the least bit alarmed. This caused Su Lin to grind his teeth. Curious? Since you're so bold, it's just right to take you for a meet. He looked at the batch of seals, a dangerous, fierce glint in his eyes. Curiosity can be costly sometimes. Ow! Accompanied by a loud and rough wolf howl, Su Lin's speed was instantly fully unleashed. Bouncing to start, his thick wolf paws fiercely exerted themselves, stomping half-inch deep puddles in all the hard ice. At over 100 meters per second, this speed had long since been beyond the speed at which ordinary species could react. Even though the distance between Su Lin and this group of bold seals was about 300 meters, but at full speed, it only took 2 or 3 seconds to run wildly, just like a white lightning. And all the seals could not react in time to instantly arrive in front of them. It was only at this time that this bold group of seals felt the strong smell of death coming over them. A look of panic came out of one pair of very small eyes, before they can scream or jump into the water. As a gust of wind spread out, Su Lin's tall and majestic physique appeared in front of them. He directly ran towards one of the most robust seals, which had level 9 attributes and weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. Su Lin's current appetite was horrifying. Eating the blood and flesh of an ordinary species, one would have to eat at least 100 or so pounds to feel full. So it was straight to the stoutest and fattest of seals. You're it. Su Lin's sharp wolf claws popped out completely in the coldness of his eyes, and the wolf claws flashed with an eerie cold glow in the sunlight. Chapter 123, Fey Seals. Nowadays, Su Lin's full force strike was simply not something an ordinary seal could resist, especially with a speed bonus of more than 100 meters per second. This further made the power of this claw reach a peak. Pang! The majestic force exploded fiercely, directly smashing into the seal's head, instantly shattering the seal's not-so-hard skull directly. The sharp wolf claws also shredded the seal's soft flesh right through. Even the seal's small eyes, which appeared to be dopey, were turned into mold-like pieces of flesh and blood under the wolf's claws. Bloody blood, too, gushed out in great streams from the seal's body. One hit kills. This was Su Lin's current terrifying attack power. By this time the seal colony also reacted and began to panic and jump toward the mouth of the ice. With another casual claw, Su Lin smashed the skull of the nearest female seal with a claw as well. As blood splattered between them, the seal's body went limp on the icy ground. His battle prowess was tantamount to slaughter for the common species. Even large wolf packs with unified command and unified operations were able to cut down dozens of heads in a row. Not to mention the disorganized, combat-less seals. Now that I've made the trip, I'll capture some more. After all, seal meat is also great meat for wolves. Su Lin struck again, taking a seal that hadn't had time to go under the water yet, and his claw spikes hooked dead center into the seal's flesh. After hooking it, the seal can't escape the claw spikes no matter how frantically it struggles. Then with a vicious tug, Su Lin yanked the seal hard up through the mouth of the ice. Pang! The fat seal smashed into the ice, causing the thick ice to shake slightly. Seals on shore are clumsy. In his icy expression, Su Lin slashed the seal's neck completely open with another claw. Blood splattered at once, and the seal carcass ceased its frantic struggles and collapsed on the ice and began to convulse. Killing 3 seals in a row in one breath took less than 30 seconds. The speed of this hunt is horrifying. The 3 seals, together, came to 700 or 800 pounds, the weight of a female musk ox. As Su Lin hunted the 3 seals quickly and accurately, the rest of the seals had all jumped into the water, looking at the bloody corpses of their companions, and the boldness and novelty in their eyes that they had felt at the beginning was long gone. Little's eyes were filled with panic and fear. This white wolf was too ruthless. Soon they were in the water too, not even daring to show their heads, and immediately fled and left. This ruthless scene of Su Lin hunting seals also greatly impacted the rest of the species. The amphibious species that were still watching all dove into the water with a bang and swam away quickly in nervousness and fear. In their knowledge, there had never been such a ruthless Arctic wolf. Not only is he ruthless, but he is also too strong in one body. That speed and lethality were beyond what they could accept. Even the polar bears that used to terrify them are nowhere near as good. In their nervousness and fear, the creatures in this sheet of ice almost all dispersed. Even some of the leisurely flying birds, having seen the white wolf's speed, were all quickly ascending into the air, chirping and flying away. After all, with that fast speed of the white wolf, even after they were targeted, it would be hard for them to react. It is also only high in the air that provides them with some security. The present-day Su Lin looked at the various species that had dispersed in a flurry of activity, and his golden brown eyes didn't have the slightest change in expression. The tiger whistles in the valley, and the beasts are still terrified. With the death threat of killing 3 seals in a row, it's not unusual for these species to scurry away. At this moment, Su Lin looked up at the various birds that were rapidly rising into the air. For these birds, there was also a great probability that he could capture them successfully with his current battle power. After all, since Su Lin's last genetic evolution, he didn't just have the eyesight of a snow lord, he also gained the airworthiness of a bird. He was currently leaping at full speed up to a height of 20 to 30 meters, and could also glide dozens of meters in the air. This also means that he possesses the ability to fight briefly in the air. Now that he had strengthened his lungs, Su Lin was even more able to go down to the sea at will. This represented him having the ability to fight in all directions on land, sea and air. It's extremely scary and means he has almost no shortcomings left. At this moment, Su Lin just swept a glance at the birds and found that they were all very low-level birds that didn't have much evolution value even if they were captured. So it was just a matter of looking at the 3 decapitated seals. All 3 seals are considered very fat for their size. Each one was over 200 pounds. One of the heads has a level 9 attribute and the other 2 have a level 8 attribute. This caused Su Lin to shake his head. The seal's level was still too low. If it has a level 10 attribute, it will have an essence part, which can also provide a significant amount of evolution value, but not too many regrets. After all, now that the lungs were strengthened, there was a great opportunity to hunt these higher-ranked powerful species in the sea in the future. The oceans are vast, with countless powerful species. Among them are things like walruses, beluga whales, octopuses, large fish, and more. These species are all over level 10 once they reach adulthood. It's just that in the ocean, these species don't fight nearly as softly as they do on shore, much less as clumsily as they do here on shore. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good use. Here to download. Yegwayudu everyone go fast can try it. On top of that, there is an even more powerful group of hunters in the ocean, such as the highly intelligent orca group, the invincible king squid, as well as sperm whales, great white sharks and more. So the oceans are also extremely dangerous. Plus there was a strong resistance in the seawater, and his proud speed would be cut down a lot. Therefore even with Su Lin's current battle power, he had to be cautious when he arrived in the seawater. At this moment, while he was thinking about it, he also disemboweled the seal directly. Then an evolutionary potion was used. Evolutionary potions, acquired quite a bit so far. Su Lin didn't save it either, but whenever he fed on prey for the first time, he would use an evolutionary potion. After using it, after the cold medicinal effect of the evolutionary potion surged through the body, then he began to eat up the seal meat, which had just been hunted, and the blood was still rising hot. One bite and you can still feel the warmth of the seal's body heat. Upon chewing 2 mouthfuls, Su Lin's eyes lit up. The seal meat, it was found, was so much better than walrus meat. It was fat, soft and very smooth. and with the tantalizing blood it was very tasty for him. I heard that the original inhabitants of the Arctic Circle used to hunt seals for food. The seal meat is also served as a treat for very important guests. This shows the nutritional value and deliciousness of seal meat. Ding! Host eats a seal and gains 24 evolution points. The seal's level wasn't too low, and the evolution value it gave was quite a bit. With 24 points of evolution value, it was already more than quite a few large herbivores. This, combined with the small cut in evolutionary value of common species, also provides at least a few hundred points of evolutionary value. At the hint of evolutionary value, Solian then began to wolf down his food. Ding! Host eats a seal and gains 5 evolution points. Ding! Host eats a seal and gains 23 evolution points. Ding! Host eats a seal and gains 5 evolution points. In the midst of gulping down the food, Little Gray and Little White stood to the side to help keep a watchful eye. But the fat and tender seal meat also made them just feel their mouths watering and shrug their throats up and down. Especially White. As a polar bear born to feed on seals, his sense of smell was extremely sharp and he could smell the flavor coming from the seal meat. However, they were all still holding down their most primal desire to eat and helping to keep Su Lin on his guard. After all, Su Lin was the king of the wolf pack and possessed supreme authority. In nature, the right to eat and the right to mate are the most highly valued, extremely high regard for any species. But anyone who dared to touch these two rights would not have a good ending unless they possessed strong strength. So White was also good enough to land on all fours on the ice, trying not to look at the food with his own eyes. As for Ash, he had long since gotten used to the fact that his own boss ate early. As a Fae, Ash's IQ was much higher than his kind, and his restraint was naturally much higher. It was just that Ash felt a bit incompetent as he looked at the prey that his own boss hunted alone again this time. When will it be as prim and proper as its own boss? Now that Su Lin had already enacted the rules of reward and punishment among the wolves, this made Little Gray even more active and wanting to get credit. After all, he was the first ethereal wolf in the pack, and naturally, he was thinking of becoming the first alpha wolf under the boss's command. But one is still too weak. If I were to hunt these seals myself, I'm afraid I'd only catch air. Just as Little Gray was thinking in this frustrated manner, Su Lin had already devoured a whole 80 to 90 pounds of seal meat into his stomach. He currently had nearly a pound of flesh and blood in one bite, and wolfing it down was very quick. Once he was done eating, he let out a low howl and began summoning Ash and White to come and feed. After hearing the sound of the boss summoning for food, Little Ash instantly stopped imagining things and ran over with his ass in the air. For the wolves, eating is always the most important thing. Little Gray and Little White also came to the already disemboweled seal carcass, and after a few respectful low howls at Su Lin, they began to eat in large gulps. At this time, Su Lin stretched his lazy back and also gave a low howl to explain to Little Gray and Little White to drag these seal corpses back to the cave after eating them. As Little Gray and Little White responded with a succession of low howls, Su Lin arrived at the mouth of the huge ice layer where a group of seals had just jumped, then directly jumped into the seawater as well. 3 seals have been caught today, so that's a good haul. However, Su Lin still went straight into the sea, ready to take a look at the major species in the seawater. And just after jumping in, Su Lin felt that the seawater was very warm. Much warmer than the frigid Arctic temperatures. Into the seawater, the entire wolf body didn't feel a trace of discomfort. On the contrary, there is also a vague feeling of being like a fish in water, which should be the fish gene's water ability. Other than that, Su Lin didn't feel the slightest breathlessness. Originally, he had thought that there should also be a limit to the amount of time he could spend in seawater with his enhanced lungs, but after entering the sea, I realized that I had still underestimated the effectiveness of the lungs that had been strengthened. Powerful breathing ability is also on display at this moment. No matter how long you spend in seawater, there is no harm done. This was something that made him feel very satisfied. This allowed him to explore deeper into this vast and infinite ocean. The oceans have never been fully explored, even at the height of human technology. But as Su Lin's strength increased in the future, he believed that he would also eventually unveil the mysteries of the ocean and would also become the top hunter in the ocean. Just as this thought of Su Lin's had just risen, a number of shallow seawater fish appeared in groups of 3 to 5 in front of him. These fish are predominantly wahoo, dogfish, and whitefish. Su Lin had just dived not too deep, and the seawater was still very bright. When you look up, you can see ice that is several feet thick. In addition, there is a soft sunlight reflected in the water through the ice, like a serpentine meandering through the waters. It looked great. As Su Lin continued to dive, the light around him became slowly dim. After all, sunlight has limited penetration in seawater. Fortunately, Su Lin's eyesight is very powerful. Originally also has night vision. Even if it is very dark, can still see very clearly. Keep snorkeling until you get to 500 or 600 meters and you can feel the pressure of the water. It was just that this pressure was weak for Su Lin's powerful wolf body. Nowadays, this depth of seawater has begun to be infested with a number of powerful species. These species dazzled Su Lin. But just as he ground his teeth and prepared to attempt a hunt on a tuna that was a full 3 meters in size, a golden shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. Su Lin fixed his eyes on it and saw from the dark waters that the shadow was actually a seal, but the skin was tantalizingly golden, and the body size reached a terrifying 3 meters or more. A seal of that color and size? Could it be a fae? Su Lin looked at the seal without the slightest hesitation and, with a thought, he directly pulled up the attributes of this seal. Species, spotted seal, Heteropoda. Level, 10. Air blood, 1635. Endurance, 139. Strength, 87. Defense, 89. Speed, 73. Talent, sonic attack, D rank. When the numerical attributes appeared in front of his eyes, Su Lin realized that this seal was, unsurprisingly, a fae. A level 10 seal, with attributes that were not worth mentioning except for the stamina value and the blood value, which could barely be seen. Plus having a size of more than 3 meters and definitely weighing more than 1,000 pounds. It was equal to fae blood and flesh for nothing. This caused Su Lin to be instantly delighted. It was true that there was still an abundance of species in the ocean, and I had just come across a fae. Wow! The sound of water flowing. Su Lin quickly paddled his wolf claws towards this tantalizingly golden seal. In seawater, even though it has the wateriness of a fish, it has the natural resistance of seawater. Su Lin's speed value was also cut by more than half. And currently he was only swimming at about 40 meters per second in the seawater. But even so, this is extremely fast. Far from the seal's measly 70 or so speeds, it was comparable. Wow! As the sound of running water came closer and closer, the tantalizingly golden seal sensed the danger. It turned around slightly, and when it saw a majestic white wolf with a body size of 4 meters swimming towards it, the fae seal only felt a thunderbolt in its head like a bolt out of the blue. Its tiny eyes were filled with incredulity. The wolves? Since when do wolves dive? To speak of shallow waters, it's understandable. But it's 500 or 600 meters deep. How on earth did this white wolf get down here? But just as the fae seal froze for a moment, Solian had quickly approached to its side and, a pair of golden brown wolf eyes were filled with coldness, and the sharp wolf claws also quickly popped out. The claw spikes that were more than 10 centimeters were like blades. It was at this time that the fae seal felt desperate and quickly swam to escape. But it was clear that it was too late. Chapter 124, The Invincible King Squid. But it was clear that the seal was too late to escape. Solian stuck to the seal's near side. Wow! The wolf's claws broke through the water current and directly smashed fiercely into the seal. But at this time, Su Lin also appreciated the inconvenience of being in seawater. The strong resistance of the water current not only weakened his speed, even his strength was drastically cut down as he broke through the current. Pang! Although this blow also ruthlessly smashed into the seal's neck, cutting a bloody wound in the seal's neck. But it didn't utilize the invulnerable, invincible force of Su Lin on the shore. It just sent the seal flying 7 or 8 meters, and the residual force disappeared. If it was on the shore, this strike would have taken at least half of this fae seal's life. The force has also been cut by at least half. Watching this scene, Su Lin's heart sank. The force and speed were cut in half, which was almost equivalent to cutting the strength in half. In the absence of moral and legal constraints, strength becomes the most important principle to survive. So such horrible cuts made Su Lin feel that in the future it would be better to just catch some fish in the dive layer, and then slowly go down to deeper water as his strength grew. And with this vicious strike from Su Lin, a howl of pain came from the opposite seal. This howl is very sharp. In the seabed after the seawater transmission is formed, a channel has the power to kill the water wave. Many of the small fish that touched this water wave were instantly split apart and turned into a blood mist. But this fluctuation was still too weak for Su Lin. Not even his hair defense could break through at all. Su Lin hardened himself against the sound wave and once again headed towards the already injured fae seal. When the seal saw that Su Lin wasn't affected at all, it was even more alarmed and began to swim quickly to escape. While fleeing, his body also emitted a tantalizing golden luminescence at once. This fae seal used its talent very decisively when faced with a threat to its life. Sonic attack. After this talent appeared, the tantalizing fluorescent light that emanated quickly suppressed the wounds on the seal's body, causing the wounds to stop spreading blood outwards. In addition, after this tantalizing golden light was internalized into the body, the seal's already shrill cry appeared to be even more piercing, and the water waves that gushed out became even more fierce. This caused Su Lin to hastily close the membrane in his ears to combat the piercing sound. As for the violent waves of water that swept over, they also impacted in a circle on top of Su Lin's wolf body. Sonic attack. Such an attack is simply unavoidable in the ocean. Pang! 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 This water wave exploded on Su Lin's body one after another. It's just that nowadays his defense is too strong. Even after the violent sound waves that had been enhanced by the talent, they still failed to break through Su Lin's defense. It just made him feel a pang of pain in his eyes, nose, and abdomen. His weak points. The pain caused a cold light to flash in Su Lin's eyes. If it were on shore, a seal this week would be fey flesh and blood for nothing. It was even worse than the fey muskox that was decapitated. But in the ocean, with its own home field advantage, even the weak-looking seals exerted a lot of power. This made Solian intend to make quick work of it. After all, this wasn't his home turf, and his battle power was cut too severely. Su Lin continued to swim quickly towards the seal, swimming at a fast speed and bringing out a ripple in the water. In the murky depths of the ocean, he was like a white ghost intruding on the sea. At 40 or so meters per second, it quickly caught up with the fey seal. This caused the seal to whine angrily as it fled in panic. Sharp cries brought up wave after wave of aggressive waves, but these struggles were just futile, and couldn't break through Surin's defense at all. As the waves of water exploded on the wolf's body, it only slowed down Su Lin's pursuit for a bit, but it's just a moment's delay. There's no time gap of a few minutes between dying early and dying late. In Su Lin's cold eyes of certain death, he once again quickly approached this fey seal. Tantalizing golden skin was extremely conspicuous in this dark sea. As Su Lin caught up, the fey seals couldn't block the chilling killing intent even if they were madly angry. The claw spikes that were close to 20 centimeters in the dark sea water slapped the seals back fiercely, bringing up a gushing current. That said, currently the best app for reading aloud and listening to books. Wild Fruit Reading, Yeguayudu install the latest version. Pang! The blow smashed solidly into the seal's back, instantly leaving a bloodstain that was more than 10 centimeters deep. The bloodstain brought out blood, spreading quickly over the sound waves of the seal's wail of pain. For his part, Su Lin seized this moment and pounced on the seal, his thick limbs firmly grasping onto the seal. Even though the seal struggled frantically, it couldn't shake off Su Lin, because his claw spikes were hooked dead center into the fey seal's body. Struggling only brought the seal more intense pain, and the seals, too, in their desire to survive, were still swimming and flailing rapidly. All he wanted to do now was to ditch this white wolf and get away to a safe body of water. Even now the seals still couldn't accept that how could there be wolves in a sea hundreds of meters deep? It was important to know that if it didn't have a mutation of its own, it wouldn't be able to dive to a depth of several hundred meters, let alone a land creature like the wolves. Hundreds of meters deep. This water pressure makes it feel all a bit hard. How are the wolves holding up? This made this fey seal just feel full of sensory absurdity. What the hell is wrong with the world? The fey seal hadn't been lamenting for too long before all thoughts were soon sucked away by the sharp pain coming from his back. Gotcha! With one bite, Su Lin directly tore off a large piece of bloody flesh from the seal's body and then swallowed it into his stomach. Limbs had a death grip on the fey seal, unable to attack. But it was even easier for the sharp fangs to break through the flesh of this seal. The meat of an ordinary seal was extremely tasty, let alone the meat of this fey seal. The meat went into Su Lin's mouth, mixed with wisps of seawater, which also added a hint of salty flavor to the seal meat. It was very tender in the mouth, and the nerve endings hadn't completely died and were still bouncing around in the mouth. Ding! Host eats a fey seal and gains 60 evolution points. The first bite of meat from the fey seal gave 60 evolution points straight away. This made Su Lin's eyes light up. If he dragged it back and ate the 1,000 pounds of seal meat, I'm afraid it would be enough for a promotion breakthrough to level 12. In this thought, Su Lin even more tightened his death grip on this fey seal. This fey seal's life. He had to have it. With so many 1,000 pounds of fine fey flesh and blood, no hunter could give it up. This caused Su Lin to tear at the seal's back even more fiercely. Gotcha! Each bite tore off large swaths of bloody flesh. In the midst of this intense pain, the fey seal also wailed shrilly and once again continued to rush towards the bottom of the sea below. It wanted to rely on the immense pressure of the sea to force this white wolf to give up hunting for itself. It was just that this fey seal had far underestimated Su Lin's powerful genes for water ability. Gotcha! He was still tearing blood and flesh viciously from the seal's back. The meat of the fey seals is just as good as it gets, letting Su Lin tear into it bite after bite to feed on it. Ding! Host eats a fey seal and gains 33 evolution points. Soon this evolution value was cut down to 33 points, and also once again he had eaten at least a dozen pounds of fey seal meat. So much blood and flesh caused Su Lin to be on the verge of reaching the point of a very full stomach. Thus stopping short of feeding on the fey seal, he drew on the strength of his stout limbs, and his large wolf body rode completely up to the seals. Then that bloody mouth was going straight for the deadliest head of the fey seal. The fey seal was already in pain from the vicious bite. Now a slight tilt of the head, but also saw the white wolf's bloody mouth. It only felt panic, fear, all kinds of complex feelings surfaced one by one. He was even so frightened that tears welled up in his eyes. just diving down in the ocean water. You can't see the seal's tears at all. Gotcha. In the end the seal still did not escape death. Su Lin ruthlessly bit down, and his bloody mouth directly crushed the hard skull of the face seal. Taking the blood and flesh in his mouth, he swallowed again. As for the hardness of the seal's skull, it wasn't even the slightest problem for Su Lin, who possessed devouring evolution. After swallowing it into his mouth, it turned into rolling energy. And at this time, 2 tantalizing gray hints appeared before Su Lin's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the face seal brain, level 10, and gaining 600 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the face seal and purifying a talent serum. Su Lin didn't realize that the essence of the seal's part was the brain. With this bite, not only did he gain 600 evolution points, but he also gained another gift serum. This caused him to look suddenly happy. And after completely crushing all of this face seal's skull, this face seal, which was still forcibly struggling to dive, also immediately stopped moving. The huge body of more than 3 meters suddenly turned into a puddle of unconscious flesh and blood, floating with the current in the seawater. Su Lin looked at the face seal carcass that was over 1,000 pounds, and his expression brought out joy. It is true that it is better to go down to the sea to have a rich harvest. Fae on land are just too rare, especially in the Arctic where species were precious and scarce. The Norse 300 to 400 miles of regional fae had almost been hunted down and killed by Su Lin, just as Surin began to take the carcass of this face seal in his mouth, intending to return to the ice towards the top. Only to realize that in a bit of a chase with the seal, it had lost its bearings. Knowing that it was dark and gloomy in the ocean, even though Su Lin possessed unrivaled perception, it was difficult for him to memorize his bearings all the time, but he wasn't discouraged. Once he got on the ice then everything was fine. Having only swum a short distance, I thought it wasn't far from his territory. But just as Su Lin was thinking this while dragging this face seal upstream, the smell of blood on the seal's carapace, between flowing down the seawater, was what caused a sleeping being nearby to open its eyes. Those eyes were huge between opening and closing. One eye was the size of a musk ox. It was crawling with dense coral worms that obscured its original scent. Even Su Lin, who possessed invincible senses, felt that this was a large piece of floating underwater coral. But the moment this being opened his eyes, all the hairs on Su Lin's body exploded, and even in the seawater, one of them stood upside down. A strong sense of crisis that had never been seen before and surpassed any other time instantly surged to his heart. This strong sense of crisis caused Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes to stare at their maximum. His sense of smell and hearing completely mobilized to their peaks as he searched for the source of this sense of crisis. Just as he searched, but found that beside him stretches of foot with 300 or 400 meters of huge coral moved. Wow! A multitude of coral polyps were shaken down and then a large king squid with a size of 300 to 400 meters, countless tentacles and a pair of huge incomparable eyes appeared directly in front of Su Lin. After the great king squid revealed its true form and exuded its aura, all the fish in this area were frantically fleeing. Even a group of killer whales that were several nautical miles away from a group of top ocean predators were shocked by the powerful aura and turned their heads and flung themselves in the opposite direction. Su Lin, on the other hand, was already locked by this unspeakably monstrous aura. Invincible. At this moment, Su Lin only felt that the feeling this great king squid gave him was heck of an invincible feeling. It was also the strongest species he had ever encountered, bar none. With a thought, Su Lin's attribute values about this great king squid appeared before his eyes. Species, giant king squid, Heteropoda. Level, 61. Pneuma and blood. Endurance, 3358. Strength, 3396. Defense, 3237. Speed, 301. Talents, Astringent, C rank. Poison ink, B rank. Berserk, A rank. As Su Lin looked at the attribute values of this great king squid in front of him, he could feel that it was somewhat ridiculously strong. It turns out that the Fae that are truly strong to the point of invincibility are not on land, but in the deep sea. Such a big king squid can be said to be put on land. There is no enemy. More than 80,000 blood value, thousands of defense and strength. With such attributes, it was thought that nothing could carry a blow in front of it. Even Su Lin felt that even ordinary missiles and fish would have a hard time completely breaking through this great king squid's defense. I'm afraid that the only way to exterminate this kind of existence, which can be called the sea monster level, is to really bomb indiscriminately regardless of the wear and tear or use the big killer nuclear weapons. Previously, the great king squid in Su Lin's perception was only 80 or 90 meters at most, but this head had already surpassed the limits of the species, and even Su Lin felt that it was an existence that had evolved into a Fae species before the natural disaster. Otherwise it couldn't have evolved so quickly. At 300 to 400 meters, this was larger than the vast majority of human battleship submarines, and mutations in the depths of the oceans are the most silent of all. so it's impossible to say that there was a mutation before that storm's apocalypse. At this time, Su Lin, facing this invincible Great King Squid, only felt that for the first time he was so close to death. Su Lin looked at the face seal he was carrying in his mouth and knew that it was probably the smell of blood spread out by the face seal that had stimulated this Great King Squid. He let go of the face seal and at the same time began to mobilize his entire body at its peak strength. Su Lin had experienced so many killings that his mind had long since hardened. The killing and ferocity in his body was also above the little lone wolf and the Fey lynx. If, with this face seal as bait, he couldn't get the Great King Squid to shift to lock on to his target, then he would have to put up a fight. After opening the hunting talent, Su Lin's speed was able to briefly surpass this Great King Squid even in the water. Combined with the powerful healing talent, as long as he didn't die, he could recover quickly from even the heaviest injuries. What's more, with 5 recovery potions and the ability to devour evolutions, Su Lin smashed out all of his cards, not believing that he couldn't rush out. Chapter 125, struggling to break out of the deep sea. Wow! The sound of running water was unrelenting. The various species in this area had already fled without a trace under the strong aura of the Great King Squid, and only the sound of the flowing sea water remained. Class 61. This was the highest level of species that Su Lin had ever seen. He knew that as the level increased, the attributes that increased with each level behind it were going to increase with the level. So it was expected that this Great King Squid was level 61 and possessed such strong attributes. With this level of strength, it could be said that one was already standing at the true peak of the food chain. It was thought that even in the vast, boundless and unfathomable ocean, this Great King Squid was definitely an overlord-level existence. As Su Lin let go of the face seal he was holding in his mouth, he could definitely feel the aura locked onto his body weakening quite a bit. But still, it didn't go away completely. There wasn't even the slightest ripple of emotion in the Great King Squid's huge, indifferent eyes either. This caused a look of determination to appear in Su Lin's eyes, and he directly used his wolf claws to push the corpse of this face seal into the distance. Then he himself fled in the opposite direction. There was also not even the slightest hesitation at all as he swam, instantly turning on his hunting talent. The strong force brought about by the hunting and killing talent immediately surged through Su Lin's entire body. Those golden brown eyes also became as scarlet as blood. The limbs become thicker. Facing such an invincible Great King Squid, Su Lin directly just displayed his strongest state. With the gift of the hunt turned on, his speed also vaguely approached 100 meters per second once again at this moment. This speed is extremely fast in the ocean, because the resistance of water flow is so much stronger than the resistance of air. So much stronger. Wow! This fast speed caused Su Lin to be like a white lightning bolt as he quickly fled the area. And Su Lin's speed of 100 meters per second was clearly beyond the Great King Squid's expectations. A touch of emotional fluctuation also appeared very rarely in its huge, indifferent eyes, because for the Great King Squid, the wolf clan had never been seen at all. Not even in the bottom of the sea had a strange white species been seen swimming so fast. What kind of species is this? Even though it possessed a high IQ, it still didn't know what species Su Lin was. But in surprise, one of its tentacles, which was 60 to 70 meters long, swept towards Su Lin, wanted to capture this strange species and explore it properly. The other tentacle rolled the floating face seal carcass over and sent it straight into its bloody mouth that was big enough to swallow a beluga whale. Whoa! The giant mouth of the Great King Squid opened and closed, bringing out the raging seawater, and also revealing the huge sharp teeth. The powerful and pure energy contained in the 3-meter-plus face seal was unimaginable. Can be swallowed into the mouth of the King Squid? As if it can only give it a gap between the teeth. And at this moment, Su Lin, feeling the huge fluctuation of the water flow behind him, didn't even dare to look back in the slightest. It could only be a struggle to swim. How could he not have expected that the first time he went down to the sea to hunt a head face seal, he would run into a sea monster-level Great King Squid? Pang! A strong current rushed towards Su Lin, and he could already smell the fishy odor coming from the tentacles of the Great King Squid behind him. This caused Su Lin to clench his wolf's teeth and continue to swim vigorously. Must punch out. He hasn't grown to his strongest yet. As long as he could live, sooner or later this Great King Squid would be nothing more than a blood meal in Su Lin's mouth. In his powerful desire to survive, Su Lin's speed was vaguely faster again. The adrenaline burst out fiercely, and for a while the numerical attributes exceeded the panel display. But this tentacle was too long and its speed was very swift. The end of the foremost 3 or 4 meters still touched Su Lin. Wow! Accompanied by the sound of powerful water flowing, the end of this tentacle curled around Su Lin's wolf body in a deadly grip. Ow! Su Lin whistled angrily. Only instead of the wolf's howl being as rough and loud as it had been on land, it only brought out a blistering sound. The powerful force curled around Su Lin in a deadly grip, causing his speed to stagnate. The most vicious and ferocious light flooded before Su Lin's eyes. Fight to the death. He knew that now that he had reached the point of fighting to the death, he simply couldn't admit defeat. Pang! The right claw, under the hunting talent, slammed hard into the end of this tentacle. However, this time, the wolf claws that could crack the stone, invulnerable, had failed to build a success. A power value of upwards of 800 was only able to cut a wound of only 7 or 8 centimeters on the end of this tentacle. But the wound hadn't even completely broken through the flesh of this tentacle. The ends of the tentacles were often the most sensitive, though, and the pain brought a flash of surprise to the large king squid's massive eyes. It was really a bit surprised that this little white guy could cause it pain, even if it was very weak. The pain that came from it made it even more interested in Su Lin. The ends of the tentacles began to flare, trying to sweep the little guy, who was only about 4 meters, over for a closer look. Just as its tentacles were dead curled around Su Lin, to drag him back, only Su Lin's scarlet eyes flared with a touch of ruthlessness, and his wolf teeth ruthlessly went towards the wound that had just been cut open by 7 or 8 centimeters. Wolves tend to rip and bite as the most powerful attack. That was why the force contained in this tear exceeded the slap of the wolf's claws just now, and the sharpness of the fangs also far exceeded that of the wolf's claws. Gotcha! This fierce bite went down, but actually really broke the defense of the end of this tentacle, biting out wisps of blood. This blood flowed into his mouth, and devouring evolution instantly turned on. Ding! The host has eaten a fake king squid and gained 500 points of evolutionary value. Ding! The host eats a species far beyond its own level and gains 2,000 points of evolutionary value bonus. One bite down, a whole 3,500 evolution points. Such an evolutionary value brought him to the brink of breaking through level 12. But the current Su Lin couldn't care less about the joy of this huge amount of evolutionary value. His pair of sexual scarlet-like eyes just continued to tear into the end of this tentacle with endless viciousness. The defense of the end of the tentacle was weak, but even if it was weak it still had a defense value of at least thousands of points. It was just that this defense value didn't work under the strong devouring power. Gotcha! Under the extremely strong devouring force, this nerve ending directly snapped open, as if it had been snapped off by Su Lin's bite. Under the power of devouring, the whole wound without the blood left by the tearing of the. Instead, it was smooth and neat, as if it had been half dissolved by a mysterious force. Buzz! The pain of the broken tentacle ends caused this king squid to stifle a buzzing vibration. The king squid has no vocal organs, and the buzzing sound is like the rattling of the body's cellular tissues vibrating in unison. The power of this vibrating rattle then far exceeded the sonic attacks of the face seals, bringing out a huge, wildly surging wave of water toward Su Lin. Pang! 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 The strong impact caused Su Lin to directly spit out blood now, and his internal organs felt vaguely painful, but he didn't dare to stay down for the slightest amount of time, and took advantage of the current to swim off into the distance again. But the great king squid behind him obviously didn't want to let him go just like that, and several thick tentacles came at him again. Even though Su Lin's swimming speed was already very fast, and he also relied on a false move to avoid the attacks of 2 tentacles, he was ultimately rubbed on the back by the end of one tentacle. Pang! Su Lin only felt that the bones in his back were instantly shattered. His internal organs were also cracked, and his entire wolf body was as if it couldn't withstand this kind of power and was going to vaguely explode. The gift of healing. Su Lin strongly gritted his wolf's teeth and endured the pain of being torn apart as he unleashed his healing talent. Consuming stamina can cause the healing talent to recover faster. As his stamina dropped, under the white luminescence of the healing gift, the entire wolf's body finally stabilized, and the feeling of blowing up began to fade. And while Su Lin was also consuming his physical strength to run his healing talent, he also used the strong impact of the whiplash he had just received to escape from this place. Behind him, this fake king squid was still moving to give chase. Due to its huge size, the king squid didn't look like it was moving very fast, but in reality, it had a speed of 80 to 90 meters per second. Pang! A surge of seawater. Su Lin was smaller in size and swam faster along with the surge of the seawater, and was pulling away from the great king squid a little bit. Hundreds of meters per second. Just a minute or so was out nearly 10 kilometers. During this time Su Lin also used the huge corals and seaweeds on the seabed to conceal his figure, finally escaping from the pursuit of the great king squid. In the midst of fleeing, Su Lin was also grazed in the side by the tentacle again. Now if he hadn't been running his healing talent, I'm afraid that his entire wolf body would have been in pieces long ago. Terror! The attack power of this great king squid was too terrifying. After the severely injured Su Lin looked behind him and saw that there was finally no more huge figure of the great king squid, he forced himself to endure the pain and dragged his wolf body towards the ice above him to swim quickly. Sure enough, the deep sea is still dangerous for yourself. This encounter with a king squid. Next time if they encountered a swarm of fake killer whale group, or an Arctic Kasumi jellyfish that was also equally huge and incomparable, they didn't know if they would still be able to rush out. I know a decade-old book friend recommended to me the book app. Wild fruit reading, really damn good use. Driving, bedtime rely on this read aloud listening to books to pass the time. Here you can download. Yet what you do. As for which area it was in now, it had also been long forgotten in the frantic escape just now. Anyway, once we get to land, it will be relatively safe. With that thought in mind, Solian paddled his wolf claws and swam, and when Su Lin had just swum not too far, he suddenly saw the end of the meter or so of tentacles that the great king squid had bitten off by himself again. Ha ha, the Emperor's sky is not a burden to the hard-working people. Seeing the end of this 1-meter tentacle, Su Lin's expression was delighted. Originally, he had already held the intention of returning empty-handed, but when he saw the end of this tentacle that was 1 to 200 pounds, he felt that his mouth was about to water. One bite was more than 3,000 points of evolutionary value. Such a terrifying acquisition of evolutionary value was far too much more than that face seal. This made Surin excited. It was still a shame to abandon this tentacle directly in order to escape just now, but I didn't expect it to float along the current as well. Chapter 126, Promoted Again. Temporary residence in an ice cave. At this moment, Su Lin, who was in excitement, even the pain in his body felt much lighter. With one bite, he took this tentacle end and swam with it towards the ice above. With this tentacle, Su Lin felt that not only could he break through to level 12, but even level 13 was expected. After all, the evolutionary value provided by the blood and flesh of the Great King Squid was very astonishing. Also, the flesh and blood on the Great King Squid's body can provide so much near evolutionary value. So how much can its essential parts provide? Thinking like this, Su Lin felt energized. The more powerful the species, the better fuel for his evolutionary journey. Wow! After swimming for a few moments, Su Lin finally dragged the end of this 1-meter tentacle from the seawater to the ice. It's just that this ice hasn't encountered a proper ice opening. Looking at this 3 to 4 feet thick layer of ice, a ruthless look once again appeared in Su Lin's eyes and he directly swung his wolf claw to ruthlessly smash into this layer of ice. Pang! The huge impact only caused a slight crack to appear in this ice layer. It is important to know that the ice that freezes year-round in the frigid Arctic is hard beyond imagination. And even steel is hard to match. So even though the strengthened right claw struck with all its might, it only struck a tiny crack. But Surin didn't give up. Now, due to the fact that he had been running the healing gift to heal his wounds, he was using up his stamina quickly and didn't have time to go back to the mouth of the ice. Therefore, in the ruthlessness of his eyes, he struck several more blows with all his might before finally breaking this ice layer out of a 2-meter plus ice opening. Pang! Along with the sound of the ice splitting apart, Solian also swam up from the sea. Wow! The sound of breaking seawater. Channels of water dripping down from Su Lin's wolf body. After climbing up, he first took the lead in scanning his surroundings and realized that it really wasn't the ice he was familiar with anymore. And it feels extremely cold here, with temperatures vaguely comparable to the bottom of that iceberg crevice, 70 to 80 degrees below zero, a temperature at which even steel can be frozen as fragile as glass. However, Su Lin possessed the cold resistance of the polar iceworm. Not to mention this temperature, even if it was hundreds of degrees below zero, it would not hurt. Huffing and puffing, huffing. This time he threw the tentacle he was holding onto the ice and began to pant heavily. Su Lin also stopped the healing talent that was consuming his physical strength to run. Just after stopping the pain of the entire wolf's body that was torn apart, it came again. He looked back. His wolf's torso still covered in blood. The blood mixed with seawater and turned into a puddle of blood was dripping down onto the icy ground. The chi and blood values also flowed rapidly along with this blood. In the cold, icy sky and snow, Su Lin had to recover his injuries as much as possible. So looking at the end of the tentacles of the king squid in front of him, he devoured it again. He was already on the verge of breaking through level 12, and as long as he gained some more evolutionary value, it would be enough for him to be officially promoted. In time, the arcane evolutionary energies would be able to restore the injuries on the wolf's carapace as if they were the same. Gotcha! Su Lin tore hard at the end of this 1-meter tentacle. The tentacle end's skin and flesh defense was still tough. It took half a day of hard tearing to tear off a piece of flesh. After eating it in my mouth and chewing it for half a day, it felt like eating craft candy again. I couldn't bite it at all. In the end, it was the strong devouring power that was unleashed that finished digesting the blood and flesh in his mouth. After it was digested, the rolling energy filled Su Lin's limbs and bones. Ding! The host has eaten the Fey King Squid and gained 1497 evolution points. Ding! The host eats a species far beyond its own level and gains 1500 points of evolutionary value bonus. A tantalizingly gray message alert appeared in front of me. This time, the additional addition of the tantalizing gray news commission cut was so large that it far exceeded Su Lin's imagination. It cuts 500 points in one direct bite. Sure enough, the extras, none of them last. But this evolutionary value of close to 3,000 points also allowed Su Lin to reach the threshold for a breakthrough. Ow! With a loud, long howl that rang out over the frigid Arctic, that subtle evolutionary energy also descended once again. Su Lin became fully focused and began to absorb the energy. This subtle energy, traveling anywhere in Su Lin's wolf body, was icy cold and very comfortable to the senses. The energy took the lead in restoring the injuries on Su Lin's body, and splash after splash of heat began to rise from the majestic wolf's body. The ghastly wounds on the wolf's body that had almost been torn apart were all recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bones and internal organs that had been shattered by the huge force were also restored to their original state in no time. This arcane energy recovery speed also made Su Lin feel as if he had seen the efficacy of the healing talent after it was upgraded again. If one could really achieve such a strong recovery ability, it would truly be called an immortal body. Next, after the recovery from the injuries was complete, this arcane energy then began to nourish and strengthen every corner on the wolf's body. Surin's hair became thicker. The thick hair provides no small amount of defense, either. The outer skin also became tougher and the defense went up a notch again. Nowadays, Su Lin felt that his defense could also manage to ignore less powerful gun bullets. If it was a shotgun, sniper, machine gun, or large caliber rifle, it would still be able to do him a decent amount of damage. But with the speed of coming and going without a trace, even a professional soldier would have a hard time hitting him. Strong senses could also help him make the optimal evasive route. Immediately following, Su Lin's wolf claws had also grown 2 or 3 centimeters longer once again, and the length of the claw spikes reached more than 20 centimeters. And the sharpness needed no introduction. Beyond that, the fangs, limbs, bones, and so on, also received a considerable boost. The 4-meter wolf's body was also ushered to become another circle larger, directly growing to the point of 4 meters 4.5. Counting the length of the wolf's tail, Su Lin's size was vaguely approaching 6 meters. 6 meters, that's absolutely amazing amongst the wolves. Even the African elephant, which was claimed to be the largest in size, could hardly match Surin's size. It was only after a few moments that this subtle evolutionary energy faded away, and the latest attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 12. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Gene level, I. Grade, 12. Blood and Chi, 3200. Endurance, 260. Strength, 290. Defense, 270. Speed, 390. Additional attribute value, 30. Evolutionary value, 2850. Talent, hunting for healing. The increase in strength this time was huge. Promoting from level 11 to level 12 added an extra 30 points to each attribute value, and even the chi blood value increased by 300 points. When you first break through from level 10 to level 11, that should be 20 points added to each attribute value. It seemed that after breaking through to level 10, although the evolution value required for promotion had been raised to 5 digits, the attributes of the promotion had also increased a lot. In the future, the increase in strength for each level will be huge. Currently, Su Lin looked at the 30 points of extra attribute value and still added it to speed without hesitation. This brings him right up to a speed value of 420. A speed value of 420 allows him to approach 150 meters per second at full speed. With the hunt talent turned on, it will be on par with Sonic. After advancing to level 12, all of the injuries on the wolf's body were restored, and Su Lin's essence had also recovered a lot. He looked up in all directions and realized that it was all white ice and desolate. Since he didn't know the directions, Su Lin didn't find a direction to go haphazardly. He planned to find a cave to recuperate for a while and find a path to leave once he had determined exactly where this place was. With this thought in mind, Surin gripped his remaining tentacles searching for a cave where he could temporarily station himself. The temperature in this area is very cold. It made him think that even if this place wasn't the center of the pole, it wasn't far from it. In his search, Su Lin realized that there were indeed very few signs of life here. There's hardly any sign of Arctic rabbits, Arctic ducks, seals, walruses, etc., 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 etc. Even the birds in the sky were few and far between. It's quite a feeling of 1,000 birds flying away from 1,000 hills and 10,000 paths. After searching for more than an hour, Su Lin was able to find a well-located ice cave. Yes, it's an ice cave. It was located on an iceberg that protruded more than 100 meters. The way up is very smooth and steep, too, but thankfully it wasn't much harder for Surin. With 100 or so pounds of tentacle blood and flesh in his mouth, he leapt 17 or 18 meters. With the help of the gentler terrain, it didn't take long to climb up. This ice cave was not too big. With the size of the cave where the wolf parents were, it was not a problem for the 20 or so Arctic wolves to live on weekdays. After Su Lin came in, the air of sun cold inside the ice cave was even heavier. It just doesn't hurt for him. The cold was already hardly a bother to Solian. Otherwise, under such temperatures, Su Lin would never have temporarily stationed himself under such an ice cave. After all, temperatures that are too frigid are known to cause a significant loss of stamina. Entering the cave, he first found a random corner and placed the tentacles of the great king squid. Then it was time to lie down and start a short restful sleep. Since this was not his territorial boundaries, Su Lin didn't sleep as much as usual, but only slept superficially to recover some strength. For Su Lin, who had once ingested the Snow Lord's genetic flesh and blood, he wouldn't have too much sleepiness even if he didn't sleep for a few days in a row. It's just that the fastest way to regain your strength is to sleep. In his shallow sleep, Su Lin set aside two of his powerful senses for vigilance. Time just passes, quietly, in sleep, and it was at this time that Little Gray and Little White, who had already dragged all three seals' corpses back to the cave, saw that their own boss had not yet returned. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade EDU install the latest version. All of them came down from the cave with some concern and ran towards the ice again. Ash had the strength of a mid-level 6, and could sweep through all hunters in a piece as long as they didn't encounter a polar bear. Not really worried about safety. And this time, there was also a cousin leading 6 female wolves to follow. Once the wolves were at the mouth of the ice again, Ash kept sniffing around the mouth of the ice, but couldn't find any fresh scent of his boss. At first it thought that its boss was omnipotent and that it was normal for him to go into the sea to hunt fish, but now it had been 10 hours or so, and it hadn't shown up. This caused Ash to panic a bit. After all, Su Lin, as the wolf king of the pack, was the top priority in the pack. It was also the faith of the earliest group of wolf clan members, who were invincible in their hearts. If something really happened to his own boss, and now the little lone wolf is leading the vast majority of the wolves out on the quest, Ash shuddered to think what would happen. After all, the strongest has always been honored among wolves, and after the disappearance of the Wolf King, the strongest wolf could only be chosen to succeed the Wolf King in order to survive. And this time the cousin also reacted. She looked at this ice layer mouth and then looked at the little gray, angry very teeth. She didn't think Surin would jump into the sea. In her perception, the wolves all survived on land. Wasn't jumping into the sea tantamount to asking for trouble? But the little gray and white that followed out, even went back so long before knowing to come out to sea? This infuriated her cousin, who couldn't help but tear at Ash's neck and flesh a few times. Although cousin was far from being little Ash's opponent, as a fae, little Ash didn't dare to show his displeasure towards cousin, and could only whimper and admit his mistake with a low howl. For both the cousin and the wolf sister, in the eyes of their own boss, were top priority. Even if the cousin taught it a lesson, it would not dare to resist. As for Xiao Bai, after waiting at the mouth of the ice for a while, he also tied down with a menace, ready to try to enter the sea to explore the boss. Chapter 127 Hidden Talent. Weird Iceberg. Being a polar bear, White reached the middle of level 3 and also possessed some ability to go underwater, but it can only be snorkeled in shallow waters of 10 or 8 meters. Once it went further down, both the pressure and the breathing would be very fatal to the still weak one, but it circled the shallow waters for half a day, and ultimately failed to find its boss. Returning to the ice was a bit frustrating. Ow, ow, ow. Seeing that Little White had failed to find Su Lin even after going into the water, the group of wolves all threw their heads back and howled, wanting to try to make the Wolf King hear through the loud, long, penetrating and powerful wolf howl, but it was all in vain. There was no response except the twittering of birds under the polar day. Cousin searched the ice with the wolves and still couldn't find it. It made her feel anxious. Starting to howl low, he signaled a female wolf to go and gather the young lone wolves back as well, to come along and look for Solian. But it was Ash who finally put a stop to it. Although Ash is usually a bit naive, he is calm when it comes to big things. Plus being a fae, her IQ is quite a bit higher than her cousin's. Nowadays this situation, he, his cousin, and the young lone wolf are all beewolves in the pack and have the same status, himself due to the fact that he grew up with his oldest and cousin. It's nothing to take orders from your cousin, but would little lone wolf really listen? The little Dr. Wolf was ferocious to the point of battle, and he himself was no match for it long ago. Together with the nearly 20 valiant wolves under his command, even if he and his cousin teamed up, they wouldn't be able to stop them. So without the boss around, can cousin really suppress little lone wolf? And will little lone wolf really listen to her? This caused Ash to stop the female, deciding that it would be better for the young lone wolf to purge the remnants of that large pack in the west first. Myself and these remaining wolves will just have to look harder to find their boss. After all, with the boss's unrivaled battle prowess and overwhelming intelligence, how could anything happen? Must have come across some new prey again and gone hunting alone. Ash, too, howled lowly at this thought and exchanged words with his cousin. It took a good half-day of exchanges before the very worried cousin settled down a little. But in the end, he still dispersed the 6 female wolves under his command and told them to all search for the Wolf King properly in this area of 300 to 400 miles around. Time passes quickly under both extreme day and night. It was 3 days in a flash. During these 3 days, Su Lin's physical strength had also long since recovered to its peak. By devouring the tentacles of this great king squid, he also gained more than 30,000 evolution points again. There were still 70 to 80 pounds remaining, so when they finished eating they could definitely break through to level 13. Earned. The loss of 1,000 or so pounds of face seal meat could be exchanged for tens of thousands of evolution points. Absolute blood money. And taking a bite has thousands of points of evolution value. Even if it cuts 3 points each time, it will take a long time to cut. Beyond that, Su Lin had also turned this area around during these 3 days. It was found to be a really poor area for species, with just a few scattered extremely hardy birds. The rest of the species are nowhere to be seen, but a number of canine and bear tracks were found at one of the largest icebergs. However, with his powerful and sharp senses, Su Lin could feel the dangerous aura coming from inside the iceberg, so it just watched from the periphery for a long time and didn't rush in. After the great change in heaven and earth, no one could say what powerful existences would be inside the icebergs. The large king squid encountered in the seawater was a living example. Still, the Fae of the world should not be underestimated. That said, currently the best app for reading aloud and listening to books. Wild Fruit Reading, Yeguayudu install the latest version. In addition, Su Lin felt like using the talent serum obtained from feeding on the seal's brain as well, so as to add a few more points of security. At this time, Su Lin, who had returned to the ice cave, didn't waste any time. With a thought, he took out the gifted serum, currently at A for the healing talent and C for the hunting talent. Regardless of which one was strengthened, it could have a great increase in Su Lin's strength, especially after the healing talent was able to actively drain stamina and speed up recovery. It made the ability to stay alive even stronger. Ding! Is the natural serum being used? Use. After using it, a very comfortable warmth appeared once again on top of Surin's wolf body. Only this time, Su Lin realized that the warm energy had flowed for a long time and still hadn't been absorbed by the wolf body. What the hell? Just when Surin was a bit taken aback, this warm current changed fiercely, directly changing like a fire. When it changed, it brought out a searing pain. The burn was still different from the sizzle of the enhanced serum, a feeling of melting the fire into the body. Ow! Su Lin couldn't help but let out a low howl, and then the light in his eyes exploded, because he could feel a new energy gradually begin to appear within him. In the past, he had always used talent serums to strengthen his talents, but he had overlooked the fact that talent serums also had a 10% probability of opening a new talent, and what is now open is presumably a new talent. Having already experienced the pain after the destruction and rebirth, this pain, Su Lin was still able to endure. He was also curious to see what kind of new talent he would open up. The fire illuminated by the talent serum was surging a little towards Su Lin's wolf body. The sensations brought about by absorbing warmth and absorbing fire are naturally vastly different. About half an hour or so passed in this pain. It was only when the fire fully surged into Su Lin's wolf body that a tantalizingly gray message alert appeared immediately before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the talent of stealth, level B. The gift of concealment? As Su Lin looked at the prompt, he also felt the pain in his body gradually disappear. He was excited about the new talent that had opened up. It didn't take more than a few seconds for the introduction of the concealment talent to appear. After the pain had disappeared, concealment, B rank, not upgradable. Active talent. When opened, the breath disappears completely. The figure enters a state of invisibility, no attribute bonuses, and can coexist with other talents. Duration, 8 hours. Cooling time, 24 hours. When the introduction of the new talent appeared in front of him, after Su Lin carefully looked at it, he only felt that this talent was too much stronger than the Fey Lynx's lurking talent. The breath disappeared completely and the figure went into stealth. It's much the same as the Fey Lynx's talent for lurking, but the Fey Lynx's lurking talent, at best, made the figure blend in with its surroundings and look very similar. The gift of stealth, however, was the ability to enter a state of invisibility. This straight up kills the lurking talent. During the last snowstorm, if the Fey Lynx had gone into stealth, then I'm afraid that Su Lin wouldn't have been able to track it at all. As for the duration, it is a full 8 hours. The timing of this is a little too anticlimactic. A full 8 hours of stealth will be able to do much more. Phew! Su Lin let out a long breath and his expression was joyful. Although this concealment talent would not grow in attributes, the actual combat effects it would bring would be extremely counterintuitive. In the future, whether it was assassination, sneaking, surprise attacks, retreats, and so on, It was definitely an extremely useful talent. Earned. This talent satisfied Su Lin. He got up and went to the entrance of the ice cave and looked at the largest iceberg in the distance. A glint of desire to explore also showed in his golden brown eyes. With the talent of concealment and a great guarantee of safety, go and explore what exactly is in the iceberg. Su Lin said in his mind. This gift of concealment came at the right time. Into the largest iceberg to take a look. If there is still a foreign flower iceberg lotus and so on, that is really a good luck. Originally, I thought that being chased by the great king squid was an unlucky thing, but now it seems that it is not a blessing and a curse. In this mood, Su Lin walked out of the ice cave. With a leap of faith, he began to leap down the iceberg. The piercingly cold wind that blew overhead on only slightly ruffled Su Lin's fur, not making him feel the slightest bit cold. Next, Su Lin quickly rushed towards the huge iceberg that protruded from the surface of the ice and was more than 1,000 meters tall. This iceberg is the biggest Surin has ever seen. Even the iceberg that obtained the ice mountain lotus last time was nothing compared to this one. With more than 1,000 meters protruding from it, it is hard to imagine how much more the iceberg has sunk into the sea. Is it really a 10,000 meter high iceberg? Thinking of this possibility made even Su Lin suck in a breath of cold air. It is important to know that Mount Everest, which is known as the world's highest peak, is only 8,000 or 9,000 meters in height. Nowadays, the height of an iceberg reaches tens of thousands of meters. How unbelievable is this? It was just that after the great change in heaven and earth, all sorts of anomalies occurred frequently, so Su Lin wasn't surprised for too long. However, he felt that this huge iceberg had something very difficult to imagine in the outside world. Su Lin didn't have a moment to spare before he arrived at the outskirts of this gigantic iceberg. He could still feel Tanya's unearthly power as he looked inward from the sizable icy road into the iceberg. At this moment, Su Lin mobilized his entire body's senses to the extreme, wanting to see or hear something from inside the iceberg. But after a long look, he saw nothing and heard nothing. However, Su Lin looked down at the footprints of these canines and bears on the outskirts of the iceberg. He felt that there had been at least 2 or more groups of hunters that had rushed into the iceberg. So after a moment of contemplation, he too headed deeper into the iceberg. This lofty iceberg definitely had some heavenly treasures in it, otherwise it wouldn't have attracted so many hunters. And a hunter who can survive in such a cold climate should also have some capital. Surin didn't take it lightly. Once he cautiously walked into the iceberg from the Saki district ice road, he could feel the cold air inside the iceberg become even more intense. It's white as a sheet. Even with Su Lin's amazing vision, he could only see things within 200 or 300 meters. It's a dangerous distance, because if a species were to make a sudden surprise attack, it would be easy to react at this distance. This caused Su Lin to open up all his senses to the maximum, relying not only on his eyesight, even the sense of hearing, smell, sixth sense, etc., were in full operation. Chapter 128 Palace of Ice. Solian turned his senses up to the max and, hearing and sense of smell, although also obscured by this gray and cold air, were still able to detect movement within 2 or 3 kilometers. At the same time, Su Lin also perceived inside the iceberg a very unusual natural phenomenon. That's where the oxygen density is just as extremely high. Except for some Fae who can ignore natural conditions and break the racial ceiling. The size of most of the remaining species is tied to oxygen density. Only the higher the density of oxygen, the larger the animal will be. So if a life species exists here, it definitely has to be very large in size. This caused Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes to narrow slightly, still cautiously probing the iceberg. At first there was nothing too out of the ordinary for the first 400 or 500 meters into the iceberg. Just can feel the cold air is getting heavier and heavier, and the inside of the iceberg is even more winding and sizable area. Like a labyrinth, Su Lin could only rely on his keen sense of smell and follow the scent of the former traveler inward. This time of year, due to the slow flow of gas inside the iceberg, he could already vaguely tell what races the scents were. Wolves, bears and some lynx scent. These lynx were lightweight and did not leave tracks on the periphery of the iceberg. As a matter of common sense, these species can indeed withstand the cold, except that the bitter cold of 70 to 80 degrees below zero can cause very severe frostbite to them as well. Unless these are Fae. Upon thinking of this possibility, Su Lin couldn't even help but shake his head. Fae are still very rare, and far from rotten. Every Fae is an existence with extremely strong growth potential in their respective races. How could it get to the point of sucking? Unless there's another possibility, which is a Fae that's piled on pure energy. The polar iceworms that were encountered at the crevice of the iceberg last time were examples of this. It's just that polar iceworms are small, and piling them up into Fae doesn't cost much in terms of pure energy. But the wolf race, the lynx as well as the bear race, wanting to rely solely on pure energy to promote the Fae, was definitely not a simple matter. To be honest, this period of time, Su Lin had been giving his cousin Fei blood and flesh to eat, also wanting to pile his cousin into a Fei. To tell the truth, recently has been using wild fruit reading to read books to catch up, change the source to switch, read aloud more tones. Yegwayodu Android Apple can be. When the energy in the body reaches a certain level, once it breaks through the upper limit of the race, then naturally and again, it evolves into a Fei. It was just obvious that it would take a lot of time and a lot of Fei flesh and blood. Next, without thinking any further, Su Lin continued to go deeper into the interior of the iceberg. The cold inside the iceberg was getting heavier and the range of vision that could be seen was getting smaller, but the hearing and sense of smell were not cut down much. Once you enter the iceberg, the ice road in this Saki area is gradual downward, that is, to the interior of the ice. The peripheral vision was getting darker and darker, but just after Su Lin had walked another 300 to 400 meters, he could keenly hear the low howl of a wolf clan in front of him. The low howl was faint, like a whisper recommunicating, but it was still completely caught in Su Lin's ears. Ice monsters? Destroy? What does that mean? Su Lin frowned slightly as he listened to the low howl of the wolves in front of him. He could make out the meaning of these exchanges. He just didn't really understand exactly what was being said. Are there still ice monsters in the icebergs? Su Lin thought it was nonsense, probably because the wolves had a lower IQ, and would naturally label any species they didn't recognize as strange. He continued to walk towards the front, only this time slightly faster, trying to catch up with the wolves in front of him. Let's see what kind of wolves make it into the cave. And by the way, what exactly are they discussing? However, Su Lin's expression became slightly heavier as he went deeper and deeper. This was because he found that at the corner of the ice wall, there were actually a few scattered human corpses that had been frozen into ice wither. Humans! It's almost the pole of the North Pole here. There is no north as a direction here, because north has been trampled underfoot. At the same time the temperature of Mori cold, all dropped to nearly 100 degrees below zero. Such temperatures make it difficult for humans to survive for long, even if they rely on liquid nitrogen suits. After all, it's a temperature that can freeze steel, all the way to glassy fragility. This caused curiosity to fill Su Lin's eyes. How did the human corpse appear here? He used his wolf paws to peel the snow and ice off the ice apron and took a closer look. The humans were found to be wearing clothing from the last century. The Soviet Union logo, which was evident on the top of the protective suit, was soon visible. Su Union? Su Lin's expression slowed. As the absolute hegemon of the 1970s and 1980s, it's easy to understand that the Soviet Union once explored the polar center of the North Pole. After all, this place was bordered by the North Pole and the Soviet Union, which was equivalent to the Soviet Union's backyard. Still, Su Lin was curious as to what had happened to the people of the Su Alliance here in the first place. How did so many people die in bits and pieces? Or was this once a research base for the Soviet Union? As a former Cold War hegemon, the Soviet Union naturally conducted countless extremely secretive studies and experiments. When he was a human being in his previous life, Su Lin was very fond of exploring. Now that he saw that there were traces of human beings in the huge icebergs in the extreme center of the North Pole, his expression was also instantly enlivened. This proved that his judgment was absolutely not wrong. Whether it was the Soviet Union from the last century or the hunters who entered the iceberg in front of them, they all symbolized that there was definitely something unimaginable inside this iceberg. Without hesitation, Su Lin continued to go deeper into the interior of the iceberg. As they went deeper and deeper, the transcendent energy that was winning inside the iceberg became heavier and heavier, and the concentration of oxygen became more and more dense. Breathing in the rich oxygen, Su Lin all felt that the cells in his body were much more active. By the time he had traveled quickly for more than a kilometer, he finally approached the place where the wolf howl had just come from. It was at this moment that Su Lin directly turned on his concealment talent. He currently didn't know what exactly was going on inside this iceberg, so naturally he didn't want to expose himself to the many hunters just like that. No luminescence emanated from the body after concealment was turned on. Instead it was the figure that was still gradually becoming transparent, and the aura of Su Lin's body gradually dissipated. Within a few seconds, Su Lin's massive size of more than 4 meters was completely hidden, and his breath completely disappeared. It was as if this space had never had any signs of life. The sound was coming from a huge cave inside an iceberg, and Su Lin quietly felt his way in. Just going in, the scene in front of him left Su Lin a little shocked, because in this cave, it wasn't like imagining that there were only icicles in clusters and broken ice all over the place. Instead what appeared was a very empty and huge palace in the ice. The palace was very lofty and brilliant, and there were quite a few apocryphal carvings on top of the palace that were lifelike. In addition to this, there are a number of modern industrialized research instruments underneath the palace. It was evident that at one time the people of the Soviet Union had indeed done very secretive experiments here. As for whether or not this palace was built by the Sioux Alliance, Su Lin wasn't in a position to say, because the aura that this palace gave itself was surprisingly somewhat similar to the aura of the crystal coffin that he had encountered before crossing over. It was also at this time that Su Lin fiercely thought of the complex writing on the crystal coffin once again. Ice Age, Heaven and Earth Changes, Species Evolution, Recovery. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he thought about the last fragment of text. Recovery. If that's true, what's the point of playing? Wouldn't all the species in heaven and earth, even humans who claim to have the pinnacle of technology, have to give way? But fortunately, Su Lin quickly suppressed this shocking thought. After all, it's just too unbelievable. Chapter 129, Kenai Mountain Wolves. For what is called, and which he has always regarded as the fabricated spirituality of mankind. How can it be revived when it doesn't exist? After suppressing this thought, Su Lin also looked in the direction where the wolf howl had just come from. After turning his sight around, he saw a wolf pack with more than 20 heads. Except this pack isn't even Arctic wolves. Even on the contrary, in Su Lin's impression, this branch of the wolf race should have been exterminated in the last century due to the mass killing of humans. Because this group of wolves was clearly the famous Kenai mountain wolves. It is also the only undisputed wolf race with the largest size. Even this group of Kenai mountain wolves was considerably larger than the recognized size. Su Lin's mind moved, and the numerical attributes of this group of wolves appeared before his eyes. Species, Kenai mountain wolf. Level, 10. Prana, 1257. Endurance, 139. Strength, 116. Defense, 93. Speed, 95. Upon seeing the attributes of this batch of wolves, Su Lin couldn't help but feel a little emotional about the strong strength of the Kenai mountain wolves. The plain wolf clan alone had the strength of a level 10, not to mention roundups, but even in single combat, it's not inferior to weaker large herbivores. Where this batch of Kenai mountain wolves came from also made Su Lin curious. Even if the Kenai mountain wolf is not extinct, it should not be in the Arctic. Unless the SU had collected the genes of the Kenai mountain wolves back in the day and wanted to study something here? It just failed in the end. But the genes of the Kenai mountain wolves miraculously survived and multiplied into packs over time. Then what exactly did Sioux Union want to study here in the first place? Surin was curious. Although this batch of ordinary Kenai mountain wolves were strong, they were far from a match for Su Lin. It was still the alpha wolf of the pack that made him pay attention. The alpha wolf can be easily distinguished by its station and posture in the pack. This head wolf. Su Lin had already smelled the scent of the Fae. Ow. The alpha wolf was signaling the wolves around him to keep moving slowly by communicating a low howl. The palace was huge, and the wolves were the ones who were running to the very center of the palace. The very center had several very huge iceberg lotuses, as well as strange flowers and plants that could not be named. Su Lin's mind moved slightly to look at the ice mountain lotus among them, and realized that they were all actually level 20 plus exotic flowers, with two of the ice mountain lotus even reaching level 40 plus. The iceberg lotus was spinning slowly, exuding danger with each rotation, and it was as if this aura could sense an unfamiliar aura intruding over, and a sense of tantalization swept towards Su Lin's side. Luckily, the concealment talent was very rebellious, and the sensation wandered in Su Lin's direction for a few moments before dissipating. What a strong ice mountain lotus! Su Lin couldn't help but say in his heart, not only do animals evolve into the Fae, but even the rest of the creatures mutate. Now wandering back to the very center of the palace guarding an ice-withering idol, it was clearly a bunch of mutated plants. These plants not only contained extremely surging pure energy, they were likewise extremely dangerous. As for the ice-withering idol, Su Lin looked at it vaguely as if it was the ice god Danin from the Western legends. In his previous life, he had a hobby of exploring, and had taught himself many complicated texts of various countries, and naturally, he had read a lot of wild and miscellaneous stories. One of them is an introduction to the Western gods, with an introduction to the ice god Danin. The characteristics of the image of Danin described in it are similar to this ice-withering idol. However, he didn't care too much about it. Instead he was interested in the research that the temple had sent down to the Sioux Alliance. I don't know what exactly Sioux Union is working on here, but just as he was about to move, the head wolf of the Kenai mountain wolves had arrived in the middle of the temple. With a low whimpering howl from the head wolf, the entire pack began a very sincere worship toward that ice-withering idol. Creeping to the ground, his forelegs held his head. The wolf's tail didn't dare to wiggle, instead it was clenched tightly. This represented that the wolf clan not only had loyalty to this ice-apocalyptic idol, but also fear, because normally that's a gesture only to the wolf king. Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes grew more and more curious as he looked at everything in this ice hall. Next, as this group of Kenai mountain wolves worshipped, Solian quietly walked over. The walk was slight, but the wolf's claws were still on the floor of the ice temple, bringing out a rustling sound. This caused the two huge ice mountain lotus plants to fiercely emit a dazzling light, and a powerful aura came over them. Luckily, Su Lin stopped instantly, and the aura of these two giant iceberg lotuses turned around this way again before slowly converging back inward. This made him become even more cautious, although his own figure and breath completely disappeared. But the senses of plants and animals are incomparably powerful. With the slightest sound can be felt. Su Lin was now close to the place where those bottles and jars from the Su League were being experimented on. He adjusted his full vision to the instruments and experiments. It was found that there were likewise a number of humans frozen into ice withers, some of whom were still maintaining the same movements they had when they were doing the experiments, thus showing that this was definitely the result of a sudden cold spell. There were even a number of broken man-made materials and building materials below, which should be a suitable experimental base for short-term habitation once constructed by human beings here as well. However, they were instantly frozen into slush. Even one human was either frozen in pieces or permanently frozen in ice. As for what exactly is being experimented with, Su Lin couldn't tell. After all, the age was too long, and many of the instruments were covered with a thick layer of cold and frost. But through the various organs and tissues in that one jar, Su Lin surmised that it was likely that some experiments that were not accepted by the world were being conducted, because according to the breaking news that went out, the Su Alliance had conducted experiments on apes, wanting to cultivate a group of powerful warriors with beastly physiques, and had even made considerable progress. As for what is here, it should be some appalling experiments as well. And just as Su Lin began to make his guesses, the two giant iceberg lotuses directly in front of him perhaps sensed the loyalty of the wolf clan. As the ice mountain lotus rotated, the pure energy emitted unexpectedly landed entirely on the bodies of these wolf clan wolves. Then there were more than 20 wolves, all growing at an extremely astonishing speed. In just 10 seconds or so, they all went up to level 1. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Su Lin was somewhat enlightened. Sure enough, this batch of Kenai mountain wolves, it wasn't for no reason that they could be so tough, relying on the afterglow energy of the ice mountain lotus like this, growing day after day. It would be strange if it wasn't strong. Moreover, this ice mountain lotus also definitely possessed a not-so-low level of intelligence and awareness. Surprisingly, it was already able to train its men. The 3 ice mountain lotus plants and the polar iceworm that were encountered at the bottom of the iceberg crevice last time should also be the same. It's just that the difficulty of cultivating a group of polar iceworms is not comparable to cultivating a group of Kenai mountain wolves. The vast majority of the iceberg lotus overflowing energy was absorbed by the head wolf, but even so the strength of the rest of the wolf race was also raised quite a bit. After the afterglow energy of the ice mountain lotus was absorbed, the entire wolf pack also whimpered and lowly howled to express the surprise and loyalty in their hearts. There was then a white, fluorescent light that flew out of the mouth of the head wolf, which was a fragment of ice apotheosis. This ice apotheosis fragment flew directly to the ice apotheosis god statue behind it after being guided by the pure energy of the ice mountain lotus. Clunk! A crisp crash sounded, and the fragment fit perfectly on top of the shattered corner of this ice apocalyptic god statue. It was just that there were still many parts of this ice apocalyptic idol that were shattered, and a single ice apocalyptic shard didn't restore her to her original state. But as the ice apocalypse shards fit together, a very strange melody came from them. The melody is very relaxing, like a spring breeze. Even Su Lin couldn't help but have the feeling of being very close and wanting to submit when he listened to this melody. But in the end, he relied on his willpower to suppress this feeling, and the many Kenai mountain wolves all whimpered and howled low at the melody. The low howl was repeatedly conveying some disconnected meaning. Destroy, ice monster, find, shards, race, mission. After a long, low howl, the melody fades. The lotus flower of an ice mountain lotus that was only 20 levels or so also fell off from its rhizome, turning into a lotus flower that had no consciousness, only pure energy, and slowly sent it to the front of the head wolf of the Kenai mountain wolves. Looking at this iceberg lotus, Su Lin's eyes were on fire. The pure energy contained in this ice mountain lotus was far more than the 3 plants at the bottom of the ice mountain crevice. Even though eating the same creature would have its evolutionary value cut, this ice mountain lotus could still bring him a considerable amount of evolutionary value. But those 2 huge ice mountain lotuses and the ice apocalyptic god statue in the palace brought him a very dangerous aura, so there was no rush. The intention was to wait until the group of Kenai mountain wolves got to a safe place before making their move. At the same time, Su Lin felt that everything here was beyond his imagination. The aura of danger ran rampant, and he didn't intend to stay here for long, waiting for when, with the strength of that great king squid, to come here to find out. At that time, even if there really was some ice monster, it would be enough to tear it alive on the spot. In today's world of great changes in heaven and earth, only strength matters. Holding this thought, Su Lin continued to press the fire in his eyes. like a best assassin waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike a blow. And this wolf pack got up after 1,000 low howls of thanks. The head wolf with the iceberg lotus in its mouth continued down the left passage and continued deeper into the interior of the iceberg. This huge iceberg has a full tens of thousands of meters. This has only just reached the ice layer, is far from the bottom. As he watched the wolves continue to go deeper, a ruthless light also appeared in Su Lin's eyes. Anyway, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pick these exotic flowers in this palace, because with those two huge and incomparable ice mountain lotus, as long as one made a move, one's fate would definitely not be any better. There's only that iceberg lotus from the head wolf at Kenai Mountain. Su Lin once again lightly followed, and iceberg lotus sensed the movement around him. But after the dangerous energies came back to search some more and still found nothing, they all retreated. Su Lin followed the Kenai Mountain wolf towards the left passage. Once inside, it just felt even more claustrophobic and chilly. Along the way, it was discovered that there were a number of human bodies in here as well. Even Su Lin saw a few discs from it that recorded directions. Only the internal machinery of the discs had been frozen. Even if Su Lin slapped all the frost on top of these discs with his claws, he still couldn't see the orientation. As for two of the compasses that were in sealed toolboxes, these were not frozen, but they were clearly out of commission, because there is no such direction as north here at the pole. No matter how you fiddle with the compass, the needle will stand still. However, Su Lin still received this compass into the fur on the wolf's paw with a sweep of his paw. The compass was only the size of a walnut and rested easily on the fur of the wolf's paw. After all, nowadays, Su Lin's size was too big, and his wolf claws were very huge, and the fur for the wolf claws to shrink was also very thick. Collected the compass, Su Lin continued toward the Kenai mountain wolves in front of him. It didn't take long to cross the long corridor to another huge iceberg cave. The caves here are real caves, no longer palaces. Icicles in clusters, broken ice everywhere. Having just arrived here, Su Lin's keen sense of smell also smelled the extremely strong odor of the bear clan and the lynx. Roar! Roar! Sure enough, not a moment passed before the ferocious hissing of the lynx and the bear clan then fiercely resounded in this icy cave. Only the hissing sound, instead of sounding like the roar of a bloodbath, sounded like the sound of a hunt. At the same time, Su Lin also noticed that the group of Kenai mountain wolves had a pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes that were bursting with anxiety after hearing the hissing of the bear clan and the lynx. Then with a long whine he quickly dashed into the cavern, running wildly in the direction from which the sound had come. There was not the slightest hesitation nor the slightest fear between actions. It was obvious that this pack of Kenai mountain wolves and these bear clans, the lynx, were already familiar with each other. Su Lin also quickly followed. He was eager to see what was in this cave that warranted such anxiety from the Kenai mountain wolves. Keep in mind that the Kenai mountain pack doesn't look like there are many wolves, but if it was placed in Su Lin's region, it would definitely become a well-deserved overlord. Not even that large wolf pack could match it, because the individual power of the Kenai mountain wolves is too strong, and after being nourished by the pure energy of the ice mountain lotus day in and day out, aside from that head wolf, the strength of the rest of the wolf clan had also increased very strongly. It was thought that if Su Lin had come back a year or two later, it was feared that all of these Kenai mountain wolves would have broken through the upper limit of the species and reached the Fae. A pack of over 20 Fae? And all of them were the toughest Kenai mountain wolves of the wolf clan. Just by thinking about it, it was enough to imagine how strong a battle force such a wolf pack had. If Su Lin really had such a valiant and warlike wolf pack under his command, it would be enough to push across the entire Arctic. Ow! 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 At that moment the Kenai mountain wolves were whistling long and wildly, rushing in the direction of the bear clan and the lynx roar. The wolf's howl was hollow and loud, echoing down this huge cavern. The cave in this iceberg was so large that at least Su Lin couldn't see the edge at a glance. Even Su Lin felt that this couldn't be called an iceberg anymore, but that it would be more appropriate to call it a glacier. Soon, after 3 or 4 kilometers of wild running, several tall, blood-stained, demonic polar bears finally appeared in front of us. These polar bears are also far larger than the outside world. There was even a polar bear with a monstrous aura emanating from it that was even stronger than the Fey grizzly bear that Su Lin had encountered. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good use. Here to download. Yegwayudu everyone go fast can try it. In addition, there were also 5 snow white lynxes bearing their sharp fangs, confronting the Kenai mountain wolves that had just charged in. These 5 lynxes even exuded a ferocious and murderous nature all over their bodies. Lynx are the best hunters no matter where they are. The lynx is perhaps not as far above the genetic level of the species as the polar bear or Kenai mountain wolf, but it was clear that through the blood on their fangs and the ferocious killing nature emanating from their entire bodies, it was evident that none of the 5 of them were good. Just a few of these lynxes trampled underfoot already disemboweled prey. However, it made the look in Su Lin's pair of eyes somewhat surprised. Chapter 130 Fey Polar Bear. Werewolf. Or maybe call it a man in wolf's clothing. It was at this point that he understood why the Kenai mountain wolves, which had become extinct in the last century, were here. Su Lin had been a human being in his previous life and also loved exploring, so naturally he had heard of many appalling things. But when the real thing unfolds in front of you, you still can't help but be shocked by it. Genetic modification. No matter what, the major powers will never give up their research in this area. This was especially true in the original Cold War era when a war of destruction could break out at any time. It was thought that they must have been trying to research a group of beast warriors with the powerful bloodline power of the Kenai mountain wolves, only to end up with the research base here being hit by a devastating cold front. The result is that everything that has been achieved is buried in this towering glacier. With a thought, Su Lin's mind moved, and the attributes of these werewolves who had become blood food for the lynx and bear races appeared before his eyes. Species, werewolf. Grade, 4. Air and blood, 389. Endurance, 33. Strength, 35. Defense, 12. Speed, 27. The attributes of this group of wolves were very weak, worse than the average human. It is thus clear that the remodeling that may have been done here with the help of some transcendental power still failed. None of the wolves in this group were very tall, and hadn't inherited the powerful bloodline strength of the Kenai mountain wolves in the slightest. Most of them were only about 1 meter 5 or 6 in height, with white wolf fur on their bodies and pointy ears. But the features of his face were unchanged, and there was not even a scrap of cloth on his body, except for a wolf's fur, and the skin of his face was very white, an unhealthy pallor caused by years of being under the cold. That said, currently the best app for reading aloud and listening to books. Wild fruit reading, Yeguayudu install the latest version. The limbs are also like those of the wolves, with 2 or 3 centimeters of sharp claw spines, yet they are also free to curl up and stretch out. Especially the beastly gaze revealed in those tantalizingly blue eyes and a miserable wolf howl, bringing out very obvious wolf clan characteristics. It's just that this batch of wolves is too weak to be reduced to blood food, and with the Kenai mountain wolves so anxious, it seems like these wolves should be a very important part of the pack. Su Lin remained quiet and waited, not rushing out just because a werewolf appeared. He had been reborn as a wolf, and the sympathy he had felt for his kind in his previous life as a human had long since dissipated. Nowadays, what Su Lin wanted to do was to step on the bones of thousands of Fae and ascend to the very top of this world. Currently this iceberg cave has become a huge bloody killing field. After the Kenai mountain wolves rushed over, the head wolf handed the iceberg lotus to one of the wolves in the pack after the bee-wolf. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he led the wolves to launch an attack on the bear clan and the lynx. And Su Lin, who saw this scene, had a brilliant light in his eyes. Ow, ow, ow. As the wolves swarmed, the Kenai mountain wolves' pack tactics were skillfully coordinated. The 3-3 roundups immediately suppressed the ferocious lynx and bear clans. The 5 lynxes were all Fae, only that their grades were not high, and the highest lynx only had the Fae attribute of level 12. But even so, the lynx, which is full of killing and ferociousness, is not the least bit timid in the face of the wolves rounding up. On the contrary, the other 3 polar bears, facing the siege of the head wolf as well as several ethereal wolves, were at a frequent disadvantage. If it was placed outside, someone who saw that several wolves would dare to tear around several polar bears would definitely think that the sky was the limit. But here it really played out. The Kenai mountain wolves that had been nourished by the energy of the ice mountain lotus all had terrifying strength. Ow! Between the long whistles of the wolves, the head wolf and the Fae polar bear across the street were engaged in a vicious bloodbath. Pawing! The wolf's paw slapped hard on the head of the polar bear that was more than 6 meters tall, bringing out deep blood marks. Even on top of the wolf's claws, there were wisps of icy cold aura that resembled the ice mountain lotus. This icy cold chi invaded along the wound into the body of the Fae polar bear, causing it to feel extreme pain. Roar! Polar bear's roar. Pawing! A hard slap. This head wolf dodged and the bear's paw was incredibly powerful, slapping out a 3-foot ice pit on the ground. This polar bear had a level 21 attribute and was powerful in every way. However, under the attack and entanglement of the Kenai mountain wolves, it could not exert its own power as it should. The entire huge iceberg cave echoed with the furious cries of the polar bears and the wolves. Comparatively speaking, the Kenai mountain wolves were only besieging but not bloodily fighting for those 5 lynxes. But with these 3 polar bears, it's a real life and death struggle. Both sides fully displayed their fangs and claws, and blood splattered in the fight. King to king, will to will. The head wolf was acting as the main hold, in a hard and fast fight with this Fae polar bear. In a bloody fight, sharp wolf claws and fangs, leaving a bloody wound on the polar bear's massive body. Especially the icy cold air brought out by the head wolf's claws was amazingly lethal. But the Fae polar bear, in its fury, quickly unleashed its gift. Blood rage. This made the already very large size of the Fae polar bear once again much larger, and its strength and defense skyrocketed. Between a pair of bare paws waving, ice and snow flew and icicles broke. Only the head wolf of the Kenai mountain wolves is a fae. However, after Su Lin pulled up the attributes of this head wolf, he discovered that the Kenai mountain wolf's talent was actually a group healing class talent. Therefore, facing the attacking power of this fae polar bear after it had gone berserk, all of them were suddenly outmatched. Of the remaining ordinary Kenai mountain wolves, one was even slapped hard on the back by a fae polar bear. A thick bare paw that was 40 to 50 centimeters in size used only one palm to beat a Kenai mountain wolf to a state of serious injury and death. The battlefield was instantly reversed. This was the strong battle power bonus brought about by talent, and it was also the reason why the fae could stand at the top of the food chain. Roar! After the fae polar bear seriously injured a Kenai mountain wolf, it even brought out a strong aura and attacked the remaining Kenai mountain wolves. For a moment, the pack of Kenai mountain wolves split up to avoid the attacks of the fae polar bears, but the fae polar bear, after breaking up the pack of wolves circling around, continued towards the wolves who were searching around for something in the cavern. Gotcha! After catching up with a werewolf, this fae polar bear then bit the werewolf's head right off and swallowed it into its stomach amidst this werewolf's terrified howls. After eating it, regardless of the blood being gushed onto his body, the claw spikes on the bear's paws hooked dead center on the werewolf's corpse and began to fling it around. After realizing nothing had fallen, he pounced on the rest of the wolves once more. In just a minute or so, this fae polar bear killed 10 or so werewolves in a row. As the fae polar bear was about to pounce on a female werewolf, the head wolf of the Kenai mountain wolves and several of the ethereal wolves, their eyes carried flames of spewing anger. Chapter 131, Tearing Polar Bears Alive. Ow! As the head wolf let out a long whistle, the ethereal wolf that was guarding the Ice Mountain Lotus quickly came to the front with the Ice Mountain Lotus in its mouth. The head wolf then prostrated himself on the ground, and after kneeling and howling low to this iceberg lotus with the same gesture he had used in that ice palace, this iceberg lotus, unexpectedly, slowly rotated on its own. As it spun, it emitted a glittering light, and also brought out wisps of dangerous aura. Seeing this scene, Su Lin also somewhat didn't expect that this ice mountain lotus would still be able to be awakened to a trace of consciousness after being detached from its rhizome. Immediately following, this iceberg lotus then flew into midair and then headed towards the fae polar bear at an extremely fast speed. Roar! After the fae polar bear saw this iceberg lotus, a pair of bare eyes were also filled with grave colors. I can see that. The fae polar bears that had spent a lot of time in this iceberg also had a deep fear of the iceberg lotus. Flew, cutting through the air with a harsh whistle. This iceberg lotus brought out a strong and extreme energy, ruthlessly slamming into the fae polar bear. A touch of ruthlessness also flared in the polar bear's eyes, and his thick bare paw smashed into this iceberg lotus. Pang! A vicious impact sound rang out, and the polar bear's thick paw was cut with a deep gash, but the fluorescence on the iceberg lotus also dimmed by 1 point. It was while this was happening that the many Kenai mountain wolves also once again cooperated with the Ice Mountain Lotus and launched an attack towards the fae polar bear. Ow! Roar! The sound of wolves howling and bears roaring also resounded again. A solemn killing intent filled the huge iceberg cave. The fae polar bear was overwhelmed, and several more bloody wounds were added to its massive body. But soon, it saw that these wolves cared for the female werewolf that they had trampled under their feet. The female was immediately hooked up as a shield with her claw spikes, and the attacks of the many Kenai mountain wolves were really slowed down a lot. Fae polar bears have the IQ of a teenage human and the cunning and ferocity of a wild animal. It had no sympathy for the female werewolf on its claw spikes, abusing and swinging even more recklessly to keep the wolves at bay. Only this female werewolf was tenacious, and even though she was swung and flung a dozen times, her body still smashed into the ice from time to time. I know a decade-old book friend recommended to me the book app. Wild fruit reading, really damn good use. Driving, bedtime rely on this read aloud listening to books to pass the time. Here you can download. Yet what you do. Still only gushing blood from his mouth and nose, he had not yet lost his life, and his pair of tantalizingly blue eyes still had a luminous look in them. Roar! This caused the fae polar bear to destroy the female werewolf, even more recklessly. Another of these thick bear paws sometimes fought with the Ice Mountain Lotus in a bloody battle, and at other times, it sent a group of wolves flying out dozens of meters away. Both sides fought for more than an hour. Shattered ice collapsed into the air and blood splattered. Hundreds of meters in every direction in the huge iceberg cave were destroyed by this fae polar bear and several Kenai mountain wolves, beyond recognition. As for the great battles in the rest of the directions, they basically came to an end. The Kenai mountain wolves had won a decisive victory, but were each carrying bloody wounds. The 5 fae lynxes, forced to converge, bared their fangs and confronted the dozen or so Kenai mountain wolves. The 2 common polar bears, on the other hand, had collapsed on the ice. The body was torn with wounds everywhere, and it looked like it wouldn't survive. The Kenai mountain wolves, who had surrounded the two common polar bears, joined in the siege of the Fey polar bears. It's just that this Fey polar bear is too tough. Even with the group healing talent of the head wolf, after a bloody battle, he was still seriously injured again. The Fey polar bear also had a dozen more gruesome wounds added to its body, and blood fell low to the iceberg floor, coloring the ice red. Its gift of blood rage receded as well. However, it was still the strongest one present, and with the female werewolf in its hands as a shield, the many Kenai mountain wolves were too cowed to attack. Even the ferocious head wolf was seriously injured by it. Roar! It let out a long roar, declaring its strong and invincible aura. Then he picked up the iceberg lotus flower that had fallen to the ice surface without the slightest fluorescence. The disappearance of the fluorescent light represented the last trace of consciousness of the iceberg lotus, which had also completely dissipated. Only the purest energy remained in the present-day iceberg lotus. But this pure energy is what it's got. This caused the dark eyes of the Fey polar bear to bring out a smear of surprise. Originally, he had come to the cave to hunt down some wolves looking for ice-withering fragments, but he didn't expect that there would be such a heavenly harvest. As long as it swallowed this iceberg lotus, then at least it would be able to raise its strength again by a large margin. Even if 2 of its own men died here, it would have made a big profit. After picking up this iceberg lotus, the aura emanating from the Fey polar bear became even stronger. It looked up and scanned the circle of the many Kenai mountain wolves and the 5 Fey lynxes that were still dumbfounded. A pair of eyes were filled with a ferocious color, and they also roared in a succession of warnings and threats. In fact, the many hunters gathered in the Ice Mountain cave today were only there for the ice-withering fragment. The Kenai mountain wolves were there to collect the ice-fading shards, while the bears were there to stop the wolves from collecting them. The 2 of them have been in this iceberg, tangling for a long time. As for the 5 Fey lynxes, they were just a predator, wanting to come to the iceberg to reap some benefits and devour a few werewolves to fill their stomachs in the process. But nowadays there is no greater benefit than the iceberg lotus. This purest energy exotic flower was in existence that would make all Fey, and even intelligent creatures, go crazy for it. Therefore they were all staring at this Fey polar bear with dead eyes, and uncontrollable saliva was coming out of their mouths. But this polar bear was too strong. Whether it was the blood value, or the defense and attack power, it was not something they could reach. In the end, they could only put the idea of wanting to go up and plunder to death in the bottom of their hearts. The many Kenai mountain wolves, too, were traumatized. Even the Fey wolf king, who was the main force, was viciously smashed in the back by the polar bear's paw. The crest bones of his back were smashed and sunken in, which made it difficult for the Fey wolf king to even straighten his back, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with blood in wisps. Ow! But it's not unwilling to watch the iceberg lotus flower, which he had only traded for withered fragments of ice, be taken away from him by a polar bear. Numerous Kenai mountain wolves were howling in a frenzy against the Fey polar bears. Howling. But the howl didn't irritate the polar bear. Instead it made it growl as well and become even more arrogant. Because the polar bears with no less intelligence knew clearly that if this group of Kenai mountain wolves could still fight back from the brink of death, they would definitely not just howl frantically. But it was at this time that, while the Fey polar bears were venting their own clamor, whoosh! A loud and severe whistle that cut through the air caused the hairs of the many hunters with extremely sharp hearing to explode menacingly. The harsh whistling was so loud that it even brought out the effect of a sonic boom. A cloud of sonic booms, created by the extreme speed, appeared at first in the huge cavern, just as the many hunters, who had just noticed the sonic boom cloud, Su Lin had already rushed towards this Fey polar bear. A scarlet and incomparably vicious color came out of his eyes. This time, Su Lin didn't hesitate at all and came up to open the hunting talent, because he had to hunt down this Fey polar bear, straight away, in the shortest possible time. Then with the aftermath of the hunting talent, he rushed out of this bizarre iceberg. He's been eyeing this iceberg lotus for a long time. If this polar bear wants to take it, we'll have to see if it's tough. At this point, since a huge sonic boom had been created, Su Lin didn't cover up his presence. Ow! An earth-shattering wolf howl also exploded like thunder in the huge iceberg cave. His figure arrived in front of this Fey polar bear in almost the blink of an eye. Not to mention that nowadays, Su Lin was still in a stealthy state, his breath completely absent. Even if he appeared here bright and early, this Fey polar bear couldn't react. Pawing! With a charging speed of more than 300 meters per second, Su Lin directly and viciously slapped a claw on the front chest of this Fey polar bear. Nowadays, Su Lin's strengthened right paw had reached a power value of nearly 900 with his full strength strike after turning on his hunting talent. Such a terrifying attack and killing power was beyond the limits of what this Fey polar bear could withstand. This blow caused the huge polar bear, whose body was more than 6 meters tall, to collapse directly into its front chest. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, and the huge bare body, which weighed 3 or 4 tons, was smashed by the impact of the blow and flew out tens of meters. Along the way, all the hanging icicles encountered shattered. The heart in the front chest of the Fey polar bear was shaken out of several cracks by Su Lin's blow. It was rapidly flying backwards in mid-air, and blood was also spilling out of its mouth in large streams. The pitch-black eyes that were originally all clamor filled with panic. It was so heavily traumatized, but it had yet to even feel where its attacker was. However, just before it had landed, its very sensitive sense of smell finally caught the powerful and killing aura that came to its face once again. Pang! Another vicious strike. Su Lin's wolf claws, as sharp as blades, stabbed directly from the Fey polar bear's back to his forehead. The heart, which had already been shaken out with several cracks, was also torn to shreds by Su Lin's wolf claws like a giant peach. Roar! The pain, which was already lethal, caused the Fey polar bear to start wailing miserably and struggling desperately. Even the female werewolf and the iceberg lotus that were hooked dead center in the bear's paw were simply loosened and allowed to fall to the ground. This female werewolf is still alive, after being ravaged by a Fey polar bear for over a year. Her pair of tantalizingly blue eyes, with what was left of them, looked toward Su Lin, who was hunting polar bears, and also revealed a touch of gratitude. Su Lin didn't fade away his concealment talent. Only the large amount of blood staining the wolf's paws and carapace exposed his position. Su Lin, who was in the middle of a fierce fight at this moment, didn't even notice the female werewolf. His pair of wolf eyes just stared tightly at the iceberg lotus flower, and his wolf mouth directly bit this descending iceberg lotus flower in his mouth. This Fey polar bear's heart had been torn apart by Su Lin, but it still hadn't died yet. In the dying struggle, the force is even more on the verge of vaguely reaching the state of blood rage. Roar! The Fey polar bear's eyes were filled with ferocity. It can feel itself dying, and it's all going to fight to the death. But before it could turn its huge bear body, the sharp wolf claw made a direct sweep inside it, bringing out several organs at its chest as well as numerous blood vessels and flesh. Rip! From the inside out, a small portion of the front chest was instantly torn off. Numerous organs and bones were exposed to the frigid air. Roar! Feeling the intense pain, the polar bear finally turned its body. It was like an evil spirit roaring in a miserable rage. A pair of thick bear paws slammed viciously towards the blood-stained air. Pang! The wolf's claw and the bear's paw collided together, and the dull sound brought out by the strong impact echoed in the cave. The polar bear, which had always been fearless in strength to any species, was finally defeated in the realm of toughness. The blow directly shattered its bear paw and forelimb bones, and the sharp claw thorns with fresh blood were again stabbed directly into its forehead when it didn't react. Rip! From top to bottom, this time tearing it bloody raw right on the spot. Beyond that, Su Lin had also already seen the essence bear gallbladder that was emitting a rich fluorescent light. This is a 21-level Fey essence part. With another claw he directly removed the bear bile from the carcass of the still not fully dead Fey polar bear. Bloody! Roar! The pain of this being directly removed alive from the essence part made the polar bear, who was still connected except for his neck and head, also couldn't help but roar miserably once again. But this roar, weak and incomparable, had long since lost the power it had just had. Pang! Solian gave the Fey polar bear another claw, a clawed head. The sharp wolf claws cut the polar bear's neck completely open. In an instant, blood splattered, and the rich smell of blood came instantly. The 5 Fey lynxes that were filled with killing and ferociousness all had their tails pinned down at this rare moment, because the wild killing intent that was hidden in the air, like a ghostly hunter, emanated menacingly exceeded them by several times. If anything, they are excellent hunters. Then this is the real bloodbath cultivator who has killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this moment, after Su Lin swallowed this bear bile with blood, 2 tantalizingly gray message prompts appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating Fey polar bear bile, level 21, and gaining 4,000 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fey polar bear and purifying a talent serum. And he just scanned it, not having time to rejoice before he let out another long whistle and prepared to rush out of the iceberg. Now in order to snatch the iceberg lotus, he had revealed his figure. Once this group of Kenai mountain wolves spread this message to the huge ice mountain lotus in the middle of the ice palace, it would be very difficult for him to break out of this ice mountain again. There must be another way out of this iceberg, but there are definitely other potential dangers as well. Since he had obtained the iceberg lotus, he did not intend to stay long. There are still 50 or so seconds left in the hunt talent. Ow! This caused Su Lin to let out a long whistle once again, and this wolf howl brought out the ferocious aura of God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. It was also this wolf howl that caused the 5 Fey lynxes to be shaken to the point of trembling slightly, and the Kenai mountain wolves, who had some ideas, were instantly disabused of all thoughts. After Su Lin's long whistle, he quickly rushed out the same way he came. As for the huge Fey polar bear carcass, it would have to be cheaper for the pack of Kenai mountain wolves and Fey lynx. Boom! In the midst of Su Lin's folding back, a huge sonic boom once again roared out. The sonic boom cloud also appeared fiercely in the huge iceberg cave. Such a fast speed was beyond the imagination of a group of Kenai mountain wolves and Fey lynxes. They looked at the mysterious hunter who came and disappeared abruptly. Yet they all knew well, by the sound of that wolf's howl, it was a wolf clan. An invincible wolf clan so strong that it could tear a Fey polar bear alive in just a minute. Chapter 132 Breaking Out of the Iceberg. Su Lin had turned on his hunting talent, and his own strength was at a peak, with a speed of over 300 meters per second. He also possessed a strength value of up to 900. With this kind of strength, I think that even if they are surrounded by heavy human troops, they can kill through the siege. Even in this mysterious iceberg, his strength was at a crushing level for the rest of the hunters. This batch of Kenai mountain wolves, lynxes, and the bear clan, all of which Su Lin had read all of their numerical attributes. The highest found was the Fey polar bear that had been hunted by himself, with a whopping level 21 attribute. The rest of the Fey are all under level 20. Such strength was indeed a bit stronger than the outside world, but it was limited. It could be seen that this batch of Fey in the iceberg should have been catalyzed by pure energy, far from the strong growth potential of the Fey in the outside world, or else it shouldn't be at this level. But for this batch of Kenai mountain wolves, Su Lin was still very greedy, because of its powerful genetic bloodline power. Once they become Fey, all will be level 10 or above. If he had such a group of wolves under his command, there would be few rivals in the entire North Pole. At this time, in Su Lin's full-speed flight, sonic boom clouds were also exploding at the cavern in corridor. He was stained with the blood of quite a few Fey polar bears, and thus didn't hold any preparations that he could conceal himself from those two giant iceberg lotuses. Punch it! Su Lin possessed confidence in his current strength. Those two huge iceberg lotuses were two level 40 plus iceberg lotuses, and it was thought that they should have the strength of a third of a level 60 plus Great King Squid. However, the two giant ice mountain lotuses obviously couldn't move on their own. Otherwise there would be no need to expend effort to cultivate the Kenai mountain wolf pack, and they would just go directly to the cave to hunt polar bears and search for ice withering fragments. The value panels for exotic flowers tend to be very concise. Therefore, Su Lin could only make a rough guess as to the strength of the two giant iceberg lotuses. A third of the strength of a Great King Squid meant that it was only 1,000 or so power points. Su Lin still had the confidence to cope. When he came in at first, he moved very gently and, with his concealment talent turned on, he didn't even leave the slightest trace on the ground of the iceberg and managed to conceal himself from the iceberg lotus. This time, he rushed out, flying at full speed, accompanied by a loud sonic boom. Su Lin, who was now running wildly, was leaping 200 to 300 meters at a time, and every time his wolf paw landed, he would stomp out a crack in the thick iceberg ground. Such a huge commotion had also long since caused the two huge ice mountain lotuses to emit a very dense and holy white light around them, which almost instantly enveloped the entire ice hall. Other than that, other exotic flowers and plants were as if they had awakened from their slumber, all exuding a dangerous aura. Buzz! With a slight vibrating sound, the petals of a huge iceberg lotus fell off from the iceberg lotus. The petals of this ice mountain lotus were also like a white light that shot toward Su Lin, who had appeared with a loud sonic boom. Seeing this white light petal, Su Lin's scarlet eyes didn't dwell on it and directly dodged sideways with great speed. But the petals of this ice mountain lotus were much more difficult to deal with than the ice mountain lotus that he encountered at the bottom of the ice mountain crevice last time. It was as if this flower petal had already locked onto Su Lin. After hitting the air, it unexpectedly made a turnaround and came back toward him again. In a short moment, Su Lin was already on the verge of rushing to the entrance of the passageway he came from in the ice hall. It was just that he could feel that this ice hall had been closed off by the holy fluorescent light emanating from the ice mountain lotus. This caused Su Lin to be forced to turn around and deal with the petals of this ice mountain lotus first. Without the slightest bit of procrastination, it came up with an all-out strike. The sharp wolf claws completely popped out and this white petal that shot towards him, directly and fiercely collided together. When the impact didn't sound like the collision of flesh and blood. Instead it sounded like the sound of gold and iron clashing. The sharp wolf claws and the white petals brought out a terrifying energy fluctuation as they collided fiercely. Pang! Su Lin's power value of up to 900 was ultimately no match for the white petals, and the huge wolf clan was sent flying backwards. With the powerful recoil, Su Lin didn't adjust his stance. Instead, he flew directly backwards towards the white fluorescent barrier at the mouth of the passageway, and the ferocious aura in his eyes was once again elevated. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade Edu install the latest version. He mobilized his entire body to its peak, and his indestructible wolf claws smashed into this white fluorescent barrier. Pang! There was another loud crashing roar. the sharp wolf claws smashed the white fluorescent barrier, this time, with several cracks, but failed to completely break through. And these several cracks were still recovering at an extremely fast speed. This caused Su Lin to grit his teeth and strike again with all his might. Wow! The two full force strikes smashed a point of the white fluorescent barrier, finally piercing through this white barrier. The white barrier instantly broke open with a huge crack. It was just that Su Lin was also struck through the side and back of his abdomen directly by the trailing iceberg lotus petal. Pang! Bringing out a spray of blood. Su Lin consumed his physical strength and actively operated his healing talent, suppressing the intense pain while recovering from his injuries. Then while the huge fissure hadn't recovered, a speed value of upwards of 300 was unleashed at full speed. It rushed out of the rift. After rushing out, he gave up the idea that he had wanted to use a recovery potion. The reply potion, too, was a not-so-small bottom card for Su Lin. With a terrifying healing talent, it could be said that as long as Su Lin didn't run out of stamina, it would be hard for him to fall. Therefore, he had planned to utilize the recovery potion and tangle with this giant iceberg lotus for a few more moments. He just didn't expect that 2 strikes would shatter this white fluorescent barrier. At this time, Su Lin still had a few seconds remaining in his hunting talent. He didn't delay the slightest bit of time and darted at full speed with a sonic boom. The extremely fast speed drove a lot of broken ice in the iceberg to fly up. But what Su Lin hadn't expected was that the petals of the giant ice mountain lotus behind him had followed suit. This iceberg lotus petal was much stronger than the one at the bottom of the last iceberg crevice. Even though it had struck itself, it still carried a strong wave of pure energy. The speed was extremely fast, and the holy luminescence appeared at first, attacking towards him again. Su Lin couldn't dodge in time and was once again struck through by the huge iceberg lotus petals, shattering several ribs. A huge splash of blood erupted from the wolf's body once again, and Su Lin, who was flying at full speed, finally managed to rush out of the iceberg in these few short seconds. Pang! There was a loud thud on the ground. Su Lin landed on the ground, stirring up gusts of ice and snow, feeling the sharp pain coming from the wolf's body. His eyes stared viciously at the petals of this ice mountain lotus. Obviously, after the petal came out of the iceberg, the white luminescence dimmed quite a bit. Sure enough, there are still restrictions. Perhaps it can't leave the body for too long, or perhaps the power of the iceberg is sharply reduced away from it. But nowadays, Su Lin's hunting talent had also faded. The two sides are exactly at an equilibrium. His wolf eyes, which had regained their golden brown color, flashed with a gleam of eagerness. Since I've come out, let's try to see if I can leave the petals of this iceberg lotus behind. A trip to this weird iceberg naturally yielded less and less. Anyway, in a short period of time, Su Lin didn't plan to come back. The dangerous aura that permeated this iceberg made him feel a burst of heart season. At some point, when you have the strength to go to the next level, you can come back to explore this iceberg. Because the many exotic flowers and herbs in this ice palace were extremely coveted by Su Lin. The pure energy contained in exotic flowers and herbs was far beyond that of fey flesh and blood, and it could even dramatically promote growth at the genetic level. After Su Lin successfully metamorphosed his genetic level last time, he gained numerous powerful hidden battle strengths, and it was hard to imagine how amazing the metamorphosis would be if he swallowed these exotic flowers and herbs. Staring at this huge iceberg lotus petal that was more than a foot long, Su Lin's sharp wolf claw once again collided with this iceberg lotus petal. Pang! The sound of gold and iron once again resounded in the cold air. It was just that this time, the iceberg lotus petals didn't form an overwhelming advantage over Su Lin anymore. Instead, both sides took several steps backwards. Sure is a lot weaker. Su Lin's eyes glowed with a glint. Perhaps this iceberg lotus petal, too, sensed its weakness and wanted to return to the iceberg. But Su Lin moved at full speed, his limbs leaping up on the icy ground, stepping out deep snow pits. With a leap of 17 or 18 meters, he caught up with the petals of this ice mountain lotus. That sharp wolf claw with the speed bonus of a flying lunge directly smashed into the petals of this ice mountain lotus. Su Lin's claw thrust unexpectedly penetrated a corner of the iceberg's lotus petal. This shows that this iceberg lotus petal has become too weak. At this point, he hooked this corner dead center and did not let go. And this sudden and vicious attack caused the fluorescent light on the lotus petals of the iceberg to flicker with a tremor. The iceberg lotus petals in midair became unstable, and after a few moments of stalemate, they finally staggered and fell towards the bottom. Boom! Both sides landed with a bang. Su Lin's claw thorn still hooked a corner of the iceberg's lotus petal in death, then tangled together once more. The fluorescent light emanating from the lotus petals of the iceberg dragged Su Lin's huge wolf body for hundreds of meters, but in the end, it didn't shake him off. Instead, it was Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes that carried ferocity and viciousness, and he first loosened the iceberg lotus flower held in the wolf's mouth. Then the fangs were sharp, directly biting fiercely towards this iceberg lotus petal. Gotcha! There was a loud, crisp thud. Su Lin finally bit out several cracks in the petals of this ice mountain lotus. And this iceberg lotus petal was still struggling desperately in Su Lin's wolf mouth. But soon a strong devouring force exploded fiercely. Under this strong devouring power, all the struggles of this iceberg lotus petal became futile. Soon a corner of the iceberg lotus petal was swallowed by the power of devouring, and turned into a huge surge of pure energy into the body. The fluorescent light on the entire ice mountain lotus was also completely dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the foreign flower ice mountain lotus and gaining an evolution value of 4,500. Ding! The host eats a species far beyond its own level, gaining 2,000 points of evolutionary value bonus. This rolling energy was converted into a full 6,500 evolution points. This caused Solian to reach the edge of breaking through level 14. Ha ha, this iceberg lotus petal is truly extraordinary. At this moment, Su Lin looked at the iceberg lotus petal that he had swallowed a mouthful of and realized that he had only swallowed even less than 1/30th of it. From this, it could be seen that this iceberg lotus petal could at least provide tens of thousands of points of evolutionary value to himself as well. It wasn't in vain that he had gone through so much effort to leap behind this iceberg lotus petal. Phew! Su Lin couldn't help but let out a long breath. Next, he didn't eat this ice mountain lotus petal directly in the icy sky. This was the wilderness after all. And even though species were rare here, Su Lin didn't drop his guard. Gripping this iceberg lotus petal and the one that had just been loosened, he prepared to bring it back to the ice cave before saying anything. The wounds on Su Lin's wolf body, on the other hand, had a trace of icy cold eroding them. This icy cold air was raging in the wound, preventing it from healing. But with the powerful healing talent, this icy coldness was gradually dispelled. In no time at all, Su Lin returned to the ice cave with the iceberg lotus flower and the huge iceberg lotus petal. After returning, Su Lin glanced at the dozens of pounds of great king squid tentacles still remaining. He was prepared to rest in the ice cave for a few days in a temporary rest, and when he finished feeding on this food, he thought that his strength would be able to gain another sudden boost. When the time comes, we'll try to get out of this area and see, relying on the compass that we've shunned back. After all, the compass would only fail near the polar center, and as long as you stepped out of it, you could still discern the direction. As Su Lin pondered, he also prepared to eat the ice mountain lotus again. And it is this time that, in what was once the territory of that large wolf pack, a small lone wolf with grayish-purple fur was leading the wolf pack under his command. Standing on top of a snowy slope, looking out over the icy sky and snowy land, its tantalizingly blue wolf eyes possessed not only a ferocious killing nature, but also a hint of composure. In these days of killing, little lone wolf was officially on his own. Its ferocious and murderous nature is also revealed. But in this area, there were also a number of very tricky opponents encountered. There was a deeply hidden level 9 Fey lynx that little lone wolf had led the pack to round up several times and still hadn't taken it down. There were also the remaining wolves of that large wolf pack still holding on to their territory, and there were about 50 or so in number. In addition to that, there were several polar bears in this area that were worth noting, and all of them possessed a considerable amount of strength. That's all the rough hunters in this territory at the moment. The rest of the hunters, the young lone wolf had led the wolves under his command in a trip. The wolves under his command had also skyrocketed to more than 40 in the past few days. Blood and killing filled the area. The young lone wolf's ferocity and killing nature had also sharpened its edge once more. Along with the kill, little lone wolf's strength was increasing by leaps and bounds. In just a few days, with the Fey blood and flesh rewarded by Su Lin, he had successfully advanced to level 7. A small lone wolf with the strength of a level 7 Fey could hunt large prey even alone, and could even suppress small packs of less than 10 wolves too. With a bloody kill and an increase in strength, little lone wolf's prestige among the wolves was growing. But the young lone wolf never forgot his place in the pack, and always thought of himself as the bee-wolf of the pack. And these days, it had sent the 2 wolf clans under its command back to the cave to report the results of this expedition. The entire wolf pack naturally waited, with delight, for the reward from the Wolf King. After all, they had already laid claim to 2/3 of this large wolf pack's territory, and were on the verge of unifying this area. Such a massive territorial expansion was definitely a monstrous feat among the wolves. Only what little lone wolf doesn't realize is that this reward may come a long time late. Ow! At this moment, the little lone wolf looked at the beaten-down noble territory, and it stood on top of the snowy slope and looked up to the sky. The many wolf clans under his command all followed the little lone wolf at once, and began to howl long and wildly. Under the polar sun, the sound of wolves howling here and there echoed above this cold and icy land. After a long howl, the little lone wolf then once again led the wolves under his command and began a new round of conquest. This territory, since the Wolf King had already given his word, was bound to be in the pack's pocket. Any hunter who dares to provoke will fall to the wolves' conquests and roundups. Ow! 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 With a long wolf clan whistle, the young lone wolf set his gaze on the Fey Lynx once more. This Fey Lynx is strong, with excellent lurking and hunting abilities. If left unchecked, not only would there be great loss of prey in the territory, but it would also pose a great security risk to the wolves. So, this Fey Lynx must be killed. The little lone wolf's eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. Nowadays, it had more than 40 wolves following under its command, and its voice was immense. Chapter 133, Extreme Night Revisited. 2 levels in a row. The young lone wolf led the pack, and wherever it passed, the beasts went away. Even the several polar bears at the ice, looking at the hooting and hollering pack of wolves, just stood at their dens and didn't mess with them. After all, with a wolf pack of this size, roundups alone were enough to drag them down. The wolves whistling past at this time had once again locked onto the location of the Fey Lynx. Little lone wolf decided that this time, even if he had to pay some price, he had to completely exterminate this Fey Lynx. Otherwise the Fey Lynx will be an increasing threat to the wolves as time goes on. And it was at this time that Cousin and Little Grey, who were still at the original territory, were also starting to silently recruit some stray lone wolves from the outskirts of the territory. Because Cousin and Little Grey, after searching for several days and still failing to find Su Lin, were both a little uneasy in their hearts. Expanding the wolf pack. On the one hand, it's about guarding the territory of the current wolf pack. On the other hand, there has to be some self-preservation. Otherwise, in Su Lin's absence, if the little lone wolf really had second thoughts, I'm afraid that even if Papa Wolf led the wolves to arrive, he wouldn't necessarily be able to stop the little lone wolf. After all, little lone wolf's ferocious battle prowess was there for all to see. The wolves in the cave nowadays were temporarily dominated by their cousin. Granted, the cousin is just a normal species, not yet evolved into a Fey, and her IQ isn't too high. However, with the assistance of Ash, the expansion was quite smooth in the past few days. Recruited 4 female wolves and 2 level 5 males. The she-wolf is divided inside the patrol under her cousin's command. As for the 2 male wolves, they followed Little Grey, taking on the main task of escorting and driving away the hunters that the pack currently had. The Fey flesh and blood in the cave. Cousin also just continued to distribute it to Little Grey, Little White, Wolf Sister, and Grey and White Coyote in accordance with the share that Su Lin had distributed in the past. Their strengths, too, were all increasing with each passing day, especially Little White, who already had a hidden tendency to break through to level 4. I'm afraid that a level 4 Xiaobai would have the power to fight even an ordinary Arctic wolf at the peak of level 5. As a polar bear cub, Little White's growth potential and growth rate were terrifying. The 10 female wolves under her cousin's command, on the other hand, were still allowed to do nothing but patrol the territory every day, looking for traces of the Wolf King. The scope of the search was also expanded to a 500 to 600 mile radius, only there was no news of Su Lin yet. Time passed slowly, and another 20 days or so passed by. The region around the polar center of the Arctic was the first to convert from polar day to polar night. Every 6 months, Polhart faces a transition between darkness and light. The darkness of the night once again descended on the Arctic ice field, making the already silent Arctic polar center even more dead silent. There was not the slightest sound except the occasional cold wind that whistled through. Temperatures have also dropped from 60 to 70 degrees below zero to about 100 degrees below zero. This temperature surpasses previous all-time highs. However, for the extremely cold-resistant Su Lin, the sin cold of hundreds of degrees below zero didn't affect him. He had already eaten all the tentacles and iceberg lotus petals of the great king squid in the ice cave these days. Even that iceberg lotus, Su Lin had eaten only 3 petals left. Together, it provided another total of about 170,000 points of evolutionary value to Su Lin. This caused Su Lin to rise 2 levels in a single breath, directly breaking through to level 14. The difficulty of Su Lin's promotion was far beyond that of a Fey, but the increase in strength he gained from his promotion was also beyond that of a Fey. With his current battle power, he could easily hunt Fey around level 20. Name, Surin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Gene level, I. Rank, 14. Blood, 4100. Endurance, 350. Strength, 380. Defense, 360. Speed, 570. Evolutionary value. Talent, hunting for stealthy healing. The boost that Su Lin gained from each upgrade was very significant. The 2 consecutive level upgrades had even caused his strength to increase to a whole new level. Nowadays, his fur and skin defense had reached a very terrifying point, beyond several times the size of the average polar bear. Flawless, white, rich fur fluttered in the cold wind from the mouth of the icy cave. This thick hair, Su Lin could control it at will. In the face of danger and attacks, it could become so tough that even an attack with tons of force would have a hard time breaking through Su Lin's defense. Su Lin's size had also grown to the point where it was close to 6 meters, and if he counted the wolf's tail, it would reach over 8 meters. 8 meters plus for the wolves. This size is considered a well-deserved behemoth. The current Su Lin, if he encountered another large wolf pack with 1 or 200 wolves, he could easily kill the wolves until they were bloodied. With his current strength and size, ordinary wolves wouldn't be able to interfere with him in the slightest. As for Su Lin's speed, the extra attribute values given by raising 2 levels in a row were also added to speed, bringing the speed value to a whopping 570. Supersonic, truly supersonic. This increase in strength can be very huge. Still, Su Lin didn't explore the iceberg any further. After all, the heart-seasoning power in the mysterious iceberg was very deep. He wasn't going to probe again for a short time. However, Su Lin still turned around again on the outskirts of the iceberg in the past few days, wanting to crouch to see if any hunters had run out, because he still had a hard-on for the flesh and blood of that fey polar bear. After all, that fey polar bear had a full 3 tons of weight. That was 6 or 7,000 pounds of fey flesh and blood. With so much fey flesh and blood, even if he swallowed it himself, he would still be able to obtain at least 30,000 to 40,000 evolutionary value. So he planned to see if there were any remaining entrances and exits in this mysterious iceberg. Instead of crouching, though, the hunter crouched on 2 werewolves. The werewolves were very frail, and even their IQ was only that of an ordinary wolf race, with little discernment at all. On top of that, werewolves possess an innate trust in the lichens. Upon seeing Su Lin's huge wolf body that was a full 8 meters, all of them immediately knelt down and worshipped. This made Su Lin, who was originally filled with chilling killing intent. His killing intent weakened quite a bit for a while, and he just walked up to the werewolf and asked about the recent situation in the iceberg cave. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade Edu install the latest version. The communication language of the werewolves was also wolf howls, and although they could only express some brief meanings, Su Lin could still roughly understand them. In the broken, low howl of the werewolf, he learned roughly that after the one that had torn the fey polar bear apart alive, the forces of the hunters from all sides in the iceberg cave were shaken by this. Nowadays, in the iceberg cave, in just a few days, 7 or 8 Kenai mountain wolf packs had already converged. 7 or 8 Kenai mountain packs, which meant at least 7 or 8 fey head wolves. The number of the bear clan, on the other hand, had increased to 17 or 18. In addition, a group of 2 to 3 meter-sized Arctic silver foxes also appeared. 3 parties are facing each other in a huge iceberg cave. This made Su Lin know that the water in this mysterious iceberg was muddy. I'm afraid that besides those 2 huge iceberg lotuses, there are at least 2 other forces that are not inferior to the iceberg lotuses. The idea of dragging the fey polar bear out was eventually abandoned, but Su Lin stood at the entrance of the ice cave, his pair of wolf eyes still gazing out at the huge iceberg looming in the distance. Sooner or later, he would come back to explore this mysterious iceberg again. After all, it held too many exotic flowers and herbs, all of which were the pure energy he needed on his path to evolution. Chapter 134 Returning to the Wolves. Humans out. But now, Su Lin had already left his wolf pack for about a month. It's time to go back. He had originally been chased by the Great King Squid to the Arctic Polar Center, but had gained close to 200,000 evolution points here as well. It's not a bad trip. After returning, Su Lin decided that it was time to raise a wolf pack that was truly capable of fighting as well. After all, the heavens and earth had changed greatly, and it was impossible to say what they would encounter in the future. Not even he could have sheltered Ash, Wolf Girl and Cousin all the time. If his own wolf pack also had the Kenai Mountain wolf pack, a strong fighting force, that was not only more than enough for self-preservation, but it could also provide Su Lin with a lot of assistance. At this moment, Su Lin took the 3 ice mountain lotus petals that were still remaining and walked out of the ice cave with them in his mouth. Su Lin's pair of golden brown wolf eyes possessed powerful night vision. Even under the polar night, you can see far. At that moment, he started to leap from the steep icy wall downwards in one long leap. Su Lin, who was already very swift, came down from the ice hole in even just a few seconds after his speed value had increased to 570 points. Pawing! The thick wolf claws stepped on the ground, bringing up a burst of splashing ice and snow. The pure energy contained in this ice mountain lotus. After Su Lin's fiddling with it these days, he found that it also possessed a considerable amount of life essence, so he didn't swallow it all. Instead, 3 pieces were left behind, which could not be said to be useful in the future. He himself had the gift of healing and was fearless of any injury, but Wolfie's parents, Wolfie's mom, and cousins, Wolfie's sister, did not. After spending more than a year together, Su Lin also valued this blood kinship, so keep those 3 pieces just in case. With the iceberg lotus in his mouth, Su Lin started toward the route that had already been planned. The compass is ineffective in the polar center region. but gradually regains its effect once outside the polar center. The compasses that were brought out of the icebergs were very precise compasses of high latitude and longitude. For this kind of compass, not to mention beasts, even ordinary humans could not read it. But Su Lin had a hobby of exploring in his previous life, so naturally he had bought quite a few compasses and compasses. It is natural to have a glance at this compass, which was produced in the last century. After determining the direction of where his wolves were, Su Lin began to turn back. It's now been a month since he left the pack. I don't know if little lone wolf has cleared the territory of that large wolf pack, or if Papa and Mama wolf have gained another boost in strength after devouring those fey flesh and blood again. In an increasingly brutal natural environment, only strength is the source of better survival. The underdog, without strength, in the cruel nature, one would eventually become a blood meal for the rest of the hunters. As Surin pondered, he also quickly penetrated under the extreme night, and just as the polar night began to gradually descend upon every region of the Arctic, north of Siberia, Russia, in a huge human fortress, a horrific cold front that swept through Russia for months on end has hit numerous cities in the northern Siberian realm like never before. Seriously, recently catch up more, change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade Edu Android Apple are available. Eventually countless human beings, in order to escape the natural disaster, all converged in this human fortress. The fortress was overcrowded at one time, with tens of millions of humans fleeing the natural disaster converging, and the tens of millions of humans gradually regained their confidence from their initial uneasiness after entering the human fortress. Because here, they witnessed humanity's current top-notch technology and peak battle power. There were 6th-generation invincible warplanes, steel tanks made of the most advanced alloys, and elite fighters wearing all kinds of black technology and armed to the teeth. On top of that, they saw 4th-generation high-tech artificial intelligence, advanced drones, and all sorts of technology that would be unimaginable in everyday life. This filled the hearts of all the inhabitants who had come to seek refuge with the belief that mankind would prevail. As for the great evolution of species claimed by the Alliance of Scientific Communities, the dominance of human beings on Earth would probably be weakened. It was even treated as bull ***** by many human beings. How could mankind, with such peak technology, lose? How can a mere mutant species rival the pinnacle of human technological killers? Today, there is even more rejoicing in the bastion of humanity. It was because the terrifying cold current outside the fortress had finally receded, and the elite warriors who guarded the fortress were in full force, being paraded by the many people in power. They are about to get out of the fortress, to purge the potential dangers out there and return humanity to a peaceful and stable beautiful home. At this moment, all the warriors didn't have a hint of slackness, and their faces wore a solemn look. Standing in the forefront, wearing the General's star shoulder insignia, there are hundreds of people, lined up in a row. It was particularly majestic. There were also hundreds of genetically unchained new humans, carrying horrifying single combat weapons, standing silently on either side of the huge lectern. Now the huge lectern is still empty, but the crowd wasn't made to wait long before a white man in his 50s, dressed in a suit, appeared on top of the huge lectern. He was clearly the number one person in this human fortress. He swept his gaze over this multitude of elite warriors with a torchlight. Even though he was not in uniform today, the aura on his body still had not been cut down in the slightest. That pair of pitch-black eyes swept over the hundreds of people wearing General Star shoulder insignia at the very front of the room, then picked up the microphone in his hand and said, "The terrifying cold stream natural disaster is gradually dissipating, and the Science Alliance says that the future may be the world of giant beasts and mutant creatures. But I don't agree with it, and I don't think you all will either. Because as long as mankind is still around for one day, then mankind will be the master of this vast land. Humanity may one day decline and perish, but definitely not this day. So I'd like to ask you generals a question. Do you dare to fight on behalf of humanity?" These words were transmitted through the microphone as well as the hologram to the ears of every soldier on parade. For a while, every warrior's eyes were filled with a thick battle intent that was rising and burning like crazy. Ola! Loud slogans were made in the human fortress. It made the countless people in the fortress feel deafening. Chapter 135 Hunting Beluga Whales. Wolves report. Because these big shots at the top of the power hierarchy are more aware than the general public of the results of the several roundups that have already taken place around the globe. Among them, the Indian nation deployed heavy troops to surround the bloodthirsty python and suffered a crushing defeat. The bloodthirsty berserker python's powerful scale defense and tenacious to the core vitality had horrified all the great powers in charge during that siege. Tens of thousands of men, heavily armed, have been killed until they're bleeding to death. Then the bloodthirsty python led the group of snakes under his command to go on a killing spree, and several cities were used as hotbeds by the snakes. A tragic picture of hell on earth. There were also more than 30 new humans from South Vietnam leading the group, followed by a heavily armored war brigade. going to the rainforest to prepare for the extermination of the killer skin giant tree in one fell swoop and to take the genes. However, after entering the rainforest, all communication devices were completely disabled, and no one has been heard from since. Beyond that, the Deep Sea Alliance, with its major powers, had deployed a full dozen nuclear-powered submarines, entering the deep sea to hunt a mysterious sea monster. But all are lost. In the end, the Alliance commander sent back only one painful sentence: the deep sea, off-limits to mankind. Even the extremely fast and invincibly powerful mongrel tiger that was rounded up in the southern border of Siberia last time utilized a full heavy regiment. In the end, however, he was still killed by that invincible fierce tiger and escaped to the mountains. More than 20 tanks made of special alloys were hit by that fierce tiger until they were scrapped, and hundreds of warriors died under the claws of the fierce tiger. In the end, the missile troops could only bombard the area where the invincible tiger was located, but it still allowed the tiger to escape to the mountains and forests where there was no signal at all. So far only the North African coalition, led by Egypt, has made encouraging progress in rounding up that invincible pride of lions. A full 3 Fey lionesses were captured. One head was given to the Union of Scientists as a research object, while the other 2 were made into fine ingredients from all their flesh and blood for the many big names of the North African Union to enjoy. Fey flesh and blood has extremely abundant energy. In eating is to many big people to eliminate the body disease hidden trouble. Strong body, and even a middle-aged man successfully unlocked the genetic shackles. Such an amazing scene made the many big names of the North African Union even more ecstatic. More elite warriors began to be mobilized, and a large-scale siege of that pride of lions was conducted. Just this one instance of happy results did not dispel the worries in the hearts of the people. Eventually, though, it was decided that it was time to get out of the fort, as the resources in the fort could not feed such a large population. However, for areas of loss of signal such as the Arctic, the northernmost part of Siberia, the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea, still on alert and exploring, with no immediate intention of purging. After all, no one was sure what kind of mutated creatures had appeared in the areas where these signals had been lost. And at that moment, after the army's number 1 figure gave a mobilization speech, the elite warriors in the human fortresses all received order after order and began pouring out of the human fortresses. After experiencing some passionate mobilization speeches, the eyes of many warriors were filled with fervent wariness, but they, who were receiving filtered information in the fortress, didn't realize what kind of horrible opponents they were going to face on this trip. That's the time Su Lin, from the very center, was folding back towards his wolf pack. The distance wasn't short, and Su Lin wasn't very fast, taking about an hour or so to return to his territory's boundaries. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of him, he then felt a slight relief in his demeanor. Whether it's with people or animals, it's quite relaxing to come to a place where you often live. Along the way, Su Lin was almost within the boundaries of his territory. Just went into a shallow area of ice and hunted an adult beluga whale. Beluga whales are the smaller species of cetaceans. The forehead is prominent and rounded in an outward bulge. The beak of the mouth is very short, and the lip line is broad. The body color is very tantalizingly distinctive white. It is also this unique white color that makes it look more faceted than the rest of the cetaceans. Beluga whales don't swim very fast, so they can be a regular hunting animal for polar bears. For a species like the beluga whale, Solian had not yet eaten, so this time I hunted one to get a taste. It was thought that a level 7 or 8 seal would be able to bring himself a few hundred evolutionary values. This beluga whale, which was a full 16th level, would also be able to obtain at least a considerable amount of evolutionary value. The amount of evolutionary value that Su Lin would have to consume if he wanted to advance again now was massive. But for the devouring of a new species, it's not just about gaining evolutionary value, it's also still about acquiring the gene fragments in it. With regards to the so-called gene level, Su Lin had also roughly figured it out through such a long period of time. It was thought that this was the new level of life brought about by devouring the genetic flesh and blood of all things. The elevation of the life level caused Su Lin's hidden battle power in all aspects to become extremely powerful. Now that it's only the most junior level of life, it possesses such a powerful hidden battle power. Su Lin was eager to see just what kind of amazing bonuses he would receive after being promoted again. Currently, Su Lin had a strength value as high as nearly 400, and it didn't take much effort to drag a 1-ton beluga whale. In no time at all, it was not far from the cave, and he was spotted by the female wolf who was patrolling the territory. This caused the female wolf to let out a long howl of surprise, and she quickly darted towards Su Lin's side. This female wolf was the mother of the gray and white coyote, so she naturally recognized the scent of Su Lin's body. If Su Lin hadn't taken it in at the beginning, I'm afraid that it wouldn't have survived the injuries it sustained. Therefore for Su Lin, it was not only in awe, but also had a strong sense of gratitude. "Oh, with a penetrating wolf howl that spread through the chilly air. Su Lin's hearing, which was comparable to radar, also heard the sound of numerous wolves darting over from the cave several kilometers away. I can see that the wolves are very resourceful. After hearing the female wolf's long whine, they all darted over. It was just as well that he hadn't come over. He also planned to see if there had been any increase in the strength of the wolves over the past month, especially Little Gray, Little White, Wolf Girl and Gray and White Coyote. Once these four Fae grew up, they were definitely no weaker than the head wolves of the Kenai mountain wolves. Su Lin did not respond to the she-wolf with a low howl, for the wolf was not only carrying the massive beluga carcass in its mouth, but also 3 iceberg lotus petals, and when the female wolf came over, she wanted to try and help drag the huge beluga whale, which was about 5 meters in size. The weight of this beluga whale is nothing to Surin. For a normal female wolf, it was impossible to be shaken. After half a day's gripping, he couldn't even tug on the beluga's tail. This caused the female wolf to only awkwardly follow behind, helping Su Lin patrol the surroundings for predators. It's actually useless. After all, Su Lin's current hearing, sense of smell, and vision were all powerful to the point of being almost unrivaled. Movements within a range of 30 to 40 kilometers could be easily heard. Now that Su Lin was standing here, he could faintly hear the sound of the wolf's father and mother being sound asleep in the cave. With such powerful senses, almost no poacher could be hidden from him. But he didn't say much, except that inwardly he felt that the wolves really should be straightened out. If it stayed this weak, it would no longer be a help to him, but a liability. As Su Lin thought about this, he was also walking in the direction that Ash and his cousin had darted from. In his senses, Little Ash's aura had become much stronger than before he left. The darting speed also reached more than 20 meters per second, which was not a slow speed. It wasn't that far from the cave, and it didn't take Ash 2 or 3 minutes to take the lead and come flying. When it saw the majestic and magnificent wolf body of its own boss, it whistled long and loud in excitement. Ow! The long whine echoed over the frigid Arctic ice field, followed closely by the wolf howls of his cousin, his wolf sister, and his gray and white coyote. Ow! 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 Long, loud and clear wolf howls rang out here and there. In no time at all, the wolves converged around Su Lin in a clamor. The little gray that took the lead and darted over was wagging its tail, whimpering and howling low to express its surprise to Su Lin. Ash bounced and jumped with excitement as he faced his boss, whom he hadn't seen in almost a month. As for the wolf sister whose body had grown another size, she also intimately buried her wolf head in Su Lin's fur, greedily sniffing the odor of Su Lin's body. And just at this time, Su Lin also scanned around to see the strength of the wolf pack members. Ash, Wolf Girl, and Gray and White Coyote all had moderate strength gains. In a month's time, with the aid of Fey Flesh and Blood, all of them had improved by about 1 level. Little Gray had promoted to the late level 7. Wolf Girl and Gray and White Coyote had both reached the peak of level 4, and were about to break through to level 5. Once he broke through to become a level 5 Fey, then when placed in other wolf packs, he would also have the qualifications to be the leader wolf. As for the cousin's promotion, it was even more pleasing, having been promoted to level 7. Although they hadn't evolved into a Fey yet, even an ordinary level 7 wolf clan was considered not a weak hunter in the Arctic ice plains. It was important to realize that back then, Wolf Dad was only at the peak of level 6. In the end, it was Little White's increase in strength that was the most satisfying to Su Lin. In just a month's time, he had broken through to mid-level 5. Species, Polar Bear. Level, 5. Prana, 1052. Endurance, 67. Strength, 65. Defense, 68. Speed, 27. Xiao Bai's attributes were only at level 5, and his chi blood value had broken 1,000. This shows the horror of future growth potential. As a polar bear, in the aspect of huge blood value, Xiao Bai possessed an advantage that was hard for the wolves to reach. In addition to the fact that the strength of a few of them had risen quite a bit, Su Lin also realized that the size of the wolf pack had expanded quite a bit in the time he had been away as well. The number of female wolves under her cousin's command reached something like 15. Each of them had at least level 4 strength, and there were 2 level 5 female Arctic wolves among them. Currently cousin was leading this group of female wolves, and it was quite a sight to behold. There were also 6 more level 5 male Arctic wolves under Little Ash's command, bringing the number of wolves led by Little Ash and his cousin alone to over 20. As for the small lone wolf over in the large wolf pack territory, the wolves absorbed and expanded should be even less. Pieing. At this moment, Su Lin let go of the beluga whale he was holding in his mouth. Then there was a low howl in response to the surprised wolf howls of Ash, cousin, and wolf sister, who inquired in passing about the proximity of the pack these days. Su Lin folded back into the cave with the many wolves while listening to Little Ash and cousin's report about these days. The rest of the females and males were very conscious of dragging up the huge beluga carcass. Many of the new wolves that had joined in, In front of the majestic Wolf King, they were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. Although it had been known for a long time that the Wolf King was strong and unrivaled, but that huge size of 7 or 8 meters was still beyond their expectations. I'm afraid that a Wolf King of such size, facing an ordinary wolf clan wouldn't even need to fight, and could be trampled to death with a single claw, right? Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade Edu Android Apple are available. Now looking at the huge beluga carcass, a pair of wolf eyes were filled with even more awe. They knew that the strength of their own Wolf King was afraid to be beyond what they could comprehend. But inside, there was more of a sense of surprise, because very often, wolves can only survive better under the cruel nature if they are led by a strong Wolf King. At this moment, more than 20 wolf clansmen were laboriously dragging and pulling the corpse of this huge beluga whale behind them. The beluga carcass weighed over a ton, which meant that the food in the wolf pack had once again been added. This made the many wolves, who were dragging even more vigorously. 2. Trying to look good in front of the Wolf King. There's no telling if he'll be rewarded with more food. On the way back to the cave, Su Lin listened to Little Gray and his cousin's report, a general idea of the current proximity of the wolves. The few bears in the wolf pack's territory were currently quite peaceful and were hunting in their respective territorial ranges. Prey that came into conflict with the wolves were also avoided. For with all the bloodshed and killing that has been unleashed in this region for some time now, it makes these bears, who have a decent IQ, know that this is no longer their world. As for the lynx and Arctic fox hunters, they are all getting better at hiding and lurking. Generally they don't come out to hunt unless it's necessary, and they don't want to get into conflict with the wolves. The prey on the wolves' territory are currently, by and large, recovering. Musk ox herds, caribou herds, moose herds, etc. all thrive normally. Only this time, a delay due to a rare snowstorm has kept the species from migrating so far. The pole is already in the range of the polar night. This area thought it wouldn't take more than a month or two before the polar night would actually fall as well. It would be best not to migrate, and even if they did, Su Lin would lead the wolves to drive them back. For as the heavens and earth changed, going elsewhere would also be a blood meal for the rest of the hunters and fae. It's better to serve as food for the wolves. As for the precious lack of mosses and scrub grasses under the polar night, can these large herbivorous races survive? That would only mean that when the large herbivorous race packs couldn't hold out, Su Lin would lead the wolves to hunt them down early. Nature has always been relentless, the weakest survives the fittest. At this time, Su Lin listened to the reports all the way back to the wolf's cave. The huge beluga carcass was barely dragged up with the help of Ash and his cousin in unison. The cave is very spacious and, even though Su Lin already had a size of 7 or 8 meters, and the wolves were much more numerous, they weren't the least bit crowded. If it was the cave of the wolf's father and mother, the current size of Su Lin was afraid that he wouldn't be able to enter it anymore. After returning to the cave, Su Lin took 3 petals of the ice mountain lotus with a single leap and placed them in an alcove high up on the stone wall. All 3 of these iceberg lotus petals contain an abundance of pure energy that would be attractive to any species. Put it high up so the pack members can't see it and won't think anything of it. Next, Su Lin, who had placed the 3 iceberg lotus petals, also considered the matter of the little lone wolf. In the report from Ash and cousin just now, little lone wolf hadn't sent back any news for half a month. As for the various prey and expanded wolf territories that were decimated at the large wolf pack territories, there was also no message sent out for the wolves to go ahead and receive them. As if it was like the little lone wolf was over there, having made himself king. Even the other day, little Ash sneaked into that territory to take a look and found that the wolf pack under little lone wolf's command was already as high as over 100. Such a number of wolves, Ash had never even seen before. Originally in the small gray strength is not comparable to the small lone wolf, now a strong ferocious aura, but also in the rampant rise. It made little Ash's sixth sense frantically signal danger, which meant that little lone wolf's strength had far exceeded it. Pre-Fey. As long as there is pure energy, it is possible to grow up in a short period of time. It was obvious that the little lone wolf should have had some strange encounters over in the large wolf pack territory, but wolves have an excellent sense of smell and hearing. The fact that Ash could spot the little lone wolf meant that the little lone wolf had spotted him too. Not leaving Ash behind meant that the little lone wolf didn't have any second thoughts. Otherwise, with hundreds of wolves under his command, plus the ferocious battle strength of the little lone wolf, even if Little Gray had 10 lives, it would not be enough to kill him. But if the little lone wolf was really being swelled up with power, and was so overwhelmed that he felt he could stand on his own 2 feet, Su Lin also didn't mind teaching it what it meant by rules. When he was able to pick up little lone wolf, who was severely injured and on the verge of death, under the polar night, it also supports it to sit second only to himself in the wolf pack, and then naturally he can reclaim all of this as well. Chapter 136, Return of Little Lone Wolf. Solian asked his cousin to send out 2 female wolves with his orders to summon the young lone wolf back. The ferocity and cunning of the wolves is generally shown to the outcasts or when hunting. Between the internals, there is still a lot of unity. Solian didn't suspect little lone wolf, but if little lone wolf really has an inflated strength and wants to rebel, then Su Lin could only say that he could give it all this in the first place, and naturally he could take it all back. At this time, Su Lin, who had returned to the cave, scanned some of the food in the cave and realized that not much food had been consumed in the cave over the past month. What had been about 5,000 pounds of fey flesh and blood was only about 400 or 500 pounds short. Seeing that he wasn't there, Cousin and Little Grey didn't dare to partake of the fey's blood and flesh in a big way. After all, they were well aware of the preciousness of this fey flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of ordinary species could only be used as food after the great change in heaven and earth. But fey flesh and blood is different. The pure energy contained in it can make all kinds of species evolve rapidly, and even break the genetic shackles to make them fey. Just looking at his cousin who had to have eaten 100 or so pounds of fey blood and flesh anyways, Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head. Cousin growth potential is so average. Even by relying on the pure energy in the fey's flesh and blood, they had all piled up hard to level 7, but they still hadn't been able to evolve into a fey yet. At this moment, while he was looking at the stockpiled food in the cave, he was also looking at the 20 to 30 wolf clansmen that were flush in the cave. Began to ponder in his mind the future direction of the wolf pack. He was the wolf king, and his will would determine just how far the wolves could grow in this world in the future. That said, currently the best app for reading aloud and listening to books. Wild Fruit Reading, Yeguoyu to install the latest version. Solian was trying to create an invincible wolf pack, but the base of Arctic species is still too small. This made it so that even after the great change in heaven and earth, there weren't many that evolved into fey. The area of 300 to 400 kilometers in a radius, counting the ones from his own wolf pack, was currently only so few as a dozen or so fey. If it were in the African steppe or the southern border of Siberia where there are many species, I believe that under the premise that the species base is large enough, there would definitely be quite a few fey species, but all these places are too far from the North Pole. At the moment, Su Lin had no intention of taking the wolves and migrating over long distances. Now what he intends to do is to unify the wolf clans in this neighborhood first, and then screening out some potential wolves to form an elite pack. Distribute some fey flesh and blood to see if any wolves can evolve into fey. Even if they didn't, that fey flesh and blood was enough to take the strength of an ordinary wolf clan to the next level. With such an elite wolf pack, it could be of some help in the future. As Su Lin thought about it, the sky outside grew darker. The polar day is now receding and the time of day and night is once again upon us. Looking at the darkening night, Su Lin got up and went to eat some beluga whale meat. After the beluga was hunted, he didn't eat immediately. With Su Lin's current food intake, he could eat about 200 pounds of blood and meat in one meal. For the newly captured beluga whale meat, Su Lin also used an evolutionary potion once again. Evolutionary potions are a frequent reward given in combat ratings. Surin had more than 40 of them and didn't save them. In his mind, he was considering whether or not to use a few for Little Grey and Little White as well, to speed up their growth rate a bit, because the young lone wolf is currently the only one in the pack who can hold his own, and it's still not enough. Ding! Is the evolution potion used? Use. After the evolution potion's cold medicinal effects swam throughout his body, Su Lin began to devour the beluga whale's blood and flesh. Su Lin's fangs directly tore off a large piece of blood and flesh from the back of the beluga whale and swallowed it into his mouth. Beluga meat is relatively less flavorful than venison or musk meat. The meat was a little rough in fiber, very meaty and bloody. However, the large chunks of flesh and blood also contained a significant amount of calories and nutrients. So if you look at it from a survival point of view, this beluga meat is still excellent. No wonder polar bears regularly prey on beluga whales. Ding! Host feeds on beluga whale, gaining 42 points of evolutionary value. Beluga whales are extremely highly ranked, with adult beluga whales being even higher ranked than polar bears. One bite is going to give more evolutionary value than a polar bear as well. 42 points of evolution value, plus the fact that normal species evolution value was only cut by 0.5 each time, meant that this beluga whale could also provide at least 1,000 points of evolution value to Su Lin. This caused Solian to take a big bite out of his meal. Large chunks of the beluga whale's flesh and blood were all swallowed into Su Lin's stomach. Ding! Host feeds on beluga whale, gaining 41.5 evolution points. Ding! Host feeds on beluga whale, gaining 41 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Host feeds on beluga whale, gaining 45 evolution points. In no time at all, Su Lin in the cave had eaten a full 180 to 90 pounds of beluga whale flesh and blood in one breath, and had also gained quite a bit of evolutionary value. The evolution value provided by this beluga whale's blood and flesh was on the verge of being equal to the evolution value of that Fey Snow Lord back then. Next, Su Lin then opened up the beluga whale and began to look for the best parts of the beluga whale. The internal organs of cetaceans are notoriously damaging to the common species due to excessive heavy metals, but that amount of damage would do nothing to just any Fey, let alone Solian. Rip! Accompanied by the sound of blood and flesh being torn apart, Su Lin tore off the beluga whale's internal organs directly and swallowed them into his stomach. After swallowing quite a few parts one after another, all on the verge of being somewhat full, only then did a tantalizing gray hint appear before Su Lin's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating beluga liver, level 16, and gaining 300 points of evolutionary value. Liver! It turns out that the best part of the beluga whale is the liver. The essence part provides 300 points of evolution, which isn't too shabby for a normal species. In addition, there is a great variety of creatures underneath the big ocean, and there are even more cetaceans of all kinds. If each head could provide thousands of points of evolutionary value, then I thought that it wouldn't take long for him to be close to making another breakthrough. Even though he had encountered the extremely terrifying great king squid of the deep sea, Su Lin was still gauging the evolutionary values of these species under the ocean. After all, there are just too many species under the ocean. As long as you try to be a little more careful and don't go to the deep end, it's relatively risky. At this time, after devouring the essence part of the beluga whale, Su Lin, while pondering this, he also returned to his position and began to rest. By the way, he greeted Ash, Cousin, White, Wolf Girl and Gray and White Coyote as they ate, and as Su Lin returned to his cave from the North Pole, the nerves that had been taut all these days finally came to a long overdue relaxation. He went back to his position and began to rest up on his stomach. As for the wolf pack's many Ohio wolves, they waited for their cousin and the others to finish eating before they all wagged their tails attentively and waited for the food to be distributed. Cousin then distributed some beluga meat to them, too. The appetite of the 20 or so wolves was not small, and a meal was missing 300 to 400 pounds of beluga meat, but the Ohio wolves all feed on their prey only once every 10 days, so the average is only 30 to 40 pounds of flesh and blood a day, with each wolf only sharing 1 or 2 pounds. After the pack of Ohio wolves had finished their food, Cousin explained the task in a low howl. The dozen female wolves were split into 2 waves, one patrolling the territory and one patrolling the vicinity of the cave. Saying that it was a tour of the caves was actually tantamount to rest, because the cave was several kilometers in circumference. All potential threats had long since been cleared by the wolves, coupled with the fact that Su Lin had returned as well. There couldn't possibly be any threat at the wolf caves, unless a hunter who was tired of living would come here. In addition to the 5 male wolves under Little Gray's command, Cousin had assigned them to go out and spy on a few bear clans in the territory. After all, in the cave, other than Little Gray and the Gray and White Coyote, all the other wolf clans were females. It's inconvenient to have a pack of male Ohio wolves here. Cousin's inherent mindset has always been that the female wolves in a pack are all owned by the Wolf King. Although the Wolf Queen hadn't been selected yet now, she had to help Su Lin control the female wolves of the pack. After explaining all the tasks, Cousin also just plopped down at the entrance of the cave and continued to start her vigilance work. As her cousin's strength gradually increased, the hearing that had been developed became more and more sensitive. Maybe not as good as Surin, but he could hear movement within 7 or 8 kilometers. With their cousin's vigilance, Little Gray and Gray Coyote, too, went back to their positions to lie down and sleep. As for Wolf's sister, she was very dependent and squeezed into Su Lin's side, close to her wolf brother. It was only after feeling the warmth coming from Wolf's massive wolf body that he fell asleep at ease. The fact that she hadn't seen Wolf for the past month had caused Wolf's sister to start relying on Su Lin a lot. Even though he was already at the peak of level 4 and had the size of an adult Arctic wolf, he was still clinging to Su Lin like he was a child. There was no talk all night. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Su Lin also toured the territory again and found that the prey on the territory were surviving quite well. The scrub mosses and such, too, were all tenaciously popping up again after the morose snowstorm. Also took 300 or so pounds of Fey musk beef to see the wolf dad and mom. It was just that nowadays, Su Lin couldn't enter the cave where wolf dad and wolf mom were, and as the wolf father and wolf mother looked at their own cub's massive size of 7 or 8 meters, a pair of wolf eyes were shocked beyond words. The growth rate of their own pups was far beyond their imagination. Papa Wolf also recognized his place completely and began to make a heartfelt decision to hang out under his own pup. It's just that there has to be a place for the alpha wolf, right? The wolf father, whose IQ was no longer low, began to whimper and howl lowly as he was communicating with Solian. What Papa Wolf meant made Solian chuckle slightly. He of course still honored the wolf father's request. After all, he was his wolf daddy anyways, and had a very deep bond here. Papa Wolf and the wolves under his command are considered to be the outreach wolves. It is also for the jurisdiction of the Wolf Father. And the Wolf Pack territory is also for the Wolf Father. It was just a matter of informing Papa Wolf in the future when there was a hunting mission that required the pack to pour in. This great power made Papa Wolf very happy and excited with a low howl of agreement. Such nepotistic appointments are, perhaps, very much resisted and despised in human society. But in a wolf pack where strength reigns supreme, Sulin's orders were supreme, and no wolf would question them. Besides, Papa Wolf's strength is worthy of the position of the alpha wolf. Father Wolf's growth potential was Mother Nature, and he could reach the limits of the Arctic wolves before the great change in heaven and earth. More than a month ago the Wolf Father was the peak of level 7, and currently this month or so down, with the Fey flesh and blood to devour. The growth rate was fast, breaking through to 9th level Fey. One more level and you'll get the gift. So for this appointment, even Ash, who followed by his side, was very agreeable. Ow, ow. At this point Ash was wailing and howling, welcoming his wolf father into the fold, showing a lot of excitement. After all, Papa and Mama Wolf had been very kind to him as well. The other thing was the growth of the wolf mother, who had also managed to evolve into a Fey after devouring a lot of Fey flesh and blood. Currently, the wolf mom's flawless white fur was also full of luster and in excellent spirits. The wolf mom had reached mid-level 7 and had a body size of 2 meters 7 or 8. Such a size made Mama Wolf's position as Queen Wolf even more solidified in their little pack. There were hardly any wolves that dared to question the wolf mom's orders. Watching Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad survive well, Solian was relieved. The 300 or so pounds of Fey flesh and blood were delivered to Papa and Mama Wolf to still try to feed themselves. This can make their strength once again get a rapid increase. The current strength of Papa and Mama Wolf, combined with the wolves, it can be said that even polar bears have the power to fight. Next, Sulin then turned around and left. He didn't stay long, because today is the 3rd day. The female wolf he had sent out to pass on the order came back and said that the young lone wolf would be returning today. If he hadn't returned yet, Sulin would have to go over and take a look. This caused him and Little Grey to arrive above a snowy slope at the very edge of his wolf father's territory. And after looking at the territory of the large wolf pack to the west, a pair of golden-brown wolf eyes narrowed, revealing an aura of danger. Sulin was very high on the little lone wolf, so he hoped that it wouldn't let himself down. And just as this thought of Sulin's had risen, his keen hearing heard the sound of a large pack of wolves darting in from 30 to 40 kilometers away. Right behind, Sulin stood on top of the snowy slope, raising his wolf's head to look straight into the distance. What appeared in his field of vision was a large wolf pack of hundreds of wolves that was running wildly. At the forefront was the small lone wolf with grayish-purple fur that rose with a ferocious aura. The little lone wolf darted at an extremely fast speed, and in no time at all, he had distanced himself from the wolves. This distance was so far away that Sulin couldn't tune in to little lone wolf's attributes for the time being. But looking at the speed at which it darted, it had reached a speed of 30 or so meters per second. This speed meant that little lone wolf had advanced to at least level 10. It was also the first wolf clan under his command to advance to level 10. In the midst of the little lone wolf darting at full speed, it quickly approached Sulin. The little lone wolf's sensitive sense of smell was also quick to pick up the scent of Sulin's body, and it raised its head to look above the snowy slope, only to see that under the soft sunlight, a huge white wolf with a body size of 7 or 8 meters was looking down on it from above. Ow! Upon seeing the figure of his own boss, little lone wolf couldn't help but cry out to the sky. A loud and clear wolf howl brought out an incomparable feeling of excitement and thrill. After the long howl, it was a quick dart towards his boss. The hundreds of wolves under his command had long since been left behind by the little lone wolf. Nowadays, the little lone wolf has experienced one fight after another over the past month, and the aura that has been rising up all over his body has already gained some of Sulin's elegance. And as Sulin looked at the little lone wolf that darted over, he was somewhat relieved. The young lone wolf was picked up from the pack by himself under the polar night, and then nurtured to grow to this point step by delegating authority. It would be a lie to say there are no feelings. He treated the little lone wolf as an indispensable member of the pack. Already, if anything, Papa Wolf and Mama Wolf are at the forefront of his mind. Then Wolf's sister, cousin, Ash and little lone wolf were located in the second tier. Even the little white and gray coyotes can't compare. At this moment, Sulin looked at the little lone wolf that was getting closer and closer, and also directly let out a long whistle. Ow! His long howl was rough and long, with great penetrating power, and it was like a thunderous explosion in the clear sky. The answering wolf howls also made the little lone wolf even more excited and energetic, run wildly towards this side again. Immediately following, hundreds of wolves darted over and, first, the 20 or so wolves who had seen the Wolf King took the lead in a long howl, and the rest of the wolves followed at once. Ow! Ow! A loud and clear wolf howl rang out. The 100 wolves whistled long and loud, all expressing their surprise and excitement at seeing the Wolf King. Chapter 137, Reorganizing the Wolves. Hunting the Tigers, Request for Subscription. Ow! The little lone wolf was no less surprised and excited to see his boss than Ash had been at first, because it always remembers that even its own wolf father and mother had to eat it under the polar night when food was expensive and scarce. But in the end, it was Su Lin who saved himself. Not only did he save it, he gave it food to eat. It moved the little lone wolf from the bottom of his heart to this favor it has always remembered in its heart. Even in death it dares not forget. Without its own boss, it would not be what it is now. Nowadays, the little lone wolf already had a body size of about 3 meters and 3/4, and counting the wolf's tail, it had already exceeded 4 meters. At that size, it's a behemoth in the species-prone Arctic. Su Lin's mind moved, and little lone wolf's attributes appeared before his eyes. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 11. Prana, 1357. Endurance, 137. Strength, 141. Defense, 139. Speed, 142. Talent, Rabid Wolf. Su Lin realized that little lone wolf had actually broken through to the peak of level 11. It was evident that the opportunities encountered by the young lone wolf were not small. Granted, the amount of pure energy required for prefey advancement isn't too much, but in a month's time, it broke through to the peak of level 11. Such a speed of promotion was also astonishing. It was considered a not-so-small encounter, and it was estimated to be similar to the 3 Ice Mountain lotus plants that he had harvested at the bottom of the Ice Mountain crevice. And the little lone wolf's talent was exactly the same as that gray and white mixed color wolf king's talent back then. It's all about the rabid wolf talent. This talent was not comparable to hunting, but it was a talent that got stronger the more one fought. Perfect for the little lone wolf, if he really killed to the point of insanity. With little lone wolf's ferociousness and killing nature, he could definitely utilize his berserk wolf talent to the fullest. Ow! Ow! At this time, after the little lone wolf had howled excitedly for a few moments, it then remembered something and hastily took out several small black fruits from the slit of the wolf's paw. These fruits were only the size of grapes, which could only be considered insignificant to the small lone wolf that was currently 4 meters in size. It can easily be hidden in claw-spiked hair. Hiding this movement in his paw-spiked fur, the little lone wolf still learned it from Su Lin. As a fae, the little lone wolf not only possessed ferocious and extreme battle power, both the learning ability and the ability to dominate are much higher than Ash's. This black fruit looks inconspicuous when Su Lin took a closer look, but he clearly felt that the black fruit contained an extremely pure energy. From this would be the opportunity that the young lone wolf had gotten over in the large wolf pack territory. Su Lin realized that this black fruit looked a bit familiar, as if he had eaten it in Wolf Parent's cave. Ow! At this time, he also lowered his howl twice and began to ask the little lone wolf how this fruit came to be. During his inquiry, Su Lin also discovered that the little lone wolf had some hideous and gruesome wounds on his abdomen and back. Some of these wounds had injured the bones, and with the fae's tenacious vitality and terrifying recovery speed, it would take a long time to recover. These wounds also proved that it wasn't that little doctor hadn't let the wolves take over the territory this month. It had really been a bloody conquest all along. Even with its ferocious battle strength, it had encountered many vicious battles at the territory of the wolves in the west. The little lone wolf, however, didn't feel the slightest bit aggrieved or seeking credit. It was just in excitement, attentively reporting to the boss about the month's battle. In the report it also arched its nose over the black fruit and pushed the black fruit in front of Su Lin for him to swallow. In a wolf pack, the wolf king has the right of first refusal to eat any prey or food caught by the wolves. It is the supreme right of the wolf king. Su Lin looked at the fruit and felt a strong piece of loyalty from the little lone wolf. Finally it just gave a low howl and received the fruit into the fur of its clawed spines. Prepare to go back and reward the little lone wolf with an iceberg lotus petal. The iceberg lotus petal didn't just have pure energy, it also contained abundant life essence, enough to make it recover quickly from its injuries. Next, while Su Lin listened to the little lone wolf's report, he also led the hundreds of wolf clans behind him and returned to the cave. As these hundreds of wolves looked at the wolf king, who was 7 or 8 meters in size and almost twice as big as a small lone wolf, their eyes were also filled with shock and fervor. True to form, they were their wolf king. Size represents strength in their eyes. Possessing such a majestic size, they could no longer imagine the strength of the wolf king. After all, the strength of the little lone wolf alone was enough to shock a group of wolves beyond words. The little lone wolf currently possessed a speed of more than 30 meters per second and an explosive power of 1 or 2 tons at every turn. Such strength had already surpassed that Fey Lynx back then. Little Doctor's battle power was the strongest in the current wolf pack, and other than Su Lin, it was already deservedly the strongest. Even the battle-experienced wolf dad was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds under the little lone wolf. Su Lin was quite satisfied with little lone wolf's growth. On the way back, he also recognized the little lone wolf's battle results in the past month. Over the course of the month, the young lone wolf had led the pack to trip over the territory of the original large wolf pack. Even several of the bears shied away from the wolves. Several of the bears thought they would have a better time without their gray and white hybrid wolf king, but the little lone wolf that appeared right after them directly broke them of that thought. The little lone wolf was more ruthless and ferocious than the gray and white hybrid wolf king ever was. For a while, all the bear clan didn't dare to make a sound. Being omnivores, grizzly bears also just silently nibble on moss, shrub shoots and roots. Polar bears, on the other hand, only dare to wander back near the ice. As for the wounds on the young lone wolf, most of them were left over from suppressing the remaining forces of that large wolf pack and hunting a fey lynx. Especially since that fey lynx is pretty badass. The young lone wolf led a large number of wolf clans under his command and escaped from several roundups. In the end, the lynx's new den was touched, and it cost the pack the lives of more than a dozen wolves as well as the serious injury of the young lone wolf before the lynx was decimated. And these black fruits of little lone wolf were also picked above a huge black-fruited rock goron near the lynx den. The huge black-fruited rock gorgonian, which should have evolved into a heteroflower not long ago, did not attack the little lone wolf. Instead, he allowed the little lone wolf to pick away more than a dozen fruits. Little lone wolf swallowed 6 of them, due to the severity of his injuries at the time and his urgent need to replenish his energy. The pure and surging energy had been causing it to grow by leaps and bounds for more than half a month. Little lone wolf brought back the remaining 6 fruits. The little lone wolf was also explaining that although it had captured quite a lot of prey this month, it could only be forced to take the lead in sending the prey as rewards to the wolves under its command as it had not been able to get any rewards from the wolves. Otherwise, most of these wolves are newly absorbed. The wolves do not feel a strong sense of belonging to the pack, and if they do not even have some food rewards, they will easily disperse. So Lone Wolf Jr. was obviously a little wary when he reported that point. It was important to realize that only the king and the alpha wolf usually have the right to distribute food in the wolf clan. It, a district ethereal wolf, was far from qualified for this, but seeing that Su Lin had been showing nothing, little lone wolf gradually put his heart down. Not a moment too soon, Su Lin brought the little lone wolf back into the cave. As for the hundreds of wolves, they were crouching on the outskirts of the cave, and the cousin at the entrance of the cave, looking at the hooting and hollering of more than 100 wolves, was also shaken to the core. More than that, she had never imagined that one day the pack would reach the size of hundreds of wolves. In her cousin's small and rich mindset, it would be satisfying to have a small territory with a dozen or 2 or so wolves, just like their wolf parents. Having an abundance of food to enjoy and the members of the wolf pack living peacefully together is a blessing. As for this grandiose scene of hundreds of wolves at every turn, it was not even thought of. It's just that with her cousin's simple intellect and mindset, she wouldn't understand that if she were to be small and rich and stuck in her ways, then sooner or later the wolves would one day become someone else's blood meal. After all, under the great change of heaven and earth, all kinds of strong fae were coming out. At this time, Su Lin, who had returned to the cave, listened to Little Lone Wolf's report and was also ready to discuss the rewards. Promote what should be promoted and reward what should be rewarded. Su Lin had the mind of a human, and knew better than to know what it took to bring together the cohesion of a wolf pack. Currently counting these 100 or so wolves under Little Lone Wolf's command, plus Papa Wolf and the remaining wolves in the cave, it wasn't inferior to the number of that large wolf pack back then. It was just that this amount was far from enough for Su Lin. He was going to plan to completely unify the wolf clans in this neighborhood, and even the bear clans were going to be recruited. With the exception of a few extremely well-hidden lynx and Arctic foxes, hunters in this area surrendered to the wolves. He was going to create a wolf pack that was truly unprecedented. By the way, try to see if consuming some fey flesh and blood can produce some more fey. Once cultivated, the strength of the wolves would be greatly increased once again. Therefore, after the little lone wolf returned, Su Lin began to reward the wolves under the little lone wolf's command while also explaining that he would let his cousin, Little Gray and Little White, also take the wolves that stayed behind to go out and unify the nearby wolves and bear clans. White is a bear, and will have a relatively greater success rate in recruiting his kind. In addition to letting them go out to unify the wolf and bear clans in the nearby area, they also want them to accumulate some merits. With the authority of the Wolf King, Su Lin could indeed promote his subordinate members at will. It's just that Ash, cousin, and White they're different from Wolf Dad. Papa Wolf rules the pack under his command independently, and no dissenting voices will be raised. But to forcefully promote cousin, Little Gray, and Little White to a higher position was something that would easily incur resistance from the rest of the members of the wolf pack. There was also the aspect of exercising their real-world combat ability again. Their blood fights were too weak compared to the little lone wolves. Currently, Su Lin proceeded to the wolf pack, overhauling it, and just as Surin was beginning to reorganize his wolf pack, this extremely gruesome bloodbath after bloodbath was also unfolding in Russian Siberia. Smoke filled the entire Siberian territory. Roar! In the southern border of Siberia, there are invincible menacing tigers that roar and hiss, leaping up from the mountains and forests. He directly clawed a helicopter gunship into pieces. Several battlefield commanders, being on top of a high mountain. From time to time, they took binoculars and looked at the smoke-filled battlefield on the opposite side, and their expressions were all very grave. It's too vicious. This Siberian tiger is so murderous that our iron barrel of a siege was nearly cracked open. The commander, the first of them, put down his binoculars and let out a long, heavy breath. This commander was called Rodney, with 3 tank battalions, an artillery battalion, and a field battalion under his command, amounting to more than 3,500 elite soldiers. But in the middle of this roundup, a quarter of them were killed or wounded. It was extremely heartbreaking for him, but with so many deaths and injuries, they still hadn't captured this invincible fierce tiger. Last time, if it wasn't for the missile forces covering bombardment, I'm afraid I wouldn't have even been able to seriously injure this mongrel tiger. Lord Colonel, you shouldn't worry too much. Now that this manhwa has been seriously injured and doesn't have the same power as it did back then, as long as we can keep up the offense, then we can definitely hunt down this invincible manhwa completely. Rodney's adjutant, in a soothing outburst. It was just that Rodney didn't take a stand on the adjutant's reassurances, because the battlefield is always changing rapidly. As long as the battlefield is not set for a moment, then there are infinite possibilities. How could he dare to relax in the face of such a fierce tiger that possessed a speed of hundreds of meters per second and sharp claws and fangs that could pierce through even the strongest alloys? Roar! At this moment, this Siberian tiger that was meters in size and weighed at least a few tons had a pair of clear yellow eyes that flashed with an almost frantic demeanor. The sound of a tiger's whistle exploded in the mountains and forests. Numerous nearby species that didn't have time to escape were shivering at the sound of the tiger's roar and the smoke and gunfire. This current mountain forest is no longer the world of the common species. It's a lament of blood and fire. It's a dazzling clash of the latest genetic power and the peak technological power. And such a scene is being played out everywhere throughout Siberia. One of them, in the north of Siberia, a herd of 15 or 16 tigers, was being hunted by more than 20 helicopter gunships. More than 20 helicopter gunships flew high, and even higher above them were the shadows of more than a dozen molded lake fighters, the latest fighters of the 6th generation. These warplanes crisscrossed the sky, forming a beautiful landscape. Countless munitions strafed and bombarded this vast Siberian plain relentlessly. Manhwa has always lived alone. Now that this group of tigers had come together, it was obvious that there were Fei Mong tigers who were uniting the power of the tiger clan. Many of the tigers were looking for cover in the nearby mountains and rocks as they roared. Just under the armor-piercing and high-explosive bombs, these mountains and rocks were directly blown to smithereens. Every now and then, a fierce tiger would be torn apart. But in the midst of the resistance of the tigers, there was a fierce tiger that emanated a tantalizing golden light from its body. Then he let out a long whistle, and the sound of the tiger's roar could be described as piercing through clouds and cracking rocks. It directly shook several helicopter gunships flying at low altitude until all kinds of instruments and windows shattered. The pilot was directly shaken until his eardrums shattered and his heart and veins were split. On the eastern border of Siberia, a tall brown bear measuring more than 10 meters was also beating steel tank after steel tank to scrap at speeds faster than a cheetah. Its thick bare fur and flesh, which shimmered with a tantalizing fluorescent light, was as if it were several times harder than steel. Stray bullets struck it, surprisingly only rubbing out flakes of sparks. Those lurid bear eyes brought out bloodthirsty brutality when they opened and closed. As for the rest of the weaker Fae within Siberia, they were all fleeing and hiding during the siege. Quite a few Fae have fled to the morose North Pole, too, because in their impression, the cold Arctic snow-capped glaciers, many peak human technology to the North Pole will also be subject to the cold and failure. Knowing 10 years of old book friends to me recommended book chase app, wild fruit reading, really damn good use. Driving, bedtime rely on this read aloud listening to books to pass the time. Here you can download. Yet what you do. They just don't realize that there are also invincible hunters within the Arctic that are enough to make them cold and fearful. P.S. Taking up 20 or 30 words. Asking for a subscription. I'll try to get more starting tomorrow. I hope you'll support it. Chapter 138, Smoke and Mirrors, Wolves United. It's not just the mutant species throughout Siberia that are on a collision course and bloodbath with human technology. Mutant species worldwide are regarded by humans as a major problem. Smoke and battle are raging everywhere except for some red danger zones where there is no signal. And north of Siberia, Russia, in a city that has just been recaptured, a tall, very beautiful female looked at the city that was almost in ruins, and there was frustration in her demeanor. The woman was no other than Tiffany, a student in the biological studies department. Nowadays she has a pretty face that is no longer as lively and cheerful as it once was. This horrible cold weather natural disaster has hit humanity too hard. It's just that Tiffany, still holding out hope for a better future, is walking with her own family toward her home neighborhood. The buildings in the Hope neighborhood are not in ruins, so at least the family has a place to live. But just after they had traveled some distance, a loud boom suddenly sounded in the sky. They looked up and saw that it was several helicopter gunships coming over the heads of the group. These days people have seen these steel killers too many times earlier, without the surprise and excitement of the peace years. One pair of eyes were all numb. Many of them just gazed at it and left directly with their families. At the moment many people's minds are thinking about how to rebuild their homes and how to survive in the future, and are in no mood to watch these helicopters waste their time. Only the Tiffany's didn't leave, because the helicopter gunships were parked right in front of the family. Soon from inside the helicopter out of a team of average height of 2 meters 5'6", armed to the teeth of the human. As the group slowly made their way toward Tiffany, Tiffany could feel a powerful sense of oppression coming over her. New humanity. The word popped out of Tiffany's head menacingly. Only a special operations team made up of new humans could bring such a strong oppressive force, especially in the hands of these people. The exaggerated single combat weapons were also more proof of this, for only a physically powerful new human could hold these appalling weapons in their hands with such ease. Seriously, recently catch up more. Change the source switch, read aloud tones more. Yegwa Jade EDU Android Apple are available. These people were wearing state-of-the-art nano-level protective suits, which were specially built for giant beasts and exotic flowers. It can effectively resist great impact and recoil, and has high-tech goggles such as night vision and analyzers on its head. One could say that they are a moneyed, active combat fortress. One of the neo-humans at the head of the group looked at Tiffany, then said in a deep voice, "Hello, MS. Tiffany, I'm Bob, the leader of the Special Operations Team. I've been ordered to explore the North Pole this time, and I've heard that you've had a field day exploring the North Pole's various species, and I'd like to ask you to join me in exploring that. Aside from you, there are also several biological experts, so rest assured that if there is any danger, our Special Operations Team will absolutely defend your safety with their lives." Bob was just talking in a very unusual way, but the low voice was still extremely intimidating to unusual humans. Tiffany's family was going to say no, but when they looked at the heavily armed and imposing Special Forces team, they all dared not speak at once. After all, they do realize that this is the post-disaster era, no longer a time of peace. If they really offended the officials, the consequences and costs would most likely be more than their family could bear. This caused them to only look all the way to Tiffany. And Tiffany took a deep breath and thought for a long time before nodding. "Okay, but my family doesn't have a place to live yet, so I'd like to ask for your help in solving the problem of my family's housing and living." Special Ops leader Bob nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll make the contacts and someone will arrange those when the time comes." Tiffany also asked the final question. "So when do we leave?" "In about a month. I'll let you know then." Listening to the time, Tiffany also dropped her heart. That meant she had at least another month or so to spend with her family, and that was good enough for her. As for exploring the North Pole, Tiffany felt that was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Since the horrific cold snap that swept through most of Siberia's cities started at the North Pole, how horrible must the species be that could survive in that frigid Arctic? Granted, the Arctic has a dearth of species, and perhaps fewer xenobiotics, but if it did, I don't think it would be comparable to these mutated species on the Siberian plains, would it? After all, more than half a year ago, when she went to the North Pole to shoot, she encountered mysterious hunters who could tear grizzly bears alive under the polar night. Nowadays it is even more difficult to say how many terrifying existences there will be. It was just that since the officials had found her, she had to go. At that moment, Tiffany, too, suddenly remembered the handsome, extraordinary white wolf she had met about a year ago. I wonder if that white wolf is still alive. Under the great change of heaven and earth and the terrifying cold current, even if a strong white wolf that could hunt large prey alone wanted to survive, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that simple, right? At this time, Tiffany, while being registered by the Special Forces team with her personal information, was also thinking this in her mind. And at this time the morose Arctic began the time when day and night took over. Time tends to be the most unforgiving, not stopping for half a second for anything. A few days passed. The North Pole is as calm as ever, even though the outside world is about to turn upside down. The Arctic without signaling had become a forbidden area where humans didn't dare to set foot, although Su Lin didn't know about it. If he did, he would have approved of this cautious move by humans. After all, even without counting himself, just the transcendent power in that mysterious iceberg at the pole alone. It was thought that even if humanity had endless peak technology swarming out, It would still have to be killed until the corpses were strewn across the land and blood flowed in rivers. For the transcendent power in that mysterious iceberg cannot be accounted for by common sense. And during these days, Sulin lived a peaceful life for several days. He rewarded Little Lone Wolf with an iceberg lotus petal, causing Little Lone Wolf to officially break through to level 12, and the injuries on his body were fully recovered. This Ice Mountain Lotus was the Ice Mountain Lotus in the mysterious Ice Palace, an exotic flower that was up to more than 20 levels. The pure energy contained within it was far superior to a few grains of black fruit rock golem, making Little Lone Wolf not just break through to level 12. Strength was also in a sudden growth spurt during this time, and had already arrived at the middle of level 12. It was estimated that by the time he finished digesting the pure energy of the Ice Mountain Lotus, he would be able to reach the peak of level 12 or level 13, whether it was a Fae or a Sulin. The amount of pure energy needed to advance later was exponentially higher, so even though the iceberg lotus petal contained a very large amount of pure energy, it couldn't make the Little Lone Wolf rise several levels in a row like a few grains of black fruit rock Highlander's fruit. During this period of time, Sulin also completely unified this territory. Completely. The range of the wolf pack's territory expanded to an extremely astonishing point, reaching a rare square kilometer. And there were hardly any wolf pack territories that could reach such an astonishing point. It's even bigger if you count the area ruled by the ice. The wolves under Sulin's command were also up to the point of over 350 heads. He elevated the young lone wolf to become the alpha wolf after his daddy. There was no resistance to this appointment from all the wolves in the entire pack, and they all also whistled long and cheered the young lone wolf's promotion to the position of head wolf. As for Cousin, Little Gray and Little White, they had also made a lot of achievements during these days of conquering outside. It's just that, relatively speaking, those credits don't even come close to the Little Lone Wolf. Xiaobai had managed to advance to level 6 through these days of bloody battles. The level 6 Fey Polar Bear, which already had a size of 1 meter 7/8, began to display the ferocious aura that a polar bear should have. Sulin didn't forcefully promote Little Gray and Cousin to become the head wolf, and decided to let them stay in the position of Beowulf for a while longer. And White is getting a lot of credit these days. Not only did he cooperate with the wolves to go through several killings, he also recruited and surrendered 15 bear clans. There were 7 polar bears and 8 grizzly bears among them, and although there was not a single Fae, having these bear clans joining them also made the strength of the wolf pack increase dramatically. Due to the inconvenience of communication, Sulin let Xiaobai temporarily lead the bear clan, with a status equal to that of a beewolf and a wolf pack. These bears still stayed in their respective territories on weekdays and were only summoned when the wolves needed them. On top of that, Sulin also allocated 5 pounds of Fey blood meat to each wolf clan. An ordinary wolf clan that fed on the next pound of Fey flesh and blood in a day already felt satiated. So 5 pounds is not a lot. The 300 wolves were divided into 1,500 pounds of Fey flesh and blood, and Sulin hoped that with such a large amount of blood money, some new Fey would appear in this group of wolves. As for the 15 bear clans, Sulin also allocated 20 pounds of Fey blood meat and 100 pounds of ordinary meat per bear clan. If it had the potential to evolve into a Fey, then the energy provided in that meat would be enough. Even if they couldn't, then the energy in the flesh and blood of these Fae would be able to increase the strength of these wolf and bear races by quite a bit. After this group of wolves finished digesting the Fae flesh and blood, Sulin would select a group of elites from them to form an invincible wolf pack that could truly be invincible. Currently, Sulin's rewards for the wolves were still only in terms of food. Except for White, no real beewolf has been promoted yet. This made many of the wolves wait with bated breath. Hopefully the Wolf King will see himself. But in a wolf pack, strength is often honored. If you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to sit in the position of Beowulf. So Sulin planned to wait a little longer to see who among these members under his command would be the first to evolve into a Fae. As for Little Gray, Wolf Sister, and the Gray and White Coyotes, they were still following Sulin around, not commanding any of the wolf clans. The 3 of them are Fae, but they obviously can't hold their own yet. Therefore, Sulin didn't plan on releasing them either. During these days, Wolf Sister and Gray and White Coyote had broken through to level 5 Fae, one after another. A year ago they were just a toddler cub, and their wolf carcasses had grown to the point where they were about 2 meters long. A battle power is also stronger than a level 6 Arctic wolf, and when put into other small wolf packs, it is enough to be the bit of the head wolf. But here in Sulin, they weren't even a beewolf. As the development of the wolf pack gradually entered a stable stage, Sulin took the Little Lone Wolf, Little Gray, Gray and White Coyote, and Wolf Sister, and walked out of the cave. The 10,000 square kilometers were currently the territory of the wolves, and the various hunters had been pretty much cleared out. The wolves are not in any mortal danger. This time, Sulin planned to check out the huge black fruit rock golem, these exotic flowers and plants. It seems that none of them can move on their own, so a group of forces will be trained to also escort them to safety. So Su Lin felt that he should be able to reach a win-win situation with this black fruit rock golem. Of course, if it's not a win-win situation, then it's a quick fix. The wolves' territory does not allow for instability. Su Lin, who had walked out of the cave, looked up to the west, and a pair of golden-brown wolf eyes flashed an appalling cold light between opening and closing. Chapter 139, The Deer King appeared. It's not cold-bloodedness, it's the ruthlessness that you have to know to survive in nature. Especially since Su Lin was also leading a huge wolf pack, many times hidden dangers had to be removed at the very beginning. At this time, the little lone wolf was in the front to open up the road, and the wolf's body was completely recovered from its injuries, and its aura was even higher. The little lone wolf, who currently possessed a level 12 strength, was already having a hard time meeting opponents in the entire North Pole, even if it was that fey grizzly bear. With the present-day little lone wolf, he should be able to hold it back for a moment. After all, the little lone wolf was going to be about as fast as a fey grizzly bear, gifted as a rabid wolf, and the more injured he was the greater the boost to his strength would be. The wolves are currently advancing, and those Arctic foxes and lynxes still lurking in the pack's territory are shivering in their respective dens. Having smelled the wolves' scent, they didn't even dare to breathe for fear that the wolves would discover their presence. In fact, Su Lin's powerful senses had already discovered them long ago. It's just that these Arctic foxes and lynxes are smaller hunters. Even if they would poach some food from the wolves' territory from time to time, it wouldn't hurt. After all, with their bodies, they couldn't eat much food even if they did. For these hunters, Su Lin had an attitude of turning a blind eye. The rest of the large herds of herbivores encountered along the way, on the other hand, all converged together in fear under the appalling aura of the little lone wolf and Su Lin, not even nibbling on the moss and scrub grass. However, Su Lin had no intention of hunting today, and several wolves traveled at a fast pace. It was only when he passed through Wolf Dad's territory that Su Lin realized that the dozens of reindeer herds that were originally at Wolf Dad's territory had disappeared. Recommended. Wild Fruit Reading Book Chase really good. Here to download. Yegwa Jade edu. Everyone go fast can try it. Could it have been poached by that fey grizzly bear? Even if it was poached, it couldn't have stolen this much. Su Lin was a little surprised in his heart. A herd of dozens of reindeer is definitely a lot of prey. This much prey would be enough to eat for 2 or 3 months if the wolves hunted it. Even if the wolf pack had reached the size of more than 300 wolves, and the amount of food consumed each time they fed was a massive amount, the dozens of reindeer had at least 20,000 to 30,000 pounds of flesh and blood. But Surin only paused for a moment before leaving. He planned to ask his wolf daddy about it when he got back, and in the meantime, ask him to beef up the patrols and protection forces in his territory. The wolf pack under the command of Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom also had more than 20 wolves at the moment, which should be more than enough to guard this 1,000 square kilometers of territory. Definitely outmatched against a fey grizzly. Just his own cave is only 20 to 30 kilometers away from here. If there is really any big commotion, Su Lin is able to quickly support. Next, within a short time of traveling, they came to the place of a steep stone wall. The steepness of this mountain path was comparable to the cave Su Lin was in. This will stop the vast majority of normal hunters. Su Lin's tall and majestic wolf body, standing under the mountain rocks, slightly raised his head to see a huge black fruit rock gorgonian plant that was more than 2 meters in size. This huge black-fruited rock gorgonian was rooted in the cracks of the stone wall. The black fruit rock Gaultheria is known for its hardiness and tenacity, and this exotic flower takes that to the next level. It grew tenaciously even in the frigid Arctic, in the crevices of the stone walls where there was little sustenance. With a thought, Su Lin's mind moved, and the introduction of this black fruit rock Gaultheria appeared before his eyes. Species, black-fruited rock gorgonian. Rank, 13. Vital status, surviving. As expected, this black fruit rock golem was not of a high grade. It should be a plant that has just recently evolved into an exotic flower. This foreign flower, not to mention to himself, would hardly pose a fatal threat to even the little lone wolf who had recovered from his injuries. Therefore, Su Lin and the little lone wolf went straight up the steep mountain path and walked over. Wow. After the two of them walked past, the branches of the black fruit rock golem visibly shook several times, bringing up a clattering sound. There are communication difficulties between each of the different species. Therefore, for this kind of move by the black fruit rock golem, Su Lin didn't know what it was, but the fact that he hadn't bared his sharp claws and fangs already represented the goodwill of his visit. But what Su Lin didn't expect was that the little lone wolf actually somewhat understood the meaning of this black fruit rock golem. Ow! After a few moments of silence, little lone wolf began to howl low at Su Lin to deliver the message. In the intermittent exchange of wolf howls, Su Lin also roughly understood why the little lone wolf could understand this black fruit rock golem. It turns out that the black fruit still has a fragment of the foreign flower's consciousness, which can make the species that has swallowed the fruit understand its meaning. Su Lin secretly nodded. It's just that they're useless to yourself, because regardless of any consciousness, under the strong devouring power, it would be turned into rolling energy. At this time, Su Lin also signaled Little Lone Wolf to convey his meaning to this black fruit rock golem. The wolves may offer shelter to the black fruit rock golem, but every so often, several fruits are offered to the wolves as payment. For exotic flowers that cannot move, safety is often what they value most. At this time, the little lone wolf began to solicitously convey the meaning of his own boss, but also forcefully persuade this black fruit rock golem to agree. After all, this is a win-win situation for both sides. Especially, the little lone wolf could perceive the fear of black fruit rock golem towards his own boss from the meaning of black fruit rock golem's transmission. As long as there is consciousness, then both animals and plants will be fearful of an invincible being that can destroy itself instantly. Right in the middle of the little lone wolf's intermittent low howls, time was slowly passing. And it is this time that, what Su Lin wouldn't have expected was that a touch of turbulence had once again risen on the wolves' territory, which had been thought to be completely stabilized. Near the Su Lin cave, which was more than 200 miles away from here, a loud deer sound suddenly rang out. Young, the deer call transcended the wolves' perceptions. After hearing this loud deer sound, the original large and small reindeer herd on the territory began to quickly run wildly in one direction after pausing for a moment. In addition to the caribou herd, even the horse deer and moose herds are showing signs of a riot. It was only with the intimidation of the roving females that the deer settled down. However, the two caribou herds were not the least bit effective. No matter how much the female wolf intimidated them, this caused the female wolf to only howl low and summon nearby wolves to come and help. Almost all of the wolves in the pack are currently in this area. This summoned wolf howl instantly caused the wolf clans in the nearby area to all dart and run wildly in this direction. After all, the rules of reward and punishment in the wolf pack nowadays were deep in the hearts of the wolves, causing all of them to think about making a merit so that they could improve their status a little bit. Regardless of the wolves and humans, when there was a class stratification, then it was natural to think of desperately trying to climb up the ladder. Bee-wolf, a position that many members of the pack could only dream of existing in, because the bee-wolves in this large pack are full of gold, far from being comparable to the bee-wolves in the smaller packs. At this moment, hundreds of wolves in the pack swarmed. Wolf howls are often penetrating. Now Cousin and Ash have extremely sharp hearing again. After hearing this gust of wolf howls, Cousin and Little Gray glanced at each other before letting out a low howl and rushing out with the wolves that remained in the cave. The wolf pack is now on the right track of development. A time of high morale and war. Clattering sheets of wolves were darting towards the area where the wolf howl had come from. But when they had just reached this area, they fiercely felt a heavy pressure descend on them. The wolves with excellent eyesight quickly looked up and scanned the area, trying to find the source of the pressure. Soon, it didn't take more than a few seconds for their pair of wolf eyes to bring out a look of horror, because they saw that above that high snow slope, there was a huge reindeer with a body size of meters. The caribou, which was a behemoth of a creature, was scanning the many wolves that had converged on the area from a high vantage point. The huge antlers on top of that head were even flashing a sharp cold glow under the soft sunlight. The reindeer's eyes are black and white. Their eyes are clear and lucid. Facing this huge wolf pack that was rapidly converging, there wasn't the slightest bit of panic in one pair of eyes. If Papa Wolf had been here, surely he would have picked up on the scent of this huge caribou. It was clearly the strong reindeer leader that he himself had spoken to Su Lin about back when the extreme night had just receded. Papa Wolf once led an entire pack roundup, all of which were nearly kicked in the face by the caribou leader. Later it was proposed to join forces with Suring to round up the caribou herd together. It's just that the reindeer leader of that time has mysteriously disappeared. But what was not expected was that the reindeer leader, who had disappeared for months, reappeared. At this moment, Little Ash and her cousin also brought the cave's remaining wolf clan and quickly darted over. In the absence of the Wolf King and the Alpha Wolf, as bee-wolves, they were naturally qualified to calm down the unrest in the pack's territory. But when they arrived and looked at the size of this huge reindeer, a pair of wolf eyes also had an incomparable look of shock flashing through them. This is a reindeer? A reindeer this big? Especially the huge antlers, which were longer than the tusks of a walrus. In their inertia, Ash and his cousin had long since forgotten that their own boss and the young lone wolf, and even their wolf parents and themselves, were beyond the peak of the Arctic wolf's size. They just felt the size of the reindeer. It was just too big. The reindeer leader, who stood on top of the snowy slope, also stood behind him with hundreds of reindeer being confronted by the wolves. Young, with the presence of a powerful deer king, the many reindeer that could only tremble in the territory of the wolves in the past were actually the first to let out an imposing call this time. As that large and small group of reindeer merged into the group, the aura of the group behind the reindeer king was immediately raised to a higher level. Young, the deer were honking again. Under the compulsion of this deer sound, the numerous wolf clans also began to howl in succession, wanting to raise the aura of the wolf pack. For a while, crisp deer calls and loud wolf howls rose and fell in the area. Chapter 140, Wolves Rounding Up Bloodthirsty Deer. In the frigid Arctic, the deer king rose with a strong aura, looking disdainfully at the group of wolves. It's just that as more and more wolves converge, the wolves are getting bolder and bolder. Many of the wolves also got rid of the heavy pressure brought by the deer king, and began to howl step by step as they forced their way towards the deer. In their eyes, caribou have never been above the wolves' recipes, and are nothing more than rations for the wolves. Nowadays, if it wasn't for this huge reindeer king, probably the whole wolf pack would have already swarmed up and killed this group of reindeer that dared to resist until they were bloodied. What followed was a tense standoff between the Shaobai also led more than 10 bear clans to this place. The oppressive and shocking force of more than a dozen bear clans appearing in unison was very strong. This caused the deer king standing on top of the snowy slope to finally bring out a touch of gravity in his black and white eyes. Although it had obtained some strange encounters and its strength had been drastically improved, it had not yet managed to ignore such a wolf pack. This wolf pack was beyond its imagination, and it even had bear clan helpers, 200 to 300 converging wolves, and a dozen were so bears. Such strength can be said to traverse the entire Arctic. Even the deer king felt a hint of pressure in the face of such a luxurious and majestic lineup. It was just fortunate that the one female and one male at the head of this group of wolves were not too strong. Oftentimes, the wolf in charge is responsible for not only directing the battle, but for literally hammering away at it. Since the wolf clan in the lead was not strong, it was not a threat to it at all. This caused the deer king to chirp and charge out with abandon, leading the many reindeer under his command. Young, the loud sound of a deer exploding again. Deer herd in a flash wildly run up. Hundreds of reindeer in the icy sky and snow wildly run. The snow and ice stamped scattered splash, and the 200 to 300 wolves that had converged were scattered in all directions. Cousin, gray and white, split left, right and back, chasing the deer in 3 directions. The wolves' cooperation in hunting has long been ingrained in them. For hunting such large caribou herds, the wolves never play hardball, consuming, raiding, holding, dividing the battlefield, and so on. The wolves' tactics on the hunting grounds had evolved over countless years and had long since become very mature. For a time, the deer and wolves ran up against each other in this morose area. The wolves attacked and raided from time to time, trying to force a few of the old and sick among the deer as a hold on the herd. But they failed. This group of reindeer followed the deer king and surprisingly abandoned their previous timidity and cowardice. A pair of black and white deer eyes were as brave as a musk ox. If this time of year, the view from the sky would definitely show a visual spectacle of chasing and hunting. Hundreds of wolves and hundreds of reindeer were running wild right across this snow-covered landscape. The long whistles of the wolves and the deer's deer calls intertwined and collided with each other, in which Ash searched for half a day and finally found the right moment. It looked at a doe that was on the outer edge, with only a level 6 attribute doe, and darted away. The doe is the mainstay of the herd's fertility, and it is generally best to use does and fawns as a deer draw. And this level 6 attribute doe was unbeatable compared to Little Gray, who was already on the verge of reaching the peak of level 7. That said, the best app for reading aloud and listening to books at the moment, Wild Fruit Reading, Yegwa Jade EDU install the latest version. Had Ash's sharp wolf claws popped out of his fur. Fully, it appears to glow in the soft sunlight. Pawing, darting, it ruthlessly struck the neck of this female wolf with a claw, directly knocking the doe into a tumbling, backwards flight, and Ash was kicked out of the herd with a vicious flying kick from several of the surrounding reindeer. The tumbling doe, however, instantly disrupted the herd's charging formation, especially on the doe's neck. The blood splattered recklessly, causing the wolves to bring out bloodthirsty excitement in one pair of wolf eyes. Seeing blood, or delicious reindeer blood, this caused the wolf's howl to resound wildly once again. Ow! Ow! The excitement of the smell of blood drove the wolves completely mad. One by one, the powerful male wolves began to fight their way forward, pouncing on the stags at the edge of the herd. The male wolves in the current wolf pack had not yet finished digesting the divided fey flesh and blood, but their strength had all gained a considerable amount of progress. Most of the adult male wolves had reached peak level 5 strength, and even some with good growth potential had broken through to level 6. Such strength is no longer inferior to some caribou. The wolves charged with such strength that the caribou herd's defenses collapsed. Rip! The sound of blood and flesh being torn apart. The swarming of countless wolves caused the deer herd, which had just gathered its momentum, to become flustered once again. Outside, adult caribou were being pounced on head to head by the wolves, no matter how raging the momentum was before the Great War. But the reindeer have been accustomed to eating grass, have never experienced a bloody battle, once encountered a real bloody fight will be in disarray. And the wolves? Born pack hunters, the smell of blood not only doesn't make them panic, but stimulates them to become more and more frantic. Young, the Deer King was also instantly enraged when he saw this scene. It began to show its full strength. The massive body swings back to help relieve the deer. The speed of the Reindeer King was extremely fast, 50 to 60 meters per second, making it impossible for ordinary wolves to react. Just as a level 6 male wolf, who had just pounced on a caribou, was about to directly lock his throat and bite the caribou to death, the Reindeer King was like a brown lightning bolt, the body that was meters huge, coming in an instant. Pieing. As a Fey Reindeer King, his limbs were too flexible than ordinary reindeer. With a direct flying kick, the large deer hoof kicked the flank of this level 6 male wolf. The powerful flying kick kicked the male wolf out 20 or so meters, and all the wolf clans he encountered along the way were knocked to pieces by the tremendous impact as well. Young. Along with this powerful flying kick, the Reindeer King also let out another wild chirp. A loud deer call caused the panicked herd to begin to gradually calm down. The many reindeer looked at the wolf clan that had been kicked to life and death by the Deer King and regained some confidence. On top of that, with the Reindeer King honking, the Reindeer King's body also emitted a black fluorescent light, which spread quickly and directly enveloped the huge deer herd. The fluorescent light did not surge into the Reindeer King's body, but instead spread out and surged into the bodies of these reindeer. This fluorescent light also made the hundreds of reindeer, a pair of black and white deer eyes, become dark in an instant. The look of panic that was still somewhat there completely disappeared, and even brought out a hint of bloodthirsty brutality and courageous bravery. Even the antlers on top of his head became sharper and more pointed. The entire deer herd's aura rose fiercely by several chips. The wolves also sensed the deer's growing strength. Only that with their intelligence they couldn't understand why the deer had suddenly grown stronger. There were even a few wolves who were eager to take credit for their work and took the lead, wanting to give it a try. But just as he came near the caribou herd, he was kicked straight back by a flying kick from an outlying stag. There were also two wolves that were actually torn apart directly by the reindeer's sharp antlers in a bloody manner. And the caribou, which was a grass eater, smelled the blood, and actually flung the wolf carcasses from their antlers, and bloodthirsty joy came out of those dark and incomparable eyes, and they began to partake of the wolf's meat. This scene caused the entire wolf pack to give a lurch. Even Little White and Little Gray, who were Fey with high intelligence, were a bit shocked. What exactly did that Deer King do? And what is that black light? Why did the reindeer, who had just faced the wolves in a panic, turn into this bloodthirsty appearance in such a moment? Only no one would answer the question in their hearts. Young. After quickly dividing the blood and flesh of the two wolves, the Deer King once again chirped. The entire deer herd also rioted in an instant and began to actively charge towards the wolves. The Deer King's black and white eyes also brought out a touch of ruthlessness. Originally it just wanted to take its race and head north, for it was there that one had a strange encounter. It's cold there, but there's a lot of moss, too. Those mosses are more energizing and nutritious, better for the deer to grow. But this pack of wolves was truly ungrateful and wanted to round up themselves? In that case, don't blame yourself for leaving them with a bloody lesson. Who says herbivores deserve to be used as a blood meal? Who says herbivores fight back and are always weak? The Reindeer King brought out an incomparably ferocious look in his eyes as he led the herd to begin a great counterattack. A pair of sharp antlers glinted with an eerie cold glow under the soft gaze. Pust. With a single charge, the huge antlers pierced through a wolf clan that could barely reach level 5. With a fierce toss of his head, the body of this wolf clan was split in pieces. Blood splattered up uncontrollably, and the Reindeer King was again directly biting a pouncing wolf clan. Those thick teeth directly biting this wolf clan's back crestbone into smithereens. A deer leg then stepped on the body of the wolf clan, while that large bloody mouth was a mouthful that gnawed the head of this wolf clan alive. Who says herbivores can't eat meat? Blood splattered indiscriminately on the Reindeer King's body, soaking its dark brown fur. Young. The reindeer herd at this time was also once again frantically charging up against the wolves, and the wolves, under great pressure, began to shift their strategy, adopting the laddering tactics only used in wars of attrition. It's no longer swarming. Waves of wolves assaulted and held the deer in check, hoping to wear down their current wild charge. Shabai also led more than a dozen Bear Clan members to join the battle. The strength of the Bear Clan was incomparably strong, especially the Bear Clan who had swallowed the blood and flesh of the Fae. Their strength had all gone up a level as well. The bear's paw was also swung around, and a reindeer was severely injured. However, after being enveloped by the strange black light, the reindeer, as if fearless of death, were knocked down and then quickly climbed up, continuing to charge and fight. For a moment, the battlefield was bloody. The sounds of deer, wolves howling, bears roaring, and blood splattering were intertwined over the chilly area. The battle was stalemated for a full hour or so, and the strong odor of blood filled every corner of the area. Each of the wolves brought out more or less injuries on their bodies, and even all of them directly decimated more than 30 caribou, but the rest were still charging in desperate defiance. Young, with another loud deer call, the entire reindeer herd finally broke out of the wolves' encirclement. On those sharp horns of the giant reindeer king, another wolf clan was torn apart. During this period of time, Little Gray, Cousin, Little White, and several bear clans also fought with the reindeer king in blood for a long time. It's just that this reindeer king is too strong. Even though several bear clans with thick blood and high defense were cut out by the reindeer king's sharp horns with several deep blood marks, that huge blood value drained away at least half of it in this battle. Even a polar bear was killed in battle, its massive head blown off by the reindeer king's hooves. Now looking at the reindeer king that rushed out, they also looked at each other once again before charging forward again stiffly, trying to block the reindeer king. It's just that it's all in vain. Pieing. The tall-sized reindeer king was like a behemoth to Ash and his cousin. Two direct flying kicks sent them flying out 20 to 30 meters away. Ash and his cousin were as devastated as ever. Little Gray was a little better. Being a fae with strong vitality, even with such a heavy wound, his internal organs were about to be shattered, and yet, he still stood up tenaciously. It was only the cousin's wolf body that convulsed violently on the icy ground, and blood gushed out of his cousin's mouth in great gulps. The remaining Xiaobai and several bear clan members were also dispersed by the reindeer king in one rush. Even another bear clan was torn apart by the reindeer king. Blood flew into the air. The reindeer king is too strong. He didn't linger too long after leading the deer charge out of the. Just after stomping on one or two wolves that dared to get in the way again along the way, he led the deer away from this place that smelled so much like blood. For the reindeer king knew that the time for his gift was about to expire. Once the deer are without their talent bonus, then they will still be weak and fall into the wolves' circle once again. So it's important to get out of here before it's too late. Rush north. There was an abundance of moss there, and when the herd had grown in strength, it was perfectly capable of bringing the deer back here to avenge this roundup. But what the reindeer king doesn't realize is that the so-called leader wolf clan in its eyes was actually not a wolf king, but just a bee-wolf in the pack. If the real wolf king were here, I'm afraid it would be a luxury for it to even try to walk, not to mention the deer, and any of the wolves present at this time, looking at the deer that had broken out of the encirclement. In addition to the indignation in a pair of wolf eyes, they were all incredibly nostalgic for the wolf king and the head wolf, for no wolf king or head wolf, where either was present, would have indulged this reindeer king in such ferocity. The wolves' encirclement was broken up, and even though they had decimated more than 30 caribou, the wolves had floated out at a terrible price. It all stemmed from the fact that they themselves were too weak, and none of the wolves were even close to being able to act as a major hold on this reindeer king. Otherwise, this bloody battle between the deer and the wolves would never have ended like this. This is the first major defeat they have suffered in this area since they came together. Ow, ow, ow. Under this great defeat, countless wolves looked at the backs of the deer packs that had gradually gone away, and all of them howled long and pallidly, giving vent to their hearts' depressed anger. They're not happy about it. Hundreds of reindeer. How long is that a wolf pack's ration? In particular, they were also seriously injured and killed in battle by 20 or 30 of their companions, which is a blood feud. Their large wolf pack was routed and surrounded by a pack of herbivores, defeated by prey that previously could only tremble under the lustful gaze of the wolves. This made every wolf clan feel incomparably humiliated, and Ash looked at his cousin, who had been spitting blood on the icy ground, and wailed directly in panic. Tears were coming out of one pair of wolf eyes. Little Gray by the fierce impact is not weaker than cousin. 5 viscera and 6 bowels were cracked. Wisps of blood is also flowing from the corner of the mouth of the Little Gray. It's just the fae's tenacity that's still holding it together. However, with such a serious injury, it would also require at least about half a year of rest and recuperation to recover from it if one relied on nourishment alone. However, at this time, Little Ash didn't care about his own injuries and just looked at his cousin with concern. In Ash's mind, besides his own boss being the most important, it's the wolf parents and cousins. It hated that it didn't have the same battle power as Little Lone Wolf and couldn't kill that reindeer king, and it also hated that it couldn't save its cousin. A single tear slipped from the wolf's fur, and the pale, sad wolf howl resounded again, summoning the wolf king. Boss, where are you? Cousin is dying. Ugh, cousin actually misses you. Come see her. Chapter 141, Killing Intent. Ash's pale wolf howl resounded over the frigid Arctic. As for Little White, it was still barely able to support itself due to its huge chi and blood values, and looking at the heavily injured Little Gray and his cousin, it had a bad taste in its heart. It felt it was still too weak. Not to mention having the strength of a wolf king, it only needed to grow to the adult stage to help the pack as a main hold and that reindeer king a fight. And at this time, Su Lin and the Little Lone Wolf, who were still more than 200 miles away, looked at the 6 more fruits that were given out by the heteroflower black fruit rock Gaolan. Since a win-win situation had been reached, the wolves naturally had an obligation to shelter the safety of the black fruit rock Golan. For the location of the black fruit rock Golan, after asking, the black fruit rock Golan agreed to be transplanted to the vicinity of the cave where Su Lin was. Black fruit rock Golan could also sense the toughness of the majestic white wolf in front of him, a toughness that neither the Fey Lynx nor the little lone wolf could match. With the shelter of the white wolf, Black Fruit Rock Gaolan felt that there would be absolutely no problem with his safety. As for the fruits of pure energy, it is easier to get pure energy for exotic flowers. One can rely on the roots and branches to absorb the mysterious energy released after that natural disaster. It's just that this energy is currently getting weaker and weaker between heaven and earth, and it's feared that it will be absorbed in a few more months' time. By then, whether it was a strange flower or a giant beast, evolution would become slow again. At this time, Su Lin signaled Little Lone Wolf to transplant the Black Fruit Rock Golan. Even if it's a foreign flower, transplanting it once can be very traumatic. But for the sake of long-lasting security down the road, there was little resistance from Golan of the Black Fruit Rock. Instead, it gave off a black and purple luminescence that aided the Little Lone Wolf in helping himself to the transplant. The Little Lone Wolf's sharp claws directly smashed the stone wall open. Nowadays, Little Lone Wolf's attack power could also be described as opening up monuments and cracking rocks. Normal steel could be pierced through with its force and the sharpness of its wolf claws. This barbaric transplanting maneuver is surely a dead end for ordinary plants. Fortunately, the heterofloral black fruit rock Gaolan has a tantalizing fluorescent light guarding it, and there is no major harm. It was only afterward that the little lone wolf's movements became cautiously open amidst Su Lin's low howl of reminder. Surin's kindness caused the black fruit rock Golan to shake its branches in appreciation. It took a few moments for the young lone wolf to gently pull the black-fruited rock Goran out of its slit. A lot of pure energy diffused out of it. Under the intentional traction of the black fruit rock Gaolan, this pure energy surged toward Su Lin, the little lone wolf, and the wolf sister and gray and white coyote who had also come here respectively. Little lone wolf, wolf sister, and the gray and white coyote were all greedily absorbing this pure energy. But when it arrived at Su Lin's place, the strong devouring power burst out fiercely just as this energy touched his wolf body. Not only did it quickly devour this pure energy, but even the pure energy on the black fruit rock Golan, the source of the energy, was plundered by the power of devouring as if it were a bandit. This caused the heterocarpus black fruit rock Golan to frantically shake its branches. Its body's black and purple fluorescent light was loud and clear, but it simply couldn't fight against this strong devouring force. It was important to know that this strong devouring power could even dissolve the tentacles of the great king squid, let alone a foreign flower that was only a mere level 13. Under the power of devouring, black fruit rock Golan felt the threat of death. It hastily shook its branches to bring out a rustling sound, as if it was begging for mercy toward Su Lin, and Su Lin was also aware of his own devouring power. This caused him to have to wolf his body and quickly distance himself from the heteroclitus black fruit rock Golan. It was only after leaving the source of pure energy that this powerful devouring force gradually dissipated. But in just a short moment, Su Lin had plundered at least half of the pure energy of the heteroclitic flower black fruit rock Gaolan. Ding! The host eats the heterofloral black-fruited rock Goran and gains 7,500 points of evolutionary value. Ding! The host eats the heterofloral black-fruited rock Goran and gains 7,000 points of evolutionary value. Ding! The host eats the heterofloral black-fruited rock Gorgonian and gains 6,500 points of evolutionary value. After the devouring power disappeared from Su Lin's body, several tantalizingly gray message prompts popped up directly in front of his eyes. Sure enough, the pure energy that had just been devoured didn't count as one time. In one breath, he directly gained more than 20,000 evolution points. This huge evolution value was even more than what the Ice Mountain Lotus of Heteroflower gave. It can be seen that the genetic level of the Heterocarpus Blackfruit Rock Golan should be even higher than that of the Heterocarpus Iceberg Lotus. Currently, Su Lin was about to break through to level 15. Now with every promotion, the increase in strength gained was incomparably huge. On top of that, there is the acquisition of additional attribute values. Therefore, Su Lin's battle power was such that killing a same level Fey was like a pig or dog. Even if he was killing a 20 or so level Fey was easy. As for those truly strong Fey above level 30, Su Lin hadn't encountered any except for the Fey Great King Squid and those two giant iceberg lotus plants. It is thought that there should be a battle as well. Those that evolved into Fey only after the great change of heaven and earth had their normal levels around 10 or so. The ones that evolved into Fey before the great change of heaven and earth were only about 20 levels or so. Unless one encountered some heaven-defying encounters, they would break through this limit. As for Little Lone Wolf, Little Gray and Wolf Girl, the reason they were too low in rank was simply because they were cubs and it took time for them to grow up. Other than that, it had only swallowed some Fey flesh and blood. and had never gained any truly pure energy. Otherwise, like the little lone wolf, but whenever he fed on a few exotic flower fruits, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Next, Su Lin waited for the devouring power to disappear before he once again came near the heteroclide blackfruit rock golem. It was just that this time, the heterocarpus blackfruit rock golem was obviously very afraid of Su Lin, and its branches were all trembling slightly. But he didn't have any malicious intent, and that devouring force just now Su Lin didn't want to. After all, the gap between being able to obtain the fruits of the foreign flowers from time to time in the future, and directly devouring them completely in one breath nowadays, was something that Su Lin still understood. A full meal and a full meal. Even a common wolf knows how to choose. The wolf sister and gray and white coyote, who had absorbed a lot of the pure energy of the heteroflower blackfruit rock goron, had also gained a considerable amount of strength. They had just broken through to level 5, once again coming to the peak of level 5, and with all that pure energy still supporting their rapid growth in the coming days. As for the little lone wolf, due to its already high level, those Su diffused pure energies only slightly increased its strength by a hair. On the way to relocate, the heterocarpus blackfruit rock gull was back. Su Lin also had little lone wolf ask about some of the environments that the blackfruit rock gull was needed to survive in. As for the blackfruit rock gowlan, seeing that the white wolf did not directly exterminate it, he also put down his heart. After all, that devouring power just now, it could feel it was too terrifying. One simply could not fight it or resist it. Even his own consciousness, which had been born with great difficulty, seemed to be swallowed up. It was a good thing that this white wolf instantly moved away from himself, otherwise I'm afraid that it would have literally gone up in smoke in another second or two. It wiggled its branches slightly, conveying that its environment just needed to be safe and pioneering. A closed environment is not conducive to its growth. Su Lin, who had gotten this news, gave up his intention of letting the heteroflora blackfruit rock golem and those few iceberg lotus seeds be his companions. At this moment, Su Lin, with the little lone wolf, wolf sister and gray and white coyote, folded back into the cave while also pondering the location of the blackfruit rock golem's relocation. After all, this was the only xenoflower in the wolf pack that was in its mature stage, so it still needed some attention. With the fruit it provided, not only could he himself obtain a large amount of evolutionary value, even the strength of the wolves could be mentioned to increase rapidly. In the midst of his thoughts, it didn't take long for Su Lin to arrive at Wolf Dad's territory. He was just about to go and ask what was going on with the caribou herd on Papa Wolf's territory when Su Lin's extremely sharp hearing then heard the long whine of Little Gray and the wolves 20 to 30 kilometers away. This long whistling sound was pale and sad, like the howl of the large wolf pack when he himself had killed through that large wolf pack under the snowy night. A wailing sound? Is something wrong? There was some doubt in Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes. It was reasonable to say that the present-day wolf pack territory was the safest. With hundreds of wolf clans and a dozen or so bear clans, most of the hunters within the territorial boundaries were united. Even if there were Fae that had just invaded the territory, they would have to consider whether they had the strength to face a wolf pack of this size. Still, the wailing of this wolf pack caused some killing aura to rise on Su Lin's massive wolf body. At this time, the murderous aura rising from Su Lin's body made the heteroflower blackfruit rock gowlan. Even the rustling sound did not dare to issue. It also made Wolfie and the gray and white coyote feel a little breathless. As for the little lone wolf, due to his ferocious and murderous nature, he was still within the range of acceptance for the fact that his own boss didn't have a murderous aura directed at him, only it also instantly understood what must have happened. Otherwise the boss wouldn't have risen up with a murderous aura for no reason. Surin decided to take the lead and go back to see what was going on. With a low howl, he signaled for the young lone wolf to return to the cave with Fae Flower, Wolf Girl, and the gray and white coyote. Then that speed of up to 234 meters per second was fully unleashed. Whoosh! The sound of friction with the air exploded menacingly. With a speed like wind and electricity, he disappeared from the view of the wolves almost instantly. This speed made the little lone wolf, who had already advanced to a 12th level Fae, still feel shocked beyond words. The higher its strength, the more it could realize what such speed of its own boss really meant. This meant that all the hunters in the entire Arctic might not even be able to react in the face of their own boss's attack, so fast that it made it almost a luxury for opponents and prey to even run away. More than 200 meters per second meant that Su Lin's peak speed had reached the point where a minute was a dozen kilometers. The distance between Papa Wolf's territory and the vicinity of Surin's cave was only 20 to 30 kilometers. At this distance, under full speed, Su Lin only used less than even 2 minutes. Following the sound of wolves howling and the thick smell of blood, like wind and electricity, he appeared directly in the center of the wolves. Wow! Su Lin's huge wolf body stopped, bringing up countless splashes of ice and snow. This ice and snow splattered extremely high, roiling in the air. As far as the flying ice and snow were concerned, after Su Lin's pair of golden brown wolf eyes swept round, Hera saw her cousin who was lying on the icy ground and was spilling blood out in large gulps. The color in her cousin's pair of blue wolf eyes had darkened, and her entire wolf body was twitching every now and then. It means she's dying. Cousin's loyalty to Su Lin was Mother Nature. Surin also valued his loyal cousin. Pile on your cousin, even if you waste a lot of fey flesh and blood. But now he was injured to such an extent. This caused the killing intent that was already rising in Su Lin's body to rise to the extreme just in this instant. Ow! An earth-shattering wolf whistle sounded like a thunderbolt exploding in the Arctic ice plain. This caused all the wolf clans to look over, and they were surprised to see the invincible Wolf King who was a full 7 or 8 meters in size. The terrifying killing intent that rose recklessly from the Wolf King's body made every wolf tribe just feel like they were going to be torn apart by this killing intent. They didn't dare to make the slightest outburst, and even their breathing was stagnant. At this moment, Su Lin took a step towards his cousin, and under the sunlight, the being shadow of that wolf body was stretched very long. Perhaps it was the sound of the wolf howling just now that caused another glint to rise in her cousin's eyes. She saw Solian approaching and was about to struggle to her feet and give Solian a low howling report of what had just happened. But the otherwise athletic wolf body was simply a luxury to even stand up. The limbs only slightly scratched the ground, but soft and feeble. Even the ice and snow on the ground failed to scratch out traces. After Su Lin came over, he looked at his cousin who was seriously injured, and originally wanted to find Ash to be angry with. But the keenest of senses could also sense that Ash was also seriously injured. At this time only Little Grey dared to approach Su Lin who was in a state of rage, and when it saw its own boss appearing, it instantly howled sadly and lowly for its boss to save its cousin. Ash didn't get a chance to say just how grueling a battle had taken place here. Su Lin didn't ask, just silently came to his cousin's front. Cousin was going to howl low and say something to him, but Su Lin stopped her and cousin never obeyed his orders. Su Lin knew that his cousin had suffered a very serious injury, but fortunately, there was still the Ice Mountain Lotus in the cave. The life essence of one of the petals of the Ice Mountain Lotus was enough to heal both her and Little Grey. The two of them are not meritorious though and should not share the Iceberg Lotus. But after all, from the very beginning, the wolf clan that had followed him since his own rebirth, Su Lin silently gripped his cousin's neck, then took a step back into the cave. When the many wolf clans saw the Wolf King under the killing intent, they also silently began to clean up the battlefield. Some of these wolves, on the other hand, in their pathos, also left with the bodies of their close companions in their mouths. And on the way back to the cave, Ash, by means of intermittent low howls, also, the selfsame boss was informed of what exactly had happened in the Wolfpack territory in the short time he had been gone. When he heard Little Ash's report, Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes remained calm. It was just that underneath this calmness, there was an endless amount of chilling killing intent suppressed. An attack by a herd of reindeer? Nor had Su Lin ever imagined that a group of cowardly herbivores would one day rebel against the wolves under the leadership of a caribou leader. In fact, apart from practicing the law of the strongest, the wolf clan still attached great importance to their fellow wolves. In the face of the caribou pack's attack, the wolves were seriously injured and killed by more than 20 wolves. So this was a blood debt. In the cruelty of nature, blood debts are never paid in blood. Escaped to the north? Su Lin stopped slightly and glanced sideways at the even more morose north. A pair of golden brown eyes were as cold as an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. But he knew the pack was new, and all the wolves were waiting for a reaction from the Wolf King in the face of the caribou pack's rebellion, especially under the grief and anger of unwillingness. Hundreds of wolves had not even uttered a single howl though, but they all looked out at the Wolf King from afar, and at his command, they could follow him for hundreds of miles and kill that caribou herd until they were extinct. Chapter 142, Wolf Pack Development. Surin returned with the wolves. The wolves who cleaned up the battlefield also took the 30 or so caribou carcasses and dragged them back to the cave. The battle looked like the wolves decimated quite a few caribou as well. But as a hunter, hunting caribou, which is on the recipe, is not supposed to be attritional. But it was also mainly because the Deer King was just too strong that caused the deer to break out of the wolf circle. The wolves were slightly demoralized at this point. Luckily, with the return of the Wolf King, the pack had a backbone. Oftentimes to survive in the icy Arctic ice fields, the wolves hugged each other to keep each other warm. And a strong Wolf King makes the wolves under his command feel more secure and makes the pack more cohesive. It's not going to fall apart with one or two failures. At this moment, Su Lin looked at the wolves under his command. A wolf pack of this size was definitely at the top of the food chain in the frigid Arctic. To be able to break through a siege consisting of more than 300 wolves and more than 10 bears, it could be said that Reindeer King did have a strength that could not be underestimated. It should be an existence that evolved into a Fey species before the great change in heaven and earth. Coupled with Ash's description, it was a full meter in size. which meant it would weigh at least several tons. Once the hunt was successful, the rich fey flesh and blood would also be enough to provide Su Lin with a considerable amount of evolutionary value. And even the wolves would be able to follow suit and share a lot of it. So for that reindeer king and that herd that escaped to the north, it's an absolute must chop. Only currently, Su Lin still had to cure his cousin first. As a fey, Little Grey was tenacious in its vitality, and this injury would not kill it. But cousins are different. Upon returning to the cave, cousin's eyes were on the verge of losing their sparkle. This caused Su Lin to leap and take down an iceberg lotus petal from the stone wall high up in the cave. Then with his fangs, he crushed the iceberg lotus petals and put a large portion into his cousin's wolf's mouth, while signaling for Ash to devour the rest. This Ice Mountain Lotus was an Ice Mountain Lotus from the mysterious Ice Palace, with a full 20 levels of attributes, so the amount of pure energy and life essence contained in it is huge. This Ice Mountain Lotus fragment just reached her cousin's mouth and turned into a glistening white light that surged towards her limbs and bones. Cousin's bones and internal organs, which had been shattered by the strong force, were also gradually recovering under this white light. This white light was still nourishing her cousin's wolf body again, strengthening her. The pure energy contained in the iceberg lotus petal was something that was far beyond fey flesh and blood. Originally, cousin was already vaguely on the verge of evolving into a fey after swallowing hundreds of pounds of fey blood and flesh. Now under the nourishment of this pure energy, cousin instantly evolved towards the fey. Buzz. Pure energy nourishes the fey that it becomes, far from the pain caused by the fey serum. That's why cousin's evolution into a fey wasn't as miserable as Wolf Dad's. With a buzzing sound, the wolf's body shook gently. Under the nourishment of this glistening white light, cousin then began a subtle enhancement. Heterozygotes are elevated on a genetic level. After evolving into a fey, not only will your strength increase dramatically, but all aspects of your abilities will increase dramatically. IQ, vitality, resistance to blows, sharpness of claws and fangs, limb dexterity, and more. So a fey species of the same rank, killing a normal species of the same rank, doesn't take much effort at all. After watching his cousin's life breath gradually stabilize, Su Lin didn't look anymore. This wave of cousins has been blessed by this iceberg lotus fragment. It was thought that not only could it evolve into a fey species, but it would be followed by a period of rapid development. As for the Little Grey on the side, after swallowing the other small half of the Ice Mountain Lotus fragment, the injuries on his body were recovering rapidly and his strength was also growing. The breath on Ash's body quickly broke through to level 8 and was still growing. For the growth above the strength of his cousin and little Ash, Su Lin also nodded. They've both been following them for the longest time. The loyalty aspect naturally didn't need to be said, and the strength boosting up would also be of no small help to him. As for the remaining piece of iceberg lotus petal and 12 fruits of the black fruit rock golem, Su Lin planned to devour a few fruits of the black fruit rock golem himself. The rest were used as rewards for the wolves. Soon enough, Little Lone Wolf returned with Wolf Sister and the gray and white coyote as well. Su Lin signaled Little Lone Wolf to plant the heterocarpus blackfruit rock golem at the back of the cave. It was quiet and empty, the kind of environment the heteroplytic black-figured rock goron demanded for its survival. Next, Su Lin, on the other hand, began to think about that reindeer king. Migrate to the north? This caused him to frown slightly. The north is by definition much more morose and cold, much of it an ice sheet, where scrub grasses and mossy foods are more expensive, and the amount of food that hundreds of reindeer need to consume is absolutely massive. This caused Su Lin to quickly think of a possibility before a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The north definitely had some kind of food rich in pure energy. Otherwise the deer king wouldn't have migrated to the north with his reindeer herd. This made Su Lin's decision to take the wolves on an expedition to the north even stronger. The area was pretty much cleared of hunters. Anyway, leaving 30 to 50 wolves to patrol the territory was enough. The rest of the wolves ran straight into the distance, not only for revenge, but also to see what was in the north. Not to mention any great encounters, even if it was to harvest one or two more exotic flowers, that would be at least tens of thousands of evolutionary value. Even the wolves can follow suit and gain a lot of benefits. With this thought, Su Lin also stood up and began to scan over the wolves. With a low howl, he signaled the wolves to drag out 10 caribou meat to feed on. In today's battle, although the wolves had suffered a considerable loss, it at least represented that the converged wolves already had initial cohesion and battle power. It won't fall apart when it meets a strong enemy, so these 10 or so caribou are kind of a bonus meal for the wolves today. Ow, ow, ow. After Su Lin signaled the wolves to start eating, at once, the 200 to 300 wolf clans all responded with long whistles. The joy of the extra meal addition also washed away some of the wolves' low vibes. Food is the most important thing to the wolves. Besides their lives, food is also essential if you want to survive. At the newly acquired food, the many wolves began to scramble up. There was no shortage of fierce bites and fights, But competition for food within the pack had long since become the norm. The strongest are honored. Strong wolves, naturally, enjoy more food. For that matter, Su Lin didn't think about changing. After all, for the wolves, what was wanted was never anything more than superficial humility. Be wild. It's ferocity. For in the cruelty of nature, only a fierce enough hunter can survive better. But the tearing and fighting of the wolves, with the watchful eye of the Wolf King, wasn't too much to ask. After the winner was decided, many of the stronger wolves began to prioritize their food. For these winning wolf clans, Su Lin also focused on them. One of the wolves was found to be the most majestic and conspicuous in size. With regards to this wolf race, Su Lin had some impressions. It was a stray lone wolf that had defected when the pack first expanded. This wolf clan was also the first peak level 6 Arctic wolf to defect to the pack's banner. It could be said that any wolf race that could grow up to peak level 6 strength in an ordinary species had a decent growth potential. And this wolf clan, after devouring the fey blood and flesh that was distributed, had been promoted to level 7. The aura of the body also had the aura of evolution towards the fey. It was evident that when the energy of the fey flesh and blood in his body was completely digested, he would also officially evolve into a fey. This caused Solian to nod. It had to be said that after this large-scale distribution of fey flesh and blood, the overall strength of the wolf pack had still received a sudden boost. He planned to wait for the wolves' strength and Little Ash and Cousin's enhancement this time to be thoroughly consolidated. And then he would lead the wolves on an expedition to the north. Hundreds of wolves and more than 10 bears. This was definitely a vast and powerful force in the Arctic ice plains. Since there is a strange encounter in the north, then by the way, the northern territories are also ruled. Su Lin had a mindset different from that of humans, and knew how to plant and station wolves on top of his territory, and wouldn't gather wolves together in a swarm, so that this would make the wolves could rule over a larger area. In the midst of such thoughts, Su Lin also looked up at the north, and there was also ambition and killing intent boiling in his pair of wolf eyes. And this time, what Su Lin didn't know was that a small musk ox with a broken leg within the territory of the wolves was viciously devouring the moss and scrub grass on the ground. It devoured tirelessly, already nibbling away at the nearby moss and scrub grass. 3 full days and nights of sleepless feeding left the musk ox herd feeling a little spooked. Even the little musk ox's mother wanted to come up and comfort her child. Su Lin didn't have much of an impression of this little musk ox, even after seeing this scene, but if the young lone wolf had come along, he would have instantly recognized that this was the same young musk ox that he had cruelly pulled from the musk ox herd when he had followed the wolves on their first hunt. It was with this little musk ox that the musk ox herd was disrupted in the first place. The musk ox herd has now long since dueled for a new musk ox leader, who naturally occupies the females in the musk ox herd. It's currently rutting season, and the musk ox leaders are on a mating spree, ready to produce their own offspring. The mother of the young musk ox was naturally among them. The young musk ox tried to defend his mother, but just a few days ago was given a hard time by the musk ox leader. After that, the young musk ox went on a feeding frenzy. The mother had thought the young musk ox was irritated and wanted to come and comfort him. Moo! The low howl of a musk ox sounded, and the mother rubbed her cow's head against the neck of the young musk ox. But soon, she was taken aback when she saw the blood-red cow eyes of the little musk ox. On top of that, she could also feel the little musk ox's size skyrocket just in these few short days. It is currently no less than its own size. The aura of victory on her body even made her feel a burst of heart season. It was at this time that the little musk ox finally stopped eating, and it gave a long roar to the sky. Moo! The cow's roar echoed in the frigid Arctic. The horns of this little musk ox also became extremely sharp. The thick cowhide on its body became tougher, and its limbs became more flexible. Its blood-red cow eyes looked first at its mother. Then it turned around, raised its head, and looked at the strong musk ox leader of the musk ox herd. A hint of indignation and murderous intent came out of his eyes. The position of leader of the musk ox herd should have been his, as should all the female musk oxen. Moo! With an angry roar. This little musk ox then topped off with a pair of sharp horns and slammed viciously into the musk ox leader who was enjoying the female service. Chapter 143, Unprecedentedly Powerful Wolves, Request for Subscription. The young musk ox's leg, which had been chewed off, has also fully recovered. In running wildly, he brought out an unrelenting aura of bravery, and even his running speed surpassed the usual by a lot. The cow's hooves tread on the snow, and the ice and snow are splashing in all directions. Moo! This musk ox leader also hurriedly detached itself from its comfortable state, but its pair of ox eyes inevitably brought out a trace of panic. It could never have imagined that this little guy with a broken leg would dare to launch an attack on itself. And how did that leg come back? With a very low IQ. It couldn't understand it, but it still stared at its huge bull's eyes and angrily swung up its horns to start a counterattack. Pang! The two collided hard. The sharp horns of the common musk ox are not sharp. This time, in the midst of the fierce crash, the musk ox leader's sharp horns failed to make another mark. Instead, the small musk ox's pair of sharp horns directly toppled his scalp, bringing out 2 deep blood marks. Those bull horns were so sharp that it made the musk ox leader want to go crazy in pain. Moo! The frenzied bellowing of the musk ox leader rang out. But the little musk ox's attack didn't stop in the slightest. It was another hard impact, directly hitting the neck of the musk ox leader. Pust! The sound of flesh and blood being penetrated. The young musk ox had knocked the musk ox leader's neck with 2 bloody wounds as well. Generally speaking, the battle for status in a musk ox herd has come to this point. Both sides will also stop. But the little musk ox, whose mind was filled with killing intent, had no intention of stopping at all and continued to fiercely crash into the musk ox leader. Pust! The sound of blood and flesh being penetrated by sharp horns rang out from time to time. As for the rest of the members of the musk ox herd, looking at this bloody scene, a hint of panic also flooded the eyes of those pairs of oxen. A full 10 minutes of crashing. Even though the musk ox leader had already wailed miserably and admitted defeat, the little musk ox still didn't stop, until after blasting the musk ox leader's 2-meter size to the ground. It was still crashing viciously. It knocked the head, eyes, and neck of this musk ox leader to the point of a bloody molded lake. And the musk ox leader, who had only just enjoyed a few months of wonderful bovine life, perished on the ice field. Blood was flowing freely. The little musk ox, at this time, gave a long roar, declaring that it was the victor of this duel. It was just that the numerous musk oxen looked at it with terror and fear in their eyes. After all, the musk ox herd's bravery was all against their enemies, and rarely would they lay such a hard hand on their own race. The present-day little musk ox had only gradually calmed down after venting out his heart's killing intent. Looking at the scene in front of it, it was also surprised that it had actually done it. What shocked it even more was that its own broken leg had also recovered. On top of that, it could feel the powerful force surging inside of it. The power made it feel euphoric. However, it did not rejoice for too long, and menacingly thought that in this area, the wolf race was the absolute overlord. Soon the fierce and cunning wolves would be making the rounds of their own place again. It was afraid that if it had just gained great power, it would be noticed by the wolves and hunted down for food. Evolving into a fae, it didn't just become more powerful, even its IQ had increased a lot. At this time, although it had gained a considerable amount of power, the fear of being a wolf clan had long since penetrated deep inside. After all, that terrifying wolf pack, once they started hunting, they would use everything. At this time, it overcame the former musk ox leader and naturally became the new leader. But out of fear of the wolves, all it could think about was getting away. But trying to migrate toward the south was simply not possible. And the wolves made their most frequent rounds in the south in order to prevent their territorial prey from migrating back south. So the young musk oxen stared with huge cow eyes and decided to wait for the wolves to make another round before quietly migrating north with the musk ox herd. Even though it's even colder over there, there's always a chance of survival. Time passes like running water. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed in a flash. Polar night has also officially descended on the area. The darkness of night enveloped everything. The various racial groups that had planned to migrate away were forced to stay in the frigid Arctic because of the wolves that drove them away. The wolves drove these herbivorous species into several caves where they could shelter from the cold if they lived in packs. Beyond that, there was also quite a bit of scrub grass and moss on the periphery of the cave, so I guess it would hold up for a while. By then, if these herbivorous species can't hold out, they will have to be hunted for food. Still, Surin wanted these species to survive. After all, with the great change in heaven and earth, there was no telling if new prey would migrate after the polar night. These days, in addition to dispatching wolves to drive his prey into the cave, Su Lin also swallowed 2 fruits of the black fruit rock gallen once again. Ding! The host eats the heterofloral black-fruited rock gorgonian and gains 500 points of evolutionary value. Ding! The host eats the heterofloral black-fruited rock goron and gains 5,000 points of evolutionary value. He once again gained tens of thousands of evolution points. Ow! A terrifying wolf howl rang out under the polar night when everything was silent. Along with this wolf howl, Su Lin also then felt that arcane evolutionary energy descend once again. This subtle energy lasted longer and longer, and this time it lasted for more than an hour before it was completely absorbed. The strength bonus that comes with time enhancement is obvious. Su Lin's size in this evolution reached the point of 6 meters 7 or 8 not counting the wolf tail, and counting the thick wolf tail reached the point of almost 9 meters. 9 meters! Such a size is already the size of a bus car. Su Lin's shoulder height also reached an astonishing 3 meters. Counting the wolf's head, it was approaching 4 meters, which was 1 story high. Behemoth. A well-deserved behemoth. Name, Su Lin. Species, Arctic wolf. Gene level, I. Level, 15, upgrade requires 320,000 evolution points. Chi and blood, 4700. Endurance, 410. Strength, 440. Defense, 420. Speed, 630. Additional attribute points, 60. Evolution value, 3950. Talents, hunting, C rank, stealth, B rank, healing, A rank. Su Lin's strength had improved tremendously during this enhancement. Advancing from level 14 to level 15 added 60 points to each attribute value, and such a strength increase was worthy of the huge evolution value. The blood values were approaching 5,000. Such a huge blood value was comparable to even that Fey grizzly bear. Speed had always been Surin's strong point. It was also by relying on its speed that it was able to break out of the Great King Squid in the mysterious iceberg. So looking at the 60 points of extra attribute value, it was once again added to speed. This brings him right up to a speed value of 690. With a speed value of 690, it allowed him to fly at a speed infinitely close to 300 meters per second without turning on his hunting talent. 300 meters per second. Such speed is simply not something a normal species can react to. Even a Fey with extreme senses wouldn't necessarily be able to react. After opening the hunting talent, it even reached an appalling 600 meters per second. The speed was approaching Mach 2, faster than even many of the human warplanes that crisscrossed the sky. Even many gun bullets are just a few hundred meters per second. It could be said that the present-day Su Lin had reached a point of unprecedented strength. The defense of the wolf's body also became extremely amazing. A flawless white fur that can become harder than steel once it enters a defensive state. Unless some armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive rounds, etc., could break through Surin's defense. The strength value reached 440, which meant that the strength of Su Lin's right claw would soar to around 650 after being strengthened. At full strength, it will be able to explode up to 10 tons or even more of attack power. With such unrivaled attack power, not to mention ordinary hunters, even polar bears could be killed in one hit. In addition to the substantial increase in Su Lin's strength, the strength of all of these Skylark packs had also increased significantly. Relying on the energy of the iceberg lotus petal, the little lone wolf had been promoted to level 13, and his strength was already no less than the gray and white mixed colored wolf king at the time. Ash and Cousin also both broke through to level 10. One of the talents unlocked by Ash was Lurking, once cast by that purple Fey Lynx. Lurking can cause Ash's speed to skyrocket by 70%, his scent to completely disappear, and his form to blend in with his surroundings for up to 15 minutes. Whether it's escaping, or attacking and killing, it's a very good talent. The talent unlocked by Cousin is Healing, which is a healing talent similar to that of the head wolf of the Kenai Mountain Wolves in Mystic Iceberg. It's just that Cousin's healing gift can't work on groups of people that, however, the cooldown is much shorter and can be cast every 3 hours. Wolf Sister and Gray and White Coyote, on the other hand, had been elevated to the peak of level 7 during these days with the help of the pure energy from the Fey Flower Black Fruit Rock Gull on the other day, and were vaguely about to break through to level 8 Fey. This strength was considered tough among the wolves. Little White had only reached late level 6 these days by devouring Fey flesh and blood due to not being rewarded with the pure energy of the Fey flower fruit. It was considered the existence of the lowest strength among the batch of Fey. At present the wolves, with the exception of their 3 new Fey, also finally appeared after the mass distribution of downed Fey flesh and blood. One of them was a bear and 2 were wolves. This bear race, Su Lin was also familiar with it. It was clearly the grizzly bear with a meat character from back then. After feeding on 20 or so pounds of Fey flesh and blood, it evolved into a Fey. This shows the grizzly's growth potential, which is not considered demonic, but not bad. This grizzly bear reached level 13. A Fey grizzly bear of 13 is also considered very strong, with a talent for defense. Not only would the defense power double and skyrocket, even the fur and flesh would become harder than steel. This Fey grizzly bear, which Su Lin had given the codename Warm Bear, was responsible for assisting Little White in ruling the bear clan. The remaining 2 wolves, after evolving into Fey, had both evolved into level 7 Fey. Su Lin also gave them each a codename. The first peak level 6 wolf clan to join the pack was given the codename Mortal Wolf. When he only relied on his ordinary wolf physique, he dared to go to the bear clan's territory to poach food and came out alive. So it was evident that he was bold and careful. The remaining wolf clan, codenamed Stumpy Ears Wolf, because one of its ears had been bitten off in a previous tussle. After evolving into a Fey, the ears were only half newborn, and also had a ferocious nature. These 2 up-and-coming Fey wolves, while conquering the large western packs of, he also made a lot of achievements, and was promoted by Su Lin to the position of Beowulf, under the command of Little Lone Wolf. This caused both the Mortal Wolf and the Stump-Eared Wolf to howl lowly at Su Lin in agitation. After all, the position of Beowulf still carries a lot of gold in the pack. More food could be distributed, and even the Wolf King himself could reward them after making greater feats. With the 2 of them assisting him, the young lone wolf was also better able to lead the pack on its quest. Nowadays, The strength in the entire wolf pack was unprecedented. The Fae are numerous. The Fae within tens of thousands of square kilometers of territory could be said to be concentrated in Su Lin's wolf pack. If you counted the wolf parents, there would be as many as 11 Fae under Su Lin's command. 11-headed Fae. Now Su Lin felt that if the wolf pack developed for a while longer, even if that group of Kenai mountain wolves came out of the mysterious iceberg, they all had the capital to fight. The Fae Hierophant was the favorite of heaven and earth nowadays, and only by becoming a Fae Hierophant would there be infinite possibilities for future growth. Whereas Su Lin's evolutionary route was different from the Fae's, and his evolutionary route was a bit more difficult to follow. One needed to devour the genetic flesh and blood of all things in order to ascend to the top of the strongest step by step, but at the same time, it brings with it a battle power that is far beyond that of the Fae. Currently, with the exception of the Fae, the entire wolf pack strength had also seen a considerable improvement after consuming the Fae's blood and flesh. Cousin was in command of more than 130 female wolves, and half of these female wolves had broken through level 5 in terms of strength, while the rest of them were in the mid to late level 4. Those female wolves that only had level 3 attributes and those that could be considered level 4 attributes were no longer available. The young lone wolf still ruled over the majority of the male wolves, and the average normal male wolf was a level 5 when it reached adulthood. However, nowadays, the strength of this group of male wolves were all at the late or peak of level 5, and even a third of them had broken through to level 6. And Su Lin also selected a group of elite wolves from the male wolves to act as personal guards. This group of elite wolves must all be at least late in peak level 6. In total, more than 20 heads were selected and were led by Little Gray. At this time, under the polar night, below the high mountain where the cave was situated, all the wolves had fully converged. They were all wolves with their heads raised high, looking out over the cave entrance that was high up in the mountains. There were more than 300 wolves, standing silently without a single sound. This scene was probably unbelievable to whoever saw it, yet it really happened. The air in this area all seemed to be filled with a sense of solemnity before a great war. More than 10 bear clans, ranked in front of the wolves. The aura rising from the huge bear clan was very strong. Then Su Lin's huge wolf body, which was approaching 9 meters, slowly appeared at the entrance of the cave, and a pair of golden brown eyes looked at the wolves below. The many wolf clans of the wolf pack looked at the wolf king, and their eyes were filled with fervor. The wolves all had night eyes, and the darkness of the night did not obscure their vision. The little lone wolf, who was the head wolf, followed suit and stood beside Su Lin. Immediately after that, all the Fae in the wolf pack also appeared in full. Cousin, Little Gray, Wolf Sister, Gray and White Coyote, Little White, Warm Bear, Van Wolf, and Stumpy Ears, the peak lineup of the wolf pack, fully converged. And today, Su Lin intended to lead the wolf clan under his command on a long expedition hundreds of miles to the north. As for the wolf parents and their packs, they were treated as stay-behind wolves to watch over the territory. Under the polar night, Su Lin scrutinized the wolves under his command for a circle before letting out a long whistle. Ow! Along with this loud wolf howl that sounded like thunder, the entire wolf pack also boiled up in an instant. Wolf howls rose and fell echoing over the area. The aura of the entire wolf pack also reached its peak directly at this moment. All of the wolf howls were expressing one thing over and over again. Chopped up. They want to avenge that blood feud from the other day. Even if that herd fled to the more morose north, they would follow the wolf king and kill them until they were extinct. Chapter 144, The Wolves Go on a Journey. Fae Beast Ranking. Su Lin looked at the wolves that were boiling up, and first let the little lone wolf lead the wolves to move towards the north. The peak traveling speed of the wolves can reach 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, but it can be particularly physically exhausting, so there was no intention of letting them travel too fast. After all, a long campaign is not like being in a territory where you can rest when you're tired. In the icy wilderness, one needs to be at the top of their game at all times. With a low howl and an order, the young lone wolf began to lead the pack in a swarm. As for Solian, he went to see the wolf parents. They are the closest thing to themselves after being reborn as a wolf. So naturally, he was prepared to send some of the fruits of the black fruit rock golem to his wolf parents. Both of them weren't weak in terms of growth potential, and they currently had more than 20 wolves under their command, which was more than enough if they were just patrolling the territory alone. Upon arriving at the cave where Papa and Mama Wolf were, the two of them came out early and early. After all, after evolving into a Fae, his sense of smell and hearing were also much sharper. If Su Lin didn't collect his scent, they could smell their own pups from a few kilometers away. Currently, the wolf father and wolf mother's strength, by feeding on Fae flesh and blood, had made another small progress. It was just nowhere near as fast as the pure energy that came from swallowing exotic flowers and herbs. Su Lin handed the 4 black fruit rock golem fruits to Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, signaling them to swallow them themselves. The pure energy contained in these 4 fruits was enough for Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom to get a rapid boost for some time. As Fae, they could naturally smell the pure energy contained in this fruit. All of them were also very surprised and howled low in succession. They have been 100% convinced of their pups for a long time, especially when the wolf parents looked at the cubs that had grown another size and had grown into giant beasts. Their eyes were filled with relief. After Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom collected the fruits of this black fruit rock golem, Su Lin also instructed Wolf Dad to remember to have the wolves patrol the territory. If there is really any big change, go to the north and inform yourself. Papa and Mama Wolf had been ruling the pack for many years as well, and patrolling the territory and guarding it was something that they did on a regular basis, so handing them over to them was very reassuring to Su Lin. In fact, this was also due to Surin's selfishness. After all, the vast majority of the hunters in the wolves' territory had been cleared out, and there was almost nothing that could threaten the safety of the wolf parents. But being out on a quest was different. This trip Su Lin couldn't even say what level of hunters and opponents he would encounter. That reindeer king alone, who had become a fae before the great change of heaven and earth, was enough to pose a deadly threat to wolf parents. That's why they were allowed to stay out of concern for the safety of their wolf parents. Next, after Su Lin explained everything, he didn't stay long. After all, this northern expansion and conquest of the wolves, without him sitting in on it, the wolves were ultimately less of a backbone. After Su Lin said goodbye to his wolf parents, he darted towards the wolves, the speed of 300 meters per second. Although it hadn't reached the speed of sound yet, it still brought out a loud air friction sound in the air. The wolves weren't traveling very fast, and Su Lin quickly caught up. As soon as the many wolf clans looked at the huge-sized wolf king, there was another long howl from the mountain. The sky-splitting wolf howls of hundreds of wolves converging made the species along the way, all of them shivering and hiding in their dens. After all, a wolf outing of this magnitude is rarely encountered by any species in the Arctic region. This made them all feel as if heavenly might had descended upon them with such a monstrous aura and ferocious flames of the wolves. The other thing is that the wolves, who have more stamina and hunger tolerance than other species, are better suited for long-distance conquests. The wolves had had a full meal before coming out. That's enough to sustain them for more than half a month without eating. So this expedition, if the battle could be resolved within half a month, it was thought that there was no need to worry about food for the wolves. If it was more than half a month, then Su Lin would have no choice but to lead the wolves and conquer wherever he could kill. War on war. This time it was not just about decimating the deer pack that dared to rebel. It was also about expanding the territory. And it was also about creating an invincible iron-blooded wolf pack. Only conquest and killing can make the wolf pack grow faster in strength. Ow, ow, ow. At this moment, the long howls of the wolves resounded from time to time in this cold and morose area. And there was excitement, agitation, and fervor in the eyes of the hundreds of wolves of the wolf clan. Wolves are natural hunters. This kind of big hunt that could be described as unprecedented in scale, even more so, caused the blood in their bodies to boil. Su Lin was in the center of the wolf pack, with his cousin, Little Gray, wolf sister, Gray and White Coyote, Little White and Warm Bear following beside him. Little Lone Wolf, on the other hand, was just a bit further ahead, leading Van Wolf and Stumpy Ear in the vanguard. Su Lin's pair of golden-brown wolf eyes flickered with a flash of light as he looked toward the morose north. The other day the patrolling female wolves also reported that another muskox herd had tried to defect to the north, only to be intercepted by most of them, with only 2 or 3 escaping sporadically. One of the muskox is very powerful, and its horns are incredibly sharp, so it should also be a fae. With the current prestige of the wolves in this territory, those who dared to resist were fae and other tough characters. This made Su Lin look forward to the trip to the north even more. Fae musk oxen, fae caribou, will all be prey under this wolf conquest. Also, since he had led the wolves here, if there really was some kind of strange encounter in this territory in the north of that, then how could he and the wolves have to join in the fun and add some hot blood and excitement to the frigid Arctic? At this time, while Su Lin was leading the wolves to expand to the north, various parts of the world had long since been fought to the ground. Countless human technological forces at the peak of their powers swarmed out of human fortresses or cities that had not been victimized by the natural disaster, and the fae that have been monitored everywhere, in a current showdown at the top of their game. Since many of the latest high-tech armed forces require the use of networks and satellites, the networks and satellites that were paralyzed in various places under the natural disaster were also repaired. Signal has now been fully restored to most human settlements, except for some areas where human habitation is rare. The power and heating equipment was also combed through, and the city, which was in ruins, was being rebuilt in full swing. Given the current situation, although the human race had lost to some powerful fae, it had still achieved a brilliant result. Some of the weaker fae were either torn apart or tackled by human tech killers. More are captured and given to some big shots at the top of the power hierarchy to enjoy. After all, Fae flesh and blood was too rare, and was currently the rarest and most expensive resource worldwide. The black market in many places had speculated to the point where each gram of Fae blood and flesh could be exchanged for $8,000. The price, more than anything else, makes people go crazy. This is because with the coming of the apocalypse, order broke down in many places, and many places began to recognize only US dollars. So the purchasing power of the dollar, in the current society, is still strong. It was also because of this price that a lot of new humans were even more sold on hunting Fae. Among them also appeared a number of privately formed neo-human battle groups, for which all forces resisted. This was because the battle groups formed by the new humans were all too powerful and would have an impact on the domination of their major powers. But yet it wasn't restricted after all. This has caused all the major neo-human warbands, either civilian or military, to start showing up everywhere. Of course, in the face of the human threat, the Fae with no less intelligence all began to join forces. The bears, tigers, lynxes, and so on, which had been solitary, have also begun to live in packs. Various species, various forces, clashed fiercely in this current era after the great change of heaven and earth. Humanity had also produced a ranking of the Fae Danger Index during this period, based on months-long monitoring and real battle results. This list covers all the currently known powerful Fae, and has also caused big waves everywhere in the world. Not only are the major powers offering huge sums of money to reward the flesh and blood of these powerful Fae, but the Science Alliance is also asking the powerful new human warriors to go and take the genes of these Fae, wanting to use them for research. Fae Danger Index Ranking. First place, Mysterious Sea Monster. Unknown Strength, located in the deep sea. With a war record of having shredded several nuclear-powered submarines armed with powerful fish-like missiles on multiple occasions, and a danger index of 10 stars. Second place, Bloodthirsty Python. Latest size approaching 200 meters. Own strength index of 10 stars. Located in the country of India. With millions of snakes under its command. Pack strength of 10 stars. The battle record is to hunt and kill several heavy armor divisions of the Indian nation. Devour tens of thousands of humans. Occupy several cities to feed on humans for blood. And the danger index is 10 stars. Third place, the Godspeed Golden Apocalypse. The latest size of about 15 meters. Its own battle index of 10 stars. In the sky. The battle record is to hunt and kill a berserk bear race with more than 10 meters, destroy more than 26th generation strongest fighters in the sky, destroy hundreds of helicopters, deservedly the king of the sky. The danger index is 9.5 stars. Fourth place, Terror Bay Crocodile, latest size approaching 70 meters, own battle index 10 stars, in shallow waters, battle record for hunting several blue whales, can dive into the deep sea, can enter land. Once 3 Canova ships surrounded the Bay Crocodile and were destroyed outright. Danger index of 9.5 stars. Fifth place, West African Lion King, own battle power index of 9 stars, located in West Africa. Under the command of thousands of lions, there is no lack of terrifying strength of the male lions. Pack battle power index of 10 stars. The battle record for the African Union and hard to fight more than 10 hard battles, mutual victory and defeat. At least destroyed hundreds of the latest tanks and hundreds of fighters. Hunted and killed with tens of thousands of elite fighters. The danger index of 9.5 stars. Sixth place, the Jaguar. The latest size of 8 meters. Its own combat power of 9.5 stars. In the Americas. Record for once several heavy regiments to hunt all killed. Jaguar speed invincible. Speed suspected to reach the speed of sound. But where the prey is targeted no one is lucky. To no shadow to no trace. The danger index of 9.5 stars. Seventh, heavy tank brown bear. 9.5 stars on his own battlefield, and a place in Kodiak. Battle record once bloodied America's tens of thousands of heavily armored soldiers, and eventually won. Berserk personality. Invincible defense. Danger index of 9.5 stars. This list has been the subject of intense discussion and marveling since its release. Now that the signal has just been restored, the internet is still used more for the military, so there hasn't been any heated discussion on the internet, but many people still questioned the list in private. Among them was Rodney, the colonel leader who had once gone to round up the invincible mongrel tiger of Siberia's southern border, who looked at the list and slapped on the table and cursed. That invincible mongrel tiger didn't even make it into the top 20? How is that possible? Half of my soldiers were killed or wounded, but I couldn't even capture it. And then it broke through again. It broke through again. That's going to be a demon. A demon. Several of the adjutants beside him looked at Rodney in his fury and could only fall silent, saying nothing. Although they had all witnessed the monstrous ferocity of that invincible fierce tiger, they had not doubted the authority of this list. After all, the bloody battle records on top of this list were indicative of the toughness of the Fae on the list. That's a worldwide fae. However, all those who could make the list, without exception, were not demons among demons. Even many of the fae, they had to have heavenly encounters. As for the invincible fierce tiger, after making a breakthrough to kill the enemy in the proximity of the battlefield, he was nowhere to be found. It was once briefly detected by a satellite as if it had gone to the north of Siberia. I don't know if they're converging on the local tiger clan or following some fae that broke into the Arctic. Siberia's northernmost border has entered the range of the Arctic Circle, where it is affected by a horrible cold snap. So far, there has not been the slightest signal, and all forces are afraid to set foot in it, so there was no telling where that invincible mongrel tiger had ended up. A number of people besides Rodney were discussing this ranking of the fae. What's the situation? A jaguar that's only 8 meters can take 6th place? Do you understand the speed of sound? What's the concept of over 300 meters per second? And is 8 meters small? I can see that the battle prowess of foreign beasts may not be based on body size. That's right, the golden apocalypse is only 15 meters in length, but it is still invincible, isn't it? Does that horrible Gulf crocodile dare to bare its teeth with it? Or does the West African lion pack dare to do so? If you just grabbed it and threw it down from a height of 10,000 meters, you'd be crippled if you didn't die. Are you sure Gene Wither can grab a 70-meter Gulf crocodile? Upstairs, I'm afraid that I've never seen Gene Apocalypse's battle power. Once that bloody air battle has already explained everything. Go and see for yourself the speculations of various forces on Gene Apocalypse's value. Just as this list of foreign beasts caused a furor, the wolves under Surin's command were marching towards the morose north. Su Lin naturally had no idea about the various strong fae on top of this list, but he possessed a strong confidence in his own battle power. As it stands, he has almost no enemies in the Arctic. Even the fae in the mysterious icebergs catalyzed by pure energy could be hunted down in a short period of time. But he never underestimated the fae either. As the favorite of the new era after the great change of heaven and earth, there would definitely be some extremely demonic or heaven-defyingly strange fae that had gained a rapid advancement. But the more powerful the fae, the more motivated Su Lin was to hunt. After all, the more powerful the species, the better fuel for his evolutionary path. At this time Su Lin slowly walked out of his territory as he marched with the wolves and began to set foot in this morose north. Chapter 145, Skywolf Whistling Moon. As Surin looked around this area, other than some polar bears and ice creatures, he didn't find any signs of activity from the rest of the creatures. It was obvious that this place was not at all suitable for ordinary species to flourish. After all, this was already truly part of the Arctic icefield, without even the slightest bit of land. It follows that herd of deer and exotic musk oxen should have migrated much farther. However, some of the polar bears that he encountered along the way, Su Lin had Little White and Warm Bear try to subdue them. I believe that with the intimidation of a wolf pack of this size, these polar bears know what to choose. The fact that polar bears have joined the wolves has been good for them. In the future, as the fae get tougher and tougher, polar bears are no longer the dominant force in the Arctic. It would be better to join the wolves. Perhaps there was some risk in following the wolves on their quest, but it would be better than surviving this hard as they were. Roar! Roar! An intermittent bear growl came to mind from across the room after White had passed. Out of the more than 10 bear clans and the huge wolf pack intimidating behind Xiaobai, the vast majority of polar bears, eventually, submit. But several polar bears along the way, not all of them will succumb. One of the polar bears, which had enough level 16 attributes to go down to the sea and hunt beluga whales, rebelled. A level 16 polar bear was not weak. The roar of a raging bear echoed through the frigid Arctic. The warm bear fighting formation is bloodily fighting this polar bear. Even if it was only a level 13 warm bear, the numerical value alone was stronger than this polar bear. Not to mention the talent, plus the dozen or so bear clans surrounding Little White. It didn't take a moment for the polar bear to bleed out on the ice field. After the great change of the heavens and earth, but any common species that does not know how to do things will inevitably end up like this. Perhaps back then this polar bear, too, had once stood proudly over the ice field, the strongest overlord here. But now, it can only be reduced to a blood meal. After hunting this polar bear down, Xiaobai had Wen Xiong drag this polar bear here to the Wolf King. The Wolf King has priority over whoever hunts the prey in the pack. Currently, Su Lin had been traveling and searching in this area for about 10 hours, and had also traveled 200 to 300 miles, but still hadn't seen any traces of deer or other species. Therefore, Su Lin decided to find a place to let the wolves rest for a while first. As for the corpse of this polar bear, it was signaled to Little White, Little Lone Wolf and the others to distribute it to the wolves and bears below. It was much colder here in the north, and the wolves had been traveling for so long that they were physically exhausted. Let them eat some food and rest along the way before moving on. Leading a wolf pack on a quest is different than questing alone, and every aspect needs to be taken into account. It was just a good thing that the wolves were much more capable of adapting to tough environments, and there wasn't a single wolf that fell off the wagon. On the contrary, the wolves also all still have the same stirring spirit they had when they first set out. The meat of this polar bear is over 1,000 pounds. Even if there were more than 300 wolves, each head would be able to share 2 or 3 pounds. More than enough replenishment for today's consumption. The blood and flesh of ordinary species didn't bother Su Lin too much. Distributing it will also keep the wolves' spirits high. Ow, ow, ow. The wolves howled one after another, expressing their surprise to the Wolf King. At the same time, the battle intent and fighting spirit in a pair of wolf eyes were all the more intense. The wolf race has always been simple-minded, converging together to conquer and hunt, and being able to survive the brutal laws of nature is the greatest truth of all. That's why food has always been a top priority in the eyes of the wolves. Just having food to eat in company is enough for them. Currently, Su Lin signaled Little Lone Wolf to arrange for a few wolf clans to keep watch for the night, and then had the rest of the wolf clans find a huge ice wall that was relatively sheltered from the wind to rest underneath. At this barren ice field, species are rare and the wind is frigid, and this area is very vast. This ice field area to the extreme point, at least has more than 3 million square kilometers. The area that was ruled by the same wolves as the Surin wolves was hundreds of times larger. Plus the scents and tracks of the deer along the road we're in had been blown away by the cold wind. So it is not difficult to search for the deer in this vast ice field. But where there are wonders, there are bound to be fae. And with the wolves coming over so loudly, they were sure to encounter some of the tougher hunters in the area. When the time comes, you can follow the scent and trail of these tough hunters, and there can't be any doubt that there will be some clues. In the midst of his thoughts, Su Lin also came to an ice wall and was surrounded by a pack of wolves. As the Wolf King, he is naturally the top priority in the pack. Surrounded by such a close proximity, it was considered to be protected by the wolves to the extreme. The many wolves surrounding him also provided Surin with a lot of temperature. In fact, with Su Lin's current battle prowess, he didn't need all this protection at all, but he didn't refuse. In addition, the hair on Su Lin's body is very dense, not to mention this degree of cold. Even if the cold of 200 or 300 degrees below zero can be carried, the rest of the common wolves, however, were all in 2s and 3s, snuggling together for warmth. Little Lone Wolf arranged for patrols and alerts to be made by mortal wolves. The mortal wolf, as a bee-wolf, with more than a dozen wolf clansmen, was vigilantly watching every move around the outermost part of the pack. Su Lin, who was in the middle of the pack of wolves at this time, didn't eat the polar bear's flesh and blood. With a thought, he took out a gifted serum. This one gift serum was obtained while devouring that fey polar bear's bile at the Mystic Iceberg. Currently the concealment talent cannot be enhanced, so whether it's an enhanced hunt or an enhanced healing talent, it's an extremely powerful increase. Ding! Is the natural serum being used? Use. Su Lin didn't hesitate for a second. After using it, that very comforting warmth reappeared over the wolf's body. Now Su Lin wasn't looking forward to the enhanced hunt too much this time. Although the hunting and killing talent was incredibly strong, the addition to battle power was incomparable to other talents. The healing talent, however, is also a very counterintuitive boost to survivability. Both of these two major talents provided him with no small boost. Just as Su Lin waited for the reinforcement, he was surprised to find that the warmth had once again flowed for a long time and still hadn't been absorbed by the wolf body. Another new talent? Su Lin's golden brown wolf eye suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Sure enough, this warm current changed fiercely, directly changing like a fire. The searing pain that had already been experienced rose again. This time, Su Lin had been able to endure the pain. Under this pain, a new wave of gifted energy also reappeared within the massive wolf's body. Currently he has healing, hunting, and stealth. It can be described as a combination of recovery, strength and assassination. Surin was curious to see what the new talent that had reappeared was. Again? He wanted it to be a group increase type of skill. It's just like the Deer King's talent in Ash's description. About half an hour or so passed in this pain. It was only when the fire fully surged into Su Lin's wolf body that a tantalizingly gray message alert appeared immediately before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the Wolf Whistle talent, level D. Wolf Whistle? As Su Lin looked at the prompt, he also felt the pain in his body gradually disappear. This talent was obviously not a group increase type talent, but he didn't have much regret about it. After all, it would be rare to get a new talent. Realize that talent serums only have a 10% chance of getting a new talent. Wolf Whistle, D rank, upgradable. Active talent. Can launch a Wolf Whistle sonic attack with a speed of sound and a killing range of 3 kilometers. Upgraded to top level. This talent can evolve into the Wolf Whistling Moon. Number of attacks, 10. Cooling time, 24 hours. Note, after exceeding 10 times, it will enter a cooldown time. and a large amount of blood value will be deducted if you forcefully use the wolf whistle talent during this time. The introduction of wolf whistle's new talent appeared before Su Lin's eyes. A sonic attack? Looking at this talent, Su Lin was slightly surprised. Comparatively speaking, if the attack speed was just the speed of sound, it wasn't as fast as his attack speed after turning on the hunt. But the biggest benefit of the wolf whistle talent is the ranged kill. There was no way to dodge the sound wave attack, no way to avoid it. So for this talent, Su Lin was also quite satisfied. With such a talent, it would be much easier to capture even the flying birds in the sky in the future. At this moment, after Su Lin finished reading the newly acquired talent, a pair of golden brown eyes also scanned down the wolves. As they finished dividing the polar bear's blood and flesh, the originally noisy wolves gradually quieted down. After about an hour or so, the wolves all snuggled together in twos and threes and began to sleep. This caused Su Lin to give up his intention of trying out the power of the wolf whistle talent. He stretched his massive wolf body and then began to rest at the ice wall as well. And the wolf sister, who had finished eating, came bouncing to Su Lin's side and snuggled up with him to sleep. The wolf girl was still very dependent on Solian. Su Lin didn't say much either. Still, a pair of golden brown eyes looked out into the darkness of the night, mulling over where the wolves would search later. He had brought hundreds of wolves to conquer this time, not to swim in the mountains and enjoy the snow. Su Lin wanted to see just where this Morihan North's wonders lay. Time passes slowly in thought. The packs of wolves were all beginning to fall asleep, and it was dead silent except for the rustling of the cold wind. Su Lin also began to rest, only in the icy wilderness. He still left 2 points of his perception for vigilance. Chapter 146, The Fae finally appear. Under the polar night, everything is silent. There is no difference between black and white, and most have lost all concept of time. In a flash, it was several days. The wolves have also been searching in the north for several days, only still no sign of the deer. But Su Lin's senses, which were sensitive to the extreme, could sense the prying eyes of a powerful hunter nearby. Su Lin stood on top of the snowy slope and scanned the circle without finding it. It should be the talent of sneaking, convergence and so on. This type of talent, even if the senses were strong, could only vaguely feel the sense of peeping, and it was unlikely that they would want to find it, unless the opponent voluntarily reveals his figure. But the fact that there could be powerful hunters spying on them meant that the wolves were headed in the right direction. The temperature in this area had dropped to -50 to 60 degrees under the polar night. With temperatures like this, the average hunter would have trouble even getting food. So those who can become Fae definitely have some kind of strange encounter. This temperature also makes the only common species in this area a few polar bears and ice creatures. The biggest haul for the wolves in the last few days has been the collection of 8 polar bears. The bear clan under Xiaobai's command reached more than 20 heads at one time. The entire 20-odd bear races converged together. All of them were level 10 or above. So even if they were ordinary species, they still had quite a lot of might. And today White and Warm Bear are beckoning a female polar bear. This female polar bear has a cub with her and they are both common species. It was reasonable to say that a combination like theirs would be the hardest to survive in the Moroi Arctic. It was just that the 2 polar bears, one large and one small, not only didn't agree with little White and Warm Bear's beckoning, but instead glared angrily at each other. Rage sounds rang out in quick succession. After successive unsuccessful attempts to persuade them to surrender, little White and Warm Bear's pitch-black colored bear eyes gradually brought out a hint of ruthlessness and ferocity. During these days, they had followed Su Lin and had also gotten used to killing and bloodshed long ago. How many more polar bears have fallen on the wolf's quest? Submit or die. The wolves have never been either friend or foe on their journey path. But just as White and Warm Bear were about to make their move, suddenly a dangerous aura that was strong to the extreme fiercely rose up in the heart of every bear tribe. Especially little White and Warm Bear, who were Fae. Their sensitive sixth sense was frantically signaling danger to them. Pang! Only to see that the thick and steel-like hard ice layer was fiercely struck by a majestic force to create a huge ice-breaking opening. Wow! Warm seawater, at about 0 degrees, spurted out at once at the icebreaker. Then a huge polar bear with a huge body size of 6 or 7 meters climbed up from the ice-breaking mouth. In his mouth was a killer whale of meters. Once ashore, the massive polar bear threw the orca carcass in the direction of the polar bear mother and child. Pang! The orca carcass, which weighed several tons, shook the thick ice. Immediately after that, this huge polar bear that was drenched in blood and water had a pair of pitch-black colored bear eyes that looked towards little White and Warm Bear who were just cornering the polar bear mother and child. As the massive polar bear gazed upon them, even Wen Xiong, who had already evolved into a Fae and was extremely strong, felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death. The average polar bear can hunt beluga whales, but this one is strong enough to hunt orcas. Feeding on orcas, can you imagine how clamorous this polar bear is? However, It was also at this time that Xiao Bai and Wen Xiong realized why this polar bear mother and son did not have the slightest bit of fear in the face of so many of their own bear clan. It turns out that there is such an imposing and terrifying Fey polar bear. The Fey polar bear did not move the slightest bit more after it came ashore. And its intelligence was not low. It was just scanning everything in front of it. Soon as the many bear clans were all in a defensive stance against this Fey polar bear, the Fey polar bear's gaze menacingly withdrew from them. It was because it had suddenly noticed a white wolf of enormous size standing proudly on that high snowy slope in the distance. Wolves? Wolves! The Fey polar bear's pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly radiated a terrifying light. If it was just a gathering and a fight between the bear clan, it could still be dealt with. But if you add a wolf pack, especially one led by such a terrifying white wolf, he was afraid that even if he arrived, it would be difficult for him to protect his mate and cubs behind him. At this time, Su Lin's pair of golden brown wolf eyes also brought out a cold, chilling light. The sight of the polar bear and this polar bear under the darkness of the polar night collided hard. It's strong. Finally a decent head of Fey shows up. It had been several days since Suren had led the wolves in the morose north. Searching, this polar bear was the first Fey he had encountered. This polar bear with a huge body of 6 or 7 meters was no weaker than the polar bear in the mysterious iceberg. There were also tons of blood and flesh. Once hunted, the Fey blood and flesh alone was a great harvest for the wolves. It was thought that in this ferocious cold northern icefield, it would be difficult to evolve to this point simply by devouring ordinary species. So the appearance of this Fey polar bear means that the wolves are not far from having a strange encounter. It also means that the wolves are not far from the deer herd that has a blood feud. This caused Suren's aura, which had been dormant for too long, to rise for the first time since the expedition to the north. The wolves under his command felt the aura rising from the Wolf King's massive wolf body. They were instantly jolted under this strong aura. Then following the Wolf King's line of sight, he looked towards the huge polar bear not far away that was covered in blood and water. The morale, which had long ago been sapped in the days of inactivity, burst forth fiercely. The wolf whistled and exploded at once under the polar night. Ow! 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 100 wolves whistling. The aura of the wolves also boiled up with the wolf whistles. A head of the wolf clan, which was originally scattered everywhere, flew towards the Wolf King's side to converge after hearing this wolf whistle. The peak speed of the wolf race when running was extremely fast. Even if it was a normal wolf race that was more than 10 meters per second was the norm. In a flash, one wolf clan after another converged around the Wolf King. They were also high above the snowy slopes, looking down on the huge polar bear that was staring at the Wolf King. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear in a pair of wolf eyes. With the King of Wolves, they have no fear of any hunter. With just an order from the Wolf King, hundreds of wolf clans could swarm up. The ordinary wolves could sense the power of this Fey polar bear. It was a formidable opponent that they might not even be able to break through the skin. But wolves never play hardball. Since the massive polar bear was clearly trying to protect the frail mother and child behind it, it also meant that the polar bear had a weakness. It's not like that little cub is going to be as fierce as he is it? That's why wolves never put any moral benevolence once they start hunting. They have always been all over the place, and all pain points, all weaknesses of all their opponents are exploited by the wolves to the fullest extent, until they drag their opponents, alive, down and shatter them. Once they swarmed, the main target of the wolves was definitely not this Fey polar bear. It was the polar bear mother and child. They will utilize the polar bear mother and child, causing this Fey polar bear to tire and eventually be dragged alive by the wolves to their deaths in this Arctic icefield. And at this point above the ice, this polar bear, which could have hunted a killer whale, felt the sound of the 100 wolves' long whistles, and felt the strong pressure coming from the white wolf's huge wolf body. Those dark and incomparable bear eyes were also filled with a grave color. It could feel the invincible aura of certain death from this wolf whistle. This was also the first time it had felt such a strong pressure since this mysterious area of lush water plants and ice, where it had swallowed a few green ghostly fruits and gained a strong and extreme strength. It had thought that it, having gained unprecedented power, was the rightful overlord of this area. Those of its kind that once dared to compete with itself for mates and territories can now only avoid retreating when they see it. It can not only hunt beluga whales, but even that killer whale that is known as the peak predator of the ocean. The Fey polar bear once thought that its rivals might only exist in the mysterious hydrilla ice over there. However, it had not expected that facing this wolf pack, it had actually smelled a strong aura of death. Roar! This Fey polar bear began to be unable to hold back the atmosphere that was suppressed by the wolf whistles, and its large bare paw slammed down hard on the thick layer of ice, causing a crack to appear in the ice and snow. Then standing upright the huge bear clan, looking at this mountainous wolf clan, that low bear roar, also exploded. It's just that its bear roar is too thin to compete with a wolf whistle. The huge aura of the wolves and the strong pressure brought by that white wolf king were like black clouds pressing down on the city, coming towards this polar bear family. The female polar bear and her cubs, too, only felt the full force of the wolves at this time. Just now they did smell the odor of the wolves. Just how could they not imagine that there were so many wolves around? What kind of wolf pack is this? When did a wolf pack with such a monstrous aura appear in this area? Originally, the female polar bear had just made a furious noise and was also summoning her mate. She was overwhelmed by the fact that she had a mate who would take care of herself and her cubs. You know the rest of the normal male polar bears. They disappear after mating. This mate was powerful and unmatched, and had given him too much protection and an endless supply of food to enjoy. It was just that now under this wolf pack that possessed such an aura, it was as if the spouse's tall and sturdy body could no longer provide it with the slightest sense of security. The female polar bear and the polar bear cubs couldn't help but shiver a little under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of wolf eyes. In addition to the hundreds of wolves, the 20 or so bears led by Xiaobai and Wen Xiong were also scattered in a flash. A pair of bear eyes looked at the massive body of this fey polar bear, and they were also filled with a chilling light. Originally, he only wanted to kill a pair of unsubmissive polar bear mother and son, but he had not expected to provoke such a being. Facing such a body and strong fey polar bear, Xiaobai and Wen Xiong didn't go out of their way to beckon them down. Such a fey polar bear that could hunt killer whales. Who else in the entire wolf pack, except for the Wolf King, would be able to overpower it? But all newcomers to the bear clan had to start at the bottom, an iron law set by the Wolf King, so they didn't even think about recruiting this fey polar bear either. The only way to kill. Originally, they were also thinking of decapitating this pair of unsubmissive polar bear mother and son. Since this fey polar bear had also come, then kill them all. With the Wolf King behind them, what are they afraid of? At this moment, Su Lin was looking down on this fey polar bear from above. He didn't intend to make a move this time. Although this polar bear was strong, it was no more than the caliber of the fey polar bear from the mysterious iceberg. With Su Lin's current strength, if he wanted to kill, it would be like slaughtering pigs and dogs, but he was going to use the fey polar bear to hone the wolves. The wolves were still inexperienced against hunting tough fey. With Su Lin letting out an earth-shattering wolf howl, after it resounded under the extreme night, the young lone wolf swarmed away at once with the wolves under his command. Hundreds of wolves swarmed, with Mortal Wolf and Stumpy Ear to the left and right of the little lone wolf, swarming towards the polar bear family of three with an aura that crushed everything. Ash followed suit. As for Wolf's sister, Gray White, and cousin, Su Lin hadn't even let them step into this roundup, only letting them follow him around to escort him. For the wolf clan that first followed him, he still had some selfishness and did not want to lose them in the conquest, especially the cousins. Her gift was healing, the equivalent of a life support for the wolves. With her cousin around, the wolves could recover quickly from any injuries. This can make the wolves even more intrepid. This was the main reason why Su Lin hadn't put his cousin on the first line of combat. The battlefield in the Arctic ice field at this time was on the verge of breaking out. The little lone wolf that had already advanced to level 13 had a speed of over 50 meters per second. This kind of speed ran wildly in the Arctic ice plains, just like a grayish-purple lightning. Ow! The little lone wolf whistled wildly. A pair of wolf claws directly popped out completely. The sharp wolf claws brought out an indestructible aura towards this fey polar bear. Van Wolf and Stumpy Ear, on the other hand, each led more than 20 wolves and ran towards the mother and child behind this fey polar bear. A pair of wolf eyes all brought out a touch of bloodthirsty cruelty. Their wolves is known for his cunning and ferocity. Being the first to hunt pups and women and children has long been the norm in wolf roundups. Before and after the little lone wolf rushed up, Little White and Warm Bear also growled lowly and fought in tandem with the little lone wolf. The young lone wolf was second only to the Wolf King in the pack in terms of both reputation and battle power. It came charging in like this, with an endless ferocious aura. Pang! The little lone wolf's speedy paw slammed directly into the head of this fey grizzly bear. However, this claw that looked ferocious and flaming only tore through the polar bear's thick fur. And even the polar bear's skin and flesh had not been completely broken open. There were only a few very light scratches, which also only printed some bright red. Roar! But this strike still completely enraged this fey polar bear, and in a long roar, it raised its huge bear paw and slammed it directly towards the little lone wolf. Pang! As the bear's paw swung, the little lone wolf narrowly avoided it. It directly smashed the ice layer, which was already full of cracks. Completely. Wow! The ice breaks up and the sea rushes out. For a while the many wolf clans, too, were blocked by the shattered ice. It was obvious that the fey polar bear had just not only been fighting back, but also thinking about how to do its best to protect its mate and cubs behind it. Having evolved into a fey species, it has become slightly attached to its offspring and mate, especially the cubs, which carry its genes and bloodline. Roar! Polar bears roar. Chapter 147, Spying in the Dark. After the short encounter just now, it could feel that this polar bear's defense was strong to the extreme. Taking a hard line doesn't work, and it's also a big no-no for wolves. Ow! So with a long whine, Little Lone Wolf began to direct the battle. Van Wolf and Stumpy Ears instantly spread out, bypassing the shattered ice to head for the mother and child behind the fey polar bear once more. It's not as if the wolves are currently unable to decapitate this tough polar bear. At a terrible cost, the polar bear could be dragged alive until it ran out of energy using roundup tactics. It's just such a terrible price to pay. The blood and lives of the wolves should not be buried so cheaply. Still have to see that polar bear mother and son. The weak are never given sympathy in the cruelty of nature. But bloody killings. Ow, ow. As the wolves howled frantically again, the mortal wolves and Stumpy Ears also split into two sides and encircled towards this polar bear mother and child. Roar! The fey polar bear also sensed the wolves' tactics, and it hissed angrily. But the wolves were not the least bit intimidated. This caused it to dance with a pair of thick bare paws, ready to smash all the nearby ice. When the time comes, it will see how this wolf pack will come back. But just as it had slammed down hard on the first blow of the ice, and its bulk had just stabilized, the little lone wolf then brought out a touch of ruthlessness and ferocity in his eyes. What is a hold? Do you really think you have to catch a polar bear mother and child to be considered a hold? As long as it can distract this polar bear's attention, interfering with its battle power, so that it cannot fight with all its heart is called a hold. Ow! With little Doctor's long whine, it was like a speedy wind as it attacked towards this fey polar bear once again. Little Gray, who had already arrived at the battlefield, was like a gray wind attacking the fey polar bear from the other side. Pang! Little Lone Wolf smashes a claw into polar bear's left eye. The defense of the eyes was the weakest part of the body, and with this strike, blood immediately flowed from the polar bear's left eye. Roar! It ate the pain and counterattacked at the little lone wolf. Just when its attention had just been placed on the little lone wolf, the little ash had also arrived in front of it in a flash, and had even emitted a glittering gray light all over its body. Ash knew that he was inferior to little lone wolf in battle, so he turned on his talent at the first opportunity. The lurking talent that makes its speed skyrocket. Pang! Like a gray lightning bolt, it also directly struck the polar bear's other eye. Roar! The intense pain caused the polar bear to go completely crazy. A pair of bare paws began to swing up recklessly. The claw thorns on the bear's paws carried a harsh whistle that cut through the air. It was just that little lone wolf and little Gray had long since retreated and dispersed after they had scored a hit. The bear race's speed was an innate shortcoming. Even if this fey polar bear was strong to the extreme, its speed was only more than 40 meters per second, and it was easy for the little lone wolf and the little Gray who had opened his talent to get out of the way. The wolves' cooperative combat, on the other hand, was on full display at this moment. In an instant, the fey polar bear's eyes were abolished. Next, since this fey polar bear really is a blind bear, then let it listen well to the screams of its mate and cubs, and then think it will go even more mad. The more furious the prey is, the more excited the wolves get, because anger drains the prey's stamina in a hurry. It can cause them to lose their more precise judgment. Ow! Ow! The wolf's howl exploded unceasingly. At this moment, Su Lin, who was standing on top of the snowy slope, just glanced at the battlefield where the wolves were circling before withdrawing his sight, because he was more concerned about the sensation of these one prying eyes nearby. I want to see, with this fey polar bear attracting the main battle force of the wolves, which one of this group hiding in the shadows can't help but take the lead. Su Lin knew that he was definitely very close to that place that possessed a strange encounter. At the same time, the vocal wolves had attracted the attention of too many strong hunters long ago, but Su Lin had led the wolves over this time, originally for revenge. It's destined to be accompanied by bloodshed and killing. At this time, with the increasingly frantic sound of wolves howling at the battlefield and the low bear roar with pain, Su Lin's senses, which were powerful to the extreme, were able to keenly perceive that several prying senses around him were slowly approaching the place. Chapter 148. In the freezing temperatures, bloody fights are often just a touch away. As the vague sense of prying eyes around him approached, Su Lin didn't make much of a move. He was waiting for these shadowy hunters to show themselves. He wanted to see how much weight these hunters had in this morose area. And at that moment, the wolves below were rounding up the fey polar bears and opening up even more fiercely. The common wolves were led by Van Wolf and Stumpy Ear towards the female polar bear and polar bear cub. Accompanying the wolves on their quest were several bears. White also ordered several of the bear clan to assist the wolves in taking down the polar bear mother and child. This would minimize the casualty rate of the wolves to a minimum. After all, Van Wolf and Stumpy Ear were only level 7 fey. Even with the assistance of the wolves, it would take some time to take down an adult female polar bear, but with the same bear clan playing the lead, it was much faster. Roar! The polar bear mother and cubs, who had been scared out of their wits long ago, could only shiver as the wolves and bears surrounded them. The fearful growl of the bear was quickly drowned out by the long whine of the wolves. The bites of the wolves, the slaps of the bears, the cuts in flesh and blood, the wails of the polar bear mother and cub in pain. all resounded in this dark night. A female polar bear's attribute value was just 13 or 14 levels. Even if she fought desperately to resist for the sake of her cubs, facing so many wolves was still no help. Pang! Soon, the desperate female polar bear was slapped directly on her massive head by one of the bear clans in the wolf pack. This palm was solid, instantly smashing several lines of blood out of the female polar bear's pair of pitch-black colored eyes. The palm shook its consciousness for a moment. It also allowed the wolves to cross directly over the female polar bear to the polar bear cubs. Pang! Stumpy Ear, who was the first to rush over, blinded the polar bear cub that tried to resist with a single claw. Stumpy Ears was even better than Little Lone Wolf if we were talking about ferocity and tyranny alone. Its pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes were flickering with nothing but ferocious sadistic intent. The more blood splattered, the more the wails of its prey, the more it inspired the tyranny in its heart. Ow! The crippled wolf was the first to score, and signaled the wolves to be quiet with a long whine. Then with another vicious claw, he blinded the bear cub's other eye as well. Since the fey polar bears were blinded by the head wolf, the family deserved to suffer together. The meaning of Stumpy Ear's ferocious tyranny was displayed to the fullest. A pair of sharp wolf claws were still in the polar bear cub's blind eyes, viciously stirring them, causing the polar bear cub to ache to the extreme. The wailing of that cub caused the rest of the encircling bear clan to feel a chill of evil. Such intense pain is simply unimaginable to a cub who is extremely well protected by his parent bear, and is a direct breakdown of defenses. It hurts too much. How could it, a cub, experience such a level of abuse? Under the intense pain, it had forgotten to resist and could only struggle with its body instincts. It tried to cry out in pain, but its eyes had long since been completely torn out by the stump ears. The eyes of the flesh and blood molded lakes were nothing but streams of blood. Put! Stumpy Ear made another vicious claw, directly snapping the eyes of this polar bear cub's flesh and blood molded lake. It hurts too much. Such torture. Not to mention just a polar bear cub. Even a fae wouldn't be able to survive it. At that moment, after the long whistles of the wolves began to subside, the miserable howls of the polar bear cubs made the heart of every bear clan tingle a little. The howl of a kindred spirit is the most crushing of its kind. Many of the bear clan looked at Stumpy Ear with a hint of awe in their eyes. This is the wolf pack. This is the wolf pack. There's nothing to do. It's too hard. But this kind of bloody abuse caused excitement and madness to surface in the eyes of Stumpy Ear and the wolves. This miserable howl also reached the ears of that fey polar bear. The cub howled so miserably, causing it to become completely enraged. That's its child. It's the legacy of its genes and bloodline. Although the fey polar bear could not see exactly what was being done to his cubs, his keen sense of smell and hearing still knew that the cubs were being brutally abused by the wolves. Roar! In its fury it let out a long roar, completely suppressing the pain coming from its eyes. A low bear growl exploded over the frigid Arctic. In fact, it had little battle damage other than its eyes being scratched and blinded. The attacks of Little Lone Wolf and Little Grey were unable to effectively kill it at all. Plus the bear's sense of smell is so much more sensitive than their eyesight. Relying on his extremely strong sense of smell, he caught the scent of that strong wolf clan coming at him again. Roar! Accompanied by a hiss of extreme fury, it ruthlessly slapped its palm towards the wolf clan. It's the Little Lone Wolf. Ash's scent had completely dissipated long ago due to the latent being turned on, except for the sound of the ice and snow that he brought out when he ran. Only the Little Lone Wolf was covered in a strong wolf clan aura that was not disguised in the slightest. Looking at this majestic slap, the Little Lone Wolf was unable to stop at all due to the inertia of its powerful charge, and it was too late to dodge even if it did. Ow! But there was no fear in the Little Lone Wolf's eyes, and they burst out with a ferocious to the core look. With a raspy wolf howl, it turned on its talent in a flash. A dark gray luminescence enveloped its entire body. Then it quickly turned inward, and the Little Lone Wolf's tantalizingly blue wolf eyes turned dark gray. It was as if there was no emotion, only coldness and killing. Under the strong addition of this talent, a flash of ferocity also appeared in the eyes of the Little Lone Wolf. Touché! Although it knew that this fey polar bear was strong and was by no means an existence that it was capable of defeating, but now under the inertia of the powerful charge, it simply couldn't stop. There's only a touch. Pang! A loud crash of blood and flesh, accompanied by wolf howls and bear roars, rang out in the ice and snow splatters. Little Lone Wolf's talent is Raging Wolf, a talent that grows stronger the more he fights, the more he is injured and with more bonuses. But there aren't many additions to this talent nowadays, so in the face of the fey grizzly bear's furious slap, the Little Lone Wolf resisted it hard, and his 4-meter wolf body was fiercely smashed by the slap and flew backward a dozen meters away. Along the way, it cut a deep gully through all the ice and snow on the ground. Even with its talent turned on, it still couldn't fight hard against this fey polar bear. Boom! As the little Dr. Wolf's body landed on the ground with a loud thud, it began to spill blood in large gulps under the strong recoil. Even the bones of his right paw felt a sharp pain. Except that the excruciating pain was quickly suppressed by the ravenous wolf talent that, the eyes of the little lone wolf that climbed up became more and more ferocious, and the killing intent on his body became more and more intense. As he watched the fey polar bear think he was free of his entanglements and prepare to pounce on the pack of wolves that had been rounding up his cubs, the young lone wolf once again let out a long whine and charged. Only now its speed, once again, had a peak breakthrough, over 60 meters per second. This was the terrifying addition of the rabid wolf talent. As long as it doesn't die, it will get stronger and stronger the more it fights, unless the opponent's terrifying attack power could exceed the tolerance limit of the wild wolf talent. In addition, there was the Wolf King watching from the back, which led so many wolf clans and was assisted by Little Grey and many bear clans. How can it lose? Ow! With a loud, rough and loud wolf whistle, the little lone wolf directly and viciously rushed towards this fey polar bear. No matter how fast the speed was, or how quickly the little lone wolf recovered, it was far beyond this fey polar bear's expectations. The fey polar bear couldn't imagine that a wolf clan that had just suffered a blow from his own full strength not only seemed to be unharmed, but also seemed to be attacking towards himself with a higher level of strength and aura. Without having time to defend itself, it was slammed down hard right on its nose by the little lone wolf. Nose. Sense of smell. The blow made the fey polar bear's nose bleed, and its extremely sensitive sense of smell could only pick up the heavy odor of blood at its nose. Roar. The damaged sense of smell has sent it into a frenzy. Sight had already failed, and if the weak sense of smell failed again, it would really only be like a headless fly waiting to be killed. So the fey polar bear knew he had reached a very dangerous point. With a bear clan hiss, this fey polar bear also turned on its talent. Originally, it wanted to save its talent to deal with the huge white wolf on top of the snowy slope, but I didn't expect that the wolves under the white wolf's command alone would be so difficult to deal with. Blood Rage talent. The talent that this fey polar bear had turned on was Blood Rage. A blood-colored fluorescence enveloped its huge bear clan, and then its eyes, which had already been scratched by Little Grey and Little Lone Wolf, actually suppressed their injuries under this fluorescence. A pair of huge blood-stained bear eyes opened fiercely. The eyes had not only bright red blood in them, but also scarlet from the gift. Blood flowed long from his nose, and the wounds solidified in an instant. This talent made its strength, too, skyrocket too much in an instant. The strong aura that rose up all over his body made Xiao Bai and Wen Xiong, who were at the side of the battlefield, want to suffocate. It's too strong. This fey polar bear was too strong. Currently, only the little lone wolf with the wild wolf talent turned on was unaffected. Ow! A rough wolf howl caused them to snap out of their suffocation and once again begin a bloodbath with this fey polar bear. On one side were the wolves and more than a dozen bear clans, and on the other side was this fey polar bear that had already broken through level 20. After both sides ruthlessly glanced at each other under the extreme night, they both brought out an extremely tragic aura to charge towards each other. It was only the sound of mutilated ears abusing his cubs behind him that still tugged at the heartstrings of the fey polar bear. Pang! The sounds of blood and flesh crashing and the miserable wailing of polar bear cubs resounded in this chilly area from time to time. However, it was also the time when the bloodshed between the two sides was at its most intense. That Su Lin acutely felt a prying sense rushing fiercely toward his side with a trend of extremely fast speed. Su Lin led the wolves, conquering and killing all the way through this morose region. Several polar bears have fallen to the wolves' conquest. Since there really was a strange encounter here, then no matter which side the hunters were from, they wouldn't look at such a large and furious wolf pack to get a piece of the pie. Su Lin had expected the strikes of these strong hunters, but he was fearless. In the cold and icy land, in the cruel nature, it has always been the weakest and the strongest. As long as one was strong enough, then all the wonders were for the wolves. Can't help it at last? At this moment, Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes also erupted with a chilling light in an instant. He turned the wolf's head slightly, standing high above the snowy slopes and looking directly behind him. Chapter 149, The Might of Wolf Whistle. Even underneath the extreme night, Su Lin could still herculeanly see an almost lightning-like tantalizing gray shadow running directly towards him. The speed was extremely fast, already vaguely more than 200 meters per second. Whoosh! The loud whistling sound that cut through the air also caused its size to be completely exposed to Su Lin's field of vision. With such a fast speed, not to mention ordinary hunters, even Su Lin only felt a flash in front of his eyes before this tantalizingly gray shadow arrived before him. Roar! A sharp roar exploded menacingly in the chilly air. It was also at this time that Su Lin finally saw the true face of this tantalizing gray shadow. Lynx. A fey lynx. A female fey lynx. Lynx are natural hunters. They may be smaller in size, but they are often more fierce and ruthless than any hunter. And this fey lynx had a massive size of 4 or 5 meters. With a sharp hiss, its sharp claws also smashed out viciously directly towards Su Lin's neck, a claw to seal the throat. For the lynx, it does not like to hurt the eyes, nose and other vitals of its prey. It likes to stay still. but when it does, it's a hit. Its pair of violet blue eyes exuded a chilling killing intent, but it underestimated its opponent this time. Su Lin's reaction speed was far greater than it. Ow! With a terrifying wolf howl ringing out, Su Lin dodged sideways and flashed past the lynx's vicious attack. The lynx's attack, however, still grazed the edge of the side of his neck. It was just that the hairs on Su Lin's body had also entered a fighting state, and his thick hairs became harder than steel. When the lynx's claw thorns scratched into the thick hair, it unexpectedly resounded with a sharp friction sound like gold and iron, and the sharpness and force of the claw thorns had not broken through Su Lin's hair. At this time, the Fey lynx landed a blow, and its strong charging force caused it to continue charging out another dozens of meters before stabilizing itself. Then a pair of violet blue eyes swept a circle of the battlefield, although it was very upset about just missing a surefire strike. But still, when the time comes, there is no hesitation. This Fey lynx is smart enough to know that lurking and attacking are what lynxes are good at, so even though it possessed extremely powerful battle strength, it didn't intend to fight with Su Lin to the death in this icy land. Prepare to flee the battlefield directly. This flaming wolf clan, not only did it look bad, but there were also many hunters who had long since set their sights on it. It was only attracted by the white wolf's flesh and blood, which was full of essence, and the flesh and blood of several Fey wolf races that. The wolves have always been at the top of the lynx's hunting list. The urge to hunt for the wolves seemed to come from deep within the lynx genes. As the same fierce hunters, territories often intertwine, so the fight between the wolves and the lynxes has been going on for a long time. The lynx has often been described as a wolf-slaying machine, which is perhaps a bit of an overstatement. However, under lurking and attacking, most of the wolves of the same level were no match for the lynx. However, since he didn't get the flesh and blood of this white wolf, the Fey lynx didn't plan to stay long. After all, stamina and chakra were the lynx's weaknesses, and it couldn't hold up to a pack of wolves like a Fey polar bear. However, just as this Fey lynx wanted to leave, suddenly a strong killing intent directly and fiercely descended on its body. Powerful senses that were frantically signaling to it. This caused the Fey lynx to turn his head fiercely, and he saw that the majestic white wolf king's pair of golden brown eyes were already staring at him in death. This white wolf king not only dodged its fatal blow, but even the strong killing intent emanating from the huge wolf body seemed to have no intention of letting it go. Since the Fey lynx had become a Fey in succession with its mate by relying on the fruits in that area of lush water and grass before the great change in the heavens and earth, it had rarely had this sense of danger that was so strong that it was extreme. Roar! This caused the Fey lynx to hiss once more, breaking through the oppressive feeling that was enveloped by a heavy killing intent, before launching at full speed at a peak speed of over 200 meters per second. The lynx didn't stay too long, wanting to rely on the speed bonus from the sneak talent to rush out of this area. Just as it had just turned around and darted away, not only did it see the wolves around it encircling towards it, but even a roar sounded behind it. Sonic boom. It's the loud sonic boom that comes from traveling faster than the speed of sound. A cloud of sonic booms also appeared in the frigid Arctic air. Su Lin was in the midst of a mad dash, and his speed had briefly surpassed the speed on the panel. This was also the first time he didn't turn on his hunting talent, and his speed directly broke through the speed of sound. The distance between the Fey lynx and Su Lin was only 100 meters, in just 1 or 2 seconds. Even though the Fey lynx was desperately running wildly, it was still being chased up by Su Lin. In the cruelty of nature, anyone has to be prepared to lose their life if the hunt fails. Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes rose with an increasingly dense killing intent. Since this Fey lynx was the first to jump out, it was naturally impossible for Su Lin to just let it go. Such a large-sized Fey lynx, even if it was kept as a blood meal for the wolves, it would be enough to make the strength of the wolves rise to another level. What's more, this battle of Su Lin's was to kill a chicken to make an example of a monkey. He led the wolves just to get a piece of the action and to decimate the deer that had rebelled out of the pack. He wanted to let all the hunters in the neighborhood know that anyone who dared to come in the way of the wolves would have to die. This Fey lynx must weigh at least nearly 1,000 kilograms, lighter than a wolf of the same size, but its body contains a powerful fighting force that should not be underestimated. As early as the last time he hunted that purple lynx, Su Lin had learned from it, so Su Lin came up and mobilized his entire body at the peak of his battle power, accompanied by an earth-shattering wolf whistle. His razor-sharp wolf claws popped out fully and slammed down hard on the Fey lynx's tantalizingly gray back. This lynx's fur stood up completely under the great threat, and was no match for the hardness of Su Lin's fur, but it definitely surpassed the defense of an ordinary bear clan. But under Su Lin's indestructible wolf claws, even steel was as fragile as broken ice. Pang! A hard blow smashed into the back of the Fey lynx, and the huge impact caused its wildly running figure to lose its balance. This vicious blow contained a strong force of more than 10 tons, directly smashing the Fey lynx's not-so-heavy body hundreds of meters away. The snow and ice along the way were all cut by the body of the Fey lynx in a deep trail, and the snowflakes splattered by the blows flew in all directions. The blow was so heavy that the Fey lynx could hardly imagine it. A speed that exceeded the speed of sound in such a majestic force. Was this the strong strength that this white wolf possessed? The lynx's 4 or 5 meter body. After sliding for hundreds of meters, it only felt that its internal bones and internal organs were cracked. The sharp wolf's claws also tore the flesh of its back completely open. Its ribs were shattered several times, and even its crest bone was slightly cracked, and blood flowed outward from the wounds in a reckless manner. However, it still quickly climbed up, even though its injuries were very serious. Even though large streams of blood were spilling out of its mouth in an uncontrollable manner. But the fierce light in his eyes has not diminished in the slightest. It has also become more intelligent since it and its mate became Fey. In the icy North Pole, one thing was learned even more. That's never begged to survive. If you want to survive, if you want to get food, if you want to evolve faster, then you will inevitably have to kill all the way down. Only sharp claws and fangs will keep your opponents back. Begging and showing weakness will only usher in more unscrupulous bullying and abuse. Roar! With this ferocity in his heart, the Fey lynx also ran wildly once again. It was not completely crushed by the heavy blow, as long as it was able to escape from this white wolf's hunt. Then in the future, relying on its sneaking talent, there would be plenty of opportunities to avenge today's revenge. It was thought that this white wolf would inevitably start a conflict with some of the rest of the strong hunters, and would then take advantage of his illness. Only the lynx lurking in the shadows is the deadliest threat. But this Fey lynx could only think this way. Su Lin had no intention of letting it leave here alive. His peak speed erupted once again, quickly catching up with this Fey lynx and fighting with it. These Fey that had grown up in the icy sky and snow, both in terms of killing and ferocity, were tougher than the Fey in the mysterious iceberg. This tantalum gray Fey lynx might not be as good as the purple lynx, but the ruthlessness and ferocity that had been raised in its body could not be underestimated. Roar! Ow! The hissing of the lynx and the long whine of the wolves intertwined with each other under the polar night. It was a duel of speed and power. The ordinary wolf clans could not react to the speed of the Wolf King and this Fey lynx, and their sight could not even catch up with their two figures. Pang! Pang! The sound of blood and flesh colliding rang out from time to time. Blood and ice splattered across the area. This Fey lynx wasn't a match for Su Lin at all. Whether it was speed or strength, Su Lin was at a crushing level against it. It was just that this Fey lynx's vitality was too tenacious, and its ferociousness was supporting it as it sparred with Su Lin again and again. The peak speeds of both sides were instantly turning the battle miles away. Such a duel was simply not something that ordinary species could intervene in. The Fey lynx's chi and stamina were rapidly depleting from the intense fighting and running. Nowadays, Su Lin was strong to the point of being extremely perverted. Even though this Fey lynx had been opening up its talent to spar with him, it was still at a point where it was and could be dangerous. One after another gruesome wound appeared on the lynx's body. Su Lin had the strength to directly decapitate this Fey lynx, but he was waiting. Only this one Fey lynx could not serve as a warning. He wanted to see if any more hunters were going to come out and fight. And just when this Fey lynx was about to bleed out, a hiss of extreme anger and suppression rang out fiercely. This caused Su Lin's pair of golden-brown wolf eyes to radiate a chilling light. Soon he saw another Fey lynx, appearing fiercely out of the ice and snow. It sure showed up. This Fey lynx was a male, and from the monstrous flames of fury radiating from one of its eyes, Su Lin could feel its resentful killing intent towards himself. On top of that, the female lynx that was already on the verge of perishing under the claws of her own wolf hissed in a frenzy when she saw this male lynx. Although Su Lin couldn't understand the hissing sound, he vaguely knew the relationship between these two lynxes. Spouse? That came just in time. The life of a Fey lynx is nowhere near enough of a deterrent. Su Lin mobilized his entire body's battle power to its peak state once again. His current physical strength far surpassed that of these two Fey lynxes, and not even a third of his physical strength had been expended in the fierce fight just now. It was just that this male Fey lynx was much stronger, and the timing of the weight and the location of the ambush were very good. Roar! Accompanied by a sharp hissing sound, this male Fey lynx attacked with a peak speed of approaching 300 meters per second. By the time Su Lin felt it, this Fey lynx was already very close to him. The lynx's long, sharp claws tore through the frigid air, bringing out a harsh whistle. This time the lynx's claw spikes were still heading towards the vitals of Su Lin's throat, as if what every lynx wanted to do was to kill him with a single blow. They don't consume their opponents, much less have a pack to back them up, so a one-hit kill is the most efficient and safest way for them to hunt. Su Lin's body flickered slightly as he faced this attack, but the male lynx is, nonetheless, too fast for him. With the addition of the talent sneak, it also approached 300 meters per second, not much less than Su Lin. Rip! The sharp claw didn't cut into the throat, but it still cut into Su Lin's chest. and a sound of hair and flesh being torn apart rang out. A blinding stream of blood immediately flowed from Sulin's chest, and a deep gash was cut through it. Even with thick fur that was harder than steel, it was still scratched by this male lynx's strike. This shows the strength of the male lynx. This strike knocked Sulin's full 9-meter wolf body directly backward by 10 or so meters. It's just that that's all there is to it. This force didn't even manage to knock Sulin down. Sulin, who hadn't been injured for a long time since he returned from the mysterious ice mountain, felt the pain coming from his front chest, and only then did he have a hint of the sensation of a fierce fight. Otherwise it was as if he had just abused the female lynx in a cat-and-mouse situation. And perhaps it was this strike from the male lynx and the blood flowing out of Sulin's forehead that made the rest of the shadowy hunters feel that there was a chance to hunt this wolf king down. Therefore, there were two more prying senses that fiercely ran toward Sulin's side. This male lynx also hissed and attacked again. This caused Sulin to stretch his wolf body, and then facing these several chilling killing intent rushing at him, his pair of wolf eyes instantly changed from a golden brown color fiercely to a deep blue color. It was as if the deep sea was a deep blue color, and a deep blue fluorescent light quickly internalized into his body. Immediately afterward, Sulin directly let out a long whistle. Ow! Originally, his ordinary wolf whistle was already considered huge, and now with the wolf whistle talents addition, it was even more like a heavenly wolf whistling at the moon. A strong sound wave went directly toward the front of the room in a wild and fierce manner. Pang! 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 The ice and snow all over the ground exploded in this wild wolf whistle. Ice piles shattered and snowflakes flew. The strong shockwave brought out by this wolf whistle also caused the male lynx charging at the front to bring out a look of horror in his eyes. Wolf whistle? Is this the power of a wolf whistle? The lynx had a low blood value, low stamina, low weight, and was most deadly when faced with this indiscriminate sonic attack. Even if it was fast, it would be difficult to escape without going faster than the speed of sound. Pang! The wave of wolf whistles ruthlessly crashed into the charging Fey lynx, and the strong impact directly caused its lithe body to fiercely fly backwards. The sound wave shook its internal organs out with cracks, and the blood in its mouth gushed out wildly without any money, drawing a graceful line of blood in mid-air. The two scents that were rapidly approaching were also directly exposed under this wolf whistle. Pang! Pang! The two loud impacts also caused their massive bodies to reveal themselves before falling back a full dozen meters away. It was only after the scattered snow and ice began to fall that these two figures gradually revealed their true forms. Looking at the two of them, a touch of true battle intent and killing intent also rose in Sulin's deep blue eyes. Are they all here? Now that's some fun. The aura on Sulin's majestic wolf body boiled and burned uncontrollably. These two figures were no other hunters. Heck, they were both old friends of his and the wolves. A huge grizzly bear of meters and a very large reindeer stood proudly right in the middle of the falling snow and ice. Under the polar night, their eyes intertwined with Sulin's sight, especially this Fey grizzly bear. Sulin had rummaged through his wolf pack's territory without finding it, but he didn't expect it to run here. Chapter 150 Bloodshed and Killing. Fierce tiger appears. The incoming attackers were clearly Fey grizzly bears and Fey caribou. Both Fey had crossed paths with wolves at one time or another. This Fey reindeer was, in terms of size, when it was the king reindeer that Ash had described. As for the Fey grizzly, it was an old friend. Once, in the middle of the Morphic Arctic, the first adult Fey that Sulin had encountered was this grizzly bear. It had been another few months since they had seen each other, and this Fey grizzly bear had become significantly stronger. Here's a grizzly bear who's had so much luck that it's almost anticlimactic. On top of that, there was also a layer of grayish fluorescence faintly on its body, completely obscuring its aura. This should be a talent similar to sneaking, astringency, or something like that. Comparatively speaking, the talents of lurking, astringency, and concealment were all talents that the Fey would evolve once they reached a certain level. After all, this is the capital to live better in the cruel nature. Even that terrifying Fey Great King Squid had an astringent type talent. At this moment, the battle intent in Sulin's pair of wolf eyes completely boiled. Only this kind of lineup could make the present day him feel a hint of challenge. The male Fey lynx, too, had long since risen from the ice. The sights of all three of their powerful hunters landed dead center on Sulin. The Fey polar bear that was killing the wolves to the point of insanity also sensed the changes over here, and was suddenly wrestling even more fiercely with all its battle power. Wanting to join forces with these three Fey inside and outside, he completely killed through this furious wolf pack. Roar! The Fey polar bear let out a hiss of extreme anger, and soon a bear clan was directly hit in its fierce fight. Pang! The strong attacks of the Fey polar bear were simply not something an ordinary bear clan could resist. With a single slap, he directly sent this bear clan flying backwards 50 to 60 meters away, smashing the ice piles and snow blocks along the way to smithereens. This bear tribe's mouth, nose and ears were all overflowing with large streams of blood, and it looked like it wouldn't survive. With one strike, he struck this bear clan to the point of dying from serious injuries. Cousin, who had been watching the battlefield, didn't immediately use her talent out to heal that. After all, she knew that it wasn't one or two wolf clans or one or two bear clans that would decide the winner of this roundup battle. Instead, it's the Wolf King. The D-rank healing talent made it so that it could only be used out once in 3 hours, so she kept it for Su Lin. As for the lives of the ordinary bears and ordinary wolves in the pack, one can only say that they are at the mercy of God. After all, in a bloodbath, not to mention the common species, even the lives of the Fae are not considered precious. When you get on the hunting ground, many times life is no longer life. This Fae polar bear's frenzy also caused the male lynx to once again attack towards Su Lin in a frenzy. After all, its mate is still here. Having evolved into Fae with higher IQs, they all began to understand the importance of snuggling up to each other for warmth, and they all learned the importance of joining forces. It's hard to abandon a mate and leave until it's a matter of life and death. Roar! The male lynx hissed and attacked towards Su Lin with wind-like speed. The wolf whistle just now was very strong. Even if it was an ordinary bear clan facing the power of such a strong wolf whistle, I'm afraid that it would have to chatter blood on the ice field. Just wanting such a strong Fae life, the power of the wolf whistle was not enough. With a sharp hissing sound, the male lynx almost blinked with his speed, and that female lynx also stood up from the icy ground section by section with strong support, then endured the extreme pain of having all the bones in her body cracked, and also attacked towards Su Lin. The two Fae lynxes attacked left and right. It was just that the female lynx's attacks were too weak and her speed was too much slower than her previous peak speed. Ow! Su Lin let out another long, wild whistle, and this wolf whistle directly sent the female lynx's charge flying. Along the way, he even fell back out tens of meters, more blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. The lynx's chi and blood was not high, and after fighting for such a long time, the blood on this Fae lynx's body had almost been worn down to an extremely low level. This, coupled with the wolf whistle attack, caused multiple organs of this female lynx to be unable to carry it, and the skin and flesh of her body was shaken out by the powerful sonic attack, causing a crack. As for this male lynx, he gritted his teeth and mobilized the strength of his entire body to carry this wolf whistle attack towards Su Lin. This caused Su Lin's eyes to erupt with dense killing intent, and his sharp wolf claws popped out completely. Nowadays, Su Lin's claw spikes were more than 30 centimeters, and their sharpness was enough to cut iron like mud. Pang! Under the polar night, Su Lin ruthlessly clashed his claws with this male lynx's attack. The clashing sound brought out by the sharp-clawed spikes of the two parties in the dark night was extremely ear-piercing. Su Lin had a force of more than 10 tons under this all-out strike. When more than 10 tons of force were concentrated on the wolf's claws, one could imagine its invulnerable and invincible attack power. Even if this male lynx had a speed bonus of almost 300 meters per second, under this fierce impact, it was directly smashed and flew backwards for hundreds of meters. Boom! The massive body of the male lynx tumbled a dozen times. The two lynxes were no match for Solemn. Currently, Su Lin's true peak battle power was already so strong that it was almost outrageous. Roar! Young! Accompanied by a bear roar that shook the air and a clear and loud deer call. The Fae grizzly bear and the Fae reindeer also finally joined the battlefield after hesitating for a moment. Originally, the grizzly bear was not very bold, but this time, it was unusually brave. A pair of pitch-black bear eyes brought out a tyrannical cold light. It could be seen that this Fae grizzly bear was thinking that its current strength had greatly improved and was enough to suppress Su Lin, wanting to wipe out the humiliation of fleeing in a sorry state in front of Su Lin. It was just that this Fae grizzly bear didn't realize that even if it had some monstrous encounters, Su Lin's encounters weren't any smaller than it. Su Lin's battle power increase was even far above it. Pang! Pang! Bloody collisions and killings unfolded in an instant in this morose area. Cousin also led a number of wolves on the sidelines trying to harass these hunters through the sound of howling wolves, while also sending out a team of females who were tearing into the female lynx that was already dying from serious injuries, trying to make his mate distracted by this female lynx. But this female lynx's ferociousness, even if she was seriously injured and dying, she still strongly supported her body, which was almost full of cracked bones, to stand up again. Rip! The sharp claw spikes directly tore an ordinary female wolf alive. Pieces of blood, flesh, and guts flew in all directions under the cold, polar night. This female lynx's blood is already less than 1 in 10, but even so, facing more than a dozen ordinary female wolves, it was still nearly crushing. This was the Fae, whose powerful and terrifying battle strength and tenacious to the extreme vitality was something that made it difficult for ordinary species to reach. Ow! The pack of wolves whistled wildly, also spurred on by the deaths of their companions. The many wolves, under the command of their cousin, frantically killed towards this female lynx. Currently, the entire battlefield was filled with grueling killings. Little Lone Wolf, Little Gray, Little White, Warm Bear, and Van Wolf take on a Fae polar bear. cousin, wolf sister, gray and white coyote, and a host of females were draining the last bit of blood value out of the severely injured and dying female lynx. At the same time, their roundups did distract the tough male lynx, who made a lot of mistakes against Surin. The most intense battlefield nowadays was clearly this battlefield of Sulin. They fight each other, and often turn to fight for miles and miles. The speed of each sparring match was even faster, and the level of thrill in it was far beyond any battlefield. In such a fierce fight, the consequences of distraction could be imagined. Sulin closed in on the Fey Lynx just in that short moment when this Fey Lynx was distracted, and his huge wolf body closed in on the Fey Lynx's body. Pust! With a sound that pierced through flesh and blood, Sulin's wolf claw that was sharp to the extreme stabbed directly into the forehead of this Fey Lynx. All of the bones in the Fey Lynx's forehead were completely shattered by the blow. The sharp wolf's claws had been heading for the heart, the essence of this Fey Lynx, only it hadn't gotten there. With an almost instinctive reaction, the Fey Lynx dodged this surefire strike from Sulin, but the sharp pain coming from his front chest and at his body still caused the Fey Lynx to ache to the point of almost going crazy. Roar! A sharp, painful hiss exploded fiercely through the air. It hurts too much. Even if it was a Fey whose vitality was tenacious to the extreme, even if it was a lynx that had killed countless people in a fierce and athletic manner, it was still howling madly in the face of this kind of pain. Rip! The wolf claw that Solian had stabbed in was still wreaking havoc inside it. This caused the Fey Lynx to howl and also fight back towards Sulin in a desperate manner, in a near frenzy. Pang! 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 The speed was extremely fast, and claw after claw slapped on top of Sulin's wolf head, also cutting through Sulin's flesh and leaving a wound. It was just that the wolf race's skulls were hard to the extreme, and Sulin's skull was even 10 times harder than even steel. This stars and stripes of injuries couldn't hurt him fundamentally at all. Sulin's pair of wolf eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. He wanted to harden himself against this Fey Lynx's attack and directly tear it apart alive on the spot. But the Fey in this siege had high IQs. Neither the Fey Grizzly Bear nor the Fey Reindeer King watched the tragic death of the Fey Lynx. Young! Roar! Bear roars and deer sounds exploded behind Sulin. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind him, this caused a trace of annoyance to flash through Sulin's pair of eyes. No matter what, the results that come from fighting in tandem are amazing. Both the wolves, and the rest of the hunters, once they started fighting together, the effect they brought was 1+1. The attacks from the Fey Grizzly Bear and Reindeer King behind him caused Sulin to only give up on the idea of tearing this Fey Lynx apart alive. He directly threw it hard, throwing the Fey Lynx tens of meters away. Pang! The Fey Lynx landed on the ground, rubbing several cracks into the ice that was tougher than steel. The Fey Lynx was also seriously injured outright. Even though Sulin hadn't torn it apart alive, the wolf's claws had left very horrifying injuries inside of it. A huge wound of blood and flesh-molded lake was left on his chest, and blood was gushing outward without money. The lynx, having suffered such a heavy blow, did not charge desperately towards the circle of fierce fighting again, and when it stood up, it was rushing towards the wolves that were circling its mate. Even if it knew that the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Fey Caribou saved themselves because they wanted to continue attacking and killing this white wolf together. But it's scared. Yes, facing this strong and tyrannical to the extreme white wolf king, it's really scared. Such a white wolf was simply not something it could fight against. Speed had always been its unrivaled strength, but today it was crushed to the point of uselessness by this white wolf. Quicker himself. The white wolf was even quicker. It even brought out the sound of a sonic boom. It would be fine if it was only fast. But the white wolf's attack power had also reached the point of being nearly unrivaled. With a force of more than 10 tons at every turn, such an attack power would be hard to resist even for that Fey Grizzly Bear. Not to mention the lynx that was not good at frontal combat. So after fighting fiercely for a long time, and after being seriously injured, it was emboldened. Don't want to fight anymore. This fiery wolf pack and this invincible wolf king, even if it was forced to take a piece of that watery grass, it recognized it. With a sharp hiss, the Fey Lynx forced back the pain at his forehead and charged at his mate in the wolf pack's enclosure. However, her cousin, who was a bee-wolf, did not show any weakness and separated a group of wolves to start blocking and attacking the male lynx. Cousin's eyes brought out a flash of determination in her. After not receiving the Wolf King's order, even if it took the lives of the wolves, the two Fey Lynxes had to be dragged. Ow! 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 A ferocious aura was brought out in the eyes of each charging wolf. If this male lynx was still in its peak state, not to mention the female wolves under Sister Wolf's command, even the more than 20 elite wolves under Little Grey's command would have difficulty stopping this Fey Lynx in the slightest. But now it was too heavily injured by Sulin, and the injuries at its forehead and inside its body also made it unable to utilize its peak speed and battle power at all. This caused it to briefly get tangled up in the wolves. Roar! Sharp hisses and the long whines of the wolves intermingled as well. As for the other side, there was no more harassment or attacks from that Fey Lynx. Su Lin also fought hard and bloody against these two old friends of the wolves. Blood splattered and ice and snow fluttered. The area where the two sides were fighting was a mess for more than 10 kilometers around. These Fey strengths that appeared today were all very strong. Even that Fey polar bear was no exception. Such a peak melee, which was unprecedented, was likewise a feast for the eyes. Even in the war-torn outside world, it was hard to see such a wide variety and strong Fey species appearing together on the same battlefield. And at that moment, just as Su Lin and the wolves under his command were in a bloodbath with several Fey, the Arctic border, the northernmost border of Siberia, a Siberian tiger with a body size of 10 meters quietly appeared on the Arctic borderline. The aura on this Siberian tiger was completely collected and did not disturb any of the species along the Arctic borderline. It looked as if a big orange cat that wasn't the least bit threatening, but this Siberian tiger body that dozens of, nearly covered with hideous scars, are silent tell this is an invincible tiger that has experienced countless bloody battles. The Siberian tiger, which did not emit any aura, stepped quietly into the North Pole. A pair of yellow tiger eyes scanned the morose zone without the slightest discomfort. Still, it soon looked further afield to Greenland. With a high IQ, it had already learned about this Moroi zone before it came here. There are a number of inhabitants of that island who survive in the Arctic Circle. Having been rounded up by humans many times, it has come to the signal-less Arctic not just to hide for a while, but also to start its bloody revenge on humans here. By the time it steps out of the Arctic, it will be a lingering dream demon for mankind. Chapter 151, Chopping Fey in a Row. No one knows how many tough hunters may be hidden in this morose zone, so this Siberian tiger, whose body was covered in scars, did not wantonly emit its own aura. This Siberian tiger is not an ordinary Fey tiger. It is the invincible fierce tiger that was surrounded by heavy troops but still managed to kill its way out. It had come to the northern border of Siberia the other day, originally intending to unite the tiger clan on this side. Only the human siege makes this side of the Fey tiger tribe dead, wounded. The only remaining tiger tribe is also hiding in the deep forests, do not dare to come out. It was the only one that had killed all the way over without an enemy. After the invincible mongrel tiger broke through again, the humans' encirclement of it became even more lackluster. The unrivaled power and wind-like speed made it nearly horizontal. Coupled with the Fey's strong resistance and tenacity, it was difficult for technological killers to deal a fatal blow to it. But in the midst of a continuous siege, this invincible fierce tiger's hostility towards humans had long since penetrated into its bones. Though not united to its own kind, it still intends to wreak vengeance on the humans. The trauma from the last time they were heavily surrounded by humans had not fully healed. It intended to recuperate in this area for a period of time, and in the meantime, it would see if there were still some primitive humans in this morose cold area. And if there were, it would naturally hunt and kill them cleanly. With this thought in mind, the invincible mongrel tiger did not launch a killing spree of the species in the area, and began to head towards Greenland, where some Inuit were rumored to reside. Siberia, North and Greenland are a long way off, but this invincible tiger didn't stop there. The path through this frigid Arctic zone drew the watchful eye of not a few headwolves. Even if it didn't reveal any of its aura, these several wolf clansmen still didn't dare to approach within a few hundred meters of it. Still, this invincible fierce tiger looked at these wolves. Those yellow tiger eyes were like the light of a sword, and just one sweep caused several wolf clans to all quickly flee with their tails between their legs. And just after this invincible mongoose went away, it was only then that Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, who had been watching from a very long distance, both just felt that suffocating sense of oppression gradually dissipate. A touch of heart-seasoned awe still showed in the eyes of Papa Wolf and Mama Wolf. In fact, ever since his own pups had left with the wolves, a number of hunters had broken into this Arctic one after another. However, during this period of time, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, by devouring the isoflower black fruit rock gullen fruit, their strengths had both increased quite a bit. Papa Wolf was at mid-level 12 in all his strength, and Mama Wolf was at the peak of level 10, both having gained talents. Fey with talent were considered to truly possess the qualifications to gain a foothold in the cruel nature after the great change of heaven and earth. Coupled with the fact that the hunters that broke in weren't very strong, the hunters were driven out of the territory after the wolf parents led the pack. But this Siberian tiger just now was too strong. Just the glance that swept over them alone gave an oppressive force that made them even stop breathing in general. It's a good thing this Siberian tiger was just passing through wolf territory. Otherwise, Papa Wolf felt that he might not even be able to go a single round under the claws of this invincible fierce tiger. At that time, let alone defending the territory, it would already be the best ending if he could lead the wolves to escape. Su Lin naturally didn't know about what was happening in the wolves' territory at this time. He was in the middle of a bloodbath with the Fey. Among them, the fight with the Fey grizzly bear was the most intense. Originally, after fighting for a long time, Su Lin had the upper hand with his powerful battle strength. only a mysterious green light flashed behind the Fey grizzly bear once again. This time, due to the very close distance, Su Lin finally saw what this green light was. This turned out to be an exotic herb, Cuscuta. Cuscuta is a very common parasitic plant that is extremely survivable and able to adapt to a variety of environments. But quite unexpectedly, Su Lin had not expected that this daughter plant had parasitized with the Fey grizzly bear. Because in his impression daughter is parasitized on some plants, there has never been a precedent of parasitizing on animals. It was evident that after these parasitic plants had mutated, the parasitic hosts had also long since ceased to be limited to plants. Ordinary daughter may not be able to adapt to the frigid temperatures of the Arctic, but exotic grasses definitely can. And with such a parasitic plant, it is no wonder that this Fey grizzly bear can find a lot of strange places with pure energy. At this time, it was also the interference of this doddering plant that caused Su Lin, who could have decapitated this Fey grizzly bear, to miss. The glistening green light branches and Su Lin's wolf claws ruthlessly collided together, and the two sides clashed against each other for a dozen marks. Although in the end, Su Lin's pair of sharp wolf claws severed the branch, it allowed both the Fey grizzly bear and the Fey caribou to escape. Ow! There was another earth-shattering wolf whistle, a wild wolf whistle that instantly swept through the ice within 3 kilometers. The powerful shockwave of this wolf whistle swept towards the two fleeing Fey, but as the powerful shockwave smashed into the Fey grizzly's massive body, it was once again dissolved by the glistening green light. Only the massive reindeer king was shaken by this wolf whistle. However, a snow-white luminescence soon emanated from the reindeer king's body, suppressing the injuries and becoming faster, started to run fast and furiously to escape. Originally, this big battle today was out of all the hunters' expectations, especially the reindeer king. It originally just wanted to come over to see how tough this group of wolves that came to seek revenge was, but it didn't expect that it would not be able to hold down the hunting and killing in its heart after all. However, after striking out, he was almost torn apart by the sharp claws of this white wolf king. The strength of this white wolf king was too terrifying. It had thought that the two wolf clansmen it had encountered in the wolf pack's territory some time ago were the wolf king and queen of the wolf pack, and now it seemed to realize how wrong it was. At the same time, it was also thankful in its heart that it hadn't encountered this white wolf king that day, or else it was feared that it would have already lost its life above the territory of the wolves. Escape! The reindeer king was filled with a strong desire to survive, and all he could think about was escape. In its eyes wanting to counteract this white wolf king, it definitely still needed to unite more forces. Otherwise, himself and the deer herd under his command alone would not be enough to kill this white wolf king. At this moment, both Fey were frantically fleeing, without the slightest bit of the aura they had at the beginning when they rushed over to attack and kill. Su Lin's strength and battle prowess once again shook all the hunters to their core. Even the sense of shadowy prying eyes that had yet to reveal itself gradually receded. It could be seen that the battle power that Su Lin had displayed in this battle had caused some of the original small plans in the hearts of the many hunters in this area to dissipate. That Fey grass velvet rabbit was strong to a very terrifying point, and with it interfering, the two Fey managed to escape. This caused Su Lin's pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes to look in the direction the two Fey had fled in. Narrowing slightly, a dangerous look passed through him. If Su Lin were to open the hunt now, it would still be possible to catch up with these two Fey, but he just hadn't done so. Because although Su Lin had arrived at a location not far from the Piece of Wonder, he hadn't seen it after all. With these two fleeing Fey leading the way, it was much better to search, especially this reindeer king. It wasn't enough for Su Lin to just kill it alone. That group of deer that dared to defect from the wolves' territory was also bound to be decimated. After watching the two Fey flee, he didn't hesitate as he began to turn back around and look at the two remaining battlefields where they were fighting. These two battlefields are still in a stalemate. These hunters were all very strong. Even in the face of the wolves surrounding them they still supported themselves until now, especially the two Fey lynxes, both of which had been severely injured by Su Lin, but still supported themselves for so long against the wolves under their cousin's command. Even when cousin, wolf sister, and gray and white coyote were all on board, they had yet to take them down, but that's as far as it goes. This caused Su Lin's eyes to flash with chilling killing intent before his peak speed was fully unleashed. Thick limbs stomped out deep snow pits on the icy ground. Su Lin's huge wolf body leapt up and ran directly at the two Fey lynxes. Roar! With the sonic booms brought about by Su Lin moving at full speed, both Fey lynxes smelled the heavy scent of death approaching, and both couldn't help but engage in a final hiss. Their roars became hoarse, far from the sharp crispness of the beginning, and they sounded rather like they were at the end of their rope. Under the freezing cold, all hunters have to be prepared to fail in their hunt and lose their lives, just under the strong desire to survive. Both Fey lynxes were trying to put up a last desperate fight, but it was all in vain. After being seriously injured by Su Lin and having been consumed by the wolves for so long, all of their blood and stamina was about to be drained. Su Lin's speed of over 300 meters per second was simply not something they could react to nowadays. Pust. The sharp wolf claws that were more than 30 centimeters long were like the sharpest of blades, stabbing into the male Fey Lynx's forehead once again. This time the position was not the slightest bit off. Straight to the heart. Before this male lynx could react, Su Lin pulled out the heart of this male lynx that was emitting a rich fluorescent light. The essence of the Fey Lynx was clearly the heart. The essence area was the part of the Fey's body where the majority of its essence was concentrated. And the pain after being pulled out so directly and bloody was simply not something that could be resisted by sheer force of will. Roar! This male lynx was in so much pain that his whole body was shaking and he couldn't even roar. The sharp claws that struggled to slap at Su Lin also became so soft and weak that they couldn't even break through Su Lin's fur. In a cold expression, Su Lin used an evolutionary potion before he swallowed the heart of this male lynx. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the heart of the Fey Lynx, level 21, and gaining 500 points of evolution value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fey Lynx and purifying a talent serum. 4,500 evolution points. Heck! It was the same part of the essence as the Fey polar bear in the mysterious iceberg. 4,500 points of evolution value. Even for the present day Su Lin was considered a considerable amount of evolution value. After swallowing it, Solian also gave the male lynx a hard time. Pang! 10 tons of force exploded menacingly, slamming the male lynx's head right on top of a sharp pile of ice. The piles of ice in this frigid region are often harder than steel. However, it still completely shattered into ice slag under this blow. The hard skull of the Fey Lynx was also shattered with several cracks in this wild and fierce strike. Collapsing to the ground, it could no longer get up, its entire body convulsing. The chi and blood flowed empty. The essential parts were swallowed into Su Lin's abdomen, and even the skull was broken. Even the Fey's tenaciousness is powerless. Amidst the flurry of broken ice, the male lynx's eyes, which still had remnants of their gleam, were still looking at his mate. But within seconds, the glow dissipated completely. The female lynx was also wailing with pathos under the polar night, and it didn't think of attacking Su Lin and the wolves again, because it was hurt worse than its mate. It had no strength left. He's just trying to wriggle his way up to his mate. However, the bloodstained Su Lin still had to decapitate the Fey polar bear, so he didn't waste any time here to watch the life and death tangle between them. Pang! A vicious claw slammed the female lynx, who was crawling over, completely into the ice as well, and there was no blood spilled. Only the violently twitching body of the female lynx. Then Su Lin's wolf claw also stabbed into the heart of this female lynx, plucking out its essence as well and swallowing it directly into his mouth. 2 more tantalizingly gray message prompts instantly appeared before Su Lin's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the heart of the Fey Lynx, level 19, and gaining 900 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fey Lynx and purifying a talent serum. The strength of this female lynx was clearly lower than her mate, and the essence part only gave 900 points, but it wasn't less, and there was a gift serum. So Su Lin looked at the female lynx that still had the last vestiges of breath left in it, hooked its huge body directly up with its claw spikes, and threw it towards the side of its mate, a female lynx with a pair of eyes that still had the last trace of vigor in them. After seeing the corpse of her mate beside her, she still fought with her last strength and her mate to snuggle up with each other, and after decapitating 2 Fey in a row, Su Lin, with a pair of golden brown eyes, also looked towards the Fey polar bear that was still engaged in a final fight with the little lone wolf, the warm bear, the little gray, and so on. It had to be said that this Fey polar bear was more resilient than these 2 Fey lynxes in terms of blood value, physical strength and defense. But no matter how much the Fey polar bear struggled and fought back, its end was already predetermined. Ow! As an earth-shattering wolf howl resounded once again, the wolves that were still in a bloody battle also turned around to look at the Wolf King. Then as he watched the Wolf King walk over, the numerous wolf and bear clans all tacitly moved out of the way. Even the little lone wolf, who had turned on his berserk wolf talent and had become more and more courageous the more he fought, and whose strength had risen to a terrifying level, looked at the Wolf King as he came over and respectfully stepped back to the side. In fact, if the wolves were to continue the battle, they should be able to take down this strong Fey polar bear, but the little lone wolf was injured like this. The little gray and the warm bear also suffered considerable injuries, and the rest of the bear and wolf clans also had considerable damage. Therefore, Su Lin didn't let them bloodbath any further. These were members of the wolf pack that would have to follow them in their future conquest of the entire Arctic, and didn't want to see them suffer any casualties. The goal of getting the wolves to practice rounding up strong Fey through this Fey polar bear has been achieved. Then it's time for this Fey polar bear's life to end. Chapter 152 Blood Burning Potion. The Fey polar bear's pair of bloody eyes had long since been torn blind again by the little lone wolf. But even if it couldn't see anymore, Its sensitive senses could perceive a very strong aura that was slowly approaching. The aura didn't come over very fast. But with each sound of the wolf's paws landing on the ice came a heavier sense of oppression. The fey polar bear knew that the only one who could have this aura should be the White Wolf King. It stood at attention. The blood fury talent that was supposed to enhance its battle power had long since receded, but it still had a fighting chance. Soon, the fey polar bear opens up his other talent. Sea-level defense. Gray luminescence enveloped its massive body, then quickly internalized into the fur and flesh. It made a blood-stained fur shimmer with a tantalizing gray luminescence. Roar! Accompanied by a dull hissing sound, the pair of huge bear paws ruthlessly smashed on top of the ice layer, smashing 2 ice-breaking openings in the ice layer. Then the fey polar bear stood upright, its massive foot 6 meters or more looming over it. It knew that it had also had most of its stamina drained by the wolves, and its chi and blood had been ground down to only a third. But even if they were on the verge of death, what hunter would give up his for life? What are all the species fighting so hard in the frigid Arctic icefields for? Isn't it all about the word survival? Oftentimes, it is the desire to survive that sustains the most powerful and motivation of all species. Roar! It brought out the tragic aura of a broken kettle and hissed once again in the direction of that powerful aura. And Su Lin just stood at a range of about 100 meters from it, confronting this fey polar bear for a moment. During this time Su Lin glanced at the bonus of the C-rank defense talent. A C-rank defense talent that doesn't add to the rest of the values of the. It's just a bonus to defense, but the bonus that comes with it is amazing. This fey polar bear's defense value, which was originally 300 points, instantly skyrocketed to around 600. It nearly doubled in size, and the fur and flesh became harder than steel. It was fortunate that the wolves were not allowed to continue the bloody battle. Otherwise, facing a fey polar bear with such defense, even the current little lone wolf would have a hard time inflicting the slightest trauma on it. Just such a defense was still far from enough to face Su Lin. After a brief standoff, accompanied by a loud wolf whistle, Su Lin moved at full speed, bringing up a burst of sonic booms toward this fey polar bear. Within the range of 100 meters, he appeared in front of this fey polar bear almost as if he had moved in an instant. This speed was too much for the fey polar bear's keen senses and physical instincts to react to. Pang! Su Lin ruthlessly slammed a blow onto the fey polar bear's massive bear head, staggering the fey polar bear's massive body back a dozen or so steps in a single blow. The sharp wolf claws also cut bloody wounds into the flesh of the fey polar bear's hide. Immediately afterward, before the fey polar bear could stand still, Su Lin stabbed another claw into this fey polar bear's neck, tearing that fragile throat directly into shreds with the wolf's claws. Blood splattered profusely as if it were no money. This blood splattered on top of Su Lin's fur and didn't make him move in the slightest. Such a bloody slaughter was something he had long gotten used to after being reborn as a wolf. Who's right and who's wrong on a cold, icy day? It is only divided into who is strong and who is weak. Whoever is strong is king. The throat is also a very deadly vital part. And after being torn apart, the polar bear can't even roar. But it was still engaged in violent resistance and struggle. The thick bear's paw smashed fiercely toward Su Lin, but it was too slow and couldn't touch Su Lin in the slightest. With a slight flash, Su Lin dodged the bear paw attack. The bear's paw slapped futilely against the air, emitting a loud, harsh whistle. Immediately after that, Su Lin's wolf claw was again heading towards the fey polar bear's forehead. Pang! The loud and dull sound of blood and flesh colliding with each other. This time, Su Lin's indestructible wolf claws didn't directly stab this fey polar bear in the front chest, but only smashed its bones to smithereens. After all, the defense talent had been turned on, and its defense was far greater than that polar bear from the mysterious iceberg. But even so, this heavy blow shattered his heart veins, the fey polar bear's eyes, ears, nose, and so on. Any of the crevices were spilling large streams of chi and blood outward. The only remaining blood value was also rapidly depleting, and that heavy blow caused the already staggering fey polar bear to finally collapse. Boom! Enough 6 or 7 meters of huge body, as if pushing the gold mountain toppled jade pillar like tumbling to the ground. The fey polar bear was still trying to struggle to its feet between the flying of the broken ice, but with one vicious claw, Su Lin directly smashed its huge bear head deep into the icy ground, then dead-stepped on the polar bear's head, fangs fully exposed and ripped off large swaths of flesh and blood from its back. After killing that fey polar bear last time, Su Lin didn't even have time to feed on its flesh and blood before leaving in a hurry. And now this fey polar bear is no weaker than that one, and can be considered lost and found. Rip! A large piece of flesh that was still stained with some blood was swallowed into Su Lin's mouth. Fatty and delicious. Purely in terms of meat quality, the blood and flesh of a fey polar bear was considered superior. The energy contained in it was also very pure. After swallowing this flesh and blood into his stomach, the tantalizing gray message alert of gaining evolutionary value appeared before his eyes. Ding! The host has eaten a Fey polar bear and gained 210 points of evolutionary value. Having already used an evolution potion just now, the triple increase effect was still there, and 210 evolution points were gained from one bite. This was the most evolutionary value gained from a single out of Flesh and Blood besides that Great King Squid. Not bad for the flesh and blood of a Fey polar bear. Fey Flesh and Blood, cut by 3 points each time, also meant that this Fey polar bear, at least, could provide Su Lin with tens of thousands of evolution points. This ungodly amount of evolutionary value caused Su Lin to start eating in large mouthfuls. Large chunks of the Fey polar bear's flesh and blood were all swallowed into Su Lin's stomach. Ding! The host has eaten a Fey polar bear and gained 207 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Host feeds on a Fey polar bear, gaining 204 points of evolutionary value. Ding! The host has eaten a Fey polar bear and gained 201 points of evolutionary value. The Fey polar bear was still struggling desperately in pain as Surin fed, but it simply couldn't break free of the wolf's claws. After Su Lin had eaten at least 30 to 40 pounds of Fey flesh and blood, he also directly plucked the essence of the Fey polar bear's bear bile and swallowed it into his stomach. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating Fey polar bear bile, level 22, and gaining 5,100 points of evolution value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the Fey polar bear's residual talent essence and purifying a talent serum. This Fey polar bear was a bit stronger than the polar bear in the mysterious iceberg. A level 22 Fey. Even if it was considered to be after the great change in heaven and earth, it was still considered to be a dominant party. But today, he still bled on the ice field, becoming a blood meal for Su Lin and the wolves. After the essential parts were removed, the only trace of life force left in this Fey polar bear also finally dissipated. It finally, in the midst of intense pain, just hissed twice with a vague lake, and gradually died. On top of that, several more tantalizingly gray message alerts appeared soon after the Fey polar bear perished. Talent Showdown. Precision Dodge. Bloodbath. Combat Rating, S. Rating for this battle, S. Gained an Enhancement Serum, 2 Blood Burning Potions. This fight rating reached S. Su Lin hadn't received a battle rating reward for a long time since he had gotten stronger. The rating S gives not much in the way of combat rating rewards. Having an enhanced serum, this is a decent bonus for an okay increase in your own combat power. As for the blood burning potion, it was the first time it was obtained. What is the effect of this potion? Su Lin's mind moved, and the introduction of the blood burning potion quickly appeared before his eyes. Blood burning potion, after taking it, you can burn your own blood and gain a significant increase in strength. The faster you burn the blood value, the stronger the strength bonus. Note, this potion should be used with caution in non-emergency situations, and will exit on its own when the blood value reaches the 10% threshold after use. Looking at this potion, a flash of light flashed across Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes. The effect of this potion was terrifying. It could drastically increase one's battle power, and if it was superimposed with the hunting talent, the strong strength it would bring could be imagined how terrifying it would be. But the downside is also big. It's burning blood chakra. The chi in blood might be just a number on the attribute panel in Su Lin's eyes, but in reality, when put into reality, it was the life value of one species after another. So in short, it's a potion that burns your life to get a huge strength boost. This kind of stuff is tantamount to killing 1,000 enemies at your own expense. However, for Su Lin, who possessed a healing talent and a strengthened heart, it was considered an additional killer. It's been a rewarding battle so far. 3 talent serums, 1 reinforcement serum, 2 blood-staining potions, and tens of thousands of evolutionary values. In addition to that, there are the bodies of 3 Fey. The flesh and blood of this Fey polar bear alone weighs several tons. After the great change in heaven and earth, the preciousness of Fey flesh and blood was second only to exotic flowers and herbs. So with so much Fey flesh and blood, whether it was Su Lin or the wolves, they could all receive a considerable boost. In particular, the Fey blood and flesh was even more enhanced for the ordinary wolf clan, and could lead to a further increase in the overall strength of the wolf pack. Next, with a low howl, Surin signaled the wolves to clean up the battlefield. Then he came straight to the still-alive polar bear mother and cub. The wolves had just rounded them up, mainly using them as a hold and not biting them to death outright. But the polar bear mother and son, too, are covered in scars. Adult female polar bears with these scars can still survive. As for the cubs, there's no way they'll survive. Especially when he looked at the fear of resentment towards himself in the pair of pitch-black colored eyes of this cub. Su Lin directly swung his wolf claw in indifference and slapped this cub into a mass of broken flesh. Without even uttering a single wail, the cub left this world forever. This scene caused the female polar bear, who was a mother, to go mad in an instant. But when it was just about to struggle to get up, it saw the emotionless eyes of this huge white wolf in front of it. These eyes just stared at it silently, cold and calm. But the sense of oppression contained within it made it just feel like every cell in its body was screaming madly at it. It unconsciously began to tremble, and the pain and anger it had felt when its cubs were just killed was lost under the strong oppressive force and desire to survive. In the end it didn't dare to make the slightest movement, just buried its head in its forelegs and shivered. Only then did Su Lin, who saw this scene, withdraw his gaze. At least a female polar bear, now that her mate and cubs have been killed, can join the wolves in the future to be part of the bear family for fertility and reproduction. Females of the species that give birth to new pups when the next rut arrives will naturally have a dramatically increased sense of belonging to the pack. Wolves can't just kill and conquer. If they will not develop and reproduce, sooner or later they will be attenuated one by one in the killing until they finally wither away. At this time, after Su Lin patted the cubs to death, he looked at the most injured little lone wolf and signaled his cousin with a low howl to take the lead in treating the little lone wolf. With her cousin's healing talent, it was able to make it possible for little lone wolf, little gray, and warm bear to recover from their injuries faster. With the future cousin's talent being promoted again, it was thought that the shorter the cooldown would be, the more members it would be able to heal. So cousin's healing talent would be extremely good to use as a logistical support for the wolves in the future. Cousin's healing talent was a greenish glow, and with its soft low howl, this greenish glow surged into the little lone wolf's wolf body. This green light was rapidly nourishing and restoring the wounds all over the little lone wolf's body. In fact, this wolf roundup against the Fey polar bear is centered primarily on the young lone wolf. That's why it's been fighting the Fey polar bears the most often, and the most injured. Without the heaven-defying berserker wolf talent, it would not have been possible to support it. Ow! Under the cozy green fluorescent light, the little lone wolf howled in gratitude, and it could feel its injuries recovering quickly. And Su Lin just swept his eyes at the healed little lone wolf and went to the messy battlefield, picking up the branch of the exotic herb Cuscuta that he had chopped off and swallowing it into his mouth. Cuscuta is also considered an exotic herb, so naturally, it can also gain a significant amount of evolutionary value. It's just that this daughter goes in your mouth. Su Lin chewed twice, only to feel that the flavor was very bitter, not the least bit as tasty as Fey blood and flesh. However, the strong devouring power soon turned far and wide, turning the doddering branches into a huge surge of energy into the limbs and bones of Su Lin's wolf body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the exotic herb Cuscuta, gaining 9,000 points of evolutionary value. This tantalizingly gray message prompt caused Su Lin's eyes to light up. One branch of this daughter gave more evolutionary value than expected. This caused Su Lin's heart to rise with even more conviction of certain death towards that Fey grizzly bear. After finishing devouring the branches of the foreign herb Cuscuta, Su Lin also raised his head and scanned around the current ice field that was filled with blood and wretchedness. Immediately afterward, he looked up and away in the direction in which the Caribou King and the Fey grizzly bear had fled. Su Lin stood on top of the snowy slope, a pair of wolf eyes filled with coldness. Chapter 153, Talent Upgrade. Intense collision. Since he had these two Fey to lead the way, Su Lin wanted the strange encounters in this morose cold north. These two Fey's lives, Su Lin also wanted them. At this time, as Su Lin climbed high and looked into the distance, the wolves had also finished cleaning up the battlefield. Not too many wolves were killed or injured in this Fey roundup. Both Fey lynxes were severely injured by Su Lin, and their killing power was limited. As for the Fey polar bears, there was a small lone wolf fronting them, so the entire pack died with several wolf clans and one bear clan. However, for the ordinary wolf and bear clans, rounding up the Fey was dangerous, so it was normal for casualties to occur. As for the injured, there were even more. But with her cousin's healing gift, the injured members would recover well. This battle to kill 3 Fey in a row was still equivalent to a big victory for the wolves. There were 3 Fey corpses in total, and the 2 Fey lynx corpses together had a weight of about a ton. As for this Fey polar bear, it weighs about 4 or 5 tons. These Fey blood and flesh, Su Lin took out a portion of them to distribute to the combat wolf packs. The passion and drive of wolves to fight often needs to be supported by food, which trumps everything else in their eyes. The wolves were pretty much in on the roundup this time. The elite wolf clan led by Little Grey distributed 10 pounds of Fey blood meat per wolf clan, and the bear clan led by Little White distributed 10 pounds of Fey blood meat per bear clan. For the males under Little Lone Wolf's command, 5 pounds is distributed to each male. Female wolves under the command of a cousin are distributed 3 pounds per female. As for the wolves who fought bravely, they would be given more points, which was considered an internal incentive among the wolves. Fey flesh and blood was very rare, and the wolf and bear clans of the wolf pack had already devoured Fey flesh and blood, so they naturally knew how delicious it was and the surging energy it contained. After Su Lin ordered the distribution, the many members were all excited and wailed long and loud. As for the newly joined bear clan, in the face of the Fey blood and meat assigned down, their mouths were unconsciously watering as they smelled its delicious and tantalizing flavor. When they actually ate these Fey flesh and blood and felt the freshness coming from their taste buds and the pure and surging energy in them, they all couldn't help but devour them in large mouthfuls. The sense of belonging to the wolf pack in feeding is also heightened. After all, as a beast surviving in the ice, the mind isn't complicated. Whether it's killing and hunting or defending a territory, it's nothing more than just surviving. Nowadays, when they followed the fiery wolves, there was no need to say anything about safety, and there was also Fey flesh and blood as food, which made them forget that they had been forced to join in the first place. Even if they were let go at this time, no bear would leave. At this moment, Su Lin looked at the wolves that had begun distributing and devouring the blood and flesh of the Fey in the icy sky and snow, and there was also a slight hint of relief in his pair of golden brown wolf eyes. With the distribution of these Fey blood and flesh this time, the strength of the wolves should increase quite a bit more. Su Lin thought this while gazing at the wolves. Next, after the wolves have finished feeding, Su Lin also explained that Little Lone Wolf had brought several wolf clans with him, and went forward to follow the scent of the Reindeer King and the Fey Grizzly Bear to explore where that land of wonders was located. After Little Lone Wolf had been treated with his cousin's gift, all of his injuries, which were originally horrible, had not fully recovered. Though, however, he had also recovered most of it, and as for his battle power, he had also recovered at least 80% of it. With it leading the quest, Su Lin was quite relieved. After all, the rest of the wolf clans, relative to the strength of the Little Lone Wolf, were still too weak. Ow, ow, the Little Lone Wolf agreed with a low howl in quick succession. It had always obeyed the orders of its own boss. After all, it would always remember that day in the pitch-black night, and if it hadn't been for the boss picking it up from the freezing cold, I'm afraid it would have long ago gone into the belly of some hunter it didn't know. The present position in the wolf pack was even more given by his own boss. This made his sense of belonging to the pack and his trusting respect for his own boss the highest of the pack. After receiving his orders, the young lone wolf let out a low howl and set off with the mortal wolf and a few of the remaining males. As for Stumpy Ears, he was allowed to lead a group of wolves, giving the wolves a guard at the periphery to prevent the rest of the hunters from coming. After the little lone wolf set off, Su Lin also signaled the wolf pack to find a leeward place to rest briefly. Hundreds of wolves and more than 20 bears, all of which had expended a lot of energy in today's roundup. If he were to forcefully lead the wolves to make a surprise attack on that land of wonders, there was no telling what opponents and challenges he would encounter. With the current state of the wolves, it would be difficult to sustain a grueling battle. Knowing that there were still hundreds of reindeer under that Reindeer King's command that hadn't shown up yet, it was thought that there would be a fierce group battle to follow. It was only at this time, after receiving the Wolf King's order, that the numerous wolf and bear clans all hid in twos and threes in a sheltered place, eating the allocated Fey flesh and blood while coming together to keep warm. The Fey blood and flesh that Su Lin assigned to the members of the wolf pack wasn't small. It would be difficult for these wolf pack members to finish digesting the pure energy and nutrients in it without 3 or 4 days. These Fey flesh and blood, Su Lin had distributed more than 1,000 pounds of it, which was almost as much as the Fey flesh and blood distributed to the wolves some time ago. Su Lin looked at the wolves under his command, and after digesting the Fey blood and flesh, he wondered if another Fey or two would appear in the pack. The Fey were the main force of the wolf pack in the future, and the more Fey there were, the stronger the wolf pack naturally was. At that moment, in the midst of such thoughts, he came behind a backwind ice wall and began to take a short rest. Cousin, Little Gray, Wolf Sister, Gray and White Coyote, and other members of the wolf pack that were closest to Su Lin, were all consciously lying around the Wolf King, escorting him, and also shielding him from some of the cold and chilly wind. Su Lin, on the other hand, moved his mind and took out the talent serum he had harvested today. Planning on using up those talent serums to see which talent I can enhance this time? Regardless of whether it was a Fey or a Su Lin, the addition of talent to strength was very significant. It was also only the Fey that possessed the talent that possessed the most basic capital to stand on after the current great change in the heavens and earth. Each level of talent also brings a powerful increase in battle power. There were currently 3 talent serums, and Su Lin felt that he should reinforce the hunting talent once. The hunt talent is without a doubt the strongest talent in terms of increase. Bar none, Su Lin had also encountered so many Fey, and had yet to see a Fey whose talent could exceed the increase in hunting. Even the very counterintuitive wild wolf talent, spiked to its peak, was inferior to the hunting talent of the same level. After all, even if you get stronger the more you are injured, there is always a limit to how much you can be injured. When this limit was really shattered, not only would the wild wolf talent be shattered, even his life would be in danger. And hunting is a talent that directly skyrockets strength without the slightest side effect. C-rank hunting alone increased attack power and speed by 100%, which was crushing level for other Fey talents. Su Lin was eager to see to what point the increase in strength would be with a B-ranked hunting or an A-ranked hunting talent. In the midst of this thought, he took out the gifted serum with a thought. Ding! Is the natural serum being used? Use. Su Lin didn't hesitate for a second. The natural serum, unlike the enhanced serum, does not cause the slightest discomfort after use. Instead, it was the very comforting warmth that surged over his entire wolf pack, the limbs and bones and tendons. This time, the talent serum didn't last as long as the last time. This time it was absorbed quickly. Ding! The wolf whistle talent has been successfully strengthened, advancing to a C-rank talent. This tantalizingly gray message appeared. The wolf whistle talent? When Su Lin saw this tantalizingly gray tip, his heart slightly regretted it. The wolf whistle talent was only strong in ranged kills, but it wasn't too useful if it was against a single strong Fae. Like this battle against the male lynx, Fae grizzly bear, and Fae reindeer king, the wolf whistle talent can kill them as well, but the kills are limited. It can only be used as a secondary means of killing against a single strong enemy Fae. However, after this enhancement, the wolf whistle talent should become quite a bit stronger. In the midst of such thoughts, within a few seconds the introduction of the C-rank wolf whistle talent appeared before his eyes. Wolf whistle, C-rank, upgradable, active talent. Can launch a wolf whistle sonic attack at double the speed of sound, with a kill range of 5 kilometers. Number of attacks, 10. Cooling time, 24 hours. Note, after exceeding 10 times, it will enter a cooldown time, and a large amount of blood value will be deducted if you forcefully use the wolf whistle talent during this time. The C-rank wolf whistle talent really enhances it a lot. However, it didn't enhance the power. It only enhanced the killing range and the speed of the sonic attack, which would also make the wolf whistle talent attack even swifter. Seeing this, Su Lin secretly nodded. That would make it too late for most species to react at double the speed of sound. Even his own speed after turning on his hunting talent was nothing more than that. Immediately afterward, Su Lin didn't pause for too long, and with a flourish, the other talent serum was taken out as well. Ding! Is the natural serum being used? Use. Su Lin used a talent serum once again, and as the warmth of the talent serum surged throughout his body, he only felt in his heart that it would be good if he didn't reinforce the wolf whistle talent this time. The hunting and healing talents were the greatest capital he had to truly look out of the corner of his eye, and it was at this time that the major power alliances also opened their pinnacle meetings once again. This time, since the various natural disasters had passed, the heads of the major powers didn't hold any more video conferences. Instead, they gathered again at the Gilded Palace. A large number of elites and many great men with powerful hands fell in order in the palace. They quietly watched the content on the huge LCD visualizer on top of the high platform. All of them did not say a word and did not make the slightest sound, but there was a hint of gravity in everyone's eyes. The contents on these liquid crystal video meters were all the images of the various forces surrounding the Fae, and there were also battle power values under the records and guesses about the various Fae. Looking at the horrifying picture and the values that surpassed cognition, all of them were saddened by the future prospects and destiny of mankind. Soon, as the picture shifted from one frame to the next, an old heavyweight of the Alliance, slowly walked up to the front of the stage and, he said in a deep voice, "All of us have come here this time to discuss where humanity will go in the future. In the last meeting, we set up a human alliance in response to the natural disaster, and built dozens of human fortresses to tide over the terrifying natural disaster. I think we all have to come up with a decision today as well. Are we going to fight or make peace in the future against the Fae, strange flowers, giant trees, and other mutated creatures?" After the old man's voice landed, a powerhouse of a major force stood up and spoke. The man in charge, who was one of the pinnacle of power in the African Union, spoke bluntly after he stood up. "We have already agreed in our last video conference to clear out the mutant creatures and defend the status of humanity. This is our general policy and it cannot be changed. As a result of the African Union's recent killing spree in the African savannah, capturing hundreds of Fae, and even more so, directly suppressing at least hundreds of mutant creatures, caused the African Union's reputation to increase day by day among the major powers. The African Union is even the biggest sweetener from the mutant creatures' blood and flesh. By devouring Fae flesh and blood, many great men have unlocked their genetic shackles and become new humans. Not only were all diseases dispelled, even the lifespan had increased a lot with the enhancement of physical quality, which was also the reason why the African Union was determined to hunt mutant creatures. In their eyes, these mutant creatures were not just the number one enemy, they were rare ingredients and elixirs sent to them. Currently the major grasslands of Africa are devoid of any decent xenobiotic creatures except for that invincible pride of lions and 2 packs of African hyenas. So the African Union is a staunch supporter of the policy of sweeping away xenobiotic creatures. But soon enough, a figure from the rest of the great powers stood up and voiced a rebuttal. "Humph. That's because a truly terrifying mutant creature has yet to appear on your side. If the bloodthirsty python was on your side, I don't think you would be saying such things. Yes, who can resist that terrifying bay crocodile? The battleships that pass through the shallow waters have all been sunk. The most important thing is that Godspeed Golden Apocalypse is simply not something that can be countered by current technological forces. The alliance meeting of the many great powers in power began a heated discussion that it took a full 3 hours before the final decision was finalized. The content of the decision was agreed upon under 4 articles. First, for Bloodthirsty Python, Godspeed Gold Apocalypse, Horrible Bay Crocodile, Human Skin Giant Tree and other horrible mutant creatures, delineate the scope of the dangerous area, currently coexist with them by default, but find out their weaknesses and breaks as much as possible for the future battle. Second, the major powers set up information exchange centers to exchange detailed information and weaknesses of the mutant creatures in their possession, and carry out even more brutal and bloody suppression against these mutant creatures in an attempt to wipe them off the face of the earth. Third, begin a unified new human academy to teach and train unshackled new humans to grow at a faster rate, while allowing the Science League to research weapons and battle armor better suited to their needs. Fourth, begin targeted explorations of the red zones where there is no signal, such as the Antarctic, the Arctic, and the rainforests, in order to map out all of the world's xenobiotics, if possible, within the next year. Once these 4 decisions were made, it would also mean that humans and mutant creatures would be on an even more intense collision course. Chapter 154 Strengthening the Brain. The Earth has been burned red with war, and there is no telling how many lives are withering and passing away as humans and mutant creatures battle it out. When the 4 decisions were actually agreed upon, everyone knew that this world was going to be even more volatile in the future. Humanity was not only pressing on the lives of thousands of elite warriors in this gamble, but also the position of global hegemony. If we lose, there is a good chance that the human race will be doomed. In addition to this, following this meeting, the great men at the top of the power of each party went back and were calling on their respective ranges to begin establishing new human academies. The Science Alliance was also working day and night on technological killers suitable for the new humans, and all humans were well prepared to sweep away the Fae. And also in their respective systems, they have established the new human strongman ranking index list, and the strongmen on the list will all have rights and prestige beyond ordinary humans. This caused the new humans of all the major powers to possess a more enthusiastic motivation towards climbing up in strength. As for the exploration of the Arctic, Antarctica, and the tropical rainforest, where there was no signal, all the forces were still a bit hesitant. After all, with a God's perspective-like addition like satellite signals, the battle between humans and tough mutant creatures had yet to be plunged into a bloodbath. Without the added benefit of God's perspective, in a near-unknown area, who knows exactly what you'll encounter? In particular, without satellite signals, many of the high-tech anti-personnel weapons, drone swarms, and automated tracking missiles that rely on satellites would be rendered useless. In the midst of this concern, the various forces only decided to send out a very small portion of their forces to explore, so that even if they were all wiped out, they wouldn't be hurt. And it was at this time that Su Lin, who was in the Morikold icy sky and snow, had also completely finished using his talent serum. Of the 2 remaining talent serums, one of them strengthened the Wolf Whistle talent once more, bringing it up to B rank. The Wolf Whistle talent at rank B was a much bigger boost than rank C. Relatively speaking, Wolf Whistle, B rank, upgradable, active talent, can launch a Wolf Whistle sonic attack with an attack speed of 3 times the speed of sound, a kill range of 10 kilometers, and a kill power of 1/3 the value of the host's peak attack power. Number of attacks, 10. Cooling time, 24 hours. Note, after exceeding 10 times, it will enter a cooldown time, and a large amount of blood value will be deducted if you forcefully use the Wolf Whistle talent during this time. The level B Wolf Whistle talent. Not only did the attack speed and attack range increase once more, even the attack power was also extremely significantly enhanced. Even if he didn't open the hunting talent, 1/3 of Su Lin's peak attack power had a strength value of more than 200 points, which was equivalent to tons of explosive power. With such explosive power, not to mention polar bears, even the strongest African elephants would have to have their hearts, veins and organs shattered under a single whistle. And if the hunting talent was turned on, the power of Su Lin's wolf whistle would approach 500 attack points, enough to crack sound in stone. Next time if they encountered the Fey Grizzly Bear and Fey Reindeer King again, they wouldn't be as easy as today if they wanted to resist the power of their wolf whistle again. In addition to strengthening the wolf whistle talent a bit again, the other talent serums strengthened the healing talent. Grade A healing talent strengthening progress 1/5 will be promoted to Grade S healing talent when the progress value is completed. A fifth? Su Lin looked at the tantalizingly gray message alert in front of him. Seeing as how talent enhancement from A rank to S rank seemed to increase in difficulty quite a bit, it wasn't something that could be done with a single talent serum. But when you think about it, it makes sense. After all, the Fey Great King squid that he encountered in the deep sea. With that kind of invincible strength had not evolved an S-rank talent, so one could imagine the difficulty of an S-rank talent. But at the same time, the greater the difficulty, the greater the power of the S-rank talent will mean. Nowadays, the healing talents have all reached 500 times the recovery speed, and consuming physical strength can also make the healing talent speed become even faster. So once it evolved into an S-rank talent, it was hard for Su Lin to imagine what kind of a point it would reach. By then, I'm afraid that his survivability will reach a very terrifying point. Currently, Solian had used 3 talent serums. The successive advancements in the wolf whistle talent made his attacks would be even more defensible. Next, surrounded by a pack of wolves, Su Lin took out the rest of the one reinforcing serum as well. The increase in strength brought about by the strengthening serum was equally substantial. The surging power contained in a wolf's body that had been strengthened by numerous enhancement serums was far beyond what the Fae could match. Many parts of the current Surin wolf carapace had been strengthened. All that remained was the wolf's head, flesh and blood, bones, the wolf's tail, the remaining 3 claws, and some internal body organs. These parts, no matter which one is strengthened, will bring a considerable boost. The searing pain of the enhanced serum was something he had experienced many times before. Ding! Is the reinforcing serum being used? Use. At this moment, Su Lin didn't have the slightest hesitation. Soon the familiar rolling energy within the body once again traveled through the wolf's limbs and bones. This hot energy had been traveling through the wolf's body for a long time, and the searing pain it caused was something that Su Lin had already gotten used to and didn't care about. But soon as this hot energy quickly surged into the deadliest wolf's head, he only felt the pain intensify fiercely by more than several times. Ow! This pain caused Su Lin to resist letting out a long whine, and the loud wolf whine caused the entire wolf pack to enter a state of battle readiness. All the wolf clansmen rose up with open arms and looked at the wolf king, and Su Lin was just in the middle of the wolves, fending off the extreme pain coming from them and not exerting any commands. This caused the many members of the wolf pack to be somewhat uncertain, but they still faithfully escorted the wolf king. Many of the wolves had given up their short rest and came to the outermost part of the pack to assist the mortal wolves and began their vigilance duties. And at this time, Su Lin's facial features were all somewhat distorted under the extreme pain, appearing hideous and horrible. The closest wolf clans such as Little Grey, Cousin, and Wolf Sister could only watch very anxiously from the surrounding area, but they didn't know exactly what had happened to Su Lin. Wolf head, brain. This was the deadliest part, and the most important part that Su Lin wanted to strengthen the most. Not realizing that this time the reinforcement was clearly the brain, Su Lin knew that once the reinforcement was successful, the amazing bonuses it brought were far beyond any part. But the pain in this intensification is also intense to the point of almost suffocation. Even Su Lin, who had experienced destruction and rebirth, still felt every cell in his body trembling in the face of this pain. The various nerves at the brain, which were extremely sensitive, amplified the searing pain to the limit. This extreme pain caused Su Lin's consciousness to hallucinate. The desire to live and die filled the nerves and brain. In the midst of this pain, the brain's nerves, cells, and medulla oblongata, etc., all played out in a heavenly way under this rolling energy. Su Lin's wolf head, too, radiated a tantalizing light. Even Su Lin's 5 senses, as well as the parts linked by his nerves, were enveloped by this glistening light. This reinforcement is going to take even longer than the last time the heart was reinforced. Even after more than 2 hours, this rolling energy was still flowing slowly through the brain. In the midst of this pain, Su Lin endured for about 4 or 5 hours. It was only gradually that this rolling energy was absorbed through the faint fluorescent light that enveloped his entire body also slowly internalized into the wolf's head. Only after the fluorescence completely disappeared did Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes gradually regain some clarity. The pain that had just washed over his consciousness, and after recovering, he exuded a look of post-recovery. But the lift from the intense pain is also huge. In addition to his overall strength feeling boosted by a large margin, Su Lin could also feel a tantalizing spiritual power in his brain. This spiritual force made Su Lin, who originally didn't understand the language of the bear race, unexpectedly able to sense the mood swings of Little White and Warm Bear by his side. On top of that, with the addition of this spiritual power, Su Lin could even sense every breath and flow of blood in the massive wolf body. He was able to control any part of the wolf's body nearly perfectly, and even without using his concealment talent, Su Lin was able to astringe his own aura to the extreme. If he was in a battle, he was even bringing his peak battle power to the fullest. Mental power? This caused a brilliant light to flash through Su Lin's golden brown wolf eyes. Sure enough, it was the hidden battle power increase from this brain enhancement that was the greatest. The birth of spiritual power definitely still had wonderful uses that he hadn't realized. Phew! At this moment, Su Lin, who had strongly endured the extreme pain for several hours, let out a long breath. Even though the area was extremely morose, his fur was damp with sweat from the hours of pain he had just experienced. Soon after Su Lin slowed down from the pain, the latest attribute panel also appeared before his eyes. Name, Su Lin. Species, Arctic Wolf. Gene level, I. Level, 15, upgrade requires 320,000 evolution points. Chi and blood, 5500. Endurance, 490. Strength, 520. Defense, 500. Speed, 770. Evolution value, 53. 750. Talents, hunting, C rank, wolf whistle, B rank, stealth, B rank, healing, A plus rank. Looking at the detailed and latest attributes in front of him, Su Lin instantly felt that the pain he had just experienced was still worth it. Since the brain was the command center of the entire wolf body, and the nerves linked to various organs and limbs, it was expected that the comprehensive strength would be increased after reinforcement by Su Lin. But the magnitude of this enhancement was still beyond Su Lin's imagination. The blood value has skyrocketed to 500 points. This meant that Su Lin's current chi and blood value was no less than even a level 20 or so Fei Bear clan. In addition to the blood values, attributes in all areas, too, have been enhanced to a considerable degree. The base strength value was raised to 520, which meant that by utilizing the strength and right claw, the strength value would directly approach the point of 800 points. With such a power value, a full force strike would reach a terrifyingly close to 20 tons of force. The speed soared to 770 points, meaning that without turning on the hunting talent, Su Lin's speed would all reach the point of more than 345 meters per second. Today, Su Lin mobilized his entire body to vaguely reach the speed of sound, but in the future, breaking through the speed of sound would become his regular speed. As for things like stamina and defense, they're all around 500 as well. Such values of endurance and defense were also extremely rare among the Fae in all of the Arctic. Su Lin's current strength had reached a very terrifying point. Even humanity's current topmost technological killers had long since lost their deterrent effect on him. With such a drastic increase in strength, Su Lin only felt his heart surge. He stood up and looked around at the concerned gazes of his cousin, little gray, wolf sister, etc., and just let out a low howl to signal that he was fine, as well as signaling the pack's hundreds of wolf clansmen and more than 20 bear clansmen to disengage from their state of battle readiness. Let them continue to recuperate under the huge leeward ice wall. And as the many members of the wolf pack looked at the Wolf King, who had returned to normal and whose aura had become a few points stronger, a pair of eyes brought out fervor and respect. As for the worries just now, they were all gone. Oftentimes, a wolf pack with a Wolf King is a wolf pack with essence and soul. After Su Lin swept around the members of the wolf pack, he once again came to the Fey polar bear carcass. The flesh and blood of a Fey polar bear would also provide him with a considerable amount of evolutionary value. Since he had just consumed too much physical strength and spirit by strengthening his brain, Su Lin again tore off large portions of blood and flesh and began to eat. Soon enough 20 to 30 pounds of Fey flesh and blood were swallowed into the abdomen. And these Fey flesh and blood turned into rolling energy that was nourishing the enormous physical strength that Su Lin had consumed. The 20 to 30 pounds of Fey flesh and blood also provided him with thousands of evolution points again. After eating, he returned to the middle of his cousin, Wolfie and Ash, among others, and was escorted by the wolves to begin a short rest. In the middle of the icy sky and snow, Su Lin's powerful senses retained 2 or 3 points of vigilance at all times. Dozens of kilometers of wind-blown grass were within the shroud of his powerful senses. Time passed as the wolves rested briefly. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, several days passed. In the past, under the darkness of the night, not to mention this even more morose northern region, even the territory where Su Lin was located would be plunged into a scene where everything was silent. However, due to the sudden appearance of Su Lin leading the wolves in this morose cold area, it caused the place to become lively for a while. Quite a few tough hunters frequenting the area. In a pair of ferocious eyes, there was a look of uneasiness flashing through them as they looked at the huge-bodied Su Lin and the furious wolf pack under his command. Little Lone Wolf had also explored the Land of Wonders after returning the other day. It was an area of dense water plants growing from beneath the ice, with a number of growing fruits. These fruits were all rich in extremely pure energy, and many of the strong Fae in this area relied on these water plants and fruits to complete their initial evolution. However, the many hunters in the Land of Strange Encounters all had a natural resistance to foreign forces, but none of the hunters have dared to jump out and stop the wolves. So far, because the bloody scene of 2 Fey lynxes and Fey polar bears being eaten alive the other day was still fresh in the minds of the hunters who spied on them that day. Now the monstrous aura of the wolf pack's hundreds of wolves and more than 20 bears converging and the invincible aura rising from that white wolf king even silenced all the hunters in this area. Chapter 155, Chopping the Deer First. During these days, the little lone wolf had also gotten to the bottom of the rest of the hunters in this land of wonders. Currently, not counting the lynx couple that had perished, there were still several strong fae in the land of encounters. Fae grizzly bears with powerful doddering parasites, with the reindeer king leading the herd. After these days of little lone wolf's exploration, he also discovered that the reindeer herd under the reindeer king's command was not just hundreds of deer, but more than 200. So it was obvious that this deer herd was not just the one in Su Lin's territory. There were also a few scattered birds of prey. Among them are the snow barons with their strong senses, the peregrine falcons that come and go without a trace, and the ancient Arctic terns. These flying bird fae, also very fierce, moreover has the advantage of the sky, can be regarded as a very strong group of forces in this land of strange encounters. There was also a herd of musk oxen in this land of wonders, and even the several musk oxen that had escaped from Su Lin's territory had entered this herd of musk oxen. It was just that the musk ox leader had been hiding in the depths of the land of strange encounters, and little lone wolf had not explored just how much its strength was. On top of that, there were several Arctic silver foxes that were more than 3 meters in size. These Arctic silver foxes are not very strong, and they live in the depths, but it was in the area that occupied the most fruit in the land of wonders. Su Lin had once heard about the Arctic silver fox from the mouth of a werewolf just outside the mysterious iceberg. It was evident that the Arctic fox, which had always been frail in his eyes, had definitely evolved very strong abilities after evolving into a fae. Otherwise it wouldn't have occupied a place in both the mysterious iceberg and this land of strange encounters. And at this moment, Su Lin, who had already led the wolves, was stationed not far from this land of strange encounters. He was on top of a high snowy slope looking out towards the land of strange encounters. A pair of golden brown wolf eyes with an endless sense of morose coldness. The fact that this land of strange encounters could spawn so many fae could be seen in its extraordinary degree. So this piece of wonderland the wolves wanted all. The first thing to do this time in the land of wonders was to take that deer herd. The only way to make these strong fae understand the truth was to kill until blood stained this land of strange encounters. And that was that those who stood in front of the wolves had to die. During these several days, the wolves under Su Lin's command had completely digested the fae blood and flesh that had been distributed, and their strength had all once again had a not so small increase. Currently, the wolves were even more furious, and their monstrous flames shot up into the cold night sky. Numerous wolves were just on the periphery eyeing the rich watergrass and the caribou and musk oxen coming and going inside. Their pair of wolf eyes brought out the of hunting and killing. After another full-scale devouring of fae blood and flesh by the wolves, a fae was awakened in both the bear and wolf clans respectively. This time, the wolf awakening was a female wolf under the command of her cousin. After swallowing the fae blood and flesh last time, this female wolf had broken through to a level 6 attribute, and now it had evolved into a fae, a female wolf clan at the peak of level 6. Although it was no match for the combat power of the mortal wolves and stumpy ears, it could still be considered as a way to help her cousin share the pressure of managing the wolves. It was quite unexpected for Su Lin to see a breakthrough to become a fae among the bear clan, because the one in the bear clan that had broken through to become a fae was clearly the female polar bear that had been killed by Su Lin that day, killing both her mate and her cubs in quick succession. This female polar bear originally had level 15 attributes, and after becoming a fae, she even reached the peak of level 15. Talent is the gift of blood fury common to most bear clans. The blood rage talent wasn't too heaven-defying, and the strength it boosted was limited, so it was considered to be a middle-of-the-road talent. However, in conjunction with the female polar bear with the blood rage talent, she still jumped to become a strong presence in the wolf pack, second only to Su Lin. Even the small lone wolf, who was currently in the late 13th level, could only barely suppress this female polar bear when the frenzied wolf talent was carried to its end. In the case of a wolf pack roundup, it would take at least 30 to 40 wolves and small lone wolves working together to gain the upper hand. The female polar bear, who had evolved into a fae, had also increased her IQ quite a bit. It felt the power surging within it, and instead of just being overwhelmed, it launched its most sincere submission towards Su Lin. Because the female polar bears that evolved into the fae species, their senses became sharper. That's why it was more able to feel the dangerous aura coming from Su Lin's huge wolf body. This extreme aura of danger made the female polar bear understand that if she made the slightest movement, she would absolutely be torn apart in an instant. As for the hurt of his dead mate and pups, it had tantalized quite a bit over the days of feeding. Food is a top priority in the eyes of any hunter. It was also the wolves that gave him food to eat that he gained all his great strength. So this female polar bear prostrated herself on the ground to express her loyalty to the Wolf King. She didn't have the slightest second thoughts. The future is not only ready to charge for the wolves, but also ready to breed with the bears in the pack. Roar! A soft hissing sound rang out in front of the Wolf King and in front of White. White was in charge of the bear clan, but just stood by silently without indicating anything. Because the life of this female polar bear is something only the Wolf King is qualified to decide. And Su Lin's newly born spiritual power sensed the female polar bear's spiritual fluctuations. To its submissive intentions, Su Lin accepted. After all, it is about to enter the land of strange encounters, when the wolves will not be able to avoid a series of conquests. This fey female polar bear is to see how it behaves. If it does sincerely submit, it can also be promoted to become Xiao Bai's deputy at that time. But if they were to go against the grain, then this huge body of fey flesh and blood would also become rations for the wolves. After accepting the female polar bear's show of loyalty, Su Lin also stood on top of the snowy slope once again and scrutinized the wolves. Half of the female wolves in the wolf pack had broken through to level 5, and even a good portion of the females had reached the peak of level 5 as well. The male wolves, on the other hand, already had many wolves that had broken through to level 6, even reaching the mid to late level 6. In the past, in the wolf packs, level 6 wolves had already reached the qualification of being the head wolf. From this, it was evident that the strength of all the wolves in the pack had changed drastically from before. As for the elite wolves led by Little Grey, the vast majority of them had reached the peak of level 6, with several more breaking through to level 7. A wolf pack with such strength gathered together was definitely a powerful wolf pack that had never appeared in the Arctic ice plains before. Ow! With Su Lin's convening wolf howl above the snowy slopes rang out. Many of the wolves who had already been refreshed for many days were quickly climbing up from the ice. Ow! 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 Hundreds of wolves responded at once with long whistles, and more than 20 bears accompanied the hissing of the power it brings is something that this species that survives in the Arctic ice sheet has simply never seen before. Not even the many fae in the land of strange encounters had ever seen it. Perhaps the strength of these wolves and bears apart, they didn't give a damn, but when they do come together and have a unified core, the aura that rises up is one that makes them all fearful. Now all the wolf clans were quickly converging under the call of the Wolf King, and they were all looking up at Su Lin with fervor in their eyes. It had been more than half a month since they had followed the Wolf King to this morose north, and they were all still remembering why they had come. Blood feud. That deer herd and the wolves possess a blood feud. Now that they had tracked down where that herd was, they had long awaited the Wolf King's command. The noisy and loud wolf howls not only carried respect for the Wolf King, but also brought out the long-pressed chilling killing intent. Why are the wolves here? The death of the race. They will have to kill that herd of deer until they are extinct before they can be shamed. And Su Lin, who was standing on top of the snowy slope, nodded secretly as he looked at the warlike wolves under his command. The only wolves with such morale could be an invincible pack that was strong enough to follow him in battle and round up any hunter. This time it's going to take the deer first. Ow! Su Lin let out a long whistle, sound waves rolling. Even if he didn't turn on the wolf whistle talent, the loud and clear wolf howl still spread several kilometers away. This loud wolf whistling caused some of the caribou and musk oxen on the outskirts of the strange encounter that were nibbling on the watergrass to look at such an imposing wolf pack with terror and awe in their eyes. Originally, they had all gained a lot of strength through the water plants in this strange land, especially the new reindeer herd. After following the reindeer king to break through the wolves' roundup, the fear of the wolves in their hearts had dissipated a lot. At one time the wolves were a dominant force in their minds that could rule their lives, but after that day it felt more like that huge reindeer was their overlord. The king who could lead them to a better existence on the Arctic ice field. After following the deer king to this strange land, with the fertile water and grass of this strange land, they even don't need to rely on those mosses and scrubgrass to survive in the wolves' territory at all. This fertile watergrass was incredibly sweet and also rich in pure energy, making them gain rapid growth in just 10 days. But where had they imagined that the pack would drive hundreds of miles and chase them here? Even this wolf pack was more angry than the day they were rounded up. Such an imposing wolf pack caused the original fear and dread of the wolves to be lifted from their brains once again. Young, the deer were also noisy. In their big eyes, they were all at a loss for words as they looked at the wolves that were about to charge in. Panicked. All that could be done was a chirp trying to summon the king of their hearts to come, trying to follow their king to inflict heavy damage on this wolf pack once again. It was just that they didn't even know that the huge reindeer king had already been scared out of his wits long ago after his last bloody battle with Su Lin. In the face of the deer's honking, they also just hid in the depths of the land of wonders, not daring to show their heads. But just because the deer king wouldn't show his head didn't mean the wolves in Solian would leave him alone. That reindeer king was the biggest killer of the wolves, and the only way to eliminate their hatred was to bathe in its blood and devour its flesh. The death of the race. What is the end of the race? If we run away from the reindeer king, is it still called extermination? Ow! Ow! The chilling killing intent in the wolf's howl resounded under the dark night. This wolf howl that rose up to the sky also caused the many strong hunters in the land of strange encounters to look over. Looking at the flaming wolves, they all had a very grave look in their eyes. With such a wolf pack, could any force in the land of strange encounters really stop it? At this time, Su Lin was also not suppressing the wolves, since the wolf pack's aura was at its positive peak, and the wolf pack's strength had also made a very big progress and improvement over before. Now was the time to test the wolf pack's battle strength. Kill. How can a wolf pack grow to the point of pushing across the entire Arctic without experiencing a series of bloody battles? And how could they cope with the several powerful forces in the mysterious iceberg? Especially since there's a fellow wolf pack, the Kenai Mountain Wolves. The Kenai Mountain Wolves are not even on the same level as the Arctic Wolves in terms of their individual strength. Facing such a strong Kenai Mountain pack in the future, the wolves under his command will have to grow up fast to cope. Su Lin's ambition was far more than just commanding an area of over 10,000 square kilometers. What he wanted was to truly push across the entire Arctic. Even the power of that mysterious iceberg was in his plans. After the great change in heaven and earth, I wonder how the world trend will go in the future. The only way to make the Arctic a backyard that belongs to the wolves is to make it possible for him to move in and out. If you go in, you can look at the world with a wolf's eye, and if you go out, you can stick to the North Pole. Ow! With another long, earth-shattering whine, the entire wolf pack's aura boiled up even more. This wolf whistle is the whine of attack. It will also set off a great war of bloody conquest by the wolves. The wolves under Su Lin's command were also able to sense the power of those species in the land of strange encounters through their sensitive sense of smell and senses. But with the Wolf King in charge, they were fearless. At the sound of this long whistle of attack from Su Lin, the little lone wolf took the lead and led the hundreds of male wolves under his command, charging towards the land of wonders. It was the one who came to explore this land of strange encounters these days, so it was naturally more familiar with this place than the rest of the wolf clan. Plus he was the only alpha wolf in the current pack, and was a natural as a pioneer. Ow! In the midst of running wildly, the little lone wolf whistled long and loud to raise the aura on his body, and the numerous male wolves behind him howled along with him. The long howls of hundreds of male wolves that had mostly broken through level 6, coupled with the might of the charge, had an aura of crushing all obstacles. In these days, little lone wolf was specially rewarded with the most fey flesh and blood by Solian. By devouring a large amount of fey flesh and blood, its strength had already reached the peak of level 13. And it was vaguely on the verge of breaking through level 14. With such strength, coupled with the wolves, even the strong Fae in this land of strange encounters would have to look sideways. Trailing behind was Xiao Bai leading a group of more than 20 bears, including warm bears and the Fae female polar bear. The Fae female polar bear, in order to show the Wolf King its loyalty to the wolf pack, after receiving affirmation from Xiao Bai, he rushed to the front and converged with the wolf pack. The onslaught of the wolf race and bear race of such strength caused the entire land of strange encounters to be in turmoil for a while. Just after charging in, little lone wolf, as well as the many wolf clans under his command, all caught the scent of pure energy that came to their faces. In this area, the fragrance of water plants and the pure energy scent mixed together, not to mention devouring the water plants and fruits in here. Even if one lived here for a long period of time, it was thought that they would be able to obtain a considerable amount of growth. That's why such a fertile land. Only the strong deserve to occupy it. These soft, flabby herbivores that didn't even have sharp claws or fangs didn't deserve to occupy this fertile land at all. They only deserved to be blood food for the wolves. After the wolves charged in, many of the tougher Fae took notice. They knew that the land of strange encounters, which had been quiet for a long time, was about to set off another earth-shattering change this time. A wolf pack that was so furious was bound to occupy the many resources of the land of strange encounters. It is also destined to be accompanied by bloodshed and killing. The mournful song of blood and life seems to resonate over the cold Arctic icefield. As for Su Lin, who still hadn't moved, he stood on top of a high snowy slope, a pair of golden-brown wolf eyes staring at the strongest few breaths present in the land of strange encounters. The purpose of leading the wolves to come on such a large scale was clearly for the strange encounters here and to avenge the blood revenge of the last time they were seriously injured by the deer. So in today's battle to slaughter the deer, no one can stop the wolves, no matter which side of the hunters of this strange place dare to block, all have to pay the price of blood. Chapter 156, Wolf Massacre. 14 Kanshu. This water and grass-covered area is about 20,000 square kilometers. A very vast area with a number of snow slopes, ice caves and some small icebergs. The vast majority of these species have their range in this land of wonders. The caribou herds and musk oxen herds just move around the outskirts where the water and grass are the sparsest. It is also the species that faces the brunt of the wolves. Except this time the wolves were totally all about the caribou herd and didn't do anything to the muskox herd. Young, crisp sounds of deer in the air is full of the fragrance of water and grass. Many reindeer due to the lack of reindeer king's leadership. Facing the wolves of the hunt is simply to lead the neck to be killed. All they could do in the face of the wolves was chirp in misery. Many male reindeer also tried to fight back with their large size and sharp horns on their heads, but it was all in vain. Their resistance to the wolves was like a tiny wave splashing in the ocean, without a unified core and beliefs, even if they were huge in size, high in chi and blood value, and the sharp horns on their heads were sharp. They would not pose the slightest threat to the wolves at all. Ow! 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 With the fall of a reindeer, the wolf howls in this land of encounters became more and more clamorous, and blood also splattered in all directions in this land of encounters. The young lone wolf and the female polar bear were the toughest of the pack. Facing these common species of caribou was simply bloody carnage. Rip! Sharp claw spikes cut through the sound of caribou flesh. The charging little lone wolf viciously disemboweled a male caribou that was a full level 9. With a single claw, blood bathed its wolf body, making it, which was already extremely ferocious in killing, even more like a demon from hell. The deer fled in panic, but it didn't help at all. One of the tall reindeer that had already evolved into a fey species and could be called the reindeer king's right-hand man, had wanted to chirp and organize the herd to resist, but soon the female polar bear noticed and hissed and headed for the tall caribou. Roar! Young, crisp deer cries and low bear roars resounded in this battlefield where blood was splattered indiscriminately. Both sides clashed viciously against each other. The female polar bear that had evolved into a fey species was not comparable to this tall reindeer in terms of strength. Pang! Hit it hard! The large bear's palm directly smashed into the middle of this tall reindeer's head, and the power of the palm was enough to have several tons of explosive force. This palm will be the tall reindeer immediately staggered back a dozen steps, enough to have a huge body of 3 or 4 meters. Some of the unsteady boom crashed into a pile of ice and snow. Even for a fey with strong vitality, facing this vicious blow, his eyes were still bloodshot, and his nose was also overflowing with blood. And in the collision just now, the sharp antlers of the tall reindeer pierced the flesh of the polar bear. But the polar bear also has a thick layer of fat inside its body as a cushion, and even though it looks like it's dripping with blood, it doesn't actually cause fatal damage to the female polar bear. Roar! Female polar bears are also hunters who have survived for a long time in the cold, icy weather. Even though he wasn't a fey before, he didn't have a lot of experience in killing. After seriously injuring the tall fey reindeer, it continued to charge towards the tall reindeer with an unforgiving momentum. A pair of pitch-black bear eyes radiated ferocity and viciousness. Its IQ has increased quite a bit since it evolved into a fey. Naturally, he also understands its current awkward position in the wolf pack. If it didn't really sell its life and blood in this battle, I thought that when this battle ended, that would be the time when it would become the wolf pack's ration. Under the strong survival, it was not inferior to the little lone wolf in terms of selling its life to kill. At the low hiss of the bear clan, it came to the tall caribou once more. The two sides once again began a vicious collision. There was still a huge difference in strength between the tall reindeer and this female polar bear. Even though it fought back desperately, it was of no avail. It wanted to use its sharp horns to pierce the weakness of this polar bear, and even attacked towards the lower third of this female polar bear, the bear bile where the essence of the whole body is located. If once pierced, even the fey will lose most of its fighting strength. But it didn't build. The sharp corner just cut through the air, but the heavy bear paw was a solid hit on the front chest of the tall reindeer, and directly dented its bones, and the huge body of the deer also flew out backwards in this vicious hit. Boom! The body fell onto the icy ground, stirring up countless snow and ice. It chirped sadly as it struggled to get up from the icy ground. The tall caribou was faced with this tough female polar bear, and any fighting spirit he had in his deer eyes was destroyed. The wolves that killed in were too strong, and there were so many bear clans as helpers. This made the deer herd, which already did not have a unified command, even more caught up in being slaughtered in a bloody massacre. Miserable deer calls, clamoring wolf howls, and low bear roars intertwined in the area. All the reindeer nowadays had a look of terror and awe in their eyes, as if they were back in the time when they were in the territory of the wolves and were dominated by them. They fled in panic under this fear. But this fleeing makes the wolves reckless, because prey that won't fight back and will only run away doesn't pose the slightest threat to the wolves, and won't even cause the slightest attrition. Then can there be no second end for such a herd of deer but to become blood food for the wolves? Rip! The sound of blood and flesh being torn apart rang out from time to time. In the present day deer herd's hasty flight, many of the wolves even gave up team roundups and began to run wildly in 2s and 3s in pursuit of these caribou. What's more, a level 6 Arctic wolf dared to chase after a peak level 8 reindeer and tore at it, also leaving several bloody wounds on the reindeer, its fangs viciously tearing off large swaths of flesh from the reindeer. That's what happens when you get scared out of your wits. Such a deer herd that dared not fight back did not need to utilize the wolves' roundup tactics at all, and had become hog dogs and sheep that could be slaughtered at will. Such a bloody scene caused a hint of fear of the wolves to well up in the eyes of the musk ox herd that had dispersed in all directions. As for those fey that already had a not-so-low IQ, they couldn't help but feel chills for the wolves' ruthlessness and bloodshed as they watched the scene. As for the slaughtered deer, there was no sympathy from either fey. for in the cruelty of nature, they all practiced the law of the weak and the strong. This bloody scene also made these strong fae and hunters more convinced that there is no begging to get by in this brutal ice and snow to survive, and running away only makes the killing and bloodshed more reckless. Under the attention of many strong fae and the multiple forces of the land of strange encounters, this blood-colored massacre of wolves against deer was carried out even more fiercely. The reindeer's blinding blood flowed and spread unchecked across this ice, and one by one the reindeers were torn to the ground. All the caribou that were still alive were horrified and scared, and the wolves behind them were like a death wish. It was only at this point that they finally remembered the benefits they had once had when they were in the wolves' territory, where there might not have been abundant sweet water and grass, but at least they were able to thrive in peace. Even the wolves will guard them from the rest of the hunters. But now after the rebellion comes out, what came was not the wonderful deer life that he had dreamed of, nor did it usher in the powerful future that the reindeer king had described to himself. All that came was a bloody massacre by wolves driving hundreds of miles. The rushing murderous intent brought out by that wolf howl of the wolves made many of the caribou scared and trembling in their bones. Many of the caribou were too frightened to run, and fell limp to the ground, where they fell limply to their half-knees, trying to beg the wolves for a chance to survive. They are willing to follow the wolves back to that former territory and are even willing to sell their lives to breed and mate just to satisfy the wolves for food. Anything to give them a glimmer of life, to give them hope of passing on their genes. The common species is just a slave to its genes, and many times this is true. Now under the trend of genetic instinct, these reindeer are frantically exuding survival, but it doesn't help in the slightest. What all the wolves carried in their eyes was bloodthirsty hunting ****. This herd had been doomed to bloodshed on the icefields since the moment they had followed that reindeer king in his rebellion against the wolves. The vengeance of more than 20 fellow wolves needed to be sacrificed with their lives. Whether begging for mercy and or running away, the end is the same. The wolf king's orders were to decimate this deer herd, and that would leave absolutely no one alive. Bloody killings were staged and continued for a full 3 or 4 hours. The wolves had nearly decimated this deer herd, with only a few scattered reindeer escaping to the depths of the land of encounters. And the wolves chased them directly towards the depths of the encounters. Originally, the outskirts of the land of wonders were the territory of the caribou herds, and if the wolves had taken over the place, the rest of the hunters would not have spoken. But when the wolves pursued them deeper, it was a moment of Fey movement. This was a Fey snow lord, much stronger than the Fey snow lord that Su Lin had killed before. With a shrill chirp, the Fey snow lord rose into the air. It didn't want to be involved in the bloody bloodbath between the wolves and the deer, but it had to be involved when it hit its territory. Having evolved into a Fey, the Fey Snowlord naturally grabbed a territory in this land of wonders. 2. The sense of territory is also highly valued in the mind. After chirping, its wings spread out to a size of 7 or 8 meters. This was a Fey Snowlord with a very terrifying strength, with more than 20 levels of attributes. Pawing, the wings swung menacingly, directly sweeping away the deer and wolves that had entered its territory. The force was so great that it killed a caribou and 2 wolves in an instant. The blood splattered in all directions, adding several more points to the bloody flavor of this land of strange encounters. Such a bloody scene also emphasized the dominance of this Fey Snowlord. It didn't just not give face to the deer, it hadn't intended to give face to the wolves either. Anyone who dares to enter its territory must die. The innate right to control the air is the source of the flying Fey's bottom line. Ow! The strength of the Fey Snowlords caused the wolves to stop in their tracks for a moment. But a pair of wolf eyes looked at their companions who had been slapped to death by the Fey Snowlords with indignation and anger. It was only due to the fact that the Fey Snowlords rose into the air that even the young lone wolf just felt overwhelmed. As for the few remaining reindeer, they were even more caught between the Fey Snowlords and the wolves, shivering, and at this moment, such a scene was also collected in the eyes of Su Lin, who was standing on top of the snowy slope, watching the battlefield over here. Fey Snowlords, seeing that a Fey from the land of strange encounters had struck out, a flash of ferocity flared in his golden-brown wolf eyes. It was important to realize that he had come to this land of wonders and wanted more than just these barren resources in the outskirts occupied by the deer. What he wanted, if possible, was all of this land of wonders. That's why he never intended to just kill the deer this time. Kill just to kill a stone. Just one deer herd is not enough. Flying Fey with air control may be very difficult in the eyes of other hunters, but for Solian with his bird glide and airworthiness, there wasn't much. The flesh of a Fey Snowlord was something that Su Lin hadn't eaten in a long time. At this moment, just as the Fey Snowlord was rising in the sky, a pair of snow-white eyes looking disdainfully at the wolves below, a wolf whistle that could be described as earth-shattering rang out. Ow! Accompanying the appearance of this wolf whistle was a huge wolf body that appeared with a sonic boom cloud. Su Lin's current speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. It is definitely not true that the voice comes before the shadow, transcending the speed of sound. Not to mention ordinary species, Even the Fae in this area hadn't gotten a good look at Su Lin's movement speed. With a speed of over 300 meters per second, it didn't take long at all to arrive at this battlefield from the snowy slopes. Boom! With the help of a speed of more than 300 meters per second, Su Lin leapt up. This leap has a height of nearly 100 meters. Such a height is equivalent to more than 30-story building. A leap directly to the mid-air, and this Fae Snow Lords face-to-face collided together. When Su Lin appeared in front of the Fae Snow Lord, the disdainful look that had just risen in the Fae Snow Lord's eyes suddenly disappeared. A leap of nearly 100 meters? It looked at this white wolf in front of it in a pair of huge snow-white eyes, completely in some disbelief, and before it could regain its senses from its surprise, with the help of his speed of more than 300 meters per second, Su Lin had already arrived in front of it in an instant. In the dark night sky, Su Lin's wolf claws popped out completely, and the claw spikes that were more than 30 centimeters in length were sharp to the extreme. The normally domineering Fae Snow Lord could only barely resist with his sharp claws in this haste. Between the successive evolutions of the claw spikes of both sides, they had become stronger and sharper than steel. Under the violent collision, it was like gold and stone colliding. When an ear-piercing crash rang out in mid-air, Su Lin's strike was strong and unmatched. Between the Fae Snow Lord's hasty parry, his body was struck by the blow to the point where he flew backwards tens of meters away. Huge wings fluttered desperately in mid-air, and the Fae Snow Lord understood the terror of this white wolf after the collision of that fierce blow just now, so it did everything it could to make sure it didn't fall to the ground, or it would be literally all advantage. By then, with the terrifying speed of this white wolf's voice before it arrives, I'm afraid that I will be bloodied on the ice field with these deer. But Su Lin didn't give it this chance at all. A deep blue fluorescent light fiercely flashed on his huge wolf body, and soon this fluorescent light was internalized into the wolf body. Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes also turned a deep blue color. Gifted wolf whistle. Come up is to kill. This battle is bound to kill until the blood flow into the river. The Fae ambush. Ow! An earth-shaking wolf whistle sounded in mid-air, and the sound waves of the wolf whistle were like thunder rolling from the sky, making the chilly air seem to emit a tremor. This powerful sound wave swept directly towards the Fae Snow Lord at a speed of thousands of meters per second. The strong shockwave brought out by this wolf whistle caused the Fae Snow Lords who had stabilized themselves to bring out a look of horror in their eyes. Pang! This wave of wolf whistling sound ruthlessly crashed into its body, and the strong impact caused all the feathers on its body to be shaken and fly in all directions. The two huge wings couldn't even stabilize its form in the air anymore, arcing in mid-air before falling to the ground. Boom! The huge body of the Fae Snow Lord stirred up gusts of ice and snow on the ground. Chapter 157, Slaying the Snow Lord. 14 Kanshu. A B-ranked wolf whistle was not even comparable to the last D-ranked wolf whistle. The wolf whistle of the rolling sound wave was strong to the extreme. The explosive force equivalent to 7 or 8 tons of this blow exploded on the Fae Snow Lord, directly causing wisps of blood to spill out of the Fae Snow Lord's eyes and beak mouth. On top of that, several cracks were shaken out of the internal organs and flesh of his entire body. The Fae Snow Lord was stronger than the male lynx, but the injuries he sustained were far heavier than the male lynx. But it was still struggling desperately from the ground, trying to rise quickly into the air, because as a fierce bird, it only has a strong sense of security in its heart when it is in the sky. But it's too late. Now that it had landed, Solian had no intention of letting it lift off again. Boom! There was a loud sonic boom that brought out a sonic boom cloud that, such a swift and fierce speed caused the eyes of the Fae watching the battle to show a very grave expression. Even the peregrine falcon, which was known to be the fastest in this land of strange encounters, felt a hint of pressure when looking at the speed of the white wolf. At this moment, Su Lin appeared in front of the Fae Snow Lord as if in an instant, and his indestructible wolf claws popped out completely. And the Fae Snow Lords are also feel can be called deadly danger. The body rises Tanya white fluorescence. With a loud sharp cry these Tanya white fluorescence introverted into the body. The Fae Snow Lord's strength gained a great enhancement. Exciting talent. It was clear that it was the same talent as the last Fae Snow Lord. Only this time, the excitement talent was rank B, and the boost in strength was immense. The excitement talent and the hunt talent were the same. Both boosted speed and strength, just not as high as the hunt talent boost at the same level. This talent also caused the Fae Snow Lord to suppress the pain brought on by the wolf whistle, then stretch out his sharp beak mouth and Su Lin's wolf claw and clashed hard. The beaked mouths, usually invulnerable and able to easily tear apart bear clans and large herbivores, hadn't built up at all in the slightest this time. Even with the excitement talent turned on, the Fae Snow Lord's strength was enhanced by a lot. However, under this violent collision, the beak was still cracked, and blood and feathers from the huge head were mixed and splattered together. Coo coo coo! The shrill cry of a Snow Lord exploded. Even though the Fae Snow Lord was being beaten and his feathers were splattered with blood, he still had a ferocious nature and began to fight with Su Lin in a bloodbath. When The sound of gold and stone colliding resounded in the land of strange encounters, and the strong collision fluctuations between the two sides also caused the Fae who were paying attention to the battle to look sideways. As for the few reindeer that were surrounded by wolves and were still left, they were also scared and trembling under the strong fluctuations. Currently, after the Fae Snow Lord turned on the excitement talent, his strength was as high as 500 or 600 in both strength and speed. Even though he was still no match for Su Lin, he could barely resist. Once it was allowed to lift off, even Su Lin would be a bit tricky. So Su Lin didn't even give this Fae Snow Lord a chance to get away. Pang! Another vicious claw collided with the wings of the Fae Snow Lord. This claw directly penetrated the Fae Snow Lord's wings this time. And even though the Fae Snow Lord's wings had long been harder than steel in its many evolutions, it simply couldn't block Su Lin's blow. The blow was enough to shatter gold and stone, and the Fae Snow Lord's huge wing was pierced through a bloody gash. This caused it to chirp in pain to the point of frenzy, struggling frantically to get out of Su Lin's wolf claws and rise into the air. As long as it reached the air, relying on the suppression of the air, it could soundly have a great battle with this white wolf, but there's no chance of that happening. Su Lin's sharp wolf claws slashed viciously in the Snow Lord's huge wings, and the wound instantly turned from a bloody hole into a horrifyingly huge wound. I don't know how many feathers and blood were torn off. The Fae Snow Lord's wings were so heavily traumatized. I'm afraid that even if it was allowed to lift off at this time, it would be very difficult to fly up again. The Fae Snow Lord fumed in pain and frenziedly counterattacked at Su Lin. Sharp claws and sharp beaks also cut a trail of blood on Su Lin's flesh. The strength of the Fae Snow Lord who had opened his talent wasn't weak, and even though Su Lin's fur had gone into a defensive fight, it still scratched through. As a result of devouring the genetic flesh, blood, and essence parts of numerous species, it caused the blood in Su Lin's massive wolf body to become emitting a tantalizing fluorescence. This symbolized that this body of Su Lin's flesh and blood, whether it was its rarity or the pure energy it contained, was far beyond ordinary Fae. Such a temptation of blood caused the eyes of many Fae who stood watching the battle from afar to erupt with rays of light. But then, thinking of the powerful battle strength of this white wolf, they all could only dismiss this thought in their hearts. Only some poor and vicious, strong Fae that were used to killing and bloodshed. The sights in those pairs of ghastly eyes still didn't move away from Su Lin. In their eyes, the lure of this flesh and blood of Su Lin's body was far beyond the water plants and fruits of the land of strange encounters. At this moment, as Su Lin's blood flowed, the battle between him and the Fae Snow Lords also intensified to a white-hot level. Rip! Accompanied by a sound of blood and flesh being torn raw, Su Lin tore off one of this Fae Snow Lord's wings, which were like fine iron, directly and bloodily raw. The fangs also topped the Fae Snow Lord's struggles and bit down towards the Fae Snow Lord's neck. If Su Lin's wolf claws had evolved many times, they were already indestructible. Then the sharpness and force of the fangs were even far better than the wolf claws, because for the wolf race, the fangs were often the strongest killing weapon. Gotcha! The bloody mouth crushed the Snow Lord's neck bones with a single bite. Su Lin greedily sucked the blood of the Fae Snow Lord from his neck in a big gulp. This blood was sweet and delicious, and as the blood was sucked into Su Lin's belly in big gulps, it was also converted into rolling energy and evolutionary value. And at this time, the Fae Snow Lord was still struggling desperately in an attempt to escape the clutches of this white wolf. The powerful life force of the Fae and the suppression of injuries brought about by the excitement talent caused the Snow Lord to still have the power to resist even though it was so severely injured. But no matter how much it resisted, its fate had already been sealed. Rip! After Su Lin had greedily sucked enough blood, he tore off a large piece of flesh and blood directly from the Fae Snow Lord's neck with force. This blood and flesh, along with the bones and tendons at the neck, almost completely ripped off the Fae Snow Lord's head and body. With such grievous injuries, even if the Fae's life force was as strong as it was, it simply wouldn't be able to support it, because such an injury is not something that a living creature can withstand. No matter how strong the Fae were, they were still creatures after all, and had yet to transcend the limits of life and genetics. The Fae Snow Lord couldn't even utter a shrill chirp when his throat was bloodied and completely torn to shreds. The tweeting has become a luxury for it. Right behind, Solian landed another vicious blow, smashing the Snow Lord's head. Pang! This vicious blow caused the Fae Snow Lord, who had already reached a dying state, to have his head, which had been arrogant and domineering at first, shake like a candle in the wind. The bones and nerves of the Fae Snow Lord's head were all shattered under this blow, and that huge eye was even more blood red. In its eyes, there is still some desire for survival, but this desire is only a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. It is impossible to realize. Su Lin's wolf claws once again cut through the flesh like knives to the root of the Snow Lord's wing on the other side. Then the claw spikes hooked onto the root of the wing in a deadly manner, flinging the Fae Snow Lord's body towards a huge pile of ice and snow. Pang! The pile of ice and snow, harder than steel, shattered in response. the Fey Snow Lord's internal organs and flesh, which had already been cracked by the initial wolf whistle sound wave, exploded even more under this fierce impact, and fragments of his internal organs flew and burst out from the wounds. Blood was also splattered indiscriminately in the cold air, and this blood was also splattered on the fur of Su Lin's wolf body. Su Lin, who was bathed in the blood of this Fey Snow Lord, had a pair of eyes that were filled with a chilling coldness. At this point the Fey Snow Lord could no longer make a chirp. Its huge body was just making a last struggle on the ice. But the struggle was a pale one, and he couldn't even make a few ice scratches in the hard ice anymore. And at this time, Su Lin, whose body was drenched in the blood of this Fey Snow Lord, was in the eyes of the many strong Fey, living like a blood-soaked rabid wolf that had walked out of the underworld of hell. Ow! Accompanied by a long whistle that hadn't utilized his talent, the aura rising from Su Lin's body became even more powerful. The entire wolf pack, seeing their own wolf king slaughtering their great enemy so easily, were also frenzied to the extreme as they followed along with the long whistles. Ow! 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 Hundreds of wolves whistled, and the wolves' temperament rose to the extreme, and the clamor and frenzy of the temperament rushed straight into the dark night sky. In the eyes of the many wolf clans in the wolf pack, the wolf king who was bathing in blood and going berserk in front of them had already become the invincible god in their hearts. After the wolves' aura reached its peak, Su Lin also ended the life of this Fey Snow Lord. As for the few remaining remnants of the reindeer, they were also decimated by the wolves. Nowadays, if Su Lin stopped his conquest, he should be able to occupy the outskirts of this land of strange encounters and the territory of this Fey Snow Lord. But not enough. Not nearly enough. The water plants that these reindeer eat, even if they contain some pure energy, but after all, it was just water plants, which could only support some herbivores. How could it support hundreds of wolves and dozens of bears? These couldn't even fill the wolves' and Solian's appetites. Now that the wolves are in full swing, it's time to kill them. And these days little Lone Wolf had long since mapped out the location of that reindeer king and the Fey Grizzly Bear, just deep within the Land of Wonders. That is the territory of the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Musk Ox King. It is into their territory that the reindeer kings hide. It was obvious that they wanted to offer the deer to the wolves and kill themselves so that their anger would dissipate. But the math was wrong. The wolves' anger and appetite could not just be quelled. At this moment, Su Lin first swallowed the essence of this Fey Snow Lord's parts into his stomach. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating the liver of the Fey Snow Lord, level 23, and gaining 5,700 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fey Snow Lord and purifying a talent serum. 5,700 evolution points. That's not a small amount of evolutionary value. And the Fey essence parts of the 20-something levels all grow as the levels skyrocket. After swallowing it, Su Lin then let out a long whistle once again and led the wolves to kill deeper into this land of strange encounters. Roar! Chirp! Boing! A number of the tougher hunters let out warning chirps as the wolves made a long drive. These chirps didn't make Solian or the wolves care in the slightest. As for some that came out and tried to make a move on the wolves, they were all torn apart alive by the little lone wolf and the female polar bear. There's no shortage of blood and killing on a wolf pack's road to conquest. This Land of Wonders was large, a bit larger than the wolves' territory on Su Lin's southern side. So in addition to the strong Fey that little lone wolf had explored here, there were also some remaining Fey. These not very strong Fey in this area of the territory is not big, only scattered a few miles around the appearance, but the victory in the number of many. I don't know if it was the coercion of that Fey reindeer king and the Fey grizzly bear, or if it was the fact that these little Fey were too obsessed with their territory. Anyway, when the wolves passed through these territories, these not-so-strong Fey were attacking the wolves. Many wolves also bled at their hands, but Su Lin didn't let the wolves stop, because wanting to establish his authority in this land of strange encounters, wanting to kill until blood flowed, to say that the wolves had no casualties was simply unrealistic. In this bloody journey, it is inevitable to experience the cruelty of blood and bone. Those Fey that dared to launch an attack fell likewise, one after another, as the wolves made their way deeper into the Land of Wonders. These weak Fey didn't stop the wolves, and the wolves advanced quickly. At this time, Su Lin and Little Lone Wolf charged forward. Cousin led nearly 200 wolves, trailing behind. Little Grey was leading the elite wolf clan, while they were struggling to catch up with Su Lin. After all, they were the Wolf King's personal guards, and where the Wolf King was, they should be. As for the many bear clans under Xiaobai's command, they had long ago mixed with the wolves, charging along with them in a mountainous rush. The decimation of the deer and the Fey Snow Lords that blocked the road, and the decimation of several more Fey along the way that dared to make a move, made the wolves even more furious. Kill! The wolves' killing intent went straight to the sky. The lives of that Fey reindeer king and the Fey grizzly bear were the wolves. They'd all struck out at Solian at one time or another, and that reindeer king in particular still owed a blood feud to the wolves. If we don't behead them, how can the wolves establish their authority in this land of strange encounters? But just as the wolves were driving for hundreds of miles again, and seeing that they were about to come to where the territory of the Fey grizzly bears was located, a powerful hunter with a body size of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared above the snowy slope right in front of the wolves. The strong aura of this powerful hunter was like a lofty mountain. Just standing here alone made the hairs of all the charging members of the wolf pack explode. It's a musk ox. A Fey musk ox that was strong to the peak. If it was said that some time ago, the Fey lynx couple, the Fey polar bear, and the Fey snow lord that Su Lin had killed were all strong in this land of strange encounters, this Fey musk ox, then, should be the strongest of the strong in this piece of wonder. Musk ox king. No doubt this was the musk ox king that little lone wolf had, some time ago, failed to explore. The Fey caribou king was the one who had fled to its and the Fey grizzly's territory, and even a few musk oxen that had defected from the wolves' territory had been taken under its wing. Now it's coming back to stop the road. This caused Su Lin, who was originally right in front of the wolves, to narrow his golden brown wolf eyes, revealing endless chilling killing intent. He directly took a few steps forward, and was only 300 or so meters away from this Fey musk ox king. The two sides were facing each other in this icy sky and snowy land, and their respective powerful auras were soaring. This Fey musk ox king, Su Lin didn't go looking for it, but instead it came to block the wolves first. Su Lin, who was already drenched in blood, was not afraid to kill until the sky turned upside down. If this musk ox king was unwise, then the musk ox clan, he wouldn't mind exterminating them all the same. Chapter 158, The Great Battle of the Musk Ox King. 14 Kanshu. This musk ox king is very strong, and if, regardless of that Fey king squid, regardless of the strange flowers encountered, then this musk ox king was the strongest Fey Su Lin had ever encountered, even stronger than the Fey grizzly bear with multiple strange encounters, assuming, of course, that you don't count the parasitic daughter on the Fey musk oxen. At this moment, this musk ox king, which was more than 10 meters in size, was quietly confronting Su Lin. Possessing a huge body size, it could be enough to stomp on a bunch of ordinary species of wolves and bears just by its size alone. Even a polar bear of the common species, standing upright, would only just barely reach its chest. There weren't many wolves in the entire wolf pack that could break through its defense nowadays. Even defenses such as weaknesses were not something that could be broken by ordinary wolves. With a thought from Su Lin's mind, the numerical attributes of the musk ox king in front of him appeared. Species, musk oxen, heterozygous, level, 31. Air blood, 13. 385. Endurance, 598. Strength, 637. Defense, 652. Speed, 396. Talents, savage charge, B rank, defense, B rank, astringency, C rank. The attribute values of this Fey musk ox appeared in front of Su Lin. The defense and strength of over 600 at every turn highlighted the strength of this Fey musk ox to the fullest. Such a strong strength also caused Su Lin wolf's eyes to narrow slightly, and the battle intent in his eyes rose to the top. Finally a decent Fey head. To be honest, ever since Su Lin had come out of the mysterious iceberg, he simply hadn't come across an opponent that he could give himself a sound battle with. Nowadays, a level 20 plus Fey was nothing more than a pig to be slaughtered in front of him. Only this powerful musk ox king could slightly Su Lin feel a trace of pressure. But it's just a hint. If this musk ox king had to protect that reindeer king, then today would be the day it would bleed on the ice field. Su Lin and this musk ox king confronted each other for a long time, their auras clashing invisibly between them. After another moment, the Fey musk ox king gave a low roar. Moo! The musk ox hissed in a way that neither the wolves nor the bears in the pack could understand the meaning of. After all, there are fundamental communication barriers between different species. However, Su Lin understood from the spiritual fluctuations coming from the Fey musk ox that this was a warning and deterrent to himself, that this land of strange encounters would not allow himself and the wolves to act recklessly. This caused Su Lin to laugh with some anger in his heart, while the chilling killing intent and wild battle intent in his eyes were also taken to the next level. He had led the wolves here for the purpose of killing and establishing authority, so how could he not act recklessly? And the many wolves and bears behind them, though they had not understood the roar of the musk ox king, but on the verge of battle, the roar of all prey has long been taken as a demonstration. This was why all the members of the wolf pack followed suit with a mountainous hiss, and the might brought about by the hissing of hundreds of wolves and more than 20 bears in unison made this Fey musk ox king give a start. In the midst of hissing, the many members of the wolf pack also spread out to surround the Fey musk ox king. Little lone wolf, little gray, warm bear, and Fey female polar bear were also dispersed to the perimeter of this Fey musk ox king. The wolves acting like this made the Fey musk ox king know that his deterrence didn't have the slightest effect at all, but instead completely enraged the wolves. It didn't have much to fear, though. The musk oxen and the wolves had, for a long time, been old rivals. Since the beginning of the common species, the muskox clan has been fighting tooth and nail against the wolves' roundups, and the one-tongued, brazen muskox clan has never known what fear is. Moo! This famous muskox king faced the wolves surrounding it and let out a long roar. A low bull's roar exploded through the morose air as it began to summon its herd in this land of wonders. The muskox king had been in this land of wonders for a long time, and the clan of muskoxen under his command was more numerous than the reindeer under the reindeer king's command. Under this low cow roar, there were at least hundreds of muskoxen running wildly towards this area in a matter of moments. This famous muskox king's status in the muskox herd was equivalent to Su Lin's status in the wolf pack. So faced with the king's call, no muskox dared not care. That is, the muskox that was still at the edge of the land of strange encounters and was scattered by the might of the wolves rushing in did not come over. After all, the edge of the land of strange encounters was hundreds of miles away from here. Even if the muskox king's roar traveled far, it could not possibly travel hundreds of miles. The musk oxen, at least hundreds of which came galloping by, also had some wild majesty about them. Perhaps the king of the musk ox had explained long ago that so these musk oxen didn't converge together. Instead they spread out in twos and threes and attacked the wolves that surrounded the musk ox king. These musk oxen in the herd due to the land of strange encounters for a long time, but also both occupy a considerable amount of territory, and from time to go to the periphery to rub the deer herd's water and grass to eat. So these musk oxen's strength are stronger than the outside world's musk oxen by a lot. There were even several fey musk oxen that Su Lin swept past with a single glance. This caused Su Lin to let out a long whistle and let the wolves deal with this darting herd of musk oxen. As for this musk ox herd scattering in twos and threes, it was obviously responding to Su Lin's wolf whistle talent. It could be seen that this fey muskox king was also wary of Su Lin's wolf whistle talent. I can't say that it was a part of one of the sights that was peering from the shadows that day, coupled with the wolf whistle talent that had just been enhanced once again during the battle with the fey snow lord. It even made the fey muskox king's gaze in scorn deepen. Ow! Under the sound of the wolf king's wolf whistle, the wolf kings that had surrounded the muskox king were unwillingly withdrawing from the encirclement. They began to gather together in twos and threes to fight with the herd of musk oxen that came rushing in. The wolves and the musk ox herd were instantly entangled. Musk oxen packs are frequently rounded up by wolves and are indeed the wolves' greatest pack rivals in the Arctic ice sheet. Because of their bravery and go-getter nature, musk oxen often break through wolf packs and even cause kills and injuries to wolves. In addition, this musk ox herd is very wild, and now the wolves can be said to be the tip of the spear. With the little lone wolf as the leader, the wolf pack quickly wandered and ran in the open icy sky. The running of hundreds of wolves drove a large area of ice and snow to splash under their feet. Facing such a wild musk ox herd, the wolves didn't hunt them as hard as they hunted the deer herd. Instead they spread out. A pair of wolf eyes with hunting in them stared at the old and weak of this musk ox herd, determined to take advantage of the herd's own weaknesses and bring the herd down for good. On the battlefield of killing and bloodshed, where is there any benevolence or morality? Nothing is ever used here, because the battlefield is the bloodiest place of all, a place that doesn't care about all the rules, only about victory and defeat. Winner takes all is definitely not an empty phrase. Ow, ow, ow. The sound of the wolves wandering and running up the mountain made the musk ox herd, which was charging up in twos and threes, feel a burst of noise and distraction. At the same time that a pair of horrible bring out the bloodthirsty look of the wolf eyes, but also let a cavity of bravery never know what is fear of musk ox. All feel a burst of uneasiness. In this wandering and running, the wolves soon found the weaker of the musk oxen. They all gathered their superior strength in tacit agreement, and made the swiftest charge against these old, weak, and sickly musk oxen, trying to make this musk ox herd that causes the fastest attrition, regardless of any species. Even if the humongous musk ox clan was faced with bloody death and attrition, it would be chilling in the heart. The screams of their peers will even be a very heavy blow to their morale. At that time, if once the morale is lost, then this musk ox herd will also meet the end of the slaughter of that caribou herd just now, without the courage to go forward, having lost the confidence to fight the wolves in a bloody battle. Even if they possessed a stronger body and sharper horns, they were useless, and in the end, they could only become a corpse under the slaughter of the wolves. At this time over this area, wolf whistles and musk ox hisses were intertwined. An unprecedentedly grueling group sparring match kicked off here. Among them were the little lone wolf, the fey polar bear, the warm bear, and the little gray, who were also soon in the fight against the fey of the musk ox herd. And as the little lone wolf looked at the fey musk ox he was up against in front of him, smelling the odor coming from its body, his pair of tantalizingly blue wolf eyes couldn't help but rise even more with a touch of remembrance, because it still had a deep impression of this fey musk ox. It was unmistakably the young musk oxen he had taken from the musk ox herd as a holdout when he had first participated in the roundup with the wolves. It was obvious that the musk ox that had defected from the wolf pack territory that day had been planned by the young musk ox, and the little musk ox that had already grown up looked at the ferocious lone wolf in front of him with a pair of deep purple ox eyes, and flashed through extremely deep flames of hatred and anger. Moo! A low bull roar exploded, facing the little lone wolf, facing this former greatest murderer who had bitten his leg off and nearly abused him to death. In its fury, its bull hooves trampled on the ice and snow as it charged towards the little lone wolf. It wanted to prove with facts that it was no longer the weak cub it had been. The wolves could no longer dictate its life. It was just that this little musk ox that had evolved into a fae had too much confidence, because little lone wolf's battle power was no longer soaring during this period of time. So this fae small musk ox's attack, not only did it not make the small lone wolf have the slightest fear, but instead, the wolf's eyes were even more ferocious color burst out again. Kill! Since they were old friends of the wolves, it was only natural that they had to be cut down even more if they dared to walk against the wolves. The little lone wolf with a ferocious aura rising from its body and this fae musk ox fought together in a hard battle. The grudge between the two sides was about to be settled here as well. After the little musk ox had defected from Su Lin's territory, it had been taken care of by the musk ox king of this land of strange encounters, devouring quite a lot of fruits, and its strength had seen a great advancement in this half-month. The body size swelled to the point of more than 4 meters, and the whole body of fae flesh and blood was more than 2 tons. Nowadays, with such a weight, the charging power it brings in the midst of a wild run is comparable to that of a mountain in the midst of a mountain. The little lone wolf didn't fight hard either, but just dodged the attacks of the little musk ox with the help of the speed and agility of the wolves. The sharp wolf claws ruthlessly slapped on top of the small musk ox's skin and flesh from time to time, and even though the skin and flesh defense of the fae musk ox was amazing, the tons of explosive force and the sharpness of the small lone wolf's wolf claws still left one bloody wound after another on the body of the small musk ox. It was just that no matter how many times the little lone wolf inflicted traumas on the little musk ox, with the musk ox clan's strong chi and blood, these injuries could be hardened. But as long as that pair of sharp and flashing cold horns, once if it hit the wolf body above, the killing power brought about by that is afraid to be beyond imagination. Therefore, in the bloody battle between the two sides, it looked like the little lone wolf had the advantage, but it still didn't dare to relax the slightest bit, and the pair of wolf eyes flashed with not only ferocity, but also caution and gravity. The wolves and the musk ox herd, at this point, tangled together, both sides of the blood, roaring, killing and so on, is also like a pot of boiling water like a violent rise, rich to the extreme smell of blood is also centered here, quickly spreading towards the surrounding. The fighting was so grueling that any words and phrases pale in comparison to the real blood splatter and loss of life. Both sides were fighting for blood at the beck and call of their respective kings. Only the wolves, in addition to the king of wolves, still have a strict hierarchy under their command, and there are also head wolves, be-wolves and so on both with the command task, but the musk ox clan has no such class division, and the musk ox clan is far less skillful in group combat than the wolves. The musk ox clan that fights separately in 2s and 3s can still present a stalemate with the wolves with the help of their unrelenting bravery, but will completely fall into the wind after a long period of time, no matter how brave the prey is, in front of the wolves, who are all over the place and have perfected their hunting tactics, they will fall down completely. And it was at the time of the bloody battle between the musk oxen and the wolves that the Su Lin also clashed ruthlessly with this musk ox king, who was strong to the peak, and his pair of golden brown eyes brought out an endless amount of ruthlessness. Since this musk ox king wanted to come out strong, then we could only chop off this musk ox king's huge ox head, so that all the fae in this land of strange encounters would know that it was the wolves that would be the strongest king in the future of this land of strange encounters. Ow! Su Lin let out a long whistle without using his talent. And the loud wolf whistle was still like a thunderous explosion. Boom! The sonic boom sounded again. Su Lin's speed of more than 300 meters per second directly charged towards this fae musk ox king. With such speed, the musk ox king had long since seen so it didn't even try to resist Su Lin's invincible speed like the rest of the fae. Instead, he stood in place in a strict position, and with his extremely sensitive senses, a sharp bull's horn then slammed into the direction that Su Lin was rushing from. Perhaps this fae musk ox king's eyesight didn't track Su Lin's figure, but its senses could sense the direction from which the near-fatal threat was coming. In anticipation, this fae musk ox king ruthlessly collided with the charging Su Lin. The fae musk ox king's strength value reached more than 600, even without the aid of the bonus brought by charging. The force of this vicious impact was very astonishing, but for Su Lin, such an attack was not enough. The attack power of Su Lin's right claw was approaching 800 points. And with the speed bonus of more than 300 meters per second, the attack power was already approaching 30 tons. 30 tons! When such a wild and fierce attack power was focused on the wolf's claws, the killing and wounding it brought about was horrifying to the extreme. Pang! An earth-shattering crash resounded in this killing field. Su Lin's blow ruthlessly smashed into the bull's head of this musk ox king. The skull of the musk ox king was likewise one of the hardest parts of the body, not knowing how many times harder than steel. Even if it was a human's armor-piercing bullets could not possibly penetrate the skull of the musk ox king. But under Su Lin's blow, he smashed the musk ox king's skull with several bloody and gruesome wounds, which went deep into the white bones. The musk ox king was also viciously shaking his ox horn and stabbed at Su Lin, and under the huge inertia, Su Lin, who couldn't dodge in time, was cut through the front chest by the sharp ox horn. Ow! Moo! The wolf whistled and bull roared, echoing out over the icy sky. After both sides briefly glanced at each other, they both brought their fierce and vicious auras with them, and once again fiercely fought together in a bloodbath. Su Lin's wolf claws cut through the air and brought out a mournful sound, and the musk ox king's hooves trampled on the ice, and the sharp horns on the top of his head swayed as he made counterattack after counterattack. Chapter 159, Fei Converge. The duel begins. 14 Kanshu. Pang! Another heavy collision. The musk ox king's ox head, even though it was hard, was still hit with a crack in the midst of several blood fights with Su Lin. This collision caused both sides to fall back out dozens of steps. For the huge size of Su Lin and the musk ox king, these dozens of steps were heck of a lot more than 200 or 300 meters. After a short but intense fight, the musk ox king, whose huge ox head was covered in blood, also had a clearer perception of the battle power of the white wolf in front of him. Terrifying to the core. The battle power of this white wolf in front of him was definitely beyond the battle power displayed by its size. The law that the larger the size, the stronger the strength seemed to have failed on this white wolf. This white wolf not only possessed astounding speed, but also wild to the extreme attack power. At every turn, 20 to 30 tons of attack. Under this kind of attack, if it is an ordinary Fei will be seriously injured with just one strike. That is, the musk ox king is resisting the white wolf with its own strong blood. At this time, the musk ox king felt that the Fei snow lords, the Fei lynx couple, and the Fei polar bear that had been decapitated by Su Lin had not died unjustly. It's too strong. This white wolf was just too strong. At this moment, Su Lin was bathed in the blood of the Fei snow lords and the many Fei that he had killed along the way, and he stood on top of this icy sky and snowy ground like a blood-colored demon king. The darkness of the night could not hide the invincible aura that rose from his body. Su Lin and the wolves were so powerful that it also made many of the hunters in the land of strange encounters feel suffocatingly oppressive. They didn't even dare to think about how such a clamoring wolf pack and wolf king actually grew up. Could it be that there was a place of strange encounters out there with such pure energy? Meanwhile, these species in the land of strange encounters, due to the fact that they had free access to abundant food and energy, were far from the ferocity of Su Lin and the wolves under his command when faced with a true life and death struggle. Looking at the ferocious and ruthless wolves to the extreme, they more or less had some fear in their eyes. A wolf pack that came up to kill other packs until they died. This kind of ruthlessness had never been seen before in their knowledge. And this musk ox king felt the intense pain coming from his ox head and neck. It also had more or less some fear for this white wolf king in front of it. There was even a hint of retreat in his heart. After all, it wasn't its business. Although the Fei reindeer king and the Fei grizzly bear had promised it a lot of favors. But this benefit is only counted if you have the life to get it. At this moment, just when the musk ox king had just felt the desire to retreat, two loud chirping sounds suddenly resounded above the snowy slope in the distance. The reindeer king and the Fei grizzly bear, who had long been watching this unprecedented battle, also finally appeared on top of the snowy slope not far away. In today's battle, they had seen that the wolves' anger and killing would not stop with the destruction of the deer. They were indeed fearful of Su Lin's terrifying battle prowess, but if they had to be decimated out of existence, how could they not put up a fight? Kill. With the assistance of the musk ox king, in today's battle either this terrifying white wolf would die in battle or they would bleed on the ice field. If the musk ox king retreated again, then they would be literally 9 deaths away. So at this very moment when the musk ox king started to get hurt, they jumped from the shadows to the light. Roar! Young! The hissing roar of the bear clan and the crisp deer call also exploded on this battlefield of bloody fighting. The appearance of the Fei grizzly bear and the Fei reindeer king also caused the musk ox king, who had just felt a sense of retreat, to regain his confidence once again. Moo! It similarly let out a long roar, and a pair of deep purple bull eyes with boiling flames of anger once again collided with Su Lin's line of sight. To be honest, the battle power of this white wolf truly shook all the hunters in the land of strange encounters, but it didn't mean that if they swarmed, this white wolf would still be able to carry it. Fei caribou king, Fei grizzly bear, Fei musk ox king. These three Fei are all powerful on one side even in the land of strange encounters. And they are even more of an Arctic ice plane overlord level existence when placed outside. So they with extremely high intelligence, once brought about by joining forces, the power generated is definitely no less than that of a wolf pack's roundup. One could imagine what would be the end of the 3 wolves that possess strength like theirs if they were to cooperate in battle, but that's not the worst of it. Right after the Fey Grizzly Bear and Fey Reindeer King appeared on the battlefield in unison, several loud air friction sounds rang out one after another from this land of strange encounters. This meant that there were at least a handful of strong Fey that were also rapidly approaching this way. They may not strike now, but since they came over, they want to reap the benefits. Whether it was Surin who lost the battle, or the Fey Muskox King, the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Reindeer King, etc., they would all flay the defeated party and swallow them in their stomachs. After all, the pure energy contained in the flesh and blood of high-grade Fey was also very huge. As for Su Lin, there was even less to say. Having devoured the gene fragments of an unknown number of species and exotic flowers, what he contained within him now was not only surging pure energy, but also genetic power that was sufficient to allow these Fey lifeforms to undergo a heaven-defying promotion. But at this moment, Su Lin didn't have the slightest fear when he looked at this surging killing machine around him. The wolf blood in his body began to boil under this killing opportunity. Are they all here? Now that's some fun. The coldness and viciousness in Su Lin's pair of deep blue wolf eyes rose almost to the top at this moment. The first battle is the decisive battle. This would also save the future wolf packs from getting into friction with these powerful Fey, resulting in time being wasted fighting and killing again. Su Lin possessed great confidence in his own battle prowess, the hunting talent, the blood-burning potion, and the restoration potion. Each of them was his base card. The battle power he was currently displaying on the surface was not even 30% of his true peak battle power. So since all these Fey jumped out at us, let's chop them all up. Only by stepping on the corpses of each powerful Fey could Su Lin and the wolves ascend to the top of the strongest. Kill. This battle was bound to be killed until the Fey ambushed the corpse and blood flowed, killing to the land of wonders. All hunters have to recognize that the wolves are the only kings. Ow. Accompanied by an earth-shattering wolf whistle, the invincible aura on Su Lin's massive wolf body grew even more intense. Originally, the Fey Muskox King thought that this white wolf would retreat in the face of such a formation, but what it didn't expect was that this white wolf was still moving from body to body in such a situation, and took the lead in launching an attack. This white wolf was too clamorous, and only a wolf king this clamorous could lead out an equally clamorous wolf pack. Su Lin was the first to attack, with a speed of over 300 meters per second. Like the wind, with such a speedy attack, none of the Fey present could react. It was still the king of the musk oxen that he took the lead in charging at this time. The muskox king had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries from the few bloody blows he had just landed. Hunting in nature has, since time immemorial, been a matter of killing him while he's sick. Su Lin was prepared to take the lead in decapitating this strong Fey muskox king. As long as he decapitated this Fey muskox king, he wanted to see what guts the Fey Grizzly Bear and Fey Reindeer King, who had already been defeated once long ago, still had to battle with himself. Pang! Another vicious strike smashed into the neck of the Fey Muskox King, and this strike opened a huge blood-drenched mouth in its neck, and the blood inside began to splatter uncontrollably. The huge Muskox King's body, which was more than 10 meters in size, was also knocked backward by this heavy blow and went out dozens of meters away. The large hooves of the oxen made deep hoof print after deep hoof print on the thick ice in order to stabilize their form. But just as the Muskox King had just stabilized its stance, its sensitive senses also felt the deadly threat coming at it once again. This caused it to directly turn on its defensive talent after an angry roar of filial piety. Moo! Along with the low hissing sound of the Muskox King, a tantalizing gray fluorescent light also surged out from his body. This fluorescent light quickly introverted into the Muskox King's body, and its defense power also quickly skyrocketed under the addition of this fluorescent light. Due to the fact that the Muskox King's original defense power had reached over 600, coupled with the talent bonus of B-rank defense power, the Muskox King's defense power instantly broke through thousands, soaring to an extremely terrifying level. That skin and flesh that was already harder than steel was also emitting an ebony-colored fluorescence, appearing extremely indestructible. When, this time Su Lin's sharp wolf claws once again smashed into the Muskox King's head, resounding with the sound of gold and iron clashing. It was so piercing that the nearby wolves and muskoxen felt like they had a splitting headache. Strong impact fluctuations also wanted to spread around. Su Lin's wolf claws, which were sharp to the extreme, did not build on this strike and did not break through the Muskox King's defense. However, the heavy and fierce force from this strike still caused the Fey Muskox King to fall back a dozen steps once again. At the same time, both the Fey Reindeer King and the Fey Grizzly Bear charged over. Ow! An earth-shattering wolf whistle sounded once again, and the talent wolf whistle was unleashed once more. Now that these two Fey were less than 50 meters away from Su Lin, there was simply no way to avoid or dodge at such a close distance. The two of them took nearly all of the power of the wolf whistle. Pang! Pang! strong sonic attacks exploded on them. If it was the usual attack power of around 300, it would probably only make them feel paroxysms of pain, and perhaps not even be able to break their defenses. But the sound waves are pervasive, and the 300 attacks they carry not only explode on their flesh, but also vibrate and kill their internal organs. Blood and bones were shaken and rattled under this wolf whistle. Roar! Young! In the midst of the severe pain, both the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Fey Reindeer King also unanimously opened their talents. What the Fey Grizzly Bear had turned on was clearly a defensive talent as well. As soon as this defense opened, a light gray fluorescence spread around its body, completely suppressing the sharp pain from the waves of wolf whistles. As for the Fey Reindeer King opening up the talent of increasing the herd no longer, the talent opened by the Fey Reindeer King is Wind by Wind. This talent made the Fey Reindeer King's huge body, breath suddenly became untraceable, as if a breeze blended into the empty world. Not only that, but through this Fey Reindeer King's numerical attributes, Su Lin also discovered that its speed had nearly doubled. Her speed had skyrocketed to over 700, even though it was only a hair's breadth away from the current Su Lin. After they both turned on their talents, the Fey Reindeer King was the first to attack towards Su Lin. Boom! The same sonic booms exploded as sonic boom clouds appeared against the dark night sky. This Fey Reindeer King's speed also broke through to the speed of sound. At this speed of attack, it arrived in front of Su Lin in an instant. Faced with this kind of speed, Su Lin could only stop his hunting of the Muskox King and this Fey Reindeer King to take a hard hit. Pang! Su Lin slapped his claw on the Reindeer King's head, and the tremendous force of the recoil shook both sides back a few steps. This claw of Su Lin's caused the Reindeer King's deer head to instantly bleed like blood. However, the Reindeer King's huge sharp horn also left a bloody hole in the huge wolf's body. At this moment, before Su Lin could fully stabilize himself, the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Fey Muskox King killed to his side. This left him to deal with the attacks of the Muskox King and the Fey Grizzly Bear. The wolf's body was very flexible and dodged the Muskox King's charge, but in his haste, the Fey Grizzly Bear slammed his palm hard on the place of his neck. The heavy and fierce force caused Su Lin to stagger backward a dozen steps. The neck was also cut deep by the Fey Grizzly Bear's long claw spikes, and blood flowed down the neck. When he had just fought with the Muskox King in a bloodbath, most of the injuries were to the front chest or the side of the abdomen, and they were also mostly scratches, with very few injuries that actually hurt the root. However, this strike injured Su Lin at the bones of his neck, and the intense pain caused the killing intent in his pair of deep blue eyes to grow even more intense. Su Lin was injured, but the aura in his body became more and more terrifying. He was a wolf king who had killed his way out of the ice step by step, and pain and blood only made him more ferocious and crazy. Now that the three strong Fey had joined forces, it did make Su Lin feel a hint of pressure, but that's not enough. With a loud and clear wolf howl, after exploding over the Arctic ice plains, Su Lin's huge wolf body then rose with a blood-colored fluorescence, which quickly internalized into his body. His pair of dark blue wolf eyes also instantly converted into a scarlet color. His limbs became even thicker, and his fangs and wolf claws were once again several points sharper. The gift of the hunt. Su Lin's hunting talent was stronger than any Fey's talent increase. This talent caused Su Lin's speed and strength values to fiercely skyrocket by a factor of 2. What had been 350 to 60 meters per second skyrocketed to 7 white meters per second. The power was even at a point of approaching 1600 points. Su Lin, who was under such a strength addition, had reached the peak of his battle power. Most of the ones that dared to make a move at the moment showed their heads, so in that case it was a good kill. At this moment, the three Fey that had just wounded Su Lin, before joy could show in their eyes, they were shocked by Su Lin's soaring aura and strength. An almost monstrous and powerful aura spread from Su Lin's wolf body toward the surroundings. Now that Su Lin swept towards the three Fey, these three Fey just felt as if they were being stared at by the god of death. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, when the hunting talent pushed Su Lin's strength to its peak, he instantly unleashed it, this time still heading straight for the Fey Muskox King. A speed of 700 meters per second surpassed the knowledge of all the Fey in the land of strange encounters. Even the peregrine falcon Fey, which was known to be the fastest, had a trace of fear as it watched the battle from afar. With such speed, even it would be hard for it to react. Such speed brought out a cloud of sonic booms under the dark night sky. Before the sound comes, the shadow goes first. With a speed that surpassed sound by a factor of 2, Su Lin instantly arrived at the heels of this Fey Muskox King. There was a bloodthirsty killing cold light in his scarlet eyes. Did this Muskox King really think that it was impregnable after turning on its defense talent? Charging over, Su Lin's sharp wolf claws popped out completely, and with the help of his ineffable divine speed, he came directly in front of this Fey Muskox King, and then waved his right paw to erupt into an all-out strike. This strike had a full 60 tons of attacking power, which was invincible, and the sharp wolf claws tore the air completely apart. Kill God when he meets God. Kill Buddha when he meets Buddha. accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It smashed fiercely towards the Musk Ox King. Chapter 160, Slaughtering the Group, Up. The powerful attack from this strike is beyond the range of the Fey Musk Ox King. 33 Kanshu. Facing this strike, the Musk Ox King's pair of huge ox eyes were filled with panic and fear. 60 tons. What kind of a concept is that? What is left of the egg under such a heavy blow? Even if the Musk Ox King's current defense was amazing, it simply couldn't withstand such a strike. Its keen senses warned it again of the intense danger, and every cell in its body began to tremble uncontrollably at the death threat of the blow. But no matter how much it cowered and how much it felt in mortal danger, this Fey Musk Ox King couldn't escape Su Lin's attack anymore. When a loud clash of metal exploded in the chilly air, any talent had its own tolerance limit, and Su Lin's strike directly shattered the Musk Ox King's defensive talent. The ebony-colored luminescence on top of the Musk Ox King's skin and flesh was completely broken open by this strike. The moment the talent exploded, it was like the most beautiful fireworks exploding. But the fireworks were tantamount to a killing charm for the Fey whose gifts had been shattered. After the heavy blow broke apart the Fey Musk Ox King's talent, it directly cracked its large ox head skull completely with several deep cracks. The pain was unimaginable. The Fey Musk Ox King was sent flying hundreds of meters away under this heavy blow. Flying out backwards this way, it also cut a deep gully in the thick layer of ice. This heavy blow caused the Fey Musk Ox King's blood to splatter recklessly from his wounds, and that huge chi blood value of tens of thousands of points began to rapidly drain away. Su Lin's strike also shocked the rest of the remaining Fey who had just arrived and wanted to reap the benefits. With such a strong fighting force, who would dare to take food from the wolf's mouth? For a moment, all the Fey were shaken in place. Even the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Fey Reindeer King, but they're also the fastest to react to. After all, they were more than aware that if once the Musk Ox King was killed, then the two of them would not be far from death. Roar! Young! Both of the two strong Fey gave a long roar and once again killed toward Su Lin. But in this short moment when they froze, Su Lin had long ago arrived in front of the Fey Musk Ox King once again. Pang! Another heavy blow, and before the Musk Ox King could land on the ground, Su Lin's sharp wolf claws slammed down on top of the Fey Musk Ox King's forehead again. A whopping 600 points of attack power, mixed with the double speed of sound bonus, made the strike smash the Fey Musk Ox King's front chest bones to pieces, completely denting them. Moo! At this time, the Musk Ox King's defensive talent was shattered, and after taking such a heavy blow, it could already faintly smell the threat of death. Now that it was still in mid-air, it had no help to lend its strength, and it couldn't resist Su Lin. One could only desperately struggle to turn on another talent again. Gathering of breath. At least the astringent talent could help it suppress the sharp pain coming from its chest, as well as the worsening of its injuries. And just as the Musk Ox King was struggling to the death, the Fey Reindeer King and the Fey Grizzly Bear arrived in front of Su Lin. The Fey Grizzly Bear's heavy slaps and the Reindeer King's charge that brought out sonic booms made the ferocious light in Su Lin's eyes even greater. Just now, these three Fey joined forces and were able to injure him. It didn't mean that they could still do so now. Ow! Su Lin turned his head and just let out another wolf whistle. The wolf whistle sound wave rolling. With the bonus of the hunting talent, Wolf Whistle's attack power alone was approaching 600 points. This kind of attack power was already on the verge of equating to the attack power of the Musk Ox King just now. Coupled with this close proximity, under the instantaneous burst of thousands of meters per second, this wolf whistle lifted the two Fey out like a gale. Pang! Pang! Both the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Fey Reindeer King were directly shaken by the power of this whistle to the point where blood was spilling out of their ears, nose and mouth. Both sides were also retreating hundreds of meters away before stabilizing their positions. Ice and snow were also fluttering and drifting recklessly along the way. In the midst of these streaks of icy crevices, the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Fey Reindeer King both looked at Su Lin with a somewhat horrified look in their eyes. It was also at this time that they realized that the White Wolf's battle power was terrifying to such an extent. The power of a single whistle alone was close to seriously injuring them. The Fey Grizzly Bear was a bit better. With the defense talent's body protection, even the Wolf Whistle talent could only make it spill a slight amount of blood. But the Fey Reindeer King was different. Its wind-by-wind talent was only to collect breath and add speed, and its defense was still only about 400 points of its own. Facing the power of the hunting talent and Wolf Whistle talent at such a close distance under the double bonus, it only felt that his internal organs were shaken out with several cracks, and he was crazily spilling blood outward. The wound on the deer's head that had already been torn apart by Su Lin's wolf claws was even more blood and flesh splattered under this wolf whistle, and even the white bones at the wound could be clearly seen. Under this wolf whistle, the Fey Reindeer King only felt that his brain was shaken out, and his wounds were so painful that it was as if they had exploded. Young! It roared in pain in its place, its miserable condition causing the eyelids of the crowd of onlooker Fey to jump wildly for it. The power of a whistle. That's just a whiff of power from this white wolf. The power of a single whistle had caused both Fae to be traumatized, causing the Fae Reindeer King to be even more miserable to such an extent. Just how terrifying was the battle power of this white wolf? And after shocking the Fae Grizzly Bear and Fae Reindeer King back, Su Lin also once again defended his sight to this Fae Muskox King. The Muskox King had landed on the ground and struggled to get up as well, and Hercule opened its last talent. Perhaps it also knows that today's battle will be won or lost, so it didn't hold back in the slightest and used all of its talents. The only way to gain a chance of survival is to fight in blood. The Fae Muskox King did regret helping the Reindeer King and the Fae Grizzly Bear out, but even if it was repentant, it was too late to say anything at this time. The present scene is simply irreversible, and the only way to bring this battle to an end is to bathe in the blood of one side. This caused the Fae Muskox King to also charge towards Su Lin in a vicious manner. The B-rank Savage Punch, with its bonus speed and strength, was also very impressive. For a while it made the Muskox King's speed reach the speed of sound as well, and even his strength value reached thousands. However, it wasn't enough to fight in a bloodbath with Su Lin, who had turned on his hunting and killing talent. Su Lin's wild and fierce force and ghostly speed made it defenseless. Pang, pang, pang. Since the Fae Muskox King's defensive talent had been shattered, the bloodshed between Su Lin and it had once again changed from the sound of gold and iron clashing to the sound of blood and flesh colliding. The strong recoil of both sides colliding exploded in the dark night sky. Surin and this Fae Muskox King fought for several marks in blood. One of the Fae Grizzly Bears had also come over to interfere, but the Fae Grizzly Bear was still too slow to catch up with Su Lin's shadow. As for that Fae Reindeer King, after just being shaken out of his serious injuries by the power of Su Lin's whistle, he slowed down for a long time before coming back to his senses. A pair of black and white deer eyes looked towards this tragic battlefield, and for a moment, they were actually in awe. It's scared. Yes, it's really scared. Where had it ever imagined that the wolf pack it had messed with over a month ago would be so terrifying? And where did it ever occur to him that that wolf pack would have such a fiery and invincible wolf king? Just to avenge that day, this wolf king dared to lead the pack on a journey of hundreds of miles, killing the deer until they died. Even the land of strange encounters, a place filled with powerful fae, could not stop its chilling killing intent. Driven by this chilling killing intent, this wolf king and the wolf pack under his command killed wherever they went. The many strong fae in the land of strange encounters had all died under his wolf claws one after another. And today, you're going to die yourself? The Fae Reindeer King couldn't help but let out a long cry of pathos as he read this. How hard it has been for him to grow up from an ordinary reindeer. That's why it has a greater desire to survive than the rest of the common species. But from the terrifying killing intent rising from that white wolf, it knew its chances of surviving were too low. But it doesn't want to die. It wants to live. Young. So in the struggle between life and death, this Reindeer King also opened up his other talent once again. Bloodthirsty Asylum. It was a group increased talent, and it emanated the same black luminescence all over its body as it did that day on the wolf's territory. This black fluorescent light, under its conscious manipulation, all surged into the surrounding muskox. This caused the muskox, which was already a brazen warrior, to grow a few points in size, and those deep purple eyes turned into a rich pitch black color. After the Reindeer King unleashed his gift, he was able to control these muskoxen as well, so it didn't leave these muskoxen to fight back at the wolves again. After all, the point of victory or defeat in this bloody battle was no longer here with these ordinary wolf clans at all. Instead, it's here at this wolf king, with the Reindeer King's loud and clear chirping command. Only a portion of the muskoxen were left to block the wolves, while the rest of the more muskoxen were brazenly launching what could be described as a suicidal attack toward Su Lin. Under the Reindeer King's talent addition, these muskoxen would not know what pain was or what fear was. They just became more bloodthirsty and ferocious, and even their battle strength increased by a lot. Perhaps after this battle, there will be no more than a few left of the Muskox clan. At that time, I'm afraid that the Muskox king will also seek to settle the score with it. But no matter what, in the end, it has to survive first. As long as they're alive, what's to stop them from pulling a herd? In this thought, and also driven by the Reindeer King, a muskox ran wildly towards Surin. So many muskoxen running wildly, also quite a bit of power. Ice and snow also thick ox hooves under the splash. And at this time, Su Lin didn't care about these ordinary muskoxen that were rushing in, because after turning on the hunting talent, every second of time was precious. Now that half of the time had passed in several grueling bloodbaths, this Fae Muskox king had also reached a dying state. He can't stop. Ow! This caused him to let out another earth-shattering wolf whistle, the power of which was able to shock the Fae Grizzly Bear and the Fae Caribou King into serious injuries, not to mention these ordinary muskoxen. With one whistle, the ice shattered and I don't know how many muskoxen were also shattered into pieces in this wolf whistle, and countless blood mists floated in the air. Only at the command of the Reindeer King, The musk oxen were not concentrated together, but from all sides. Therefore, Su Lin's whistle only shattered the musk oxen in one direction, and the musk oxen in the rest of the directions were still rushing and charging. But with the gap in the power of this whistle, his peak speed was unleashed once again, and the sonic boom sounded once again as Su Lin went straight for the Fey Musk Ox King. In the few bloody blows just now, the Fey Musk Ox King's pair of hard horns were all broken by Su Lin from the root with his skin and bones. Now its huge bull head without horns was dripping with blood. The bull's eyes were even more scarlet than those of Su Lin, who had turned on the hunt, and blood was gushing furiously at the nose and in the ears, and stars of white brain matter were flowing out from the bull's head wound. The Talon Savage charge that was originally opened at the end was also unable to suppress the Musk Ox King's grievous injuries, and there was an omen that it was about to collapse. It was just that the Fey Musk Ox King was still holding on strongly with his huge blood value and tenacious vitality, not wanting to fall down. That remaining sense launched an attack with huge bullseyes even after sensing the deathly aura that came upon them, but with it under heavy injury. This attack was too slow. Even the sharpest and most pointed bull's horns were broken, and its attacks were rhinoceros and weak, so it couldn't hurt Su Lin at all. Su Lin leapt up in his charge, ignoring the Musk Ox King's counterattack, and condescendingly smashed toward its blood-soaked ox head. The cold color of killing in his eyes reached its peak. He fought this battle for the sake of establishing prestige, and the fact that this Fey Musk Ox King was a full 13 or 14 meters in size, with a full 10 tons of Fey flesh and blood. For the wolves, this flesh and blood essence alone was a not insignificant harvest. So this Fey Musk Ox King had to die. There was no second ending. Pang! The heavy blow smashed at the bull head of the Fey Musk Ox King, and the blow shattered its already cracked bull head completely. Wow! A sound like the shattering of an implement, accompanied by the splattering of blood, flesh and brains. The skulls also scattered and streaked in all directions, shooting above the ice. Most of the head of this Fey Musk Ox King became shattered under the strike. The last of the Fey Musk Ox King's talents were also defeated and collapsed. The moment of collapse is like the splendor of fireworks or the sad song of life. After there was no more talent to suppress the injuries, the Fey Musk Ox King, who still had some consciousness left, also felt the severe pain coming from his entire body. This severe pain made it unable to even stand. Its limbs went limp, and that huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The body, which weighed more than 10 tons, smashed on top of the ice layer, causing the entire ice layer to shake slightly. The Fey Musk Ox King's injuries were grievous to the extreme, such that even if Su Lin stopped, it would simply live. The one bloodshot eye on the small remaining half of the bull's head was also only starry-eyed. This look reveals a fear of death, and a curiosity about life, and a disenchantment with this world. But no matter what, this Fey Musk Ox King, who had reigned supreme in the land of strange encounters, had finally come to the end of his rope. Blood flowed freely from the wound, spreading up and down his body, and also staining the ice beneath him bright red. After it was clear that the Fey Musk Ox King was no longer alive, Su Lin's pair of scarlet eyes heftily twisted his head to look at the still surviving Fey Grizzly Bear and Fey Reindeer King. The glare caused them to feel nothing but death coming their way. Now Su Lin, whose body was drenched in blood and brains, was like a bloody god of death in the eyes of all the Fey who were watching the battle, and all the opponents who stood in front of him fell down as he fought and killed along the way. Even the Fey Musk Ox King, who was strong to the extreme, was no exception. The heavy pressure brought about by such an invincible wolf king who had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood caused all the Fey who were paying attention to this unprecedented battle to be somewhat suffocatingly oppressed. Chapter 161, Slaughtering the Group, Middle. The miserable condition of the Fey Musk Ox King at this time of year makes all the Fey have a season of heart. 199 TXT. One must know that the Musk Ox King, even in the land of strange encounters, was some kind of overlord, but now he had even had his hardened ox head smashed. The ferocity of this white wolf was beyond their imagination. As for the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Fey Reindeer King that were fighting against Su Lin, they were feeling all the more terrified, and at this moment, Su Lin didn't waste the slightest bit of time. After all, after opening the hunting and killing talent, every second was very precious. He didn't even have the time to, directly, completely decapitate this Fey Musk Ox King. The fierce light in his eyes then flickered once again, and he turned to pounce on the Reindeer King who was commanding the Musk Ox King to attack himself. The Fey Reindeer King, under the great desire to survive, was also frantically commanding the surrounding Musk Oxen to surround Su Lin. Dozens of Musk Oxen brazenly surrounded Su Lin from all sides. Ow! Su Lin let out another gifted wolf whistle, and the rolling sound waves completely shattered the dozen or so Musk Oxen into a bloody mist. Flesh, blood and guts, scattered in all directions under the dark night sky. A wolf whistle cleared a blood-dense path in a flash. This is the gifted wolf whistle's strong clearing ability. The cold, ferocious light in Su Lin's pair of wolf eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. and he directly rushed towards this Fey Reindeer King, because the Fey Reindeer King was not only heavily injured, but was also much weaker than the Fey Grizzly Bear in terms of strength. The most important thing is that the Fey Grizzly Bear has a parasitic exotic herb, daughter, which is thought to show up when the Fey Grizzly Bear's life is threatened with death. So it is better to hurt 10 fingers than to break one. The 30 to 40 seconds left in the hunting talent was enough to decapitate the Reindeer King. When the time came that only the widowed and lonely Fey Grizzly was left, Su Lin wanted to see what it would touch with itself, even if the exotic herb Cuscuta shows up. So what? Killing the Fey Grizzly Bear. A large part of Su Lin was for this exotic herb, Cuscuta. The pure and surging energy in the exotic herb Cuscuta would be a guarantee that he would advance again. At this moment, along with this shocking wolf whistle, Su Lin's huge wolf body was like a white stream of light, bringing out a huge sonic boom. The Fey Reindeer King's sensitive senses felt the raging and burning matchless aura of the white wolf, as well as the overwhelming aura of death. The herd of musk oxen under its command couldn't stop the white wolf in the slightest. A wolf whistle was like a life harvesting machine, sweeping the musk ox's life away. Even if these musk oxen had their own talent additions, perhaps they were not inferior to some Leek Fey to a certain extent, still simply unable to withstand this wolf whistle, they were directly shaken into pieces, and the weaker ones were shattered into crumbs. The bloody situation caused the Fey Reindeer King to feel nothing but numbness at the bottom of his heart. It could no longer control the feelings of fear in its head, and it gave up all its dignity and it took advantage of the fact that the wind by wind talent hadn't yet faded, and began to flee without the slightest bit of face. In nature, the only truth is to live. The only truth is to survive. Boom! Sonic booms followed. It escaped. Yes, the Reindeer King started to run away, afraid to take on this white wolf again, but it was fast, and this white wolf was even faster. Sonic booms, intertwined under this dark night sky. The Fey Reindeer King was like a gray-black stream of light, with a speed that reached the speed of sound, but Su Lin was even faster, having turned on his hunting talent, reaching a speed of 700 meters per second, double the speed of sound. Even though this Fey Reindeer King's reaction to escape was quick, it simply couldn't escape Su Lin's hunt with such astonishing speed. Su Lin's speed was twice as fast as it was, and he was able to approach at 300 to 400 meters per second, so the Fey Reindeer King's fleeing was simply futile. Sonic boom clouds kept appearing on both sides of the chase, like a cloud of fog obscuring the view. As the Fey Reindeer King was fleeing, that aura of death still filled its entire brain. The white wolf behind him was getting closer and closer due to the loud roar that resounded from the friction of the air due to its rapid running. Even the Reindeer King could already smell the burning, rolling, powerful aura of the white wolf. Young, just as it tried to chirp, trying desperately to pick up a fraction of its speed. Out of the corner of its eye it saw the shadow of the white wolf. The white wolf caught up with it. Then when it was too late to react, the razor-sharp wolf's claws slammed down hard on its already traumatized deer head as it darted. Pang! A loud sound of colliding blood and flesh rang out in the chilly air. The Reindeer King is nowhere near as strong as the Musk Ox King in terms of strength, and even more so in terms of defense. While the Musk Ox King was able to resist several of Su Lin's bloodbaths, it couldn't. With just one blow, its huge body was knocked directly off balance and fell hard on top of the ice layer. The deer's head, which was already extremely traumatized, also became drenched in blood once again, and the skull was smashed with countless cracks. Under the tremendous force, the Reindeer King tumbled over a dozen times one after another on the ice before coming to a slow stop. If it were an ordinary reindeer under such tumbling and trauma, it would have been impossible for it to even stand up. But the Fey Reindeer King, under the suppressed injuries and pain of the wind by wind talent, rolled and stood up with great difficulty just after stopping his form. After standing up, even though it had the talent to suppress its injuries, it still felt that its limbs were soft and it couldn't use its strength, but it was still dragging its badly injured body and running desperately. Now it was filled with the desire to survive, only thinking of escaping from the clutches of this white wolf. It was just that Su Lin's speed had always been his strongest point. After opening the hunting and killing talent, it was even more impossible for this Reindeer King to escape from his line of sight. Boom! A loud sonic boom sounded once again. Just as the Reindeer King had just climbed up and hadn't even escaped a few steps, Su Lin had already arrived in front of it once again. Pust! This time, Su Lin didn't use a tap. He had to settle the fight quickly. The hunt for talent isn't much longer. With the help of his darting speed, his sharp wolf claws stabbed directly into the Fey Reindeer King's flank. Pang! 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 Under the inertia of the huge charge, Su Lin, along with the Reindeer King's huge body, smashed an unknown number of raised ice piles along the way, and Solian's wolf claws were churning inside the Reindeer King's body, inflicting lethal damage. After both sides had stopped, the Reindeer King's abdomen had also long since developed a large bloody hole under the stirring of the wolf's claws. The blood that splattered out from it caused the fur on the head of Su Lin's wolf to be completely wet. Amidst the splattering of blood, Su Lin's scarlet, incomparable eyes also became more and more terrifying. Pust. With another thick wolf claw, he continued to stab viciously at the Reindeer King's forehead. Wanted to go straight to the side of the abdomen and tear that heart of the Reindeer King to pieces. The heart is just as deadly to the Fae. When the heart was torn apart, it meant that the blood in the entire body would come to a standstill. And even with the Fae's tenacious vitality, it wouldn't be able to support it for long. At this moment, the Reindeer King was in pain to the point of giving a miserable chirp as it attempted to fight its way out of the white wolf's clutches. But the grievous injuries all over its body couldn't support its struggles anymore. It bore the brunt of the countless piles of hard ice that it had just smashed along the way, and many of its bones and internal organs were also hit with several cracks. The dual talents of wind-driving talent and bloodthirsty shelter couldn't even be suppressing its injuries anymore. Now the length of Su Lin's forelimbs alone reached more than 2 meters, and counting the sharp claw spikes it reached 3 meters. In penetrating damage, it touched the Reindeer King's heart directly from the side of the abdomen. Pust. The claw spikes were fiercely applied, and the heart was torn to shreds as if it were a blood-colored peach. Extreme pain raged through the Reindeer King's body. The Reindeer King, as if returning to his senses, made a last frantic howl and struggle that, however, he still didn't struggle out, and Su Lin hardened himself against the wild kicks of the Reindeer King's limbs, and that wolf claw thorn was also a fierce slash from the Reindeer King's body, which completely cut open the skin and flesh of its exterior. Rip! The rich smell of blood spread out, and the fragment of the heart that had just been torn apart by the wolf's claws was also revealed in the chilly air. This claw of Su Lin's had completely gutted this Fey Reindeer King. Numerous internal organs, blood, and bones were all exposed. This Fey Reindeer King's fierce struggles also became soft and feeble at this moment. Even after Su Lin retracted the wolf's claws, its huge body was unable to stand up. This King Reindeer will no doubt not survive either. Another powerful person fell in the middle of this unprecedentedly tragic battle. Many of the strong Fey watching the battle were somewhat empathetic. Intelligence quotient is not low. They think in another way. Even if they replace the Reindeer King's position, I am afraid that it is not allowed to say that they will die more miserable. Fey Muskox King, Fey Reindeer King, and Fey Grizzly Bear. So 3 strong Fey converged. Yet they were also simply no match for this terrifying white wolf. Such a white wolf bathed in the blood of many Fey species was beyond the point where they could resist. At this moment, Su Lin, after disemboweling the Fey Reindeer King, also saw the essence part of the Fey Reindeer King that was shimmering with tantalizing fluorescence. It was a thick deer tendon. The fluorescence on top of this deer tendon was very dense, and without the slightest hesitation, Su Lin hooked this deer tendon with his sharp claw thorns and then wolfed it down into his stomach. Now Su Lin's hunting talent was at its end, with only a second or 2 to go. Thus he was in no hurry to fight the Fey Grizzly in a bloodbath. Only this one Fey Grizzly Bear remained, and its level of threat to Su Lin was drastically reduced. When the deer tendon of the Fey Reindeer King was eaten into the mouth, it only felt sinewy and refreshing, with a tantalizing aroma unique to the essence part. After this deer tendon was eaten into his abdomen, it also turned into rolling energy and evolutionary value, and 2 tantalizing gray alert messages appeared in front of Su Lin's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating Fey Reindeer Deer Tendon, level 26, and gaining 7,500 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the Fey Reindeer's residual talent essence and purifying a talent serum. 7,500 evolution points. This evolution value was more than 1,000 more than the evolution value of the Fey Snowlords, and it could be seen that after level 20, the evolution value that the Fey could provide would increase drastically with each level up. Su Lin finished devouring the essence of this Fey Reindeer King's parts as if no one else was there before he once again raised his head to look at the Fey Grizzly Bear that was standing by. The Fey Grizzly didn't flee at all. Fey Grizzly Bear full speed running wildly up, about also has the speed of 70 to 80 meters per second. This speed than the cheetah before the world has not changed to be twice as fast as the cheetah, equivalent to 200 or 300 kilometers per hour of a supercar. But it knew that this speed was too slow for the white wolf not far away. How can a speed of 70 or 80 meters per second escape the supersonic speed of 700 or 800 meters per second? So the Fey Grizzly Bear didn't run. It pinned its hopes on the mysterious foreign grass that was parasitized in its body, as well as on the tenacity of its own life. In terms of strength alone, it might not be as good as the Fey Muskox King that had been decapitated by the white wolf, but it's also better than the Reindeer King. Months of growth in the Land of Wonders had caused its strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, it was of the Bear Clan, a ferocious beast like the Wolf Clan, with sharp claws and fangs. If it were a real life and death battle, it believed that it could inflict heavier injuries on this white wolf. At that time, with the many onlookers waiting to reap the benefits of the Fey as well as the doddering seed in his body, I think the end of the white wolf will not be much better. So this fey grizzly was betting that the white wolf wasn't going to fight it in blood. It adjusted its aura, all over its body, to its peak, wanting to let the white wolf see its strong strength and determination. In nature. So the hunter's hunt *** is often due to the prey's rhinoceros being too weak and too afraid to resist. When the prey gets up the courage to start fighting to the death, the big game hunters, whether they are wolves, bears or tigers, will start weighing the gains and losses. The fey grizzly bear's aura was rising recklessly, and a pair of pitch-black bear eyes revealed a determined look. But Su Lin didn't pay any attention to this fey grizzly bear. He just took unhurried steps to the corpse of the musk ox king that had already perished. The sharp wolf claws also opened up the musk ox king, and soon saw the brisket with hundreds of pounds of essence inside. Beef brisket is an extremely tasty part of the bovine species. Brisket from a heterozygous musk ox, naturally, is more than enough. In order to prevent the essence power from draining away, Su Lin began to devour the musk ox king's essence parts right in the middle of the icy sky and snow, in front of the many fey onlookers. Rip! There was a sound of blood and flesh being torn apart, and Su Lin ate the beef brisket that emitted a rich essence aroma into his mouth. The brisket was large in size, and even Su Lin took a few bites to swallow it completely. The king fey musk ox's brisket was even sweeter and more tender than that last fey musk ox's brisket. In terms of deliciousness, this brisket could rank in the top 3 of the fey essence parts that Su Lin had eaten. After the strong devouring power in his body finished digesting the fluorescent brisket, 2 tantalizing gray message prompts appeared in front of his eyes again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a fey muskox brisket, level 31, and gaining 15,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the fey muskox and purifying a talent serum. The fey muskox king was worthy of being among the strongest of the strong in this land of wonders, and the essence part alone provided Su Lin with 15,000 points of evolution value in one breath. This allowed Su Lin to take a huge step towards his next promotion. After swallowing it, Su Lin also felt 7 or 8 points of satiety and didn't continue eating. At this time of the day, he raised his wolf's head slightly to scan a circle of the surrounding battlefield. Currently, due to the absence of the fey reindeer king's talent increase, coupled with the fact that the musk ox kings had all been killed in battle, it caused the many musk oxen that had just been running wildly to be bewildered, not knowing what they were going to do next. But the wolves did not spare the musk oxen, and hundreds of wolves and more than 20 bears continued to begin the hunt for these musk oxen. Only this time the musk oxen failed to get into a stalemate bloodbath with the wolves. Their king was killed in battle, their spiritual pillars had collapsed, and their morale had been shattered. So what were they going to do to fight the wolves in a bloody battle? The many musk oxen were all letting out a panicked bull roar that they didn't know what to do, and then in groups of 3 or 5, they tried to break through the wolves' encirclement and escape. But all this was doomed to futility, and not a single musk ox was able to break out of the wolves' circle. The musk ox herd was also caught up in the scene at the beginning when the deer herd was slaughtered, all howling madly and fleeing in panic, with endless fear and terror in their eyes. To bring an otherwise brazen musk ox clan to this point, one can only imagine the level of bloodshed and brutality of a wolf pack roundup. The kind of wolf king there is will lead out the kind of wolf pack. At this moment, the fey grizzly bear and the many fey watching the battle looked at the white wolf that had bathed in the blood of many strong fey, and their eyes were filled with gravity. They didn't know just how far this white wolf and the wolves under his command would have to kill before they would stop this bloody expedition. Chapter 162, Slaughtering the Group. Next, after Su Lin finished scanning the battlefield again, a pair of wolf eyes still did not look at the fey grizzly bear, but looked around at the watching fey standing on top of the various snow slopes around. 33 Kanshu. These fey who dared to rush over to watch the battle undoubtedly had great confidence in their own battle prowess. Among them are the peregrine falcons that appear and disappear in the sky. There are standing high above the snowy slopes several heads of Arctic silver foxes with a body size of 3 or 4 meters. There's also a fey Arctic tern. One of them, the Arctic tern, was relatively far away and didn't look ready to intervene in this grueling battle. As for the several Arctic silver foxes, they leaned in close. These several Arctic silver foxes were about 3 or 4 meters in size, and were considered small and compact, whether compared to Su Lin, the musk ox king, the reindeer king, or the fey grizzly bear. However, the aura emanating from them was no weaker in strength than these 2 fey that Su Lin had decapitated. The Arctic fox had always been rhinoceros weak in Su Lin's eyes, but ever since the mysterious iceberg had heard about it from the wolves' mouths, Su Lin had gradually changed his viewpoint. To be able to occupy a place in the mysterious iceberg in this land of strange encounters was already enough to show how strong the Arctic fox was after evolving into a fey. At this moment, Su Lin stood in the middle of the icy sky and snow, and his pair of golden brown eyes narrowed to look at the several Arctic silver foxes. the Arctic silver fox has a higher face value than the Arctic fox, with a silvery coat that looks extremely silky and shiny. The face appears to be slightly narrow, with a pointed mouth, rounded ears and a nice fluffy tail coat. The Arctic fox's coat changes according to the seasons. The coat can turn white in the cooler seasons and black in the warmer seasons. But the Arctic silver fox's fur is changed according to the environment. In what kind of environment will change into what kind of color? If then autonomously converge some breath, that is equivalent to a hidden class talent. Now that several Arctic silver foxes had been watching the battlefield, they naturally saw Su Lin's gaze. The invincible battle power of the white wolf just now was deeply imprinted in their hearts. So the several Arctic silver foxes only confronted Su Lin for a few moments before turning around and retreating several miles back. After all, the white wolf's speed was terrifyingly incomparable, and that kind of speed could not be reacted to even by them. Once the white wolves got close to them, all of them could not escape being torn alive. After several Arctic silver foxes showed weakness and pulled away for several miles, the peregrine falcons looming in the sky were also very sensible and withdrew. Even the strong fae in the surrounding area that had turned on their hidden class talents and had not shown themselves had silently left, because they also didn't want to make enemies with this white wolf. The main thing was that this white wolf had killed several strong fae in a row, and its breath was still at its peak. This meant that the battle power displayed by this white wolf might not be his peak. Unfathomable. Such a wolf king, coupled with the bloodthirsty wolves under his command that also killed to madness, made it so that no matter which side of the fae would not rashly go to war with him. Only after the many fae onlookers had quietly retreated did Su Lin place his sight on the fae grizzly bear once more. When that sight landed on this fae grizzly bear, it immediately felt a boundless oppression. When the fae grizzly bear came to this land of wonders, it also went through a bloody battle before it managed to gain a foothold. Those fae watching the battle were strong at that time. Where would it have thought that in the face of white wolves these fae would be so abashed? They all retreated? Even the several terrifying Arctic silver foxes retreated several miles away. In the center of this gruesome battlefield, it was the only hostile force left to the wolves, except for a few remaining fae musk oxen that were still fighting back. This has undone what the fae grizzly had intended to do. The determined aura it had just raised seemed as if much of it had been cut off by an invisible knife. For the fae grizzly did not know how it was going to stand up to the white wolf and the brutal pack under its command on its own. Roar! The fae grizzly attempted to use hissing to boost its aura again, only for the death stare of the white wolf not too far away to completely overwhelm it. The white wolf was standing 100 meters away from it, and those tantalizing blue eyes seemed as calm as water. But the fae grizzly bear knew that behind this calmness was suppressed extreme ferocity and brutality. The pungent blood on the white wolf's huge body that hadn't dried up yet was the best proof. The two sides confronted each other for another moment, and the calmness in Su Lin's deep blue eyes disappeared in an instant, and a chillingly cold killing intent exploded fiercely. This fae grizzly and he were old friends, from before the great change in heaven and earth. It had once crashed at the ice in the wolves' territory. It has escaped the ascension even more times since then. But today, this fae grizzly bear's good fortune ended, and this battle would surely decapitate it. This body of its flesh and blood and the parasitic daughter were the best evolutionary fuel for Su Lin. Ow! A terrifying wolf whistle rang out as Su Lin took the lead and rushed towards this fae grizzly bear. Boom! Sonic booms followed, exploding in the darkness of the night. Between this threat of life and death, the fae grizzly bear also abandoned all its previous timidity and caution. Its massive body stood upright, its huge bare paws slapping against its own chest, before it too hissed in near madness. Roar! A low bear roar rang out, a roar that carried an unwilling resentment and obsession. It had the foreign herb cuscuta parasitized on it, and with one strange encounter after another that the rest of the fae couldn't even think of, it was destined to grow up to be one of the world's sky-high bears in the future. How can it be willing to die like this? But this white wolf was already determined to take its life. So Backwater fights for supremacy, or you win. Under the great threat of life and death, the fae grizzly bear mobilized his entire body's strength to fight with the white wolf like a madman. It never wanted to win this white wolf. It just didn't want to lose. It just wanted to live. Under the tremendous survival, in the midst of the boiling blood in his entire body, the xenobotanical daughter in the fae grizzly bear's body, which had fallen into a deep sleep since the last time he was chopped off a section of his branch by Su Lin, was also awakened. Wow! Several strips of paper emitting emerald green fluorescence stretched out menacingly from the back of the fae grizzly bear. These several branches also sensed the situation of the parasitic host and began to follow the fae grizzly bear towards Su Lin. The sounds of wolves whistling and bears roaring intertwined together under this dark night sky. Although Su Lin's hunting talent had faded, his speed was still divine. Not to mention the bulky fae grizzly bear. Even the fae reindeer king who had just turned on his major bonus speed talent could only barely catch up with his speed. Wherever the sonic boom exploded, Solian's wolf shadow would appear. The dreamlike speed, combined with the powerful aura rising from the huge wolf body, made even the many Fae who had already withdrawn a long way still feel very heart-season. Su Lin quickly rushed towards the Fae grizzly bear and ruthlessly slammed a claw towards the Fae grizzly bear. The loud sound of colliding blood and flesh rang out in response. Pang! He and the Fae grizzly bear came together in a bloodbath, both with dozens of centimeters of clawed spikes engaging in fierce exchanges and clashes in the frigid air. As for the several branches of the exotic herb Cuscuta, they were equally hard. Between Su Lin and its collision, all that rang out was the crisp and piercing sound of gold and iron. Although the strength of this Fae grizzly bear was not as good as the Fae muskox king, its victory lay in the flexibility and versatility of its body and the diversity of its sharp claws and fangs in its attacks, combined with the several doddering branches sticking out from his body behind him. For a moment it caused Solian to be caught in a stalemated bloodbath. The speed of 300 to 400 meters per second, in combination with the wild attack power of 20 to 30 tons at every turn. Even the Fae grizzly bear that had turned on its defensive talent was left with a trail of ghastly wounds on its huge bear body. However, in the midst of his attack, Su Lin was also either stabbed or smacked by multiple branches of the foreign herb Cuscuta. Several modest blood holes and several very long bloodstains also appeared on the wolf's torso. The wounds caused by the foreign herb Cuscuta were still lingering with a bright green fluorescent light that continued to destroy and tear its own wounds. This caused Su Lin to use a recovery potion to restore his physical strength to its peak, and began to actively run his healing talent to refine this emerald green fluorescence. This emerald green luminescence resembled the icy cold air on the giant iceberg lotus. In fact, after devouring quite a few ice mountain lotuses, each of Su Lin's attacks also contained a trace of ice-cold chi. This icy cold chi could likewise be in the wounds, wreaking havoc and also preventing the healing of the injuries drastically. However, relatively speaking, the icy cold chi contained in Su Lin's attack and the emerald green fluorescence above this exotic herb, Cuscuta, were far too different to be conspicuous. However, this icy cold chi was truly working on top of the Fae grizzly bear's bloodied wounds. The Fae grizzly bear was about to be unable to suppress the worsening of his injuries even if he had turned on his defensive talent. In the midst of several blood fights, it even felt like all the bones in its body were about to be broken by this white wolf. Roar! Miserable and mournful bear roars resounded in rapid succession. The Fae grizzly bear could only turn on its defensive talent to fight hard in the face of the terrifying injuries caused by Su Lin. It didn't have the heaven-defying healing talent to recover and suppress the injuries in its body, much less refine away the icy cold chi that was raging in its wounds. So under the extreme pain, it was even more desperate to lash back at Su Lin. Soon a blood-red fluorescent light emanated from it once again. This fluorescent light was clearly the Fae grizzly bear once again turning on its other talent, Class B Blood Rage. The rank of this Blood Rage talent was the highest Su Lin had seen among all the Fae. The bonuses it brings are also terrifying. This talent directly increased the Fae grizzly's overall strength by a full 70%. With such a terrifying addition, the Fae grizzly bear's endurance and defense surpassed that of Su Lin. Even the attack power was already on par with that of Solian's right claw after being strengthened. Under the addition of the dual talents of defense and blood fury, the Fae grizzly bear also appeared to have a new lease of life, and once again fought with Su Lin in a bloodbath as he hissed. Roar! The hissing of the Fae grizzly bear was like a low, muffled thunderclap that exploded across the Arctic ice field. The emerald green luminescence of the daughter behind him was also loud, and several branches were shed from its body, surrounding Su Lin from multiple directions. Strong crashing sounds were unceasing, and shocking blood flowers bloomed splendidly. Solian had already used a recovery potion and was at the peak of his physical strength. The healing talent was also running wildly under active prodding. The bloody holes in the huge wolf's body pierced by the daughter branches had emerald green gas evaporating, and the injuries were recovering at a terrifying speed. Strong wolf whistle fluctuations also swept through any corner of this ice layer. When this Fae grizzly bear really put up a bloody fight, its terrifying battle power was no less than that of the Fae muskox king, and in conjunction with the Fae herb Cuscuta, even when Su Lin relied on his supersonic speed, he was still in a bloody battle for a while. However, while both sides were in a bloody battle, the wolves under Su Lin's command had finally hunted down all of the muskox kings. The little lone wolf tore that little muskox that had evolved into a Fae species. Raw! On the spot, it bathed in the Fae flesh and guts of the little muskox, and also finally broke through to level 14. Now this battlefield has become a world of bloodshed. The corpses of the muskox clan were everywhere, and the smell of blood was so strong that it stung the nose. Hundreds of muskoxen were killed to the point of extinction, and even the muskoxen that were cubs and females were completely killed by the wolves. Such a gruesome battle made the rest of the Fae feel chilled, but the bloodthirsty excitement still remained in the eyes of all the members of the wolf pack. And after they had slaughtered the muskox clan, they were all under the command of the little lone wolf, and surrounded the battlefield towards Su Lin and the Fae grizzly bear. It was just that the little lone wolf bathed in the blood of the Fey musk ox hadn't been swept away by the killing. It knew that the battlefield between its own wolf king and the Fey grizzly bear was beyond their reach. Therefore it was just a matter of surrounding the battlefield, so that on one hand it could put pressure on the Fey grizzly bears, and on the other hand it was also a way to prevent the rest of the hunters in this land of strange encounters from sneaking up on them. With the wolf's sensitive senses, little lone wolf had naturally sensed the several extremely strong auras around him during the bloody battle just now. The wolves whose morale was now in full swing, coupled with the several Fey in the pack, would not have a problem blocking 2 or 3 Fey that were more than level 20. If there are any more, I'm afraid the wolves will not have enough power. Claws and claws to the flesh. Blood and flesh splattered. Su Lin and the Fey grizzly bear staged an extreme violent aesthetic in this battlefield that was already nearing its end. It's just that Su Lin had a heaven-defying healing talent underpinning him, and he could quickly recover from even the heaviest of injuries. Under this contrast, even without his hunting talent, Su Lin still gradually gained the upper hand. The blood-burning potion, on the other hand, is always at the ready. Su Lin wasn't guarding against this Fey grizzly bear's dying counterattack, but rather against the true subject of this Fey herb, Coscuta. Although any exotic flower or plant had innate limitations, its extraordinary means in pure energy were also difficult for the vast majority of Fey to reach. So even though Su Lin was beginning to gain the upper hand, he still didn't feel relieved to be on guard. A pair of wolf eyes were filled with coldness as they fought in blood, just as Su Lin was leading the wolves in the land of strange encounters, killing until the ice field was stained with blood. In the northernmost realm of Siberia, a team of heavily armed neo-human warriors were being paraded. Behind him are many experts and scholars who have studied the Arctic ice sheet in depth. This group of them was about to explore the Arctic region, but the look in their eyes was all very grave. After all, for all they knew, a number of mutated creatures had fled to the North Pole during this time alone. It even included the invincible Meng tiger that ranked over 20 on the Fey Danger Index list. So to explore such a danger-ridden Arctic is not something they can be optimistic about. The most important thing was that this snowy, icy land had not the slightest signal. The unknown is the greatest fear of all. Once inside, they too will have no further contact with the outside world. The end result is either a safe return with information on the mutated creatures inside, or a corpse buried in the snow and ice. Chapter 163 Exploring the North Pole. Warriors, I am counting on you in this quest for the North Pole. I will always remember your faces and smiles, and I'm sure the whole world will, because the North Pole is the pole of the whole world, and can lead to all parts of the world along the Arctic Ocean. So explore the North Pole not only for me, Russia, but for the whole world. A white man in formal attire with a serious look on his face is saying his final goodbyes to this group of Neanderthal warriors. 133 TXT. Most of these new humans who had unlocked their genetic shackles had a size of 2 meters 7'8", which could be considered giants among normal-sized humans. Just the huge body does not look bulky. On the contrary, there is a kind of cheetah-like athleticism and agility. These neo-humans are all holding very exaggerated and appalling single combat weapons in their hands. Huge double-barreled Vulcan cannons, super sniper rifles that were more than 2 meters long, the latest nano-alloy suits, and so on, as well as all sorts of top-of-the-line detection drones and mechanical devices. On top of that, there are heavy tanks that are specially adapted to the frigid temperatures. A new human battle team with such a firepower configuration. If used in previous human conquests, a single new human battle team would be able to fight against at least thousands of ordinary soldiers. Available against mutant creatures, even the most powerful firepower configuration still seems very weak. After all, mutant creatures can't be accounted for by common sense. That invincible fierce tiger alone had once rendered thousands of heavily armed warriors of an ace-strengthened regiment helpless, and was still killed in the end. So even though the white man in power in front of them, no matter how much he said, could not dispel the heaviness in their hearts. As for the talk of fighting for humanity, it's even more bull ********. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a handle on the hands of those in power, I don't think anyone would go on such a dangerous mission as exploring the North Pole. The group of scholars behind them, all of whom had once had an in-depth study and understanding of the Arctic, were brought into the team in a semi-compulsory nature. Among them, besides Tiffany and Davina, were several scholars who had traveled to the North Pole just before the Great Change in Heaven and Earth to study it. Less than a year has passed since the Great Change in Heaven and Earth, so even if the North Pole has changed a lot, the landforms and terrain should still be preserved to a certain extent. With them as research scholars leading the way, the quest will also be a little easier to carry out and conduct. After listening to the farewells and heated words of the white man in charge, the members of the expedition were also barely demoralized and threw their hands up in a coping-like chant. For the sake of mankind. In fact, any of them were sickened in their minds at the hypocrisy. It was just that in today's era of mutant creatures, Fighting for the sake of mankind had become a belief in the hearts of many people, and a placebo when they ran towards the battlefield of certain death. Ola! After the last bugle sounded, the new human battle group, which consisted of more than 30 people, headed towards the North Pole. In addition to the 30 or so new human warriors, there was also a full heavy armor regiment as a trailing force. The power of the heavy regiments equipped with firearms is also very impressive. There were a full 80 or so special tanks that could crisscross the frigid zone, 50 or so special trucks for transporting supplies, 30 or so helicopter gunships, 20 or so 6th-generation supersonic fighters, and so on. There are also countless small drones, special man-portable missiles, and large-caliber sniper rifles that can be called sniper cannons. These will be the greatest backbone and capital for humans when fighting against mutated creatures. Tiffany and Divina were also sitting snuggled up against each other in a heavily armored tank after the questing party slowly set off. The two of them have long since lost the laughter that they once had when they entered the North Pole, and are just holding each other's hands tightly, with a low negative that they can't suppress in their nice big eyes. Even they felt that everything in the past year was like a dream. A year ago they were both carefree students who could live a good life on campus, but a year later, they had almost become refugees. The home was in ruins, and all the wealth that had been accumulated had gone up in smoke. All the paper bice that were once acquired have become true waste paper, and in the present day the only hard currency in the world is dollars and fey flesh and blood. As for the youthful and beautiful girls in the peaceful era, also due to this year's hard time, the pure and beautiful face also have more than a touch of vicissitudes. They were even good enough to be of some use to the authorities, so no one came to trouble them, and their families were placed in temporary housing, and many of their former female classmates, in order to survive, have groveled and cozied up to the powerful and have been reduced to vases for them to play with. Male students in order to survive. In order to family can get official care is quite a lot to go to the front as a cannon fodder. There are many in the reconstruction of homes day and night to do cattle and horses, just in exchange for 3 meals a day. Under the horrible change of heaven and earth, all the people are suffering. Tiffany and Divina got into this heavy tank, and in their hearts, they knew that the chances of them returning alive from this trip were not very high. Maybe those leading Neanderthal battle groups, who say they'll protect their personal safety, but when it comes to real life and death threats, it's nice not to push them out as shields. It's not a joke. It's the bloody truth. With a strong desire to survive, both humans and beasts are capable of doing far more than can be imagined. At this time in the northernmost realm of Siberia, this human expedition slowly sailed into the North Pole. In the cold and lingering cold, the crowd was on the highest alert and acted in the lowest key, not touching a single blade of grass or tree in this Arctic. Nor were they prepared to provoke any species, because they're only here to feel out the mutant creatures in this area. The only way they'll be safer is the lower the profile and the less attention they draw, just as so many humans were easing into their Arctic quest. In the land of Morahan's strange encounters, Su Lin also fought the Fey grizzly bear and the Fey herb daughter to the point of insanity. Both sides fought to the extreme in a bloodbath, and with the support of the powerful healing talent, even if Su Lin fought 1 against 2, he still had the absolute upper hand. In a real bloodbath, the gift of healing reveals itself to be as powerful as it should be. The importance of the healing talent was definitely no less important than the hunting talent, and the unbelievable recovery power it brought was incomparable to any talent. With such a recovery talent, as long as Su Lin had plenty of stamina, then he could always maintain his peak battle power. Ow! Roar! Loud wolf howls and low bear growls resounded once again in the darkness of the night. The Fey grizzly bear and Su Lin had fought dozens of bloody battles already, and their bodies were covered in blood. Su Lin's strength had reached a very terrifying point. Even if he decapitated the Fey muskox king, it was only a few bloodshed. Now that he had fought dozens of bloody battles with the Fey grizzly bear before just suppressing it and the Fey daughter, it was evident that the terrifying battle power of the two of them when they joined forces. Su Lin's eyes were filled with coldness, killing to the point of insanity, his sharp wolf claws cutting through the air from time to time, bringing up a harsh whistle. It was a battle that was tragic to the core. The surrounding land of more than 10 miles was a mess, and even the encircling wolves had several heads that had been affected by the aftermath of the battle. Even if it was just the aftermath of the battle, it caused these wolf clans to be seriously injured in an instant. If it wasn't for the fact that her cousin had a recovery-type talent, the wolves would have to be left to their own devices for this kind of injury. After dragging the injured wolves down, the young lone wolf also ordered the pack to encircle a little wider, but both it and the Fey female polar bear were lingering back at the edge of the battlefield, trying to cooperate with the Wolf King to give this Fey grizzly bear a blow. It was just that in the wild fluttering of the branches of the alien herb cuscuta, they never found a chance. The Fey herb cuscuta was terrifying to the extreme. Even if it was just a branch, it wasn't something that little lone wolf and the Fey female polar bear could fight against. However, This also highlighted Su Lin's terrifying and overwhelming battle power even more. He's fighting a Fey grizzly bear and a Fey daughter alone, and he's still got the upper hand. Even if he hadn't turned on his hunting talent and only relied on his healing talent, his strength was second to none in the land of strange encounters. Right after another bloodbath with the Fey grizzly bear, Su Lin also caught the gap between the Fey daughter siege. Pawing! He slammed a vicious claw on top of the Fey grizzly's most deadly nose. With one claw, the Fey grizzly bear's nose was dripping with blood, and its nose, which was the size of a durian, was also torn to shreds by Su Lin's sharp wolf claws. Between the darkness of the night, the bears never find their targets by sight, because their eyesight wasn't outstanding. Even a Fey grizzly bear's eyesight under the darkness of night was only comparable to that of the average wolf clan. But the sense of smell is different, and the bear's sense of smell is a natural strength. Not to mention the scent of a white wolf in close proximity. Even if it was 10 kilometers away, it was able to smell the scent of a wolf clan. But now its nose, the main source of its sense of smell, was torn to shreds by a claw of the white wolf. The pain of the torn nose and the panic of the loss of his sense of smell caused the Fey grizzly to roar in a frenzy. However, this roar didn't have the slightest effect. Instead, it allowed Su Lin to once again find a break, and with another vicious claw, he completely blinded one of its eyes as well. The eyes were snapped out by the sharp claw spikes and discarded to the ground. The Fey grizzly bear's defense was wide open in the midst of severe pain, which caused the fierce light in Su Lin's eyes to flicker even more violently. Boom! A sonic boom sounded, and Su Lin seized the moment as he opened his blood-spattered mouth and tore towards the Fey grizzly bear. Without the Fey grizzly to aid in the fight, there was only the Fey daughter to round up, and there was no stopping the supersonic Su Lin. The strongest attack of the wolves is the bite. Even Surin was no exception. The fangs were far beyond wolf claws in both sharpness and powerful bite. It was just that fangs were generally used for fatal strikes, and Su Lin rarely used them. But now he had been fighting this Fey grizzly bear for too long, and had used a recovery potion, but his stamina was still on the verge of bottoming out. Therefore, Su Lin didn't drag on with this Fey any longer. He was ready to strike a blow. Relying on his dreamlike speed, Su Lin broke through the siege of the branches of the Fey herb Cuscuta and ran directly to where the neck of the Fey grizzly bear was. Gotcha! The sharp fangs pierced completely into the place of the Fey grizzly's neck. The Fey grizzly bear, whose eyes and sense of smell had been severely damaged, had no time to react. Su Lin's fangs completely tore open the Fey grizzly's throat, and blood splashed out menacingly from within it. It splattered onto Surin's fur and into his mouth. Even Su Lin was sucking on the blood of the Fey grizzly bear in a big gulp. The Fey grizzly bear was full of Fey flesh and blood, rich in pure energy, not to mention that it had swallowed many exotic flowers and plants. So its blood unexpectedly contained a tantalizing freshness of flowers and grasses within it, making this blood even more palatable. In the midst of swallowing, a tantalizingly gray message prompt also appeared before Su Lin's eyes. In fact, he had swallowed the blood and flesh of a Fey grizzly bear cub before. Only this Fey grizzly bear was significantly more powerful. It had devoured numerous exotic flowers and herbs, which made its genetic flesh and blood fragments clearly exceed that Fey grizzly bear cub by too much. The evolutionary value that Su Lin had obtained was also as high as more than 200 points, not inferior to the evolutionary value of that Fey polar bear. After sucking on a few mouthfuls of blood, Su Lin gained thousands of points of evolutionary value. Pawing! At this moment, with the powerful inertia of his charge, Su Lin also relied on his tearing to pounce this Fey grizzly bear directly to the ground. But this Fey grizzly bear was not willing to just fall down like this and be devoured by the white wolf, and was still putting up a desperate fight. The thick bear paw brought a whistling sound through the air. Pawing! A sound of blood and flesh colliding rang out as this thick bear paw slapped on top of Su Lin's wolf body. It was just that the Fey grizzly bear that had been pounced on by Su Lin didn't have a good point of impact, and the slap of this bear's palm hadn't even exerted half of its power. It was able to break through Surin's hair, which was harder than steel, leaving a bloodstain. Due to the long bloody battle with Su Lin, the Fey grizzly's defensive talent and blood rage talent had both receded long ago. Now it was by virtue of his own willpower that he was hardening himself against the pain of being torn apart, so he could more clearly feel his throat being ripped off, blood flowing freely across the room, and his huge chi and blood values fading away at a rapid pace. The smell of death permeated every corner of the body. The Fey grizzly began to struggle more fiercely, but to no avail. Now without the addition of the blood fury talent and without a good point of focus, its full force could not be utilized at all. Rip! The sound of blood and flesh being torn apart rang out. Su Lin hardened himself against its attack, and his bloody mouth tore its neck almost completely off. Fey grizzly bears faced with such pain that it would be hard to fight it off, even if they were as resilient as they were. The blood is flowing. The blood was gushing outward like no money. The sharpness of Su Lin's fangs didn't just rip the Fey grizzly bear's throat out, but it also bit its neck bone to pieces. After experiencing such heavy injuries, Although the fey grizzly bear was still alive, it could only be considered to be lingering. Once the neck was bitten off by the white wolf, then it was the same as the bear's head being disconnected from its body. Such heavy injuries were also very fatal to the fey. Huffing, the fey grizzly's massive body collapsed on top of the ice and couldn't stand up either, as he gasped for air, trying to draw air into his body. Only his throat was broken, and all this gasping could only be heard as gusts of leaking wind. In its only remaining black-colored bare eyes, looking at the white wolf is also more than a hint of supplication from the ferocious just now. Under the strong desire to survive, Su Lin was afraid that he wouldn't hesitate for a second if he asked this fey grizzly bear to do anything right now. It was just that Su Lin didn't give the slightest indication that all he wanted was the life of this fey grizzly bear. Between the two sides are old friends and old rivals. Before the great change in heaven and earth had met, the two sides even confronted each other several times. Today it is time to understand thoroughly. This fey grizzly bear is too inclined to avoid trouble. Even if Su Lin receives it under the banner of the wolf pack, he will not be able to feel at ease in the future. Under the threat of death, this fey grizzly bear was able to submit itself, and in the future, under the threat of death, it would be able to betray itself. Su Lin wasn't afraid. It was just that the wolves under his command would definitely be dealt a fatal blow, so this fey grizzly must be decapitated. Ow! With a terrifying wolf howl ringing out, Su Lin's eyes were cold as he once again launched an attack on this already dying fey grizzly bear. Gotcha! Another loud biting sound rang out, and the force of Su Lin's body completely erupted, completely tearing the fey grizzly bear's huge wolf head off the top of its body. At that moment, the blood at the fey grizzly bear's neck began to splash once more, knocking the already bloodstained Su Lin's fur even wetter. The pungent smell of blood permeated and spread throughout the battlefield. Even if the fey grizzly bear is no longer willing, it is ultimately powerless to return to the heavens. As for the several branches of the fey grass daughter at this time, although it also returned to help back, but it was too late. The attack of Surin's fangs was incomparable compared to that of a wolf's claws, and in just 2 bites, the fey grizzly was completely killed. Chapter 164, Harvesting the Foreign Herb. The fey grizzly died, his consciousness dissipating into the morose air. Su Lin didn't hold back in the slightest for this old friend. Thinking about it, Su Lin still relied on the clues left behind by this fey grizzly bear to complete his first genetic metamorphosis. It's just that the road to evolution is full of blood and killing. This fey grizzly bear should have thought that it would have this day of bloodshed on the ice field when it had repeatedly made an enemy of itself. In fact, this fey grizzly bear didn't mind letting it go if it didn't show up during this expedition of the wolves. After all, several months had passed since the last time they met in the wolves' territory. Plus, the first few times they confronted each other, the fey grizzly bears had the good sense to back away and hadn't put up a fight. Between the two sides, it is not considered that there is much deep hatred. However, this fey grizzly bear had chosen to come and join in the fun, so it was no one's fault that it had ended up like this. At this time, Su Lin, who had already been dyed by blood into a bloody wolf, after perishing completely with the fey grizzly bear, the look in a pair of deep blue wolf eyes not only didn't have the slightest relaxation, but instead became even more grave. This was because he had heuristically sensed a grassy aura of the same origin as the several doddering seeds awakening from the corpse of this fey grizzly bear. Just as this aura had just unfolded in the air, a shocking wolf whistle from Su Lin also sounded once again. Regardless of how strong the subject of this exotic grass dodder was, he wanted to see if he could withstand a wolf whistle from himself at such a close distance. Strong rolling sound waves exploded in an instant into the morose air, impacting towards the grassy aura at a speed of thousands of meters per second. Ow! Under a wolf whistle, rolling sound waves swept across the icy sky and snow. Under such a close distance, even a level 20 plus fey would have to be heavily injured under this wolf whistle. Pang! A loud vibration sounded. This powerful rolling wolf whistle and a rich emerald green fluorescent light clashed together. The huge shockwave brought about between the two sides caused the surrounding ice to crack out several cracks. In this violent collision, the dead fey grizzly bear's back was completely torn open, and a very thick, 10 or so meters of dodder was displayed in the dark night sky. The fluorescence of this dodder looked extremely dazzling under the dark night sky. Buzz! With the light vibration of this doddering body, all of Su Lin's wolf whistle sound waves were also resisted. Only the violent shockwave is still showing the aftermath. The surrounding ice layer in this shockwave under the broken ice explosion, splashing in midair, like a broken ice falling rain. The main body of this dodder was hovering and parasitizing the crest bone area of the fey grizzly bear, from which it had been absorbing nutrients and energy from the fey grizzly bear's flesh and blood. This exotic grass cuscuta is not like the iceberg lotus and black fruit rock Gualtheria and so on that can draw pure energy from heaven and earth on their own, and is in need of a host body to act as an intermediary. It was clear that both animals and plants retain some of the limitations of the original species, even after mutation. However, Judging from the convenience of the rapid growth of the heterozygous grizzly, there should be a mutual benefit between the parasitic plant and the host. The parasitic plant can help the host body find more pure energy, causing its strength to grow by leaps and bounds. In the rapid growth of the host body, the pure surging energy and nutrients in its body will also be absorbed by the host plant for the most part, in order to allow the host plant to gain faster evolution. It's just that Su Lin, who possessed the devouring evolution, didn't need the parasitic plant in the slightest. If a parasitic plant tried to parasitize him, then I'm afraid that in the next moment, it would be swallowed by the strong devouring power to the point that there would not even be any dregs left. So this exotic herb, Cuscuta, might be a heavenly opportunity for rapid growth in the eyes of other fae. But in Su Lin's eyes, this exotic grass daughters full of grass essence and pure energy was just the best fuel for his promotion this time. This time he looked at the huge body of the exotic herb Cuscuta in front of him. His pair of deep blue wolf eyes were nothing but grave. They were rising with a wilder battle intent. Ow! Followed by another earth-shattering wolf whistle. Su Lin's wolf whistle talent was once again unleashed. Now that he still had the gift of 3 wolf whistles, he knew that a wolf whistle might not be able to cause a kill to the exotic herb Cuscuta. Therefore, the 3 wolf whistles came out in unison, bringing out terrifying sound waves that rushed towards the exotic herb Cuscuta in wave after wave. Pang! 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 A violent crashing roar followed. The speed of Su Lin's wolf whistle sound wave was so fast that it was as high as 1,000 meters per second, and no creature could dodge it at such a speed, in such a close distance. This exotic herb Cuscuta can only emit bright emerald green fluorescence to resist the strong wolf whistle sound wave. The continuous succession of sound wave attacks caused the foreign herb Cuscuta to be knocked back hundreds of meters, even though the emerald green fluorescent light on its body was loud, and there were slight cracks showing on the body of that huge Cuscuta. And at this moment, Su Lin didn't hesitate for a moment at all, and with the help of this wolf whistle, he rushed towards the exotic herb Cuscuta. The razor-sharp wolf claws were fully displayed, and the blood of the fey grizzly bear was still stained on top of those 30 centimeters or so of claw spikes. After rushing over, Su Lin began a fierce fight with the main body of this exotic herb, Cuscuta. The rest of the branches of the foreign herb Cuscuta were also all besieging towards Su Lin, and the sound of gold and iron clashing resounded from time to time. Just as the two sides had just exchanged a few rounds, a hint of mental fluctuation flowed from the foreign herb Cuscuta. This mental fluctuation was captured very keenly by Su Lin, a hint of a fluctuation that wanted to stop. Sure enough, after this trace of mental fluctuation appeared, the main body of the exotic herb Cuscuta quickly entered a state of defense, the huge body hovering into a circle, only to emit a rich emerald green fluorescent light. As for that number of branches of the foreign herb Cuscuta that had simply come to surround and kill over, they also stopped their encircling movements, soughing around Su Lin, and even took the initiative to send one of their branches to Su Lin. The branch that was sent to Su Lin's face obliterated its consciousness on its own under the subject's control, and the emerald green fluorescence disappeared, which meant that only pure grass and wood essences and surging energy remained in the branch. Such a gesture of goodwill is more than obvious. At this moment, the consciousness in the main body of this Cuscuta, which had long since evolved into an exotic grass, was also looking at the white wolf in front of him. The world in the consciousness of an exotic flower is not the same as the world in the eyes of an animal. In their consciousness altogether, creatures are a mass of energy. At one time it had chosen the fey grizzly because of the hot and vibrant mass of energy in the fey grizzly. Such a massive energy body was extremely powerful before the great change in heaven and earth. So the xenobiotic's daughter then chose the fey grizzly bear, which has lived up to its choice in time to come. Along the way, by devouring many pure energies, he grew to a giant bear of meter size. During this time, the exotic herb Cuscuta has naturally seen its own meteoric rise in popularity. But now the foreign herb daughter was very shocked to find that the energy body representing this white wolf in front of him was not something that could be described as scorching heat and vitality, but rather like a blazing fire, which seemed to be able to burn out all things in the world with its might. On top of that, there was a force at the very center of the blaze that made it feel incomparably terrified. The power was dark and deep, as if it was above everything. Thus, after just a few moments of fighting the white wolf, the exotic herb Cuscuta conceded. This white wolf was definitely not something it could fight against. With this show of kindness from it, the white wolf's hunting did stop. It was only the white wolf's calm, watery gaze that let it know that the gesture of a mere branch was far from enough. The consciousness of exotic plants is far less complex than the intelligence of animals. They are simple and pure. After seeing that the white wolf was interested in accepting his gesture of goodwill, he immediately did not do anything, and directly sent all the branches that it had split out to obliterate the consciousness on them, and sent them to the white wolf. These branches also take a tremendous amount of time to split for the xenobiotic's daughter, but compared to the subject's life, these costs are still bearable. Even after seeing that the white wolf was still not making any movements, The foreign herb Cuscuta was also silent for a moment, and finally chopped off 1/5 of its own body and sent it to the white wolf. In the cruel world of nature, if there is a bloodbath fight between hunters, it is a negotiation of this kind of commission that will take place no matter what. Even the fey grizzly bears, who are very inclined to avoid trouble, are like that, because the hunters who survive in nature have been fighting for a long time. They all know one thing: the more they show weakness, the more they will inspire each other to hunt and kill ***. So even if they were in a weak position, they had to forcefully raise their aura so that they could make those hunters who had plans for them give up. But this exotic herb, Cuscuta, hadn't been born into consciousness for very long and didn't understand any of this. This exotic herb Cuscuta cut off 1/5 of its main body on its own. Whether it was the pure energy or the grass essence in its body, it had drained away too much. However, it was a good thing that Su Lin didn't continue to make a move after receiving a sign of favor from the foreign herb Cuscuta, because the living exotic herb Cuscuta was so much more useful than the dead ones, both for Su Lin and for the wolves. Buzz. At this moment, after seeing that the white wolf in front of him had accepted his good intentions, and the rising killing intent and fighting intent gradually began to calm down, the foreign herb daughter also felt relieved. The massive main body shook and continued to emit a glistening light. In fact, it had another layer of meaning when it showed kindness to the white wolf. That is, it wanted to find a new parasitic host. As a parasitic plant, even if it had broken through the original genetic shackles, it still could not independently exist in the world for a long time. It can only survive and advance by parasitic hosts. This white wolf was the best parasitic host in its eyes, far superior to that fey grizzly bear. But the dark and mysterious power on this white wolf really made it feel intimidated. I'm afraid that if I had just parasitized the white wolf, that mysterious force would have eaten it to the point where there was not even any dregs left. But aside from this white wolf, it could sense several nice energy bodies from the many wolves and bears that surrounded the battlefield. So want to pick one of the parasites. In fact, the xenomorphic daughter knew that the white wolf might not be able to understand its consciousness. And just as it was about to carve some simple schematics into the ice with its main body, it suddenly sensed a very pure spiritual fluctuation. This mental fluctuation truly communicated with it across species. This caused it to fiercely focus its consciousness completely on the white wolf once again, symbolized by the fact that there was indeed a hint of silver spiritual power emanating from above the white wolf's energy body. This made the foreign herb Cuscuta feel horrified beyond measure. How could it not expect this white wolf in front of it to be terrifying to a point that it could hardly imagine? Even this kind of spiritual power that could be considered heaven-defying was possessed. It was important to know that this silver-colored spiritual power was something it had only encountered in several Arctic silver foxes in this land of strange encounters. Even the spiritual energy emanating from the Arctic silver fox was far less pure than that of the white wolf. This scene caused the consciousness of the isopod Cuscuta to be silent for a long time before it continued to communicate with the white wolf. At the same time, it was also very glad that it had just made a good move. Otherwise, even if the white wolf did not use the mysterious and profound power in its body, I am afraid that based on its own strength, it also had the strength to completely destroy it. Spiritual power was heck of a way to destroy the consciousness of the strange flowers and plants, the sharpest of that killing weapon. At this time, during the intermittent exchanges between the two sides, the several Arctic silver foxes in the distance had also sensed something. All of them looked deeply at the white wolf with heavy eyes, and then they directly turned around and left, because they knew that the curtain had fallen on this great battle of unprecedented ferocity in the land of strange encounters. This white wolf and the wolf pack under his command had achieved a decisive victory, and in the future, I was afraid that it was the wolf pack that would become the greatest overlord of the land of strange encounters. The wolves will also occupy the territories of the musk ox king, the fey grizzly bear, the fey reindeer king, the fey snow lords, and the fey lynx couple, which together are already equal to half of the territory of the land of encounters. It could be said that the wolves had become the uncrowned kings of the land of strange encounters after this battle. But the wolves did have the right to be the king of the land of wonders. After all, not counting the terrifying battle power of that white wolf, the battle power of the wolves under his command alone would be able to hunt down at least 2 or 3 level 20 or so fey. The many wolves and bears, once they truly fought for their lives in tactical coordination, then the might displayed was terrifying. At this time, after the several Arctic silver foxes retreated, the rest of the strong fey who were watching the battle perhaps also felt that there was no more fishing profit to be collected, and they all left in silence. However, they had a trace of indelible fear in their hearts for this fiery wolf pack and this invincible white wolf king. With such a terrifying wolf pack and wolf king stationed in the land of strange encounters, I'm afraid their future days will be spent in fear and trepidation. As the many fey retreated, Su Lin also reached an agreement in his intermittent conversation with the fey daughter. For the addition of exotic flowers, Su Lin was always welcome. because exotic flowers and herbs were very useful both for Su Lin himself and for the development of the wolf pack. Surin promised the Fey daughter to help provide it with a Fey as a parasitic host. At the same time, the exotic herb Cuscuta will not only help the wolves explore where more pure energy lies, but will also provide the wolves with a section of branch containing pure energy and grass essence every other month. Such a mutually beneficial ending was also the best for Solom. Next, with a long whistle, Su Lin signaled the wolves to all the Fey in the pack to gather around for the Isengrass Cuscuta to choose from. As for the rest of the ordinary wolf and bear clans, they were told to start cleaning up the battlefield, and by the way, they also dispersed a portion of the wolf clans to go out and look for the ice caves that resided in this land of strange encounters. In the future, Su Lin intended to leave behind a portion of the wolf clan to station here for a long time, so naturally, he had to choose an ice cave or cave to live in. By the way, you can also stock up on the food harvest from today's bloody kill. Today's battle with the wolves was undoubtedly a fruitful and unparalleled one. Counting the ones that Su Lin had killed, there were more than 10 Fey alone that had perished in this unprecedented battle, and these Fey flesh and blood would not only provide Su Lin with a considerable amount of evolutionary value, but would also cause the strength of the wolf pack to develop by leaps and bounds. In addition, there were more than 200 carcasses of reindeer and more than 100 carcasses of musk oxen, all of which were much larger than those in the outside world. So all of this added up to make the wolves add at least 500,000 to 600,000 pounds of food reserves all of a sudden. 5 or 600,000 pounds. Such a scale of food was something that no member of the wolf pack could even think of before. But today, under the leadership of the Wolf King, such a brilliant hunting result was achieved. This caused the many wolf clans to look at the Wolf King with even more fervor and respect in their eyes. Meanwhile, the cohesion of the wolf pack was near its peak after the fall of such an unprecedented battle. Chapter 165, Cleaning Up the Battlefield and Searching for a Cave. Today's battle surpassed any previous wolf pack roundup harvest. A food reserve of 500,000 to 600,000 pounds meant that the wolves would have more than enough of these food supplies for the rest of their lives, even if they didn't go out hunting for a year or two. The joy of this huge harvest also washed away the exhaustion of the wolves after the great battle, and the numerous wolf clans were attentively cleaning up the battlefield. And several tantalizingly gray message prompts surfaced in front of Su Lin's eyes as soon as he distanced himself from the exotic herb Cuscuta. Talent showdown. Outnumbered. Bloodbath. The Battle of the Misery. Combat rating, SS. Rating for this battle, SS. Gain 3 reinforcement serums, 3 recovery potions, and 30 evolutionary potions. This fight rated a double S. But this streak of battles today is worthy of this combat rating. The combat rating rewards given by the rating double S are very generous, and there are 3 strengthening serums alone. Enhanced serums are not a small increase in one's combat power, especially the newly born spiritual power after the last time he strengthened his brain. Su Lin could feel it was very subtle. With the aid of his spiritual power, Su Lin was able to control his entire body's breathing and exertion to the point of near perfection. A person's battle power is even more able to be utilized at its peak. This unprecedented battle also had the aid of spiritual power in order to fight an invincible battle. Without the aid of spiritual power, it was thought that even if he could win, the recovery potion would have to be wasted at least more than one. Now for all these rewards that he had reaped, he was satisfied. Next, as the wolves cleaned up the mess, Su Lin also mobilized all of his senses to sense the surroundings again, and found that all of the Fey had indeed all retreated. Only then did he completely relax, and Su Lin went to the middle of the battlefield and passing to devour the hunted Fey essence parts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a Fey muskox brisket, level 13, and gaining 1,200 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fey muskox and purifying a talent serum. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating a Fey muskox brisket, level 11, and gaining 750 points of evolutionary value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding on the residual talent essence of the Fey muskox and purifying a talent serum. Tantalizingly gray message alerts flashed before his eyes from time to time. The number of Fey killed this time was huge. Counting the Fey of the muskox clan and the reindeer clan, there were 15 Fey. Fey are very rare in the outside world. It was only after Su Lin had unified the wolves' territories, coupled with the large-scale distribution of Fey blood and flesh, that he managed to bring together more than 10 Fey. This shows the anticlimactic nature of this land of wonders. In the future, the wolf pack will definitely get a very swift and rapid development in this land of strange encounters as well. And with the lush water plants of such a strange land, it could also drive some of the prey on the territory over and allow them to flourish in this area, so that there was no worry that under the extreme night, those grass-eating species communities would not be able to survive. At this moment, while Su Lin was devouring the hunted Fey essence parts, he was also thinking about the future development of the wolf pack. the wolves would grow larger and larger in the future, and the Fae under their command would grow stronger and stronger, and would be able to provide greater help to Su Lin, the rest of the hunters currently in the entire land of strange encounters. Under the shock of this bloody massacre, it was estimated that no one would be ungrateful enough to mess with the wolves, so Su Lin planned for the wolves to rest in this area for a while. Since the formation of the wolf pack under his own command, this was the first time it had fought on such a large scale, and it had achieved brilliant results. Once the wolves had settled down, they would be rewarded for their achievements, and they would also promote a few bee-wolves again. There were still too few ethereal wolves in the pack that could act as commanders and lead the charge. With only Stumpy Ears, Van Wolf, and Little Grey, it was still far from enough. With hundreds of wolves, the ethereal wolves would not be able to maximize the pack's roundup tactics and laddering tactics if there were only so many of them. But luckily this time the wolves were strong enough and the reindeer herd was slaughtered before they dared to resist. As for the musk ox herd, it was also defeated due to the fact that it was demoralized by several wolf whistles from Su Lin and the death of the Fey musk ox king in battle. If there was indeed a future rival force with an equally hefty temperament, there were still too few stalwarts to lead a bloodbath for the leader wolves, so promoting some wolf pack stalwarts is imperative. However, this time all the members of the wolf pack performed quite well. Even Little Grey, Wolf Girl, and Grey and White Coyote had each bitten 2 or 3 caribou or musk oxen to death in this bloody fight. Having experienced bloody killings, they had also grown from their initial youthfulness and tenderness towards a qualified hunter, and the breath on the wolf's body became more and more calm and introverted. After Su Lin finished feeding on the slaughter phase essence parts, he was getting closer to advancing to level 16. At this time, Su Lin once again came to the exotic herb Cuscuta, and after sensing the mental fluctuations, he knew that the exotic herb Cuscuta had chosen the young lone wolf. The little lone wolf was a Fae before the great change of heaven and earth, and had experienced successive killing and blood battles, so both its essence and spirit were at the top of the wolf clan. There was no need to say much about its growth potential at a demonic level, but it was only due to the fact that the little lone wolf had grown up from a young wolf that it needed some time to grow. This, coupled with the fact that he had only encountered such a strange encounter as the black fruit rot golem, was why his strength seemed slightly weaker. Otherwise, if there is a supply of pure energy, I am afraid that its current strength must at least reach the level of a Fey grizzly bear or even a Fey musk ox king. Being a wolf, there are few shortcomings to speak of. If they grew to the same level, then not to say that killing the Fey grizzly bear and Fey musk ox king would be like slaughtering pigs and dogs, at least they wouldn't be in a bitter battle. The only felines in their class that could touch the wolves were the felines. Every feline, after all, is a natural hunter and killer, and they are almost rare opponents in their class. It was just that Su Lin didn't agree with this choice of the exotic herb Cuscuta. Little Lone Wolf was the most capable assistant under his command, and he didn't want Little Lone Wolf to have a presence inside him that could induce his consciousness. After Su Lin vetoed the first parasitic host, the foreign herb Cuscuta also looked over at Wen Xiong. The warm bear had completed its mutation by swallowing 20 or so pounds of Fey flesh and blood, and its growth potential was equally good. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary potential like the cousin, then forcing a grizzly bear to pile up as a Fey would require more than 20 or so pounds of Fey flesh and blood, so the warm bear potential isn't good. As for why it didn't evolve into a Fey species in the first place after the great change in heaven and earth, I think it's because of its character, usually just devouring some roots and moss in its own territory to eke out a living. The result is that there is not enough energy intake, which suppresses its evolution and growth. Faced with this choice from the foreign herb Cuscuta, Su Lin was silent for a moment before agreeing. Because parasitic plants are considered a curiosity for ordinary Fae, both sides can reach a point of rapid growth. Once Solian agreed. He signaled Warm Bear to come forward with a low howl. During this period of time with the wolves, as a Fae, Wen Xiong naturally understood the meaning of the wolf's howl to a greater or lesser extent. Quietly, he stepped forward and waited for the Wolf King to make his arrangements. After waiting for a few moments, it was the process of the exotic herb Cuscuta that began to parasitize the body of the Warm Bear. The process of parasitizing the foreign herb Cuscuta under Su Lin's watchful eye had been as gentle as possible. However, the pain caused by the compatibility of blood and flesh still caused the tall Warm Bear, which was originally more than 3 meters tall, to instantly go limp with pain. Roar! A sharp pain came from the crest of its back. It roared desperately at first, trying to vent its pain by roaring, but soon it couldn't roar anymore. Because of the immense pain brought about by the compatibility of blood and flesh, it made even roaring a luxury. And in the end, it just lay on the ground with its huge bare body trembling, while the rich emerald green luminescence spread over the Warm Bear's torso. This emerald green luminescence was keeping it alive and helping to suppress the pain. This emerald green fluorescence was clearly the grass and wood essence of the exotic herb daughter, And the power of this essence was also helping the main body of the exotic herb daughter was slowly fusing into the back of the warm bear, and then attaching towards the crest bone. In the parasitism, vaguely there is blood overflowing from the back of the warm bear, although the warm bear hissed no more, but the degree of trembling of the bear's body is more and more intense. It was evident that even the gentlest means could not suppress the extreme pain. After all, the crest bone was the most important skeleton for both the bear and wolf clans, which could be imagined to be in pain when it was alive and fused with a plant. But this was all necessary, and Su Lin's eyes didn't fluctuate in the slightest. To gain great power and extraordinary future in this world, you always have to suffer some pains that are hard to bear for the ordinary species. If the warm bear couldn't bear it, it would only mean that it just didn't have the blessing. It wasn't that Su Lin was cold-blooded, but it was a bloody fact of nature. In the brutal icy conditions, many times the individual species have fought tooth and nail to stay alive. Not to mention that it's impossible to live a better life and gain more power without paying some price. Buzz! As the emerald green luminescence shook lightly, and more blood spilled from the Fey Grizzly's back, the pain intensified further. Not only the blood on his back, even with the suppression of the emerald green fluorescent light, the Fey Grizzly Bear was in pain all the time. His pair of bear eyes were wide and bloodshot, and he was gasping for breath between his nose and mouth in large strands. However, this pain could only be fought by Wen Xiong himself, and Su Lin only watched for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. Next, Su Lin lowly howled and signaled Little Lone Wolf and Little Grey to also go out and look for ice caves and caves where the wolves could stay for a long period of time. In this frigid Arctic ice field, the cold, frigid winds whistled by every now and then. Su Lin and the group of Fey were naturally not afraid, but the ordinary species of wolves still couldn't carry such a morose cold. It's much better to have an ice cave and a cave to shelter from the wind. Ow! Ow! Little Lone Wolf and Little Grey were both Su Lin's closest beloveds, and when they heard their own boss's orders, they both led the way with a low howl. Su Lin, on the other hand, began to lead the wolves to carry over the numerous carcasses of the reindeer on the outskirts of this land of strange encounters. More than 200 caribou carcasses were consigned to join the muskox carcasses after the wolves had been going back and forth for at least several hours. Hundreds of large herbivorous species corpses were piled up together rather like a mountain. The wolves looked at the mountain of corpses with excitement and thrill in their eyes. Because in their eyes this mountain of corpses means an abundance of food, and it also means that the pressure on them to survive for a long time to come will be much less. And in the course of those hours, both Little Lone Wolf and Little Grey returned one after the other. They found an ice cave and a cave, respectively. The ice cave is in a smaller location, a place where the Fey grizzly bears live alone, on top of a steep iceberg. The icy path up this ice cave was so treacherous and had so little friction that even Ash had to try several times before he climbed up the ice cave. It was far more treacherous than the caves in the wolf territory south of Surin. This ice cave Su Lin also followed to look and found that the ice cave had an area of about 5 or 6,000 square meters. With the current increasing size of the wolves, it would be possible to station around 50 or 60 wolves in the ice cave. Therefore, Su Lin did not intend to use this ice cave as the main stationing point for the wolves, but only prepared to use it as a food hoarding point for the wolves. When the time comes, more than 20 elite wolves can be sent to station here. As Su Lin was walking, his extremely sensitive sense of smell naturally smelled the Fey grizzly bear's inventory in the ice cave, which was 7 or 8 fruits that emitted the scent of water plants. Within this fruit, Su Lin could feel that it contained a pure and surging energy value. It could be seen that this should be the fruit of energy that was spawned from this land of strange encounters. With such an energy fruit, it would be strange if the Fey strength of this land of strange encounters didn't skyrocket. Su Lin collected these several energy fruits before signaling the wolves to drag a portion of the muskox carcasses and caribou carcasses to this ice cave. The food in this ice cave will serve as a real reserve for the wolves in the future. As for the other cave, it was very spacious. It was just that the odor of the muskox in the cave was too heavy, and a dozen or so panicked muskox cubs were also seen after Su Lin came in. These muskox cubs looked at the sudden wolf pack, all of them only backed up in terror, roaring childishly in succession. Su Lin just swept a glance and didn't signal the wolves to swarm and completely bite these muskox pups to death. After all, the wolves do not really want to kill the muskox clan to the end of the race. Those who dare to show their sharp horns to the wolves and resist the wolves of the muskoxen naturally want to kill them all. And these muskoxen calves can be used as food for the future. The wolves have to thrive and survive. After all, in the future under reproduction the wolves may expand further in size and need more food. So it is not too late to kill these muskox pups when they grow up. At Su Lin's signal, the wolves simply drove a dozen muskox pups out of the cave. Next, the wolves turtled up and officially took over the cave of the Fey muskox king and the muskox herd under his command. This cave was 70 to 80 meters high, and the interior was even more spacious. Not to mention the hundreds of wolves living here. Even if the number of wolves doubled several times, it was more than enough to occupy this cave. In the cave, Su Lin naturally found a dozen or so fruits that contained pure energy. On top of that, there were quite a few accumulations of water plants in this cave. It was obvious that the Fey Muskox King's intelligence was indeed not low, and would already have the muskox herd stock up on some food for a rainy day. Surin didn't clean out the hydrilla either. After all, although the wolf clan was a carnivore, the bear clan was an omnivore, and in the future, if there was really a day when food was expensive to the extreme, then these water plants were likely to be the saving grace of these bear clans under Su Lin's command. Think of defeat before you think of victory. After this great change in heaven and earth, there is a need to make more adequate preparations. After all, no one knows how the situation of the world will change in the future. If there is really a day when even the wolves under their command become difficult to get food, then I think the world should also be chaotic to the extreme. At this time Su Lin, having emerged from the cave, stood on a high snowy slope directing the wolves to consign the remaining muskox caribou carcasses to the cave. Then looking in the direction of the polar center of the North Pole, a pair of golden brown eyes narrowed. With a flash of cold, chilling light, the gods and demons revived. It was thought that if the final fragment recorded on the crystal coffin would really be realized, then this world might really be chaotic to an unimaginable extent. It took the wolves another 7 or 8 hours to drag the food completely through the ice caves and caverns. It could be said that the wolves had not rested for more than a day from the time they attacked the land of strange encounters and bloody slaughtered the deer herd. It was just that there was no sense of time under the darkness of the extreme night. Plus the wolves had great endurance, and even though their physical strength was severely depleted, they were all gritting their teeth and holding on strongly. After all, the harvest from this great battle was quite fruitful, causing the entire wolf pack to be pleasantly surprised. It was the surprise in the gaze of the Wolf King that was the greatest source of motivation that sustained them. After carrying all the food all over again, Su Lin also took a look at the Fey corpses. The largest of them was the Muskox King, with a full 12 or 13 meters in size and at least 15 or 16 tons of Fey flesh and blood. The rest were the Fey Grizzly Bear and the Fey Reindeer King, both of which also had a size of meters, and both of which had a weight of about 10 tons. The rest of the several Fey, common Fey Caribou and Fey Muskoxen that had been decapitated along the way, as well as the Fey Snow Lords, added up to a weight of about 30 tons. With this calculation, not only did the wolves harvest a lot of ordinary food this time, even the Fey blood and flesh, which was hard currency, was also greatly harvested. A full 60 tons of Fey flesh and blood, which was enough to make the wolves' strength soar once more. After the battlefield had all been completely cleaned up and the food had also been completely dragged back, the many wolves and bears had all converged together, raising their wolf heads to look up at Su Lin on top of the snowy slope. Their eyes were filled with fervor and respect, and Su Lin, after the many wolves had finished getting busy, didn't let them just wait and started signaling Little Lone Wolf, Little Gray, and Cousin to start distributing the food. And this time, the allocation was all Fey flesh and blood. Even the female polar bear who had sold out and fought for her life was also allocated a lot. Su Lin never treated any member who fought and killed for the blood of the wolf pack poorly. Food is a top priority for wolves no matter what. With food, the many wolves who were already very tired earlier were also all howling in unison again with gratitude and excitement. The long howl of 100 wolves converging stumbled and resounded under the morose cold polar night. The many wolves had not feared that the sound of howling wolves would attract the prying eyes of any hunter, because today they had already used the blood and carcasses of the deer and muskox herds to make all the Fey species in this strange land witness the battle power of the wolves, and with the leadership of the Wolf King, they had no fear of any species. Chapter 166, Terrifying Hunting Talent. The harvest gain this time was unprecedented, and the Fey blood and flesh that Su Lin distributed to the wolves was far greater than before. Ordinary female wolves were allotted 20 pounds of Fey blood and flesh per head. Ordinary male wolves were allotted 30 pounds per head. The elite wolf clan received 50 pounds of Fey blood and flesh, and the bear clan received 50 pounds of Fey blood and flesh as well. Fey blood and flesh were extremely popular among the wolves, both in terms of their deliciousness and the pure energy they contained. With such a large amount of Fey flesh and blood to distribute, the wolves were all howling long and loud in excitement. This time, the one who gained the top credit was naturally the Little Lone Wolf, exploring the place of strange encounters, leading the wolf pack in a charge, and killing multiple Fey from the caribou and muskox packs in a row. Such a battle result was second only to Su Lin's. Su Lin assigned 3 energy fruits to the Little Lone Wolf. These fruits could make the strength of the Little Lone Wolf once again get a not-so-small boost. As for Little Gray, Cousin, Wolf Sister, and the Gray and White Coyotes, these were all just rewarded with hundreds of pounds of Fey blood and flesh. The last one is the Warm Bear. Now that Warm Bear has officially fused with the exotic herb Cuscuta, he's just in a coma. The pain of blood and flesh melting together needs to be slowly recovered by time. But when Xiang's breath had gradually stabilized, and it was thought that once awakened, there would be some rapid progress for some time to come. After rewarding the food on merit, Su Lin looked at the cheering wolves under his command, and there was some relief in his golden brown eyes. The wolves were currently stationed at the cave. After the wolves had fed, Su Lin also took the little lone wolf, the little gray, his cousin, and a bunch of other fae, and marked the territorial boundaries of the wolves in the land of strange encounters. This land of wonders was huge, with 20,000 to 30,000 square kilometers, equal to twice the size of Su Lin's southern territory. Now that Surin occupied half of it, it was equivalent to occupying more than 10,000 square kilometers. It's not a small territory, and in the future, with the abundance of hydrilla in this territory, it will also be able to hold more large herbivorous populations in captivity. It could be said that the wolves' food problem under the polar night was well solved. As Su Lin led a group of fae to mark the territory, it naturally caused another disturbance and shock in the land of strange encounters. After all, no one was afraid of the wolves setting off another bloody fight and conquest. There wasn't any hunter who wouldn't be emboldened under the might of such an imposing wolf pack. Even the several Arctic silver foxes had released an Arctic silver fox to police their territory. It is important to realize that the strong Arctic silver fox in the past would never make such a move. Su Lin glanced at the Arctic silver fox from a distance of hundreds of meters, and the Arctic silver fox's attribute values appeared before his eyes with a thought. Species, Arctic silver fox, Fae, level, 23, air blood, 2153, endurance, 319, strength, 308, defense, 279, speed, 403, talent, control, B rank, poison mist soul eater, B rank. Su Lin confronted this Arctic silver fox for a moment across hundreds of meters. He realized that this Arctic silver fox wasn't that strong in terms of numerical value alone. It could only be described as mediocre among the 20-odd levels of Fae. Even the rest of the attributes, except for speed, are considered lower middle class. However, the Arctic silver fox's talent was something that made Su Lin pay extra attention. Control? Poisonous mist devouring the soul? Looking at these two talents, Su Lin narrowed slightly in a pair of golden brown eyes. Both of these talents should not be regular talents. Somewhat like the poison-type talent of the polar ice worm king that was decapitated. And the Arctic silver fox can rely on ordinary strength to occupy the most central position. I think it is inseparable from this talent. After confronting the Arctic silver fox for a moment, Su Lin withdrew his sight and left with the wolves. Now that the wolves had just gone through a series of great battles, it was not appropriate to be in conflict with the Arctic silver fox at this time. And know your enemy and know yourself. This time, when he attacked the land of strange encounters, Su Lin had ordered Little Lone Wolf to explore for several days before making his move. Therefore, for these several Arctic silver foxes, it was necessary to find out the details as much as possible before saying. Nowadays, there was no need for Su Lin to be so hasty to go up against these several Arctic silver foxes again. The wolf pack currently had tens of thousands of square kilometers of territory in the land of strange encounters, and it took 2 to 3 hours to patrol these territories. During this time, Su Lin also discovered that there were still some species hiding in this large territory. Among them were 7 or 8 female polar bears and grizzly bears, which were found in Fae grizzly bear territory. This shows that the life that this Fae grizzly bear leads, even if it runs away to the land of wonders, is comfortable and happy. There were also 7 or 8 female bears dominating at one time. However, for these 7 or 8 female bears, Su Lin looked at them without a single Fae and ordered Little White to receive them under the banner of the wolves. Females are the mainstay of fertility and reproduction, and can be better strengthened by taking them under their wing. In addition to these several bear clans, some hiding musk oxen, caribou, birds of prey, and a few lone lynx and lone wolves were also spotted. Surin was confronted with all of these species, and those that could be recruited were recruited into the wolf pack. Only the reindeer clan, no matter how old or sick, is left behind, because the deer had once caused great trauma to the wolves, and said that killing them until they died out was the end of their race. After taking care of these things, the wolves had kind of grown quite a bit in size again. In the future, with a period of rest and recuperation, the strength of the wolves would increase by another leaps and bounds. Upon returning to the cavern, Su Lin saw that most of the wolves and bears were looking for an inconspicuous corner in the cavern, and began to eat the Fae flesh and blood that they had just been assigned. The deliciousness of the Fae's blood and flesh caused every wolf and bear clan's saliva to secrete wildly, and they were also all mixing their saliva to devour this Fae's blood and flesh in a big gulp. All of this blood and flesh was rich in pure energy and nutrition, enough for the wolves to eat for a while. After Su Lin returned, he also picked the most comfortable spot in the cave to start resting under the arch of his cousin, Wolf Sister, Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf. After seeing the Wolf King start to rest, the wolf clans in the cave were also all without noisy low howls. they were all just eating in silence. After eating, they also all lay down at their respective positions and began to sleep soundly, using sound sleep to relieve the fatigue of this bloody day of battle. At this time, this area was also completely silent. Only the slight breathing sound of the wolves in the cave and the rustling sound of the cold wind blowing through the ice outside. And in that silence, time crept by. Polar night and polar day are characteristic of the Arctic, and the concept of time can be tantalizingly thin, both under the polar night and under the polar day. Especially in this bitterly cold and icy land, the various species were too lazy to come out of their nests, and had no concept of time anymore. With plenty of food, even the wolves were not motivated to go out hunting. Only little lone wolf would take a group of wolves out to police and patrol the territory during this time to see if any of the remaining hunters had invaded. In the midst of such idle days, it was more than half a month. During this half month, most of the members of the wolf pack had also digested the fey blood and flesh assigned to them. The sheer amount of fey flesh and blood distributed this time caused several more fey to emerge once the wolves had finished digesting it. Among them, the female wolves under her cousin's command had added another new fey, while the male wolves under Little Lone Wolf's command had also added a new fey. And the elite wolves led by Little Grey had also added 2 new ones. As for the Bear Clan, no new Fae have appeared this time. The pure energy required for the Bear Clan to evolve into the Fae and the Wolf Clan to evolve into the Fae were not comparable. The 4 newly added Fae and the 2 Fae from last time, Su Lin didn't give them all code names, only the 2 Fae with higher potential among them. One of them was clearly the female polar bear, codenamed White Bear. This female polar bear has also killed and wounded 2 Fae from the musk ox and caribou herds in her wolf conquests, and is considered to be the most successful in the war besides the young lone wolf. The other was a female wolf under her cousin's command, codenamed Fox Wolf, because this female wolf's face was more narrow and her ears were more pointed compared to those outside the wolf race. Solian gave her such a moniker. The fox wolf's potential was also very good, and since evolving into a Fae, it had reached the peak of level 7 in a short time by feeding on Fae blood and flesh. Such growth potential is so much better compared to a cousin. As for the newly minted 4-headed Fae, the growth potential wasn't too good, and Su Lin didn't give them code names. Solian obediently promoted Foxwolf to become Beowulf as his cousin's second-in-command. The White Bear was then promoted to become Xiaobai's second-in-command, cooperating with Xiaobai to mainly lead the Bear Clan. As for the rest, Su Lin also promoted the Wolf Sister and the Grey and White Coyote to become Beowulfs. The 2 of them might not have enough credit, but they had both advanced to become level 8 Fae. Their battle power was enough, and they had followed Su Lin for many years, so their credit could slowly accumulate in the future. After promoting them to become Beowulfs, there was currently 1 alpha wolf in the pack, not counting the parent wolf, and the Beowulfs had reached 7. Even in order to increase the wolves' desire for the status of Beowulf and head wolf, Su Lin continued to issue several rules among the wolves. That's the rule about mating rights. Su Lin didn't think much of the female wolves in the pack, and naturally didn't think much of the so-called mating rights. And in large wolf packs, in addition to the Wolf King, usually the head wolf under his command also has the right to mate. But this time, Solian intended to reduce mating rights to the Beowulf. Any Beowulf in the pack may choose one of the opposite sex wolves as a mate. Wolf B has special merit and can be rewarded with an additional mate. The head wolf can have 3 mates of the opposite sex. As for Su Lin, as the Wolf King, he was the one who had the power of life and death over all the members of the wolf pack. Not to mention the mating rights. After Su Lin had just delineated this rule, all the wolves in the pack almost boiled over, as if the color of light had instantly taken over in a pair of wolf eyes. Because for the wolves surviving in the ice, the most important thing is the food on which they depend. And apart from food is the right to mate. And the difference in status between the Beowulf and the H-wolf is only 1 notch. So each wolf's heart was burning with a blazing fire, and they all fought to be able to climb up to the throne of the ethereal wolf in the future. After delegating the mating rights down, Stumpy Ears, Van Wolf, and Fox Wolf were all looking for their mates. As for Little Grey, due to following his own boss around for a long time, his vision is considered to be higher than the top, and he can't even look at ordinary females. And the Little Lone Wolf, for the moment, didn't have the heart for it. He was on the front lines of the pack every day. After being rewarded with 3 energy fruits by Su Lin, Little Lone Wolf's strength had also surged once again to the peak of level 15 within this half month, and was only a hair's breadth away from being promoted to level 16. With his ferocious battle prowess, the Little Lone Wolf is good enough to rival a Fae 1 or 2 levels higher than himself. Even if a level 20 Fae, turning on the wild wolf talent, could still be resisted. It could be said that the current Little Lone Wolf possessed the strength to stand alone even in the land of strange encounters. But it wasn't Little Lone Wolf who had the biggest promotion in strength this time. Instead, it's a Warm Bear. After fusing with the exotic herb Cuscuta, when Xion was in a coma for several days, and when he woke up, he craved for food to the extreme. Under Su Lin's acquiescence, when Xiong swallowed a full 700 to 800 pounds of fey flesh and blood during this period of time, and with the intake of fey flesh and blood, when Xiong's strength also had a sudden and fierce improvement, from level 13 to peak level 15 in one breath. Such an increase in strength was even swifter than Little Lone Wolf. This naturally has the reason that after fusing with the exotic herb daughter, the main body of the foreign herb Cuscuta was of a higher grade, and also contained pure and surging energy, which would naturally accelerate the growth of the warm bear. For the time being, although when Xiong had also reached the peak of level 15, he wouldn't be a match for the Little Lone Wolf without using the exotic herb Cuscuta. After all, speed was the bear race's natural shortcoming. Nowadays, in addition to the substantial increase in strength of several fey, the overall strength of the wolf pack had also reached another peak. The ordinary female wolves had all generally promoted their strength to rank 6 after swallowing the blood and flesh of the fey this time. As for the ordinary male wolves, they had all promoted to the peak of rank 6, with a few reaching rank 7. The elite wolves led by Little Ash had all advanced to level 7, and several of them had even reached the peak of level 7. It was thought that by taking some more fey blood and flesh, these wolves could be hardened and piled up as fey as well. As for the 30-odd bear clans under the wolves' command, the polar bears among them generally reached level 16 or 17 in strength. Polar bears of this strength, even if they are an ordinary species, can go down to the sea to hunt beluga whales, and really put up a fight. They also have some power. Ordinary grizzly bears reach level 13 and 14 in strength, and were not a star stronger than the grizzly bears outside the wolf pack. More than 30 bear races of such strength, brought together, were likewise an extremely strong force. It could be said that with the current wolf pack, even if Su Lin didn't put up a fight, hunting a few level 20 or so fey could be done. After Su Lin came out to found the wolf pack on his own in just over a year's time since he took Little Gray, his cousin, his wolf sister, and the gray and white coyote with his 4 young wolves, the wolf pack under his command had grown to such an extent. This caused Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes to have more than just relief. There was also the flame of burning ambition, a unified Arctic. The wolves of the future don't just want a land of wonder, they want more than to stick to their current territory. What Su Lin really wanted was to unify the North Pole and become the North Pole's rightful king. At this moment, Su Lin stood on top of the snowy slope, and an earth-shattering wolf whistle rang out as he reviewed the wolves under his command. The wolves also cooperated with the Wolf King and began to howl long and loud like a mountain. And the 30 or so bear clans standing in front were all looking at the Wolf King with burning eyes. After reviewing the wolves for a few minutes and seeing that their morale and mental state had once again peaked during this period of rest and recuperation, Su Lin nodded in satisfaction. Then he had the Little Lone Wolf start leading a group of wolf clans to scout out all the remaining forces in the Land of Strange Encounters. Yes, Su Lin had never wanted to peacefully coexist with these various forces in the Land of Strange Encounters. Since he wanted to unify the North Pole, he naturally had to unify the Land of Strange Encounters first. On top of that, having a human mind, he had to know one thing more than the Fae. That is to say, how can we allow others to sleep peacefully on the side of the couch? Su Lin was preparing to leave only a portion of his members stationed here in the future. If these Fae sneak attacked the wolves after he left, it would definitely cause a considerable amount of casualties. It would be better to take advantage of the wolves' high morale now and officially unify this Land of Strange Encounters. All possible threats to the wolves will naturally be removed as well. This time, Su Lin's pair of golden brown eyes flashed with a fierce light. Perhaps none of these Fae were taking a shot at the wolves right now, but the cruelty of nature was never a place for reason or right and wrong. It's only about strength and weakness here, and weakness is never an empty phrase.